3 months prior to the apocalypse, a devoted admirer named Gao Feng met his untimely demise, only to find himself reborn 3 days before the cataclysm. Astonishingly, he awakened a spatial ability, granting him the power to retrieve resources from afar. As 3 days elapsed, the scorching heat of August transformed into a frigid winter, plunging the world into a catastrophic cold snap. In Jiangnan and Haicheng, temperatures plummeted to a chilling -78 degrees. The streets were filled with inadequately dressed individuals, frozen into statues before they could return home to don warmer attire. Death became the prevailing melody of this bleak world. Having survived the early days of the apocalypse, Gao Feng quietly embarked on a path of shepherding those with abilities. At a prominent squid shop on Yida Gold Street, he stood in line, shopping for his green tea girlfriend, when his eyes suddenly turned red and his breath quickened. A completely foreign memory surged into his mind. I didn't die. I wasn't dismembered by Zhaokur. No, I have been reborn. The squid shop before him felt eerily familiar. In the 3 days leading up to the frozen apocalypse, the bustling gold street of Haicheng was vibrant and serene. No one could have foreseen that the sweltering 40-degree heat would abruptly give way to a catastrophic chill of -70 degrees. The world was encased in ice. The city was blanketed under 10 meters of terrifying snow and ice. Those who ventured outside in the early hours, clad in scant clothing, perished on their way home. The sudden onset of extreme cold left the populace in dire straits, lacking adequate clothing. The government swiftly mobilized to provide disaster relief. Fearless soldiers braved the storm to carve pathways for aid. However, after merely 30 minutes, a horrifying mass death incident occurred. It turned out the snow was toxic, an unknown, insidious poison. Those who came into contact with it succumbed to gruesome decay within an hour. In the half hour before death, the afflicted exhibited extreme violent tendencies, plunging society into chaos. Yet, the government was powerless to regain control. Relief supplies would never arrive. Desperate citizens ventured out to scavenge for resources, many falling victim to the snow's poison. Although they did not perish immediately, they exhibited severe violent behavior. Murders, arson, burglaries, and heinous acts proliferated. People resorted to cannibalism, trading human lives for sustenance as societal order crumbled into panic. Gao Feng, a diligent survivor accustomed to stockpiling food, had managed to endure the apocalypse for 3 months alongside his girlfriend Zhaokur, despite their meager provisions of rice, flour, and instant noodles. Life was austere, yet in comparison to the despair of others, they lived in relative ease. Little did Gao Feng anticipate that at the conclusion of the 3rd month of the apocalypse, the green tea girlfriend he had painstakingly protected would wield a cleaver and cleave his skull, leaving him to die with his eyes wide open. Zhaokur coldly taunted, "Fool, your food supplies are dwindling. What use do I have for you? I can consume these provisions myself for quite some time. But with you, 3 days won't suffice." With relentless strikes, she turned on Gao Feng, her cruel demeanor starkly contrasting her delicate appearance, a memory that pierced Gao Feng's heart. With a kick, he sent a soda can flying, its trajectory destined to strike a tall, beautiful girl nearby. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, an act driven by mere reflex, seemingly futile. Yet, an extraordinary event unfolded. The can vanished just above the girl's face, leaving her aghast, her expression one of shock. "What are you doing?" she demanded, glaring at Gao Feng, her stunning figure drawing the attention of onlookers. In a world where true beauty was a rarity, she was indignant that someone could disregard her. Amidst the bustling street, Gao Feng felt no allure toward this so-called beauty. In the apocalypse, women were mere commodities, while in times of peace, they were cherished like princesses. Gao Feng had been pursued by numerous women, yet his heart remained loyal to Zhaokur, even as he hoarded supplies for their survival. Now, as a reborn individual, he regarded beauty as nothing more than a commodity. The harsh reality of survival overshadowed any fleeting desires. Gao Feng recognized that sometimes men did need women, but only for brief moments. He glanced at the time. It was slightly past 3 in the afternoon, just as he had returned to this pivotal moment. In 3 days, the apocalypse would descend once more. He had no time for frivolous exchanges, for the enigmatic soda can that had vanished piqued his curiosity. It seemed the world had closed one door, only to open another. Do I possess spatial abilities? Gao Feng pondered. During his 3 months of survival, he had ventured out to gather food, often overhearing conversations about extraordinary powers. Rumor had it that the toxic snow and hail could awaken latent abilities in 1 out of 10,000. He speculated that after being stabbed and left in the snow by Zhaokur, his powers had awakened. Why was I reborn 3 days before the apocalypse instead of being resurrected directly? He mused, but the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. If he truly possessed spatial abilities, he could amass resources more efficiently. Hey, stop pretending, apologize now. The tall girl, seeing Gao Feng's indifference, was enraged and raised her hand to strike him. Just as her palm approached his face, a sudden explosion echoed from her chest, causing her to collapse in shock. She screamed, clutching her chest as she fled, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. It was a fake. Indeed, I must say, it is quite unrealistic for someone of such considerable height, over 1.70 meters, to possess such fullness. Many tall women I know resemble flat-chested princesses, and she, by all appearances, is an anomaly. Furthermore, it is reasonable to assert that, according to the law of conservation of energy, it is entirely normal for tall individuals to have a slender bust. Have you not observed how many petite, doll-like beauties possess extraordinary figures? There is indeed a scientific basis for this phenomenon. Chapter 2 Stockpiling first, online loans second, please leave. Gao Feng was ready to officially start his stockpiling, when he had no supernatural abilities. His plan was to rely on buying. Now that he had abilities, he definitely aimed to focus on zero-cost purchases. However, zero-cost purchasing still needed to be done at night. Doing it during the day was too alarming. If the noise got too loud, the entire city might go into lockdown, which would be detrimental to Gao Feng's stockpiling efforts. Therefore, buying supplies and zero-cost purchasing had to be done simultaneously and effectively. He certainly needed to buy some supplies that weren't convenient for zero-cost purchasing or prepare for it. For instance, if Gao Feng wanted to zero-cost purchase a large quantity of rice, flour, and cooking oil but didn't know where the warehouse was, he could spend money to ask the owner of a grocery store to buy a batch of supplies and casually inquire about it. Spending a little money to achieve a big goal was the right way to stockpile. After formulating this plan, Gao Feng didn't rush. Instead, he decided to familiarize himself with his abilities before taking the next step. Gao Feng tried to activate his powers again, and in his mind, he clearly sensed that his consciousness was connected to an illusory space. Inside the space, two items were floating. The first was a can of Qingdao beer, 11 degrees. The kind with the purest taste. He felt that this alcohol content was what real beer should be. If the alcohol content was too low, it was too weak to drink, and it was even worse than drinking plain water. The second item was a special water pouch, most likely a prosthetic. Gao Feng couldn't be bothered with it. As long as the spatial abilities were useful, that was enough for him. After contemplating the characteristics of his powers, he mentally named it Remote Object Retrieval. He operated it toward a large trash can at the southern end of Jean Street, and quickly became familiar with the characteristics of remote object retrieval. Revealing a satisfied smile on his face, Gao Feng then thought about how to make money. To zero-cost purchase a large quantity of supplies. The prerequisite was to find out the warehouse address. Aimlessly searching around like a headless fly would definitely be inefficient. 3 days was both a lot of time and very little time. Gao Feng had to cherish this opportunity to prepare his cheat sheet in advance. However, as a 996 working individual, he didn't have much money in his bank account. To buy a bag of flour, he would have to ask the flour factory for the location of their warehouse, and people would definitely think he was foolish. After thinking for 3 seconds, Gao Feng decided to take out an online loan first. This was the only method he knew of to get money out of thin air. 3 days later, the apocalypse would arrive. The online loan would require repayment a month later. Even if the online loan company came with a knife a month later, they would need Gao Feng to dare to go out in the apocalypse. Deciding to take action, Gao Feng directly left the long line at the entrance of the Squid restaurant and went to a nearby Starbucks. He connected to the free Wi-Fi, plugged into a free power outlet, and calmly downloaded a predatory loan app. Facial recognition, submitted information, borrowed 15,000. After finishing one, he proceeded to apply for another. One after another, he quickly went through all the online loan platforms he could find. In the end, he received a total of 500,000. After this, Gao Feng noticed that there was a credit card and POS machine service at the mall entrance, so he walked over. Before the other party could introduce themselves, Gao Feng directly asked to apply. The credit card would be sent home in a week, and Gao Feng sneered. The POS machine could be used to cash out the credit card. After completing the process, he took out his only credit card and used it for the transaction. Another 100,000 arrived. Gao Feng now had 600,000 in stockpiling funds on hand. If he exchanged all this money for supplies, he could easily drink and eat meat every meal for a year or two in the apocalypse. If he kept it simple, just eating noodles, rice, and vegetables, he could even last for several years. But that would be too plain. In his previous life during the apocalypse, he got sick of eating plain food after 3 months. At that time, he still had a green tea girlfriend to help him out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Now that he was reborn, he had to have meat and wine at every meal. He couldn't be too shabby. With this idea in mind, Gao Feng rode his beloved yellow electric scooter to check out the vegetable market. First, he planned to get 10 bags of the best rice and 10 bags of the best flour, all 50 pounds per bag. At wholesale prices, they averaged around 100 yuan per bag, or even lower. He aimed to negotiate prices. 20 bags would cost less than 2,000 yuan. Not expensive. It would lay the foundation for stockpiling. When the apocalypse arrived, people wouldn't panic. Gao Feng's goal was to get 100 bags of each. Taking it slow was essential. Placing an order all at once would be too crazy and could make him look suspicious. More importantly, if he drew the attention of thugs, something terrible could happen. Now that Gao Feng had supernatural abilities, he wasn't afraid, but trouble could waste time. Stockpiling supplies required being low-key and efficient. This wasn't a fashion show. There was no need to make a big fuss. Moreover, if he attracted a wealthy person who might compete with him for supplies, the little money he had wouldn't hold up in a confrontation. Although this 600,000 was meant to lay the foundation for zero-cost purchasing, he still needed to spend it wisely. If one lacks foresight, they will face immediate troubles. After arranging for rice and flour, he still needed to get meat, milk, and eggs, all in small batches from familiar vendors at the market, and then let them know that if the quality was good, he could purchase more. These vendors were savvy business people and immediately stuffed Gao Feng's hands with boxes of Yushi cigarettes, smiling like blooming flowers, saying they were waiting for his good news. Gao Feng also casually asked them about the warehouse addresses of suppliers, engaging in small talk. However, while chatting, Gao Feng found a bunch of targets for zero-cost purchasing. He had the ability to retrieve items from a distance. He wasn't interested in collecting random odds and ends. He also needed oil, peanut oil, rapeseed oil, sesame oil. Everything was essential. Calculating for a year, that would be 3 barrels, and over 100 years, that would be 300 barrels. The price for peanut oil was around 145 yuan per barrel, so 300 barrels would be about 40,000 yuan. Rapeseed oil was slightly less than 100, so 300 barrels would be about 30,000 yuan. Sesame oil was about 20 yuan per bottle, and at wholesale prices, good ones were nearly 200 yuan. Calculating for 300 barrels would hurt a bit, costing about 60,000 yuan. Altogether, all the oils would amount to 130,000 yuan. Gao Feng didn't even frown and directly transferred the payment. His lavishness made the beautiful shop owner's eyes sparkle, and she quickly threw him flirtatious looks. Hoping to develop a long-term customer relationship, Gao Feng also flirted back, subtly inquiring about their supply channels. When others asked about supply channels, it was to get a cheaper price. When he asked, it was to prepare for zero-cost purchasing of stock. If the suppliers knew what Gao Feng was doing, they would probably cry in the bathroom. Although Gao Feng was placing small bulk orders, he still managed to get a bunch of supplies, ultimately having the shop owner deliver them to a nearby small park. In crowded places, it wasn't ideal to use his spatial powers to retrieve supplies. If someone saw him, it would be troublesome. He had to be careful. When the shop owner heard he wanted delivery, they immediately asked for extra money. Gao Feng didn't even blink and was too lazy to negotiate the price. He could afford a little shipping fee and directly paid via QR code. His extravagance made the beautiful shop owner's eyes sparkle with stars. Gao Feng completely ignored her. Although the shop owner was a peachy young woman, Gao Feng, as a young man, wasn't interested in that. After all, in the apocalypse, a beautiful woman was worth only a hot dog. If there were young and beautiful ones, why wouldn't he want them? Chapter 3: Expanding Horizons. Enemies are all angel investors. Gao Feng rode his electric scooter, pulling the shop owner's tricycle loaded with 20 bags of rice and flour, heading towards the secluded Rainbow Park. After unloading the goods, the shop owner wanted to ride away on the tricycle. Suddenly, Gao Feng had a clever idea and grabbed the back of the tricycle, refusing to let her leave. "What are you doing? There's quite a lot of goods." The shop owner looked confused. Gao Feng grinned and said, "Boss lady, how much for this tricycle? I'll buy it." The shop owner shook her head vigorously. This was her old buddy. It was usually very convenient for hauling goods. The key was that she had gotten used to it. Moreover, this thing was over 10 years old and wouldn't sell for much. Buy a new one, then it's going to be really expensive. The boss lady stepped on the gas and was ready to leave. Gao Feng couldn't let her go. He had to get this item, which was not expensive and could haul goods. Otherwise, how could he stockpile supplies? Taking a taxi to haul goods was not convenient. Buying a van was out of the question with this little money in Gao Feng's hands. An electric tricycle was a much better value. Gao Feng didn't have that much time to waste. This tricycle consumed only 2 yuan worth of fuel a day, and he could ride it wherever he wanted. Capable of hauling goods and providing some privacy, collecting supplies from another space was incredibly convenient. The boss lady was left with no choice but to haggle with Gao Feng. After a long back and forth, Gao Feng gritted his teeth and handed the key to the little electric scooter to the boss lady. She was taken aback, thinking to herself that although this electric scooter was small, it was still worth over 1,000. Her old tricycle was at most worth 200 to 300. If they exchanged, wouldn't she be making a killing? She chuckled and inserted the key into the lock, ready to leave. She couldn't use the little electric scooter herself, but she had a beautiful daughter in high school who was vain. This scooter, almost new, would be perfect for her to ride on dates without losing face. The boss lady was quite pleased. However, just as she was about to drive away, Gao Feng stopped her again. The boss lady was confused and impatiently said, "What do you want? I've agreed to the exchange, and if it weren't for your pleading, I wouldn't have let you swap with my old buddy. Just get to the point." Gao Feng chuckled and said, "Boss lady, let us not pretend to be confused. My little electric scooter is new and worth over 2,000. A second-hand one in good condition is still worth 1,005. Your old tricycle is at most 300. You think I'm stupid? I'll tell you, I've recorded the video of you riding my little scooter. Either you give me 1,200 as compensation, or I'll report you." Upon hearing this, the boss lady felt a toothache. But when she saw the video on Gao Feng's phone, showing her still charming face, she hesitated. So, she decided to be generous. Ding. Gao Feng finally got what he wanted, receiving a 1,200 difference. Well, and an old tricycle. The boss lady was furious, her eyes almost popping out, and she unhappily rode away on Gao Feng's little electric scooter. Seeing that there was no one around, Gao Feng waved his hand and began collecting rice and flour from the other space. With a gentle wave, bags of rice and flour entered his other space. With these supplies, he felt more secure in the apocalypse. At least he wouldn't starve. Wait, these were just the basic dry goods. There were still large quantities of food to gather. He had just chatted with the boss lady and learned the address of the Qinglong flour factory, which he planned to visit for supplies. Of course, in addition to gathering food, he also needed to gather water. Clean water was also a fundamental necessity for survival in the apocalypse. It was crucial to prioritize it. It wouldn't make sense to stock up on food and then end up without water, only to die of thirst. One must understand that the snow in the apocalypse is toxic. While it might cause mutations, the probability of dying from it is nearly 100%. Just like not winning the lottery. As a reincarnator, being cautious is paramount. After stocking up on rice and flour, he needed to focus on water. Meat, eggs, and dairy are considered luxury foods. Water is the most basic necessity that must be addressed quickly. Gao Feng soon rode the old tricycle he just bought towards the nearest residential area. He was also not one to waste words. He entered a small shop to get a water card worth 500 yuan. The shop then gifted him 2 20-liter water buckets. Gao Feng took the buckets and went to the purified water machine to start withdrawing water. For the first bucket, Gao Feng was still honest and carefully transferred the water into his other space. For the second bucket, he decided to try something new and covered the bucket's mouth with the portal of his other space. Sure enough, the water automatically flowed into the other space. 2 yuan per bucket of water. 250 buckets, just like that. Gao Feng kept going, feeling like he was standing still. It took 2 minutes to fill one bucket, and for 250 buckets, that meant 500 minutes, nearly 10 hours. When he calculated the time, excluding sleep, it was practically half a day. Although the water was cheap, the time cost of collecting it was too high. After filling 10 buckets and spending 20 yuan, Gao Feng was losing patience. It was almost 5 in the afternoon. If he kept this up, how would he continue with his stockpiling plan? This wouldn't he do. He decided to come back at midnight. After all, many supplies could only be gathered during the day when places were open. Collecting purified water at midnight would be fine. He could snack on watermelon while doing so without any problem. Yes, he would go collect some during mealtime. Time was limited. Stockpiling supplies required a scientific use of time. He had to use strategic planning. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gather enough supplies. This was a matter of life and death. Just as he was about to go to the market for some spices, his phone suddenly rang. It was his green tea girlfriend Zhao Kuer calling. As soon as the call connected, a sweet and melodious voice came through the receiver. "Gao Feng, where have you been? Where's my big squid? I'm starving. If you can't even feed my stomach, I might have to cheat on you." Hearing Zhao Kuer's charming voice and threatening words, Gao Feng sneered. "Screw you. Feed you? Didn't I feed you enough in my past life? Other people are sending their girlfriends out to sell their beauty for food, and I let you go hungry instead? Damn it. In the end, she even stabbed me. If I cared about you again, I might as well be living in vain." Gao Feng, who had no regard for Zhao Kuer, was about to hang up. However, Zhao Kuer suddenly played her usual tricks. Sweetly and softly, she said, "Be a good boy and help me buy that big squid, okay? If you bring it back quickly, I promise to spend the night with you." Gao Feng felt a bit disdainful. "Screw you. After being married in the apocalypse for 3 months in the past life, who has time for you?" Humph. Just as Gao Feng was about to hang up, a thought struck him. Wait, if I can get Zhao Kuer with what I know about her, Wouldn't I be able to control her completely? Once she falls asleep, her phone would be mine to use. In my past life, I already knew her phone password. After all, in the apocalypse, money is not as valuable as toilet paper. Zhao Ku would be willing to use that to gain my trust. Gao Feng also knew that she had 500,000 in her bank account, which she claimed was for cosmetic surgery. At that time, they were quite lovey-dovey. Zhao Ku shamelessly said that if it weren't for the apocalypse, she wouldn't have hesitated to be with him. She planned to use the money she saved up to enhance her looks, and then find a rich and handsome boyfriend. Gao Feng had taken this as a joke back then, but after being betrayed by Zhao Ku and then reincarnating, he was convinced that Zhao Ku intended to use the money she saved from exploiting him to flirt with other men. This was essentially like giving Gao Feng a green hat. Although the apocalypse had come and she couldn't do it, her intentions were still malicious. Gao Feng had to reclaim the money she had exploited from him. Once he got that 500,000, his stockpiling funds would expand from 600,000 to 110,000. Then, he could stockpile supplies even more comfortably, ordering all kinds of delicious food directly. Wouldn't that create a comfortable life in the apocalypse? Thinking this way, Gao Feng's cold expression softened instantly. He then replied to Zhao Ku in his usual gentle tone, "Wait for me. I'll bring it back to you right away." "Okay. Thank you, Brother Feng. You're the best. Be careful on the road. Make sure not to bump into anything, or I'll be worried." Gao Feng slammed the accelerator to the floor, riding his tricycle at lightning speed. With a target of 500,000, he was instantly filled with energy. Charge. Zhao Ku was no longer just a rival. She was clearly an angel investor hoarding supplies for the apocalypse. He had to make sure she immediately got to eat her beloved giant squid. Chapter 4, 500,000 for plastic surgery in hand with sparks flying. Gao Feng drove his electric tricycle, boldly running red lights, and reached the crowded Jean Street in 10 minutes. The shop selling giant squid still had a long line at the entrance. Thinking of the angel investor Zhao Ku, who was eagerly waiting for her beloved giant squid, Gao Feng steeled himself and approached a busty girl who had just bought a giant squid. When the girl saw the handsome Gao Feng walking straight towards her, her face turned red, looking nervous to the point of almost fainting. "Hey beauty, are you selling that squid?" The girl's confusion quickly transformed into anger. "What the hell? You didn't notice my looks, but only focused on my squid. I won't let you get away with this." She rolled her eyes dramatically and was about to leave in a huff. She threw the giant squid she had in her hand on the ground and stomped on it. "Humph. Dream on if you want to eat my squid." The scene made the shop owner frown. It was obvious that the two had a failed private transaction involving the squid, and the girl was furious. If someone didn't know better, they might think the giant squid was bad. After pondering, the owner felt the need to explain. He immediately picked up a loudspeaker and shouted to the crowd waiting in line. "Hey everyone, please don't misunderstand. The giant squid that was dropped on the ground is not bad. Please don't think too much." But his explanation only made things worse. The originally indifferent customers suddenly started to think too much. Damn it. Only a crazy customer would throw away a giant squid they just bought. Did they think it was easy to earn that money? It must be because the squid is bad. Yeah, it has to be. The explanation was just a cover-up. People started to leave, not wanting to be taken advantage of by the unscrupulous merchant. Suddenly, the long line in front of the squid shop disappeared, leaving only a few stragglers. A delicate girl who had just received her order looked at the scene and instantly lost confidence. She stared at the golden, crispy giant squid in her hand, feeling conflicted. Should she eat it? She had already paid for it, and it was hard-earned money. But what if there was something dirty in the squid, like gutter oil? If she got sick, the medical bills would wipe out half a month's worth of hard work. Torn, she stood there frozen. Suddenly, a handsome face appeared in front of her. The girl's delicate and quiet face flushed with embarrassment. "Hey beauty, are you selling that?" Gao Feng pointed at the giant squid in her hand, making his intentions very clear, fearing she might misunderstand. Yes, the girl had no problem understanding and immediately agreed. After all, she was in a dilemma. Now someone wanted her giant squid. It was like a timely gift. Gao Feng began to negotiate the price with the delicate girl. Sure enough, girls with smaller chests had good heads on their shoulders. The two focused intently on the price. In just a minute, they reached a deal. The 20 yuan giant squid was purchased by Gao Feng at a premium for 50 yuan. When the delicate girl received the money, her ears turned slightly red. It was her first time seeing a return on a giant squid after so many years of eating them. Excited, the delicate girl said to Gao Feng, "If you want more, I'll sell to you again in the future." Gao Feng nodded in agreement. The girl even asked Gao Feng for his WeChat ID, leaving him speechless. Are girls nowadays this proactive? Is it that easy to chase after girls with smaller chests? No, it's reverse chasing. If he had known this earlier, he would have looked for a girl with a smaller chest in his past life. Chasing after beautiful girls with large chests was too exhausting, and others even mocked him for being a dog licker. He had never experienced the feeling of being pursued by a beautiful girl in his previous life. With this thought, Gao Feng added the delicate girl's number. Ding. Hello, I'm Zhao Shanhua. Hello, I'm Gao Feng. The two exchanged boring names. Gao Feng didn't have time to flirt with the girl now. If he had gotten the WeChat ID of the delicate girl when he was picking up pure water, he could have flirted a bit. Now, he was still waiting to deliver the giant squid to his green tea girlfriend Zhao Ku. This thing was said to be best eaten hot. Gao Feng had queued so many times, but had never eaten it himself. He was really a dog licker who ended up with nothing. Half an hour later, Gao Feng rode his electric tricycle, charging through intersections, and appeared in front of his green tea girlfriend. Zhao Ku was wearing a black silk camisole nightdress, her charming eyes exuding a hint of softness, while her stunning red lips curled up proudly. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, tantalizing Gao Feng's senses. He had to say, although Zhao Ku was a green tea girl, her looks and figure were truly striking. She had countless advantages. Zhao Ku sweetly thanked Gao Feng, like a shy little girl. She snatched the giant squid from Gao Feng's hands and lowered her head to eat it delicately. While eating, she praised Gao Feng for being capable. Zhao Ku even pointed to the computer, asking Gao Feng to find a movie to watch together. This was Zhao Ku giving Gao Feng a little treat. In the past, when they could be together, Gao Feng would be happy for a few days. But now, Gao Feng didn't want to go through so much trouble. After being practical partners for 3 months in his past life, he knew very well that Zhao Ku preferred straightforwardness. He forcefully pushed Zhao Ku down. She struggled a bit, but ultimately submitted. Afterwards, Zhao Ku, feeling all soft, picked up the giant squid Gao Feng bought and ate it with gusto, continually praising him as if he were a perfect deity. Gao Feng remained silent, waiting for Zhao Ku to finish eating, and then he acted roughly once more. This time, the green tea girlfriend Zhao Ku fell into a deep sleep. Green tea girls were still green tea. Although they pretended to be weak, they were genuinely a bit weak. Gao Feng vented his pent-up anger and pushed the sleeping Zhao Ku away, feeling no attachment at all. No matter how beautiful she was, she had betrayed him. If it weren't for her angel investment, would he have touched her? Bah! Gao Feng picked up Zhao Ku's phone from the bedside table, directly inputting the password to unlock it. He first transferred all the money from her WeChat to himself, easily getting 5,000 yuan. Then he opened her bank account. Sure enough, there were 500,000 sitting there. No, to be exact, 550,000. After some hard work, he had secured 555,000 yuan in angel investment, which was meant for Zhao Ku's plastic surgery. He casually checked her transfer records and found that someone with the last name Feng had transferred 20,000 to her just a couple of days ago. Damn, this Feng person couldn't be the wealthy man Zhao Ku had mentioned, could they? Zhao Ku was even considering plastic surgery to please him. Damn it. Just because someone is wealthy doesn't mean they're impressive. Look at me, I'm so handsome. You must be blind. I'm supporting you in the apocalypse. And you still betray me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Gao Feng remembered the black online loans. He quickly downloaded the app on Zhao Ku's new fruit phone. Chapter 5. Ordering 1 million in supplies. Once the black online loan app was downloaded, Gao Feng began to operate. With facial recognition, he hugged Zhao Ku and used some methods to temporarily wake her up. After a few tries, he easily succeeded. As for identification, Zhao Ku had everything in her bag. With his experience in taking out black online loans, Gao Feng's speed became very fast. In the end, he got a total of 300,000 approved. Awesome. Taking advantage of the black online loan was like doing a service for the people. The money is directly transferred from Zhao Ku's bank account to his own. As for the situation being exposed, if Zhao Ku reports her, she better wake up quickly. If she waits any longer, the apocalypse is even closer. The police might not even have a chance to respond. Even if they do respond. So what? The two are a couple living together. Even if they didn't allow physical contact before. Now they are only one piece of paper away from being a real couple. When cohabiting couples have some economic disputes, it's hard to tell right from wrong. The police might not be able to sort out the couple's issues, and even if they do figure it out, it will be too late. Gao Feng checked his account, ready to continue stockpiling. A glance at the account shocked him. Besides the money spent on stockpiling today, there was still over 1 million left for stockpiling. He didn't even bother to look at the cents. With 1 million, what should he buy? A massive amount of supplies is waiting for him to stock up on. Looking at the time on his phone, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening. He acted too quickly. Zhao Ku was taken down by him directly, and the new online loan was swiftly obtained without wasting any time. With the remaining time, he could continue stockpiling supplies. In the apocalypse, supplies are life. He couldn't afford to be idle. Now he needed to start stockpiling pure water. This is a basic survival commodity in the apocalypse and must be stockpiled in large quantities. Using the community water purifier is too time-consuming. Buying bottled mineral water is just too wasteful. Although he had 1 million, He couldn't waste it. There's a saying, rich people are rich, but they're not fools. The cost-performance ratio still needs to be reasonable. Gao Feng thought about buying a household water purifier. It was still early. Yida Plaza hadn't closed yet. He went out directly riding an electric tricycle, cruising at 50 mph, enjoying the refreshing breeze of the night. He headed straight to Xiaomi Home, where they had water purifiers in stock, reportedly good quality at a reasonable price, with the better ones costing just over 3,000. He took one immediately. No installation required. He could install it himself in about 10 minutes, no trouble at all. The salesperson offered free installation, but Gao Feng refused without hesitation. The salesperson was shocked. Her eyes wide open. Gao Feng then pointed to a row of power banks on the shelf and said, "Pack them all for me." The salesperson was left speechless. That expression, that demeanor. Gao Feng instinctively wanted to give her an egg, but he had none in his pocket. The salesperson even enthusiastically offered, "Hey, how about I help you take it home? You have quite a lot of stuff." Looking at the salesperson's flushed face, he thought to himself that if she wasn't blushing, he might have agreed. But since her face turned red, he knew she wasn't just offering to help with the delivery. After all, she was a bit too plain in terms of figure. A green tea girlfriend. While her character might not be great and could betray him in the apocalypse, she still had the right amount of curves. Comparing goods, Gao Feng firmly refused. With the apocalypse approaching, he had to reject emotional entanglements. Getting too involved with women would affect his stockpiling. Gao Feng rode his electric tricycle back home at full speed. Passing by a small store selling water, he directly handed the owner 200 yuan to help him get pure water. Money can make things happen. The store owner smiled widely, immediately agreeing, and started moving empty water buckets. Gao Feng gave him another 1,000 yuan to call the manufacturer for more water buckets. He then filled his tricycle with water buckets to take home, planning to get some himself when he had time. Pure water, the more the better. In the apocalypse, sometimes a bottle of water is more valuable than a bite of food. He had seen the most ridiculous situation where a sleazy man, during the apocalypse, slept with a beautiful woman 3 times for a bottle of water, bragging about it everywhere. The store owner was quite savvy. Before Gao Feng left, he handed him a large bag of sugar oranges from the table. Gao Feng didn't hold back, taking the bag and riding off on his electric tricycle, feeling like a bolt of lightning. These sugar oranges taste great. Maybe he should stockpile some. While driving, he ate a sugar orange and suddenly discovered a new world. In the past, when he didn't have much money, the fruits he bought all went into the stomach of his green tea girlfriend. Today, eating these sugar oranges made him realize how sweet good fruit can be. He had to stockpile a batch. In the future, when the apocalypse hits, while others are eating dirt, he'll be enjoying sugar oranges. Back at his rented room, Gao Feng easily set up the water purifier. For someone who usually did various tasks for his green tea girlfriend, this was a piece of cake. It was as simple as having hands. Gao Feng used the siphon principle to connect 10 water buckets together. This way, he didn't have to keep an eye on it. Filling one bucket took 2 minutes. So 10 buckets would take 20 minutes. During the 20 minutes of waiting for the water, Gao Feng felt a bit bored. He took this time to further familiarize himself with the rules of collecting items in the alternate space. It seemed he could collect items even from a distance. Previously, he was so excited about being able to collect items that he overlooked this aspect and didn't fully understand it. The rules for collecting items in the alternate space are to cover the target with a spatial door and then precisely collect the target item that his mental power locks onto. The concept of the spatial door felt a bit blurry to Gao Feng, perhaps because his ability level was too low. However, his ability to collect items from a distance was quite impressive. He could take all items within the spatial door or select specific items. After figuring out the water collection, Gao Feng began to ponder over the collection of other items. Just as he was busy, he suddenly felt a surge of heat within him. Gao Feng vaguely sensed that using his abilities seemed to easily cause him to feel hot. He glanced at his green tea girlfriend, Zhao Kuer, who was sound asleep. Since she was his enemy, he didn't hold back. An hour passed. Gao Feng pushed Zhao Kuer aside, got dressed, and prepared to continue stockpiling. In the dark of night, while ordinary people could be kept at home, he was an ability user. The important task of stockpiling supplies had to continue. It was only 10 o'clock at night. Wasting time at home was truly a crime. Gao Feng thought that the grain and oil store hadn't closed yet. He called the store owner directly to place a large order, 100 bags of rice and 100 bags of flour. Although it was a bit much, it wasn't outrageous and wouldn't attract attention. The key was that the price was even cheaper, dropping from 80 to 70, totaling just 14,000, which was a bargain. He saved another 2,000, and surprisingly, 2/3 of the money for the water purifier came back. He wanted to set the delivery location at Rainbow Park. However, 200 bags of rice and flour would indeed attract attention. He needed to rent a warehouse. Having a warehouse would make receiving and stockpiling goods much more convenient and private. Gao Feng had never made such a large purchase before and realized he needed a warehouse for stockpiling. Gao Feng quickly went online to check for warehouses. Soon he found one. A 5,000 square foot warehouse had a monthly rent of 750,000. He only needed it for 3 days, or even just 2 days. He called to inquire, and a very sweet-sounding woman answered. Mr. Gao, our warehouse requires at least a half-month rental. We can't negotiate for shorter. All right, can I take out a loan? I can use my credit card. Yes, but there's a service fee. No problem. That's just a small amount, Gao Feng thought. Planning to directly use Zhao Kuer's credit card to pay. Then you just need to pay 30,000. Oh, didn't you say the minimum rental is half a month? This isn't even half of 75,000. Mr. Gao, we're giving you a special discount. I see you're quite generous, and we'd like to be friends with someone like you. Friends are friends, but the money must be received properly. Just charge me for the full half month. Half of 75,000 is 37,500, so I'll swipe my card for 35,000. And the extra can be your tip. The enthusiastic and attentive service in the middle of the night really is commendable. Mr. Gao, no, big brother. How can you say that? Look at how generous you are. If it's convenient for you, let us go to the warehouse tonight. I'll have a drink with you. Gao Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. He was already being called brother. It's late at night, and you, a young girl, want to accompany me for a drink. What do you mean by that? I still have a stockpiling business to attend to. When would I have the time? He immediately laughed and said, add me on WeChat first. Send me a payment link, and I'll transfer the money. Thank you so much, brother. I'll send it right away. Ding. The WeChat account was quickly added. The girl called herself Tonight's Dream Never Wakes. Gao Feng thought to himself, are you planning to stay up all night? The girl quickly sent a self-introduction. Her real name was Li Tingting. She also sent a selfie, which was quite revealing and looked as if she was wearing very little. Gao Feng seriously despised such behavior, lowering oneself for business. He felt that Li Tingting definitely had ulterior motives towards him. He directly made the payment. After Li Tingting received the money, she sent another message. Brother, do you need help moving goods? We have that service at the warehouse too. No need, just notify me when the goods arrive, and I'll come to pick them up. This is just my transit warehouse. Gao Feng hung up the phone directly. He wasn't the kind of person to delay stockpiling for the sake of beauty. After sorting out the warehouse, he immediately sent the address to the grain and oil shop owner's wife. After discussing flour, he also negotiated for oil, enough for 100 years' worth of consumption, totaling over 100,000. Now that he had $1 million, he wasn't too short on this bit of money. The key was efficiency. The grain and oil shop owner's wife was also sharp and immediately requested Gao Feng to purchase seasonings from her, such as soy sauce, salt, 13 spices, and cooking wine. Gao Feng didn't want to complicate things. After negotiating with the shop owner's wife, they agreed that he would pay 30 up front. After half a month, once confirming there were no quality issues, he would pay the remaining amount. Gao Feng thought to himself, you think I'm going to pay the final amount? 3 days later, in the apocalypse, I'll give you the money, and you'll just look at the numbers happily. After finishing with the grain and oil, Gao Feng remembered about sugar oranges. But this was a seasonal fruit, and freshness was an issue. This was different from the storage of rice and oil. Gao Feng wasn't sure how the preservation effect would be in the alternate space. He immediately took a sugar orange and stuffed it into the alternate space to test its preservation effect, but after trying for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. Finally, he chose to send a cup of boiling water into the alternate space. When he took it out, even the steam shape hadn't changed. Gao Feng was instantly excited. This insulation effect was amazing. It seemed that time in the alternate space was somewhat frozen. Or perhaps the flow of time was slower. In any case, the preservation was much better than a refrigerator. He immediately stuffed the unfinished sugar orange into the alternate space, preparing to observe it tomorrow to see the specific effect. At the same time, he called the grain and oil shop owner's wife again, asking her to help contact a batch of high-quality fruits, possibly 2 or 3 truckloads if possible. Sugar oranges, crystal apples, bananas, cantaloupes, grapes, watermelons, etc. The shop owner's wife was suddenly a bit excited. She thought she had encountered a wealthy client. She immediately beamed and said, Mr. Gao, do you need a girlfriend right now? My daughter is beautiful and kind-hearted. She was the school beauty in high school. Would you like me to introduce you to? Gao Feng was stunned. To get some money, she is willing to give away her daughter. Gao Feng naturally wouldn't take the bait. He was eager to stockpile. Where would he have the time for idle chatter? He immediately asked the shop owner's wife to help him procure 100 heads of slaughtered pork and beef and mutton. The shop owner's wife was very savvy. She proactively requested to take half of the payment up front, saying that after the goods arrived, he could pay the rest in half a month, guaranteeing the quality would be excellent. Gao Feng thought, this is a good deal. He wasn't worried about the price being a bit higher. Moreover, the wholesale price itself was already at a 30% discount. If he pressed for half of the payment, with 50,000, he could stockpile 1 million worth of supplies. He immediately transferred the payment, paying 50,000 to reserve 1 million worth of supplies. He still had 50,000 left in hand, making this business a bargain. More importantly, Gao Feng also learned the address of the slaughterhouse cold storage from the shop owner's wife. He had a new target for his zero-cost purchase. The long night was endless. Unable to sleep, the bored Gao Feng subconsciously turned his gaze towards his sleeping green tea girlfriend, Zhao Ku-er. He decided to make use of her once again. This dead green tea must be broken up with. However, before breaking up, he would definitely play with her until he was bored. To spite her, completely ignoring Zhao Ku-er would be foolish. Gao Feng tossed and turned for a long time before finally falling into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already 3 in the morning. This was a habit formed in the apocalypse. He always slept for a very short time. Looking outside, it was pitch dark, the streetlights were off, and Gao Feng felt that the time for his zero-cost purchase had come. Gao Feng walked to the window and looked at the 2 rows of cars on the dark street, suddenly thinking that he could take this opportunity to collect a luxury car into the alternate space. He had never touched a luxury car in his previous life. It is said that luxury cars perform well. In the apocalypse, they might come in handy, whether they would be useful or not. It wasn't he wrong to collect them first. Gao Feng quickly put on a pair of shorts, a t-shirt, grabbed his phone and keys, and swaggered out the door. Chapter 6. Collected Yida Plaza from a distance. After stepping out, Gao Feng's desire for luxury cars grew stronger. Although stealing a car is illegal, in less than 3 days, these cars would be trash. Collecting them into the alternate space and playing with them isn't excessive. Gao Feng walked down the dark street, looking left and right at the parked cars, unsure which one to collect. Mainly, he had no experience with cars in his past life and didn't know which one was good. Every car he looked at seemed quite nice, especially when he saw a white BMW, an SUV, spacious and imposing, appearing very noble and mysterious in the dark night. Gao Feng reached out to touch it. The cold paint was smooth and felt much more substantial than the small, cheap cars he had test-driven before that cost under 100,000. Unable to resist, Gao Feng turned on the flashlight on his phone to take a look. He also checked the surroundings and saw no one. Gao Feng looked at the genuine leather seats inside the car, which glimmered with a luxurious sheen under the light. The seats looked very soft. Driving while sitting on them must be very comfortable. As he thought about this, he instinctively reached out and waved at the BMW. In the next moment, the BMW appeared inside Gao Feng's alternate space. In the brighter and more spacious environment, the white BMW instantly looked even more grand and luxurious. Gao Feng couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He admired the BMW for a long time, staring at it in the alternate space for half an hour. When he finally came to his senses, he couldn't help but feel guilty. The apocalypse is about to arrive, and here he was, staring blankly at a car. It really felt sinful. In a fit of anger, Gao Feng went to the parked cars by the roadside and operated with great vigor. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the cars were collected into the alternate space. Gao Feng was exhilarated and couldn't stop. The dense night seemed particularly capable of stimulating the latent drive for crime. Gao Feng was completely immersed in it. He even forgot that collecting cars was actually of little use and might not even be sellable. After all, he didn't know anyone who dealt in second-hand cars. He would have to seek them out specifically, which would take time. He had to remember that half of his first day after rebirth was already gone. Now, only 2.5 days were left until the apocalypse arrived. Moreover, he still had 1 million worth of supplies that hadn't been collected into the alternate space, which also required time. Back and forth. It would take at least an hour. It was truly too extravagant. Gao Feng, feeling guilty, checked the small cars on the roadside in the alternate space. He actually found a car with an unlocked door and the keys still in the ignition. Gao Feng was instantly thrilled. He hurriedly took the car out and placed it on the road. He opened the car door himself and sat inside. The frustration from just wasting time collecting the car instantly disappeared. With the car, the speed immediately picked up. At night, he could go 80 miles an hour, going wherever he wanted. Collecting supplies would be much more efficient. Gao Feng familiarized himself with the car's condition and quickly drove to the entrance of the community where his rental house was located. Then he dashed upstairs to get his driver's license. Better safe than sorry. In case he encountered the police, he wouldn't end up driving without a license. He drove around the neighborhood, momentarily unsure of what to collect, so he just enjoyed the drive while thinking. In the apocalypse, every second counts for stockpiling supplies. Gao Feng felt that he could use the time to think about what to collect while also indulging his desire to drive. As he drove, he unconsciously found himself at Yida Plaza. Suddenly, he wanted to get out and take a look around. Yida Shopping Plaza had plenty of supplies. Gao Feng stylishly stepped out of the car and walked towards the entrance of the shopping plaza. He reached out towards the plaza. The view within 100 meters of the entrance became instantly clear in Gao Feng's eyes, every detail visible. The nearest stores were several lingerie shops, a mobile phone store, and a milk tea shop. Gao Feng decided to give it a try. In an instant, a brand new Huawei phone appeared in his hand. Wow, it really works. As long as I'm within 100 meters and can lock onto the space where the item is located, I can directly retrieve it or send it to another space. Remote retrieval is indeed impressive. Although Yida Shopping Center is large, its width is less than 200 meters. If I walk around the shopping center, I could take everything inside. Gao Feng thought to himself. He wasn't in a hurry. Unlike the road near the community entrance without any cameras, this was a shopping center with countless surveillance cameras installed all around. Now he was definitely on the surveillance footage at the shopping center's security control center. Just an ordinary person. The staff responsible for monitoring would never dream that he could take everything from the shopping center. Gao Feng thought about how he could stockpile all the supplies from the entire Yida shopping center into his alternate space, and he felt an overwhelming excitement. His breathing quickened. There were vast amounts of food, clothing, and daily necessities, with all sorts of things he could never have imagined. There was nothing he couldn't find. The variety was overwhelming. After much contemplation, Gao Feng decided to start collecting. Heaven awakened his abilities and brought him back before the apocalypse for the purpose of gathering supplies. If heaven offers you a gift, refusing it would bring misfortune. Collect, collect, collect. Once Gao Feng started, he couldn't stop. Men's clothing, women's clothing, children's clothing, all were collected. Even toys for kids were taken. Lingerie was also collected. Samples of new energy vehicles were collected as well. Hot pot ingredients from Haidaleo, various seasonings, all were taken. Mobile phone stores, milk tea shops, everything was collected. All of it. Various items. Tables and chairs were also taken. Anything that could be directly collected into the alternate space was taken without hesitation. Half an hour later, Gao Feng had walked around Yida Shopping Center, and it was already empty. He couldn't even imagine the expressions of the staff when they came to work tomorrow morning. But Gao Feng couldn't worry about that now. He had to collect. Just the fresh supermarket attached to Yida Plaza, the amount of meat, eggs, and milk collected would be enough for him to eat well for years in the apocalypse. There were also various department store goods. If he had made a list to stockpile on his own, he wouldn't have been able to gather so comprehensively. After all, he wasn't a professional buyer. There were also various bags and leather goods, even gold and jewelry. There were diamond rings. Damn, there were too many things collected. Surprises kept coming. Gao Feng was excited to the extreme. After finishing with Yida, he didn't stop. He had no idea what the consequences of his frenzied collection would be. Perhaps, by dawn, the incident would be discovered. He wouldn't have a second opportunity to collect supplies. For the next 2 days, until the apocalypse, he would have to hide. Therefore, once he started, he had to go all the way. He had to collect enough to break even. Gao Feng drove his car towards the nearest shopping center to continue collecting. He didn't stop. He even collected the vending machines from the roadside adult toy shop into his alternate space, one after another. The supplies in the alternate space had already piled up like a mountain. If it weren't for the fact that categorizing items in the alternate space only required Gao Feng's thought, just sorting out these miscellaneous items would exhaust him. But now, Gao Feng didn't need to worry about that. He just needed to keep collecting. He was a relentless machine for stockpiling supplies. Only by collecting supplies could he find peace in his restless heart. He didn't want to experience the pain of his past life again. After enduring a tough 3 months, he was suddenly betrayed by his green tea girlfriend. In this life, the next life, and the life after that, he never wanted to go through something like that again. He wanted to stockpile countless supplies before the apocalypse arrived, so that after it came, he could find a place to quietly hide and survive. Chapter 7. A vulgar encounter. Not knowing how much he had collected from various shopping centers, he found that he couldn't locate a single one he hadn't visited on the map. Gao Feng originally intended to return to his rental house, but he felt incredibly energized and had no desire to sleep at all. Unsure of what to collect next, he suddenly fixed his gaze on a huge neon sign a couple of 100 meters ahead. Qinglong Flower Factory. Gao Feng's spirit jolted. Isn't this the flower factory I wanted to get for free? If I can gather their stock, I won't have to worry about food. He immediately stepped on the gas and drove over. Gao Feng quietly arrived outside the flower factory. The factory area was quite large. His 100-meter collection range couldn't even cover half of its width. Clearly, collecting more items couldn't be done simply and roughly anymore. He didn't want to collect junk. Flour was his real target. Gao Feng immediately began to circle around the flower factory. The flower factory was large, with a longer perimeter, but ultimately, it couldn't match the distance Gao Feng could walk. After walking more than half a circle, Gao Feng finally discovered the storage facility of the flower factory. His 100-meter collection range was not enough to completely cover it. But that was okay. He wasn't greedy. He would take as much as he could. After this collection, he wouldn't have to worry about flour anymore. Collect, collect, collect. In the night, Gao Feng kept raising his hand. He continued until the sky began to lighten in the east. At 5:30 in the morning, Gao Feng, feeling mentally exhausted, completed the collection of the flower factory's supplies. Done. Without a moment's pause, Gao Feng got into the car and prepared to return. He was too tired now and needed to sleep as soon as possible. Otherwise, he felt like his head would explode. As for being discovered, Gao Feng couldn't worry about that. As long as he wasn't found within 3 days, everything else was irrelevant. When the apocalypse arrives, with temperatures plunging to -70 degrees and toxic snow, most people would die. What he did was nothing at all. Moreover, he had an alibi since he had been busy with his green tea girlfriend several times last night. Even if there were suspicions, it would take time to gather any solid evidence. The key point was that, in the early stages of the apocalypse, no one would possess special abilities. Gao Feng's actions were completely beyond the understanding of existing humanity. Gao Feng didn't believe he would be caught, despite his overexcitement leading him to think of some bad scenarios. He firmly believed he wouldn't encounter such a terrible situation. Halfway through his drive, Gao Feng was utterly exhausted. The car kept swerving towards the roadside. Gao Feng judged that if he continued to hold on, he might not even make it to the apocalypse before meeting the King of Hell. He forced himself to focus and drove to the parking lot of a 5-star hotel. Then he stumbled inside, looking like a drunken man. Though he didn't smell of alcohol at all, Gao Feng mustered his last bit of energy, took out his ID, and swiped his card to book a room. He couldn't even remember how he got to the room. When he finally woke up, his scalp was buzzing, and his mind was blank. Damn, was this a side effect of overusing his abilities? As Gao Feng's mind cleared a bit, he immediately assessed the situation. Last night had been too crazy. In a frenzy of collecting supplies, he had actually looted the inventory of an entire city shopping center. If people found out it was him, they would surely be shocked. With that thought, Gao Feng couldn't help but excitedly punch the pillow he was holding. Ouch! Just as he did that, the pillow suddenly let out a delicate gasp. Gao Feng's eyes widened instantly. Under the dim light of the bedside lamp, he realized what he was holding was not a pillow but a beautiful woman with long black hair, an oval face, and a high nose bridge. Coincidentally, the television in the room interrupted with a breaking news report. We now have a local news update. Over 200 shopping centers in the city were robbed overnight, and the police are conducting a thorough investigation. Gao Feng knew that his actions from last night had been exposed. Although he hadn't been identified yet, it wouldn't be easy to just go out again. If he was unlucky, he could really get caught. But where was he now? He couldn't remember where he was. Even more confusing was the identity of the woman sleeping in his arms. This sudden romantic encounter left Gao Feng, who had been a loser for over 20 years, a bit dazed. However, thinking about the impending apocalypse, Gao Feng quickly felt that women were completely uninteresting. He pushed the woman away and prepared to get dressed and leave. Unexpectedly, the woman suddenly lost control and burst into tears. Gao Feng's footsteps came to an unintentional halt. The woman cried for a full 10 minutes. Her eyes red and her inner fears released. Only then did she start recounting what happened last night, as if to prove her innocence. It turned out she was also a guest at this 5-star hotel called Huiran. Around 6 in the morning, she had checked into the hotel almost at the same time as Gao Feng. After Gao Feng checked in, he was heading upstairs when he happened to encounter the woman in a sexy red dress. Gao Feng didn't know what came over him, but suddenly he stared straight into her eyes and said, "How about a bet? If one of us gets to our floor first and still encounters someone else, we'll go to the room for a drink." The woman naturally didn't believe him. By that time, it was already 6 in the morning. The hotel staff were all dead tired, and the guests were fast asleep. No one could possibly show up at that hour. Besides, her floor was only on the 4th floor. There were only 4 floors from the 1st to the 4th, or more accurately, just 2 floors in between, which meant the time was very short. If they really met someone at that time, it could only mean they were meant to be. The woman didn't answer directly but smiled shyly and turned her head away from Gao Feng. Just as the two finished speaking, the elevator stopped at the 3rd floor, and a delivery man hurriedly walked in. The woman's pretty face instantly turned red. After the delivery man went down to the 4th floor, the woman did not follow him. This was an extremely cliché romantic encounter, but it happened so realistically. After hearing this, Gao Feng felt utterly ashamed. This betting scenario was clearly from a restricted action movie from South Korea, and he had somehow crazily played it out in real life, while his mind was hazy. The key point was that this woman was quite outrageous too. She actually thought it was romantic. Gao Feng hugged the frightened woman and said, "I was set up last night. Someone drugged me, and I can't remember what happened. I'm sorry for anything I might have done." To his surprise, the woman actually believed him. Even more outrageous was that the two ended up rekindling their encounter. An hour later, the woman had become cheerful, her face flushed, and she seemed full of energy. She tightly embraced Gao Feng as if they were a loving couple. Anyone who didn't know would think they were deeply in love. In reality, they weren't connected at all. They didn't even know each other's names. If the police were to burst in at that moment to crack down on prostitution, they would have absolute evidence to throw Gao Feng in jail, keeping him locked up until the apocalypse arrived. If that were to happen, Gao Feng would definitely break down. Chapter 8. Ordering 500 Wellington steaks after chatting with the woman, Gao Feng felt less anxious. Thankfully, it was just a melodramatic encounter. Nothing more. After some tender moments, Gao Feng prepared to get up and leave. However, the woman insisted on dragging him along for lunch. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng was stunned. He picked up his phone to check, only to find it had long run out of battery. The woman smiled and took a charging cable from her handbag, kindly helping Gao Feng charge his phone. You look so troubled. Is there something urgent? No matter how urgent it is, you need to charge your phone. We can have lunch while we wait. Big brother, I'll treat you to a feast later. The woman spoke elegantly, her red lips pursed. This made Gao Feng take a closer look at her. He had initially thought he was having a fling with a low-class woman. But this woman was not only well-endowed but also beautiful and seemed to have a good temperament. She probably wasn't low-class. Otherwise, the police would face immense pressure to crack down, and they might need several times the manpower to control the situation. The two quickly got dressed. After the woman finished getting dressed, she shyly covered her chest. Gao Feng was a bit speechless, thinking the woman was deliberately putting on an act. However, as she got closer, he realized that her wine-red low-cut dress had been torn in the middle. Seeing this scene made Gao Feng's scalp tingle. He thought, if this woman reported him for assault, he would have no way to explain himself. What kind of outrageous luck was this? He had just been reborn, and now he was encountering such a terrifying situation. This was absolutely ridiculous. Hold me and take me back to the room to change clothes. The woman directly leaped into Gao Feng's arms. He had no choice but to comply, although he felt the woman was affecting his speed in drawing his sword. If she could easily imprison him, whether he was fast or not would no longer be important. With only 2 days left until the apocalypse, although Gao Feng was eager to continue hoarding supplies, he could only pretend to go along with the woman for now. However, Gao Feng reminded himself that no matter what, he couldn't have any further relations with her. The previous encounter was just to comfort her. If it happened again, it would be easy to develop feelings. He had to admit, after the woman put on her clothes, she looked stunning and elegant to a striking degree. Gao Feng felt he should keep his distance from her. He didn't want to be hurt again after being reborn. In 2 lifetimes, being hurt once was enough. To be hurt again would be too foolish. For lunch, the two went to the Western restaurant in the Huiran Hotel. The hotel chef was said to be Michelin 3-star. Gao Feng tasted the steak, and it was quite good. However, he felt terrible. The apocalypse was about to arrive, and he, a broke person with only 500,000, was actually eating such delicious steak. How would he live afterward? Damn it. Gao Feng helplessly called over the waiter. I want to pack 10 portions of this Wellington steak. Okay, sir, 1 Wellington steak. Our store's retail price is 400 yuan. 10 portions are 4,000 yuan. Please scan the code to pay. Gao Feng was taken aback. He immediately waved his hand and said, wait, it's only 400 yuan per portion? Then give me 100 portions. No, 500 portions. Pack them up for me to take away. If you can't prepare them well now, I'll give you an address, and when they are ready, have a car deliver them. The tall and elegant waitress suddenly lost her composure. 500 portions of steak? Are you sure? The waitress was clearly struggling to find her words. The woman sitting opposite Gao Feng had already changed into a chic and sexy black dress, looking very demure and playful. Her aura clearly didn't resemble that of an ordinary person, especially when placed next to someone like Gao Feng, who exuded a loser vibe, making her appear even more noble and princess-like. She noticed the waitress's awkwardness and immediately smiled. You go tell your restaurant manager and see how many portions can be prepared today. After all, the store still needs to operate normally. If it's not enough today, we can continue tomorrow. My husband, even if he wants to share this delicious steak with his employees, wouldn't insist on finishing it all in one meal, right? The woman had a warm smile, like tranquil spring water, giving a refreshing feeling. The waitress instantly smiled back. Gao Feng, however, felt a bit speechless. He knew the woman was graceful and poised, but damn it. He really wanted to get 500 portions of Wellington steak at once. He didn't want any uncertainties in the process of stockpiling. Tomorrow, the day after? What a joke. The apocalypse is about to come. Wait, how to wait? Damn steak. Gao Feng felt he shouldn't have come to eat steak with this woman. Delicious food can easily lead to indulgence, but what if he couldn't eat in the apocalypse? And this woman kept smiling so gently and gracefully, making it hard to resist. If it weren't for the fear that she might call the police on him, he really wanted to leave in a huff. Dear sir, my name is Yi Huiman. May I ask for your name? The woman, as if she could read minds, elegantly extended her delicate white hand for a self-introduction. Gao Feng really disliked people like this. They made him, a commoner, feel ashamed. Gao Feng, he said gruffly. He was very displeased. He hated that this woman always tried to read his mind. Damn it. Gao Feng's gaze towards the woman became very irritable. It was like the stillness in Tai Chi controlling movement, 4 ounces moving 1,000 pounds. The woman was stillness. She was 4 ounces. Gao Feng was movement. He was 1,000 pounds. He felt trapped by her. This feeling was incredibly bad. Let's add each other on WeChat. I see you're eager to leave. As a lady, I don't want to leave you with a domineering impression. Yi Huimin smiled gently and handed her phone to Gao Feng. Gao Feng felt a bit overwhelmed, but patiently scanned to add Yi Huimin as a friend. You go ahead. I don't want to leave a bad impression on each other. If you want to eat this restaurant's Wellington steak, I will arrange it. Today. At the latest by 2 p.m. tomorrow, 500 portions will be packed and sent to your designated address. Goodbye, my dear sir. Okay, goodbye. Gao Feng immediately stood up, without a trace of reluctance, and strode out of the Western restaurant, returning to his room to grab his fully charged phone and leave the hotel. Yi Huimin pouted her red lips, her bright black eyes sparkling, the corners of her mouth lifted, seemingly in a very good mood. She leaned against the restaurant's sofa, looking elegant like a chrysanthemum, watching Gao Feng's irritable departure. She came from a prominent family and had seen countless people. It was the first time she encountered someone like him, clearly unable to control his liking for her, but trying hard to resist. Yi Huimin couldn't help but chuckle. If I didn't know how outstanding I am, I might really be crushed by you. What a strange guy. A beauty like me, and you're speaking so loudly to me. It's really interesting. Could it be that you've fallen for me, which is why you're so irritable? How complex. Chapter 9. Feelings will never touch. Not long after Gao Feng left, the waitress quickly walked to Yi Huimin's side. In a respectful tone, she said, Miss Yi, what should we do about the 500 portions of Wellington steak? If we give them to him, it will affect our restaurant's normal business. Yi Huimin replied nonchalantly. It's rare to meet such an interesting person. Help me out. The waitress was taken aback, then smirked and teased. Miss Yi, you wouldn't actually have taken a liking to him, would you? He doesn't seem like someone from high society. Yi Huimin turned to assess the waitress, shook her head slightly, and chuckled. Xiaoya, why do you think people work hard to earn money in this life? The waitress thought for a moment and seriously replied, of course. It's to live a good life. Yi Huimin continued. Then what is a good life? Naturally, it's living a worry-free life with the man you like. So what kind of man do you like? Someone who is a gentleman, particularly elegant and wise. Got it. Miss Yi, what did you understand? Why don't you like my lucky man? Miss Yi, you and him? He's an interesting person. We've known each other for a few hours, and aside from being in bed, there are many stories in between. Really? Of course. Then you should keep your distance. Otherwise, you won't be able to live the life you want. Men from high society don't like talkative girls. All right. Can we manage 500 portions of Wellington steak? If Miss Yi orders, I can manage it. Otherwise, I'd have to ask for help. This is our job as workers. All right, if you do well, I'll introduce you to a rich young master at the end of the month. Really? The waitress Xiaoya immediately showed a starry-eyed expression. A moment later, Yi Huimin waved her hand, sending her away. She boredly looked at her phone and found 2 mechanical messages from WeChat, still showing a plus sign. Hello. My name is Yi Huimin. Hello. My name is Gao Feng. So boring. But behind this boring expression, there are truly interesting people. Boring people need interesting embellishments, while interesting people hardly have time to think about boring formalities. Just after Gao Feng left the hotel, he took a distant glance at the car he drove last night, but ultimately decided not to drive it. Driving is easy, but exposing his trail could lead to major issues. At night, it's hard to see a hand in front of you, and even if there are cameras, it's difficult to capture Gao Feng's actions, at least not in a short time. But during the day, the blind spots of camera monitoring decrease. And with experienced staff controlling things behind the scenes, if he goes near that car again, it's hard to say whether it would expose his behavior as stealing a car. Perhaps it wouldn't be exposed, but what if? Gao Feng was reborn to stockpile supplies and live well in the apocalypse, not to steal a car and end up in jail. When the apocalypse arrives, people can abandon morals, but they must use their brains. Moreover, during the day, he didn't need a black car for transportation. Furthermore, was there any shopping center or warehouse in Haicheng that needed him to stockpile goods? Gao Feng couldn't think of anything at the moment. Calling a ride-hailing service for safe and legal travel is also nice. Anyway, he couldn't think of what to do for now. He would go back and see if his green tea girlfriend Zhao Kuer had woken up yet. Also, he needed to go to the warehouse to pick up goods. There are still 1 million worth of supplies waiting to be received. Although it's only 1 million, it was all his money spent. Of course, he only paid 500,000, and he would never pay the remaining 500,000. This is the blessing of the apocalypse. One could say that. Gao Feng felt a bit shameless thinking this way. But the apocalypse is here. What use is face? Many beautiful women have to rely on selling themselves to get by, sometimes for a price as cheap as a sausage or a slice of bread. The apocalypse is cruel, but as long as one adheres to survival principles, it might be an opportunity for the underclass to turn their fortunes around. Gao Feng keeps brainwashing himself. In the apocalypse, any wavering thoughts and foolish kindness are crimes against oneself. Since ancient times, sincerity has been fed to the dogs. A sycophant ultimately ends up with nothing. He has loved and hated. The returning youth, though not old, has a heart that has seen hardship. Gao Feng only wants to stockpile supplies and survive in the apocalypse. He absolutely will not touch emotions. Women, due to physiological needs, might occasionally trade for a sausage. When women detach from emotions, there is nothing noble left to speak of. Thinking of sausages, Gao Feng suddenly wonders if he should stockpile some. While it's not as cost-effective as buying pork directly and not as fresh, trading for supplies in the apocalypse is more convenient. It's understood immediately and avoids disputes. For example, in the apocalypse, when trading with beautiful women, one can quote directly, 1 sausage, 2 sausages. But one cannot quote a certain amount of pork because it isn't standard and can easily lead to disputes. If he were on the other side of the transaction, he would also feel a headache. One cannot hold a knife in one hand to cut meat and embrace a girl with the other to complete the trade. Just thinking about that scene makes him feel greasy. Perhaps it could work in practice, but the process is definitely not pleasant. There is no refreshing feeling in it. Not thinking about it, sometimes one really doesn't consider the details. But upon careful reflection, Gao Feng even finds that he has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. It's not serious, but it's there. For instance, when wanting a woman, one must not be greasy or muddled. This is a problem that must be considered. After all, it's a basic need. Once a person resolves their survival needs, the next are some basic physiological needs. Women are one of those physiological needs. As for emotions, Gao Feng feels there is no need to think about them. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, in the apocalypse, one only needs to address the bottom 2 levels. Other higher needs are unnecessary to fulfill. What emotions, dignity, or career do they hold? Gao Feng feels they have no meaning at all. As a free and noble loser, stockpiling supplies is good enough for survival. Occasionally finding a stunning beauty and figuring out a way to trade is a life that is better than being a working-class drone now, right? One should be content and not greedy. Moreover, thinking too much without the ability to manage it is also a big problem. For example, the woman with whom Gao Feng had a relation early this morning. That woman was simply extraordinary. A beautiful and noble woman who crazily penetrated into his heart. 100 times better than the green tea girlfriend Zhao Kuer. But this goodness, in Gao Feng's view, is harmful, because he cannot handle emotions. Talking about emotions in the apocalypse is harmful to him. Gao Feng ponders, and suddenly the car stops. They have arrived at the entrance of the rental community. Gao Feng gets out, goes to a fruit store at the entrance to buy some fresh and most expensive fruits, which are Zhao Kuer's favorites. But then he thinks better of it. Only a sycophant would buy fruit to please his girlfriend. He will never be a sycophant in this life. Nor will he buy fruit. So he goes straight back. Zhao Kuer is still sleeping. Gao Feng directly pounces on her. They were an old married couple in a past life. Who doesn't know each other? Sure enough, Zhao Kuer is very cooperative. After an hour of tossing and turning, Zhao Kuer just wakes up, her face flushed, looking at Gao Feng with stars in her eyes. The masochistic tendency is confirmed. Gao Feng seriously suspects that this woman might have fallen in love with him. But the love of a green tea girlfriend holds no credit. Lessons learned from a past life. How can he make the same mistake in this life? This damned green tea. How can she flirt with him like this? He must break up with her. He absolutely cannot give her a chance to stab him. A man who is not ruthless cannot maintain his position. It must be done. Chapter 10. Encountering a seafood cold storage, stocking up. Zhao Kuer crazily flirts with Gao Feng, but he coldly pushes her away. What women, no matter how beautiful, whose hearts are not his, are all in vain. With the apocalypse coming, stockpiling supplies is the way to go. Gao Feng decides not to give Zhao Kuer any chance for warmth. Human emotions are just overly sweetened. As long as you are cold-blooded enough. Rolling in the sheets means no accountability. Emotions will never arise. Besides, Zhao Kuer is a green tea. Can the emotions she shows be real? Gao Feng cannot tell. He is just a sycophantic loser. Even though he has been betrayed in a past life, he has woken up. But his level of understanding hasn't fundamentally improved. In direct confrontations and emotions, Gao Feng is confident that Zhao Kuer will have him firmly under her control. If he can't fight back, he will back down. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Talking about emotions always leads to being manipulated. Then don't talk about them. Gao Feng constantly brainwashes himself, repeatedly saying that as long as his self-brainwashing speed exceeds Zhao Kuer's flirting efficiency, he will not be blinded by emotions, will not be bewitched, and will not desperately try to protect a dead green tea in the apocalypse. Gao Feng's efficiency is very high. After a while, he gets up, wearing big shorts and a loose t-shirt, and goes out. As soon as he steps outside, a cold draft blows in, making him shiver. Achoo! Gao Feng can't help but sneeze. Staying up late has lowered his immunity, and he has caught a cold. No, it's not just from staying up late. He has only been reborn for a day. Even if he stayed up all night, in this summer weather, he shouldn't catch a cold. There must be something else. Gao Feng's mind races. He must find the problem. Catching a cold in the apocalypse is a deadly affair. Right, medicine. He has stockpiled a lot of food, clothing, and other items, but he hasn't stockpiled medicine yet. But how should he stockpile it? He knows nothing about medicine. He has no channels to obtain it. This is not like food, which can be easily bought in bulk at the market as long as one has money. But medicine, especially anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving antibiotics, is incredibly valuable, and he has no clue how to use them. The key is that he knows this is very important for him. It must be stockpiled. Otherwise, if he gets sick in the apocalypse, he will likely die. If a person dies from illness, what is the point of stockpiling so many supplies? The principle of the wooden barrel. Medicine is the weakest link in Gao Feng's stockpiled supplies. If he doesn't stockpile this well, then all the other supplies will be in vain. The damned quick death will lead to a fast demise. Even without a green tea girlfriend stabbing him, illness could take him away. He must stockpile medicine. He must. Gao Feng quickly rushes to the pharmacy downstairs. He thickens his skin and engages in conversation with the pharmacy lady. After some fuss, Gao Feng realizes that he has a fever. He buys a box of ibuprofen and a box of manhwa Qingwen, then uses a disposable cup from the pharmacy to take a dose. Immediately, he feels drowsy and wants to sleep. When a person is weak, their thoughts begin to leak. The image of that woman from the morning pops up in Gao Feng's mind. No, she should be called Yi Huiman. She clings to Gao Feng like a shadow. Gao Feng sits on the pharmacy's bench in a daze for half an hour. He actually dreams a little dream. What's even scarier is that they are married and have children, and they are even diapering the child together. Gao Feng feels like he is going to collapse. Damn! Gao Feng silently screams in his heart and quickly stands up. He shakes his head. Finally, he feels much clearer. To hell with it. Yi Huiman, what the hell? I just slept with you. Don't think I will fall in love with you. In the apocalypse, will I lack women? No matter how beautiful they are. Just a sausage will do. In order to prove his initiative, Gao Feng immediately rushed into the nearby JD store and started buying ham sausages box by box. He bought a total of 10 boxes, but then a problem arose. He couldn't carry them all at once. He couldn't even put the sausages into the space of another dimension in front of the female cashier. Frustrated, he could only move them in 2 trips and then stuff the sausages into the other dimension in a secluded corner. Damn, it wasted half an hour. Damn Yi Huiman. She's so troublesome. Why smile at me for no reason? After the affair, why not just let it go? I'm just a loser. What do you see in me? Gao Feng was extremely speechless and very irritable. Just then, his phone rang. It was the owner of the grain and oil store calling. Hey, little bro. The goods you wanted have arrived. I've already brought them to the designated warehouse. You should come check it out as soon as possible. By the way, the remaining payment isn't urgent, but if it's convenient for you, please settle it quickly. All right, I'll see how it goes. Gao Feng replied coldly. Oh, little bro. I need to tell you something. The Qinglong flour factory was robbed yesterday, and more than half of the flour in stock was stolen. The goods in my store were originally sourced from them, so don't beat around the bush. Do you have enough rice and flour? Enough. Then that's fine. But little bro, the flour has been changed to another brand. All right, if you want me to reduce 10 yuan per bag for 100 bags of flour, you'll give me 1,000 back. Ah, you don't agree? Agreed. That's it. I'll go check it out in a bit. After finishing, Gao Feng hung up the phone and then drove his electric tricycle to the warehouse. During the day, electric tricycles are the only vehicles allowed in the city. Other vehicles are speed limited, moving as slowly as a turtle. At 3 in the afternoon, Gao Feng arrived at the warehouse to pick up the goods. At this point, it was already the second day since Gao Feng's rebirth. Less than 2 days were left until the apocalypse. The time to stock up on supplies was more precious than gold. Gao Feng entered the warehouse expressionlessly and then closed the door to collect supplies using the other dimension. After finishing, Gao Feng was bored and began to use the pre-skill spatial sensing of his ability to scan the surrounding warehouse situation. This was a warehouse group, not just the one rented by Gao Feng. He continuously scanned within 100 meters radius. To his surprise, Gao Feng discovered that there were indeed many good things. Next door, there was even a seafood cold storage, with big lobsters, big crabs, ribbon fish, and many things Gao Feng didn't even recognize. These were good items. With the apocalypse coming, seafood was something he couldn't even dare to think about before, but now he encountered it. How could he let it go? If he didn't collect it today, who knows what would happen tomorrow? Maybe it wouldn't be convenient to go out by then. Collect. Gao Feng ultimately made this decision. Then, quietly, he used the other dimension to secretly store the seafood from the cold storage. Awesome. There would be seafood to eat in the apocalypse. Isn't this the life of a superior person? He could even live stream eating seafood when there was internet, making those who couldn't get food envious. After finishing collecting the seafood, Gao Feng didn't stop. Since it was a warehouse group, there must be other supplies inside. When the time came, if everyone lost their supplies, he could report that he also lost supplies. He would be the victim. Who would suspect him? Even if someone eventually figured it out, when would that be? It certainly wouldn't happen in just 2 days. Once the apocalypse began, who would have time to doubt? As long as he was alive, who would care about doubts? Perfect. He continued to collect. Gao Feng pretended to be inspecting the surrounding warehouse environment while continually making his moves. Cold and ruthless. He was simply like a demon. Chapter 11. The Wellington steak arrives after a round of collecting. By the time he finished gathering supplies from the warehouse group, it was already 5 in the afternoon. A sneeze. Gao Feng was surprised to find that he still hadn't recovered from his cold. His physique had been enhanced by his abilities. Even his green tea girlfriend, Zhao Ke, now called him daddy. Yet he still caught a cold. Forget about the cold. Taking medicine wouldn't help immediately. This caused Gao Feng to feel a sense of urgency about stockpiling medicine. But he didn't know anyone and had no sources. How could he manage? What to do? He had no ideas at all. But the apocalypse was just a day and a half away. Time was too tight. What should he do? Gao Feng was a bit frantic. As a loser, in his past life, he had spent all his energy on fawning over his green tea girlfriend. He had no connections, no money, nothing. Now he had a chance to stock up on supplies before the apocalypse came, and he couldn't even manage to stock the necessary medicine. Was he going to die holding a pile of supplies when the apocalypse arrived? How ridiculous. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Gao Feng irritably pulled out his phone. It was a video call from Yi Huimin. They had exchanged WeChat IDs, but not phone numbers. Gao Feng's mind immediately flashed with Yi Huimin's perfect face and charming smile. The shadow of temptation once again invaded Gao Feng's heart. He felt agitated all over, wanting to smash his phone. He didn't want to date. He didn't want to be a simp. No matter how beautiful or great a woman was, she wouldn't be able to sway him. Gao Feng yelled at himself in his mind, frantically brainwashing himself. He suddenly felt that refusing to be a simp was a bit like quitting smoking. There was a withdrawal period. Previously, he thought that as long as he didn't act like a simp, he could stop being one immediately. But practice proved he was oversimplifying. One day as a simp, a lifetime as a simp. Although in his past life, he was stabbed by his green tea girlfriend Zhao Ke, he could only avoid licking the knife that was Zhao Ke. But he had no immunity against other beautiful women, especially those who were good to him. This was a disease that needed to be cured. Gao Feng suddenly reached out and fiercely grabbed his thigh. The pain made his face twitch. Finally, the urge to be a simp disappeared. The bubbling hormones in Gao Feng's mind subsided. The shadow of temptation, Yi Huimin, gradually dissipated. Gao Feng's rationality finally returned. Who? Gao Feng gasped for breath, but his expression was extremely excited. He had overcome the impulse to be a simp. Refusing emotions was one of the most important survival skills in the apocalypse. Gao Feng had done it. He felt he had taken a significant step in his life. Once he calmed down, Yi Huimin's video call had already timed out and automatically hung up. Gao Feng did not actively call back. Although he had completed his emotional castration, he still didn't want to have any ties with this woman. With women, there was no need to develop feelings. One time was enough. No matter how outstanding they were, they shouldn't be contacted again. Gao Feng thought for a moment and decided to delete Yi Huimin's WeChat ID. After all, keeping it on his phone was just a zombie account. Deleting it would incur no loss. Keeping it, however, was a huge hidden danger. What if he overdraws his abilities again? Or if he impulsively calls her when he's not rational? What if Yi Huimin doesn't reject him? Wouldn't that lead to familiarity? The more intimate he became with a stranger, the more friendship would develop. Friendship is emotion. Emotions must be severed. Delete. Gao Feng directly operated it. But just then, Yi Huimin's video call rang again. However, Gao Feng's finger was already on the screen. He had originally intended to press the delete button. As a result, the video call connected. Gao Feng, the Wellington steak you wanted has been prepared and packaged into 100 portions. Please send me an address for delivery. Yi Huimin greeted him with a smile, her entire demeanor poised and graceful. Her beauty and charm captivated anyone who saw her, especially after wearing a fitted black dress. Her unique temperament was even more pronounced. A phrase suddenly popped into Gao Feng's mind. What's wrong with this girl? She looks even prettier in clothes than without them. Is she just a natural clothes hanger? However, Gao Feng didn't say this out loud. In the next moment, he directly cut off his infatuation with Yi Huimin's beauty and temperament in his heart, going through a frantic self-brainwashing. He kept telling himself that he was a cold-hearted stockpiling machine. Women were simply not important. He immediately put on a serious face and said, "How much? I'll transfer it to you now." "No need, it's not much." Yi Huimin blinked her eyes, looking as if they could speak. I remember it was 400 per portion. 100 portions, it should be 40,000. Do I need to add shipping? I'll transfer you 45,000 first, and you can refund the difference. As soon as he sent the money, he said, done. No need. Ding. Before Yi Huimin could finish her sentence, Gao Feng's transfer had already come through. She was puzzled. He really is a stubborn guy. Is he trying to grab my attention on purpose? But I have to say, this guy actually piqued my curiosity with just over 40,000. In the next moment, she directly clicked to accept the payment. Then, Gao Feng sent over the warehouse address and hung up the video call. Yi Huimin was a bit confused. Is he this cool? He didn't even say another word to me. I suddenly want to know more about him. What has he been through? Does he have misandry? But he acted completely normal when we were together at dawn. Gao Feng was waiting in the warehouse, preparing to collect the 100 portions of Wellington steak and return to his rental place. He was also calculating how to obtain medication. But this was not something he could solve just by thinking. After considering it, he could only buy a little medicine through manhwa. It was really hard for a simpleton, someone with limited experience, to get things done. As for zero-cost purchases at roadside pharmacies, Gao Feng wasn't that crazy yet. Otherwise, he would be endangering ordinary people. And there would be time for that in the apocalypse. Gao Feng was painfully detailing his ailments on manhwa, trying to buy more antibiotics. But the management was very strict. After all the lies he told, he only managed to buy 2 boxes of azithromycin. When he tried to ask for other medications, they simply wouldn't prescribe him anything. Damn. Gao Feng wanted to curse. With so little medicine, how long could he last? The key was that he was really sick now. This little bit of medicine could at most help him survive a second cold in the apocalypse. Gao Feng was incredibly frustrated, pacing back and forth in the empty warehouse. Suddenly, he felt a chill all over. This was one of the symptoms of a cold. But Gao Feng couldn't care about that. Instead, a terrifying thought struck him. The apocalypse would be 70 degrees below zero. From the pile of supplies he gathered at Yida Plaza and other shopping centers, there were quite a few clothes. But they were all cool summer outfits, barely suitable for autumn weather. Essentially, he realized that he hadn't stockpiled any truly useful clothing for the extreme cold of the apocalypse. Damn, what have I done in just one day? The apocalypse is freezing the world. In such cold weather, all I thought about was food. And I didn't even prepare clothes. What a brainless move. I must really be sick. Gao Feng scolded himself for a long time and suddenly realized that he might really be sick, still having a cold. He felt relieved. Then he picked up his phone and started shopping online for a down jacket. After half an hour of searching, he finally found a long down jacket from Boziting, along with down pants, but the other party indicated that delivery would take 3 days. Gao Feng wanted to curse. The apocalypse would hit in a day and a half. And they expect me to wait 3 days for delivery? Gao Feng nearly smashed his phone. What to do? No medicine. No clothes. Was I destined not to survive the apocalypse? Gao Feng looked dejectedly at the warehouse door. Suddenly, there was a knock from outside. Gao Feng, your steak has arrived. It was Yi Huimin. Gao Feng was speechless when he heard this. What I feared has come true. This woman has latched onto me. Damn. I'm short on medicine and clothes, and now a woman is after me. I'm going crazy. Chapter 12. The police take me to see a doctor. Gao Feng was feeling irritated, while outside, Yi Huimin continued to knock on the door. She even called him on video, urging him. I'm coming. Gao Feng was furious, while he was mentally brainwashing himself to reject women and relationships. He got up irritably to open the door. Just put the steak in the warehouse. Gao Feng kept a cold face, just poking his head out, throwing out a sentence before turning back towards the warehouse. Yi Huimin was not discouraged by Gao Feng's indifferent attitude. Instead, she curiously followed him into the warehouse. As soon as she entered, Yi Huimin frowned. Gao Feng, this warehouse is just a regular warehouse, not a cold storage. How are you going to handle the steak? It needs to be delivered to the person who wants to eat it immediately. Where's your company? Let me help you, Yi Huimin said, already jogging to catch up with Gao Feng. Gao Feng frowned and impatiently rolled his eyes at Yi Huimin. Why are you so nosy? Just because you're pretty, you think you can meddle in everything? How I handle it is none of your business. Just drop it and leave. Gao Feng pointed directly at the door. But Yi Huimin was completely uncooperative. Gao Feng, I have something to confess. Actually, I am the owner of the Western restaurant at the Haicheng Hotel. So this steak is from me, and I must provide you with top-notch service. Gao Feng's eyes widened. Inside, he was cursing, but he still kept his tough exterior. Women are such a hassle. You think you can just make up some nonsense and stick to me? Do you have a business card? Give it. Before Gao Feng could finish speaking, Yi Huimin had already shoved her business card into his hand. Gao Feng glanced at it. Unbelievable. All right, what do you suggest we do? The steak I want to buy is right here. I'll let the person who will eat it come to the warehouse directly. You can bite me. Huh. But you don't have any tables or chairs. That's my problem. But the steak is from our restaurant. We are service-oriented. If we can't satisfy the customer, we would rather not do this business. Yi Huimin waved at the workers preparing to unload outside. Gao Feng was so angry that his stomach hurt. Achoo! Gao Feng couldn't help but sneeze. His face turned unnatural red, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Hey, what's wrong with you? Yi Huimin turned back, ready to tease Gao Feng, but suddenly saw his expression was off, and quickly rushed over, extending her delicate little hand to touch his forehead. Gao Feng felt that Yi Huimin's concerned expression was like a virus, continuing to burrow into his heart. He felt uncomfortable all over. It's none of your business. No. Gao Feng, you have a fever. It must be from this morning. Definitely from this morning when we. Yi Huimin quickly recalled the cause of Gao Feng's illness. At 6 in the morning, they had met, both in a state of extreme exhaustion. They had even crazily rolled around in the sheets. Although it was summer, the air conditioning in the hotel was too strong, making it very normal to catch a cold. Wait here, I'll take you to see a doctor. Yi Huimin immediately grabbed Gao Feng's arm, pulling him towards the exit of the warehouse. But Gao Feng felt even more irritated. He hated it when others were nice to him. He couldn't handle that feeling. Gao Feng was self-aware. An ordinary person at the bottom had to keep things simple to survive in the apocalypse, even if he stockpiled a lot of supplies. He couldn't be foolish enough to fall in love. Get off me. Gao Feng pushed Yi Huimin away. This was his last stubbornness. He felt like he was about to lose control. This woman was too terrifying. She was like a devil. How could a reborn person in the apocalypse think about love? He was just a cold stockpiling machine. Yi Huimin was nearly pushed to the ground. Never having been treated so roughly before, she was somewhat provoked. Originally just a bit curious about Gao Feng, she suddenly got stubborn. She immediately shouted to the workers below, "Catch him and lift him into my car." The workers standing at the door were also stunned by what they heard. "Hurry up, do we still want this month's bonus or not?" Yi Huimin threatened, and the workers immediately sprang into action. One of them even lost his shoes while running. Gao Feng hadn't reacted, yet when 5 or 6 people grabbed his limbs and lifted him, shoving him into the passenger seat of Yi Huimin's sports car. Yi Huimin, fuming, strode into the driver's seat with long legs, frowning. Without waiting for Gao Feng to resist, she floored the accelerator of the Porsche and sped towards the hospital. Gao Feng was furious and wanted to curse. Damn, can't she just leave me alone? What a bad luck. With only a day and a half left until the apocalypse, he actually had to go to the hospital. What kind of situation is this? Stop the car. I have things to do. Gao Feng shouted, trying to stop this troublesome woman, but the speed was too fast. As a poor loser, he had never been in such a luxury car before. The violent push of acceleration pinned him back against the seat, leaving him no ability to resist. Sirens blared. Just after passing 2 intersections, the motorcycle police unleashed their full force to chase and intercept them. Attention vehicles ahead, you are seriously over the speed limit. Please pull over and submit to inspection. The police shouted over the radio. It was only then that Yi Huimin realized, in her impulsiveness, she had broken traffic laws. If this were outside the city, it wouldn't be a big deal. But within the city, the speed limit was only 60, and the current road segment had a limit of 50. She was going 100. The car's performance was good, accelerating to 100 in 4 seconds. The key was that this was a serious violation. Yi Huimin had no choice but to pull over. The traffic police came to check documents, and she received points and a fine. Meanwhile, Yi Huimin glared angrily at Gao Feng. The police asked Yi Huimin why she was speeding. She immediately explained the reason with a sense of grievance. The police then turned their attention to Gao Feng, launching into a lecture. I say, Mr. Gao, your girlfriend cares so much about you. You have a fever. Why don't you go see a doctor properly? Look, she had to speed to force you to get treatment. Isn't this a vicious cycle? You're an adult. How can you be so irresponsible? How can you hide your illness from a doctor? Gao Feng felt his scalp tingle from the reprimand. He felt like dying. It's the apocalypse. What is the point of telling me all this? I need to stock up. I need medicine. I need clothes. Can you stop being so annoying? Gao Feng felt an overwhelming frustration inside. But he couldn't say it out loud. If he did, others would think he was crazy. If he got sent to a mental hospital for a couple of days, that would be the end of him. So, he could only nod in a perfunctory manner. But Yi Huimin wouldn't let Gao Feng off so easily. She even made a request to the police. Officer, I admit I was speeding and accept the fine, but you can see my boyfriend has a terrible temper. Could you please help me take him to the hospital? Otherwise, I'm really afraid I won't be able to calm down. The police were taken aback. This was clearly a threat to an officer. The key was that Yi Huimin's feelings were understandable. The police officer pointed at Yi Huimin and said, Miss Yi, you shouldn't be so extreme. If you have something to say it nicely. Don't threaten people out of nowhere. This is a warning. I'm helping you this time. But remember, you two should be a bit calmer in the future. After saying this, the police ordered Gao Feng to sit in the back seat. Gao Feng was unwilling, but another officer came over, and together they made him comply. Not wanting to expose his extraordinary strength, Sirens blared. It was Gao Feng's first time riding in a police car, a heavy motorcycle. The speed wasn't over 70. But traveling at 40 felt quite free and unrestrained. The police officer drove while trying to persuade Gao Feng. Gao Feng felt like he was living a nightmare. He closed his eyes, feeling his life was being wasted. With a day and a half until the apocalypse, he was actually being taken by the police to see a doctor. How much time would he have left to stock up after this? Medicine and warm clothing. Such crucial items, and he was still at a loss. Yi Huimin, women are indeed troublesome. A real nuisance. What kind of fate do I have? Chapter 13. Stocking up on medicine and connections. After a full half hour, under the legal and steady escort of the police, Gao Feng finally arrived at the hospital. Looking at the time on his phone, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He felt the time wasted was like life slipping away. This was a crime. It was a cruel torment for someone reborn in the apocalypse. He had clearly given himself a chance to stock up early, yet he had failed to seize it. When Gao Feng got out of the car, he had a blank expression. The police waved him off, saying, "No need to thank me. I'm serving the people." Gao Feng felt like crying. He couldn't really curse them out. They were acting out of goodwill. Gao Feng wasn't the kind of person who didn't know gratitude. But he was truly overwhelmed. Half an hour. With that half hour, he could have done something else. Even if he had gone to a pharmacy to sweet-talk a girl into selling him a couple of boxes of antibiotics, the chances of survival in the apocalypse would have increased significantly. After all, he was currently a patient. If he caught a cold and the apocalypse hit again, he could very well become the ridiculous person who had countless supplies but died from illness. Gao Feng, let us go. I'll take you inside. Yi Huimin suddenly appeared again, although he didn't notice when. They were supposed to go to the hospital together. But he really didn't want to enjoy this high-end treatment. Don't just stand there. They brought you here, so give them some face. Yi Huimin grabbed Gao Feng's arm. Gao Feng suddenly felt a jolt and didn't feel well. However, Yi Huimin dragged him inside the hospital. He couldn't escape and had to accept the situation. During the day, he couldn't just punch Yi Huimin out. He couldn't bring himself to do that. Moreover, the law wouldn't allow him to act so recklessly. As they walked, Yi Huimin took out her phone and reassured Gao Feng. Don't worry. I have a close friend who is a doctor at this hospital. I'll ask her to help me cut in line so we won't waste too much time. Gao Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought to himself that Yi Huimin was such a privileged person. Yi Huimin was unaware of his thoughts and was busy calling her friend. Just after she finished the call, Gao Feng, who had just looked unwilling, suddenly had a gentle expression, even smiling a bit. Miss Yi, is your friend really a doctor at this hospital? Yes. Yi Huimin looked at Gao Feng, a bit taken aback, her eyes showing a complex expression. What are you doing? Don't tell me you want to hit on my friend. I definitely won't agree. Gao Feng, however, laughed. He even flashed a big grin, showing his white teeth. After searching high and low, the resource for stocking up on medicine was actually right beside him. Yi Huimin felt a bit uneasy. Gao Feng then leaned in and gave her a heavy kiss on the cheek. Let us go. It's time to see the doctor. Gao Feng pulled her in tightly around her slender waist, his movements rough and unrefined. Gao Feng, you need to clarify what is going on, otherwise, I won't take you to see my friend. Yi Huimin suddenly tugged at Gao Feng, changing her previous attitude, and instead seemed reluctant to let him see the doctor. She was truly afraid something might happen. It was one thing to play with heartbeats, but if her friend got involved, that would be a bit dramatic. The thought of a love triangle between the two sisters and one man sent chills down Yi Huimin's spine. She respected her feelings, but would not indulge in moral indulgence. At first, Gao Feng wanted to hold Yi Huimin and force his way through. However, Yi Huimin grabbed the elastic band of his loose pants and pulled it down. Gao Feng was stunned. A moment of unexpected coolness made Gao Feng's face turn as red as a monkey's butt. Yi Huimin's face was also very red. It was too embarrassing. She almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Other passers-by at the hospital entrance were also pointing and whispering about the two of them. Both felt extremely awkward. Miss Yi, you can talk properly. There's no need to pull down my pants. I don't have a belt with these big shorts. And if you pull like that, I might just die of embarrassment. I'm sorry. I just wanted to stop you and explain things clearly. Yi Huimin was dry-mouthed while explaining. Although she was apologizing, to protect her best friend and herself, her hand was still tightly gripping Gao Feng's elastic band. Gao Feng felt like he was about to have a toothache from the stress. I just want to stock up on some medicine. I finally saw a glimmer of hope. And you go and mess it up. Gao Feng really wanted to yell at Yi Huimin. He even felt like kicking her. Women. Beautiful women. No matter how pretty. They're only worth a sausage in the apocalypse. What are you doing messing around with me? But right now, stocking up on medicine relied on Yi Huimin's connections. He couldn't afford to offend her. There was only a day and a half left. If he kept dragging things out, there wouldn't even be a day and a half left. Gao Feng started to brainwash himself. He told himself to be gentle. Although he absolutely couldn't be a lickspittle towards women, he still needed to be somewhat gentle. After all, she was useful right now. Miss Yi, can you let go of my pants first? We're being undignified here. I don't care. You need to explain to me clearly what you want with my best friend. Yi Huimin was not so easily fooled. After all, she was the owner of a Western restaurant. She was quite shrewd. Gao Feng felt a headache coming on. How the hell am I supposed to explain? I just want to stock up on medicine, and I don't have any connections. That's why I thought of looking for your doctor friend. Why are you dragging your feet at such a critical moment? Women really can't be relied on. Just a moment ago, you were pulling me to see a doctor. Now you don't care about your own life. I'm running a high fever. Miss Yi, can we go see a doctor first? Gao Feng tried to sidestep the issue. It's fine. We're right at the hospital entrance, so we can get emergency help anytime. Just tell me. Yi Huimin bit her red lip. When she got serious, Gao Feng felt a chill. Women, really, enough with this. Gao Feng felt like he was about to explode with anger. But Yi Huimin had her own principles. Holding on to Gao Feng's elastic band, she firmly stated, "You need to explain. It's just a matter of a sentence. If you clarify, I'll let you go. But your attitude just now was like a hungry wolf. I can't feel at ease letting you meet my best friend." Gao Feng's scalp tingled. What do you want me to explain? Do I look like someone smart? In this apocalypse, I could even get stabbed by my green tea girlfriend Zhao Kuo. I'm just an idiot. What reason do you want me to come up with? I just want to stock up on medicine. What should I say? Well, ahem, Miss Yi. Actually, the apocalypse is coming soon. Did you know? I'm looking for your doctor friend because I want to get more medicine. Don't look at me like that. I'm being serious. I'm not crazy. Gao Feng spoke dryly. But Yi Huimin only felt that his motives were impure, and the apocalypse was just an excuse. Gao Feng was speechless. Truly, the age-old trick of gaining people's hearts ends up feeding dogs. He was honest, yet Yi Huimin bizarrely didn't believe him. What kind of thinking was that? Did he have to deceive her? But deceiving people was something a bottom-tier loser like Gao Feng really lacked the talent for. He struggled for a long time without coming up with a good excuse. Chapter 14. To stock up on medicine the apocalypse? Yi Huimin was momentarily stunned by Gao Feng's explanation, but then she smiled knowingly. Gao Feng, please don't try to fool me with that. I'm not a 3-year-old girl. Betting in the elevator was romantic, but using this to explain your strange behavior makes me think you're treating me like an idiot. Come on, just be honest. Do you have some special fixation? If you like the doctor's outfit, I can go along with it, but I won't allow you to pursue my best friend. Gao Feng was still racking his brain for an excuse when Yi Huimin directly delivered a critical blow. It was simply insulting. Would he really like the doctor's outfit? Humph. Seeing him remain silent, Yi Huimin felt he wasn't being sincere enough. She seriously said, Gao Feng, if you really don't like me, just say so. Don't try to fool me with this apocalypse nonsense. But if you want to play both sides and bully people, forget it. I'd rather not be with you than let you succeed. Gao Feng felt that Yi Huimin was getting more and more ridiculous. He was completely frozen. Damn. If I'm being honest, you don't believe me. Do you really want me to make up a story? The key point is, if I was really smart, I wouldn't be controlled by a green tea girlfriend. I've already paid with my life once to realize how terrible Zhao Kuo is. I can't die again just to figure out how to deceive you, can I? This is giving me a headache. Gao Feng shook his head in frustration. He felt like his brain was full of mush. He was a simple person, a bottom-tier loser. How did he suddenly find himself in such a difficult situation? All he wanted was to get some medicine. Why was it so hard? Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Gao Feng spotted a billboard. There was a travel advertisement on it. The travel destination was the Arctic, and the activity was watching the aurora. Gao Feng's mind was instantly activated. An absurd excuse quickly formed in his not-so-smart brain. Miss Yi, let me be honest with you. Actually, I've been thinking about going to the Arctic to see the aurora. You know it's colder up north. And it's not as convenient to get medical care there as it is in our country. Just in case. Gao Feng's words were interrupted when Yi Huimin's eyes lit up. Even though Gao Feng wasn't clever, he could tell that Yi Huimin was swayed. She actually believed this ridiculous excuse. Yi Huimin even interjected, going to the Arctic. Are you going alone or in a group? Can I go? The excitement on Yi Huimin's face was impossible to hide. Gao Feng was speechless, thinking, going to the Arctic? The apocalypse is coming soon. If I really go to the Arctic, I'll probably die halfway there. Besides, it's already dozens of degrees below zero up there, and when the apocalypse arrives, it'll probably be over 100 below. In that climate, can people even survive? But he couldn't reveal the truth. Otherwise, he would really die terribly without medicine during the apocalypse. He could only grit his teeth and continue to fabricate. There's a saying, a lie needs countless lies to maintain it. Gao Feng was now facing this situation. Of course, watching the aurora naturally has to be with the girl you like. That's what makes it romantic. So, am I going with you? Yi Huimin appeared very excited, almost asking, can I be your girlfriend? In fact, her various behaviors had clearly revealed her feelings. It was just that Gao Feng had always been too lazy to respond. In the apocalypse, what is the point of being in a relationship? Under such harsh survival conditions, even close relatives would stab you if necessary. Wasn't he good to his green tea girlfriend Zhao Kuer in his past life? For 3 months in the apocalypse, he raised her plump and healthy at home. Her only contribution was her good-looking body. Gao Feng worked hard every day, even risking his life. But in the end, Zhao Kuer would stab him if it meant she could live a little longer. Gao Feng didn't believe Yi Huimin was any more noble than Zhao Kuer. In the apocalypse, who the hell still believes in morals? All he wanted was supplies. Only by stockpiling enough supplies could he feel secure. Women were merely a distraction. If he didn't have one at home, he could trade for a sausage. In the harsh environment of the apocalypse, women only needed to be enjoyed occasionally. There's no need to invest emotions, expend energy, and carefully nurture something like in peaceful times. In his previous life, Gao Feng was just too foolish. He didn't understand this issue. However, it's not the end of the world yet. Yi Huimin's way of thinking is at least not that of the apocalypse. Gao Feng can't speak the truth anymore. After he spoke the truth once before, Yi Huimin didn't believe him at all. So, he might as well continue to make up lies. As long as he can stockpile medicine, saying a few falsehoods doesn't matter. Thus, Gao Feng looked seriously into Yi Huimin's watery eyes and said affectionately, "Actually, I didn't want to reveal it so early. After all, we just met. I wanted to prepare everything first and then give you a surprise." "Huh, really? Gao Feng, do you really think so?" Yi Huimin trembled, appearing quite excited. Gao Feng felt a bit speechless. Given his current feelings, he really wanted to push the clingy Yi Huimin away. "I'm a man reborn in the apocalypse. I don't want a woman, I don't want to talk about feelings." But for the sake of stocking medicine, Gao Feng could only endure the awkwardness and think hard about what he should do now. The beautiful woman was very moved and hugged him tightly. In this situation, how did he think in his previous life? Gao Feng's mind went blank. There was no way around it. After his rebirth, Gao Feng's way of thinking had completely changed. His mind was filled with stockpiling supplies, and he had no concept of anything romantic. Even if he did, it was merely to vent some physiological needs. But now, he had to use feelings as a tool to stockpile medicine. The difficulty was a bit high. Gao Feng had to recall the scenes from before when he was with his green tea girlfriend Zhao Kuer. In the apocalypse, when people outside were poorly dressed and freezing, Gao Feng appeared in front of Zhao Kuer with steaming food. She jumped into his arms, trembling with excitement. How did he act back then? Suddenly, Gao Feng turned around and wrapped his arms around Yi Huimin's waist. For the sake of stockpiling medicine, he had to go for it. "What are you doing?" Yi Huimin felt Gao Feng's movement, and her face instantly flushed. Gao Feng's face also turned red. He wanted to explain, but how could he explain this situation? In his previous life, he just plunged into it. "Miss Yi, where's your car?" "Huh?" Yi Huimin trembled violently, her hands and feet flailing as she pointed to a corner of the nearby parking lot. Her wine-red Porsche was quietly parked there. Gao Feng gritted his teeth and directly picked up Yi Huimin and left. An hour later, Gao Feng was once again holding Yi Huimin's slim waist as they reached the entrance of the hospital's outpatient building. Looking at the time on his phone, his heart bled. Damn, the time for stockpiling had decreased by another hour. The two had just stood for a while at the entrance when a beautiful doctor in a white coat, red high heels, with a high ponytail and gold-rimmed glasses, strode over. She looked stunning. From afar, she enthusiastically greeted Yi Huimin. "Minmin, is this your boyfriend you just mentioned? What is wrong with him? It wouldn't be something in that area, right? I don't have any connections for that." Gao Feng's face instantly turned red. What the hell? This teasing method is unbearable. If it weren't for stockpiling medicine, I wouldn't even stay for another second. Chapter 15. Medicine List Cough Cough. Yi Huimin blushed and cleared her throat, demonstrating her embarrassment. Her friend's teasing was truly mortifying. But, being a doctor, it was normal for her to have a loose sense of boundaries. After all, various embarrassing diseases and body parts were part of their daily communication at work. As a close friend, Yi Huimin understood this way of greeting. But suddenly bringing it up in front of the man she cared about made it a bit too much for her to handle. Yi Huimin instinctively glanced at Gao Feng. Seeing that his expression was not quite natural, she could only brace herself and speak. "Linlin, stop messing around." "Okay, no more messing around. Then let us get serious. Minmin, why did you come to our hospital? Did you come to show off your boyfriend? I'll tell you, don't provoke us single guys. Otherwise, if I get stimulated, I won't recognize anyone, even your boyfriend isn't off limits." Uffed. Yi Huimin felt her head spinning. Her friend usually joked around without restraint. But now Gao Feng was right there. Yi Huimin crazily signaled her friend with her eyes. At this moment, the friend finally noticed the specialness of the man beside Yi Huimin. Actually, he was just a handsome guy, which was attractive, but not particularly special. What was truly special was Yi Huimin's snake-like waist, which was not only being held by this man, but his hands were also quite inappropriate. This kind of posture was indeed a bit fierce. It was too stimulating for single guys. Cut off relations. Linlin blurted out. You're definitely showing off your love. If you guys want to love each other, that is fine. But running out here is too inconsiderate of my feelings. After saying that, she turned and left without stopping for a moment. It was simply an eyesore. What kind of people are these? Even calling each other best friends. Knowing I'm about to become a nun as a medical student, are you flaunting having a man who cares for you? It's simply despicable. Linlin. Yi Huimin hurriedly pushed Gao Feng's hand away and chased after her. Gao Feng was completely dumbfounded. What is going on? I just came to see a doctor. Although my purpose isn't pure, I'm just looking for connections to stockpile medicine. Does Yi Huimin's friend have a problem? First, she teases. Then she wants to cut ties. What kind of rhythm is this? Does she have a problem with her brain circuits? Gao Feng felt he truly couldn't understand what Yi Huimin's quirky friend was thinking. As for whether he himself had any problems, what could he have? He just stood quietly, saying nothing. What problems could he have? But with all this commotion, Gao Feng began to worry about his stockpiling of medicine. How much time had been wasted because of Yi Huimin? If he ended up not being able to stockpile medicine, Gao Feng really wanted to strangle Yi Huimin. She was simply a disaster. While Gao Feng was preparing to settle accounts with Yi Huimin, she had already caught up with her friend Xiao Linlin, grabbing her hand to stop her from leaving. Then, the two women ran to a secluded corner, hugging and cuddling. Gao Feng saw this scene from a distance and felt extremely uncomfortable. Although he didn't oppose same-sex relationships, if he himself were to sleep with a woman who liked women, it would still feel strange. It wasn't that he thought it was wrong. He just had a confusion. That is, did he sleep with Yi Huimin, or did Yi Huimin essentially sleep with him? This confusion sounded trivial, but it was actually quite important. At least, as Gao Feng watched the two women hugging and even kissing, he felt quite conflicted. After a full 10 minutes, Yi Huimin brought back the blushing Xiao Linlin. Yes, she was holding hands with her. Xiao Linlin was as shy as a little bride, completely losing the confident demeanor she had when she first appeared. Gao Feng increasingly felt that the act of rolling in bed with Yi Huimin might be more like Yi Huimin sleeping with him, because he clearly sensed that in the relationship between the two girlfriends, Yi Huimin seemed more like a boy, even though both women were very beautiful and had great figures. This feeling left Gao Feng somewhat speechless. Yi Huimin obviously didn't know that Gao Feng was thinking so much. She confidently pointed at Gao Feng and introduced to Xiao Linlin, "This is my boyfriend Gao Feng. Don't ask me what he does. I don't know either. I brought him to see a doctor for a common cold. He has a slight fever." Then he pointed at Xiao Linlin and said, "My best friend, Xiao Linlin, is also a childhood friend. She's the head doctor in the respiratory department at the Central Hospital, a stunning little nun. If she practices for another 2 years, she might become a master of extermination." This introduction was quite damaging. Finally, it felt a bit like a best friend situation. Gao Feng noticed that although the two were intimate in their gestures, there were no subtle actions, which relieved him a bit. Otherwise, if it turned out he was being slept with by a lace-loving guy, Gao Feng would be seriously depressed. As for Gao Feng thinking like this, his mindset was not very broad. He just wanted to say, "I'm just a 996 working drone. How much broader do you want me to be?" Xiao Linlin seemed to be comforted well by Yi Huimin. She no longer made any teasing remarks. Her face wore the serious focus of a professional doctor. Without any hesitation, she raised her hand to touch Li Jijun's forehead, then ordered him to open his mouth for a tongue examination. It could be the flu virus, but pneumonia chlamydia infection could not be ruled out. Both of these epidemics have been on the rise recently. Have you been to crowded places? Yes. I went to Yida Plaza yesterday. Gao Feng was continuously questioned. Then he was sent by Xiao Linlin to the lab for a fingertip blood test. After that, there was a long wait of half an hour. Gao Feng didn't even have a chance to resist. However, having his girlfriend's best friend as a doctor made it quite convenient for him to stock up on medicine. This might be the value of connections. Yi Huimin, blushing, mentioned Gao Feng's plan to take her to see the Northern Lights, and casually said she wanted to bring some antibiotics. Xiao Linlin immediately shot her a look of envy and displeasure, but she still patiently prepared a list of medications needed for extremely cold regions, even making a call to the dermatology department to confirm the types of frostbite ointments and other items. Gao Feng saw a long list of dozens of medications written on the paper. He barely recognized any of them. He felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, as Yi Huimin's best friend, Xiao Linlin had an absolute obligation to ensure that these two annoying lovebirds didn't end up dead on the road because of taking the wrong medications. Therefore, she wrote a lot of notes on the prescription, mainly about when to take the medicine. Then she also explained a bunch of precautions. As for getting the medicine, the hospital would never directly prescribe such backup medications. Xiao Linlin finally took out 2 business cards and handed them to Gao Feng. "Go find these 2 people. They are the top sales representatives of the largest pharmaceutical trading company in Haicheng. They are friends of mine. If you go to them and the quantity is small, they will give you the base price. If you order in bulk, there will also be discounts. You don't have to worry about the price. Gao Feng held the business cards, and his previously irritable mood finally brightened a bit. It seemed that Yi Huimin, this troublesome woman, was somewhat useful. However, once he got the medicine, he still needed to quickly draw the line with this woman. Yi Huimin truly thought of him as her boyfriend now. How could this be? He needed to remember that the apocalypse was coming soon. Gao Feng looked down at the time on his phone. It was already 6:30 in the evening. If they were to have dinner, it would be 2 women and 1 man, and they wouldn't finish until midnight. After one meal, there would probably be less than a day and a half left until the apocalypse. Time was too damn tight. Although the medicine was confirmed, it hadn't been obtained yet. Additionally, he still needed a winter coat. Where could he buy a coat that could withstand -70 degrees in this summer heat? Chapter 16. Encountering a real rogue. Sure enough, the time-wasting social activity of eating appeared. Gao Feng had no way to refuse. After all, Xiao Linlin had helped him. Yi Huimin also wanted to treat her best friend Xiao Linlin to dinner, to signify Gao Feng's status as her boyfriend. But Gao Feng felt restless. There was no time left. The apocalypse was about to arrive. He still had to spend several hours eating, and it was a slow hot pot at that. What good was having beautiful women as company? He just wanted to stock up on supplies. While he was stirring the beef tripe in the hot pot, he complained in his heart. He still needed a winter coat. The apocalypse was coming. This unsettling sense of insecurity was driving him crazy. He had reincarnated 3 days before the apocalypse and still couldn't stock up enough supplies for survival. It was simply ironic. He knew he was just from a lower social class with limited experience, but he also understood which side was light and which was heavy. Given the opportunity to relive the time before the apocalypse, he was determined to enjoy a carefree life during the end times. While eating, Gao Feng made up his mind as he watched Yi Huimin peeling sweet oranges with her delicate hands. Xiao Linlin looked at Gao Feng's deadpan face and felt a bit frustrated. Finally, she couldn't help but speak up and complain. Gao Feng, what do you mean? If we're eating, just eat. Why do you have a long face? Can't you stand me? Let me tell you clearly. It's you who took my Minmin away, not me who occupied her. Get it straight, okay? Yi Huimin's expression changed immediately. Gao Feng was stunned. He couldn't help but shout a big what the hell. In his heart. What did I say? I'm just worried about not having enough supplies for the apocalypse. Why are you revealing that you're into girls? Are we going to have a showdown now? If you have the guts, just take Yi Huimin away. I'm the one who's annoyed by being entangled with this girl. What does a beautiful woman mean to me in the apocalypse? It's just something that can be traded for a sausage. I'll grab it from you 3 days before the apocalypse arrives. Xiao Linlin, are you kidding me? Gao Feng couldn't help but sneer. He originally wanted to publicly mock Xiao Linlin a couple of times, but thinking that the medicine hadn't arrived yet, he decided to hold back for now. He immediately raised a glass and said, well, Xiao Linlin, you're right. It's me who took Minmin away from you. I'm in the wrong. I'll take the blame. You can do whatever you want. Gulp. Gao Feng finished the glass of wine with impressive bravado. His speed was astonishing. Both Yi Huimin and Xiao Linlin were stunned by Gao Feng's generosity. But they didn't know at all that Gao Feng wasn't actually drinking liquor. He was directly storing the liquor in his alternate space. The 2 women were left in shock. Xiao Linlin, unwilling to back down, also raised her glass to challenge Gao Feng, wanting to show off in front of Yi Huimin. They both started drinking, 1 cup after another. Gao Feng remained unfazed while Xiao Linlin's face turned rosy. As for being considerate of the ladies, Gao Feng didn't even think about it. So what if she was a beauty? When the apocalypse comes, most beautiful women will either freeze to death or be taken advantage of. Dying from drinking now is better than trading for sausages in the apocalypse. The more Xiao Linlin drank, the more tipsy she became. Suddenly, she lifted a leg and stepped on the chair, her fair and rounded long leg emerging from under her skirt, making people dizzy. Drink. Gao Feng. I don't believe I can't outdrink you. If you're a man, then knock me down today. If you can't knock me down, you can forget about taking my Minmin. Xiao Linlin raised her bottle of Jiang Xiaobai and boldly chugged it. After finishing, she slammed the table and shouted, waiter, bring me 2 more bottles. Gao Feng was not afraid of her at all. He directly accompanied her drink for drink. It was just alcohol. I just need to touch my lips to it and store it in my alternate space. I can drink until dawn without getting drunk. So he raised the Jiang Xiaobai on the table and started chugging. Yi Huimin hurriedly tugged at Gao Feng's t-shirt and whispered, Linlin has reached her limit. She is happy to have found a boyfriend that I like. Don't stoop to her level. Just give in. I beg you. Yi Huimin anxiously hugged Gao Feng's leg and acted cute. Gao Feng immediately felt a sense of manly pride. A beauty was clinging to him and begging. He had never experienced this in his past life. In this life, he found it easy to handle. It felt incredibly satisfying. Seeing her best friend Yi Huimin treating Gao Feng so nicely, Xiao Linlin's face immediately turned hostile. She pointed at Gao Feng's nose and said, Minmin, don't beg this deadbeat man. I'm not letting him off today. Hai Feng was about to lift the Jiang Xiaobai and continue drinking. Yi Huimin's face changed dramatically. She quickly signaled to Gao Feng and urged him in a low voice, hurry, make her admit defeat, or she might drink herself into gastric bleeding. At that moment, a sudden voice came from the next table. Dude, how old are you? And you're so serious about giving drinks to beauties. You've got two gorgeous ladies with you. And you're acting like this? The voice was filled with mockery. Gao Feng's expression turned cold immediately. Damn, who does he think he is? He knew he had enhanced his physique to be among the top tier of human abilities without using any other space. For an ordinary person to taunt him, did they really think they had a long life ahead? Gao Feng glanced over at the next table and saw that the speaker was a chubby guy with glasses. After mocking Gao Feng, he maintained his standing posture while squinting his eyes, sneakily looking at Xiao Linlin's neckline. Xiao Linlin was clearly drunk and feeling hot. At some point, she had pulled down her elastic dress, turning it into a low-cut dress. The originally pure and delicate beauty suddenly revealed too much. The chubby guy with glasses was practically drooling. Xiao Linlin, oblivious, stood up with her glass, ready to clink with the chubby guy. Thank you, big brother, for speaking up for me. I toast to you. The chubby guy immediately stood up with a humble expression, his eyes fixated on the open neckline of Xiao Linlin. Gao Feng couldn't watch any longer. Although he didn't like Xiao Linlin and her troublesome nature, she had helped him stock up on medicine. Seeing her being harassed by a sleazy guy, he couldn't stand it. Damn. Gao Feng grabbed the Jiang Xiaobai on the table and slammed it down. It hit the chubby guy's black-framed glasses. The glasses didn't break, but were knocked away. The chubby guy's eye sockets and nose immediately turned red and swollen. His dining companions, suddenly fierce, stood up, brandishing their utensils. Damn, you want to fight? You little punk, don't you want to mix in anymore? Yi Huimin was stunned by this scene. She pulled Gao Feng, her eyes filled with confusion, asking, Gao Feng, what are you doing? Why are you smashing someone for no reason? Xiao Linlin also glared and joined in. Yeah, is he even a man? It's just drinking. I think he's just making an excuse to throw the drink. Hearing this, the chubby guy's face showed pride with the two beauties on his side. He rubbed his swollen nose and sneered at Gao Feng. Kid, if you want to chase girls, you need some style. Look at your small-mindedness. Is it also lacking in bed? Is that why you're making excuses to throw a fit? As he spoke, he grabbed Xiao Linlin's delicate arm, trying to pull her into his embrace. Xiao Linlin shivered, feeling uncomfortable from the sudden touch. Yi Huimin was also stunned. She never expected this suddenly appearing chubby guy to be a real thug. Chapter 17, Ability Counterattack. Hee. Seeing this scene, Gao Feng suddenly sneered. He calmly sat down. He admitted he had acted impulsively just now. Seeing a thug made his inherent sense of justice explode, and he was unable to suppress his anger. But this was a flaw. He had to change. He must change decisively. In this apocalyptic world, did he really need to be a hero saving a beauty? After a day and a half, how many young beauties in the whole city would be defiled? Many of them were only looking for a bite to eat. Compared to that scene, what was a thug? At least those guys sincerely expressed their affection for beauties and tried to tease them. In the apocalypse, beauties were just objects of trade. What emotions were there? What about being a rogue? There were many who slept with beauties and then took back food. If the experience wasn't too comfortable, they might even kill the beauties. If it was too comfortable, out of jealousy, they wouldn't want other men to sleep with her and would directly choose to eliminate the beauty. What morals? What laws? What ethics? None of that existed. This world was about to become a hellish place. And here he was, still trying to be a good Samaritan. Bah, it was truly ingrained lowliness. He actually smashed a bottle at a thug. Wasn't this a bad habit he had developed? In the apocalypse, everyone should just stay home and not cause trouble. It was best to keep things that didn't concern them at arm's length. Gulp. Gao Feng suddenly lifted the remaining glass of alcohol on the table and downed it in one go. Refreshing. His head felt a bit dizzy. His moral compass immediately calmed down. Gao Feng even leaned back in his chair, half closing his eyes, pretending to be dead. Let whoever will happen. Why blame me for smashing a sleazy guy? I don't care anymore. But Yi Huimin couldn't stand it. She knew Xiao Linlin was her best friend. They had just kissed. She was the first to bring her best friend over after getting a boyfriend to introduce him. How could she watch her best friend be bullied by a thug? Yi Huimin shouted loudly, scooped up a spoonful of boiling hot chili soup from the table, and threw it at the chubby guy grabbing Xiao Linlin's arm. Yi Huimin acted too quickly and boldly, without a moment's hesitation. Ah! The chubby guy immediately let out a loud scream. The lewd smile on his face hadn't even had time to fade. Now his facial muscles were twitching, wrinkled together. Xiao Linlin took the opportunity to pull her arm back hard and quickly escaped to Yi Huimin's side. But the four companions of the chubby guy, After a moment of shock, immediately surrounded the three of them with their utensils raised. After a series of screams, the chubby guy's face revealed a fierce and angry expression. He threw his glasses to the ground, and his originally squinty eyes widened, showing no signs of being nearsighted at all. It turned out he was just pretending to be a cultured phoner-sighted guy. Once the chubby guy became just a plain fat guy, his ferocity surged. He yanked off his red apron and, using his hands for support, directly lifted the boiling hot dual-flavor pot. Damn it, you dare to splash me with chili soup? I'll ruin the faces of both you ungrateful little girls. Damn, the fat guy cursed loudly. He raised the dual-flavor pot and directly splashed it towards the three. The two girls were extremely tense. Instinctively, they hugged Gao Feng's arms tightly, trying to hide their petite bodies behind him. Gao Feng, think of something quick. In their panic, the two girls could only say this. The fat guy as companions, taking advantage of their numbers, started to mock them. Damn, this kid is still pretending to be cool with his eyes closed. He really something. I bet the fat guy's dual-flavor pot can peel off all this kid's skin. Pretending has consequences. Almost simultaneously, or perhaps in the next moment, the fat guy splashed the pot of soup. Splash. Everyone held their breath in shock, waiting for this terrifying scene to unfold. The waiter, hearing the commotion, hurriedly ran over. But it was too late. The spilled soup couldn't be taken back. The thug fat guy also grinned cruelly. However, just as everyone anticipated the impending disaster, and Yi Huimin and Xia Linlin were even shaking in fear, thinking today would surely end in disfigurement, Gao Feng, who had just closed his eyes, suddenly opened them. Damn it, I'm trying to change my bad habit of being a hero saving beauties, and you dare to splash me with a dual-flavor pot? Hee. I don't want to be a do-gooder, nor do I want to be bullied. With a thought, a spatial door suddenly appeared in midair. The soup from the hot pot was suddenly pulled into a different space. Then, Gao Feng suddenly produced a large pot lid in his hand and pretended to casually slap it. After that, the portal reversed direction and opened again. The hot pot that the rogue fat man had just splashed over was splashed back in its entirety. To others, it seemed as if Gao Feng had used the pot lid to block the soup. The rogue fat man jumped up in pain. Originally, he had only a few small areas burned by the spicy soup, but now he was drenched in scalding hot soup. Even the companions of the rogue fat man, who were mocking them while holding utensils, were splashed with hot soup and were frantically scratching themselves. Quick, go to the bathroom and rinse off. A waiter shouted from a distance upon seeing this scene. Gao Feng noticed that the hooligans didn't care about them anymore, and he immediately stood up and walked towards the exit of the hot pot restaurant. However, he ignored the two women. Women are just trouble. Eating is already troublesome enough, and now they had to deal with time-consuming hot pot. Eating out involves picking at each other and drinking, being teased by rogues, and then helping them speak, while questioning oneself in return. Women are simply the source of chaos. Gao Feng walked faster and faster, just about to exit the hot pot restaurant. Meanwhile, Yi Huimin and Xia Linlin were completely stunned. It had just been a close call. They almost got disfigured. Wait for us. They finally snapped out of their daze as they saw Gao Feng about to leave, quickly grabbed their bags, and sprinted after him like rabbits. Even a fool would know that if those rogues came out of the bathroom, they would definitely want to kill them. That pot of hot pot was scalding hot and could be deadly. Anyone doused in it would be finished for life. The rogue fat man would at least suffer extensive burns all over his body. This matter could not possibly end well today. The waitstaff were also trembling in fear and did not dare to intervene. They could tell that the fat man's group was rogue. The reason for suggesting they go to the bathroom was to prevent a death. After all, that was a pot of scalding hot soup. But they also wouldn't stop the two women. If those two were caught by that group of rogues, the consequences were unimaginable. Helping either side would only bring them bad luck. In the bathroom of the hot pot restaurant, screams echoed continuously. The rogue fat man's group, having been scalded, found that 2 faucets were simply not enough for 5 people. The fat man, burned all over, wanted to monopolize a faucet. But none of the 5 were willing to yield. In the end, they actually started fighting. At this time, the fat man had no strength to compete and was finally pushed down by his companions, even receiving a few hard kicks. He screamed in agony and finally took out his phone, dialing a number with a vicious look. Brother phone, help me get someone. As long as you help me, I promise to help you with deliveries in the future, even with drugs. Chapter 18. People were taken to the police station, and a group of rogues squatted at the door. Okay, who to kill? Send me the photos. Where are they? I'll back you up right now. Just wait. Half an hour. The man dies. The woman can do whatever you want. Beep, beep, beep. The rogue fat man didn't care about his burns anymore. After all, he was numb from the scalds. He felt that most of the skin on his body had been cooked. At this moment, he even forgot about the punches and kicks from his companions. His only thought was to find those 2 women and 1 man and brutally torture and kill them. The rogue fat man rushed to the hot pot restaurant's service counter, his face twisted in rage as he grabbed the waitress by her collar, shouting in a sinister voice. "Tell me, where's your surveillance room? Hurry up." The waitress looked quite charming, dressed in a black work uniform. She was very beautiful and alluring, usually handling people with grace. But she had never encountered such a terrifying fat man. She was immediately scared to the point of going weak all over. In an instant, a large wet patch formed on her fitted black work skirt. Her brain, not listening to her, directly revealed the direction of the surveillance room. The rogue fat man immediately charged toward the surveillance room with a fierce expression. The hot pot restaurant manager, seeing the rogue fat man walk far away, finally took out his phone with a terrified face. "Hello, 110? I want to report a crime." At the same time, the two women had already sprinted to catch up with Gao Feng, who was preparing to leave the mall where the hot pot restaurant was located. Gao Feng continued to walk forward indifferently, not wanting to pay any attention to the two women. Yi Huimin and Xia Linlin suddenly grabbed his arms, one on each side. "Let go." Gao Feng's voice was very cold. His only thought now was to quickly get away from these troublesome women. "Don't let go." Yi Huimin held Gao Feng tightly, her strength so great that it almost cut off his breath. If it weren't for Gao Feng's enhanced physique, he would have truly been on the verge of breaking down. However, with Yi Huimin holding on so tightly, Gao Feng found it impossible to break free. So he could only frown and hold his ground. Xia Linlin could no longer bear to watch. Suddenly, her mind turned, and with a smirk, she coldly said to Gao Feng, "What do you mean, Gao Feng? I can understand you being angry with me, but are you really going to get mad at Minmin because of a few rogues? Is that what a man does?" As soon as Gao Feng heard this, he became somewhat unsettled. "Damn it, if it weren't for you insisting on getting me drunk and causing trouble, would we have run into those rogues while we were quietly eating? The end of the world is coming, and we're fighting with rogues. If we get caught by the police, all the effort I put into stockpiling supplies would be meaningless. This is truly the worst luck ever." He was about to retort, but before he could say anything, several uniformed police officers rushed over and surrounded the three of them. "Put your hands up." A middle-aged police officer, looking like the leader, shouted loudly with a vigilant expression. Yi Huimin and Xia Linlin turned pale at this scene. However, both were capable professional women with good psychological resilience. After a brief moment of panic, Yi Huimin quickly explained to the leading middle-aged police officer, "Officer, we just encountered rogues in the hot pot restaurant. One of them, a fat man, tried to molest my friend, and when we refused, he splashed us with a pot of hot pot. Luckily, my boyfriend Gao Feng blocked it with a pot lid. It can't be our fault that the fat man got burned by his own soup, right?" The middle-aged police officer was taken aback by Yi Huimin's articulate speech. Looking at her little black dress, which was exquisite in both material and style, he realized she was not an ordinary person. Moreover, there was a hint of superiority in her demeanor. He immediately judged that although this girl appeared slender and harmless, her background was likely not simple. He politely chuckled and said, "Miss, we are just doing our routine job and need to take you to the district police station to record a statement. If it really isn't your fault, we will let you go as soon as possible. Please understand that we responded to a call from the hot pot restaurant, and we must go through a process. I am Gao Ming from the criminal investigation team. May I know how to address you and your friends?" Yi Huimin graciously introduced herself and then pointed to Gao Feng and Xia Linlin. Seeing that the police had been alerted, Gao Feng realized that leaving now was unrealistic. Although he was impatient, he could only take it one step at a time. After all, the apocalypse had not yet arrived, and the rule of law still existed in this world. Gao Feng did not want to anger the police and create trouble for himself. He was just anxious about how long this so-called assistance with the investigation would take. Soon, the three were taken to the district police station by the police. As for the 5 thugs, they were taken by ambulance for emergency treatment. Compared to the case, the safety of those involved was the most important. After bringing the people back to the police station, Captain Gao Ming did not rush to interrogate Gao Feng and the others, but carefully reviewed the surveillance video brought back from the hot pot restaurant. With the current advanced surveillance technology, as long as the approximate time frame was locked in, it was easy to review the events that took place. The video was quickly locked in. After watching it, Gao Ming's lips curled slightly. Besides the incidents where Gao Feng smashed the bottle and Yi Huimin splashed the glasses at the fat thug, Yi Huimin had basically recounted the events truthfully. The evidence and logic chains were complete. Most importantly, the yuan-yang sauce splashed on the 5 thugs was originally thrown by the fat thug himself. This most serious crime did not fall on the 3. At this point, Captain Gao Ming knew how to proceed. He immediately sent a colleague into the pre-interrogation room to conduct further questioning of the 3. Across the street from the police station, a group of rough-looking gangsters quietly gathered. Among them, a little leader was holding a photo, which was unmistakably a picture of Gao Feng and the others. "Boss, the people have been caught by the police. We are waiting outside the police station. What should we do? Should we? A little leader pulled out his phone for instructions. You want to die? Are you tired of living? You're still waiting outside the police station? Get lost and keep watch. Once they come out, follow them. Don't go looking for trouble. Yes, boss, I'll disperse. The little leader's face turned red from being scolded. After staring at the small courtyard where the police station was located for a while, he finally relaxed his stiff neck. Get lost. The boss said to keep watch. Use your brains a bit. Don't think about the police station. Yes. The gangsters simultaneously showed relieved expressions on their faces. They thought to themselves, not knowing which idiot wanted to mess with the police. Although they were scared, they were also some of the more prominent figures in the area, and they couldn't really be cowardly. They almost went down a path of no return just for the sake of face. Several timid ones immediately decided to pull off one last job tonight and quickly leave the city. Damn, cities are full of tricks. I want to go back to the countryside. Although they thought this way, fearing the little leader, they still decided to stand their post one last time. Naturally, they had to maintain a sense of professionalism. Inside the police station, Captain Gao Ming had just arranged for Gao Feng and the others to be bailed out when an unexpected problem arose. Gao Feng claimed to be an orphan. Yi Huimin also said she was an orphan, and Xia Linlin was likewise an orphan. Yi Huimin and Xia Linlin even mentioned they were from the same orphanage. No one could help them with bail. Upon hearing this report, Captain Gao Ming was stunned. He thought to himself, do you think I'm a fool? Looking at them, all fair-skinned and well-mannered, how could they do such a thing as lie in front of the police? Gao Ming was furious and immediately had the household registration department work overtime to pull out the household registration information of these three unusual individuals. As a result, Gao Ming was dumbfounded. Although they did not share the same place of birth, these three were indeed orphans. Gao Feng's parents were completely missing, and his records were all blank, with only an address of an orphanage. Yi Huimin and Xia Linlin had parents, but they both lost their fathers and mothers in childhood and had no siblings. Looking at the three's information, Gao Ming was speechless for a long time. It turned out that these three were having a reunion of friends from the orphanage tonight. What a coincidence. There was no way around it. Since none of them could find a guarantor, they could only pay a deposit. Yi Huimin, the little rich girl, immediately stated that she would pay the deposit for all three. Xia Linlin, as her close friend, directly nodded in acceptance. Seeing Gao Feng remain silent, Yi Huimin smiled and said, you don't need to thank me, but just don't joke about breaking up in the future. As a result, Gao Feng suddenly said, I don't want you to pay the deposit. I've never slept in a cell before, so today is a good chance to try it out. If you really want to be my girlfriend, come spend a night in the cell with me, and I will never mention breaking up with you again. Yi Huimin was stunned upon hearing this. Xia Linlin, upon hearing this, exploded. Pointing at Gao Feng's nose, she loudly questioned, Gao Feng, what kind of talk is that? We are two young and beautiful girls, and you actually want us to accompany you in jail? Are you out of your mind? Gao Feng smiled, but did not speak. He was too lazy to say another word to the annoying Xia Linlin. People like her were unlikely to survive even a day when the apocalypse arrived. He only looked at Yi Huimin, sincerely inviting her to accompany him in jail, which could be considered a form of unique romance. More importantly, it seemed that Yi Huimin was genuinely interested in him. If she could be obedient and not cause trouble during the apocalypse, having her around as a companion would be nice. As for being a girlfriend and feelings, forget it. In the apocalypse, pursuing relationships could be dangerous. During this lonely time of the apocalypse, she could at most be a partner to pass the time. After all, Gao Feng had enough supplies stocked up. There was plenty to eat and drink. Damn it, Gao Feng suddenly remembered that he seemed to be running low on water. The purified water he had stored was only enough for one person to drink for a lifetime. He hadn't even prepared water for bathing. If he added Yi Huimin's water budget to the mix, the gap would be quite large. Not to mention that the snow during the apocalypse could serve as drinking water. But the energy required to thaw snow at -70 degrees was terrifying. Moreover, the snow itself was toxic. Gao Feng's expression suddenly became extremely irritated. Damn it. Women are trouble. I want to give her a chance, but now I'm short on water. Seeing Gao Feng's expression grow more and more irritated, Yi Huimin, who was originally unwilling to go to jail, suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I'll accompany you in jail. But can you please speak to me nicely in the future? Gao Feng, your mood swings make me anxious. Gao Feng simply nodded. After hearing Yi Huimin's response, he was not overly excited. She was just a woman, albeit a beautiful one. But with one more person, the supplies he had to stockpile would need to be recalculated. Gao Feng's mind was suddenly overwhelmed with worries. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. He remembered that among the supplies he had collected from various shopping centers, there were quite a few bottles of mineral water. If these were gathered together, it would also amount to a huge quantity. If it's just for drinking, it should be enough for a few years for Yi Huimin. With this thought, her mood brightened again, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted slightly. Seeing that Gao Feng was in a good mood, Yi Huimin quickly hugged him tightly. The affectionate display between the two made Xia Linlin's teeth ache. Xia Linlin tried to persuade Yi Huimin and mock Gao Feng, but realizing that the two were dead set on each other, she angrily paid the bail and left. Huimin, you really have lost your mind. How can you accompany a man to jail? I really don't know what you're thinking. Xia Linlin left with a frustrated remark. Yi Huimin felt helpless, but she had made up her mind and didn't want to say anything more to Xia Linlin. Just as Xia Linlin was about to leave, Gao Feng glanced at the obedient and charming Yi Huimin beside him. He intended to let Xia Linlin fend for herself, but thinking about this troublesome woman, who was after all Yi Huimin's close friend, he realized that if he watched her get hurt nearby, Yi Huimin would probably break down. He pretended to casually say, I guess there are some thugs outside watching us. You'd better call her and tell her to be careful. In fact, it wasn't just a guess. He had directly sensed the reality with his spatial perception. During this time in jail, Gao Feng hadn't been idle. He not only sensed everything in the police station, but also gathered information about the thugs within 100 meters around them. In particular, the thugs had photos of the three of them, clearly to deal with the rogue fat guy. Although they had dispersed for now, there was a high probability they would be targeted when the three of them went out. Gao Feng had no time to deal with these thugs. With less than a day and a half before the apocalypse, if he fought again, he'd end up back in the police station, which would be endless. He still had to stock up on bath water, medicine, and cotton clothing. With 3 supplies unresolved, he had to regain his freedom as soon as possible. As soon as Yi Huimin heard Gao Feng's warning, she was startled. She initially thought Gao Feng was cursing Xia Linlin for not liking her. But after Gao Feng said a word, he didn't elaborate, which made Yi Huimin feel something was off. Being as clever as she was, she didn't need Gao Feng to explain further. She immediately realized that what he said could be very serious. She hurriedly pleaded with Captain Gao Ming to allow her to call Xia Linlin. Gao Ming looked at Yi Huimin, who combined beauty and temperament, with a helpless expression. He thought, you can't just rely on your looks to act like this. Clearly, you can leave if you pay. But you're not leaving and instead asking me to make a call. Gao Ming wanted to refuse Yi Huimin, but he was afraid that she would complain about him after leaving, so he could only helplessly help her, this stubborn person who wouldn't leave the police station. To get her phone. Outside the police station, Xia Linlin was angrily kicking the ground and walking forward when her phone suddenly rang. She saw it was Yi Huimin and thought her best friend had changed her mind and was going to leave with her, so she quickly answered the call. Linlin, be careful when you go out. It's best to take a taxi right at the police station door and not to hang around nearby. Gao Feng said we might be targeted by thugs. That rogue fat guy I splashed earlier is obviously a thug boss. Again with what Gao Feng said. Huimin, I think you've lost your mind. We're in broad daylight. Where are there so many thugs? Oh, it's late at night. And there's not a soul on the road. Who are you scaring? Huimin, I've noticed that ever since you started dating Gao Feng, you've become foolish. Xia Linlin angrily retorted at Yi Huimin, completely ignoring her own foolishness in the process. As she spoke, she walked on. But she didn't notice that in a corner by the roadside, 2 young thugs with faces full of acne were staring with greedy eyes at Xia Linlin's figure. This little girl is really pretty. The boss only said he wanted someone. We can have some fun first, and then send her to the boss. That should be fine, right? Then I'll go first. All right, I'll support you. Hee hee. Chapter 20. First use of ability to attack. The 2 young thugs exchanged glances, confirming their evil intentions. They quickly dashed out of the shadows, heading straight for the angry Xia Linlin. As they rushed within 3 meters of her, Xia Linlin turned her head at last, only to be horrified to find 2 men with sinister smiles charging at her. Help! Help! Xia Linlin's heart raced, and she shouted for help, wanting to run. But she was too nervous. She had never seen such blatant madness. After just a couple of steps, her high heel twisted, and the heel broke. She tossed off her shoes and tried to continue running. However, after just a few steps, her foot was pierced by a stone. It was summer, and Xia Linlin was wearing very thin stockings. After her delicate foot was pierced, not only was the bleeding severe, but the blood wouldn't stop flowing, soaking her stockings and providing no means to stem the bleeding. Xia Linlin winced in pain, unable to move. Stop, little girl. The thug behind her called out wickedly, making a sudden turn to continue chasing Xia Linlin. Seeing her suddenly limping, one of the thugs couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. In a moment, Xia Linlin, who had just escaped a short distance, was caught up by the 2 thugs. They immediately leered at her figure with lewd expressions. One particularly eager thug even raised his claw, unceremoniously reaching for Xia Linlin's chest. No, Xia Linlin couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. She felt like her end had come. Everything went dark before her eyes. But just as she anticipated something horrifying was about to happen, it didn't. The thug who had reached for her chest suddenly covered his hand in terror, his face revealing an expression of pain and fear. Seeing Xia Linlin's expression, he seemed to have encountered a ghost and turned to flee into the darkness. The other thug, witnessing his companion's attempt to act lewd, suddenly found his palm bleeding profusely, a horrifying hole appearing in his palm. Scared, he quickly released his grip on Xia Linlin's shoulder, involuntarily exclaiming, "Ghost." He too followed his companion, using all his strength to sprint into the darkness. As for grabbing someone, they didn't care at all. If the boss pursued them, they could just run away. That was better than losing their lives. Xia Linlin stared blankly at the thugs who had suddenly fled. She looked around at the eerily quiet road, feeling a bit uneasy. At that moment, she suddenly recalled Yi Huimin's warning during the phone call, and she felt incredibly foolish. It was so close. She was just a step away from being assaulted by those thugs. It had been too dangerous just now. Xia Linlin thought for a moment, then gritted her teeth, enduring the pain from her pierced foot, and quickly ran toward the police station. Then, she hailed a taxi at the police station entrance. Once she finally got into the taxi, her heart, which had been racing, finally calmed down. As she relaxed, she thought about the terrifying scene from earlier and couldn't help but burst into tears. Halfway through her crying, she suddenly felt something was missing. Gritting her teeth again, she took out her phone and called her best friend Yi Huimin. Beep, beep, beep. But the line was busy, and she couldn't get through it all. Only then did Xia Linlin remember that her best friend hadn't posted bail yet, so she was still in the police station. However, what Xia Linlin didn't know was that at that moment, her good friend Yi Huimin was not in the police station. She had already come out with Gao Feng. Xia Linlin suddenly turned danger into safety at a critical moment, which was also the work of Gao Feng, who despised her. Why did Gao Feng suddenly change his mind and want to leave the police station? The reason is very simple. He calculated that he was missing too many supplies and could no longer waste time at the police station. Of course, there was another situation. Gao Feng boldly used his spatial ability to secretly collect a handgun and a box of bullets hidden in the police station safe into his own alternate space. After all, there was less than a day and a half left until the apocalypse. Gao Feng felt that he might not be exposed. However, if he continued to stay at the police station, he could very likely encounter trouble. If the police used the excuse of theft to list Gao Feng and Yi Huimin as new suspects in a major case involving a missing gun, he could end up being locked up for an indefinite period. Just like that, Gao Feng once again performed a face-changing act in front of Yi Huimin. When Yi Huimin was posting bail, she was completely speechless. Captain Gao Ming also felt that this couple was just messing with him for fun. However, was Gao Feng the kind of person who cared about others' opinions? Perhaps in peaceful times he had to care, but with the apocalypse approaching, what could others do to him if they looked down on him? He had hoarded a lot of supplies, while they were still completely unaware of the impending apocalypse. In comparison, Gao Feng felt like a walking god, while others were completely oblivious ants, unaware of the danger. Once Gao Feng realized this, he became carefree and indifferent, directly ignoring Captain Gao Ming's displeased gaze. He didn't even need to ignore Yi Huimin's disdain. Instead, he reached out and pinched her delicate face as a form of punishment. Yi Huimin immediately begged for mercy. Don't think she was just acting cute. She had no choice but to beg. It really hurt. Gao Feng showed no pity for her, only enjoying the softness of her face. Yi Huimin retrieved her sports car from the police and drove it to chase after her best friend Xia Linlin, gritting her teeth in frustration. Fortunately, although Yi Huimin was bullied by Gao Feng, she didn't let it bother her and continued driving to catch up with her best friend. Otherwise, they would have missed the critical moment when Xia Linlin was about to be assaulted by two delinquents. It was Yi Huimin's persistence and emotional stability that impressed Gao Feng. Yi Huimin completely demonstrated the emotional qualities needed for survival in the apocalypse. In such desperate times, even when people are on the brink of collapse, they must continue to fight for survival. Although she seemed a bit naive about the real apocalypse, her many strengths made it a good choice to keep her around. For example, Yi Huimin was still closely following Gao Feng. Although Gao Feng didn't want to talk about feelings, having such a beautiful companion was simply irresistible. He hoped Yi Huimin would appreciate him more and be completely devoted to him. If that were the case, when the apocalypse came, he could comfortably stay at home without going out. After all, with supplies and a beautiful partner, wouldn't life in the apocalypse be perfect? Xia Linlin's life and death were almost in her best friend Yi Huimin's hands. As for Gao Feng, he had no feelings for Xia Linlin. After saving her, he told Yi Huimin to continue driving away. As a result, the bewildered Xia Linlin didn't even notice that her best friend Yi Huimin had shown up during that extremely dangerous moment. At this moment, Yi Huimin's perception of Gao Feng had completely changed. Just now, she had personally witnessed Gao Feng using his spatial door ability to stab a ballpoint pen he had previously thrust out into the palm of the lewd delinquent who wanted to assault her best friend Xia Linlin. Yi Huimin couldn't help but suspect it was magic. But her car was still 100 meters away from Shaolin Lin, and if it were magic, the scale of this magic was astonishingly unrealistic. The only explanation was that Gao Feng possessed some power unimaginable to ordinary people. Gao Feng, are you human? Yi Huimin asked in confusion as she drove, feeling lost. Chapter 21. No romance. I'm just collecting bathwater, guess what? Gao Feng didn't answer directly. He couldn't explain his spatial abilities to an ordinary person. If he fully revealed himself, he would have no secrets left. Gao Feng admitted that he somewhat recognized Yi Huimin. But this recognition was merely about her being a good partner to follow him in the apocalypse. It didn't mean he had to show her all his secrets. As for using his abilities in front of Yi Huimin earlier, that was intentional. For the time being, he only needed Yi Huimin to know that he was different from others, and that was enough. This way, all his peculiarities would have a reasonable explanation. It was vague. Perhaps the best way to get along with women. Gao Feng didn't know if his thoughts were right or wrong, but he decided to go with it. Fine. If you don't want to say anything, at least you didn't choose to lie to me. Sure enough, Yi Huimin showed a look that said he was doing well. Gao Feng secretly despised this mindless response, but he didn't plan to say anything because whether Yi Huimin was mindless or not didn't matter. What was important was that she was now completely devoted to him. The most important thing was to be obedient. That was enough. So where are we going now? How about you come home with me? I have something to do. Yi Huimin looked puzzled. Take me to the freshwater lake by Haicheng. I want to go swimming. But I didn't bring a swimsuit. Yi Huimin's pretty face instantly turned red, as her mind conjured up inappropriate images. You're so annoying. It's just swimming by the water. But I'm shy. Gao Feng was exasperated. Women were indeed annoying. If Yi Huimin hadn't sobered up and volunteered to be his driver, he would have wanted to leave. I'll take a nap first. Wake me up when we get there. Gao Feng casually threw out a line, closed his eyes, and the next second, snoring could be heard. Yi Huimin couldn't help but pout. She felt unlucky to have found such a lazy boyfriend who always made her unhappy. But she was also a bit ill herself, as she couldn't bear to let go. However, thinking about swimming together later at night felt quite romantic. Yi Huimin's pretty face was flushed. Half an hour later, the wine-red Porsche stopped by the Jiangnan lake in Haicheng. Yi Huimin rolled down the car window, and the sound of rushing water continuously entered her ears. The cool breeze caressed her flushed face, making her feel an unprecedented sense of refreshment. Looking at the beautiful scenery by the lake, Yi Huimin felt a surge of emotions. She never expected that her boyfriend, such a quirky person, could be so romantic. Yi Huimin looked at her boyfriend, who was sleeping in the passenger seat, and couldn't help but pout her red lips, gently kissing him on the face. What's wrong? Gao Feng, suddenly awakened by Yi Huimin's kiss, exclaimed as if he had been electrocuted. Just as Yi Huimin was about to explain, Gao Feng suddenly crossed his arms and pressed her head down. The immense force nearly broke Yi Huimin's neck. The romantic scene by the lake at midnight that Yi Huimin had envisioned instantly shattered. Gao Feng, almost suffocating Yi Huimin, finally slowly woke up and released his grip on her neck. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Huimin was gasping heavily, her whole body slumped against the back of the seat. Gao Feng stared at the injured Yi Huimin for a full half-minute. Yi Huimin thought he would apologize or comfort her gently. Instead, Gao Feng said nothing, got out of the car, and walked to the edge of Jiangnan Lake. Yi Huimin was so angry that she felt like her lungs were about to explode. But after sulking alone in the car for a few minutes, she couldn't help but get out. Gao Feng, you're too rude. Can't you be a bit gentler with me? I'm a girl. You just hurt me. Yi Huimin caught up with Gao Feng, muttering under her breath. The two walked along the lakeside track at Jiangnan Lake, sweetly moving forward. The design of this lakeside track was very distinctive. On both sides of the track were iron railings painted in colorful paint, with a bright red plastic track underneath, and colorful lines separating the middle of the track. On one side of the track, high ornamental trees had atmosphere lights emitting an orange glow not far away. Under the interplay of light and shadow, the track by the shimmering lake appeared somewhat dreamlike. As the two strolled on it, it felt as if they were walking in a picturesque painting. Yi Huimin hugged Gao Feng's arm, and her expression gradually became a bit intoxicated. She felt that although Gao Feng was cold and rough, he had really good taste. Although there were various small issues between them, at this moment, it still felt warm and romantic. As they walked, Yi Huimin suddenly remembered the purpose of their outing. Unable to help herself, she looked up and asked Gao Feng, "Where are we going to swim?" Gao Feng was taken aback. He thought to himself, "I just said that casually, and you took it seriously. Did you think I was going to find a suitable place to collect water from Jiangnan Lake? This is the best bathing water in the apocalypse. If I collect this lake's water and filter it, it could even be used as drinking water." Of course, Gao Feng had decided to use this water for bathing. After all, he was preparing to live well in the apocalypse. How could he not take a bath? "Gao Feng, why are you looking at me? Didn't you say you wanted to swim?" Seeing that Gao Feng was ignoring her, Yi Huimin shook his arm and acted cute. Gao Feng, feeling helpless, could only point to the stairs leading to the lake. Just over there. The stairs below the railing by the lake were clearly left for workers to clean the river. Yi Huimin's face instantly flushed. She knew that while the stairs made it easy to get into the water, the nearby lights were still very bright. The orange light could be seen clearly from a distance at night. If someone discovered them, she would probably suffer social death. Yi Huimin's heart was filled with contradictions. She was both looking forward to swimming with Gao Feng and a bit afraid of being seen. However, Gao Feng didn't care what she thought and directly wrapped his arms around Yi Huimin's slim waist and walked toward the stairs. Are you kidding me? There's less than a day and a half left in the apocalypse. I have no time to swim with you. I'm here to collect lake water. As they got closer to the stairs, Yi Huimin's body became stiffer. Gao Feng felt like he was holding a piece of wood. Gao Feng, forget it, how about? Yi Huimin suddenly got timid and wanted to break free from Gao Feng's embrace when they reached the top of the stairs. Gao Feng was immediately furious. What the hell? We agreed to swim. I'm just looking for a reasonable excuse to collect water by the lake, and you're backing out at the last minute. Gao Feng was so angry that he wanted to slap Yi Huimin unconscious. He had just praised this woman for being obedient. It seemed that women were all the same, troublesome. He might as well collect the water and then just throw her away. In the apocalypse, a woman was worth only a sausage. If he wanted one, he could find another anytime. It was really exhausting. Yi Huimin kept apologizing. Gao Feng, I'm just a bit shy. The lights are too bright. As she spoke, she timidly pointed at the streetlights emitting orange light by the roadside. What does it matter? Is there anyone else around? It's the middle of the night. What are you afraid of? Gao Feng felt frustrated. He irritably tightened his grip on Yi Huimin's arm. Without waiting for her to react, he pressed his lips against her soft, sexy red lips. It has to be like this. Let us see if I can handle this woman. If she doesn't cooperate, I'll just have to knock her out and pretend to be affectionate by the water. Gathering supplies was key. What time was it? And she was still acting cute. Gao Feng, how about we go below the stairs? It's even more embarrassing here. There's no place to hide. Yi Huimin suddenly changed her mind. She was shy from Gao Feng's domineering kiss, and at that moment, all she could imagine was them romantically kissing in this beautiful scenery, completely forgetting what it meant to refuse. Okay, let us go down now. I'll carry you over. Gao Feng readily agreed. He felt like his CPU was about to overheat. He immediately scooped Yi Huimin's delicate body into his arms and almost jogged toward the railing next to the stairs. The refreshing breeze by the lake blew over, and the air was filled with a blush-inducing scent of love. Taking advantage of his clear-headedness, Gao Feng quickly placed the spatial door into Jiangnan Lake. A massive amount of fresh water began to surge wildly into Gao Feng's alternate space. The water in Jiangnan Lake was visibly decreasing. However, at 2 in the morning, who would care about the water level of this lake? Even if someone came, they would only focus on the couple, Gao Feng and Yi Huimin. The water was rapidly decreasing. The closer it got to the end, the faster the water dropped. Gao Feng was enjoying his current state. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps nearby, which startled him. He immediately activated his spatial sensing ability. Soon, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in Gao Feng's perception. It was a long-haired girl dressed in a cheerleader outfit, with a very hot figure. Front and back was an understatement. And exceptionally round and full was the only way to describe it. At that moment, the girl was curiously looking at the stairs where Gao Feng and Yi Huimin were, her eyes full of expectation. Little did she know, at that moment, Gao Feng was also observing her through spatial perception. After watching for a while, the girl seemed a bit anxious and began to stomp her feet in place. Gao Feng was confused. He thought, what's with you, peeping? Why are you so excited? Is this too much for you? Watching a show but still complaining it's not enough? That's really too much. Besides, being with Yi Huimin, a beautiful girl. How could I be disliked? Is this girl envious and jealous? While collecting the lake water, Gao Feng idly speculated. An hour later, Yi Huimin was deeply asleep in Gao Feng's arms. Gao Feng quietly held her, watching the lake water continuously decrease before him, feeling incredibly at peace. The feeling of gathering supplies was too comfortable, giving a sense of hope. However, the girl in the cheerleader outfit lurking by the lake had not left. She was actually leaning on the railing, resting her chin on her hands, staring intently. Gao Feng felt a bit shy under her unwavering gaze. He hurriedly adjusted his and Yi Huimin's clothes to ensure nothing was exposed before feeling relieved. Another hour passed. The cheerleader girl still hadn't left. She anxiously paced back and forth on the lakeside track, as if something urgent was pressing on her. But it was already the middle of the night. What could a girl like her have to worry about? The cheerleader girl's unusual behavior piqued Gao Feng's curiosity. However, he did not lose his rationality. Curiosity in the apocalypse was absolutely harmful for survival. Gao Feng was curious, but he wouldn't let that curiosity lead him to interrupt the important task he was doing. He thought he and the cheerleader girl could coexist peacefully without any issues. Who knew? The cheerleader girl suddenly started dancing on the lakeside track. Naturally, it was the kind of cheerleading dance from a football team. It was visually stunning. On the football field, it often makes young viewers feel passionate. However, by the cold lake, Gao Feng saw this scene and felt as if he had encountered a supernatural event. Could this girl be a ghost? Gao Feng couldn't help but start to doubt. As for whether ghosts exist, with his current abilities, he really couldn't deny it. Nevertheless, Gao Feng didn't take it too seriously. Let it be a ghost. As long as it doesn't affect his collection of supplies, it doesn't matter. Gao Feng sat calmly by the lake, holding the sleeping Yi Huimin in his arms. To outsiders, he looked like a romantic playboy, taking his girlfriend out by the lake in the middle of the night. In reality, he was still hoarding some basic living supplies and bathing water to survive the apocalypse. Gao Feng found it amusing. He felt that his actions, by such a beautiful lake, were a bit of a blight on the scenery. However, Gao Feng didn't mind. Having experienced the apocalypse, he knew that appearances really didn't matter at all. As long as he could get what he wanted, everything else was just floating clouds. Gao Feng was filled with emotion. After reflecting, he looked at the lake water level in front of him. Seeing that it was almost half gone, Gao Feng felt extremely relaxed. However, at this moment, the girl by the lake, the football babe, had not left. She was bizarrely running around the lake's track. She even passed closely by the railing behind Gao Feng several times. This made Gao Feng feel shy. It was too embarrassing. After all, he had just been intimate with Yi Huimin here. The football babe girl was far at first, and he didn't feel much. But now that she suddenly got close, even someone as thick-skinned as Gao Feng, who had experienced the apocalypse, couldn't handle it. Fortunately, the football babe girl only passed by. But the number of times she passed was a bit much, making Gao Feng feel a bit unsettled. Every time she passed, Gao Feng couldn't help but feel his heart race. Perhaps it was a guilty conscience? However, luckily, the girl didn't do anything else excessive. Gao Feng was able to quietly continue collecting lake water. After experiencing the girl passing by multiple times, Gao Feng gradually got used to it. Especially when he saw that he had collected almost all the lake water, his heart felt even more at ease. Even if someone came by and criticized him and Yi Huimin for their indecent behavior, he could leave at any time. He had collected most of the water from Jiangnan Lake, which would definitely be enough for bathing in the apocalypse. Phew. By 4 in the morning. Looking at the lake water he had collected from Jiangnan Lake, Gao Feng finally relaxed completely. He felt that he couldn't collect anymore. Otherwise, he would start pulling in mud. Gao Feng immediately prepared to close the spatial door and take Yi Huimin away. This summer night, especially in the early morning, was still a bit chilly. Being by the water, Gao Feng, despite putting on a brave front, was still a bit worried that Yi Huimin might catch a cold like him. After all, the apocalypse was coming soon, and entering it with a cold was very dangerous. Chapter 23. Girl, if you're going to commit suicide, do it early. Just as Gao Feng was about to carry Yi Huimin back to the car, suddenly, the football babe girl passed by again. Gao Feng thought she would just pass by like before. However, the football babe girl stood at the railing behind Gao Feng on the track and shouted at him with some annoyance. Hey, why are you still here? Gao Feng looked at her, speechless. What do you mean, beautiful? This Jiangnan Lake isn't yours. What is wrong with me being here? The football babe girl bit her lip and suddenly waved a fist at Gao Feng, angrily saying, Why are you so annoying? I want to commit suicide. I've been waiting for you for hours, and you still haven't left. There are railings everywhere else, and I can't jump over. Only here has steps for me to get into the water easily. Gao Feng was dumbfounded. Girl, are you saying that we've inadvertently saved you? Shouldn't you be thanking us? The football babe girl instantly showed a look of anger on her face. She couldn't help but curl her lips and mock Gao Feng. Handsome. Do you know any other skills besides driving? It's making me nauseous just watching you. Is your girlfriend pretending to sleep? This sharp tongue made Gao Feng wish he could strangle her. However, she was about to commit suicide. He had to understand her. Gao Feng replied helplessly, Girl, although I see you're a beauty too, isn't it inappropriate for you to be so reckless about peeping? The football babe girl snorted coldly. Who wants to watch you? You guys are the ones who insisted on live streaming in front of me. I'm about to commit suicide. What is there to be afraid of? You should hurry up and leave. Don't interfere with my suicide. Gao Feng thought about it and found it reasonable. Although it was a bit excessive to peek at him and Yi Huimin being intimate, the girl was about to commit suicide. So it was indeed not the time to pursue the matter. Gao Feng immediately stood up with Yi Huimin in his arms and walked step by step up the track. As for stopping someone from committing suicide, Gao Feng wouldn't do that. It's the apocalypse. Committing suicide early might not be a bad choice. If he stopped her and she ended up being traded back and forth in the apocalypse for a hot dog, she would probably hate him. One shouldn't be self-righteous. If she wants to die, let her die. It's essential to respect her right to life and freedom. As Gao Feng was leaving, he kindly reminded her, You should hurry up. It's almost dawn. Soon there will be fitness people coming to run. If you jump into the water just as someone is coming, and they rescue you, you'll have to jump into the lake again. And that would be too miserable. The football babe girl was taken aback. She was originally worried that Gao Feng would try to persuade her not to commit suicide. However, encountering someone in the middle of the night, her thoughts were quite peculiar. She wanted to commit suicide, and the other party could still urge her to do it early. Goodbye. Remember to say hello to the king of hell for me. Gao Feng suddenly mischievously said another sentence to the football babe girl. This wasn't meant to flirt. It was purely because he thought there would be so many deaths in the apocalypse that the king of hell would probably be working overtime until he vomited blood. Who knows? The king of hell might even die from overwork. When the underworld has a change of leadership, it's uncertain how it would look. You must be out of your mind. The football babe girl muttered under her breath. Then she stepped down the steps. However, as she walked, she stepped into the mud and didn't notice the lake water. When she looked closely again, the shimmering lake surface she had seen when she came to Jiangnan Lake had actually disappeared. What was going on? The football babe girl suddenly took out her phone and turned on the flashlight. When she shone it, she gasped. The water in Jiangnan Lake had actually bottomed out. The remaining water was more like a large puddle than a lake. Even if she walked through the mud and jumped in, she probably wouldn't drown. Was it fate? I came to jump into the lake, and the water was originally deep, but now it was occupied by 2 wild mandarin ducks suitable for getting in. After finally driving away these 2 annoying ghosts, the lake water was gone. Does this mean that heaven doesn't want me to die? They say that great misfortune brings great fortune. Could it be that I will turn danger into safety? But I owe 5 million in high-interest loans, and the debt collector wants me to sell myself. Can I really get through this crisis? The football babe girl felt a sudden shift in her desperate heart. She felt that the sign from heaven was too obvious. She decided to wait a little longer. Even if she didn't wait, she needed to find another place to jump. She truly didn't have the courage to bury her head in the mud and suffocate herself. The football babe girl returned to the lakeside track in a daze, leaning against the railing while scrolling through her phone. She wanted to see if heaven would give her a new direction. After all, she really couldn't think of anyone who could help her turn danger into safety. At dawn, if the high-interest loan collectors found her, she would probably be dragged back to the club to work. She couldn't come up with a solution. Suddenly opening her WeChat on her phone, she started scrolling through nearby people. She could only treat a dead horse as a living horse. Soon, she found someone and immediately added the other party as a friend without hesitation. Surprisingly, the request was accepted. The football babe quickly went up to greet him, first sending a sexy selfie. Fortunately, although the lighting by the lake was dim, the atmosphere was great. The photo still looked quite appealing. She then introduced herself. I'm a football babe, just about to jump into the lake, but I suddenly realized that the water in Jiangnan Lake has disappeared. I suspect that the heavens don't want me to die. I wonder if you are the one sent by the heavens to save me. What a lunatic, trying to seduce me in the middle of the night. I'm just a park manager. How could I afford to spend money? If you want money, just walk straight ahead, knock on a small house you see, and I'll be waiting for you in bed. Such lewd words. The football babe was so furious that she almost exploded. Terrified, she hurriedly deleted the other person's account. She felt disgusted. She fled from the lakeside park. Just as she got to the main road, she spotted a wine-red Porsche parked by the roadside. The football babe suddenly thought of the possibility that the heavens would send a benefactor to her. A benefactor couldn't possibly be a broke park manager. It must be a wealthy person driving a sports car. She quickly adjusted her heartbeat and lowered her neckline. Compared to selling herself at a club, she was more inclined to sell herself to a wealthy man alone. Although there was no love, at least she wouldn't feel so dirty. And over time, feelings might develop. Most modern marriages lack love, she thought, and her mood lifted. A radiant smile appeared on her face. However, just as she reached the car window and posed alluringly, ready to knock, the window suddenly rolled down automatically. Gao Feng's handsome but displeased face appeared. Miss, weren't you going to commit suicide? Why are you following me? You're not planning to crash into my car for a suicide, are you? This car belongs to my girlfriend. We can't let that happen. The football babe's face instantly fell. She thought, how come this pair of wild lovebirds hasn't left yet? Gao Feng was about to roll the window back up and go back to sleep. He was so tired. If he didn't sleep for a while, he wouldn't have the energy to stock up during the day. He needed to gather as much as possible on the last day before the apocalypse. Hey, big brother, don't roll up the window. The football babe suddenly rushed over, reaching her hand into the window to try to stop the glass from rising. Just as she was about to get pinched, with her hand at risk of being crushed. She thought, what does she care when she wanted to die anyway? Chapter 24, trending on social media click. At the last moment, Gao Feng pressed the button to stop the glass from rising. But the football babe's hand was still pinched, and blood trickled down the glass. The football babe's shirt with a football pattern was directly printed on the car window. Gao Feng instinctively rolled the window back down. Big brother, let me finish. The football babe covered her bleeding hand, gritting her teeth to endure the pain, and insisted on making a request to Gao Feng. He felt a bit helpless. Beautiful women really know how to be persistent. If he hadn't been drinking and couldn't drive, he would have left immediately in Yi Huimin's car. Go ahead. If I can't avoid the problem, I'll just have to face it. Gao Feng was not the type to avoid problems. In the apocalypse, a weak mindset wouldn't help anyone survive. Big brother, I really wanted to jump into the lake before. The football babe spoke while unconsciously leaning on the passenger window. Gao Feng nodded, tacitly agreeing with her statement. But when I wanted to jump, you occupied my ideal spot. Gao Feng shrugged, feeling that the girl definitely had some issues. What the hell? Choosing the best spot to jump into the lake. Is suicide that picky? But he didn't say it. If he did, she would definitely drag on with nonsense. So, Gao Feng simply threw out a question. The football babe thought of the suddenly disappeared lake water and didn't know how to explain, swallowing hard. Big brother. Do you believe me when I say the water in Jiangnan Lake is gone? The football babe widened her bright eyes, fearing Gao Feng wouldn't believe her. I believe you. Gao Feng thought. The water is what I took away. If others don't believe it, it would be a breach of conscience if I didn't. Really? That's great. The football babe was a bit excited and suddenly leaned over to kiss Gao Feng on the cheek. Gao Feng was stunned. In the cramped space he was in, there was nowhere to hide. The key thing was that he suddenly realized a serious problem. This girl coming to talk ghost stories next to a luxury car in the middle of the night couldn't be trying to extort him. Right? He was quite aware of anti-fraud measures. So, Gao Feng seriously pointed to Yi Huimin, who was lying in the driver's seat, and said, Miss, can you not be so reckless? My girlfriend is here. The football babe suddenly felt a bit awkward. She had been a bit too sunny and cheerful, forgetting that this was a pair of wild lovebirds. Then, big brother, shall we talk outside? The football babe stood up straight and earnestly invited him. Suddenly, the car window rolled back up as soon as she moved her hand. The speed was so fast it was almost like a flash of lightning. The football babe was dumbfounded. Inside the car, Gao Feng thought for a moment and then pinched Yi Huimin's thigh, waking her up from her drowsiness. Gao Feng, what are you doing? Yi Huimin, who was sleep-drunk, looked at Gao Feng with a resentful expression. Gao Feng blinked and suddenly produced a bottle of Starbucks coffee, as if performing a magic trick. Of course, it was a bottled drink taken from another space. After all, he had collected supplies in the middle of the night, and didn't he have freshly brewed hot coffee? Gao Feng casually handed it over. Drink a bit to calm your nerves. Otherwise, if you're too sleepy, you'll get a headache you can't bear. Be good. Gao Feng gently patted Yi Huimin's head. His affectionate gesture instantly warmed her heart. She gulped down a big mouthful. Indeed, the painful feeling of nerve strain disappeared by more than half, and her rationality was much clearer now. Gao Feng then pointed to the football babe girl waiting outside and said, This girl said she wanted to commit suicide before. She insisted on jumping into the lake where we were swimming, and now she's saying the lake water is gone. I suspect she's one of those extortionists, specifically responsible for seduction. I drank last night and couldn't drive, so I had to wake you up to drive. Yi Huimin glanced outside. The girl in the football babe tank top and shorts had such a hot figure that even she, a woman, couldn't resist. Fortunately, her boyfriend was very loyal to her and knew how to refuse. Not bad. Yi Huimin smiled brightly and kissed Gao Feng as a reward. She felt it was necessary to show off her girlfriend power again. She even carefully prepared to lower the neckline of her dress. However, when she reached for it, she found that she was only covered by a summer blanket. The dress, she suddenly remembered, was probably taken off by the lake. She searched around the car, but couldn't find her dress. Yi Huimin suddenly panicked. Gao Feng, where's my dress? You didn't forget to bring it back when you carried me, did you? Yi Huimin was almost exploding with anxiety. There was still a sexy football babe standing outside. This was going to be social death. Gao Feng urged, Don't worry about that now. Let us go. I'm so tired I'm about to collapse. We need to find a safe place to sleep first. Yi Huimin was speechless and could only wrap the summer blanket around herself a couple of times, using it as a makeshift strapless dress. However, it was a bit unreliable. With the slightest movement, it would slide down. To my house. At this moment, Yi Huimin wasn't shy anymore and wasn't tired either. She felt she had to let Gao Feng truly experience her unique charm. What is the use of being a football babe with a great figure if she lacks substance? With a sudden press of the accelerator, the sports car roared out like a bullet. The football babe waiting by the roadside was so startled by the unexpected noise that she nearly fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Gao Feng, feeling the strong push from the back, sank deeply into dreamland. He had no interest in women at all. After all, in the apocalypse, a single sausage was worth more. He needed to catch up on sleep quickly. It was important to stock up on supplies when dawn broke. The water from Jiangnan Lake was collected, enough for a bath. But he still hadn't actually gotten the medicine. He needed to contact the pharmaceutical representative whose business card was from Xia Linlin to get the goods. And there were cotton clothes. He had no leads on that either. Fortunately, he had a little over a day to sort things out, so it should be manageable. At the same time, the football babe who had been ditched, upon losing her potential savior, didn't he fall into complete despair. She remembered that she was the first to discover the disappearance of the water in Jiangnan Lake. Plus, her recent story with the handsome guy in the Porsche should be quite captivating. She immediately edited the photos she had casually taken earlier, paired them with a narrative, and published it on the headlines. Sure enough, it went viral. Within 10 minutes, the views surpassed 100,000. In an hour, it broke 1 million. The popularity was still rapidly climbing. At 7:30 a.m., during the Monday morning rush hour, the topic of the disappearing water in Jiangnan Lake unexpectedly prevented the sexy football babe from committing suicide, and it shot up the trending list. At 8 o'clock, Gao Feng's manager, Gao Shui, noticed that the workday had begun, but the underperforming sales representative Gao Feng hadn't shown up, and his expression turned gloomy. He casually scrolled through his phone and saw the trending news about the sexy football babe's suicide, clicking in to see it. To his surprise, he saw Gao Feng sitting in the Porsche, being flirted with by the football babe. He instantly exploded with rage. This damn loser was pretending to be rich and picking up girls in the middle of the night. Just wait until I dock his attendance bonus for the month. I can't wait to see his reaction. Chapter 25. Fired by the boss. Gao Shui couldn't wait to call Gao Feng. Gao Feng, groggy, answered the phone. A voice came through, neither warm nor cold, from Gao Shui. Gao Feng, you still know how to answer the phone? Honestly, are you pretending to be a rich guy picking up girls, too weak to get out of bed? It's already past 8. I'm deducting your attendance bonus. You don't have any objections, right? Gao Feng was taken aback and then realized who was calling. However, in this apocalypse, why was he giving him this nonsense? How deep was the poison of this corporate life? He casually replied, "Idiot, you dialed the wrong number." Gao Shui was instantly embarrassed by the insult. He thought he had truly dialed the wrong number. Just as he was about to hang up, he suddenly realized that the person speaking was indeed that loser Gao Feng. He was the one dragging down the company's performance, and he had talked to him enough to recognize his voice. Immediately displeased, he scolded, "Gao Feng, what the hell are you pretending for? Don't you want your job anymore?" Gao Feng was about to hang up anyway, but when he heard Gao Shui, that useless manager, still going on, he sat up straight in bed. With a serious tone, he said, "Gao Shui, what do you mean? Are you saying that if I insult you, you, with your small-mindedness, would retaliate against me? As for work, screw you. You trash. Beep, beep, beep." After saying that, Gao Feng hung up the phone. Gao Shui was furious. Normally, this guy was clearly a loser and a sycophant, although his abilities were lacking. As a member of the management, he usually listened carefully to what he said. Why was he so bold today? Did he hook up with a rich woman? Gao Shui thought about the red Porsche Gao Feng was seen in on the news. It was likely a woman's car. Gao Feng was sitting in the passenger seat. This clearly indicated he had become a kept man. He had thought that he was too weak from picking up girls to make it to work. Instead, it seemed he was being supported by a rich woman and had gained some confidence. Gao Shui felt like he had discovered a new continent. He immediately sent the information about Gao Feng being kept by a rich woman to the company's employee chat group. Did you know? Gao Feng is being kept by a rich woman. Everyone, our company does not allow such morally corrupt individuals. I have decided that starting today, Gao Feng will be fired from our company. The group chat exploded. Nobody cared about whether he was fired or not. Everyone was much more interested in the fact that Gao Feng was being kept by a rich woman. After all, Gao Feng was usually quite unremarkable at work. Although he was somewhat handsome, he was stingy, and the female employees in the company didn't want to interact with him much. He had no rumors surrounding him at all. He didn't even participate in company team-building activities. His colleagues had little rapport with him, and a few had even had conflicts with him due to work issues. Upon hearing that Gao Feng had caused such a scandal, they were all excited. They stopped working and began discussing it passionately. How could Gao Feng be that kind of person? Doesn't he have a girlfriend? She is pretty too. He usually dotes on her so much. I thought he was just a dead sycophant. I didn't expect him to be kept by a rich woman. Did that beautiful girlfriend of his leave him? Haven't you heard of someone having 2 boats to ride on at once? I bet the truth is that Gao Feng wanted to please his beautiful girlfriend, but didn't make enough money. So he found a rich woman to support him to make up for it. Isn't that selling his body for love? Definitely counts. I wonder if the rich woman is pretty. I need to find a time to ask Gao Feng. I don't know where this guy found the opportunity. With that deadpan look, he can still attract a rich woman. If we had a way to contact a rich woman, we could definitely do it too. The male colleagues who didn't get along with Gao Feng were chattering away. The female colleagues were more shy and didn't dare to say much in the chat. At most, just chiming in to express their presence. However, there was one female employee, Wu Yeshua, who prided herself on her beauty but didn't want to put in the effort, suddenly had a wicked thought. In the group chat, everyone was throwing around comments, mostly without malice, but she took it to heart. If Gao Feng could seek out a rich woman to support him just to please his beautiful girlfriend, then if he had cheated, what's the difference between having 2 boats and 3 boats? Wu Yeshua immediately got up and went to the restroom. After confirming that no one was around, she dialed Gao Feng's number. Cautiously, she said, "Hey Gao Feng, are you free right now?" Gao Feng sarcastically replied, "I'm currently sleeping with a rich woman. What do you think?" He had seen the messages in the group chat. Damn, he was being kept by a rich woman. What a coincidence. The woman in his arms, Yi Huimin, could indeed be considered a little rich woman. However, who was supporting whom was hard to say. With the supplies in his otherworldly space, which woman wouldn't kneel beneath his jeans and call him daddy once the apocalypse arrived? As for Wu Yeshua, their relationship was usually just okay. Previously, when she was filling her cup in the break room, her chest had sagged, which was a normal occurrence. Gao Feng, waiting to fill his cup, unexpectedly caught a glimpse of her cleavage. She had directly mocked him in front of him, calling him a loser and a pervert. Gao Feng found it extremely disgusting. To be honest, Wu Yeshua was decent looking, on par with his green tea girlfriend Zhao Ku, both considered beauties. However, her cleavage was really nothing special. The curve was clearly forced out. It was just a completely unremarkable flat chest. Unlike his green tea girlfriend Zhao Ku, who, despite her poor character, had a deep cleavage and a truly great figure. When comparing people, Wu Yeshua clearly belonged to the category of someone to toss aside. How could Gao Feng not look at the great figure of his exceptional girlfriend and instead be envious of someone like her who just filled in the numbers? Wu Yeshua's skin was far thicker than Gao Feng had imagined. After Gao Feng mocked her, he thought she would be angry and hang up. As a result, Wu Yeshua chuckled and acted as if nothing happened. She even used a flattering tone to persuade Gao Feng, saying, "Brother Feng, don't be angry with her. Wasn't there a misunderstanding before? If I had known you could hook up with a rich lady like that, would you want to see me? I wouldn't stop you." Cough, cough. Such bold words caught Gao Feng off guard. He almost dropped his jaw to the floor. "No way, are you sick? I'm being kept by a rich woman, and you're telling me I can see you whenever I want. Wu Yeshua, you're really out of your mind." However, Wu Yeshua didn't take it to heart. With a shameless smile, she said, "Brother Feng, we've both been corporate slaves for years. Who doesn't know how hard life can be? I can't take it anymore, and just want to find someone reliable to help me out." Gao Feng was speechless. "Seriously? I'm rumored to be supported by a rich woman, and you still think I'm reliable? What kind of thinking is that? This is definitely reverse thinking. Who would dare to think like this?" While Gao Feng was speechless, he thought about teasing her a bit to get back at her for her earlier mockery. He said, "Yeshua, I want to help you too, but it's not easy for me to earn money from a rich woman. It's not as much as you think." Wu Yeshua quickly replied, "I don't need much, just enough to maintain my current lifestyle. As long as I don't have to go to work every day, half of what I get from my company is fine. If you're willing, you can come find me anytime, and I'll definitely let you see enough." Gao Feng replied blandly, "Words are not enough. Why don't you send me a private selfie to show your sincerity? Don't let me fall for it. You're just trying to fool me. And don't send me something I've already seen, like your cleavage. I want something fresh." Gao Feng thought, "I'll raise the stakes to this level and see how you try to gross me out." A moment later, Wu Yeshua sent a photo via WeChat. Gao Feng was stunned. The photo was completely nude. The key point was that it was taken in the company's public restroom. Gao Feng guessed that the timing was too crazy. Cough, cough, cough. Gao Feng couldn't bear to look and couldn't help but cough violently, nearly waking Yi Huimin. "How about it, Brother Feng? Am I sincere enough? What do you think of my figure?" Ding. Wu Yeshua suddenly received a red envelope. She was immediately excited. Did he agree to support her? Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a significant upgrade. It seemed that her days as a corporate slave were over. Wu Yeshua thought about immediately resigning. As she reached out to open the red envelope, she found 1 yuan. Wu Yeshua was petrified. What the hell? She wanted to curse. But when she called Gao Feng, she couldn't get through. Damn, this bastard is playing me. Wu Yeshua felt like dying. She had just been ready to gamble her youth for a better tomorrow, and now she encountered a scumbag. On the other side, Gao Feng looked at the selfie from Wu Yeshua on his phone, thinking about how to use this photo to get back at her. This woman had enmity against him. Although it wasn't a life-and-death feud, she had mocked him as a pathetic pervert. He wasn't a pervert for her to see. Without thinking, he accidentally sent Wu Yeshua's photo to the company's employee chat group. What was once a lively chat group instantly fell silent. However, within the company, all employees erupted into discussions. Many male colleagues immediately downloaded and saved the image. Wu Yeshua, who had just returned to the office from the restroom, saw this scene and felt like she had died socially. But upon reflecting, she realized it was just a selfie. Although she wasn't wearing clothes, It was better than her request for Gao Feng to support her being exposed. Wu Yeshue considered whether to call the police, but ultimately thought it was better not to dig her own grave. If Gao Feng saved the evidence from their earlier chat, she would have to jump off a building. However, she didn't dare stay in the company anymore. Everyone looked at her strangely. Those male colleagues who usually surrounded her now had angry expressions. Wu Yeshue felt a chill down her spine. She planned to go home and call or text to mercilessly curse at Gao Feng. This guy was such a pervert. Business is business. If he didn't want to support her, that was fine, but sending the photo to the group was too much. Wu Yeshue asked the senior manager for leave. The senior manager stared at Wu Yeshue for a long time. In the past, he only dared to glance at her from the corner of his eye. Now he was so direct. It was clear that the photo in the group had changed his mindset. Wu Yeshue felt uncomfortable all over. What are you doing? She couldn't help but retort. But the senior manager didn't get angry. He stood up with a smile, walked to Wu Yeshue's side, and placed his hand on her smooth shoulder. I have a question, Xiaoxue. How much do you give Gao Feng when you're together? What? Manager Gao? What are you talking about? I wouldn't want Gao Feng's perverted money. No, Xiaoxue, you misunderstood. I mean, how much do you give him? Give him money? For what? Xiaoxue, stop pretending. Gao Feng is with rich women. Aren't you the invisible rich woman in our company? Go to hell. I'm a rich woman, and I'm suffering in this 996. Wu Yeshue rolled her eyes. She was genuinely shocked by the senior manager's stupidity. But then she felt something was off. The senior manager's hand was touching her, and she momentarily forgot to resist. Wu Yeshue exploded. She was seeking support from Gao Feng for a comfortable life, not wanting to be coerced by this scumbag manager. She immediately shook off the senior manager's hand, pointed at his nose, and shouted, "You dare to take advantage of me. I'll beat you to death." Bang! Wu Yeshue's fist, honed by her typing speed of 120 words per minute, landed hard on the senior manager's nose, making him cry out in pain. He stumbled out of the office, bruised and battered. The senior manager was completely stunned. He couldn't understand. Gao Feng, a loser living off a rich woman, was someone Wu Yeshue was willing to fool around with. Why couldn't he develop a relationship with her? Even if Wu Yeshue didn't give him money, he thought they could still have fun together. Meanwhile, Wu Yeshue angrily returned home. Forget asking for leave. I'll call the manager. She knew she would definitely lose her job. Crying, she realized she failed to find support and was even harassed by a sleazy male superior. What terrible luck. Back at home, in a bad mood, she began to send text and image messages furiously with her typing speed of 120 words per minute. In this era of social media, she felt her experience was simply legendary. Although it was embarrassing, in this age, people laugh at poverty, not at prostitution. She decided to see if she could become an internet celebrity. As a result, once she posted her text and images, they went viral. Within an hour, the views exceeded 100,000, and her followers increased by dozens or even hundreds and continued to rise. Wu Yeshue was instantly excited. If this trend continued, she had the potential to become an internet celebrity. What did she need support for? She immediately called the senior manager who had run away after being hit. Manager Gao, I'm resigning. You better approve it. Otherwise, I'll accuse you of workplace sexual harassment, even rape. Wait, I agree. Is that okay? Your salary and compensation will be handled according to regulations. I definitely want to cut corners. The senior manager was very astute. He knew Wu Yeshue couldn't win a lawsuit against him. The key was that even if he won, he still lost. You're smart. I was about to tell your wife about how you harassed me in the office. He had already prepared to call her wife. Wu Yeshue sent a screenshot of a mobile dialer. Gao Shui was stunned. He immediately vowed to settle Wu Yeshue's salary and compensation right away. The instigator of it all, Gao Feng, suddenly remembered that he was now working for a pharmaceutical company and could order medicines. He immediately called the number on the business card given by Xiao Linlin. Upon hearing that he was introduced by Xiao Linlin, the other party became very excited and promised a discount, saying they could supply as much medicine as needed. Gao Feng quickly sent over the list of medicines that Xiao Linlin had compiled. No problem. Can I deliver the goods to you tomorrow? Is there no stock available now? How about I pay you part of the money first, and you give me whatever you have? That works. I will make the payment now. Just 20 of the total amount as a deposit is fine. Great. Ding. Gao Feng didn't hesitate at all and made the payment directly. The money would turn into waste paper in just over 5 or 6 hours. He was not stingy and directly transferred a deposit of 100,000 yuan. The other party said they could send all the medicines from the Haicheng warehouse to Gao Feng first, with the rest arriving tomorrow. Gao Feng initially planned to send the warehouse address, but then thought it would take time to collect it. Besides, the medicines were not large in volume, so he decided to receive the goods at the entrance of the community where Yi Huimin lived. As for whether it would raise suspicions among others, there was only one day left until the apocalypse. At this point, whether people suspected or not didn't matter. Mr. Gao, the goods will arrive in 2 hours. The other party promised solemnly. Chapter 27. Transfer 3 million from Yi Huimin. 2 hours is not a short time. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the waiting time to catch up on sleep. After all, since his rebirth, he hadn't really slept well. He was overly excited. However, after receiving Wu Yeshua's selfie, he felt a bit exhilarated again. It wasn't that Wu Yeshua's selfie attracted him. The key was that this situation was a bit too crazy. Wu Yeshua had actively come to seek a sugar daddy after hearing Gao Shui say in the company group that he was being supported by a rich woman, completely shattering his worldview. Gao Feng felt that compared to the shamelessness of Gao Shui and Wu Yeshua, he needed to thicken his own skin even more. The difference was too obvious. No wonder he had always struggled in his previous life. Gao Feng believed that to live well in the apocalypse, he had to toughen up. Being ruthless and merciless was essential to standing firm in the apocalypse. With this thought, Gao Feng suddenly picked up Yi Huimin's phone from the bedside table. Fingerprint unlocking is a great thing. Gao Feng took Yi Huimin's fair little hand and easily unlocked it. He then logged into her WeChat account. Originally, he wanted to go directly into her wallet and transfer all her money to himself. But he was drawn in by the chat content between Yi Huimin and her friend Xia Linlin. Upon reading it, Gao Feng felt a bit of pressure. He was actually Yi Huimin's first man. However, Yi Huimin had been lively and active since childhood. She even stated that Gao Feng was her destined partner. Being with him made her feel vibrant and full of energy. Another important piece of information was that Xia Linlin advised Yi Huimin not to easily trust Gao Feng, warning her not to be swindled out of her wealth, as the inheritance left by her parents couldn't withstand any turmoil. Gao Feng then realized that although Yi Huimin was an orphan, she was the heiress of a wealthy family. This explained why Yi Huimin was the owner of a Western restaurant in a 5-star hotel. As for whether the Huirun Hotel also belonged to Yi Huimin, that was uncertain. Gao Feng then opened Yi Huimin's WeChat wallet. 180,000 yuan, so much. Gao Feng was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen someone with 180,000 yuan just lying in their WeChat wallet. She really was a little rich woman. Without hesitation, Gao Feng transferred the money to himself. He needed to make money quickly. He also had to stock up on cotton clothes. This item was considered out of season in the summer. Currently, without resources and connections, if he wanted to stock up, he would have to spend a lot of money to find suppliers. Zero-cost purchases were not working well at the moment. However, the seasonal goods, if available, would only be leftovers and would definitely be discounted. After transferring the money from Yi Huimin's wallet, Gao Feng then transferred the money from her linked bank card. There was more than 3 million yuan in cash. She was indeed rich. When Yi Huimin wakes up and finds that all her money is gone, she will probably want to kill Gao Feng. As for online loans, Gao Feng did not use Yi Huimin's identity to borrow anymore. He had enough money. Even more, it was unlikely he could spend it all in a day, since spending money was merely to find clues about bulk material stocks. The amount of money he had exceeded his expectations. He mainly saw that Yi Huimin was too tired and didn't want to disturb her sleep. After all, she was a girl who truly cared for him. Although he didn't know if they could make it to the end, he felt he should show some concern without lacking in affection. After transferring the money, Gao Feng immediately logged onto a recruitment website to purchase a membership. Sure enough, just 7 days after becoming a member, the website's customer service called him, inviting him to experience a more advanced VIP service. This was a point that the HR personnel in his previous company often complained about. Gao Feng took the opportunity to turn it around. He directly ignored her and stated his demands. Does your website have advanced headhunting services? I'm in trade and want to recruit a skilled bulk trade expert. No salary limit. It depends on resources and experience. If I find someone suitable, I will give a test question, and if they pass, they'll be hired without any nonsense. If so, I'll give you a 10,000 yuan red envelope, and another 10,000 after the job is done. Sir, please hold on. The customer service's voice stuttered, clearly shocked by Gao Feng's generosity. She had only invited Gao Feng to purchase a membership worth a few thousand yuan a year, but unexpectedly, he offered a red envelope of tens of thousands. The customer service felt as if she was dreaming. After finishing this, Gao Feng began to frantically order food on a takeaway app. With 5 million yuan in cash on hand, he was completely not short on money. So why not crazily stock up on freshly made food? In the past, he had to stock up on rice, flour, oil, and vegetables because he didn't have enough money. Now that he had more money than he could imagine, he definitely had to treat himself better. In the apocalypse, it wasn't enough to just eat well. The food had to be hot and freshly prepared. Gao Feng wouldn't be picky, as he had been a loser before and hadn't had the chance to try many delicious foods. He directly ordered from popular restaurants according to the rankings. He ordered enough for 500 people from one restaurant, and there was no limit to the quantity. In short, I will take all the dishes from your restaurant today, he said, adding the restaurant manager on WeChat and quickly paying the deposit without saying a word. He was so lavish it was almost inhumane. The other party was stunned but still promised that everything would be delivered today. He placed orders from 20 different takeaway restaurants, expecting dozens of trucks to come over. The scene of lining up to receive takeaway would definitely be shocking, but Gao Feng had already staggered the delivery times in advance. Gao Feng thought that receiving goods directly at the entrance was a bit too ostentatious. He then rented a large truck through the app to help with receiving the goods at the entrance. When Gao Feng checked the time, it was only 10 o'clock. There was still some time before the medicines arrived. Gao Feng immediately became bored again. He suddenly thought that given his relationship with Yi Huimin, they would likely live together in the apocalypse. After all, this girl was genuinely concerned about him. Although she still had a bit of a temper, that could be gradually trained in the apocalypse. He felt it was time to prepare for their future cohabitation. Gao Feng immediately activated his spatial perception ability. This ability is a prerequisite for telekinesis. Before retrieving an item, it allows him to open his spatial perception to the limits of the item retrieval, instantly sensing the status of all objects within a 100-meter range. In a sense, this could be called an alternative form of X-ray vision. After some time of use, Gao Feng had become increasingly adept at using it. However, Gao Feng had no mood to explore his perspective ability. He just wanted to use this ability to quickly find supplies. Spatial perception unfolded. Immediately, everything within a radius of 100 meters around his body appeared in his consciousness. Gao Feng quickly scanned these items. Of course, he could also see many people, men, women, the elderly, and children. All kinds of people were present. He could clearly see the supply situation in their homes. The community where Yi Huimin lived was a high-end community with a light luxury quality. Each family's economic condition was good, and they all had dedicated storage rooms and underground storage rooms, which were basically filled with food. Unlike some apocalyptic stories that claim many families have no habit of stockpiling supplies, that was simply nonsense. At least in Yi Huimin's community, that was not the case. Each family's storage room was filled with seasonal items. The underground storage was relatively cool, containing a large amount of rice, flour, oil, instant noodles, dried vegetables, pickled vegetables, jerky, various grains, and even fresh pork and beef. In short, they had plenty of food because they were wealthy. With a large space at home, they stocked up on what they liked. Gao Feng estimated that if these people really entered an apocalypse, they could survive for at least 3 months with these supplies. Normally speaking, any disaster would be resolved by the summer country government within 3 months. However, they were all lacking vegetables. Vegetables do not last long. Moreover, during summer, fresh ones are very easy to buy. Of course, there were also quite a few who didn't tea cook at all, so naturally, they wouldn't have any stock, which was another extreme. After realizing this, Gao Feng immediately called the boss lady of the grain and oil store he had ordered from before, asking her to help him bring in several truckloads of vegetables, as many as possible. Gao Feng even generously transferred the 50,000 he owed her directly. After all, he had money now and didn't need to owe anyone anything. The boss lady of the grain and oil store saw this situation and immediately offered discounts and waived the deposit, bustling off to get things arranged. Time passed, and it was already past 10:30. Seeing that the delivery of medicine was about to arrive, Gao Feng quickly got up, put on a t-shirt and shorts, and prepared to go out to receive the goods. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at it and saw that it was the green tea girlfriend Zhao Ku'er calling. Chapter 28. Medicine arrival. Zhao Ku'er suddenly called, which meant she had discovered her money was gone on Monday after work. Over the weekend, Gao Feng had made it very clear to her that even if she woke up, she wouldn't get out of bed. Furthermore, Zhao Ku'er usually liked to sleep in, often sleeping all day long. As expected, just as Gao Feng had predicted, on Monday, when he transferred Zhao Ku'er's money, the incident occurred. Gao Feng initially wanted to hang up on Zhao Ku'er, but then thought about how he wanted to take revenge on her for being a green tea girlfriend. This was a grudge from the apocalypse. If he cut off contact, he wouldn't know about her miserable fate, which would be quite disappointing. So he pressed to connect the call. Gao Feng closed the bedroom door and walked into Yi Huimin's spacious living room. Casually, he threw himself onto the large, soft sofa. His body was directly bounced up by the elastic cushion. Gao Feng felt this was quite interesting and couldn't help but want to laugh. In his past life, he had never slept on such a good bed. It was truly sad. Fortunately, in this life, he had made up for everything. At this moment, Gao Feng connected the call with Zhao Ku'er. Gao Feng, are you even human? Why did you transfer my 500,000? You beast. You made me dizzy and then pulled this on me. You are such a terrible person. Zhao Ku'er, in a fit of rage, directly scolded Gao Feng for 3 full minutes without giving him a chance to speak. Gao Feng simply threw the phone onto the coffee table, letting her scold as she pleased. The more furious she got, the more fierce her scolding, the more pleased Gao Feng felt. It would be best if she got so mad that she collapsed. However, after listening to Zhao Ku rant for a while, he realized she hadn't mentioned anything about the black online loans. Gao Feng immediately understood, although the matter of transferring Zhao Ku's money had come to light. Because he had deleted the text messages and the black loan app from her phone, she still didn't know that she owed tens of thousands in black loans. If it weren't for the impending apocalypse, those lenders would definitely catch Zhao Ku to take photos of her as a form of punishment. However, even though Gao Feng had transferred over 50,000 from Zhao Ku's bank card, she was still exploding with rage. Gao Feng quietly listened. As Zhao Ku became more hysterical, he felt an immense sense of joy. He even went to the fridge to grab a bottle of 11-degree Harbin beer. Refreshing. Drinking chilled beer in the summer was just comfortable. However, this kind of comfort would no longer exist in the future, at least for the vast majority of people. Once the apocalypse began, they would never experience the 40-degree heat again in their lives, and drinking cold beer would become a luxury. Gao Feng, say something. What exactly did you do with my money? After scolding Gao Feng for a long time, Zhao Ku seemed to have calmed down a bit and asked him softly. Go ahead and report it. I've spent the money, and it doesn't matter what I did with it now. I can only say that I had no choice. Gao Feng was straightforward, not hiding anything. He said everything he could, and even advised her to call the police. He was absolutely the best boyfriend to a scummy ex-girlfriend. Zhao Ku immediately screamed on the phone. Obviously, she was greatly stimulated. 500,000. That was the money I saved for several years. It took me a lot of effort to gather that amount. I was supposed to go to the cosmetic surgery hospital for some minor procedures these days. But now, Gao Feng, that deadbeat, suddenly stopped fawning over me. Ignoring my wishes, he forced himself on me. I couldn't say anything after that. But Gao Feng even took away my money for surgery. Isn't that killing me? If I can't get surgery, how can I win over Feng Xiao's favor? Feng Xiao even specially offered 20,000 to sponsor my surgery. I was just one step away from becoming a phoenix. If I had known Gao Feng, this dog, was so unreliable, I wouldn't have chosen to live with him just because I was addicted to his affection. I wouldn't have let him into my room just because of a big squid. Zhao Ku initially wanted to ask Gao Feng for her money back. But now that she heard the money had been spent, she couldn't accept this blow. Beep, beep, beep. Gao Feng could no longer tolerate Zhao Ku's high-decibel screaming and directly hung up the phone. He wasn't anxious. The one who should be anxious now was Zhao Ku. Without money and owing tens of thousands in black loans, she would desperately search for him, trying to find a way to get her money back. Gao Feng then received a call from an unfamiliar woman. Her voice was sweet and flirtatious. Mr. Gao, your medicine has arrived at the community entrance. Would you like to come down to pick it up now? Okay, Mr. Gao, after they unload the truck, shall we go to the Starlight Cafe across the street for a drink? That works. Gao Feng was somewhat puzzled. What did the pharmaceutical representative introduced by Xia Linlin mean? This guy had nothing better to do than have a woman call him with such an ambiguous attitude. Was there something wrong with the medicine? There was no choice. For the sake of stockpiling medicine, he could only proceed with the negotiation. Gao Feng quickly arrived at the entrance of the community. Sure enough, a large truck with medical supplies painted on its exterior was parked by the roadside. Gao Feng walked over under the blazing sun. Just as he got close, a girl in a white short skirt and red t-shirt with curly hair suddenly walked out from the shade of a tree by the roadside. She swayed her figure and walked up to Gao Feng, giving him a clear impression that this woman was definitely not serious. Mr. Gao, I'm Lu Ying. I am the order clerk responsible for this delivery. Lu Ying had a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, and her direct gaze made Gao Feng's heart race. She seemed to be deliberately showing off her good figure, intentionally straightening her waist. The cool breeze lifted her white short skirt, which swayed gently in the wind. Her long, fair legs, as smooth as jade pillars, were fully on display. There were even some inappropriate scenes. Gao Feng couldn't help but blush. At this moment, Lu Ying smiled charmingly, elegantly extended her hand, and without waiting for Gao Feng to react, directly grasped his hand. Her icy, soft little hand felt indescribably refreshing in his grip. Just as Gao Feng was about to let go of her hand, he suddenly felt Lu Ying's fingers gently scratching his palm. This teasing move left Gao Feng momentarily stunned. Lu Ying then stepped closer to Gao Feng, affectionately linking her arm with his, with half of her body pressed against him. Mr. Gao, I see a vacant truck ahead. It must be yours. How about we let the workers unload the goods first, and then we go to the Starlight Cafe for a cup of coffee? It's too hot today. Look, everyone is sweating already. Mr. Gao, we can't let you suffer from heat stroke. Lu Ying said, fanning herself with one hand. The next moment, feeling it wasn't cool enough, she even pulled down the neckline that was already slightly revealing. Gao Feng felt numb all over. He thought to himself, if you pull any further, you'll be undressing. He just wanted to stock up on some medicine, but here she was, playing this game. Suddenly, Gao Feng understood why the pharmaceutical representative introduced by Xiao Linlin didn't deliver the goods in person, but sent a beautiful woman to handle the transactions instead. It seemed they were looking for a long-term cooperation. This beautiful saleswoman was clearly here to charm Gao Feng. Chapter 29. Cotton Clothing Channel. The weather was too hot, with outdoor temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. Standing by the truck, Gao Feng felt like he was about to be roasted. Therefore, when Lu Ying suggested going for coffee, he didn't refuse. It was also a good opportunity to ask Lu Ying if she had any channels for cotton clothing. After all, with such a beautiful woman, her connections might create some miracles. Lu Ying was clearly a regular at the Starlight Cafe. As soon as they entered, she introduced Gao Feng to a bubbly iced coffee that had an explosive taste. Gao Feng ordered one, and it was indeed delicious. The heat on his body quickly dissipated. This was a taste he could hardly enjoy since the apocalypse began. Perhaps Gao Feng was too engrossed. He didn't notice when Lu Ying had snuggled up against him. When he realized what was happening, he couldn't help but feel a shock. His experience was still too shallow. He hadn't expected that just a moment of distraction would let this beautiful woman's little tricks succeed. If he lost focus again, wouldn't he lose everything? Gao Feng didn't want to have any experiences with a woman as experienced as Lu Ying. He wasn't lacking in women. Wasn't Yi Huimin, such a beautiful and devoted girl, attractive enough? However, this was a business setting, and socializing was necessary. Gao Feng couldn't express his disdain for her. He could only grit his teeth and suppress the impulse to push her away, asking Lu Ying about the cotton clothing channel. To his surprise, Lu Ying blinked her enchanting eyes and suddenly said, "Mr. Gao, if you ask others, they might not know. After all, it's summer now. While there might be some off-season stock, finding a large batch of quality goods would be very difficult. However, I know a beautiful woman who specializes in foreign trade cotton clothing. She seems to have a batch of unsold teddy bear cotton clothing." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng's heart raced with excitement. Foreign trade cotton clothing, and it was prepared for export as teddy bears. Wasn't this exactly the high-quality cotton clothing he was looking for to withstand 70-degree cold? Gao Feng immediately stated, "Lu Ying, if you can help me find the cotton clothing I want, I can give you a commission. Don't underestimate a point. I want a lot. And you won't get less. Even if it's a little, I'll find a way to make it up to you." Lu Ying was overjoyed. As a professional, she was quite skilled and, after some pretense, agreed to accept the commission. With a charming smile, she said somewhat shyly, "Mr. Gao, I might be getting a bit overheated outside, feeling a bit faint. I'll go wash my face in the restroom." Gao Feng quickly replied, "Then you should hurry." Lu Ying elegantly stood up. Who would have thought that just as she took a step, her legs suddenly trembled, and she fell into Gao Feng's arms. Gao Feng felt numb. The trickery was back. Sure enough, Lu Ying, in his arms, sweetly said, "Mr. Gao, I'm sorry. I feel a bit dizzy and twisted my ankle. Could you help me to the restroom?" Gao Feng was speechless. How could he refuse? Should he expose Lu Ying's act right there? What about his cotton clothing? Suppressing his displeasure, he helped Lu Ying up by her arm. "Mr. Gao, you should hold me. My foot hurts so much. How can I walk by myself if you don't support me?" Gao Feng had no choice but to hold Lu Ying as they walked toward the restroom. However, just as they reached the restroom door, Lu Ying's foot suddenly felt fine. Gao Feng didn't react in time as she pushed him into the women's restroom. She even took the initiative to kiss Gao Feng. He was completely stunned. He thought to himself that this was too outrageous. This was a business venue, and she was trying to occupy it illegally. The key was that her tactics were too skilled. It must have taken her hundreds of tries to reach this level of proficiency. Moreover, he still had serious business to attend to. Wasn't this just wasting his time? "Lu Ying, I really need to use the restroom." Gao Feng found a way out. Lu Ying looked a bit embarrassed. However, she quickly adjusted and became attentive again, guiding Gao Feng to the men's restroom. Mr. Gao, the beautiful saleswoman for cotton clothing, Ji Bingqing, is a mature, sophisticated beauty. If you don't like my type, I can help you get in touch with her, Lu Ying said, throwing a flirtatious glance at Gao Feng. "Let us talk about it later. Business comes first." Gao Feng thought. Mr. Gao is indeed someone who gets things done. Lu Ying quickly pecked Gao Feng on the cheek and then elegantly left with a smile. Once inside the men's restroom, Gao Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He truly hadn't expected that people in other companies could be so competitive in business. In the past, he often thought about how bosses had unspoken rules with beautiful female sales representatives. Now it seemed he had been quite naive. He was completely unaware of the truth about this world. Just now, if he hadn't been resolute, he might have been stripped by Lu Ying in the women's restroom. If this had happened before, he would have thought others were just bragging. But now, having personally experienced it, he realized that reality was even more shocking than in films. However, Gao Feng never directly rejected Lu Ying's advances. After all, it was clear that Lu Ying fundamentally believed that all men were lecherous. If he didn't comply, she would just push Ji Bingqing forward. The tactics were seamlessly connected. If Gao Feng directly refused, it would actually hinder communication. After all, if you want to communicate with a blacksmith, you definitely can't say you hate blacksmithing. Lu Ying, as someone responsible for public relations, wouldn't know how to continue the conversation if he claimed he had no interest in beautiful women. Gao Feng believed that respecting others was a good habit. Seeing that Gao Feng didn't reject her proposal, Lu Ying immediately pulled out a photo of Ji Bingqing from her phone to show Gao Feng. She was cold and alluring, with exceptional looks and figure, completely opposite to Lu Ying's passionate and fiery demeanor. Ji Bingqing was the type of beauty that Gao Feng, as a young man from a humble background, usually couldn't come into contact with. After all, proud women usually had support behind them. Even women who pretended to be sophisticated needed a lot of resources to cultivate their demeanor and vision. Since Ji Bingqing was willing to accompany clients, she should be a standard faux sophisticated beauty. Gao Feng had no intention of indulging in flirtation. He was really looking forward to the upcoming cotton clothing transaction. This was a true weapon against the cold. Lu Ying was clinging to Gao Feng, who was pretending to be indifferent. Only then did she happily call Ji Bingqing. After a conversation, Lu Ying excitedly told Gao Feng that the other party had agreed. Gao Feng was also a bit excited. Even when Lu Ying leaned over and stole a kiss, he didn't pay much attention. However, Gao Feng could clearly feel that Lu Ying seemed to treat being intimate with him as part of a performance evaluation. She would occasionally take the initiative to let Gao Feng take advantage of her. The frequency and scale were gradually increasing. Gao Feng realized this and felt speechless. It was only at this moment that he suddenly understood the difficulties some big bosses faced when socializing. Dealing with these professional public relations was not something ordinary people could withstand. Soon, the truck driver called them, saying he had finished loading. Gao Feng didn't bother to open the truck to inspect the goods. Instead, he approached the truck within 100 meters and directly used his spatial ability to pull the medicines inside into a different space. As for the quality, Gao Feng wasn't really worried. With Dr. Xia Linlin vouching for it, the other party should not dare to cheat him. However, vouching was one thing. In fact, Gao Feng was a conservative person. When the truck first arrived, he used his spatial ability to take a few boxes of medicines from the truck for inspection. He made very small movements. Others would never think he had spatial abilities. Mr. Gao, the driver is tired. How about we book a room at the Green Apple Hotel next door, rest a bit, and wait for Ji Bingqing to come and discuss the cotton clothing deal? Lu Ying suddenly suggested, hugging Gao Feng's arm, leaving him stunned. Isn't it better to wait in the cafe? It's quite convenient there. Gao Feng directly refused. He didn't want to waste time. Flings and encounters were troublesome before the apocalypse arrived. Looking at Lu Ying's expression, he really couldn't imagine what she would do in a private hotel room. The scene where Lu Ying pushed him into the bathroom was still fresh in his memory. The skilled movements of her hands were too experienced. Gao Feng felt like his CPU was overheating. However, he firmly rejected this kind of wasting an hour on non-business activities. Before the apocalypse arrived, this was undoubtedly a crime. Gao Feng glanced at the clock. It was already 12 o'clock. There were only 1 day and 3 hours left before the apocalypse. Time was too tight. Mr. Gao, but I've already told Ji Bingqing that we are waiting for her at the Green Apple. We can't mislead her. What if she thinks we are not serious about buying cotton clothing? Lu Ying suddenly threw out a question, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with cunning. She had caught Gao Feng off guard. Gao Feng suddenly found it hard to understand Lu Ying's thoughts. But Lu Ying had her own principles for doing things. At this moment, she really wanted to go to the hotel. Not to mention any inappropriate issues. That was too unprofessional. As a business person, she was not concerned about such matters. What she truly cared about was networking. Gao Feng's initial orders were worth hundreds of thousands. With no ceiling, definitely a big client. She had to hold on to this no matter what. Gao Feng's rejection of her beauty was unimportant. What mattered was whether she could secure a deal for him. Although in the end, they might remain innocent, the clothes taken off and the beauty scene were costs incurred and solid anchors for networking. If she contributed nothing, and Gao Feng didn't give her this opportunity, she would feel very insecure. The reason for her insecurity was simple. They were not friends. And she hadn't established a connection. In this situation, Lu Ying really didn't dare to introduce Ji Bingqing's source to Gao Feng. Forget about commissions. Whether or not to provide them was uncertain. She wouldn't do something foolish like being someone else's bridge. As an experienced businesswoman, Lu Ying knew one thing. Insufficient investment meant unstable networking. She didn't care about Gao Feng's attitude towards her. She only focused on investing all her capital. Even if her looks didn't catch his eye, her determination would surely be appreciated by someone like Mr. Gao, who was a doer. Lu Ying had studied specialized marketing. She believed that low-level marketing relied on product strength, while high-level marketing relied on emotional connection. Lu Ying was currently working with this mindset. There were many people in the world who had more capital than her, but there were definitely not many who worked as hard as she did. And in the face of a clear rejection, she continued to invest, which was rare in the world. Those who didn't understand might call her an oddball, but those who did would surely admire her, considering her a heroine among women. Mr. Gao, how about we get a room at the hotel? The cafe feels a bit too restrained. Lu Ying nestled against Gao Feng, her soft words continuously coming forth. Gao Feng was now feeling a headache. He could sense that Lu Ying was very difficult to deal with. He wasn't someone who was used to being a big boss. He was originally just a low-level worker and naturally didn't know so many hidden rules. But he clearly felt that Lu Ying was up to something. However, Gao Feng knew one thing. Once someone had a grip on him, not only would he suffer losses in price, but if the transaction was delayed, he might not even get this batch of cotton clothing before the apocalypse. This was a matter of life and death for Gao Feng. Fine, let's go to the hotel. I'm a bit tired too. Can you give a massage? Gao Feng suddenly said. He couldn't figure out what Lu Ying wanted to do and could only comply for now. Lu Ying's heart immediately filled with joy. She quickly replied that she could indeed give massages. Mr. Gao, where do you feel uncomfortable? We can massage there. The ride was seamless. Gao Feng wanted to complain but couldn't. However, he wasn't a pushover either. He decided to give Lu Ying a bit of a hard time. Lu Ying, I have a bit of OCD and prefer even numbers. It feels meaningless to have just one person giving a massage. How about you hurry and have Ji Bingqing come over? Lu Ying was momentarily dazed. She looked at Gao Feng's young and handsome face, feeling that this person was too deep for her to see through. She had thought he was not interested in women, a proper gentleman. Now, to strengthen her networking, she had to force him to lower his defenses. But now she realized that she misjudged him. This wasn't about being uninterested. He clearly thought she wasn't alluring enough. She, a stunning and sexy beauty, wasn't enough for him. He wanted two together. Lu Ying thought about it and suddenly felt anxious, almost misjudging and losing a big client. Indeed, maintaining connections required greater investment. Always thinking that clients didn't have high demands was a huge misunderstanding. If you think they refuse you because of high morals, the reality is your standards aren't low enough. Enlightened, Lu Ying flattered Gao Feng for a while before anxiously heading to the nearby chain supermarket to buy jelly, milk, and a small umbrella. When a big client suddenly makes special requests, it often marks a key moment for the salesperson to secure important connections. In business, it's not that salespeople fear clients being too perverse. They fear clients having no needs. At this stage, everything was clear, and Lu Ying stopped hiding anything. She confidently held the 3 items and linked arms with Gao Feng as they entered the Apple Hotel. Gao Feng was immediately overwhelmed. He had never seen such a professional scenario with such equipment in hand. Previously, he had only had unprofessional skirmishes with his green tea girlfriend Zhao Ku. Suddenly encountering someone with professional gear made him genuinely a bit anxious. As they took the elevator upstairs, Lu Ying didn't hesitate to call Ji Bingqing. Bingqing, hurry over. The boss specifically made a request, or else you might miss a good buyer for your batch of cotton clothing. At this moment, Lu Ying had completely entrusted Gao Feng. Daring to make excessive demands on clients means you're one of your own, and that's how connections are made. Therefore, as soon as she entered the room, Lu Ying didn't flirt or dawdle. She skillfully started to undress and went to the bathroom to clean up. Gao Feng was stunned. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. These were all strangers meeting for the first time, and you're so open and casual, making me feel a bit petty inside. Lu Ying washed very meticulously, taking a full half hour. She clearly knew that handling things alone wouldn't be effective. Soon, the doorbell rang. The cold and elegant Ji Bingqing, dressed in a black suit, confidently walked into the room, showcasing her great figure without any hesitation. You must be General Gao. Lu Ying just about had me dead with her urgency. Should we discuss business first, or should I take a shower first? Ji Bingqing spoke decisively, already taking off her suit jacket. With just a white bandeau top left on her upper body, Gao Feng felt his throat go dry. He thought to himself, how are we supposed to discuss business like this? I can't even dare to imagine such a way of doing business. Chapter 31. Reporting myself for prostitution, what to do? The feeling of encountering questions beyond the syllabus in an exam is too uncomfortable. Gao Feng's CPU was overheating, even exploding. The allure of beauty was captivating. The alternative stimulation was overwhelming. With demands from both sides, there was simply no way to refuse. But these two were clearly professionals, and he didn't want to make a mess. The key was how long it would take for the two of them. How could he waste precious time stockpiling supplies before the apocalypse? But Ji Bingqing's fiery gaze was fixed on Gao Feng, making him feel flustered. Let us take a shower first. Gao Feng finally made this decision. All right, see you in a bit. Ji Bingqing stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Gao Feng's neck, and gave him a kiss that surpassed his understanding of technique. How to describe it? It was like if your imagination was a 1, but the other party delivered a 10. Gao Feng felt tingling sensations all over. Ji Bingqing elegantly walked into the bathroom, completely in control of the situation. Moments later, sounds of two women giggling came from inside. To avoid losing control, Gao Feng picked up his phone. Hello, 110? I want to report that someone is engaging in prostitution. Yes, I'm at the Green Apple Hotel. Please come quickly. All right, don't make a fuss. Let us know if there is any situation, and we will dispatch immediately. If you can capture any relevant footage of the individuals, you can send it to us in advance. Okay. Gao Feng hung up the phone and took a deep breath. The pressure was too much. To have refused such a fierce temptation is quite an accomplishment. Gao Feng took a deep breath and suddenly knocked on the bathroom door. General Gao, come in? Yes, we're all friends here. Let us shower together. The invitation from the two women almost made Gao Feng lose his sanity. What normal man could refuse such an invitation? But he still declined. The key was that he had already called the police. They were about to arrive. He had just reported the room they were in. If he didn't leave now, it would really be too late. He forced himself to calm down and said, ladies, hurry and wash up. I just received a call from a friend. They are conducting a raid on prostitution, and the destination is right near our Green Apple Hotel. The two women were startled. What? How could this happen? General Gao, we just figured out how to serve you, and now we have to leave? The two women flattered Gao Feng, seemingly trying to assure him that the police's arrival was definitely not their doing. Gao Feng secretly laughed. Of course. I know it's not you two who are causing trouble. I reported it myself, can't you tell? But on the surface, he feigned indifference. How could that be? Aren't we going to check out the cotton coat? Since you're done showering, shall we go there? Gao Feng naturally wouldn't let the conversation drop and brought up even more outrageous demands to change the subject. Since you're professionals, I'll challenge you a bit. This. The two women showed signs of hesitation, especially Ji Bingqing. The cotton coat warehouse had connections for Ji Bingqing. Luing quickly advised, Sister Ji, what are you afraid of? If the cotton coat is out, will you still appear in that warehouse area? I don't believe you would dare to play with cotton coats again in your lifetime, especially after losing your underwear this time. That is true. Ji Bingqing seemed to make a significant decision. The two women quickly got dressed, occasionally kissing Gao Feng throughout the process, ensuring he didn't feel neglected. I have to say, these two women are truly special talents. As the three of them left the hotel, police cars just arrived, shocking the two women immensely. General Gao, you're quite connected. Yes, even the police's raid on prostitution was tipped off in advance. If you opened a nightclub, you'd definitely make it big. The two women clung to Gao Feng's arms, showering him with compliments. Gao Feng hurriedly urged, let us get to the cotton coat warehouse quickly. I prefer to see the goods before we talk business. Upon hearing this, the two women smiled shyly. They naturally thought Gao Feng was eager to indulge in some heavy-duty games. Thus, the three of them drove their own cars to the cotton coat warehouse in the south of the city. Gao Feng was driving Yi Huiman's Porsche sports car. The two women thought Gao Feng had strange preferences. The cotton coat warehouse area in the south of the city was Gao Feng's first visit. As a worker, he truly didn't know that there was such a large area of clothing trade warehouses in Haicheng. Upon entering the warehouse park, Gao Feng instinctively used his spatial perception to scan the warehouses within a 100-meter radius. He was surprised to find that, in addition to summer clothing, there were also many spring, autumn, and winter garments, and some warehouses stored various high, medium, and low-grade fabrics. When the three cars stopped at the entrance of the cotton coat warehouse, Gao Feng felt he had no more regrets about the sacrifices made for this trip. With such a massive amount of supplies ahead, Gao Feng could stockpile a considerable amount this time. General Gao, let us go inside and take a look. This batch of goods is originally worth 10 million. Now it's half price at 5 million for you. If you want it, you can transfer the money now. And I can give you another discount of 500,000. Ji Bingqing confidently walked ahead with her long black legs, introducing the goods with great poise. Luing clung to Gao Feng, acting all affectionate. This made the warehouse manager stare in surprise. Once inside the warehouse, Ji Bingqing led them to a hidden corner at the very back. She quickly changed into a mink coat. Luing followed suit without hesitation, completely ignoring Gao Feng. Gao Feng was left stunned. He thought to himself, I was just casually saying that, and you really went for it. It's only 5 million worth of goods. Is it necessary to go this far? If I say I don't even have 5 million, would you want to kill me? Snap. Gao Feng suddenly took out his phone and started taking pictures of the two women. They were both stunned and nervously looked at Gao Feng. General Gao, what are you doing? You can't play like this. We've already cooperated, but taking pictures is not okay. Yeah, General Gao, let us keep it a bit classy. Gao Feng thought to himself, I want you to think I'm not classy. If you can accept that, then all my time for stockpiling supplies will be wasted. He smiled and said, what is wrong with taking pictures? It's more exciting. I'm even planning to shoot a video. In the future, if I miss you two beauties, I can look back at your great figures. Isn't that great? As Gao Feng spoke, he magically produced a professional camera from his hand, which he had taken from another space. It was a valuable item from the Yida shopping center. This scene left the two women even more astonished. They even forgot to wonder why Gao Feng suddenly had such a big device in his hands. General Gao, let us go to the hotel room, or we can go to my place. You can choose whatever you like, but definitely no videos. General Gao, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Let us just call it a day. Two women, in a flurry, wrapped themselves tightly in their furs, holding their summer clothes that they had just taken off, and ran towards the warehouse's main door. Gao Feng watched this scene and chuckled to himself. Finally, he was rid of these two annoying women. He thought to himself, even professionals are afraid of cameras. He had learned something this time. Chapter 32. The cotton jacket finally arrives. Officially breaking up with the green tea girlfriend turning back, he decided to contact her again. Beauty, I'm quite optimistic about this batch of cotton jackets. I have channels to sell them. The price is negotiable. Gao Feng didn't forget to remind the other party about the business matter. The cotton jackets were right in front of him. Although he hadn't bought them, he had the ability to retrieve items from a distance. They were still his. Gao Feng checked the time on his phone. It was 2 p.m. There was 1 day and 1 hour left until the apocalypse arrived. Time was tight. He needed to quickly collect this batch of cotton jackets. No, he needed to collect the supplies from this warehouse area. With only 1 day left, Gao Feng knew he wouldn't have another chance to come here. Gao Feng immediately opened the warehouse door and walked out, politely greeting the warehouse manager. The manager checked him and found that he wasn't carrying any items. And after looking around the warehouse and finding nothing unusual, he ultimately decided to let him go. Gao Feng got into his Porsche and drove around the warehouse area. Wherever he went, his ability to retrieve items would scan the area. Cotton jackets, cotton shoes, cotton blankets, winter camping cold-resistant tents, fabric for cold-resistant clothing, furs, clothing for all seasons, and even lingerie. Any kind of clothing was available. Gao Feng collected item after item. By the end, he was shocked to find that the amount of goods in this warehouse area was comparable to the total he had collected on the night of the Yida Plaza. Many items, Gao Feng had no idea what they were, but he collected them anyway. However, he had no time to discern what they were. After long-term use of his spatial abilities, Gao Feng clearly felt his willpower becoming increasingly blurred and irritable. This feeling was very similar to the encounter he had with Yi Huimin that early morning. Gao Feng suddenly regretted scaring off Lu Ying and Ji Bingxing. These two could have been useful tools. Sometimes, sacrificing a little time to stock up was not out of the question. Now, Gao Feng could only hurry back to find Yi Huimin. As for his green tea girlfriend Zhao Kuer, with only 1 day left until the apocalypse, today was the time to confront her. While driving, Gao Feng used Bluetooth to make a call. Hey, Gao Feng, you finally decided to call me. Quickly tell me, have you spent my 500,000? Just tell me. Zhao Kuer was very emotional. After losing the 500,000 for her plastic surgery, Gao Feng's blacklisting left her completely in despair. She had no heart to work all day. Zhao Kuer, what is your relationship with that rich second-generation surnamed Feng? What? The one surnamed Feng? Are you talking about my brother? Gao Feng, don't be suspicious. I actually have 2 surnames. Besides Zhao, I also have the surname Feng. Is there some misunderstanding? Okay, even if there is no third party, let me ask you, are you willing to marry me now? Gao Feng, will you pay me back the money first? Will you marry me or not? I will marry you, but you have to pay me back first. All right, you swear. Okay, Zhao Kuer. Fool, you will marry me for money? How shameless. Let me tell you, Zhao Kuer, I've had enough of trash like you. Want to marry me? Maybe in your next life. You? Gao Feng. Beep, beep, beep. Zhao Kuer was dumbfounded. She was eagerly anticipating getting back the 500,000 for her surgery, even agreeing to marry Gao Feng against her will. In the end, she was scolded. Why? How could this happen? Her tea art had always been good. Gao Feng enjoyed it every day, and she felt he was looking forward to it too. Why did he suddenly want to steal her money? Why didn't he believe her when she swore to marry him? Zhao Kuer felt her worldview had collapsed. Once, she thought that as long as her tea art was outstanding, she would have plenty of excellent suitors. But now, nothing had happened. She was just at home sleeping over the weekend. Although there was a small mistake in between, she couldn't help but let Gao Feng take advantage of her. But how had she lost his favor? Was Gao Feng a fake suitor? Damn it. Otherwise, how could he not enjoy her tea art? He clearly enjoyed being treated by her, even queuing under the scorching sun to buy squid for himself. And he was clearly very infatuated with her body. Otherwise, how could he not get out of bed on weekends? Now her back hurt when she walked. How could he have had enough? He must be pretending. She was clearly a little fairy. Why did she have to endure all this unfair fate? The more Zhao Kuer thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Whining, Zhao Kuer couldn't help but cry at her workstation. Her colleagues tried to comfort her, but she didn't care at all. After crying for half an hour, she suddenly thought of the 000 plastic surgery money from General Feng. Now that she had lost her advantage and her suitor Gao Feng was no longer pursuing her, she might as well take advantage of General Feng while he still thought of her. Maybe if she could cheer up this older man a bit, she could get another 500,000 for surgery. Zhao Koter quickly went to knock on the office door of her boss, General Feng. As soon as she entered, she started crying uncontrollably. The gray-haired General Feng felt a bit soft-hearted. He immediately asked what had happened with concern. Zhao Koter immediately cried out, "General Zhao? I can't go on. My boyfriend Gao Feng is such a jerk. He actually got involved in online gambling, not only stealing my 500,000 for surgery, but also owing another million. To pay off the debt, he sold me to a TV show, and they just called threatening me that if I don't pay them back, they'll send someone to take me to work tonight. General Zhao? I am still a pure girl. I don't want to work." General Zhao was immediately taken aback. This was too tragic. A pure girl being forced to work was simply a human tragedy. General Zhao felt a desire to do something good. "Well, Zhao, I will definitely handle this matter as your boss, but my neck is a bit uncomfortable." Seeing that General Zhao's heart was softening, Zhao Ko'er immediately went around the office to help massage his neck. On the other hand, Gao Feng was speeding towards Yi Huimin's community. He felt he was about to lose control. On the way, he had several urges to crash into pedestrians running red lights ahead. Fortunately, nothing happened. He finally managed to get through the tests on the road and returned to Yi Huimin's home with great difficulty. The moment he entered the door, Gao Feng felt his consciousness blur. It was like he had drunk too much and blacked out. He had no memory at all. When he arrived at that moment, there was still a trace of worry in his heart. After all, the earlier operation of taking the initiative to flirt with Yi Huimin was too shocking. The key was still the plot of a restricted film from South Korea. Today, the goal was clear. Hopefully, there would be no accidents. At 5 p.m., Gao Feng suddenly sat up in bed, fully awake. Remembering that there was only 1 day and 1 hour left until the apocalypse arrived, he quickly checked the time on his phone. Fortunately, only 3 hours had passed, although there were still 22 hours until the apocalypse. At least he hadn't fallen asleep until it arrived. At this moment, Gao Feng thought that he had secured all the supplies he needed, and he felt a bit pleased. He immediately went to grab Yi Huimin from under the summer quilt, preparing to enjoy some warmth together. However, when he reached in, his arm went numb. Chapter 33. Deceiving Yi Huimin to stock up. Damn. Gao Feng's expression turned serious. He carefully put on his clothes and slowly exited the room. "Gao Feng, what are you doing? Don't go in. I'm not in this room. Linlin is here. She is used to sleeping in my bed. If you want to sleep, go to the guest room. I'll come over after I finish cooking." Yi Huimin's voice suddenly came from the living room. Gao Feng froze in place. It's confirmed. It really was a misunderstanding. All right, I'll go to the guest room. Gao Feng hurried to the guest room bed to calm his emotions. He tried hard to recall what had happened earlier, but unfortunately, he couldn't remember it all. Just like the first time with Yi Huimin, he had a blackout. I hope Xiao Linlin rejected me. Otherwise, this is too ridiculous. Gao Feng didn't dare to think about the consequences. Xiao Linlin is a refined woman who already has a lot of opinions about him. If word got out, how would he face Yi Huimin? After all, Xiao Linlin is Yi Huimin's good friend. No matter how close they are, they can't share a man. Gao Feng's mind wandered. He subconsciously glanced at the time on his phone. An hour had passed without him noticing. Now there are only 21 hours left until the apocalypse arrives. He actually wasted time on such trivial matters. It's just a woman. If I slept with her, so what? He wasn't planning on getting involved emotionally. In the apocalypse, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she's only worth a sausage. He should quickly think about what supplies he still needs. But Gao Feng's thoughts were already chaotic, and he couldn't come up with anything. Click. Gao Feng opened the door and walked out. "Gao Feng, why aren't you sleeping? I thought you were taking a nap and would sleep for a while longer. The food still needs a bit." "Oh, I napped a bit in the car before. I thought." "I see. If you're bored, why don't we cook together?" "Sure." Gao Feng naturally walked over to Yi Huimin and grabbed her little hand. Yi Huimin's face flushed. Shyly, she said, "Gao Feng, what are you doing? Didn't we say we'd pick vegetables and cook?" Gao Feng laughed. "We're picking vegetables. I thought you looked quite delicious, so I wanted to pick this beautiful vegetable first." "Ah, but Linlin is here. What should we do? Should I leave first?" "No. Gao Feng, how about we play a game?" "All right. Why don't we pretend to go to the Arctic to see the aurora? But we're at home. How can we see it? Did you sell virtual experience equipment?" "No. We have to rely on our imagination. We can go through the travel process." "That works. Let's simulate the trip. I've never played like this before. Let's check our gear now." Gao Feng, Linlin gave me a list of medications before. Did you get the meds?" "I got them. I also ordered cotton clothes." "Oh, wait. I'll go to the room and get you a set to see how you look in it." "Really?" Yi Huimin's face showed surprise. She didn't expect Gao Feng, who had been indifferent to her, would suddenly give her a gift. She quickly got up to wash her hands in the kitchen. Gao Feng then entered the guest room and took out a set of women's fur. This fur was exported from Bear Country, so the material is very solid and soft. This layer of cotton clothing alone should be able to withstand temperatures as low as -70 degrees. Gao Feng didn't know much about this, but the material felt very high-end in his hands. After taking it out, he placed it on the living room sofa. Yi Huimin came out of the kitchen, saw the fur on the sofa, and immediately excitedly changed into it, twirling in front of Gao Feng, asking if it looked good. Gao Feng naturally praised her for looking good. He still had that bit of emotional intelligence. However, with Yi Huimin twirling so much, Gao Feng almost couldn't help but devour her on the spot. Yi Huimin became even more interested in this simulated travel game. Seeing that the setup was working well, Gao Feng suddenly said, Minmin, if we were to get stuck living in an extremely cold area like the Arctic for a while, what should we prepare? Yi Huimin was completely immersed in the game. Without hesitation, she replied, we definitely need to stock up on supplies. Food is a must, and cotton clothes are also essential. But to live well in extreme cold, the most important thing is to have a generator and heating equipment. It would be best to have a luxury RV. Gao Feng was stunned to hear this. Sure enough, having another person involved in stockpiling brings more wisdom. He had felt that he seemed to be missing something. Now he realized he had overlooked such important items. The apocalyptic freeze was about to arrive. He had stockpiled food, clothing, and water, but had not stocked up on generators and heating equipment. He had never even thought about RVs. Gao Feng excitedly looked at Yi Huimin and said, Minmin, if I had the ability to summon items from a distance, I could easily gather supplies from all over Haicheng. Can you help me quickly get these things? Hypothetically. Yi Huimin was taken aback. Then she slyly glanced at Gao Feng and said, Gao Feng, are you trying to take me out? The places with those supplies are quite remote. Gao Feng picked up on her tone and his heart raced. Supplies, a massive amount of supplies were coming. Indeed, having a knowledgeable girlfriend makes a difference. He quickly hugged Yi Huimin and grinned. Let's go. The simulated travel game has just begun. Let's run a real stockpiling route. All right then, why do you have so many strange ideas? Yi Huimin's eyes sparkled, and she felt 1,001 willingness in her heart. Gao Feng laughed. It's about the fun. What's the point of giving flowers or treating to dinner? If we're going to play, let's play a simulation game. Yi Huimin suddenly reminded. If we really go to the Arctic, we definitely need to stock up on more gasoline. It could drop below -70 degrees in the Arctic. And our regular gasoline freezes at -75 degrees, which could be dangerous. If we're going to stock gasoline, we need to get ethanol fuel with alcohol, which has a freezing point of over -100 degrees. Gao Feng nodded repeatedly. His heart was already ablaze. He felt that Yi Huimin was his stockpiling advisor. In a burst of excitement, he grabbed Yi Huimin and ran towards the door. Let's go. We're heading out to stock up now. Gao Feng, slow down. Why are you acting like it's real? Even if we're going to the Arctic to see the aurora, there's no need to rush. Why not rush? I heard that the Earth's magnetic field is shifting, and after this year's aurora, there might not be another chance to see it. Oh, is that true? Don't talk nonsense. Yi Huimin's curiosity was piqued. Of course it's true. Life is unpredictable, and if I can't go with you to see the aurora this time, it would be a real regret. Gao Feng suddenly looked at Yi Huimin with a piercing gaze. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Huimin's heart raced. She didn't know if the aurora would disappear, but she felt that Gao Feng had completely captivated her. This guy is too charming. She couldn't even close her legs. Let's hurry up. Gao Feng directly carried Yi Huimin downstairs. Yi Huimin was completely immersed in the simulation game. She quickly reminded, preparing individually for such extreme cold areas is quite dangerous. How about I consult a friend at a travel agency? You have friends in that area? Yes. Did you forget I'm a restaurant owner? I have a lot of different friends. Then let's go now. We need a list, and then tonight we can simulate stockpiling. And tomorrow we'll simulate going to the Arctic. So soon? All right then, you drive, and I'll make the call. We can't let them get off work soon. It's already past 5:30, and they get off at 6. Okay. The two quickly got into the car. The burgundy Porsche smoothly sped out of the underground parking lot of the community. Yi Huimin picked up the phone to call her friend. Her heart was racing. This is so exciting. Is this love? It feels like they are about to elope for love. Chapter 34. Stealing a generator under the sunset. As soon as the car left the community, Gao Feng noticed that there wasn't much gas left. He immediately went to the nearby gas station to refuel. At the gas station, he specifically inquired about the freezing point of gasoline. Sure enough, just as Yi Huimin said, ethanol gasoline has a lower freezing point, reaching -100 degrees. After hearing this, Gao Feng immediately asked the attendant to fill up his tank. At the same time, Gao Feng quietly activated his ability to collect items from a distance, effortlessly transferring the gas station's fuel inventory into his alternate space. Just as he finished, the gas pump made a noise indicating it was expelling air. The attendant's expression changed drastically. What was going on? Wasn't a truckload of fuel just delivered? How could they run out of fuel after filling just one vehicle? Could it be that the pump was broken? The attendant furrowed his brows and went to check. Meanwhile, the other attendants at the gas pumps were cursing as they clearly noticed the fuel inventory was empty. The drivers refueling were also unable to hold back their complaints. Gao Feng, however, left quietly, preparing to go to the next gas station to refuel. Yi Huimin naturally didn't take this common situation seriously. She was still consulting her friend from the travel agency about the checklist for their trip to the Arctic. Gao Feng, I've already talked to my friend. He has arranged for the most experienced tour guide to help us list the items. He also provided us with a rental RV suitable for driving in the Arctic. Additionally, he helped me contact suppliers for small generators and heating equipment for extreme cold regions. There are already stocks in Haicheng, so we can go check them out now. Alright, let's work a bit harder tonight and visit a few more locations. The airport for generators should have that kind of open space. The sunset is quite beautiful now. So how about? Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's fuel up quickly and go. Yi Huimin's cheeks flushed, reflecting the beautiful sunset. Okay. Gao Feng stepped on the gas and sped towards the next gas station. However, this time he was a bit more cautious and waited until after refueling to quietly take away the fuel from the gas station's inventory. Having secured the stock from 2 gas stations, Gao Feng no longer felt a strong sense of energy anxiety. Minmin, do you know where the generator factory is? Should we switch and let you drive? I'm suddenly feeling a bit sleepy. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the gas station, Gao Feng suddenly said, Sure. Yi Huimin didn't think too much about it. She was also an experienced driver and very skilled, so she didn't hesitate. Driving around with her boyfriend in a sports car was something Yi Huimin enjoyed very much. Meanwhile, Gao Feng was conserving his energy for the night to continue stockpiling supplies. Since his rebirth, he had hardly slept. It was already 6 in the evening, and only 20 hours remained until the apocalypse arrived. An hour later, Yi Huimin woke Gao Feng, who was asleep in the passenger seat. She originally felt reluctant, but she had already discussed purchasing 2 small generators with the boss. And Gao Feng was still asleep. Seeing that the sunset was about to disappear, she felt a bit regretful. Once Gao Feng was awakened, before Yi Huimin could apologize, he was instantly excited upon seeing the warehouse filled with various models of generators. Yi Huimin noticed he was still dawdling by the cold machines. So she quickly poked his clothes with her finger. When Gao Feng turned to look, he saw Yi Huimin with her head lowered, blushing. He instantly realized what was happening and hurriedly pulled Yi Huimin toward the secluded area of the generator factory, calling it a tour. The young deputy factory manager in charge of sales immediately sensed that these 2 clients were a bit inappropriate. The 2 of them ran and ran. It was unclear how long they had been running, but when they reached a huge rusty pipe, Yi Huimin was already a bit dizzy from the twists and turns. Gao Feng suddenly stopped in front of the huge pipe. Yi Huimin looked around nervously, her heart racing. She thought, in such an open space, there really was no sense of security. If someone saw them, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. After waiting for a while, Yi Huimin's breathing gradually calmed down from the exertion of running. Gao Feng was still standing there in a daze. Does this mean I have to take the initiative? This is too shy? But he is quite romantic. Yi Huimin thought shyly, and after hesitating for a moment, she took the initiative to tiptoe, raising her flushed face to offer her petal-like, soft pink lips. At that moment, Gao Feng was immersed in the joy of secretly collecting the generator factory's stock. Suddenly, he felt a smooth sensation on his lips, causing him to tremble. He almost failed to collect the last batch of generators. Fortunately, his resolve was strong, and he managed to pull it off. After stockpiling the generators, Gao Feng was in a great mood and immediately returned Yi Huimin's kiss passionately. Finally, under the intoxicating sunset, Yi Huimin created an unforgettable, beautiful memory. However, when they left the generator factory, Yi Huimin was carried out by Gao Feng. The people in the factory saw the 2 of them and immediately categorized them as inappropriate, never suspecting that the inventory of generators had vanished because of their arrival. However, after the romantic encounter at the generator factory during sunset, Yi Huimin no longer wanted to visit the special heating equipment factory, mainly due to exhaustion. She sent the address to Gao Feng and fell asleep in the car. Gao Feng originally planned to take Yi Huimin home first before going to stock up on heating equipment. But when he checked the time, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Only 17.5 hours remained until the apocalypse arrived. They were now in the suburbs, and it would take over an hour for a round trip to take her home. That would be a waste of time. Therefore, Gao Feng decided to continue driving with Yi Huimin to stock up. At that moment, Gao Feng checked the address and found that the warehouse for the heating equipment was only 5 kilometers away. He was instantly excited and quickly drove over. However, by the time he arrived, it was nearly 9 o'clock. The warehouse manager had finished dinner and was chatting at the door. The salespeople had long gone home to be with their wives. Gao Feng approached the warehouse manager and handed him a cigarette. Only then did he ask, "Hey buddy, is this warehouse the one that makes special heating equipment? My friend called your sales team earlier and mentioned that we could get some solid goods for wintering in the Arctic. Is that true?" The warehouse managers, having nothing better to do, immediately boasted to Gao Feng, "Of course. Our warehouse has not only our own heating equipment, but also imports. Whatever you can think of, we have it. As long as you have the budget, we can provide any kind of product." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng was immediately excited. He quickly stuffed the remaining half a pack of cigarettes into the hand of the one who spoke. The other party became even more enthusiastic and eagerly introduced the equipment in the warehouse. "Let me tell you, little brother, if you want to get that kind of special equipment for the Arctic, definitely don't look for small private manufacturers. You must reject our company as products. It's best to go for imports. The technology for producing this kind of equipment isn't lacking. But the problem is that there are no real testing environments for extreme low temperatures, which can easily lead to errors. Products from low-latitude countries, even if they are not well known, are not a big deal because they are tested in extreme cold weather, minimizing risks." Gao Feng was even more excited by this reminder. He quickly added the other party on WeChat and sent them a red envelope. "Buddy, I'm in a hurry with urgent business. Could you let me take a quick look in your warehouse? I'll treat you to a late-night snack." The warehouse manager thought about it and realized looking wouldn't cost him anything, so he immediately agreed. Especially after seeing Gao Feng give him a $1,000 red envelope. He became even more enthusiastic, nodding and bowing as if he had been automatically trained to be obedient. Chapter 35. Urinary escape for the heater. The warehouse manager, having received the benefit, generously took Gao Feng to the warehouse and introduced him to the heating equipment inside. Gao Feng was very satisfied with this batch of goods. He immediately said, "I'll come back tomorrow to buy. If I can get the goods at a good price, I'll definitely thank you again." The warehouse manager was very pleased to hear this and quickly said enthusiastically, "Then come back tomorrow at 10:30. That's when the sales personnel will arrive. They call this educating the customers. They wait until the customers are anxious, and when they arrive at the warehouse, they will be eager to close the deal. They also said that 80 to 90 of customers fall for this." Gao Feng quickly replied, "Thank you, brothers." The warehouse manager warmly escorted Gao Feng to the warehouse exit. Chatting happily along the way, Gao Feng realized that this distance was even greater than his usual distance for collecting items remotely, so he decided not to rush away. He needed to find a way to take the heating equipment he had just seen in the warehouse while being close to the warehouse area. He had to ensure that the target warehouse was within 100 meters of him. Just as Gao Feng arrived at the entrance of the warehouse area, he suddenly said, "Brothers, it's quite fateful that we meet today. How about I treat you to some barbecue?" The warehouse manager quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, "Bro, that won't do. We still have to guard the warehouse." Gao Feng replied, "No problem, we can eat right here. You can order barbecue from Mate 1. And let the delivery guy bring over the grill, charcoal, and ingredients. We can barbecue on site. Do you drink beer? If not, we can have some juice." One of the warehouse managers suddenly shrank his neck and said mischievously, "Well, brother, having juice with barbecue is not right. Let us go for beer." Gao Feng laughed upon hearing this. The other warehouse managers also joined in the laughter. "Then it's beer." Gao Feng waved his hand decisively and placed the order. Half an hour later, the delivery rider arrived with the materials and tools for the barbecue. Several warehouse managers brought out tables and stools from a small room at the entrance of the warehouse, as well as disposable cups. One of the warehouse managers even skillfully set up the barbecue grill. Gao Feng was taken aback. The guy who noticed Gao Feng's gaze felt embarrassed and quickly said, "Bro, we usually love barbecuing, but we don't dare to leave the tools and materials in the management room. We usually order takeout for disposables. Are all these customers treating?" Gao Feng was surprised. "Pretty much. So you're in for a treat. We benefit mutually. You want to save some money when buying stuff. And we sell some information to make extra cash. That's true. It's not easy for anyone." Gao Feng raised his glass, saying, "Come on, brothers. Let us drink to thank you for today's barbecue." Everyone immediately raised their glasses and downed the beer in their disposable cups. Once the beer hit their stomachs, the atmosphere became even more lively. They downed 4 cups in a row while munching on a bag of fried peanuts. Before long, it was dark outside. Gao Feng had drunk 2 bottles of beer and then awkwardly said, "Brothers, can someone tell me where the restroom is? I need to clear my inventory." Actually, he had only sipped the beer. On the surface, it looked like he was drinking, but in reality, all the beer he consumed was being stored in the alternate space. The apocalypse was just half a day away. How could he allow himself to get drunk? One of the warehouse managers, who was busy picking peanuts, smiled and pointed towards the warehouse, saying, "It's dark now. Just walk a bit further in front. Don't let it spread back here. And just face the warehouse wall." Gao Feng stood up with a grin, swaying slightly. "Then I'll go." As he spoke, he walked away. The warehouse managers continued to eat peanuts and drink beer while watching him with their eyes. They spoke casually, but in fact, they were hesitant to let Gao Feng leave their sight. Gao Feng was honest and followed their directions, walking straight along the main road of the warehouse area. Once he confirmed that he was less than 100 meters away from the target warehouse, he began to collect items remotely. In the time it took to relieve himself, Gao Feng managed to gather half of the warehouse's items in one go, including the imported equipment mentioned by the warehouse manager. Gao Feng thought to himself, if I go back to drink with these guys for a while, if I have another chance, I'll relieve myself again and gather the remaining half of the warehouse items. If not, I'll just leave. Getting more heating equipment would definitely be a hard currency in the apocalypse. It wouldn't matter if he couldn't get the rest. However, Gao Feng was clearly overthinking it. After drinking 2 bottles of beer, everyone was a bit exhilarated. The originally chatty group became even more animated, shouting out drinking games enthusiastically. The skewers were also ready at this time. They enjoyed eating and playing, having a blast. Gao Feng pretended to drink a few more cups, quickly becoming more talkative. The other managers, seeing him getting drunk, started to enjoy themselves without keeping an eye on him. While everyone was focused on the drinking games, Gao Feng quietly stood up and pretended to go to the restroom in the warehouse area. This time, Gao Feng effortlessly collected the remaining half of the items from the target warehouse without making a sound. Just as he was about to return, he suddenly saw that the warehouse managers had gotten tipsy. They were standing on stools doing drinking games, completely forgetting about his presence as the one who treated them. Seeing this scene, Gao Feng thought, I'll take this opportunity to explore your warehouse area. He confidently walked deeper into the warehouse area. As he walked, he collected items wildly. With each wave of his hand, large quantities of supplies entered the alternate space. At first, Gao Feng was excited to check what he was collecting. But later on, he stopped looking altogether. As long as it wasn't heating equipment, it was just accessories. He just kept collecting. Gao Feng swayed through the warehouse area and returned to the entrance, where several warehouse managers were already stumbling around drunk. One of the warehouse managers, seeing him suddenly appear, looked surprised and asked, Bro, where have you been? Did you fall into the toilet? You tell me, bro, your drinking capacity isn't up to par. Come on. Drink more, you need to practice. Absolutely. You guys have great drinking capacities. Look at me now, I can't even walk straight. Gao Feng replied, raising a cup to toast with him. Of course, he didn't refuse and downed it in one go. The remaining slightly sober one also joined in, downing a few cups, but was also swaying and becoming a bit hazy. Gao Feng then clasped his hands together, politely saying goodbye to everyone. Before leaving, he placed 2,000 yuan on the table as a red envelope for everyone. After all, the supplies he collected during this trip were astronomical. He felt a bit embarrassed not to give them some money. Just as he reached the parking area at the entrance of the warehouse, Gao Feng suddenly saw Yi Huimin standing next to a wine-red Porsche sports car, looking lovely. When did you wake up? Just a little while ago. I saw you having a good time drinking with them, so I didn't want to interrupt you. Do you want to eat something? You must have worked hard. It's fine. I just found it strange. I fell asleep, yet you were still so determined to come to the heating equipment factory's warehouse. Oh, that. I was bored. Aren't we supposed to do a simulation game? Still playing? Of course. Stealing a generator together under the sunset. Don't you think that's romantic? Yi Huimin remembered their absurd experience at the generator factory and instantly blushed. That scene was just too embarrassing. Seeing that Yi Huimin didn't refuse, Gao Feng smiled and said, this heating equipment factory is no good. The security is too strict. I asked them to barbecue, and they only let me relieve myself facing the warehouse wall. How about we go check out that truck-style RV you mentioned before? The people selling it shouldn't have closed up shop yet? Yi Huimin, upon hearing this, thought of the absurd scene that might occur and felt her ears turn red. Chapter 36. Turning on the heating in the summer, Yi Huimin hesitated for a moment, but still nervously declined, saying, No, Gao Feng, my legs are really weak. Gao Feng was a bit disappointed and said, Weak legs, huh? I was hoping we could go experience the RV together. All right, I'll take you back. Gao Feng immediately headed for the driver's seat. Yi Huimin quickly grabbed him. Hey, Gao Feng, you've been drinking, you smell like alcohol. Let's call a designated driver. Gao Feng was taken aback. Then he chuckled and said, It's fine, that's just the smell of alcohol on me. I actually haven't been drinking. Although he had been drinking heavily with the warehouse manager, he had only sipped a bit before directly entering another dimension. Strictly speaking, he hadn't really drunk any alcohol. Yi Huimin quickly shook her head, gripping Gao Feng's hand tightly, nervously persuading him. Gao Feng, I've been particularly happy today. I don't want you to get caught. I want you to hold me while I sleep tonight. The woman's naive charm was undeniably revealed in Yi Huimin at that moment. Gao Feng found himself at a loss as she clung to him. Originally, he didn't want to explain much. But suddenly he lowered his head and kissed Yi Huimin's soft and sweet lips, like flower petals. Yi Huimin was about to push Gao Feng away, wanting to warn him that such antics wouldn't work. However, this kiss, aside from initially having a slight alcohol taste that stimulated her taste buds, was surprisingly refreshing afterward. After a long time, their lips parted. Yi Huimin's face turned bright red. Despite having been close many times since they met, she still felt incredibly shy. After all, she was a restaurant owner, often socializing, and never felt shy before. Yet, encountering Gao Feng always led her down an unconventional path. Every action made her heart race. What could be explained with a few words? Gao Feng insisted on kissing her until she couldn't breathe, leaving her to figure it out herself. Her legs, already weak, were now completely unsteady. Gao Feng, you're so annoying. If you haven't been drinking, then just admit it. Why do you have to tease me? I already said my legs are weak. Yi Huimin felt weak all over, shyly leaning against Gao Feng's embrace. At this moment, she truly couldn't handle it. She had just woken up, disturbed by the warehouse manager's loud drinking orders, and hadn't rested well. Gao Feng, helpless, had no choice but to pick Yi Huimin up and place her in the passenger seat. Driving his Porsche, he took her home. He wanted to ask Yi Huimin for the address of the place selling RVs, but she was too tired, so he gave up. However, he couldn't sit still. After settling Yi Huimin at home, he took out a set of household heating equipment. Then he called city services to have a technician come install the heating equipment. Boss, it's already 10 o'clock at night, and I'm having dinner at home. How about we come tomorrow at 9 to install it? We'll call you in advance. If you come now, I'll give you a 5,000 yuan red envelope. Oh, really? If that's the case, what am I supposed to eat? Just wait, in half an hour. I'll definitely come to serve you. Sure enough, half an hour later, after Gao Feng had just taken a shower and eaten some instant noodles, he cooked himself. The technician arrived. Upon seeing the heating equipment Gao Feng had, the technician smacked his lips. Boss, this equipment is great. I heard that the old Russians use this kind of thing for heating. It can work normally even at -80 degrees. However, since energy is cheap over there, using this here is a bit uneconomical. Boss, this looks impressive, but it's not as good as using electricity. We only pay over 50 cents per kilowatt hour. And the price hasn't gone up in years. Gao Feng was speechless. He retorted, Hey, technician, can't you keep your mouth shut? Or should I buy you a lock? The technician immediately shut up and got to work. After finishing the installation, he didn't forget to connect the gas line for Yi Huimin's house. Seeing this, Gao Feng was stunned. He quickly asked, technician, why are you connecting the heater to the gas line? The technician paused for a moment before answering blankly, otherwise, what? Yours is supposed to burn gas. But if you don't mind wasting it, you could also use gasoline, though it definitely won't burn efficiently. Boss, I still advise you. Although this heater performs well, it's really impractical. The lowest temperature here in winter is only -10 degrees, and it might not happen for several years. Gao Feng felt a headache from the technician's rambling. He stared at the heater for a long time before suddenly saying, Technician, can you get an external valve? I might be able to get some gas. The technician's face was mocking, and his smile had spread to his ears. Gao Feng wanted to slap him, but held back. After all, he needed the technician's help. He quickly changed his tone. Gasoline. I can get gasoline. Just get me an external hose. The technician was about to mumble something. But Gao Feng threatened, Don't say anything useless. Just get it for me, or I won't give you the red envelope. And I'll also complain about you on the platform. The technician's expression suddenly sharpened. What's wrong with you? Threatening people? I'm just trying to help. I don't want to hear it. Hurry up and install it. The technician, helpless, could only keep working. There was cutting and grinding, making so much noise that neighbors upstairs and downstairs came to knock on the door, saying they couldn't sleep because of the noise. Gao Feng didn't open the door at all. After all, he didn't know the neighbors upstairs or downstairs. Plus, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and less than 15 hours remained before the apocalypse. He didn't care about what others thought. Surviving was hard enough. Who had time to worry about others not being able to sleep at night? Gao Feng's impressive actions left the technician stunned. He thought to himself, this kid is ruthless. After the technician finished the installation quietly, he settled the bill and left without saying a word. He was genuinely afraid of upsetting Gao Feng and losing his red envelope. Gao Feng immediately turned on the heater to test it. Sure enough, it heated up quickly and provided ample warmth. But even slightly raising the temperature made Gao Feng feel overwhelmed. It was like running the heater in the middle of summer, which was absurd. In the blink of an eye, he was drenched in sweat and still needed to take a shower. Suddenly, the door to Yi Huimin's room opened with a creak. A confused and angry face peeked out. It was Xiao Linlin. Gao Feng, are you crazy? What are you doing? Why is it so hot in here? Gao Feng saw that Xiao Linlin hadn't left and wasn't particularly curious. After all, he had unexpectedly given her a shot. Xiao Linlin looked angry. But her condition was clearly worse than Yi Huimin's. Today she probably couldn't get out of bed due to the pain. And with the apocalypse approaching, it was better for her to stay. Gao Feng wasn't a heartless person. Even though they weren't in a romantic relationship, they still had some friendship. As long as she stayed by his side and didn't cause trouble, she would definitely survive the apocalypse. More importantly, Xiao Linlin was a doctor, and having a personal physician would be beneficial for survival in the apocalypse. Xiao Linlin walked around the house and suddenly spotted the heater Gao Feng had set up. Instantly, she was taken aback. Gao Feng, are you crazy? Minmin's house has underfloor heating. Why are you messing with this little boiler? Chapter 37. Locking two women in the room. Gao Feng didn't directly answer Xiao Linlin. Instead, he first glanced at his phone. It was almost 11 o'clock at night. There were still 16 hours until the apocalypse arrived. This newly installed heater needed to run for 12 hours for a test run. It definitely couldn't be turned off. If the apocalypse came and the heater malfunctioned, that would be a big problem. Running it continuously for 12 hours would ensure that when the apocalypse came, the equipment would be safe and stable. If there were any issues within those 12 hours, he could still call the technician back for repairs. Gao Feng, I'm talking to you. I can't stand people like you who can't even kick a fart. Seeing that Gao Feng was ignoring her, Xiao Linlin provocatively snapped at him. Gao Feng looked at Xiao Linlin, speechless. He originally wanted to maintain a cold demeanor, but to avoid her causing trouble, he decided to explain a bit. The new equipment needs to run for 24 hours. What? You are open 24 hours. Are you really sick? It's the middle of summer. But it needs to run a test operation. You can't just turn on the air conditioning. Gao Feng, you're such a lunatic. How could Min possibly like you? As long as you don't like me, that's fine. Gao Feng, you scumbag. Xiao Linlin was so angry she wanted to scratch the wall. Then she slammed the door and went into her room. Gao Feng felt that this girl needed some discipline. The apocalypse is coming soon, and she's still so angry. Do you know that without me, you would definitely freeze or starve to death in the apocalypse? Besides, both of you are so beautiful. You might end up trading with hot dogs, and that's still the ideal situation. This was originally a sad story. Because of my arrival, your apocalyptic lives have been revitalized. Gao Feng curled his lips, sat on the sofa, and continued to plan what supplies to stock up on. The RV, the address is set. It can be picked up at any time. It's only 11 o'clock now, and the sales office might not be closed. It's not appropriate to go now. After all, the way to stock up on heaters is different from the way to buy cars. Heaters are generally stored in large warehouses, while cars are mostly outdoors. If people are not gone, and you suddenly take them away, it can easily arouse others' suspicion. What if the police conduct a sweep and you get caught? Even if there's no evidence, it wouldn't be fun. Therefore, the best time to collect them must be between 2 and 3 in the morning, with no one around. In the dark, as long as I move my little hand to get rich. Activate the ability to collect items from a distance. I can directly take the whole RV away. As for not finding the right one, just take all the cars I see. I can pick and choose later. Anyway, there will always be one that suits me. Thinking of this, Gao Feng quickly wrote his supply collection plan in his phone's notes. But then he thought, if he goes out, what if that annoying woman Xiao Linlin suddenly pops up to turn off the heater? The only way is to lock the door from the inside. Gao Feng carefully looked at the front door. As a non-professional, he didn't have many good ideas. He could only go downstairs to the hardware store that was preparing to close. Boss, do you have a lock that can be locked from the inside? It's just an ordinary bedroom door. My girlfriend recently touched something she shouldn't have and is currently detoxing. We discussed it and decided to take some strong measures. Bro, I'm sorry for you. How did you get into this situation? I advise you, when you're young, stay away from bars and those chaotic places. Even the best girls can come back with a bunch of problems if they go there too often. Okay, thanks, uncle. No problem, I'm looking for it for you now. Using this kind of drawer lock, just insert it into the door gap and lock it from the outside with a latch. Unless she tears down the wall. She can't get out at all. Thank you, uncle. No need to thank me. It's not easy for you either. Your girlfriend has that problem, and you still haven't broken up. Ah, there's some feelings involved. By the way, uncle, I see you have a lot of everyday items here. When do you usually open? I live nearby, so I can come over anytime I need something. Oh, I close at 11:30 at night. It's all junk inside. No need to look. Oh, uncle, then goodbye. Gao Feng took the lock and swayed back to Yi Huiman's house. First, he went to the door of Xiao Linlin's room, listened for a moment, and found that cool air was seeping through the crack, as if she had turned the air conditioning to maximum and was asleep. Without hesitation, Gao Feng opened the door. Then he placed the card lock's piece directly in the door crack and locked it from the outside. Xiao Linlin, who was in a deep sleep, was awakened by the sudden noise. She rolled out of bed. When she turned on the light and looked, she was stunned. A pure steel lock piece was sticking out from the door crack. The door was firmly jammed. No matter how she pulled, she couldn't open it. Xiao Linlin shouted a couple of times, but no one outside responded. She immediately realized that it was that dead man Gao Feng playing tricks on her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, almost dying from rage. She called her best friend Yi Huimin, but the other side's phone was off. Xia Linlin wanted to call Gao Feng to curse him, but she found she didn't even have his number. The more she thought, the angrier she got. Especially remembering how Gao Feng had accidentally pricked her with a needle today. Tears of grievance streamed down her face. Gao Feng could naturally hear Xia Linlin banging on the door from the living room, and only when she calmed down did he finally relax. The apocalypse is coming soon. Yi Huimin's 3-bedroom, 2-living-room, 200-square-meter house is his refuge. As a bottom-tier wage slave, he doesn't expect to get something impressive like full titanium alloy. After all, he needs Yi Huimin to help him find resources for heaters and generators. Titanium alloy, for ordinary people, it's unrealistic to even find out where the resources are in a short time. Gao Feng wandered around the house, checking for any gaps that needed filling. After confirming that there were basically no issues, he went to the guest room to check on the sleeping Yi Huimin. This girl is really too tired. She has been helping him all day, alleviating the effects of excessive use of abilities several times. At this moment, she was completely sound asleep. Gao Feng pinched Yi Huimin's nose to see if she would wake up, but she just turned over a bit, continued to breathe normally, and fell back into a deep sleep without any sign of waking. Gao Feng reached out to feel her heartbeat. It was very steady. However, because he had turned on the heater, Yi Huimin was already drenched in sweat beneath the summer quilt. Gao Feng immediately felt a hand full of sweat. Afraid that Yi Huimin might get heat stroke, he quickly turned on the air conditioning for her and set the cooling to maximum. After that, he also locked this door from the outside with the card lock. After taking care of everything that wouldn't affect the heater's test operation, Gao Feng finally left the house, ready to start his new journey of collecting supplies tonight. This might be Gao Feng's last time going out to collect supplies. Gao Feng decided to go through some supplies in the urban area again. Leaving the community, passing by the hardware store at the entrance, Gao Feng casually collected the hardware store's inventory into his alternate space. After all, it's the apocalypse. These things are useless to the boss. Gao Feng then went to refuel. After all, it's a sports car. While it has great performance and starts quickly, it consumes fuel like a standard oil guzzler. Gao Feng parked at a new gas station. Casually said, "Fill it up," without waiting for the attendant to start. Gao Feng activated his ability to collect items and crazily drew oil from the attendant's oil tank into his alternate space. Clunk. The gas pump had just put 2 liters of gas into Gao Feng's car when it suddenly clicked off. The attendant was immediately stunned. "I'm sorry, sir. Please wait a moment while I check what's going on." Gao Feng said unhappily, "What's going on? If you can't fill it, just pull out the nozzle." "What kind of service is this? A gas station this big can't even get a little oil?" The attendant's face turned ugly, but as he was in charge, he could only endure and pull the nozzle from the Porsche's tank. Gao Feng paid with his card and walked away. Continuing into the vast night, he headed to the next gas station to refuel. Chapter 38. Collect, collect, collect. Beautiful miss, collect. Gao Feng went to more than 30 gas stations in a row and finally filled up the sports car. In his alternate space, he naturally also stored countless gasoline and diesel. When he looked at the time, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. This was the time he had planned to go for the RV. He immediately opened his phone map and drove to the address Yi Huimin had told him. But upon arrival, he found that it was just an auto city. Besides knowing that this store was called RV King, he didn't know anything else. There was no other way. Gao Feng could only indiscriminately collect cars, picking them up wherever he went. He would not miss any opportunity as he passed by. He couldn't go empty-handed to Car City. This collection took over an hour. In the alternate space, Gao Feng had collected thousands of sedans and SUVs and finally found a store called RV King. Ultimately, through spatial perception, he found the RVs they were selling on the roof of the store. They were in the form of small trucks. Simply put, these were RVs modified from trucks. They had a spacious interior, thick steel plates, and excellent insulation. Moreover, there were various practical small devices inside, including a small double bed. The tires were standard snow tires, very large and thick, reaching up to Gao Feng's chest, giving the whole vehicle a very imposing look. During the apocalyptic ice age, driving a truck-style RV while taking a girl out would be absolutely exhilarating. The cost of this vehicle alone was directly 10 million. Gao Feng looked at the store's promotional slogan and couldn't help but click his tongue, thinking that it was even more expensive than the legendary rich man's car, Rolls-Royce, which was quite a boast. However, in the apocalypse, a Rolls-Royce was just a brick. This kind of RV was truly appealing. Gao Feng bought all the stock in the store in one go and also focused on acquiring their spare parts. As for whether the store owner would cry tomorrow, that was beyond Gao Feng's concern. Anyway, tomorrow, it wouldn't just be him crying. Everyone would cry together, making his own sadness less piercing. After finishing with RV King, Gao Feng took out a sports car from the alternate space and was about to leave. But then he thought, since he was already there, he might as well finish collecting in Car City. After all, Spare parts in the apocalypse wouldn't be easy to come by. As a result, this collection lasted until 3 in the morning. The entire car city consumed an hour of Gao Feng's time. He had to say it was worth it. Gao Feng was preparing to leave from another exit of Car City when he suddenly saw a seafood wholesale market across the street. Gao Feng instantly perked up. He had to collect there. Although the food in his space was already enough, he couldn't pass up the opportunity. So, he spent another hour collecting items from the seafood wholesale market. By then, it was 4 in the morning. Just as he finished, Gao Feng discovered that across from the seafood wholesale market was a flower market. Gao Feng impulsively rushed in to collect there as well. Another hour went by. He completely forgot that flowers were of no use in the apocalypse. But by this time, it was already 5 in the morning. Gao Feng had no time or mood to regret. He had to hurry and collect as much as possible with only 10 hours left until the apocalypse. After exiting the flower market, he didn't encounter any more markets but arrived at Yulong Lake next to Haicheng University City. Yulong Lake was a freshwater lake not far from Haicheng University City, and it was quite large. On the map, it looked like a sparkling gem in the high-tech zone of Haicheng. Gao Feng checked the lake water. It was very clear, and after a slight filtration with a purifier, it would be high-quality drinking water. Although he had previously collected water from Jiangnan Lake, freshwater was not too much during the apocalypse. He immediately focused his mind and placed the spatial gate into Yulong Lake. With a splash, a massive whirlpool appeared in the center of the lake, and the water was rapidly descending at a visible speed. Gao Feng also vaguely noticed that his collection speed for this lake water was noticeably faster than when he collected from Jiangnan Lake. However, Yulong Lake was not small, and Gao Feng still spent over an hour, plus 10 minutes, to completely collect the lake water. By this time, it was already 6:10 in the morning. The sun had begun to rise, appearing as a small half-head on the eastern horizon. However, the light around was still somewhat dim, slightly different from the brightness of daytime. After collecting the lake water, Gao Feng suddenly felt dizzy. The scenery before him began to double, and his heart was filled with restlessness and impulsiveness. At that moment, he really missed Yi Huimin, not in a nostalgic way, but simply longing for her beautiful and enchanting body. Just then, Gao Feng suddenly saw a tall and beautiful woman in a sports tank top running along the lakeside track. In the morning light, she was swinging her high ponytail, her long and fit legs striding gracefully, looking as beautiful as a fairy wrapped in golden rays. As she ran within 100 meters of Gao Feng, he instinctively activated his spatial abilities, using telekinesis to pull the stunning lady into his alternate space. This was the first time Gao Feng had used his abilities on a living being, and normally, he would never try such a thing. Ah, help! The beautiful lady's terrified cries echoed in Gao Feng's ears, and in the next moment, she had appeared in Gao Feng's alternate world. Gao Feng's consciousness subconsciously entered the alternate space to observe the stunning lady. Please spare me. I beg you. The beautiful lady seemed to see Gao Feng and directly pleaded with him. Her pitiful gaze made Gao Feng instinctively feel a sense of compassion. He mustered his spirit and released her from the alternate space. In reality, the beautiful lady, who had been running, suddenly felt incredibly weak in an instant, as if she had lost half of her life. Forget running. Even standing was exhausting. Seeing the girl about to fall, Gao Feng immediately rushed over and caught her slender and delicate waist. Are you okay? Gao Feng asked, wanting to understand the consequences of a human entering the alternate space. The beautiful lady looked at the handsome and domineering Gao Feng. Her pale face flushed unnaturally as she said, "Excuse me, I'm fine, just feeling a bit dizzy. Could you please take me to the campus hospital?" Normally, this would be her way of giving Gao Feng a chance to pursue her. Gao Feng wasn't thinking about that, but was instead stunned, wondering how she recognized him in the alternate space, but suddenly didn't he remember. Anyway, with only 9 hours left until the apocalypse, it didn't matter if she guessed something. He immediately prepared to help the beautiful lady to the hospital to check her condition. However, the beautiful lady was completely limp in Gao Feng's arms, devoid of any strength. Gao Feng was taken aback, thinking that the alternate space was indeed quite overwhelming. Entering it for just a moment could deplete one's vitality so much. If he hadn't reacted quickly, she might have died. However, she seemed to have completely forgotten that she had entered his alternate space. But the next second, Gao Feng's concentration faded again. He irritably took out a wine-red Porsche sports car and, holding the girl, got into the car. Not long after, the Porsche began to rhythmically bounce up and down. Occasionally, passing students who saw this scene blushed and hurriedly took a detour. It wasn't until 6:30 that someone belatedly exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the water in Yulong Lake had disappeared. Chapter 39. The response that shattered worldviews. At 7 in the morning, a security guard-looking person walked up to the red sports car with a serious expression, knocking hard on the car window. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Wake up! The lakeside is a public place. What if nearby students see something? Hurry up. The up and down bouncing of the red Porsche immediately stopped. The beautiful lady in the car gasped and woke up. You need to get up. The beautiful lady anxiously pushed Gao Feng. Originally, she had no strength to even stand, but suddenly she stretched out her hand and twisted Gao Feng's face, making it tremble. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Gao Feng cried out in pain, caught off guard. Looking at the state of the two, he quickly forced a smile and said, Beauty, I can't get up, you need to get up first. At this moment, the stunning young lady's face flushed, and she quickly got off Gao Feng. Lowering her head like an ostrich, she used the pitifully small sports tank top to cover her chest. Gao Feng's scalp tingled. He didn't need to think about this situation anymore. It was definitely another case of excessive use of his abilities, causing a blackout. This wasn't the first time. Fortunately, it wasn't a dinosaur he encountered. Otherwise, waking up and realizing the situation would have made him want to die. Gao Feng calmly put on his t-shirt and shorts while reminding the beautiful young lady, hurry up and get dressed, or else we'll be watched by others. And you won't even have the chance to put on your clothes. The beautiful young lady glared at Gao Feng angrily, scolding, You beast. I asked you to help me to the hospital. Why did you? The rest of her words were too shameful for her to say. Gao Feng glanced at the situation in the car, casually wiped the blood on the leather sofa with some tissue, feeling a bit uneasy inside. Sorry, I was drugged. Gao Feng could only make up an excuse, saying it was a side effect of his excessive use of abilities. The other party probably thought he was crazy. Drugged? You are such a jerk. The beautiful young lady thought about how she had suddenly lost her first time and burst into tears. In fact, she had a good impression of Gao Feng. He was so tall and handsome, and he had suddenly appeared to help her when she fell. Especially when he carried her to the car, he exuded boyfriend energy. She was shy yet excited at that moment. However, Gao Feng's subsequent actions were too sudden and beastly. Although the beautiful young lady had somewhat consented, afterward, thinking that she didn't even know his name made her extremely fearful. After all, she was just a junior in college. Proud and picky, she had never been in a relationship before. Now, unexpectedly, bang, bang, bang. The security guard outside was knocking again. You too. Hurry up and leave. It's already dawn, and you're still here messing around. Hurry up, or I'll call the police. The security guard's voice was somewhat angry, clearly dissatisfied with the delay from the two of them. The beautiful young lady trembled in fear and hurriedly urged Gao Feng, You need to take me away quickly. I don't want to be socially dead. If my classmates see me, I'll definitely jump off a building. Gao Feng quickly agreed. However, seeing the beautiful young lady hugging her chest and shrinking in the driver's seat, he felt a bit helpless. After a moment, he couldn't help but say, You should get dressed. You're in the driver's seat. I need to get past you to drive. The beautiful young lady almost fainted at his words. I hate you. She glared at Gao Feng with a murderous look. After confirming that there was no one in front of the car, Gao Feng assured her that the car's tint was very effective and people outside couldn't see inside at all. She gritted her teeth and put on the sports tank top and short skirt she had changed into. When Gao Feng saw the beautiful scenery he had missed out on during his blackout, he couldn't help but gasp, feeling like he had missed out on a fortune. However, under the circumstances, it would definitely be inappropriate to suggest reliving the previous beautiful moments. You get out of the car, I'll come through from inside. The beautiful young lady urged Gao Feng to get out of the car as soon as she finished changing. Gao Feng knew she was shy, so he agreed immediately. As soon as he opened the car door, a stern-faced security guard with a square jaw glared at him with big eyes, holding a rubber baton, looking like he wanted to smash him. You brat, if I see you messing around at the school gate again, I'll beat you up. The security guard shouted angrily. Gao Feng, already feeling guilty, immediately ran away as fast as a rabbit. After getting into the car, he started the engine and sped directly onto the main road. The beautiful young lady was pressed back against the seat by the sudden strong acceleration, unable to move. She couldn't help but let out a sharp scream. Gao Feng, without thinking, sped along the main road for 20 minutes until he reached the east coast dock of Haicheng, where he finally stopped. At this point, the beautiful young lady seemed to have calmed down. Like a detective interrogating a thief, she stared at Gao Feng and asked, What is your name? Gao Feng instinctively replied, Gao Feng, what are you going to do with me from now on? The beautiful young lady saw his hesitation and immediately burst into tears. She lamented, You don't want me to be your girlfriend. Gao Feng felt numb. Seeing her so upset, he confirmed that her body had returned to normal. However, he still couldn't understand the principle behind it. Excessive use of abilities required a woman to eliminate the negative effects. When a person entered the ability space, even for just a moment, their body would become incredibly weak. But the women who had relations with him seemed unaffected. He was just a bit uncertain. Was it that any woman who had relations with him was unaffected, or did they need to have relations with him to eliminate the effects after being impacted? If he could clarify this characteristic, Gao Feng felt that his ability to retrieve objects from afar could even become a terrifying hunting weapon. For now, he could only say it was a way to stockpile resources. In terms of fighting, the only method Gao Feng could think of was to use items from the alternate space to hit people. You want me to be your boyfriend? Gao Feng felt the silence had lasted too long and suddenly asked back. I don't know. The beautiful young lady was speechless and covered her face while crying. She felt so confused inside. Initially, she had wanted to have a romantic encounter with the handsome Gao Feng. Her indecisiveness made Gao Feng a bit irritated. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. Women can only affect my speed in drawing my weapon. In an instant, Gao Feng's previously weak demeanor turned icy. At that moment, he remembered the impending apocalypse. He immediately picked up his phone to check the time. It was already 8 in the morning. This timing meant there were only 6 hours left until the apocalypse arrived. Gao Feng then pulled up the map on his phone to check the time it would take to return to Yi Huimin's house. It would take 45 minutes. In reality, he only had 5 hours left to stockpile supplies. Gao Feng immediately felt an immense sense of urgency. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Ying, the beautiful account manager from the pharmaceutical company. Mr. Gao, all the medicines you requested have arrived. I'm at the location where you picked up the goods yesterday. Should I leave them in the truck you prepared by the roadside? But I don't see the truck there now. Lu Ying continued, by the way. I discussed with Ji Bingqing last night, and if you could help us introduce some connections, your request for video shooting isn't completely out of the question. Gao Feng suddenly felt like his worldview had completely shattered. Chapter 40. Sweeping the Haicheng East Coast container dock, all the medicines have arrived. This is a good thing. Moreover, with the apocalypse approaching, there's no need to pay the balance. Gao Feng never expected that after a night of processing, Lu Ying and Ji Bingqing, both considered stunning beauties by outsiders, would have such a drastically low moral compass. Filming a video, and with both of them together? This was a condition Gao Feng had casually suggested to make things difficult for them. Yet they actually agreed. Gao Feng perfunctorily replied, Lu Ying, today might not work. I have to accompany a major client. Why don't you leave the truck and driver by the roadside, and I'll have someone pick it up when it's convenient. Once I confirm receipt, I'll let the accountant know to transfer the payment to you at the agreed time. Lu Ying sounded a bit disappointed. Mr. Gao? It's not easy for us to persuade the beautiful Ji to serve you according to your requirements. How can you stand us up? Two people are engaged in a final verbal tug-of-war. Suddenly, a stunning young lady snatches Gao Feng's phone from beside him. Her captivating eyes flash with a hint of coldness, and a resolute expression appears on her fair and delicate face. Holding up Gao Feng's phone, she sternly reprimands the person on the other end of the call. Shut up. You cheap whore. He is my boyfriend. If you keep making trouble, I'll tear your mouth apart. Gao Feng is stunned. What the hell is going on? I didn't agree to anything. You've just automatically promoted yourself to my girlfriend. Miss, you know my name is Gao Feng, but I don't even know what your name is. A thunderstorm rages in Gao Feng's mind. The beautiful lady thinks Gao Feng will be surprised and ask her why she is so fierce. Gao Feng glances at the time on the sports car's dashboard. It's already 8:30. There are only 5.5 hours left until the apocalypse arrives. He feels that this encounter with a beautiful woman is too much of a waste of time. Stockpiling supplies is the real priority. Gao Feng steps on the gas pedal. The sports car shoots forward. The beautiful lady lets out a startled scream as she is pushed back against the seat, unable to move even slightly. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? She questions Gao Feng, displeased. Gao Feng remains silent. His mind is solely focused on stockpiling supplies. He has already seen the container terminal not far ahead, which is filled with massive amounts of goods. Gao Feng can hardly imagine how much material is stored there. The East Coast terminal of Haicheng is the top container terminal in Xia country. Although Gao Feng is a lowly worker and doesn't pay much attention to the specific numbers of terminal throughput, he has always known that the East Coast terminal in Haicheng is rich in resources, enough to buy out a bottom-tier, second-tier city. Without someone like the beautiful boss Yi Huimin leading him, he is unsure if he can find an opportunity to crazily gather supplies during the day. But there isn't much time left. He has to give it a try. Virum. The burgundy sports car speeds into the container terminal's port without anyone stopping him. He continues driving forward. Ahead, there is a guardhouse and a barrier. Gao Feng furrows his brows. Suddenly, he floors the gas pedal. In 37 seconds, he accelerates to 100 kilometers per hour. The noise roars like an angry bull, violently echoing. The red Porsche instantly transforms into a red lightning bolt. The beautiful lady in the passenger's seat, frightened, presses her feet against the floor and clings tightly to the seat. Her heart races wildly. At that moment, she genuinely worries that Gao Feng, this reckless guy, might get her killed. The security guard in the guardhouse sees this scene and is instantly startled. He curses, damn. Another rich second-generation kid is here to race. But his hands are faster than his mouth. He quickly presses the electronic button to raise the barrier. Whoosh. The red Porsche almost zips through the barrier the moment it lifts, like a red flash. The security guard, his gaze trembling, turns to look back. But the sports car is already out of sight. He frantically grabs a teacup from the table and gulps it down. He was genuinely afraid that this rich kid was on drugs while racing. If there was even a slight miscalculation, the glass and metal guardhouse he was in would be smashed to pieces, and he would be done for. Thank goodness, he is grateful for being spared. As for pursuing responsibility, forget it. Driving a sports car is already trouble. And to drive so fast, directly charging through the barrier, is simply reckless. He won't get involved. Once the sports car enters the container area of the terminal, although the speed decreases somewhat, Gao Feng still maintains a speed above 80. He collects supplies while driving. Gao Feng discovers that after this excessive use of his abilities, his speed of gathering supplies has reached a terrifying level, allowing him to retrieve any object within a 100-meter radius with just a thought. Thus, as Gao Feng's car passes, the supplies within that radius flood into his alternate space like a torrent. He cannot care about the shock inside him. While speeding, he continuously activates his ability to collect items. Racing through the various channels of the container terminal, vast quantities of supplies disappear. Some even enter Gao Feng's alternate space along with the containers. Gao Feng's spirit reaches an unprecedented high, but at an astonishing rate. He also becomes rapidly fatigued. After racing around and bringing countless supplies from the terminal, including a few nearby yachts and cargo ships, Gao Feng's mind begins to blur again. The beautiful lady sitting in the passenger seat sees Gao Feng's eyes turning red. Her already racing heart almost jumps out of her mouth. Gao Feng, what's wrong with you? The beautiful lady anxiously asks Gao Feng. Gao Feng suddenly drives the car into a nearby seaside park. As soon as the car stops, he grabs the beautiful lady's wrist with one hand. The red light in his eyes has transformed into a furious state devoid of any human emotion. Gao Feng, no? Don't do this. I'm not ready yet. The beautiful lady cries out in panic. But her soft and sweet voice is like a tiny wave in the sea, utterly powerless to stop the relentless tide. At 10 o'clock a.m., only 5 hours remain until the apocalypse arrives. Inside the Porsche, Gao Feng's gaze finally returns to its usual dark brilliance, the furious blood-red hue completely vanishing. The beautiful lady in the passenger seat, exhausted, puts on Gao Feng's oversized t-shirt. Because it is too large, the neckline droops down, revealing a deep and alluring cleavage. But at this moment, neither of them pays attention to that detail. My name is Wu Mengting. Gao Feng, you are my first man. You better treat me well, or I will definitely call the police to arrest you, she says, teeth clenched. I hate you so much. You're simply inhuman. You're a beast. Her words are filled with anger, yet with every slight movement. She furrows her brow in pain and tears begin to fall. Gao Feng sits awkwardly in the driver's seat, wanting to lend a hand but fearing her hateful glare. He truly didn't mean to, but he just blacked out again. If he could do life over, he would definitely bring Yi Huimin along for stockpiling supplies. Regardless of any emotional ties, at least, the two of them would have no psychological burden. Chapter 41. The incident just as the awkwardness hangs in the air. Gao Feng's phone rings again. Wu Mingting furrows her brow and glances at the phone screen, thinking it might be another seductive caller. She is shocked to find that it is a call from 110, the police. Wu Mingting becomes somewhat flustered and quickly hands the phone to Gao Feng, explaining, I didn't call the police. I just couldn't accept how rough you were with me, but I didn't mean to report you. Gao Feng, don't misunderstand me. I just can't accept how you treated me so violently. I want you to be a little gentler. Gao Feng looks at Wu Mengting's pitiful eyes, and his heart softens involuntarily. But after glancing at the screen, his heart begins to race. The call is from the police. Has an incident occurred? Which case could it be? In the past 3 days, he has done too many illegal things. If it weren't for the impending apocalypse, Gao Feng would definitely end up living in prison for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he would just be eating peanuts and going to heaven. After thinking for a second, Gao Feng decides to answer the call. After all, there are less than 5 hours until the apocalypse descends. Will the police have time? They are actively calling him. They probably want him to go to the police station to assist with the investigation, right? Hello, this is Gao Feng. Who is this? Hello. This is the Nanguan District Police Station. We have received a report from Miss Zhao Courier stating that you stole 500,000 yuan from her bank card. We have spoken with Miss Zhao, and we understand that you were her boyfriend before. We consider this to be a financial dispute, and we can help coordinate between you two. We would like you to come to the police station for a discussion. Miss Zhao has also indicated that if you are willing to return the money, she may consider withdrawing her report. Oh, I see. Would tomorrow be suitable for you? I have been out on business all day, and I'm exhausted. I'm afraid my mental state won't be good. You know this is a case, and we just broke up. So I need to be cautious around her. Please hold on, let me check with Miss Zhao. After a full 10 minutes, the voice on the other end came back. Mr. Gao, hello. Miss Zhao has stated she wants to return the money today. If you are not convenient, we can go with Miss Zhao to withdraw the money. We will act as a third party to record evidence and ensure that after you return the money, there will be no further entanglements. I see. That works too. Once I get to my new address, I'll send it to you. You know, I just broke up with Xiaoke, and I've just moved into my new girlfriend's place, so I'm not sure how convenient it will be. All right, let's add each other on WeChat. And sending the address later is fine. Let us try to resolve this today. I can see that Miss Zhao is very anxious. Okay, goodbye. Gao Feng hung up the phone, feeling that being a police officer is not easy, almost like being a babysitter, especially when dealing with someone like Xiaoke, who is dramatic and troublesome. It must be exhausting. Suddenly, Wu Mingting spoke up. Gao Feng, I live on campus, and I have no place for you to handle this matter. You're not trying to fool the police, are you? Gao Feng was taken aback. He looked at Wu Mingting in surprise and asked, don't you think I'm a scumbag? I stole 500,000 from my ex-girlfriend? Why are you still thinking about me? Wu Mingting shook her head anxiously. No, you promised to return it. Besides, you must have your reasons. Gao Feng felt numb. She could even rationalize it like this. What else could he say? Fine, if you want to think that way, go ahead. Gao Feng replied casually. He then started the car, which smoothly sped towards the main road. He was already prepared to return to Yi Huiman's home. It would take nearly an hour to get back. Passing by the warehouse he had rented before, he also needed to collect some supplies, Wellington steaks, and various grains, oils, vegetables, and fruits, which would probably take another hour. Time was really tight. This meant that Gao Feng only had a little over 2 hours of true free time left. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. If he saw something worth collecting on the way and didn't have time, that would be too frustrating. Gao Feng, are you angry? Wu Mingting looked at Gao Feng's stern profile, which was handsome but had a somewhat gloomy expression. However, that sharply defined profile was really captivating. It's nothing. I just have urgent matters to attend to and need to get back quickly. If you're free, we can go together. If you don't want to come, I can drop you off somewhere convenient. Gao Feng gave Wu Mingting one last opportunity without showing any emotion. In this apocalypse, beauty isn't unimportant, but obedience is key. He really didn't have time for other matters right now. Feelings and such were too extravagant. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, he was currently fighting for the most basic survival needs. Wu Mingting's demands belonged to love, which is a form of self-actualization, one of humanity's highest needs. Gao Feng simply couldn't satisfy that, at least not in the near term. He wouldn't even consider it. Gao Feng, are you taking me to your home? Wu Mingting still had a hopeful look, completely not understanding what Gao Feng was saying. So, are you getting out or not? Gao Feng was too lazy to argue with her. Although it was wrong to hurt Wu Mingting, people are selfish, and Gao Feng could only silently apologize in his heart. After having died once, he now just wanted to live this life after his rebirth well. He didn't want to unintentionally hurt others, but he felt helpless. This might be karma. It was only at this moment that Gao Feng truly understood that people always have responsibilities and sins they cannot escape. A truly mature man must dare to be a scumbag, otherwise, he might not even be able to function normally. Wu Mingting's tears streamed down, but she still didn't say she wanted to get out of the car. Gao Feng felt a bit irritated. He saw a subway station ahead and parked next to it. Get out, Gao Feng urged coldly, while his gaze fixed on the car's clock. The passage of time made his heart involuntarily tense. Even though he had prepared a lot in advance, he still felt a bit nervous about entering the apocalypse again. He had spatial abilities, but would they be enough? After all, in his previous life, he only survived 3 months in the apocalypse. Having died once, he was no longer naive. He felt he had to take advantage of the time, he had to gather more supplies. However, 2 minutes passed, and Wu Mingting in the passenger seat still hadn't gotten out of the car. Gao Feng was getting impatient and was about to urge her again when Wu Mingting suddenly mustered a lot of courage and shouted at Gao Feng. Gao Feng, I like you. From the first moment I saw you, I unconsciously liked you. Even though you treated me like that later, I was really sad. But I also felt a bit of joy inside. Can you please not abandon me? I don't want to be separated from you. As she spoke, she reached out her long, fair hand and tightly grasped Gao Feng's right hand. At that moment, Gao Feng felt his heart racing. It was very similar to the first time he confessed to his green tea girlfriend Zhao Ke in his previous life. He had actually been confessed to a second time after his rebirth. This was quite ironic because he could no longer engage in romance. Virum. The crimson Porsche transformed into a red lightning bolt, speeding down the main road again. As the car passed, a vehicle at a gas station that was refueling suddenly experienced a malfunction. The staff, bewildered, came forward to check and were shocked to find that the gas tank at the gas station had instantly run empty. Chapter 42. The case has resurfaced as Gao Feng sped along. He continuously used his ability to gather items from afar. The apocalypse would descend in just a few hours. and the supplies in the warehouse wouldn't save the kind-hearted people. It was better to get them into his hands to have more leverage during the apocalypse. The world would be frozen in the apocalypse. Who among the living wouldn't have blood on their hands? Gao Feng had killed people in his previous life and didn't consider himself a good person. The only kindness he had towards this world was not to deliberately harm an innocent person. Goodbye, this beloved era of peace. Gao Feng drove wildly, his emotions fluctuating intensely. He frantically collected supplies. He took everything from stores that he had never seen before. Upon reaching the first destination, the warehouse he rented, he didn't get out of the car. Instead, he quickly used his ability to gather the supplies inside the warehouse. He then drove towards Yi Huiman's house. At this point, it was already noon. Collecting this batch of supplies had taken longer than expected. There were still 3 hours left until the apocalypse descended. He needed to leave at least half an hour to an hour to return to Yi Huiman's house. In reality, Gao Feng had only 2 hours left to gather more supplies. Gurgle. The sound of Wu Mengting's stomach growled from the passenger seat. But she didn't dare to disturb Gao Feng. In her eyes, her new boyfriend was simply a madman. She seriously suspected that Gao Feng was a rebellious rich second generation. Since meeting at 6 in the morning until noon, they had been racing the entire time without a moment's pause. Gao Feng's temper was exceptionally volatile. He ignored her. And when he wanted her, he did so recklessly and violently. She felt that this first love was truly a bit bitter. It was nothing like the sweet romance she had imagined. As for Gao Feng's reckless behavior of collecting supplies while driving, she was beside him but couldn't see it. She just thought he was simply racing. Bulyalu. Gao Feng's stomach suddenly growled. Wu Mengting seemed to have found a reason. She cleared her throat a couple of times and cautiously spoke up. Gao Feng, I'm a bit hungry. Gao Feng glanced at the cautious Wu Mengting. She was so pure and beautiful, even a bit silly, full of hopes for love. If it weren't for the impending apocalypse, such a beautiful girl should have a sunny and handsome boyfriend to cherish her deeply. Gao Feng took another look at the time on the car. The route back to Yi Huiman's house was largely the same as the route from the warehouse. After speeding for 10 minutes, Gao Feng surprisingly had no new supplies to collect. Seeing that Gao Feng was ignoring her, Wu Mengting quickly closed her mouth pitifully. But she was really too hungry. She hadn't eaten breakfast and had already done 2 intense workouts. Her stomach was now uncomfortably empty, and her stomach even had a slight burning pain. Unable to bear it, she instinctively covered her lower abdomen to alleviate her discomfort. At that moment, the sports car passed by a hamburger shop. Inside the shop, a customer was receiving a large bag of cola, hamburgers, and grilled wings from the cashier. In the next moment, the food the customer had just received disappeared. He looked at his suddenly empty hands in surprise. Then he looked at the still smiling cashier across from him, and his whole demeanor exploded. What are you smiling about? Where's my food? What did you do with it? Sir, what are you talking about? I just gave it to you. The cashier also looked confused, feeling overwhelmed by the customer's sudden rage. Meanwhile, on the red Porsche that just sped past the store, Gao Feng, who was racing, suddenly reached behind the car seat and pulled out a large bag of fast food. Here, eat. Don't starve yourself. Gao Feng's voice had no emotional tone as he directly shoved the food into Wu Mengting's arms. Holding the still warm meal bag, Wu Mengting's previously dull eyes suddenly brightened. Thank you, Gao Feng, you're so nice. I knew you weren't that kind of heartless person. By the way, when did you prepare this? Was it the takeout you ordered just now at Dongenport Park? Wu Mengting once again filled in the blanks in her mind. Gao Feng found it amusing to listen to her, but seeing Wu Mengting happily holding the food and enjoying it with a beaming smile on her face, he decided not to spoil her mood with his words. However, Gao Feng's precise act of collecting food from a distance did slow down the car a bit. Plus, since Wu Mengting was eating, if the speed was too fast and bumpy, the cola in the cup would spill out. Gao Feng couldn't help but slow down. At first, he stubbornly maintained a speed of 80, but later, seeing Wu Mengting holding the cola, she soon soaked her t-shirt's chest area. The originally sexy and beautiful girl suddenly looked dirty. Wu Mengting had cola on her face and forced a smile at Gao Feng. Gao Feng, I'm fine, you keep driving. I'll be careful drinking. Gao Feng didn't respond to her, but the speed gradually decreased. The car returned from the warehouse area outside the 5th Ring Road to the city, and the speed had dropped to 60. At this point, Wu Mengting could eat and drink steadily, her smile becoming even brighter and more natural. She looked like a little girl in love, pampered by her boyfriend. Her squinted eyes sparkled like little stars. She clearly noticed Gao Feng's considerate act of voluntarily slowing down. After all, he was a soft-hearted person, just too mischievous. It seemed like she would have to work hard in the future. She originally thought that having a boyfriend meant being spoiled, but unexpectedly, he acted like a child who hadn't grown up. Wu Mengting secretly glanced at Gao Feng's profile. Looking at his cold expression made her heart race. Just moments ago, she was almost fainting from low blood sugar. Now, with her blood sugar levels back up, her heart fluttered. Just when Wu Mingting was about to melt with joy, the sports car suddenly stopped by the roadside. She instinctively looked up and noticed that there were traffic police ahead checking the information of passing vehicles. Sir, there has been a serious large-scale warehouse theft nearby. Please cooperate with us by registering your identity information. Here, Gao Feng, with an unchanged expression, handed over his documents from the glove compartment. The traffic police looked at Wu Mingting in the passenger seat and couldn't help but be taken aback. He thought this girl was pure and beautiful, simply a goddess-level beauty. But she was holding a large fast food bag and wearing an oversized t-shirt that was now stained with cola. This mismatched combination led the traffic police to have some bad thoughts. He immediately turned serious and said to Gao Feng, "Young man, be gentle with the girl. Even if there are conflicts, you shouldn't spill on her. Look at this, be careful." Gao Feng was speechless, just as he was about to brush it off. Wu Mingting hurriedly explained, "Officer, it's not what you think. My boyfriend didn't spill on me. I was too hungry and didn't wait for him to slow down. So I sneakily drank the cola. That's how I ended up like this. Officer, please don't misunderstand my boyfriend. He's really good to me." Wu Mingting constantly assured the police officer who was speaking up for her. The officer felt a bit awkward and waved his hand, saying, "All right, you can go. Just slow down, and if you're too hungry, it's better not to eat in the car. It's easy to choke." "Okay, thank you, officer." Wu Mingting quickly promised loudly, as if she were the one being educated. Gao Feng couldn't help but shake his head. As soon as the traffic police signaled for them to pass, he immediately started the car and smoothly sped forward. Not long after, Gao Feng's phone rang again. It was his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Kuer. "Gao Feng, hurry and send me the address. I can't wait any longer. You found a new girlfriend, and you're still holding on to my money. What's the deal? Send me the address now. I'm coming to find you." Chapter 43. The safe house is in trouble. You want to come find me? Gao Feng was a bit surprised by Zhao Kuer's decision. The red sports car immediately slowed down and pulled over to the side. At that moment, Gao Feng suddenly lost the mood to drive. Originally, he wanted to drag it out and tell the police his address at the last moment. That way, when the apocalypse arrived, even if she wanted to find him, there would be nothing she could do. After all, he didn't want to drag anyone down, especially the police. Most of these people were here to serve the public. If he could avoid causing harm or trouble, Gao Feng would try his best to do so. But Zhao Kuer's attitude suddenly changed Gao Feng's mind. "All right, I'll send you the address now. You can come over." Gao Feng readily agreed. Since Zhao Kuer wanted to come, he would let her. He wanted to see how this green tea would fare in the apocalypse without his protection. Ding. Gao Feng directly sent over the address he had prepared in advance. Maybe this was fate. In his past life, Zhao Kuer had entangled herself with Gao Feng during the apocalypse. In this life, even after their breakup, she still clung to him. Gao Feng was looking forward to it. The cases he had previously triggered were continuously unfolding, and he needed to hurry back to Yi Huimin's house, the safe house. Otherwise, if he gets stopped by the police outside the community, even if he doesn't get caught, he will lose the safe house he prepared in advance. It's important to know that he installed heating equipment at Yi Huimin's house and tested it for 12 hours. This is the most essential infrastructure for surviving in the apocalypse. The smart software on his phone indicated that the heating equipment was functioning normally. This meant that the heating device installed yesterday had passed its test run. Gao Feng glanced at the status indicator software for the heating device. Suddenly, the green light turned into a flashing red light, and then it went out. Gao Feng's eyelids involuntarily twitched. The heating device was shut down. Could it be that they came out of the room? That's impossible. I locked the door from the inside. They can't get out by themselves. Unless they called the police. Gao Feng's mood suddenly became irritable. He felt like he was attacking the enemy's crystal, but suddenly got his own crystal stolen. Gao Feng immediately called Yi Huimin. Beep, beep, beep. Gao Feng thought the call wouldn't go through. However, after a long wait of half a minute, the call connected. "Gao Feng, where are you?" Yi Huimin's voice seemed normal. I'm about to return to your house." Gao Feng's voice remained cold, but he felt that something was very off. Yi Huimin's normalcy, in his eyes, was actually abnormal. After all, Yi Huimin had never been completely normal when they were together before. Most of the time, she was either acting spoiled or being dealt with by Gao Feng. But now, Yi Huimin was not acting spoiled. "Then hurry back." Yi Huimin's sweet voice expressed anticipation, but her tone was obviously trembling. Gao Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Suddenly, he said, "I have something to do right now. I'll come back later." Yi Huimin let out a surprised gasp almost instinctively. Although she quickly concealed it, Gao Feng still keenly sensed that her state was very strange. It was as if he was the fish, and Yi Huimin was the novice angler who was startled. From then on, Gao Feng and Yi Huimin's communication became perfunctory. Women are indeed unreliable. They say they love you. They say they want to be your girlfriend. I've even transformed your house into a half-safe house, yet you betray me. The coldness on Gao Feng's face grew. In the passenger seat, Wu Mingting reached out her small hand, wanting to smooth Gao Feng's tightly knit brows. She said gently, Gao Feng, what's wrong? Was that your sister on the phone? She didn't say anything rude to you. Why are you so easily angered? Gao Feng was taken aback. He originally thought Wu Mingting already knew he had another girlfriend. As a result, Wu Mingting even mistook Yi Huimin for his sister. Gao Feng felt somewhat speechless, thinking Wu Mingting's self-assumptions were overly ridiculous. However, he did not explain. Clarifying would be of no benefit to him. Misunderstandings could further solidify his relationship with Wu Mingting. After several instances of overusing his abilities, Gao Feng also understood that he could not accurately judge when his powers would be overused. And when overused, he would need to find a woman to alleviate its side effects. In such a difficult environment of the apocalypse, having a woman who is wholeheartedly devoted to him, especially a beautiful one, is undoubtedly very practical. Anyway, Wu Mingting had helped Gao Feng eliminate the side effects of his powers multiple times. She did not reject it, and he did not resist it. Thus, building a small, stable survival duo in the apocalypse was quite good. However, Yi Huimin's abnormality made Gao Feng very unhappy. The green TBTCH Zhao Kuer was about to arrive at Yi Huimin's house. With the apocalypse upon them, Zhao Kuer was destined to face a tragic end in this unfamiliar community. He must see this good show no matter what. Moreover, in the truck by the roadside near Yi Huimin's house, there was still the last batch of medication he needed waiting to be collected. Gao Feng ultimately decided to return to the community where Yi Huimin was. Gao Feng thought everything through, started the car, and sped forward once more. While driving, he continued to indiscriminately collect supplies he had seen before. Meanwhile, the green TBTCH Zhao Kuer was taking a taxi towards the community where Yi Huimin lived. At Yi Huimin's house, four police officers, led by Captain Gao Ming of the criminal police team, were monitoring and protecting Yi Huimin's phone. After Yi Huimin hung up the phone, Gao Ming immediately approached her and asked, Miss Yi, you are familiar with Gao Feng. Can you tell me what he meant when he said he would return to the community? Yi Huimin stared blankly ahead. Her exquisite and charming face no longer had its previous luster. Her alluring big eyes lacked any sparkle, appearing quite hollow. Beside her, Xiao Linlin, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, couldn't help but feel anxious upon seeing her like this. She stepped forward, grasped Yi Huimin's wrist, and said gently, Minmin, don't hold on to any fantasies. Gao Feng is a complete liar. He took 3 million from you, drove off with your car, and locked us in the room, turning on the heating in the middle of summer just to heat us to death. If it weren't for his mental issues, the air conditioning in the house wouldn't have been set to cooling instead of heating. We would have died for sure. How can you still protect him after such cruelty? Gao Ming also came over to persuade her. Miss Yi, a con artist wouldn't act so heartlessly. Don't think he has lingering feelings for you. He is just leaving himself an escape route. Chapter 44. Enemies at the door. Enough. Stop talking. Captain Gao, please leave. I am the person involved, and I have decided not to report it. Please leave now. Yi Huimin suddenly showed a resolute expression on her face, pointing at the entrance to drive them away. Captain Gao Ming and the 4 police officers were all stunned. Miss Yi, please calm down. I know you are feeling very upset. Xiao Linlin quickly came over to persuade her. Minmin, you mustn't say childish things. We're all doing this for your good. Everyone earnestly tried to persuade her. However, Yi Huimin's expression was very irritable. If you don't leave, I'll leave. Yi Huimin said angrily, rushing into the room and shutting the door. Captain Gao Ming suddenly felt awkward. Captain, what should we do? The person involved wants to withdraw the report. Yes, it was her friend who reported it, and now the person involved wants to withdraw. We can't continue. The 4 team members chimed in one after another. Gao Ming felt a headache from the noise. He waved his hand and said, let's go. If we stay, it will only provoke the person involved. The 4 police officers immediately began to pack up their equipment. Gao Ming then said to Xiao Linlin, Miss Xia, please persuade your friend. It's better to cut ties early in such matters. Otherwise, it will affect her for a lifetime. Xiao Linlin nodded with great worry. 10 minutes later, Gao Ming and his 4 colleagues left. However, they did not truly leave. Scamming 3 million cash and a Porsche sports car amounts to a significant fraud case. It definitely falls under criminal activity. Just because the person involved says not to report it doesn't mean they won't. Therefore, after Gao Ming arranged for a surveillance net around Gao Feng, he had 4 colleagues continue monitoring from an SUV downstairs in the community. Gao Ming even contacted the local police station for assistance in capturing the fraudster Gao Feng and sent them his photo. Just as Gao Ming finished setting up the trap for Gao Feng, he was about to lean back in the car seat and rest for a while when suddenly, his female apprentice, Gu Jiejia, a recent police academy graduate, tapped him on the shoulder. Master, don't those people look like punks? I suspect the long newspaper they are holding is either a machete or a steel pipe. Gao Ming opened his eyes wide at the sound. He suddenly looked towards the front windshield, startled. He saw a person whose body was mostly wrapped in bandages. He was sitting in a wheelchair, surrounded by a group of ruffians, heading towards the entrance of Yi Huimin's community. Gao Ming's face immediately showed a look of confusion. It was Fei Zhulu. Why was this guy, who should be staying in the hospital with such serious burns, here? No. It was Haicheng and Yi Huimin who had a conflict with Fei Zhulu yesterday. Xiao Linlin was almost assaulted by a thug on the street last night. They were here for revenge. Hearing this, Gu Zhejia's face filled with righteous indignation and immediately showed a look of alertness. She stared intently ahead and nervously asked, Master, should we catch them now? This is the first time I've encountered such a big scene. Master, what instructions do you have? Gao Ming raised his hand and knocked Gu Zhejia's shiny forehead lightly, annoyed. What big scene? This is a big trouble. We've already laid a trap, just waiting for Haicheng to appear for the capture. With this group suddenly showing up, the scene will definitely become chaotic. At that time, should we catch Haicheng or protect Yi Huimin and Xiao Linlin? Gu Zhejia's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape. Gao Ming, however, was no longer sleepy. He said to Gu Zhejia, you quickly call Bureau Chief Wang, explain the situation, and ask the Bureau to send people over for support. I must go greet Fei Zhulu and prevent him from causing trouble. Otherwise, it will definitely lead to a big incident. After saying that, Gao Ming got out of the car and walked briskly towards the group of thugs. Gu Zhejia, in a flurry, picked up her phone and called Bureau Chief Wang for help. At the same time, Haicheng was driving a red Porsche, speeding towards Yi Huimin's community. He glanced at the time on the car's display. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Only 2 hours remained until the apocalypse would descend at 3 o'clock. Due to Yi Huimin's previous phone call, Haicheng had slowed down considerably. To be precise, he was controlling the speed within the normal limit. He did not want to attract the police's attention at this time. Haicheng severely suspected that the incident involving the transfer of 3 million from Yi Huimin had already occurred. However, to set up a thorough plan for his own capture, time was running out. The apocalypse was about to arrive. He didn't want to change to a new community. After all, when he was intimate with Yi Huimin before, he had already used his spatial abilities to carefully sense the surroundings. This place was his home ground. If he changed to another place, he would have to sense it again, which would take too much time. He still needed to find a new house to serve as a safe house and install new heating equipment. Only then would he not be affected by the extreme cold when the apocalypse arrived. He did not want to experience the pain of being suddenly frozen to death as he had in his previous life. Suddenly, the red sports car stopped at the roadside ahead. Haicheng, what's wrong? Wu Mingting looked at Haicheng in confusion. Haicheng ignored her, his gaze fixed on a large truck across the road delivering medical supplies. It was the last batch of medicines he had ordered, sent by Lu Ying. Haicheng did not collect them carelessly like other items. It wasn't that he couldn't. It was that he was afraid his actions would be too rough and could lead to the medicines in the truck breaking. Some medicines were very fragile. In the apocalypse, medicines were the truly scarce items. Although food was in short supply, as more people died, it would be easier to find later. This last batch of medicines was even more than the ones delivered yesterday. Haicheng took a cautious 10 minutes to collect them. After securing the medicines, Haicheng did not rush back to the community. He thought it over. If Yi Huimin's incident had been exposed, returning directly to the community would be walking into a tiger's mouth, and the police would definitely be waiting nearby to catch him. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly looked at Wu Mingting in the passenger seat and asked, "Can you do makeup? I want you to cosplay me as a beautiful girl. Is there a way?" Wu Mingting gasped in surprise. It took her a while to realize that Haicheng was not joking. Haicheng had already taken out a luxurious makeup bag from the back seat. When Wu Mingting opened the makeup bag, she exclaimed in delight, "Wow, this, and this. All luxury items. The cheapest one costs over 1,000. Haicheng said indifferently, "Help me do my makeup well, and these are all yours." "Okay, I'll do it right away." Wu Mingting nodded excitedly. She even threw herself into Haifeng's arms and offered a passionate kiss. Haifeng, needing something from her, rarely used a gentle attitude and indulged in a moment of intimacy with Wu Mingting. Wu Mingting felt energized, her face flushed and full of happiness. The makeup took a full 40 minutes. Wu Mingting clearly had no prior experience in doing makeup for men. Although from a third-party perspective, the makeup speed would be faster. Haicheng was a man, and his face was visibly larger than a woman's. Therefore, it took many repetitions of the same action for Wu Mingting to achieve the effect she wanted. After Wu Mingting was done with the makeup, Haicheng took out a prepared wig, stockings, a dress, and high heels from the back seat. Wu Mingting was completely stunned. Haicheng coolly had her help him gradually transform into a tall, red-haired woman. As for shyness, they had been intimate so many times that neither had any consideration for it. Wu Mingting looked at Haicheng transformed into a red-haired woman, with her sensuous, plump lips, and said enviously, "You look so beautiful." I've always dreamed of having lips like yours. Ah. At the height of her excitement, Wu Mingting leaned in and kissed him. Haifeng stared at her in silence. Wu Mingting quickly apologized and touched up Haifeng's makeup again. After everything was settled, Wu Mingting suddenly looked at Haifeng's chest with some regret and said, Haifeng, I can't do anything about this. I have no tools. If I had bread, especially fragrant milk bread, I could definitely turn you into an irresistibly beautiful doll. Now, you can only barely be a flat-chested girl. Haifeng then reached back to the back seat. The next moment, he took out two soft, white, fragrant buns, each over 10 centimeters in diameter. Wu Mingting's eyes instantly lit up. She instinctively wanted to turn to look at the back seat, but was forcefully turned back by Haifeng, who pinched her face. Hurry up and do the makeup. I have important matters. Haifeng's firm voice made Wu Mingting shrink her neck. Wu Mingting was gradually adapting to her subordinate position. She could only obediently nod her head. Then, very carefully, she picked up a bun, her mouth curving slightly, resembling a little fox. Are you done playing? Want to get revenge? Haifeng suddenly spoke, clearly seeing through Wu Mingting's little thoughts. No, Haifeng, I just think it's fun. Wu Mingting quickly lowered her head to apologize. Haifeng ignored her. Wu Mingting was now just his tool. As long as she didn't cause trouble, he could temporarily tolerate some of her quirky behaviors. However, if the apocalypse arrived and she was still this boring, Haifeng wouldn't mind throwing her away at any time. All right, Haifeng, you look beautiful now. Slim waist, big chest, perky butt, and legs over a meter long. People in front of you will be overshadowed. Finally, Wu Mingting put Haifeng's contact lenses on, looked left and right, and found no flaws. Get out of the car. Haifeng called out. Wu Mingting immediately got out of the car from the passenger seat with a quick jog. After Gao Feng got out, she happily ran to his side and intimately linked her arm with his. However, both of them were in women's clothing at the moment. Wu Mingting's affectionate gesture only made people feel that the interaction between the two beauties was very close. The booked Didi Express car arrived quickly. Gao Feng's long black legs, which were over 1.2 meters, even left the driver stunned, heart racing. If it weren't for the fear of complaints, he would have drooled. Even so, the driver still took the opportunity to glance at Gao Feng a couple more times while checking the last digits of the phone number. His gaze couldn't help but be fixed. In this scene, Gao Feng's expression was cold, while Wu Mingting beside him had a flushed face. Wanting to laugh, but not daring to. Where to? The driver casually asked, his eyes still fixed on Gao Feng through the rearview mirror. As the car started, a red Porsche parked by the roadside suddenly vanished. Those who saw the car disappear not far away couldn't help but rub their eyes, doubting whether they had been using their eyes too much lately. The express car stopped shortly after at the entrance of the Yi Huimin community. For the two delicate beauties, taking a taxi for a little over 2 kilometers was nothing unusual for the driver. After Gao Feng and Wu Mingting got out of the car, they stood in place very conspicuously, looking around. With Wu Mingting, who was 1.7 meters tall and a true beauty, Gao Feng, who was over 1.8 meters but only a fake beauty, seemed less exaggerated. Instead, his astonishing long legs and impressive chest instantly attracted the attention of people around. The female police officer Gu Jiejia at the entrance of the community couldn't help but stare at Gao Feng's dazzling figure, unable to look away. Wow, the legs are long. But how can the chest be so big? In my memory, many tall beauties are flat-chested. Doesn't she find it uncomfortable to walk? Gu Jiejia thought to herself. Thinking of her slightly slender figure, as a beauty-loving young girl, she couldn't help but feel a bit inferior. Suddenly, the group of thugs led by Fat Pig Lu, who was stopped by Captain Gao Ming of the criminal police, whistled as they saw the two extremely hot beauties appear at the entrance of the community. Fat Pig Lu, wrapped in bandages and sitting in a wheelchair, also had his eyes gleaming with desire. Damn, she's just perfect. The group of little gangsters immediately echoed with laughter. Upon hearing Fat Pig Lu's lewd remark, Gao Ming immediately pointed at him and coldly reprimanded. Behave yourself. Do you think you can act like a thug in front of me, the captain of the criminal police? Fat Pig Lu nonchalantly laughed. Captain Gao, you're so funny. What crime is it for us young people to admire beautiful women? Is there a law that says men can't pursue women? Gao Ming's eyes turned cold with anger, wishing he could punch Fat Pig Lu in the face. Go ahead, you waste. We're in a law-abiding era now. If you dare to hit me, I'll make you take off this police uniform today. Fat Pig Lu shouted arrogantly. At the same time, the little gangsters behind Fat Pig Lu raised their newspaper tubes. Gao Ming's expression turned serious. Although he had been a police officer for over 20 years and didn't know what fear was, he realized that fighting a group of thugs on the street would likely make headlines across the country. He could only grit his teeth and warn, Fat Pig Lu, use your brain. Do you think I'm here waiting for you? Do you think you're worthy? Hearing this, Fat Pig Lu's face suddenly changed. He wasn't a fool and immediately realized he had unwittingly walked into a police ambush. Damn it, get out of here. Fat Pig Lu shouted and immediately tried to turn and leave. Gao Ming let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a flower pot appeared above Fat Pig Lu's head and smashed down, leaving him bloodied. Gao Ming instinctively looked towards the window of Yi Huiman's house, where Xia Linlin was glaring at them with an angry expression. You bitch, I'll kill you. A group of little gangsters yelled at Xia Linlin, raising their newspaper tubes. At the same time, at the entrance of the community, two tall and stunning young ladies walked into the community gate with an alluring stride. Chapter 46. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. As they swiped their cards to enter the community, Wu Mingting suddenly felt a bit nervous and asked, Gao Feng, where are we going? Is this your house? Or your sister's house? I'm suddenly a bit nervous. Gao Feng glanced at Wu Mingting's cautious and uneasy expression, feeling speechless. This girl had an overly vivid imagination. Gao Feng didn't even have time to give her a white look before she suddenly stuck out her tongue and said with a dazed expression, Oh, I get it. This shouldn't be your sister's house. We must be going to your friend's costume party. Oh no, you've dressed up as a big beauty, and I'm dressed so normally. Gao Feng, am I going to embarrass you? Wu Mingting suddenly looked awkwardly at her outfit, which was a simple men's t-shirt, feeling uncomfortable. With Gao Feng, she naturally thought being sexy was no big deal, but going out, she didn't want others to see her revealing outfit. The key was that if it was a themed party, it wouldn't be appropriate. Gao Feng simply ignored Wu Mingting's imaginative concerns, activating his spatial awareness. Everything within a 100-meter radius of the community appeared in Gao Feng's mind. Most of the labor force in the community was at work and not at home. Those at home were either the elderly or a special group of people who enjoyed life, such as beautiful women who were sick and didn't want to go to work, wealthy bosses, or kept mistresses. There were also men, but most of them were sweating while doing physical labor at home. As the two walked towards the building where Yi Huiman lived, Gao Feng's perception quickly covered the situation of Yi Huiman's home. However, he did not go to the building where Yi Huiman lived, nor did he choose to stay in that building. He wasn't here for revenge. He just wanted to reclaim Yi Huiman's home as a safe haven when necessary. In the apocalypse, property rights were not important. Infrastructure that could withstand the cold was what mattered. However, with the police station nearby, Gao Feng could disguise himself to get close, but he absolutely could not enter her house. After scanning the surroundings, he finally chose the building opposite Yi Huiman's, Building 17, and walked in directly while holding Wu Mingting's slim waist. The unit door required facial recognition, but without waiting for the door control to issue a prompt, Gao Feng directly used his telekinesis to gently press the switch to open the door. Wu Mingting completely regarded Gao Feng as a regular visitor to this building. Gao Feng, whose house is this? You haven't said yet, she casually asked. She had become accustomed to asking questions with Gao Feng not answering. This time was no different. However, just as she was about to self-justify to ease the awkwardness of Gao Feng's silence, Gao Feng unexpectedly said, This is a house I bought with my pocket money. Just upstairs at 2602. You can come here to stay whenever you want, and I will come to see you often. Wu Mingting's eyes widened in surprise, and her mouth involuntarily opened wide. Clearly, she didn't expect Gao Feng to directly gift her a house as soon as he made a move. Although it was just to let her stay, it was evident that as long as she performed well, Gao Feng, this rich second generation, would definitely not treat her poorly. Brother, you are too good to me. Smack. Wu Mingting happily stood on her tiptoes and gave a passionate kiss on Gao Feng's face. Gao Feng glanced at the camera in the elevator. His eyes flickered, but he did not refuse. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Wu Mingting and responded even more enthusiastically. The two hot-bodied beauties were passionately kissing in the elevator, instantly attracting the attention of the security guard in the control room of the community. TSK, what a waste. Two such hot beauties, and they were self-indulging. Who says otherwise? Watching the two touch each other's breasts, my heart bled. It's really a case of drought and flood. Hurry up and record it, so I can watch it when I have nothing to do. It's quite pleasing to the eye. However, the security guard recording had no idea that the exceptionally hot and tall beauty in the surveillance was actually a man. Ding! The 26th floor has arrived. As soon as the two exited the elevator, Gao Feng pushed Wu Mingting, who was completely immersed in the kiss, away. Brother, no, kiss me. Wu Mingting pouted, unwilling to part. Like an octopus, she clung to Gao Feng. Gao Feng picked her up in a princess carry, taking the completely dazed woman away. Click. As soon as Gao Feng's hand touched the electronic door lock of 2602, the door lock opened with a click. But Wu Mingting could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary scene was not due to Gao Feng's fingerprint unlocking. Instead, Gao Feng used his telekinesis ability to directly unlock the door through the mechanical lock inside. Ding dong. In an office building in Haicheng, A short-haired beauty named Jiang Yuxua was preparing to start her afternoon work. Suddenly, her phone received a notification that the home access control had been opened. Who went to my house? Could it be my mom? Let me see what delicious food she brought me. Jiang Yuxua hurriedly opened the camera in the living room. Who is this? Oh, how could they do this in my house? This is too much. Did my mom tell someone the home password? Mom, are you losing your mind? I'm a young lady, and someone barged into my house to mess around. If this gets out, my reputation will be ruined. Jiang Yushua's chest rose and fell rapidly. She was originally a petite beauty with a slender frame, even though her body size isn't large. Her proportions are impressively striking, giving a very seductive visual impression. Infuriated, she called her mother to question her. Mom, what is wrong with you? How could you let people just go to my house? They are doing that kind of thing in my house. It's unbearable to watch. Mom, I don't care. You need to make them leave right now. I feel like my house is dirty. I don't even want to go back. Her mother, confused by the questions, quickly denied it, almost swearing on their ancestors. Seeing her mother getting so angry her blood pressure was rising, Jiang Yuxua finally had to give up. But she has a cleanliness obsession. She couldn't stand others messing around in her home. In the living room camera, she saw Gao Feng's red-haired beauty wig fall off. Wu Mingting was being tossed around on the sofa by Gao Feng, screaming. The stimulating and censored scene made Jiang Yuxua feel both ashamed and angry. Enough. You two stop right now and get out of my house. Suddenly, Jiang Yuxua could no longer hold back and opened the microphone on the camera app, shouting loudly. The angry voice from the camera made Gao Feng, who was rewarding Wu Mingting for being well-behaved, freeze in place. Damn, I actually forgot to unplug this house's camera first. Didn't that just broadcast live? Chapter 47, The End Times Hail. Click. The camera app suddenly cut off. Jiang Yuxua couldn't help but bang her fist on the table in excitement. Damn it, don't you have any shame? How can you have no reaction at all and just unplug the camera? Jiang Yuxua looked at the app screen that said the camera had been physically shielded. She felt restless. She sensed her home was going to be completely ruined. That was a gift she had worked hard on for the past 2 years. Click. Boss, I want to take a day off. Strangers broke into my house, and I have to go home and check. Huh, is that true? Boss Xiao Bin was stunned by this bizarre reason for taking leave. But seeing Jiang Yushua's agitated state, he quickly nodded in agreement. Having long harbored a desire to get closer to her. Yushua, do you want me to accompany you? It's always safer with a man around. That wouldn't be appropriate, right? Jiang Yushua instinctively tried to decline. Xiao Bin quickly stood up, looking serious. How could that not be appropriate? You're my employee. If you encounter a problem, it's natural for me as your boss to help. If you had a boyfriend with you, I wouldn't say anything. But I know you've been single since you joined the company. In this situation, how can I feel at ease letting you go back alone? Jiang Yushua thought for a moment and ultimately agreed. Thank you, boss. All right, let us go now. We can't let these bad people run wild. I'll drive. And you can call the police on the way. No, I don't want others to know that questionable people entered my house. If this escalates, I want to be able to keep that house, and my reputation will be ruined. That is true. Then I'll go even more. If there is really a problem, I can call a few more friends to help. The two exchanged quick words as they walked. Xiao Bin increasingly felt that this was a heavenly opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty. An hour later, it was already 2:30 p.m. Only half an hour remained until the apocalypse arrived. Gao Feng had, as promised, finished rewarding Wu Mingting. Wu Mingting leaned against the sofa, hugged a summer blanket, and fell into a deep sleep. Gao Feng leaned by the bedroom window, smoking a yushi, looking at the balcony of Yi Huimin's home with a complicated expression. After finishing a cigarette, Gao Feng carried the sleeping Wu Mingting into the living room. He closed the door quietly. Only then did he take out a brand new heater and began to install it, relying on his memory and mimicking the installation method of the technician. Perhaps it's true that what is known is not difficult. Gao Feng found that installing this heater was actually very easy, especially since he had specifically bought a set of installation tools from the technician last night. With both the method and tools at hand, it took him only 20 minutes. After installing it, Gao Feng directly turned on the heating and began testing the equipment. He then set the air conditioning in each room to maximum cooling. Just as he finished, a call from his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Kuer, came in. Gao Feng, I've arrived at your community. Where exactly are you? I followed the location map you gave me and have been waiting downstairs at building 18. I texted you because I wanted to leave you some face in front of your current girlfriend. After all, we had a good time together. And it's better to part on good terms, but you haven't replied to me at all. Zhao Kuer opened with a barrage of questions. This was her usual style when she was with Gao Feng. Gao Feng was used to her domineering behavior and let her finish her tirade. At the same time, his spatial perception activated. He clearly sensed that Zhao Kuer was downstairs. However, Zhao Kuer kept looking up at building 18. completely unaware that Gao Feng was actually in Building 17 across from it. After Zhao Kuer finished her questions, Gao Feng casually replied, "Are you done?" Hearing Gao Feng's tone, Zhao Kuer immediately became furious. As former lovers, they were too familiar with each other's ways of doing things. When Gao Feng was impatient, he often acted this way. She angrily retorted, "Gao Feng, what do you mean? Did you not listen to anything I said?" Gao Feng ignored her questions. He sneered, "Zhao Kuer, do you want me to give you your money back? Beg me." Zhao Kuer was furious. She threatened, "Gao Feng, what are you so proud of? Do you think I came here alone? The police from the community are with me in this neighborhood. If you..." Before Zhao Kuer could finish her sentence, the call was already disconnected. Zhao Kuer screamed in anger, her voice cracking. That was 500,000 she spent on her plastic surgery. That was crucial money for her future. She had to get it back. "Miss Zhao, please calm down, calm down." The community police officer who had come with her frowned and tried to persuade the girl with the delicate appearance. She regretted coming this time. If she had known that this girl had such a fiery temper, she wouldn't have followed. It was simply too easy to provoke her, just accompanying her there. And she couldn't stand it. The ex-boyfriend was also quite the character. It must take a strong temperament to not have a breakdown. However, she could now understand the mindset of this girl whose boyfriend had stolen her money. This was a pure act of revenge after a breakdown. It was about torturing Zhao Kuer in return. Such economic disputes between couples wouldn't even warrant police intervention if Zhao Kuer hadn't made such a fuss. If it ended up just being a lover's quarrel, that would be too embarrassing. Gao Feng upstairs sensed this scene. He suddenly called Zhao Kuer again. As soon as the call connected, Gao Feng domineeringly said, "If you talk too much, I'll hang up immediately." Zhao Kuer didn't have much to say after that. Gao Feng was too lazy to talk to her. Coldly, he said, "Give your phone to the female officer next to you. I want to talk to her. I don't trust your character." Zhao Kuer felt a pain in her chest from anger. She shouted furiously, "Gao Feng, you're going too far. How dare you ignore me?" The female officer beside her watched this scene in speechlessness. But she still patiently persuaded, "Miss Zhao, give me the phone. We are here to get the money. If you keep throwing tantrums, I'll have to leave. Can you please calm down?" Zhao Kuer then handed the phone to the female officer. The female officer took the phone and politely said, "Mr. Gao, didn't you promise to return that 500,000 before? Now that we're here, it's inappropriate for you not to show up. If you continue this behavior, Mr. Gao, I have reason to suspect you are provoking the police." Gao Feng felt a bit of a headache. Women were indeed troublesome, regardless of their profession. Beep, beep, beep. Gao Feng hung up the phone directly. The female officer stood frozen in place, feeling provoked. She really wanted to capture Gao Feng immediately and give him a pair of silver bracelets. She was quite angry. Gao Feng called again. The female officer immediately answered. However, she was ultimately calmer than Zhao Kuer. On the phone, Gao Feng said indifferently, "Go wait in the lobby of the building. Don't get sunburned outside." "What? What did you say?" the female officer instinctively asked. Beep, beep, beep. Gao Feng hung up again. At this moment, the time on the phone was 2:58 p.m. There were still 2 minutes left before the apocalypse officially descended. Snap! At exactly 3 p.m., a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, followed by a terrifying thunderclap. Then, a dense hail began to fall from the sky. The hailstones were generally the size of fists, emitting a faint blue glow. When the hailstorm hit, everyone standing outdoors was left bruised and battered. Some unfortunate ones were even hit directly on the forehead and died on the spot. The female officer, who had just picked up Gao Feng's call and rushed to the lobby to escape the sun, was horrified to see tennis ball-sized hail rolling chaotically on the ground outside. She even felt that Gao Feng had saved her life. Chapter 48. Man bites man. Fortunately, we were just mocked by Gao Feng, or we would have been just as miserable as them. The female officer looked outside the lobby with emotion. Zhao Kuer, with a dark face, was still very angry. She finally couldn't hold back and directly complained to the female officer. "What do you mean, fortunately? We are here to get money. If you're so gentle, it will take 100 years to get it." The female officer wanted to say something, but hesitated. She felt that Gao Feng taking Zhao Kuer's money had something to do with her harshness. Zhao Kuer was going too far, the female officer suddenly said. "Actually, demanding money like this isn't going to work. The money was transferred from a relationship. The other party hasn't said they wouldn't return it. So it's an economic dispute. The police can't directly intervene. If you want to maintain a tough attitude, I still suggest you sue your ex-boyfriend." Zhao Kuer thought about it and found it reasonable. "Fine, I'll go back and sue Gao Feng. That bastard is just playing us. He almost got us hit by hail. This is too much." At that moment, both their phones simultaneously beeped with text messages. They opened their messages and exchanged glances, both looking somewhat serious. The Haicheng government had just issued an orange cold wave warning, the highest level of cold wave warning. However, the warning also specifically stated that this cold wave would far exceed historical levels, urging citizens to quickly find thermal supplies for self-rescue. Government-related rescue operations would be initiated within 24 hours. Click. The entrance door of the building automatically opened. A tall, slender beauty with short hair, wearing sexy black stockings and a wine-red short camisole dress, rushing into the lobby in red high heels. Behind her was a tall man with a receding hairline, holding a shirt over his head to shield her. However, this tall man was bruised and battered, with one eye blackened, looking quite strange. This person was none other than Zhao Kai, who had accompanied Jiang Yuxue home. Just moments ago, when they arrived at the gate, their car couldn't enter the community, so they had to get out and walk in. As soon as they took a few steps, hail the size of fists began to fall. Zhao Kai saw this as a great opportunity to be a hero and immediately took off his shirt to shield Jiang Yuxue. Xiaoxue, this weather is really strange. How did it suddenly start hailing? The weather forecasts are getting less accurate. It was just sunny, and I was sweating. Thank you. If it weren't for you just now, I might have been disfigured. It's nothing. Isn't this what a man should do? As long as you're okay. But I still have to thank you, Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai was overjoyed to hear Jiang Yuxue no longer calling him boss. Their relationship had finally gotten closer. The previous gap between their superior and subordinate had disappeared. Zhao Kai felt this was a positive sign. He raised his bruised face, showing a bright smile. Xiaoxue, I'll tell you, with me around, I'll protect you with my life from any danger in the future. Jiang Yuxue nodded, her pretty face flushed. Clearly, she was also touched by her boss, who was also her pursuer. Although she didn't directly accept it, she didn't stop him from expressing his feelings, seemingly giving him an opportunity. As a perceptive person, Zhao Kai quickly noticed this. He immediately patted his chest and stated, Xiaoxue, don't worry. If those two people in your family are too unreasonable later, I'll help you teach them a lesson. Jiang Yuxue looked at Zhao Kai and felt a strong sense of security from him. Besides being a bit premature, he had good earning potential and social status. And he was tall and handsome, making him a decent choice for a boyfriend. Their eyes met, and her heart involuntarily raced. Suddenly, as Zhao Kai was gazing affectionately at Jiang Yuxue, his bruised eye suddenly emitted a furious red light. Instinctively, he opened his mouth and let out a terrifying roar. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed Jiang Yushue's shoulders, without hesitation, biting towards the left side of her neck. Zhao Kai, what are you doing? Jiang Yuxue was frightened and pale, instinctively pushing away Zhao Kai's approaching body with her elbow. She usually practiced taekwondo, which made her much stronger than the average office worker, but facing an attack from a man over 6 feet tall left her vulnerable. Several times, Zhao Kai nearly bit her. The female police officer who accompanied Jiang Yuxue reacted instinctively and rushed over, warning the suddenly frenzied Zhao Kai loudly, don't move. If you do, I won't hold back. As she spoke, she drew her stun baton from her waist, turned it on, and immediately the air was filled with the chilling sound of electricity. Zhao Kai hesitated for a moment, but the next second, he continued to try to bite Jiang Yuxue. After fending him off for a while, Jiang Yuxue quickly exhausted her strength and suddenly felt her legs give way, stumbling and falling to the ground. Zhao Kai still held onto her arm and took the opportunity to lower his head and bite down. Jiang Yuxue let out a desperate scream that pierced the eardrums. She knew that this time, no matter what, she wouldn't escape. The crackling sound of electricity rang out. At the critical moment, the female police officer finally rushed over and thrust the baton forcefully into Zhao Kai's side. Zhao Kai's body trembled violently as electricity coursed through him and his biting stopped. However, he still held on to Jiang Yushue's arm, and as he was shocked, Jiang Yushue's entire body went numb from the electricity as well. The female police officer felt a bit of a headache. She quickly pulled the stun baton away, but maintained a posture ready to shock Zhao Kai again. While shouting to Jiang Yuxue, you need to get out of here. Jiang Yuxue, feeling utterly defeated, replied, I can't move my legs. The female police officer quickly called for Zhao Kuer to help. However, Zhao Kuer merely pouted and sneered, Sister officer, I'm so scared. I can't do it. Saying this, she displayed a fearful expression and scurried away towards the elevator. The female police officer was speechless. What kind of person is this? She muttered, with no other choice. To prevent Zhao Kai from moving again, the female police officer had to shock both him and the innocent Jiang Yuxue. She held the stun baton in one hand and raised her foot to kick at Zhao Kai's arm. Roar! Just as Zhao Kai had been still, he immediately let go of Jiang Yuxue after being kicked and lunged toward the female police officer. Caught off guard, she was knocked down beneath him. She struggled with all her might, but at 5 feet 5 inches, she felt as if she were up against a massive mountain that couldn't be moved. In a panic, she raised the stun baton, but Zhao Kai swatted it away with a single slap. Zhao Kai then leaned down to bite the female police officer. His cruel, cold gaze showed no emotion, as if he were a heartless beast. The female police officer let out a desperate scream, "Help!" Meanwhile, Jiang Yushua, who had just escaped from his grasp, was still too weak to stand. She cried out to the female police officer, "Officer, my legs are really numb." At that moment, Zhao Kuo, who had just reached the elevator, appeared running. She quickly picked up the stun baton from the ground, turned it on, and immediately the baton emitted the crackling sound of electricity. "Quick, shock him, hurry," Jiang Yushua urged. "But I'm so scared," Zhao Kuo said, trembling as she held the stun baton. "Hurry, otherwise the officer will be in danger." Jiang Yushua struggled to get up, but the numbness from the electricity still hadn't fully faded. Just as she rose, she fell back down, instinctively letting out a cry. She suddenly looked ahead, her pupils constricting. The female police officer was desperately using her elbows and legs to try to pin Zhao Kai down, but it was a precarious situation. Zhao Kai's mouth had already come dangerously close to the female police officer's neck. The female police officer was terrified and struggled to maneuver while making whimpering sounds of despair. She had only recently graduated from the police academy and started working at the community police station. She had expected to handle small, coordinated cases. But now she faced a brutal attacker who openly assaulted people, even a police officer, while her training allowed her to perform beyond her limits. The gentle girl inside her had completely vanished. Meanwhile, Gao Feng was in Building 17, using his spatial awareness to sense everything happening. He had initially just wanted to see the misfortune of his ex-girlfriend Zhao Kuo, but he ended up witnessing this harrowing scene. However, he did not feel much emotional turmoil. Perhaps the arrival of the apocalypse meant that those frontline workers dedicated to serving the public quickly vanished. This was the fundamental premise of the apocalypse. If social order still existed, even in sub-zero temperatures, it might not be impossible to endure. The bravery of the female police officer was admirable. If it were a time of peace, Gao Feng would have rushed down with a kitchen knife to help. But now, it was the apocalypse. Survival was the top priority. Self-preservation was the first rule of action. All he could do was hope that this female police officer would be lucky. Maybe Zhao Kuo would suddenly change her usual behavior and be willing to help. Gao Feng had no doubt that Zhao Kuo had the guts to kill. In his past life, she had killed him first, targeting him, her devoted boyfriend. Her movements had been ruthless and fierce, her gaze calm and decisive. Even more so than the police officer who was facing off against Zhao Kai. Zhao Kuo might just prove that hunters often appear in the form of their prey. Gao Feng had once not understood this, but after dying once, he finally did. Suddenly, the female police officer let out a chilling scream. Zhao Kai had finally bitten her neck. The female police officer's pupils quickly turned blood red and furious. After biting her, Zhao Kai immediately released her, standing tall and proud like someone who had just had a hearty meal. But the next moment, a crackling sound of electricity came from behind Zhao Kai. He trembled all over, and the smell of roasting meat wafted through the air. Zhao Kai tried to turn his head to look behind him, but failed, collapsing stiffly to the ground, rolling his eyes, and lying motionless. Only then did Zhao Kuo, with her pitiful little face, appear anxiously from behind Zhao Kai. "Hey, beauty, you just need to act quickly. The officer has already been bitten." Jiang Yushua looked at Zhao Kuo with frustration. Zhao Kuo hurriedly defended herself. "I didn't mean to. I was just nervous. I wanted to act quickly, but I couldn't control myself." At that moment, Jiang Yushua glanced at Zhao Kai, feeling a complex mix of emotions towards her boss and pursuer as she reminisced about the past. Suddenly, she saw Zhao Kuo reaching out and touching Zhao Kai's lifeless body. When she saw Zhao Kuo use Zhao Kai's fingerprint to unlock his phone, Jiang Yushua's expression changed dramatically. She couldn't help but shout, "What are you doing? Why are you taking my boss's phone? That's a belonging of his family." Zhao Kuo immediately shrank back, looking panicked at Jiang Yushua. "I didn't mean to. I'm just temporarily keeping it for him." Before Zhao Kuo could finish her sentence, the female police officer, who had just been lying on the ground, suddenly let out a wail and crashed into the wall in the hall. Both women were startled. Zhao Kuo hurriedly rushed to check, only to find that the female police officer was barely hanging on, just a breath away from death. Her hands were tightly clenched, her fingers embedded deep into her palms, already a bloody mess. However, the arrival of death also dispersed the bloodthirsty rage in her eyes, turning them into a weak, dark shine, like a faint light in the darkness. With a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, she looked at Zhao Kuo and said, "Miss Zhao, you're very brave. Thank you for saving me just now, but that person's teeth were poisoned, and I can no longer control the urge to attack you." Before the female police officer could finish her words, her head tilted, and she breathed her last. Gao Feng sensed this scene and couldn't help but feel teary-eyed. He had to admit that even now, deep down, he was still somewhat weak and felt a genuine awe for those who were stubborn to the point of seeming foolish. But in the end, he was just an ordinary person, a wage slave, a pathetic dog who was stabbed by his green tea girlfriend in the apocalypse. What could he do? Gao Feng felt guilty for 3 seconds before actively dismissing his self-pity. In the apocalypse, such emotions were deadly. Even if he were to mourn that kind and weak version of himself, even if he shed one last tear for the peaceful world he once knew, it would serve as a tribute. Just as Gao Feng was finishing up his emotions, he suddenly sensed an unusual energy fluctuation from the corpse of Zhao Kai. An ordinary person without abilities would definitely not have noticed, but his thoughts themselves were a form of energy, making him very sensitive. Gao Feng immediately focused on sensing Zhao Kai's body and suddenly discovered a crystal as white as a grain of rice at the center of his forehead. What was this? Could it be the legendary essence? In his previous life, he had heard people discuss it from afar, saying that obtaining this thing could make those who awakened their abilities even stronger. Gao Feng had no abilities in his past life, he only heard about it. Now, he possessed abilities. Sensing the existence of the essence directly caused his heartbeat to involuntarily accelerate. Collect. Gao Feng activated his telekinesis and chose to retrieve only the essence from Zhao Kai's forehead. In the next moment, that grain-sized white crystal appeared in Gao Feng's hand. He even sensed a surge of life energy from it. Was it possible that when a person died, all their energy condensed into a tiny essence? But with today's advanced anatomy, how come no one had ever mentioned it? Perhaps it was still due to his poor knowledge base. He should just be a pragmatic person. Gao Feng cast aside his distractions and immediately prepared to absorb it. He even planned to boil it in water to drink. However, as soon as he thought about it, the grain-sized white crystal instantly dissolved in his palm. Gao Feng immediately felt a surge of abilities roaring within him. His physical condition was rapidly strengthening at a visible speed. Strangely, Gao Feng's spatial sensing range expanded from a radius of 100 meters to 200 meters in an instant. This range was simply incredible, almost covering half the neighborhood. Even more strangely, the clarity and sensitivity of Gao Feng's original 100-meter sensing range became even higher than before. He could even sense how the airflow moved within that 100-meter range. Chapter 50. Killing one is killing. Killing two is also killing. The benefits of the white essence left Gao Feng immensely surprised. Originally holding a pessimistic attitude towards survival in the apocalypse, he was instantly filled with fighting spirit. In the apocalypse, no matter how many supplies one hoarded, they were ultimately dead objects. Even if he could survive for a lifetime, it would be meaningless if everyone else was dead. But now, with the appearance of the white essence, it was like opening a door to a whole new world. Like Emperor Qin, who established a unified empire, it opened a new chapter for the civilization of the Xia Kingdom. The emergence of the white essence provided a new path for human survival in the apocalypse. However, this path was bound to be bloody. At least, as long as the white essence could only be obtained from human corpses, killings would only increase. Nevertheless, in the apocalypse, killing was already commonplace. To get a bite to eat, people sold their bodies, their dignity, and even their lives, leading to utter chaos. In contrast, a group of awakened individuals fighting for the essence, although still on a bloody path, were at least paving a new way for the new humanity. Thus, Gao Feng deeply understood that this world could never return to its former state. Even if they were to return to the peaceful world, there was a high probability that due to the emergence of the essence, it would directly enter an era where power reigned supreme. Gao Feng was momentarily filled with many emotions. But after calming down, he suddenly thought that the female police officer's corpse should also have a grain of white essence at her forehead. Gao Feng's heart began to race again. Police sister, out of respect for you, I will bury you properly, but for this essence, I can only apologize. Gao Feng silently murmured in his heart. He couldn't say that his humanity had vanished. Having died once, he could only say that he was no longer as weak as in his past life. In his previous life, he only cared about right and wrong. In this life, he could completely accept contradictory viewpoints. Therefore, while expressing his respect, he quietly used telekinesis to take the white essence from the female police officer's forehead. After absorbing another grain of white essence, Gao Feng felt that his physique had significantly improved once again. If the enhancement from awakening abilities had only turned him from a sub-healthy wage slave into a strong person, then Zhao Kai's essence had made him a standout warrior. Now, the female police officer's essence further helped him become an extraordinary strongman. Although he had not tested it, Gao Feng still instinctively felt that if he were to box with Mike Tyson in his prime, he would have the confidence to stand up to him. However, regrettably, after absorbing the second grain of white essence, it seemed that Gao Feng's sensing range had not changed at all. The sensing range remained at a radius of 200 meters. The 100-meter range at the center was the core sensing area. Within this core sensing area, the clarity had reached a level where every detail was visible. With such terrifying clarity, Gao Feng had an illusion that he might soon possess the ability to see through things. Gao Feng tried using telekinesis again. Within the 100-meter range, He surprisingly managed to turn the marble flooring materials placed in a certain unfinished room into powder with his telekinesis. How powerful! Even Huang Yaoshi's palm technique from the Legend of the Condor Heroes probably didn't have such terrifying strength. What I originally used for collecting supplies had unexpectedly transformed into a certain form of long-range attack capability. Gao Feng became extremely excited. Meanwhile, in the entrance hall of Building 17, Zhao Kuo and Jiang Yuxue were having a heated argument, which even escalated to physical confrontation. After her legs were no longer numb, Jiang Yuxue's attitude became even more resolute. She demanded from Zhao Kuo, "Beautiful lady, please return Zhao's phone to me. It's his relic and must be returned to his family." Zhao Kuo laughed dismissively. "I say, beautiful lady, you're really funny. Who are you, his family? Why should I give the phone to you? I'm just keeping it. And it's the same for me to keep it." After finishing her words, Zhao Kuo set the phone to always on and stuffed it directly into her brown handbag. Walking straight towards the elevator, she was calculating in her mind. This Zhao Kai, based on his attire and demeanor when he entered, looked very much like a wealthy person. Plus, he was pursuing such a beautiful and graceful girl as Jiang Yuxue. His bank account surely wouldn't be lacking. Later, she would find a secluded spot to transfer all of Zhao Kai's money into her bank account, and her 50,000 for cosmetic surgery would be back. "Stop. Return my phone." Jiang Yuxue suddenly chased after her, placing her hand directly on Zhao Kuo's shoulder. With her small frame, she looked slender, seemingly delicate like a sickly beauty. In reality, when she struck, she directly grabbed Zhao Kuo's shoulder painfully. Jiang Yuxue evidently had a solid foundation in martial arts. It was precisely because of this that she could temporarily resist the sudden attack from the tall Zhao Kai. She had previously been unable to move because she was caught in the crossfire of the electric baton, which had temporarily incapacitated her. "Are you crazy?" Zhao Kuo turned her face to look at Jiang Yuxue, her expression filled with hysterical anger, her voice instantly becoming sharp. She didn't want her good fortune to be ruined again. Remembering that yesterday, to get the 50,000 for cosmetic surgery, she had knocked on Zhao's office door, which had turned gray with age. The old man struggled for a long time, but at the last moment, he became unresponsive to the unspoken rules. What made Zhao Kuo even more furious was that he only gave her 5,000 yuan afterward. She went to the socialite group and privately messaged some sisters who usually got around, discovering that with her looks and figure, she should be starting at least 10,000. It was her first time selling, yet she only received 5,000. She felt she had severely undervalued herself. Thinking of the old man's weak and helpless performance made her feel even more disgusted. In her anger, Zhao Kuo gritted her teeth and reported Gao Feng to the police. When the police refused to handle such economic disputes between boyfriend and girlfriend, she cried and caused a scene at the community police station, unable to withstand it. The community police had no choice but to send a female officer to assist her in retrieving the money Gao Feng had transferred. "Give it to me. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Jiang Yuxue stared coldly at Zhao Kuo, her expression unusually firm, showing no signs of backing down. She couldn't let her boss's belongings fall into the hands of outsiders. Moreover, before Zhao Kai suddenly went mad, she had once been attracted to this man. As a woman with her own opinions, she decided to do one last thing for the man she had been moved by. Jiang Yuxue was always the type of person who did what she said she would. As the project director of the company, her fighting spirit, intelligence, and physical strength were outstanding among women her age. If it weren't for this, Zhao Kai, the company owner, wouldn't have been so obsessed with pursuing her. As Jiang Yuxue spoke, she applied pressure with her fingers. Zhao Kuo's face twisted in pain. Jiang Yuxue thought Zhao Kuo was about to compromise, but she underestimated Zhao Kuo's endurance and was deceived by her delicate appearance and struggling performance. Jiang Yuxue only slightly curled her lips, not having the chance to take back Zhao Kai's phone from Zhao Kuo. Suddenly, something hard pressed against her abdomen, followed by a crackling sound of electricity. Jiang Yushua's body trembled. Zhao Kuo's cold and sinister laugh rang out. "Bitch, how dare you ruin my good deed? This is a blind spot for the camera. Killing one is the same as killing two. You filthy whore, die." Chapter 51. Exceptional tea art. Jiang Yuxue was so scared that her soul nearly left her body. The shadow of the electric shock loomed over her heart. Terrified, she softened and fell to the ground. But she quickly realized something was off. The electric shock baton was clearly pressed against her lower abdomen and making electric sounds, yet she didn't actually feel the terrifying current coursing through her. What's going on? Jiang Yuxue stared at Zhao Kuo in confusion. At that moment, Zhao Kuo was also staring blankly at her empty hands. How could this be? Where's my electric baton? How did it suddenly disappear? Zhao Kuo screamed. She couldn't overpower Jiang Yuxue. It was only with the electric baton that she could intimidate her. She had been ready to deal with this troublesome woman once and for all. How could her precious electric baton suddenly vanish? In the living room of room 2602 in building 17, Gao Feng sat on the sofa, unable to contain his laughter. Just now, Zhao Kuer's electric baton had been snatched away by him from afar. He didn't want to see his green tea ex-girlfriend, Zhao Kuer, feeling smug. In his previous life, he had suffered from her, and in this life, he had to take revenge. Gao Feng wasn't in a hurry to kill her right away. He wanted to have some fun before she died. He had just been reborn and had thoroughly enjoyed Zhao Kuer's enticing body in various positions. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, it was time to play with Zhao Kuer herself. As for saving Jiang Yuxue, who had an equally outstanding figure and appearance, an even better temperament than Zhao Kuer, Gao Feng really wasn't interested. It was the apocalypse. There was another beauty, Wu Mengting, in the house waiting for him to pamper her at any time. Why should he risk his life to save someone? Gao Feng admired the dedication of the female police officer, feeling ashamed of himself. But did he owe anything to ordinary people? Let them do whatever they want. It had nothing to do with him. Gao Feng just wanted to watch the show. Because of this thought, after taking Zhao Kuer's electric baton, he casually threw it back down next to her, as if it had accidentally fallen to the ground. Gao Feng was eager to see which of the two women would notice the fallen electric baton first. Sure enough, after Zhao Kuer screamed, Jiang Yuxue instantly calmed down. She naturally didn't think that Gao Feng, the lurking observer, was watching from a distance and even participating at a critical moment. Jiang Yuxue's keen and calm mind immediately thought that Zhao Kuer's electric baton might have suddenly fallen for some reason. The electric baton must be on the ground, but she was temporarily unsure of its exact location. Jiang Yuxue subtly scanned the narrow space between the elevator and the entrance with her bright black eyes. Soon, she spotted the electric baton next to Zhao Kuer. At this moment, she could no longer think about why the electric baton had fallen to the ground. Instinctively, she pushed off the ground with her hands, her spine slightly arching, like a cheetah ready to sprint. In her black and red dress, she suddenly became dazzling. Zhao Kuer exclaimed, "What are you doing?" She was startled by Jiang Yuxue's gaze, but her reaction was clearly too late. Jiang Yuxue had already sprung forward with agility. Zhao Kuer attempted to lift her foot to kick Jiang Yuxue's backside, but was caught by Jiang Yuxue's arm, which trapped her leg. Bang! Jiang Yuxue turned her body, and Zhao Kuer immediately lost her balance, falling flat on her back. Dressed in a pure white dress, she fell in a disheveled manner. Her snow-white long legs and abdomen were suddenly exposed to the air. The seductive scene was simply breathtaking. If there had been other men in the hallway at that moment, their eyes would have surely popped out. As for Gao Feng, the remote observer, he was already indifferent to Zhao Kuer's beauty. In his previous life, he was a desperate lickspittle, which ultimately cost him his life. In this life, he had played around freely and compared things. He had long confirmed that no matter how beautiful a woman was, she was just that. As long as you didn't grovel before her, she would instead end up groveling before you. The dynamics between men and women, when boiled down, were just the basic weaknesses of human nature being manipulated against each other. Though Gao Feng wasn't particularly clever, he had experienced pain and learned from it. Crackling. A series of electric sounds rang out as Jiang Yuxue picked up the electric baton and shocked Zhao Kuer, who was still trying to struggle, in the chest. As a beauty herself, Jiang Yuxue couldn't help but be astonished at Zhao Kuer's impressive figure. She coldly stared at the paralyzed Zhao Kuer and scolded in a stern tone. "Young lady, I see you're so young. How can you be so vicious? I just want to retrieve my boyfriend's belongings, and you actually try to kill me. This is simply outrageous." Zhao Kuer's face immediately showed a pitiful and wronged expression. She begged in a weak voice, "Sister, I'm sorry, isn't that enough? I was too nervous just now. I thought you were going crazy like that big brother. I remember you came in together after the hailstorm, just like that big brother." Jiang Yuxue was momentarily stunned. Her previously angry expression softened considerably. She sighed and said, "So you thought the same. I also suspect that Zhao Kai's sudden madness is related to the hail outside. I suspect that the hail might be toxic. I thought you were really that cruel, wanting to kill me for a mobile phone?" Seeing Jiang Yuxue's expression soften, Zhao Kuer also revealed a faint smile on her face, cautiously smiling. She obediently said, "Beauty, you can take the phone of Zhao Kai from my bag. Actually, I just want to see if there is any evidence of his illness on his phone. Since you said it was the hail problem, then it's meaningless for me to have this phone." Jiang Yuxue immediately smiled charmingly. She instinctively reached out and patted the head of the delicate-looking Zhao Kuer, showing a knowing big sister smile. "Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful at such a young age." Hearing Jiang Yuxue say this, Zhao Kuer pretended to be even weaker and smaller. Jiang Yuxue then took Zhao Kai's phone back from Zhao Kuer's handbag. As she casually scrolled through the contents on Zhao Kai's phone, she comforted Zhao Kuer, "Little girl, I just got shocked. It's just a bit of soreness and numbness. You'll be fine in a while, don't worry. I'm not like you, who didn't hold back and almost electrocuted Zhao Kai to death. Luckily, You were just acting in self-defense. Otherwise, when this hailstorm is over, you might have to go to jail. Zhao Ku'er immediately showed a fearful expression. She hurriedly pleaded with Jiang Yuxue. Sister, you have to testify for me. I was just too nervous at that moment. How was I to know the electric baton could kill someone? The female police officer who came with me was being attacked. And I couldn't think too much. I just jabbed forward. The two women chatted and laughed, instantly turning hostility into harmony. Gao Feng, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smile. He thought to himself, Jiang Yuxue is quite impressive. I didn't expect her to be deceived by Zhao Ku'er's skills. Just then, the automatic door of the lobby of Building 17 suddenly opened. Two small, thin young men, covered in bruises from the hail, with blood-red, furious eyes, spotted the two women from afar and immediately rushed towards them. Chapter 52. You kill. I steal the treasure, sister. Quickly shock them. Zhao Ku'er exclaimed. They are just like Zhao Kai. They are crazy. Zhao Ku'er hurriedly urged Jiang Yuxue, fearing that she would be harmed by the two crazed individuals while her body was still sore and numb. All right. Jiang Yuxue responded calmly. She very coolly handed Zhao Kai's phone and her own red LV handbag to Zhao Ku'er. Only then did she hold the electric baton and confidently face the two small men, who were a bit shorter than her. Bang! Crackle! Jiang Yuxue swiftly kicked one down and then stunned the other with the electric baton. She was incredibly graceful. Zhao Ku'er, holding Jiang Yuxue's handbag, caressed its smooth and delicate exterior, her heart racing. This sister is truly capable. She doesn't look much older than me, yet she can use a genuine LV bag. I wonder how much money she has in her account. Zhao Ku'er thought, her eyes narrowing. She then remembered that her 500,000 for cosmetic surgery had been transferred away by that dead man Gao Feng, and her heart ached. Without that 500,000, how could she have transformed her face into something sophisticated and feminine? Only those poor losers would like her pure girl vibe. Real rich boys prefer the seductive and charming type. This Jiang Yuxue looks more alluring than her, though still not enough to be considered flirtatious. But isn't she pursued by Zhao Kai, a wealthy boyfriend? If she had used that 500,000 to enhance her looks and become more seductive, would she still be living a hard life now? While Zhao Ku'er was lost in thought, she suddenly saw Jiang Yuxue skillfully take down the two men. Instantly, an expression of displeasure flashed in her eyes. This dead woman is too powerful. She immediately furrowed her brows and raised her voice, saying to Jiang Yuxue, Sister, quickly kill them. Why aren't you moving? Jiang Yuxue's expression suddenly became serious. She hesitated and turned her head. Little girl, let's not kill anyone. They aren't our match anyway. We can tie them up and let the police handle it after the hailstorm. Zhao Ku'er stared wide-eyed, pouting and shaking her head vigorously. Her proud chest heaved, creating an enticing wave. Jiang Yuxue looked on with envy. She had always hoped to have a body like Zhao Ku'er's, with such ample curves. Although her own figure was nice and well-proportioned, it was still a bit small overall. As a project director in business, she knew very well what truly attracted men. Just as Jiang Yuxue was lost in thought and not on guard against Zhao Ku'er, she suddenly felt the electric baton in her hand being snatched away. What are you doing? Jiang Yuxue reacted and immediately scolded. Of course, killing. Zhao Ku'er replied nonchalantly, laughing lightly. She swung the electric baton and without hesitation, zapped the small man she had kicked down in the abdomen. Crackle. The shocking sound of electricity and the smell of burnt flesh quickly filled the air. Jiang Yuxue was startled by Zhao Ku'er's ruthless actions. She thought, this girl is really ruthless. Another person was actually electrocuted to death by her. Jiang Yuxue assumed Zhao Ku'er would stop there. However, Zhao Ku'er suddenly jabbed the electric baton at the other small man, who was already weakened from the previous shock. Ah! The small man screamed, soon following in the footsteps of his companion, electrocuted to death. Jiang Yuxue was completely stunned by this scene. The first time was self-defense. But this time, they could have been tied up, yet she killed them. That was intentional murder. Jiang Yuxue's heart trembled in fear. After electrocuting the two men, Zhao Ku'er's eyes radiated a cold light. A bloodthirsty aura, reminiscent of a butcher, emanated from her. Her originally sensual red lips curled into a chilling smile. Holding the electric baton, she stepped closer to the dazed Jiang Yuxue. Sister, they are all crazy. If we don't kill them, we'll be the ones to die. Zhao Ku'er sweetly explained while quickly approaching Jiang Yuxue. Jiang Yuxue felt Zhao Ku'er's icy gaze and suddenly shivered. Her body instinctively stepped back. Unable to help herself, she panicked and shouted at Zhao Ku'er, Little girl, don't come any closer. Please, don't come any closer. Seeing Jiang Yuxue right in front of her, Zhao Ku'er's eyes turned increasingly determined and cold. As Jiang Yuxue was within the striking range of the electric baton, Zhao Ku'er swung it without hesitation. Crackle. The sound of high-voltage electricity made one's hair stand on end. Jiang Yushua twisted her waist, her slender, toned figure narrowly dodging the strike. Though she wasn't hit. The electric arc from the baton grazed her waist. A wave of soreness surged through her body. Zhao Kuer had no intention of letting Jiang Yushua go. She continuously swung the electric baton, chasing Jiang Yushua up the nearby stairs. It was clear she had made up her mind to electrocute Jiang Yushua to death. Jiang Yushua struggled to evade, her heart filled with dread. This time, there could be no misunderstanding. Clearly, Zhao Kuer had intended to kill her with the electric baton. It was not a misunderstanding. The only reason she had softened and admitted her mistake was that Zhao Kuer had lost the baton and was overpowered by Jiang Yushua. Now that Zhao Kuer had regained the baton, she was not prepared to give Jiang Yushua any chance. In room 2602 of the same building, Gao Feng was busy downloading a pile of tablets he got for free, frantically downloading movies. Serious blockbusters were certainly on the list. But those not-so-serious films were also downloaded without restraint. It's the end of the world anyway. Even if the internet police have the time to monitor, they can't possibly cross natural disasters along the internet to get to him. These are, after all, the ultimate distractions for ordinary people in the apocalypse. On the first day of the apocalypse, the internet, electricity, and water won't be cut off, but it will definitely happen later, so preparations must be made now. Gao Feng, as a witness to the life of ordinary people in the apocalypse, is very clear about this. Gao Feng now possesses supernatural abilities and can perceive space, constantly watching the live broadcast of others tearing each other apart in the apocalypse. The woman beside him, however, does not have this ability. Therefore, he must prepare something for Wu Mengting to pass the time. Otherwise, if the woman becomes lonely and empty, it could become quite annoying. In the apocalypse, Gao Feng does not have time to accompany women to kill time. If he gets distracted and is ambushed by others, he would be devastated. After all, he is a reborn person and should have some aspirations. Gao Feng suddenly sensed that in the lobby on the first floor, Zhao Kuer had electrocuted two frenzied men. While he marveled at how this woman truly has a heart as venomous as a snake, he silently collected the white essence from the corpses' foreheads. He absorbed 2 essence particles in succession. Gao Feng felt that his physique and spatial abilities had been significantly enhanced once again. Crack! Suddenly, a faint sound of cracking echoed in Gao Feng's mind. It seemed that some kind of human limit had been broken. In his mind, the originally abstract thoughts suddenly materialized into something resembling a display panel. Although most of it was distorted and unrecognizable patterns, the center clearly displayed several lines of text. Name, Gao Feng. Essence level, Black Iron level 2. Ability attribute, Spatial system. Negative factors pending clearance, 200. The last line was even marked in red, in a dangerous font. Gao Feng's thoughts swept over the last line, and the scene of previously tossing Wu Mengting around in the living room immediately appeared in his mind. He felt an incredible heat and energy quickly gathering beneath his lower abdomen. Gao Feng was stunned by this abnormal situation. Chapter 53. Misunderstandings. Gao Feng was startled by this sudden change. Previously, every time his abilities had negative effects, it was after he had overused his powers. This was also the reason he was willing to bring Wu Mengting along. But he had just made Wu Mengting collapse, and she was currently sleeping like a dead pig. So logically, he shouldn't have any negative effects now. But he never expected that after absorbing essence energy and completing a round of breakthroughs, there would still be negative factors within him that needed to be cleared. And it was a terrifying concentration of 200%. Gao Feng felt the explosive impulse and ultimately walked into Wu Mengting's room. He decided to wake her up and let her reluctantly help him deal with it. He didn't want to suffocate himself due to the breakthrough. That would make him a complete joke. However, Gao Feng quickly became disappointed. At that moment, Wu Mengting was completely like a lump of dough, with no strength at all. When Gao Feng hugged her from the bed, she slumped down, sliding smoothly from his embrace. Wu Mengting was too exhausted. She clearly couldn't help Gao Feng eliminate the negative effects anymore. Gao Feng, feeling unwilling, fumbled around on Wu Mengting but ultimately felt disappointed. She showed no reaction whatsoever. Gao Feng could only suppress the rising agitation within himself, trying to remain rational and not allow himself to act impulsively towards Wu Mengting. He contemplated that with his current strength, if he lost control, Wu Mengting's state could very well lead to a fatality. After all, Wu Mengting was wholeheartedly focused on him. Albeit foolishly, Gao Feng walked out of the room dejectedly. He hurried to the bathroom for a cold shower, trying to cool down the heat within him. But he still failed. Even though his skin was cold, the heat inside him could not be eliminated. It seemed to stem from the blood's agitation. Gao Feng looked at himself in the bathroom mirror, staring into his frenzied eyes, his pupils gradually turning blood red. His heartbeat began to accelerate wildly. Damn! Could it be that I suddenly awakened my abilities because of the toxins from the hail? Why does it resemble those frenzied people downstairs? Am I about to lose control and attack indiscriminately? I remember that previously, when my abilities were overloaded, I would actively flirt with Yi Huimin. In this situation, will I still be flirting with women? As Gao Feng was worried, his mind suddenly shook. His rationality was instantly replaced by emotion. Just moments ago, he was thinking of restraining his desires, but now he couldn't help but frantically think about finding a woman to vent his feelings. Gao Feng immediately unleashed his spatial perception. Scanning the entire 17-building complex indiscriminately for women he found attractive. In the hallway of Building 17, Jiang Yuxue, wearing a red short skirt with suspenders, was struggling to climb the stairs, panting heavily as she ascended. Seeing that she had finally reached the 26th floor where her home was located, she let out a sigh of relief. She glanced back down the stairs and saw Zhao Ke, who was temporarily left behind on the 24th floor due to not having as much stamina as her. At this moment, Zhao Ke was feeling similar to Jiang Yuxue. Climbing the stairs too quickly, she not only felt her strength waning, but also felt a bit of oxygen deprivation in her brain. Realizing she couldn't run anymore, Zhao Ke leaned her curvy body against the railing, gasping for breath. She looked up and unexpectedly met Jiang Yuxue's charming, yet slightly panicked gaze. Instantly, her anger flared up. "Bitch, you can't escape. You will die today?" Zhao Ke arrogantly raised the electric baton in her hand. Jiang Yuxue immediately shivered in fear. Just as she was about to take a few more breaths, she struggled to lift her leg and slowly moved towards her apartment door. Jiang Yuxue thought to herself that as long as she got back home, she would be safe. There were countless tools inside to counterattack that madwoman, Zhao Ke. However, she had evidently forgotten that she and Zhao Kai had come back this time precisely because there were intruders in their home. Click. Jiang Yuxue finally made it to the door of apartment 2602, reached out to unlock it with her fingerprint, and hurriedly locked the door behind her after entering. Huff, huff, huff. Only then did Jiang Yuxue feel a sense of relief, leaning against the door and taking deep breaths. Because she was too tense, she felt her heart was about to leap out of her throat. Waves of anxiety surged in her chest. Just as Jiang Yuxue let out a sigh of relief and slowly opened her eyes, she suddenly saw a handsome face that took her breath away abruptly appear in her view. "Woman, you are truly a captivating beauty. Who sent you to me? Was it God, or your wildly beating heart?" Gao Feng's blood-red and agitated eyes swept over Jiang Yuxue's perfect face as he wrapped her slender waist into his arms. His lips, filled with male hormones, crashed down on Jiang Yuxue's soft lips like a meteor hitting the earth. Jiang Yuxue's body trembled as if electrocuted, jolting her awake. It dawned on her in fear that her home was already occupied by two shameless guys. So who was the one kissing her now? Was it that pervert disguised as a woman? How could this be? Jiang Yuxue's curled eyelashes trembled violently, but she was already oxygen deprived. How could she resist the fresh air brought by Gao Feng's passionate kiss? Her thoughts were quickly drowned out, leaving only the feeling of free and deep breathing. In the stairwell, Zhao Ke had just reached the 26th floor when she saw the fire safety door wobbling and gradually closing. She chased into the stairwell with a stun baton, trying to determine where Jiang Yuxue had escaped to. Suddenly, a woman's sultry voice rang in her ears. The voice was exceedingly high-pitched, rising wave after wave, almost piercing through the eardrum. Zhao Ke, who had already experienced intimacy with men, immediately felt her cheeks flush. Unable to resist, she spat at the entrance door of 2602, her red lips curling in disdain. How shameless, calling out so provocatively. Haven't they seen a man before? Zhao Ke scoffed, but suddenly remembered her ex-boyfriend, Gao Feng. She had also felt the sweet taste of happiness as a woman in his presence. He spoiled her so much, treating her like a daughter, especially that night when he pushed her down so manly. Every time Zhao Ke thought of these moments, she felt a surge of heat throughout her body. Hearing others engage in intimacy only made her think uncontrollably of her first man. Useless man. What good does it do me if he treats me well? Without money, how can I live? I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. People are selfish. Gao Feng, in your next life, be reborn as a rich man. I'll let you play as much as you want. In this life, I am destined to be the cinnabar mole you cannot forget. Zhao Ke smirked, a proud expression on her face. She casually pulled out Zhao Kai's phone from Jiang Yuxue's handbag, a triumphant smile appearing at the corner of her lips. As long as she went downstairs and used Jiang Yuxue's boyfriend Zhao Kai's fingerprint to unlock the phone again, she could get enough money for plastic surgery. Chapter 54. Sausages for Women, Coats for Houses. However, Zhao Ke did not stay happy for long. After losing her target, she quickly sensed something was off. At first, she felt a bit cold. She unconsciously stomped her feet to warm up, but it was of no use. She instinctively rubbed her hands together for warmth. She started jogging, but realized there was none of the earlier adrenaline from chasing Jiang Yushua. She was even shivering from the cold. What is wrong with this weather? Why is it so cold? Zhao Kuer frowned in complaint. But looking at the phone in her hand, she still felt it was all worth it. After all, those people were going crazy. Killing them was just an emergency escape. As for Jiang Yushua, even if she escaped, who would believe her words? When it comes to confronting her face to face, if she shed a few more tears and played innocent, who would the bystanders believe? Zhao Kuer thought as she rushed to the lobby on the first floor, using Zhao Kai's fingerprint to unlock the phone and preparing to transfer money. But then, the phone suddenly flickered and turned off. Zhao Kuer stared at the icy phone screen, rubbing her hands and hopping to warm herself. At this moment, she bizarrely discovered that the breath she exhaled had turned into white mist like in winter. What is wrong with this weather? Is it below freezing? Zhao Kuer gritted her teeth and stuffed the cold phone into her chest, determined to get the money quickly. With money, her fate could change. Waiting. She suddenly felt a bit sleepy. She hugged her chest and leaned against the wall in the lobby, unknowingly dozing off, ignoring the dirt on her little white dress. 2 hours into the apocalypse. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Room 2602, Building 17. Gao Feng's eyes, previously blood-red and agitated, returned to a clear and bright state. This time, he did not, as before, lose all memory of the encounter with the woman after overusing his powers. This time, after the evolution of his abilities, his memories remained intact. However, his rationality could no longer control his actions. Damn, if this continues, what difference is there between me and those people downstairs going crazy? Does it mean that those who have awakened their powers are just a special existence among the crazed people downstairs? It's a headache to realize that what he thought was extraordinary talent turned out to be just a unique pig among the madmen. Gao Feng got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Silently, he took out a brand new set of pajamas from the alternate space and put it on. Only then did he look at the unfamiliar woman on the sofa with a helpless expression. Gao Feng felt a bit numb. He had truly become a bad person. He felt as if his conscience had shattered and fallen to the ground, only to be crushed underfoot. However, he had to admit that the woman was quite graceful. The delicate beauty of her small frame resembled a finely crafted porcelain doll, even in her sleep. It seemed that God had deliberately added strokes while sculpting her. Gao Feng's lips curled up slightly as he unconsciously walked towards the sofa. An hour later, Jiang Yushua blushed, looking at the man holding her. Who are you? After doing this to me, you should at least leave a name. Jiang Yushua's tone was a bit fierce, but her voice was low, even trembling. Gao Feng lifted her small, round chin with one hand and chuckled. My name is Gao Feng. Nice to meet you. We've come to a pleasant transaction. I'll pay you with a sausage as thanks. Saying this, he really pulled out a sausage and stuffed it into Jiang Yushua's hand. Jiang Yushua was so furious she almost spat blood. This was too humiliating. Gao Feng threw the red dress and black stockings that Jiang Yushua had scattered on the floor back onto her. Coldly, he said, You're quite good. I'm satisfied. If I need again, I can trade with you. But you can leave now. I don't want strange women staying in my house. Jiang Yushua widened her weak eyes in disbelief, retorting in a low voice. But this is clearly my home. You've invaded my house and are messing around with women here. It's a miracle I haven't called the police on you. And now you want to kick me out? Who do you think you are? The more Jiang Yushua spoke, the more she broke down, tears rolling down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Gao Feng ignored her accusations. Instead, upon hearing her say it was her house, he frowned slightly. You're the landlord? Gao Feng suddenly pinched Jiang Yushua's delicate face, turning it left and right to examine her seriously. Jiang Yushua felt like Gao Feng was treating her like some lowly animal. When Jiang Yushua struggled too much, she even felt her facial muscles subtly tearing. Bastard, scoundrel, beast. In her heart, Jiang Yushua completely classified Gao Feng as inhumane. However, Gao Feng remained unfazed. After seriously looking at Jiang Yushua's face, his expression suddenly changed as if he realized something. He suddenly reached over from the master bedroom and grabbed a framed photo, placing it next to Jiang Yushua's pretty face for comparison. It turned out to be 7 or 8 points similar, but the photo was obviously overly beautified. The real person and the photo looked somewhat different. What's worse, the person in the photo, after being edited, seemed to have lost both charm and beauty. Jiang Yushua, in reality, was even prettier than the beautified photo. What kind of aesthetics is this? You took such garbage photos? Others enhance their beauty, but you play with ugliness? I didn't even recognize you when you took your clothes off. Thank goodness. At least you still had the sense to introduce yourself. I finally recognized you. Gao Feng mercilessly criticized Jiang Yushua, but he finally acknowledged her identity as the landlord. Jiang Yushua thought, now he should treat me with a bit more respect. After all, I'm the landlord. But Gao Feng just tossed her a set of cotton clothes and said, consider this a trade for your house. Hurry up and leave. I said I don't keep strangers in my house. Jiang Yushua trembled as she got up, glaring at Gao Feng with resentment, preparing to leave. Then she planned to report Gao Feng for occupying her property and assault, hoping he would rot in prison. As for the cotton clothes he gave her, ugh, not even a dog would want them. Click. Jiang Yushua, with trembling legs, walked out of 2602, the home that originally belonged to her, feeling a chill in her heart. Her clothes, originally a beautiful black and red dress, had now turned into torn black stockings, and the red dress looked dirty, resembling a rag. However, she did not take the cotton jacket that Gao Feng offered her. To her, that jacket was an insult. Nevertheless, she subconsciously held on to the sausage that Gao Feng had given her. A sneeze. Feeling hot and restless inside the house, she suddenly felt a chill as she stepped outside. Unable to suppress a sneeze, she was still contemplating where to go now when her body couldn't help but shiver from the cold. Ugh, it's so cold. Why did it suddenly get this cold? Jiang Yushua thought about the cotton jacket that Gao Feng had thrown to her. It was a long, thick women's coat with a fur collar. If only she could wear that jacket now, how warm it would be, Jiang Yushua thought. Unconsciously turning around and raising her hand to knock on the door, she had to get her clothes back from her house. Chapter 55. The projection of the spear of void. Click. Before Jiang Yushua could knock on the door, it opened by itself. Gao Feng, with a cold face, took out the coat and draped it over Jiang Yushua. He even patted her down to smooth out the wrinkles in her clothes. Jiang Yushua didn't suspect that Gao Feng was taking advantage of her and felt inexplicably touched. She suddenly blurted out, "Thank you." Upon hearing her words, Gao Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. He found this woman amusing. "I slept with you, occupied your house, and you thank me." Haha. Gao Feng, the villain, almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "Get lost. Go ahead and call the police if you want." Bang. Gao Feng dropped the sentence and slammed the door shut. He wanted to go back inside and properly test his powers after advancing to a black iron 2-star level. Although he had decided to stay low during the apocalypse, the supplies he had hoarded could ensure he lived quietly alone. However, in such chaotic times, if someone came knocking, that would be another story. Gao Feng felt he needed to reflect on today's incident. Fortunately, the one who barged in was a weak woman. What if it had been a man? What if it had been someone with abilities? The consequences were unimaginable. The scene of a knife fight was indeed frightening. But if other ability users took advantage of his loss of self-control to subdue him, he would end up living like a beast of burden. Therefore, he had to be cautious. He needed to get rid of the unknown woman and thoroughly understand his abilities. He had to quickly achieve effective self-control. As the saying goes, if one cannot sweep their own house, how can they bring peace to the world? Everything must start with small matters around him. Gao Feng immediately began to try out his post-advanced ability of telekinesis. To be precise, it was all space-related abilities centered around telekinesis. The prerequisite skill for telekinesis was spatial perception. This skill had changed again after advancing to Black Iron Level 2. While the range of perception did not change, Gao Feng clearly sensed the existence of a portal to another space within his sensing range. This meant that the portal was always open. Gao Feng could open this spatial door anywhere he wanted at any time. For example, if he placed the spatial portal in his mind, it would completely disappear from the outside world. After clearly sensing his spatial door, this portal, originally used for collecting supplies, could now be used to dig traps. For instance, he could place the spatial door over the community's main entrance. Gao Feng's spatial door was an oversized transparent portal with maximum dimensions of 10 meters by 20 meters. He could freely adjust the size of the portal within these limits. As small as a sewing needle, Gao Feng suddenly thought of a sewing needle and immediately tried to shrink the spatial door down to a 3-meter-long thin stick. He silently projected it into the small garden between buildings 17 and 18. Puff! A half-foot thick stone bench was instantly penetrated by the transparent thin stick created from the shrunk spatial door. It was as effortless as cutting tofu with a knife, even giving a silky sensation. This was too powerful. Could it be that the bolder a person is, the greater their achievements? Previously, he thought his spatial abilities were non-offensive. But now he had developed a Void Divine Claw and now a Void Stick. No, it should be called the Spear of Void, which sounds better. They were practically lethal weapons. Gao Feng instantly felt that his previous method of developing spatial abilities was clearly flawed. He tried to make his spatial door take on the form of a transparent spear. After trying many times, it still remained a thin stick. However, Gao Feng still wanted to call it the Spear of Void. After all, it sounded cooler. Gao Feng also tried the Void Divine Claw. Within a 100-meter range, he could grab anything with such force that he could even crush the thick iron plate of the community's manhole cover. Gao Feng felt he could face off against humanoid mechs from movies. However, those mechs had firearms, and while his strength was great, he could only say he had fighting capability. The odds of winning were still uncertain. Gao Feng then tried the telekinesis ability again. It was simply abnormal. Within a 200-meter radius, he could quickly retrieve target objects from a distance. Within a 100-meter radius, he could directly swallow any target object and even pull away attached items. He directly demonstrated this on the small pavilion in front of Building 17, managing to lift the pavilion up by 1 centimeter. Gao Feng seriously suspected that this skill could lift buildings from the ground. Gao Feng was overjoyed. This ability was simply against the heavens. Pulling, grabbing, stabbing, along with sensing. For derived abilities, all extremely powerful. With such formidable strength, Gao Feng now wanted to find someone to fight and test his strength. However, his principle during the apocalypse was to stay at home and not go out. So, he prepared to look for a target from a distance to test his skills. Gao Feng's thoughts quickly enveloped a 200-meter radius. Outside, Zhang Yuxue was wearing a thick cotton coat, still lingering at the door, not knowing what exactly she wanted to do. In a corner of the entrance hall, his ex-girlfriend Zhao Kuer, dressed in a little white dress, was leaning against the wall, her lips purple from the cold, shivering and hugging herself as she slept. Clearly, if Zhao Kuer persisted for a while, she would ascend on the first day of the apocalypse. Gao Feng smiled faintly. Dying on the first day, what a cheap price for that green tea bitch. In his past life, she had stabbed him and dismembered him piece by piece. After his rebirth, although he had schemed against Zhao Kuer, he had not directly attacked her. In comparison, he had been too merciful. There was no helping it. His inherent kindness was sometimes not so easy to change. Although he knew it was difficult to change, Gao Feng still reminded himself that it couldn't happen again. People like her, if you treat them well, they will turn on you with a knife. They should be dealt with mercilessly. Despite his hesitation, he still had a lingering attachment to Zhao Kuer deep down. At least, he couldn't bear to personally end the life of that devilish figure that made him linger. However, the apocalypse had just begun. Perhaps there were still variables. Maybe Zhao Kuer was lucky and would suddenly encounter a new admirer or a white lotus. Anything was possible. Gao Feng stopped paying too much attention to her. Most of the residents in Building 17 were trembling in bed, with no one posing a decent challenge. Gao Feng immediately shifted his focus to Building 18. The first one he observed was naturally Yi Huimin's home across the way. At this moment, Yi Huimin's family had clearly turned on the heating. Yi Huimin and Xia Linlin were both rosy-cheeked, wearing tank tops and shorts, watching a movie. Heating was impossible in August, and air conditioning was even less likely. That thing, although it can produce heat, after half an hour of hail, when the temperature dropped to minus 15 degrees, most of them could no longer be turned on. Now the outside temperature is approaching minus 30 degrees. And even those air conditioners that can be turned on do not produce heat at all. The reason why Yi Huimin's house is warm is clearly due to the heater that Gao Feng installed earlier. However, Gao Feng did not pay much attention to the reactions of the two women. He just glanced at their home. He immediately began to quickly search for his target. He wanted to find a damn person to kill and see what happened. Suddenly, Gao Feng spotted a target. In a supermarket at the bottom of the community, a fat pig named Lu, wrapped in bandages, picked up a wine bottle and smashed it towards the unsuspecting criminal police captain, Gao Ming's forehead. Chapter 56. While others suffer in the bitter cold, I enjoy the warmth of spring. As soon as Gao Feng saw this fat pig Lu, he immediately recognized that this guy was the rogue who had teased Xia Linlin yesterday. This guy's head had been cracked open by a flower pot when Gao Feng entered the community. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. Gao Feng felt nothing but disgust for this guy. Hatred was out of the question. A rogue in a peaceful era, standing in front of Gao Feng, an ability user, was nothing more than an ant. Gao Feng formed the spatial gate into a sphere of void and used spatial perception to aim. Soon, he locked onto the target. The process was somewhat similar to a sniper aiming, but Gao Feng's entire process required no movements. It only needed a change of thought, and everything would be done automatically. Whoosh! The spear of void suddenly appeared and instantly pierced through Fat Pig Lu's forehead, leaving a blood hole the size of a pinky finger. After killing Fat Pig Lu, Gao Feng suddenly discovered that there was white essence inside this guy's forehead. He then realized that this guy was also infected by the toxins in the hail, which was why he had gone crazy and attacked the police captain. Gao Feng glanced at the criminal police captain, Gao Ming, who was still happily sleeping against the supermarket counter, completely unaware that Fat Pig Lu had almost killed him. Gao Feng didn't expect anything in return for doing a good deed. If he wanted a reward, he would just take it directly. After all, he was a space ability user, capable of taking things from a distance. Gao Feng's thoughts swept over Gao Ming's body and immediately discovered something of interest. A gun. Without hesitation, Gao Feng took it away, along with a spare magazine. As for what Gao Ming would use for self-defense, Gao Feng could only say that in his current state, he could be ambushed and killed by a crazed little rogue at any moment. What use was a gun? Who is it? Captain Gao Ming seemed to have a strong attachment to his service weapon. The moment it was taken by Gao Feng, he immediately opened his eyes and shouted nervously. But there was only the dead fat pig Lu in front of him. There was no one else. Gao Ming touched his lower back, and his expression suddenly turned very ugly. My gun, where did my gun go? Captain Gao Ming anxiously searched fat pig Lu's body, but he did not find his gun. What should he do now? If I lose my gun, I'll have to take off this police uniform. I must find it as soon as possible. Captain Gao Ming immediately began to search quickly, but as soon as he rushed out of the supermarket, he was immediately forced back by a biting cold. Gao Ming shivered all over and finally became somewhat aware. He realized it was too cold outside. He could barely hold on inside the supermarket. If he ran outside in his short-sleeved police uniform, he could freeze to death at any moment. Gao Ming weighed his options and decided to wait until the super cold wave passed before searching for his police gun. He looked around the deserted supermarket and noticed a few blankets on the shelves at the back. He immediately went over, took one blanket, and wrapped it around himself. At that moment, the cold feeling on his body slightly decreased. But this warmth only lasted for a moment. He soon felt a bit cold again. Gao Ming went to get a second blanket and repeated this process. After taking 3 blankets, he wrapped himself up tightly and finally felt a solid warmth. At this time, he remembered that the walkie-talkie on his waist had automatically shut down due to the cold. He thought about the 4 police officers who had come with him and wondered where they were now. He immediately placed the walkie-talkie in his bosom to warm it up. 10 minutes later, the walkie-talkie finally warmed up enough to have some temperature. Gao Ming tried to turn it on. Sure enough, it opened. Gao Ming immediately began to call his team members. However, after a long time, no one responded. Instead, Gao Feng's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Captain Gao Ming, I'm Gao Feng. There is a female police officer dead in the entrance hall of Building 17 in the community. Do you want to come and take a look? Gao Feng, you scammer? I'm looking for you. Gao Ming shouted angrily into the walkie-talkie. Forget it, since you don't care about your colleague. Let her body lie in the entrance hall. Gao Feng said very casually. Gao Ming hesitated for a moment. Wait, Gao Feng, is there really a female police officer who sacrificed herself in the entrance hall of Building 17? Yes. My new girlfriend just went upstairs when she happened to encounter someone going crazy. She went over to help and almost got electrocuted to death. Electrocuted? Someone going crazy? Gao Ming was completely confused. He had entered the supermarket for a quick nap before the hailstorm and didn't expect that after waking up, he would almost lose his life. He was completely unaware of the current poisonous hail and the crazed people. He still couldn't figure out where his team members had gone. And where did the supermarket staff go? Gao Ming remembered that before he fell asleep, the young female cashier in the supermarket was still at the register. Captain Gao, I've told you the news. I'm going to sleep. Bye. Gao Feng directly turned off the walkie-talkie. Although it was the end of the world, he could still do good deeds. He just happened to inform the police officer Gao Ming about the female police officer, so he wouldn't have to worry too much. Gao Feng wasn't lying. After working so hard for so long, he was really a bit tired. Moreover, there was no good show to watch for the time being. However, considering that Jiang Yushue had barged in earlier, Gao Feng had directly taken out 100 bags of rice from the alternate space and placed them inside the door. Gao Feng rested his chin on his hand, admiring his masterpiece. It felt perfect. Even if a strong man tried to push the door with 5,000 pounds of force, it would be impossible. Although the corridor near the entrance was completely blocked, this feeling of safety made Gao Feng feel very comfortable. He immediately ran to the master bedroom in a t-shirt and shorts. At this moment, Wu Mingting was still sleeping sweetly with a pillow. Gao Feng was too lazy to hug the pillow and directly hugged Wu Mingting. It was full of warmth. A slight smile appeared on Gao Feng's lips. Unknowingly, he fell asleep. The stockpiling he did in the 3 days before the end of the world had worn him out. Now that the end of the world had arrived, he had confirmed some situations, and he could finally sleep peacefully. This sleep lasted for 12 hours. When he woke up again, it was already 6 o'clock the next morning. Brother, you're awake. I made you breakfast. Come and take a look. It's thin rice porridge and egg pancakes. As soon as Gao Feng opened his eyes, a sweet voice rang in his ears. Without asking, it was naturally Wu Mingting, who had also slept for 12 hours. She had gone to bed early, so she woke up around 3 in the morning. After getting up, she first took a shower, but there were no clothes to change into. She initially thought about wearing Gao Feng's big t-shirt. When she opened the wardrobe, she found many sexy clothes for girls inside. However, the sizes were slightly small. Wu Mingting suspected these were Gao Feng's sister's clothes. She thought that just wearing a big t-shirt, although tempting, could become boring. Since Gao Feng was a rich second generation, he must prefer girls with variety, so she decided to change into another outfit. In the end, Wu Mingting chose a white camisole and a pink short skirt. The clothes are small in size, creating a stronger visual impact. As Gao Feng opened his eyes, he saw Wu Mingting like this, and he immediately felt a bit unsettled. Clearly, this ordinary morning was destined to be colorful. Chapter 57. Sleazy vs. Tea Art at 7 in the morning, while Gao Feng was having breakfast made by Wu Mingting. She was already disinterested in eating and wanted to sleep again in a daze. There was no way around it. Gao Feng's physique, enhanced by supernatural abilities, was now too powerful. Wu Mingting was still a girl who loved to work out and run, but she was exhausted from the night's activities, and her physical stamina was collapsing. Wu Mingting could only rely on sleep to recover from the excessive burden on her body. Worried that she might be hungry, Gao Feng specifically brought a bowl of porridge and fed her some noodle soup. Once Wu Mingting's stomach was full, a sweet smile appeared on her face, and she fell into a deep sleep. Gao Feng looked at her rosy cheeks and cute expression with her pink lips slightly pouting. He knew that in her dreams, Wu Mingting was probably still busy. Gao Feng covered Wu Mingting with a summer blanket and walked into the living room wearing a t-shirt and shorts. He planned to eat the loving breakfast made by Wu Mingting while checking on their dear neighbors and what they were up to now. Activating his spatial perception, everything within 100 meters instantly appeared in Gao Feng's mind. However, he quickly froze. This woman, how did she end up sleeping at the door? Gao Feng took a sip of the warm porridge, feeling a bit emotional. It turned out that after Jiang Yuxue was wrapped in a cotton coat by Gao Feng last night, she had been waiting for the hail to stop. As a result, she waited all night, and the hail still hadn't stopped. Exhausted, she leaned against the entrance door of room 2602 and fell asleep. She had also been busy all day, fighting for her life, which greatly drained her mental and physical energy. Moreover, she was sleeping outside the door, and once she fell asleep, she was particularly deep in sleep. Still not awake now. If at this moment, Zhao Kuer, who had chased her yesterday, found her, Jiang Yuxue would definitely be doomed. However, in Gao Feng's perception, Zhao Kuer, the green tea ex-girlfriend, was nowhere to be found in the first-floor lobby. Gao Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that she truly encountered a good-hearted person? Suddenly, Gao Feng felt a bit curious. He immediately expanded his spatial perception to carefully search the entire building. 10 seconds later, Gao Feng finally found Zhao Kuer wrapped in a quilt in room 101 on the first floor. Inside the room, besides Zhao Kuer, there was also a bald middle-aged man. Gao Feng immediately recognized that a sleazy and tea art ultimate showdown was about to unfold here. The bald middle-aged man was sitting across from Zhao Kuer with a flattering expression, his eyes shining as he stared at Zhao Kuer's young and beautiful face. From time to time, he would reach out to touch the quilt covering Zhao Kuer. Zhao Kuer trembled in fear. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Miss, outside it's freezing, and the terrifyingly low temperatures are everywhere. You're in summer clothes. It's easy for you to freeze to death. You drank my hot water and used my quilt to warm up, so your body should be feeling better now. You're also keeping your promise to offer yourself." Zhao Kuer immediately averted her gaze, still using a sweet tone to refuse. "Uncle, you're a good person. How could you bear to make things difficult for me?" The middle-aged man's expression suddenly turned a bit irritable. He angrily pointed at Zhao Kuer, saying, "Miss, how can you go back on your word? Last night you were freezing and begging me to save you. I was considerate and waited until you had regained your strength to let you fulfill your promise. If I had known you would go back on your word, I would have taken advantage of your weakness last night." Zhao Kuer couldn't hold it in anymore, her face showing shame and anger. She glared at the middle-aged man coldly and, in a sarcastic yet sweet tone, said, "Uncle, your words make you sound like an angel. Who was it that touched me all over, grabbing my butt and my chest as soon as he saw me? Humph. You didn't touch me last night simply because my body was frozen and stiff. You couldn't handle it with your weak body. Since you missed your chance last night, don't think you can now." Bang. The middle-aged man immediately flew into a rage. He stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Kuer by the hair, shouting angrily, "Damn woman, how dare you go back on your word? I won't let you do that. I'm 48 years old, and I finally got this opportunity to be with such a beautiful woman like you, and you want to renege on it." The middle-aged man grew angrier as he spoke, suddenly smashing Zhao Kuer's head toward the back of the sofa. "Ah!" Zhao Kuer let out a painful scream. The two thick layers of quilt draped over her immediately fell away, revealing her fair body wrapped inside. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he stared intently at Zhao Kuer's white thighs. Thinking that Zhao Kuer was trying to go back on her word, he gritted his teeth and directly stripped off his own clothes. Covered by a thick quilt, he lunged towards Zhao Kuer on the sofa. Puff! Ah! A piercing scream came from Zhao Kuer. Panting in panic, she exerted a great effort to push away the middle-aged man's still warm body. Bang! Zhao Kuer casually threw away the fruit knife in her hand. She collapsed weakly onto the sofa, taking a long time to catch her breath. Damn it! After catching her breath, Zhao Kuer angrily cursed. A moment later, she stood up in fury. Bang! 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 Zhao Kuer wrapped herself in a thick quilt and kicked hard between the middle-aged man's legs. Even if he was already dead, she still kicked until that area was a bloody mess. Damn toad. Trying to take advantage of me. I personally killed 3 people yesterday. Do you still think I'm a little sheep? Old pervert, if you were a bit younger and stronger, I might have reluctantly given in to you. Anyway, it's so cold. Moving around would warm me up. But you can't even lift your head, and you're so lewd and perverted. After venting her frustrations, Zhao Kuer finally got up and took off her blood-stained sexy little white dress. Then, frowning with a look of disgust, she went to the wardrobe in the room to find clothes. However, after searching for a while, she couldn't find a single piece of women-esque clothing. With no choice, Zhao Kuer could only endure her disgust and wear the clothes left behind by the middle-aged man to keep warm. After changing, Zhao Kuer's good figure was completely covered by the men's clothing. However, her excellent physique still couldn't be hidden, even in the oversized men's clothes. After changing her clothes, Zhao Kuer began searching for food everywhere. This middle-aged man was obviously guarding against her, fearing that once she fully regained her strength, he wouldn't be able to subdue Zhao Kuer. Thus, even though she had been rescued, he kept her from eating, only giving her hot water to drink and a quilt to keep warm. The intention was to prevent her from freezing to death, but also to keep her from being spirited. But Zhao Kuer was not an ordinary person. With just one look from the man, she immediately understood his intentions. As soon as she regained her strength, she secretly snuck into the kitchen at midnight, grabbed a fruit knife, and hid it in the quilt, then continued to play innocent. Seeing this scene, Gao Feng smiled. He thought to himself that this woman indeed had a fierce potential. In her previous life, Zhao Kuer had probably killed quite a few people after stabbing her licking dog boyfriend. In this life, seeing Zhao Kuer kill again, Gao Feng was still a bit shocked. She was so decisive, almost comparable to a professional killer in movies and TV shows. To hide a fruit knife and kill someone while being frozen and weak. Her mindset was simply prepared for the apocalypse. However, Gao Feng did not bother with Zhao Kuer. Whether she lived or died was of no concern to him. He had plenty of time to play slowly. This sleazy middle-aged man, who was so perverted in his desires for women, must have hoarded a lot of resources at home. Gao Feng glanced around the various rooms in 101 and smiled. Plus, the things in the refrigerator. Cheap bulk rice flour, just a block weighing 3 to 5 pounds. A bit of eggs and green vegetables, and less than a pound of frozen pork. With this little food, if eaten sparingly, it should last for 2 days. But in this freezing weather, the calorie consumption is huge. How can one possibly eat less? More importantly, Zhao Kuer seems to not know how to cook. Gao Feng is just waiting to see how Zhao Kuer will die. Chapter 58. Too much. Gao Feng's observations did not end here. After all, he had more than one observation point. In the apocalypse, Gao Feng had to check each one thoroughly. After finishing with Building 17 and not discovering any more shows, Gao Feng turned his gaze to Building 18 across the way. There, he had 2 observation points. One was Yi Huimin's home in 2602 across the street. The other was a small supermarket operated by the criminal police team leader, Gao Ming. Thanks to Gao Feng, Yi Huimin and Xia Linlin enjoyed heating on the first day of the apocalypse, while others were bundled up under blankets, freezing at home. They were still walking around in sexy nightgowns. Both women were stunningly beautiful with great figures, and dressed so seductively, it was undeniably pleasing to the eye. After finishing breakfast, Yi Huimin and Xia Linlin began watching TV together. After a while, they started chatting. Yi Huimin couldn't help but express her concerns about the hail. I wonder when this hail will end. The store hasn't had any business for 2 days. The losses will be huge. As a restaurant owner, she instinctively began calculating in her mind. Xia Linlin, being the chief doctor at the hospital, seemed indifferent. I think it's great. With the hail, I can't go out, and instead, I can rest at home. When can a doctor have such a leisurely day? I really love it. The two, one a boss and the other an employee, had completely different mindsets. Although they were close friends, neither could convince the other. Fortunately, they weren't from the same workplace, so there was no need to create conflict. As they continued talking, Yi Huimin suddenly exclaimed, "Thank goodness Gao Feng installed a heater at home. If we had to wait for municipal heating, who knows when that would be? Just when the heating company notified me to pay, they said heating would resume in a couple of days. I just transferred the money using my credit card." When Xia Linlin heard Yi Huimin still mentioning Gao Feng, she couldn't help but say, "Why are you still talking about that jerk? He almost got us killed by turning on the heater in the middle of summer." Xia Linlin's true feelings were that this man was too shameless. He was dating you and had the nerve to sleep with me. Although she felt embarrassed to say it, she firmly believed that you should not continue associating with that jerk. As an observer, Gao Feng understood Xia Linlin's thoughts. Although it was a misunderstanding, Xia Linlin had indeed been mistakenly treated as Yi Huimin and had been given a shot by him. At the time, Gao Feng was on the edge of overusing his powers and had proactively returned to find Yi Huimin to eliminate the side effects. Instead, he ended up hitting the wrong person. This blunder left Gao Feng speechless. Gao Feng was puzzled as to why Xia Linlin, who seemed so unwilling, didn't reveal her identity at the time. That was a rare successful experience for him in eliminating the side effects from overusing his powers, yet it resulted in a blunder. In the apocalypse, while women might be worth just a sausage, such matters still troubled Gao Feng. He felt it was necessary to teach Xia Linlin a lesson. Don't enjoy the moment of getting a shot, and then complain that the person who gave the shot is a beast. That is utterly shameless. Soon, the two women ended their conversation about Gao Feng on a sour note. Yi Huimin slammed the door and returned to her room, while Xia Linlin, irritated, fiddled with the TV in the living room. Just as Gao Feng was feeling bored and preparing to shift his observation target, suddenly, Yi Huimin called his phone. Without hesitation, Gao Feng answered immediately. In the apocalypse, being able to communicate via phone was a rare experience. Regardless of the purpose, whether it was to argue, to bicker, or to entangle, such opportunities were few and far between. Gao Feng's indifferent voice came through the receiver immediately. What is it? Yi Huimin was clearly taken aback, evidently affected by Gao Feng's cold demeanor. She reached up to smooth her full bosom and took a while to calm down. Finally, she asked in as calm a tone as she could muster, Gao Feng, are you okay? It's hailing outside and the temperature is dropping so severely. I just wanted to check on you. Gao Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. He really enjoyed moments like this when a beautiful woman was thinking of him. In his past life, as a sycophant, he was always proactively concerned about everything his green tea girlfriend, Zhao Kuer, needed and felt. In this life, he could enjoy the reverse. He casually replied, I'm fine, I'm okay. I'm hanging up now. Yi Huimin's heart immediately tightened, feeling like a child who had done something wrong. Suddenly, her voice turned into a whimper, sounding weak and aggrieved. Gao Feng, can't I just admit my mistake? Can you please not be so cold? I didn't want to call the police. It was Linlin. She thought you locked us in the house and turned on the heater to try to kill us. Then she found out you transferred all the cash from my bank account, and she thought you were a fraud, so she called the police. As she spoke, tears began to flow down her face, dripping onto her thin silk nightgown, making the fabric slightly transparent. Gao Feng, with his spatial perception, couldn't help but be captivated by this scene. Memories of being with Yi Huimin flooded back. This woman could be said to be the first real gem he encountered. She was beautiful, had a great figure, a nice personality, and seemingly had genuine feelings. Even after he transferred 3 million from her, she still mindlessly believed in him. However, Gao Feng only wanted to turn Yi Huimin into an excellent side effect eliminator in the apocalypse. He really didn't want any romantic feelings. He had once been a desperate sycophant, emotionally rich and extremely sensitive. But the facts of being stabbed in his past life taught him that a woman's words were deceitful. Gao Feng abruptly interrupted Yi Huimin. Enough. Stop pretending. The heater I installed at your home is a top-brand imported one. A set that can provide warmth in extreme cold weather costs at least 200,000. If you really think as you say, wouldn't you understand how to think? Would you really think I'm a fraud? Humph. Gao Feng casually began to PUA and brainwash her. Whether it was successful or not, it felt good anyway. He utilized the same tactics that Zhao Kuer had used on him in his past life. However, Zhao Kuer had a soft, cutesy approach, while Gao Feng was cold and assertive. Having lived again, Gao Feng did not want to live in a vulgar manner anymore. He now aimed to speak reason even when he was in the wrong. Yi Huimin was indeed surprised. She fell silent on the phone, quickly opened her room door, and went to the balcony to check the heater Gao Feng installed. She didn't recognize the brand, but when she touched the material, it felt thick and smooth, with beautiful craftsmanship. More importantly, this thing indeed provided her with the warmth she had longed for during the sudden drop in temperature. She pulled out her phone and checked the outdoor temperature again, -45 degrees. It was even colder than last night. She couldn't even begin to imagine how to survive in such terrifying low temperatures without Gao Feng's heater. Yi Huimin quickly returned to her room, put on all the thick clothes she had, and then opened the front door. But as soon as she stepped outside, she shivered violently. The air she exhaled from her mouth and nose immediately turned to ice crystals, shattering on the ground with a crisp sound. She felt as if her entire face was suddenly wearing a cold mask. Bang! Yi Huimin, terrified, quickly shut the front door, her emotions in turmoil. Minmin, are you crazy? Don't open the door, you'll freeze to death. In the living room, Xia Linlin was half lying on the black sofa, wearing a black spaghetti strap dress that revealed her long legs and delicate shoulders. Suddenly hit by a cold draft, she shivered and instinctively jumped up from the sofa, her heart racing like a bouncy ball, and rushed to complain to Yi Huimin. Yi Huimin, with a heavy heart, replied, It's nothing. I just wanted to check the temperature outside, but I feel like we might have wronged Gao Feng. It's too much to call the police on him. Upon hearing Gao Feng's name, Xia Linlin's mood instantly exploded. She excitedly rushed in front of Yi Huimin, glaring, and said, Minmin, let me tell you, don't be foolish. Gao Feng is a fraud. He just wants to scam money and sex. Don't let him fool you again. Chapter 59. Entrusting orphans. Gao Feng watched as Yi Huimin and Xia Linlin began to argue, smiling to himself. Although it was a bit uncouth, seeing the women quarrel to defend him was quite satisfying. However, Gao Feng still wouldn't bring Yi Huimin to his side. He decided to take some time to wander around the building opposite, not only to rekindle old memories with Yi Huimin, but also to infuriate Xia Linlin. This woman actually called the police on him. He had just accidentally jabbed her with a needle, and now, in this apocalyptic world, women were worth only the price of a sausage, and she dared to report him. Although the police wouldn't come to arrest him in this apocalypse, such behavior was truly disgusting. Even if Gao Feng had taken Yi Huimin's money, what did it have to do with Xia Linlin? Can a best friend interfere in each other's romantic lives? While watching the two women argue, Gao Feng couldn't help but complain internally, especially when Yi Huimin went inside and took off her thick winter clothes, now wearing only a silk camisole, just like Xia Linlin. The two women, one in red and the other in black, both had attractive figures. It was quite a sight to behold. Before the apocalypse, this could have been seen as an alternative reality show. As an observer, Gao Feng felt a stirring in his heart. However, beauty was just beauty. He wasn't lacking in that department. After watching for a while, and seeing that the two women weren't bringing anything new to the argument, he quickly switched his observation point. In the small supermarket on the first floor of Building 18, Gao Feng was shocked to find a row of corpses in front of Captain Gao Ming from the criminal police. He had no idea when the bodies of the female officers from Building 17 had been brought back. There were also 3 male police officers in uniform. Strangely, Gao Ming, who had been wrapped in a blanket yesterday, was now casually dressed and sitting in the supermarket, seemingly unbothered by the cold. This guy truly had remarkable initiative. However, he wondered whether Gao Ming had been infected by the toxins in the hail, or was it that after being infected, he hadn't gone mad but had awakened some kind of superpower? Gao Feng suddenly became very curious about Gao Ming's condition. He quickly opened his walkie-talkie, tuning into the channel he had spoken to Gao Ming on yesterday. Captain Gao, did you find the female officer's body? Have you located it? Yes, I found it. I've taken her to a safe location and called for rescue. Thank you. Gao Ming's voice was calm, regaining his usual composure. Gao Feng wanted to ask if he had been infected with the toxin, but given his identity, it was awkward to do so. Just as he was feeling awkward, Gao Ming suddenly said to him, Little brother, I can tell you're not a bad person. Just treat women a bit better. I see that Yi Huimin is quite infatuated with you, and she is in good condition. If you have a conscience, treat her well. Also, I remind you, this hail is toxic. If it enters the human body in a certain amount, it can make people irritable. Ordinary people who come into contact with it can easily turn into madmen attacking indiscriminately. Gao Feng quickly pretended to be surprised and casually responded. After thanking him, he suddenly asked, Captain Gao, have you been infected with the toxin? Didn't you say you retrieved your colleague's body? Gao Ming sighed. To find my colleague's body, I ran around all night last night, and I finally managed to gather most of them. However, my new apprentice Gu Jiejia has still not been found. Gao Feng, if I'm not around anymore, please help me look for her in your community when you have time. Or when the rescue team arrives, please let them know. Gao Feng was suddenly a bit surprised and hurriedly said, Captain Gao, what happened to you? Don't scare me. I'm just an ordinary person. With such heavy hail outside, I don't even dare to go out. I can't help you find anyone. If you want to find your apprentice, you should go do it yourself. Gao Ming sighed again. You're right. But I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer. Although I went out wrapped in a blanket last night, I still got infected by the toxins in the hail. I'm currently running a high fever, and it's over -40 degrees outside, yet I can't feel the cold at all. Do you think I'm about to die? Gao Feng chuckled to himself, thinking, are you trying to die? You clearly want to transform into a super scion. However, he didn't actually tease Gao Ming. Instead, he seriously used his spatial sensing to assess Gao Ming's physical condition. Gao Feng quickly discovered that although Gao Ming was middle-aged, his physical abilities were even more formidable than those of younger people. He could faintly sense a surge of power within him, clearly the latent superpower residing in his body. Gao Feng didn't plan to remind Gao Ming. In his past life, he had never truly interacted with superpowered individuals. In this life, having just entered the apocalypse, he had discovered one. Gao Feng didn't dare to act recklessly, even though Gao Ming, as a police captain, was likely to have a strong moral compass. Gao Feng wanted to say that in the apocalypse, moral values were truly unreliable. In such an extreme survival environment, people would gradually lose their conscience. Gao Ming could still hold on to his principles mainly because the apocalypse had only just begun. Moreover, the authorities were still daring enough to release information stating that they would initiate rescue within 24 hours. It was clear that the apocalypse had not yet fully unleashed its devastating impact on human hearts. After gaining a basic understanding of the situation in the small supermarket, Gao Feng didn't immediately retract his sensing ability. Instead, he quietly sensed the bodies of Gao Ming's other 3 male colleagues. He found that the white essence in their foreheads was still present. Without hesitation, he extracted it from a distance. Along with the one he had taken from the chubby Lu earlier, Gao Feng now had 4 essences in his hands. To be honest, this small supermarket, or rather, Gao Ming, was simply a blessing for Gao Feng to collect essences. Gao Feng didn't rush to absorb the 4 essences immediately. If he absorbed them and suddenly leveled up, who would be responsible for clearing the negative effects? Wu Mingting had already been tossed into a deep sleep by him. It was unrealistic to wake her up again to serve as a negative effect remover. Gao Feng decided it was better to find a new negative effect remover first. After contemplating, he realized that although there were many beautiful women in the Jiangnan community where he was currently located, most of them wouldn't be able to solve his immediate needs. Furthermore, building familiarity and working together would take some time. Although the apocalypse had begun, human hearts clearly hadn't completely collapsed yet, so he didn't want to go too far. So, Gao Feng thought of Jiang Yuxue at the entrance. This woman was occupying the house he had taken over and had nowhere to go. She had been lingering outside. Although she was wearing the special anti-cold down jacket Gao Feng had given her and wouldn't freeze to death, over time, she could still starve. She had a need for a transaction. Moreover, Jiang Yuxue had a decent appearance and figure. They had already exchanged once. Once was unfamiliar, twice was familiar. It should be easy to reach a new transaction. With this in mind, Gao Feng immediately retracted the rice blocking the door into his spatial realm and directly opened the door. Bang! Jiang Yuxue, caught off guard, fell directly to the ground while leaning against the door and sleeping. Ouch! She exclaimed in pain. Fortunately, she was dressed warmly, so the fall didn't hurt too much. It was just so sudden that it startled her awake from her dream. Just as she was about to get angry, she felt the warm air coming from the room behind her, and her heart suddenly filled with joy. She quickly put on a smile and turned to look at Gao Feng. Mr. Gao, are you planning to return the house to me? Gao Feng, with a nonchalant smile, was staring at Jiang Yuxue's beautiful face. He casually said, I just finished eating. If you don't come in, I'll give you a sausage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuxue's face instantly turned red. But thinking back to last night's extreme cold and hunger, that one sausage had felt like salvation. The impulse to curse was forcefully suppressed. Bulyalu. Jiang Yuxue's stomach suddenly let out a loud growl, and her stomach was cramping painfully from hunger. Chapter 60. Breaking down defense. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Yuxue ultimately chose to enter the house. It was just too cold outside. She was wrapped up in a thick cotton coat, looking like a dumpling, so she wouldn't feel cold. But she wasn't a robot. She could feel tiredness. Once she fell asleep, even though she was dressed warmly, she would still feel a little chill. After sleeping outside for a night, her hands and feet were still somewhat numb. She wasn't sure if it was from the cold or her sleeping position that made one side of her body feel weak and sore. Moreover, her stomach issues were flaring up. If she continued to go hungry, she felt she might faint. More importantly, she had nothing left to lose. Yesterday, she had been confused and was taken advantage of by Gao Feng. Today, even if she remained reserved, their relationship wouldn't change anything. Rather than being awkward, it would be better to negotiate openly. As the business director, Jiang Yuxue was still quite calm. One sausage isn't enough. You have to let me eat until I'm full. My stomach issues are acting up. Gao Feng, don't go too far. This house is mine. The food in this house is also mine. And since you had your way with me, you should be a bit kinder. Jiang Yuxue's voice was weak, but her naturally charming tone still made her sound a bit coy. Gao Feng laughed upon hearing Jiang Yuxue bargaining with him. All right, come in. He casually pulled Jiang Yuxue inside. She was right. The food in this house was indeed hers. Gao Feng didn't need the food, so he naturally allowed her to eat what she had stored. However, after Jiang Yuxue entered the house, she searched for a while before finally finding a package of duck blood vermicelli soup in the fridge. She usually didn't cook at home, so the fridge was empty. There was no rice or flour, not even instant noodles. This duck blood vermicelli soup was a promotional gift from a client during her business runs. But now, her stomach issues were flaring up. She needed something gentle to eat. Duck blood vermicelli soup was usually fine for her, but now it would likely make her feel worse. Jiang Yuxue scrunched up her little face, hesitated for a long time, and then walked in front of Gao Feng with a pleading expression. Gao Feng chuckled and said, all right, go eat in the kitchen. There's some egg pancakes and rice porridge, a gentle breakfast. After eating, you can wash up in the bathroom and change your clothes. I can smell that your clothes are soaked with sweat. Jiang Yuxue's face instantly turned red. The black silk red dress she was wearing had been soaked through with sweat yesterday. The key point was that after the hailstorm yesterday, She had chased and fought with Zhao Kuer for a long time. Her clothes were not only sweaty, but also dirty. As someone with a cleanliness obsession, she nearly fainted twice from the smell. When Gao Feng kicked her out, she was too angry to remember to wash up and change clothes before leaving. Now, the clothes clinging to her body not only made her feel uncomfortable, but also emitted a sour smell. This meant that when Jiang Yuxue was dozing off at the door, most of the time she was either dazed or fainting from the stench of her clothes. Thank you. Jiang Yuxue blushed and bowed to Gao Feng. Seeing that she was still wearing her thick cotton coat, Gao Feng smiled and said, "Hurry up and take off that coat. The heating in here is sufficient. If you get all sweaty in it, you'll catch a cold." Only then did Jiang Yuxue awkwardly take off her thick coat, revealing her good figure underneath. Gao Feng couldn't help but marvel. She was so beautiful, with a delicate and pitiful look that made one feel pity for her. "Go eat quickly. It will get cold," Gao Feng urged Jiang Yuxue. He started to anticipate the upcoming deal. This woman was truly beautiful. He wanted to make several deals with her. Jiang Yuxue walked gracefully toward the kitchen. Even wrapped in a thick coat, her elegant gait was still evident. This noble and graceful aura was something Gao Feng, as a mere working-class person in his previous life, could only admire from afar. He never had the privilege to get close. It seemed it was time to absorb some essence. Gao Feng thought to himself and conjured 4 white essences out of thin air, beginning to absorb them. 15 minutes later, Gao Feng finished absorbing the 4 essences. The heat returned to his body, but it wasn't as intense as when he broke through to the second level of black iron last time. Gao Feng didn't even feel any significant changes in his abilities. He only felt that his physical strength was better and his abilities were more abundant. This left Gao Feng a bit disappointed. After this, he felt that he had underestimated the difficulty of breaking through his abilities. It took 4 essences to break through from the first to the second level of black iron, but to break through from the second to the third level wouldn't be enough. Gao Feng calculated in his heart, unconsciously glancing at Jiang Yuxue, who was eating. Her face was noticeably more flushed and glowing. Indeed, people are like iron and food is steel. One meal missed can cause a panic. And a beauty's looks can falter if she gets hungry. Now, Jiang Yuxue was so beautiful that one couldn't take their eyes off her. After finishing her meal, Jiang Yuxue saw that Gao Feng was busy with his own matters and let out a sigh of relief. She directly went to her room, took some clothes to change into, and headed to the bathroom to take a shower. Seeing that Jiang Yuxue had eaten her reward and was following her request to wash up, preparing for the transaction, Gao Feng immediately got up and went to the bathroom as well. Although they had been intimate yesterday, it had been in a rush. Jiang Yuxue had just escaped a life-threatening situation. At that moment, she instinctively pushed her shame aside. Now that there was no life-threatening crisis, her sense of shame became paramount. But Jiang Yuxue thought, what was the use of feeling ashamed? She had already eaten the reward, and the transaction must continue. What left Jiang Yuxue speechless was that for the second transaction, her price was merely the equivalent of 2 egg pancakes and a bowl of rice porridge. 10 hours later, at 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Yuxue had just woken up and was still lounging in bed when Gao Feng pulled her up, dressed her, and coldly pushed her out the door. "Damn, you scoundrel, are you even human? You just slept with me and turned around to kick me out." Jiang Yuxue completely broke down, losing all her previous elegance. Being occupied in her house was one thing, but to be kicked out immediately after the transaction? What kind of world was this? Jiang Yuxue felt an impulse to die. Hey. Just as Jiang Yuxue was on the verge of a breakdown, suddenly, there was a voice from the intercom at her collar. Gao Feng, that scoundrel, had somehow clipped an intercom onto her. Jiang Yuxue pouted her lips and fumbled with the intercom at her collar for a while before finally getting it off. She then unhappily said, "Gao Feng, are you even human? Even if I'm just a passerby, I'm still a beauty. You've slept with me twice and still kicked me out?" Jiang Yuxue's curse only managed to get out as a single letter. In an instant, Gao Feng's words made her beautiful eyes shine. Chapter 61. The homeowners group prepares to gather winter clothing. What? What did you say? Jiang Yuxue was afraid she had misheard and quickly asked for clarification. On the intercom, Gao Feng said coldly, "You woman, why do you have so much nonsense to say? I told you to go upstairs to 2702. Just do it. If you don't listen, then forget it. I won't bother with you." Gao Feng's irritation didn't make Jiang Yuxue angry. On the contrary, the corners of her mouth even curled up slightly. She thought to herself, "I told you, I'm so outstanding, you wouldn't get enough after sleeping with me twice. Men are just full of contradictions." Jiang Yuxue hurriedly tried to stop Gao Feng again, using a naturally charming tone. "Don't, Gao Feng, I was wrong, okay? After all, I'm a girl. Can't you be a little gentler with me? I'll listen to you. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it." By the end, Jiang Yushua's charming tone carried a hint of pleading. She was genuinely afraid of the cold outside, even though she had winter clothing. She was exhausted from being tossed around by Gao Feng. As such a beautiful girl, staying outside for too long would surely lead to problems. Gao Feng had already taken enough advantage of her. She didn't want to be taken advantage of by other men as well. Gao Feng coldly urged, "Then go. Don't take the elevator, use the stairs." Jiang Yushua pouted a little in displeasure, sticking out her tongue. Fortunately, her winter coat had a wide hood. Otherwise, that action would have surely frozen her tongue. She was unaware that while she and Gao Feng were chatting, the temperature outside had already dropped to -50 degrees. Many residents in Building 17 had already been unable to stay in bed at home. You see, in Haicheng, the coldest winter temperatures used to be just a few degrees below zero. The blankets they had prepared at home were not thick at all, and certainly not enough. Previously, when it was 20 or 30 degrees below zero, they could manage by wrapping themselves in more layers of blankets. But now, at -50 degrees, how could they endure? They could freeze to death at any moment. Even if they had food and drink, what good would it do? Those homeowners who didn't have enough warm supplies could only find ways to gather winter clothing. Therefore, the homeowners group in Building 17 was planning to gather blankets and winter clothing together to resist the severe cold. After mobilizing throughout the morning and afternoon, some bold male homeowners had started to venture out, visiting each household one by one. To save energy, they naturally monopolized the elevators for use. Gao Feng reminded Jiang Yushua because he was worried that she might run into these men in the elevator if her luck ran out. In this extreme and chaotic cold weather, even if ordinary people's sense of social order hadn't completely collapsed, there was still a chance of encountering someone bold. Although Gao Feng didn't have feelings for Jiang Yushua as a tool for eliminating negative effects, she was adequate. The key was that she was sensible and compliant. Strictly speaking, Jiang Yushua was the first woman Gao Feng had after the apocalypse. Although Yi Huimin and Wu Mengting had some feelings for him, if they knew that Gao Feng didn't want to talk about love with them and only saw them as survival tools in the apocalypse, they would likely collapse in their worldview and might even lash out against him. Therefore, after trading with Jiang Yushua twice, Gao Feng gradually developed an idea. He felt it was necessary to give her an empty house and then slowly cultivate her. Once he confirmed that she accepted his survival mode in the apocalypse and was willing to follow him continuously, he would directly move in to live with Jiang Yushua. As for Wu Mengting, who had feelings for Gao Feng, he would definitely come back occasionally to be affectionate with her. However, relationships built on feelings were like ticking time bombs. Once they exploded, the consequences would be too severe. As a reincarnated person, Gao Feng firmly rejected emotions. He had no options before, but now with Jiang Yushua as a choice, he felt that choosing her, who could develop feelings over time, would definitely be better. As for Yi Huimin and Wu Mengting, who were full of passion, he preferred to take it easy. Occasionally adjusting his mood might be quite nice. But going through the apocalypse together was very dangerous. What is the first principle of survival in the apocalypse? Is it to stockpile food? No, it's to survive. Gao Feng had not stocked much food in his past life. He survived for 3 months with a green tea girl who did nothing. This shows that while supplies are important, they are not the most important. Attitude determines destiny. Jiang Yushua quickly reached the 27th floor. As soon as she arrived at the entrance of 2702, the door unexpectedly opened automatically. Jiang Yushua thought Gao Feng was the owner of this house and had opened the door remotely through the internet. She didn't suspect anything and walked right in. Of course, she couldn't help but complain in her heart that Gao Feng was just a perverted neighbor who had been craving her body for a long time. Thinking this way, Jiang Yushua felt a little sweet inside. There was nothing she could do. Encountering such a perverted situation, she didn't want to kill herself. So she could only subconsciously digest it into a different kind of feeling. Gao Feng, of course, had no idea that Jiang Yushua viewed him as a complete pervert. He earnestly instructed her through the intercom. There are some snacks and fruits in the room. Help yourself. As for meals, I will bring them to you every time I come up to see you. Remember, don't go out without a reason, and if you do go out, be sure to let me know in advance. Treat anyone who knocks on the door as if no one is home. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushua was stunned. She couldn't help but retort, Gao Feng, what do you mean? Do you want to keep me in this house as your mistress? This is my house, and as soon as we change houses, I become your kept woman? Gao Feng couldn't be bothered to respond to Jiang Yushua. He also realized that even the most outstanding women, once familiarized, could easily become arrogant. What was clearly a transaction was something Jiang Yushua, still in a weak position with no choice, was questioning him about. It was simply outrageous. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The intercom continuously echoed with electric sounds. But there was no response from Gao Feng, making Jiang Yushua stomp her feet in anger. However, she also didn't actively go back to knock on the door, asking Gao Feng to clarify. Although she found it hard to accept being kept, compared to the discomfort of sleeping outside at -50 degrees, she still felt that sleeping on a soft bed would be much sweeter. Moreover, She didn't care about anything now. They had already traded twice. In room 2602. After dealing with Jiang Yushua's matters, Gao Feng began to activate his spatial sensing again to search for essence. He believed that since the apocalypse had arrived yesterday afternoon, more than just 8 people must have been infected by the virus and killed. Ordinary people, lacking abilities, couldn't perceive the essence within the corpses, and it was highly likely that they had been discarded outside. Gao Feng immediately focused his spatial sensing on the outdoor areas within 100 meters. After a night of hail, the hail from last night had melted into water due to geothermal heat, then refrozen into ice due to the extreme cold, ultimately forming a layer of hard ice on the ground. On top of the hard ice lay hailstones of varying sizes, the largest being as big as a fist, and the smallest only the size of a pinky finger. The discarded corpses were likely beneath these hailstones or within the ice formed from the melting hail water. Gao Feng discovered that sensing purely in the air, even penetrating through houses, was much faster than sensing through the solidified ice layer. However, for the sake of the essence, he could only be patient and sense carefully. Even so, in an hour, he still found the bodies of 10 infected individuals and extracted the essence from their foreheads. Just as he was about to continue searching for the essence, a panicked voice suddenly came through the channel of the smart intercom. Gao Feng, someone is banging on my door. What should I do? They are planning to break it down. You have to help me come up with a way. I'm willing to be your mistress. Isn't that enough? You must not let them ruin me. Chapter 62. 4 kills. Jiang Yushua's plea for help instantly enraged Gao Feng. Damn, I just trained a woman to be decent, and now someone has their eyes on her? Isn't that just asking for trouble? If it weren't for the fact that he was looking for a house for her, he wouldn't have cared what happened to Jiang Yushua at all. Now, after spending time and effort to cultivate her, these people actually wanted to sabotage it. How infuriating. Gao Feng quickly retracted his thoughts and focused his spatial perception at the entrance of 2702. In an instant, 4 men of varying heights and builds appeared within Gao Feng's sensing range. He even recognized one of the fat men from his previous building scan, who had used a gas mask to solve a problem. It seemed to be the owner of 2701 across the hall. At that time, he hadn't thought much of it. Although it was disgusting, he figured he was just a man in a tight spot, without any women around to help him. Unexpectedly, these guys had gathered at the entrance of the woman he had chosen to cause trouble. Gao Feng, now furious, had decided to teach these guys a lesson. As for killing them, Gao Feng could easily do that now. With either the Void God Grab or the Void Spear, he could easily kill these men. However, they had just entered the apocalypse, and social order hadn't completely collapsed yet. If Gao Feng drew too much attention by killing them, it could provoke public outrage. Although ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover him, what if there were other capable individuals? Better safe than sorry. The first principle of survival in the apocalypse is to endure. One must endure. Therefore, Gao Feng ultimately decided to place the spatial door directly against the wall where the entrance of 2602 was located. Don't think that a spatial door, lacking direct offensive power, is weak. In fact, those seemingly harmless things can be the most terrifying. After Gao Feng did all this, the 4 men had no idea what was happening. He didn't expect the spatial door to take effect immediately. He calmly spoke through the intercom to Jiang Yushua. Just hold on a little longer. It will be quiet outside soon. Go check under the coffee table in the master bedroom. There's a new tablet and a new pair of headphones inside. Put them on and watch a movie, and those people will disappear. Jiang Yushua felt assured by Gao Feng's guarantee and hurriedly followed his instructions. As for Gao Feng's credibility, although she thought he was stingy, he had kept his promises during their transactions. The first time he promised her a sausage, he actually gave her one. The second time he also promised a sausage, but she ended up with a pancake and porridge, which was clearly much more generous. He had even provided her with a place to stay, secretly indicating that he had taken a liking to her. After she called for help, Gao Feng immediately made assurances, and she had seen through his contradictory nature. Aside from being a bit perverted and having secretly watched her from upstairs, she thought about it and suddenly felt a bit ashamed. She actually thought that Gao Feng, this bastard, wasn't he so bad after all. Jiang Yushua quickly found the tablet, put on the headphones, and began to watch a beautiful old-fashioned romance movie, The Love of Hawthorn Tree. Gao Feng, of course, was unaware that Jiang Yushua was also someone with a vivid imagination, silently transforming him into a romantic figure, completely ignoring everything else. Meanwhile, Gao Feng was quietly downstairs, using spatial perception to monitor the 4 lecherous men upstairs. After a while, the 4 guys surprisingly stopped banging on the door. He didn't know if they were tired from banging, but they started chatting and fantasizing instead. The fat man who practiced with the 5th girl said lewdly, "Bro, I just saw through the peephole that a stunning woman entered this house, wearing a thick cotton coat. And you could see her cute little but swaying enticingly. The others immediately perked up. Is that true? If you say so, my hands don't hurt anymore. It's too cold out here. Without something to get us fired up, we won't have the energy to keep banging on the door. That's right. If we use too much strength, we'll get hungry quickly, and there's not much food at home. The government's relief hasn't arrived yet. So we should take it easy. That woman has a cotton coat. If the four of us team up with her, it will definitely be warm. After discussing, the four men's eyes lit up. After a while, they finally started banging on the door again. However, they could never have imagined that the seemingly ordinary iron door to the entrance was now hiding a crisis. The four lecherous men gathered at the door almost simultaneously raised their fists and struck the door. This kind of coordinated attack in a narrow space was definitely jarring. Inside, even though Jiang Yuxue was watching a movie with headphones on, she couldn't help but scream at the noise. At that moment, Gao Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly activating his ability to move objects from a distance. A terrifying suction force emanated from the spatial door. The four men screamed in panic. It's a ghost. Their bodies were instantly swallowed by the spatial door in the chaos. To the outside world, it appeared as if the four of them had simultaneously entered room 2702. On the surface, it looked completely normal, but in reality, the four men had plunged headfirst into the entrance door itself. However, this horrifying scene was completely invisible to anyone. After collecting the dead bodies into the spatial door, Gao Feng quickly opened another spatial door in the small garden between buildings 17 and 18, tossing the four lecherous men directly into a pile of hail. Within just 3 breaths, their pupils turned red as they violently got up from the ground. Looking for targets to attack, Gao Feng snorted coldly. Die? He couldn't allow them the chance to commit evil. His principle was clear. He wouldn't actively save people, but he also wouldn't actively harm them. In an instant, one of the men had his forehead pierced by the void spear. Following that, the other 3 fell one after another. The 4 men hardly made a sound. They silently died atop the hail, quickly covered by the newly accumulated ice. After finishing off the dead, a smirk appeared at the corners of Gao Feng's mouth. Although he had wasted some time and brain cells, the yield was quite good. He had obtained 4 essences. Suddenly, Gao Feng's eyes lit up. This was an excellent strategy for digging pits to obtain essences. Combined with the previous 10 he had collected, he now had 14 essences in his hands. Gao Feng felt that if he absorbed these essences, along with the 4 he had absorbed earlier, he would likely break through to Black Iron Level 3. However, he didn't plan to break through immediately. Although the temptation was great, he still believed he needed to keep himself in a completely controllable state. He absolutely could not allow a situation to arise where he lost control due to an ability breakthrough. It was important to note that there weren't many beauties like Jiang Yuxue around. Those who recognized the situation were even rarer. She had only proactively approached him because he had taken her house. Otherwise, the consequences could be unimaginable. Gao Feng decided to wait until Wu Mengting and Jiang Yuxue had rested before absorbing the essences. This way, while his abilities improved, both women would also be comfortable, achieving a win-win situation. Thinking this way, Gao Feng shifted his attention to searching for beautiful women. Finding bodies buried under the ice was a bit troublesome, but locating beautiful women was quick. He had previously noticed that there were more than 10 pretty girls in Building 17, 3 of whom were already married with children. There are 3 living with their boyfriends, and the remaining 4 are all single beautiful women. Chapter 63. Don't say it's hailing. Even if it's knives falling, I can order takeout anytime. Gao Feng quickly began to use his spatial perception to carefully observe the 4 single beautiful women, scrutinizing their demeanor, clothing, and even their phone chat messages, leaving no stone unturned. In the end, Gao Feng categorized the 4 women into 2 types. One type is the pure type, consisting of 2 individuals, and the other type is the flirtatious type, also with 2 individuals. Gao Feng felt that after letting the pure type fish for a few rounds and truly experiencing the brutality of the apocalypse, they could stay and make a deal with him. After all, his ability level would continue to rise, and he needed a safe and reliable way to address the side effects. Although he was a serious person, his needs were also objectively present. Gao Feng believed that in the apocalypse, he must face his own needs. Only by being in complete control of his abilities could he survive better in the apocalypse. As for the ratings of the 4 women's appearances, figures, and temperaments, they were on par with Jiang Yuxue. Essentially, they were all stunning beauties with curvy figures and slightly different temperaments. This was also the key reason Gao Feng chose them as bait. In the apocalypse, the lewdness in men's hearts would unconsciously diffuse. When encountering exquisite beauties, they would be like cats smelling fish. Once they had ulterior motives, it would be their path to death. Killing these people for essence was something Gao Feng felt justified in. After making a preliminary judgment in his heart, Gao Feng silently placed the cameras he had set up using his ability to manipulate objects at a distance into hidden corners of the four women's homes. He directly activated the sensitivity mode of the cameras. If any of the four women screamed or called for help at home, the cameras would send an alert message to Gao Feng through the network. After arranging the four women, Gao Feng also placed a camera in room 2602 of Building 17 and even casually told Jiang Yushua about it. Jiang Yushua said it was fine. She had nothing that Gao Feng hadn't seen before, so why would she be afraid of a camera now? Compared to the danger of someone breaking in at any moment, she preferred having someone who could lend her a hand. After arranging Jiang Yushua, Gao Feng also installed a camera in Yi Huimin's house from a distance. However, this time, an unexpected event occurred. Xiao Linlin and Yi Huimin had a quarrel, and feeling bored, Xiao Linlin's eyes wandered around the living room, only to discover the strange camera. Then, she took it down and shouted to Yi Huimin from behind the door. "Mimin, guess what I found in the living room? A camera." That pervert Gao Feng installed a camera secretly. The more Xiao Linlin spoke, the angrier she became, thinking about how she was wearing a red spaghetti strap nightdress, lying on the sofa, and striking all sorts of wanton poses, all captured by Gao Feng's camera. She was so furious she wished she could swallow Gao Feng whole. Yi Huimin, disturbed by her commotion, even went out to comfort her, originally having cleared up her misunderstanding about Gao Feng. Yi Huimin was once again filled with doubt after Xiao Linlin's wild slander. Gao Feng was completely stunned. "Damn, I just wanted to install a camera that could automatically alert me, and you say I'm secretly filming you. Can't I just use spatial perception to look around without any blind spots? Isn't that better?" Of course, Gao Feng was not that bored. Women, in the apocalypse, were just a fleeting thought. He didn't need to sneak a peek. However, thinking that although this woman was annoying, she was beautiful with a good figure, made her a decent bait. Using Xiao Linlin to teach Yi Huimin a good lesson about the harshness of the apocalypse was also good. After all, Gao Feng had always wanted to keep Yi Huimin as a tool. He hadn't really considered Xiao Linlin. The most important quality of a tool is obedience. Xiao Linlin was simply rebellious, always suspicious without reason. After successfully setting up 5 alert points, Gao Feng began to search for corpses in the garden between the buildings to collect essence. He kept searching until 8 o'clock at night. Finally, Gao Feng had accumulated 20 pieces of essence. He glanced at the 5 alert points and found that the beautiful women at each point had finished dinner and, like little cats, started washing up and relaxing on the sofa to watch TV. Gao Feng himself was hungry, his stomach growling. He definitely wouldn't cook for himself. It seemed he should wake Wu Mingting up to make food for him. He couldn't sleep all day, otherwise he would become a pig in no time. As the saying goes, use it or lose it. He had to let her exercise her physical labor skills regularly. Thinking this, Gao Feng directly pushed open the door. To his surprise, Wu Mingting was already awake. At that moment, she was holding her phone, engrossed in chatting with someone. As soon as Wu Mingting saw Gao Feng enter, her pretty face blushed, and she jumped into his arms, sweetly saying, "Brother, you're so bad. You've made my bones all soft. And now I don't even want to get up. Can you not want to bully me as soon as you see me?" Gao Feng chuckled lightly, thinking to himself that a woman's words are deceiving. If he didn't bully her, wouldn't she think he was incapable? An hour later, Wu Mingting obediently got up to steam rice and stir-fry dishes. The meal consisted of a serving of peanuts and a serving of farmhouse stir-fried meat, simple home-cooked dishes. With both meat and vegetables, it was well-balanced and quite good. Gao Feng was not picky. The key was that Wu Mingting was just a junior in college, and her ability to cook some home-cooked meals was already very good. He couldn't ask for too much. After tasting a bite of the farmhouse stir-fried meat, which was delicious and better than what he would have cooked himself, Gao Feng couldn't help but admit that women were indeed more talented than men when it came to cooking. Gao Feng remembered the time he tried to learn how to make farmhouse stir-fried meat, which took him a lot of effort, and he eventually ended up so sick of it that he finally managed to cook a decent dish. Wu Mingting clearly hadn't cooked much. She just checked the recipe and followed it, and she did quite well. Gao Feng generously praised her. Wu Mingting, feeling a bit shy, said, "Brother, don't tease me. I haven't specifically learned cooking, so just bear with my food for now. Once I learn seriously, I'll cook something delicious for you, okay? Brother, you've been working too hard these past few days. I wanted to make you a nourishing soup, but unfortunately, I can't buy ingredients today." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng laughed. "Don't worry. Just make a list of the ingredients you want, and I'll order takeout right away to have them delivered. Order whatever you like. Don't worry about the price. We're not short on money for vegetables. I'm a big customer for them. It doesn't matter if it hails or rains. They'll deliver takeout anytime." Wu Mingting's eyes lit up instantly as she exclaimed in disbelief, "Brother, you're so amazing. I see that everything outside is frozen by the hail, and my classmates can't even get their takeout delivered." At this time, The delivery service is still willing to provide you with private service. That's really impressive. Gao Feng chuckled proudly. You wouldn't understand. I'm a big customer. If ordinary people were to enjoy the same service as me, then what would be the point of being a big customer? Isn't there a saying, in wind or rain, the delivery always waits for you, big customer. Wu Mingting interrupted Gao Feng, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, having a rich boyfriend was great, while it was hailing outside. Others were eating plain food and freezing, but she could casually order dishes. That was true luxury, way better than eating a lavish meal worth thousands. Chapter 64. Advancement to Black Iron Level 3. After finishing the meal, Gao Feng hugged Wu Mingting and chatted leisurely, enjoying the rare quiet time. Brother, just now, I was chatting in the class group, and a classmate who is an official's child said that there was a problem with the government's promised 24-hour rescue. Now various agencies have been silenced, and if we don't want to die, we need to prepare our own survival supplies for the extreme cold weather. Gao Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect that Wu Mingting, whom he regarded as a tool, could receive such important external news. Seeing Gao Feng's suspicious expression, Wu Mingting quickly explained, Brother, that official second generation did pursue me, but I rejected her from the very beginning. I'm just a kid from an ordinary family. I can't handle the rules of an official family. She only wants to smile on the back seat of your bicycle, never to cry in her big villa. Gao Feng chuckled to himself, thinking, Woman, you really have a silver tongue. With you fawning over yourself like that, any man would be smitten. But when did I ever say I ride a bicycle? When we first met, I had you crying in a Porsche. You cried pretty badly. And now you're talking about the back seat of a bicycle? Is it a Porsche? Gao Feng naturally didn't expose Wu Mingting, but he also ignored her explanation. He was calculating in his mind that if the rescue didn't go smoothly, a complete collapse of social order was imminent. However, Gao Feng didn't interrupt. Wu Mingting felt a bit anxious, thinking that Gao Feng was angry. She hurriedly explained everything about her interactions with the official second generation, even detailing her own psychological activities. Brother, I admit I was also a bit moved by him, but I thought it over carefully. I only have looks and figure. If I went to an official family to be a daughter-in-law, I would definitely be looked down upon for being shallow. I'd rather be with you, brother. As long as you don't dislike me, I'll do whatever you want. Wu Mingting appeared eager to become whatever Gao Feng imagined her to be. Although Gao Feng scoffed at this internally, he still decided to teach Wu Mingting a lesson. After all, she had even considered dating another man. If he didn't deal with her now, wouldn't she be putting a green hat on him in the future? An hour later, Wu Mingting fell deeply asleep. Gao Feng, on the other hand, felt refreshed, as if bubbles were rising all over his body. Not wanting to waste this state, he took the opportunity to absorb 4 essence particles. He had originally intended to absorb 5, but as a result, his ability level broke through, directly advancing to Black Iron Level 3. Then, the negative effects surged like a volcano. The display in his mind indicated that the negative effect factor had reached 300%. Gao Feng was stunned. Damn, even taking preventive medicine in advance didn't help. Gao Feng was extremely speechless. He could only open the intercom to contact Jiang Yushue. At that moment, Jiang Yushue was drowsily watching a movie, about to fall asleep when she realized a business opportunity had come. All right, I'll go down now. Jiang Yushue cautiously agreed to Gao Feng's request, but felt very speechless about him. They had agreed that he would bring a proper meal, yet when dinner time came, he instead asked her to go down and provide service. This guy who doesn't keep his word is simply infuriating. Nevertheless, she still put on her thick cotton coat and carefully went out. To avoid being ambushed, she kept the intercom on throughout the process, maintaining communication with Gao Feng. The entire process was cautious, almost like she was doing something sneaky. Finally, she arrived at the door of room 2602. Jiang Yushue told herself that she must demand better treatment from Gao Feng. In her current state, she felt like a past concubine, even worse than a modern mistress. She didn't pamper herself at all. Click. The door opened. Before Jiang Yushue could speak, she was directly kissed, making her dizzy. By the time she regained her senses, she had to lean against the wall to stand. Angrily, she glared at Gao Feng, the shameless guy, and said, Gao Feng, you are too much. How can you be like this? My stomach is growling, and you are bullying me. My waist is about to break. You pervert, let me eat something first. I'm starving. Gao Feng rolled his eyes. Woman, it's the end of the world. Can't you be a bit calmer? You're just a tool. Why always act spoiled? Treating flirtation as ability, it's really funny. Gao Feng remained silent and directly took a pack of instant noodles from the storage room, placing it on the table. Then he said, There's hot water in the kettle. You can make it yourself. Jiang Yushue felt utterly defeated. After working so hard, she was given just a pack of instant noodles. Looking at Gao Feng's unperturbed face, she really wished she could strangle him. Gao Feng, I don't have any strength left. Can't you help me make it? No. Gao Feng replied coldly. You have no grace. Eat it or not. Gao Feng reached out to take the noodles away. He wasn't going to indulge her. He had seen how women could take advantage if given an inch. If he helped her make the noodles, she would want him to keep her around. Gurgle. Jiang Yushue wanted to continue arguing, but her stomach suddenly roared in protest. She pouted, could only lean against the wall, cautiously picked up the instant noodles, and slowly made her way to the kitchen to get a bowl. Gao Feng watched her gritting her teeth, unable to do anything about it, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He thought it was interesting. It turned out that the delicate girl had such a strong side. He had just thought that the slender Jiang Yushue would collapse from exhaustion, but he realized he had underestimated her. This surprised Gao Feng. It's worth noting that the negative effect factor from him upgrading to Black Iron Level 3 was still quite terrifying, with a concentration of 300, much fiercer than before. To eliminate the negative effects, Gao Feng had to take Jiang Yushue 3 times. Yet, Jiang Yushue was only a bit weak. Gao Feng felt that this deal was incredibly profitable. While Jiang Yushue went to make the noodles, Gao Feng began to familiarize himself with the abilities of Black Iron Level 3. Strangely, he found that there was only an enhancement of abilities, and no new abilities had awakened. Gao Feng felt a bit confused. He recalled the process of awakening various spatial abilities and suddenly realized something. He finally understood that it wasn't that he didn't awaken new spatial abilities. It was that his way of activating his abilities seemed to have a problem. He originally awakened the ability of remote manipulation, which was the core of his spatial abilities. Gao Feng used the power of the spatial gate to strongly collect items, extending it into the void god grab. He also used the curling method of the spatial gate to extend it into the void spear. In other words, they were all based on the original ability of remote manipulation. Spatial perception itself was a prerequisite ability of remote manipulation. This meant that what Gao Feng previously thought was the unlocking of new spatial abilities was merely a manifestation of new abilities caused by his thoughts. Essentially, Gao Feng's abilities were still limited to remote manipulation. Was it impossible for an ability user to awaken completely unrelated abilities after their initial awakening? Gao Feng tried various methods, but unsurprisingly, he didn't manage to develop any other abilities. However, under his various manipulations, Gao Feng managed to create an artificial tornado using the spatial gate. Seeing the tornado rapidly spinning in the small garden outside, he was stunned. Meanwhile, the owners of buildings 17 and 18, hearing the howling winds and rolling black clouds outside, couldn't help but tighten their bladders. Chapter 65. Thank you, great and merciful goddess of breasts. The funny thing was, after creating the tornado, Gao Feng went online to check the information to confirm the principle. He spent a full 10 minutes on this. Finally, he calmed down. Damn. It turns out that quickly absorbing air can create a cyclone. It scared me to death. I thought I had been possessed by a deity. After self-deprecating for a while, Gao Feng suddenly felt he had found a powerful weapon. Although he couldn't directly control the tornado, he could indirectly control it using the suction power of the spatial gate. This technique, once displayed, would definitely be shocking. The key was that it was also very confusing. When he unleashed this tornado, who wouldn't he be baffled? Others might misunderstand and think he is a wind-type supernatural being. Gao Feng imagined that scene and felt quite pleased. This space-type supernatural ability is truly advanced. It is indeed a terrifying ability, second only to time abilities. He initially thought that supernatural abilities were singular and wanted to develop more forms. Now, it turns out that many supernatural abilities can be derived from space abilities. Love it. Gao Feng's heart was filled with joy. Suddenly, his phone received an alarm sound. It was from 1602, the home of a flirtatious single beauty, reporting an emergency. Gao Feng immediately opened the surveillance software. The surveillance footage from the house instantly appeared before him. He clicked on the playback. The scene before the alarm went off immediately appeared. The flirtatious beauty was wearing a coat with a fur collar, wrapped in a blanket, looking panicked at the violently shaking front door. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was violently smashed open. The door lock had completely failed. The flirtatious beauty let out a scream and tried to run into the room. The playback was abruptly interrupted. Gao Feng did not watch the real-time surveillance footage. Instead, he activated his spatial perception. Instantly, the real-time situation of room 1602 was vividly revealed in his mind. At that moment, the blanket on the flirtatious beauty had been torn away. 2 burly men stood by her feet, with cutting tools and a large hammer beside them. They were leering at the flirtatious beauty's chest, drooling. They kept reaching out, tugging at the loose but figure-revealing fur coat, exposing the woman's proud chest slightly above the deep neckline of the coat. One of the bald, burly men was staring intently at the woman's chest, his eyes nearly glued to her rounded and perky breasts. While watching, he lewdly commented to his companion beside him, "Wow, what a great figure. Those are some huge breasts. Bro, I've been eyeing this woman for a long time. I heard that others in the building were robbing for winter supplies, so I thought I'd come over to this lady's place. Today is truly worth it. Bro, how about I go first? Bang. The man with the square face, who was referred to as bro by the bald man, kicked him in the butt. Although the square-faced man had a righteous-looking face, his gaze at the woman was burning with desire, his throat rolling as he involuntarily swallowed. He didn't speak, but his eyes were filled with green light as he looked at the woman. The woman in front of him was simply a seductive enchantress. Even though her figure was wrapped in fur, the essence of her curves could still be seen. What drove men wild was that while her breasts and hips were ample, her waist suddenly tapered sharply, thin enough to be grasped by one hand. She was simply an alluring fairy. The square-faced man became more and more excited as he looked, wishing he could pounce on her and devour her whole. After kicking his little brother aside, he stepped forward, reaching out to grab the flirtatious woman's exceptionally full chest. He was a rough man and knew nothing about flirting. He felt as if he were about to be sent to heaven by the woman's startled cries. Her voice was sharp and high-pitched, much like a woman in flight. Although the square-faced man had never been with a real beauty, he had spent money on some flashy women before, so he understood a bit about women. Usually working in renovation, he was always dirty and wouldn't attract a truly beautiful woman's attention. Although he desperately wanted to win the favor of a beautiful woman, he could only look at photos of pretty actresses and record seductive sounds from women he had been with, mixing them for self-comfort. However, this fragmented behavior caused him great torment. After seeing the flirty photos his little brother gave him today and hearing in the group that someone was directly robbing for winter supplies, he was tempted and decided to visit this flirtatious woman. He needed the winter supplies, and naturally, he wanted to enjoy a bit with this woman as well. In such cold weather, he believed this flirtatious woman also needed a man's warmth. The moment the square-faced man reached out, he felt an unprecedented pleasure. He thought he was about to grab the beautiful thing he had longed for. He imagined that a beautiful woman's chest must be softer, like clouds in the sky, light and fluffy, yet very elastic, like jelly. However, just as his hand approached the flirtatious woman's chest, he felt a terrifying suction force. Then, he was suddenly sucked into the flirtatious woman's chest and vanished without a trace. The bald little brother and the flirtatious woman were both startled by this horrifying and supernatural scene. The flirtatious woman screamed in shock. The bald little brother looked at her, his expression changing, especially as he gazed at the woman's high, rounded chest. The greedy look in his eyes instantly turned into fear and panic. "What have you done to my brother? Release my brother from your chest," he shouted, his voice trembling. But as he shouted, he kept retreating, and in a short while, he found himself outside the door. The flirtatious woman frowned, staring at this bizarre scene in shock. She instinctively reached out, wanting to explain to the bald man, "No, I didn't take your brother." Seeing the bald man flee in panic, the flirtatious woman couldn't help but look down at her own ample chest, puzzled, and even reached out to touch and squeeze it, as if trying to confirm whether she was hiding some unknown treasure. Gao Feng watched this scene from afar, laughing uncontrollably. He had merely played a prank by temporarily opening a spatial door in front of the flirtatious woman's chest. He never expected such an absurd plot to unfold. The bald little brother shouting about ghosts was one thing, but the flirtatious beauty even performed a self-touching act. Gao Feng felt a bit embarrassed. As for the fleeing bald little brother, he certainly wouldn't let him go. The moment the other party panicked and ran into the elevator, he directly slipped into the transparent spatial door. In the blink of an eye, he found himself lying in the cold, piercing poisonous hail alongside his brother. The two good brothers were infected with the virus together, becoming red-eyed and irritable. Then, they were pierced through the forehead by Gao Feng's spatial spear. The two brothers lay neatly in the snow, dying together. After taking the white essence, Gao Feng kindly arranged a tornado to use the shattered hail to give the two a proper burial. It was a final gesture of respect for their existence as humans. Just as Gao Feng was about to count the essence and calculate whose physical strength between Wu Mengting and Jiang Yushua had recovered so he could continue absorbing essence, he suddenly noticed that inside room 1602, the flirtatious woman suddenly knelt down on the ground. With sincere gratitude, she bowed her head and said, "Thank you, chest god. Thank you, chest god, for your great mercy and for saving my life. I, Ji Shaoqing, will definitely burn incense for you 3 times a day." After saying this, she knocked her head 3 times loudly. Chapter 66. Becoming an original deity, the flirtatious woman Ji Shaoqing's bold actions completely stunned Gao Feng. But this was just the beginning. After worshipping Gao Feng as the so-called chest god, Ji Shaoqing suddenly came up with an idea. "O chest god, may I be under your protection? To repay your life-saving grace, I will dedicate my entire life to you, chest god. I will establish the chest god church to let more people worship you and allow you to enjoy more of the joys of the human world. Ji Xiaoqing's serious vow made Gao Feng's head buzz. Creating a religion to express gratitude to a lifesaver is quite touching. But isn't the name of this religion a bit too outrageous? It's not right to create a chest god church just because of misunderstandings about the chest being able to attract people. This kind of thinking is too much like Sakura thinking. It's said that if a child is born underground, they take the surname underground, and by analogy, those born above ground take the surname above ground, and those born under pine trees take the surname pine. Following this logic, if the butt can attract people, should we create a butt church? After being manipulated by this woman, Gao Feng is starting to think about letting her fend for herself. However, Gao Feng never expected that he still did not see the essence of the matter clearly. The name Chest God Church is indeed ridiculous. But the person who created this church, Ji Xiaoqing, is inherently ridiculous herself. She had just sworn to establish the church and immediately began writing a short essay at home, which she then sent directly to the owner group. Almost instantly, it attracted the attention of many anxious homeowners. In this apocalyptic world, having such a deity to protect them is quite nice. Especially since the beautiful homeowner Ji Xiaoqing personally posted a video, tearfully sharing her own experiences. Many beautiful women from Building 17 expressed their desire to join right away, even creating a separate group called A Thousand Thanks to the Chest God. At that time, Gao Feng didn't pay attention to what Ji Xiaoqing was doing later. By the time Gao Feng found out, it was already after Jiang Yushua. Another homeowner from Building 17 woke up from her sleep and actively called for a transaction via intercom. The transaction process, of course, was still harmonious, honest, and trustworthy. They insisted on a hand-in-hand exchange of food and people. Jiang Yushua happily enjoyed a pack of instant noodles. Gao Feng also successfully upgraded his abilities to Black Iron Level 4 by absorbing 8 essence particles. However, the 400 negative side effects made things quite tough for Jiang Yushua. Thankfully, they were well prepared, and both sides cooperated well. Gao Feng did not lose his sanity due to the upgrade. Although Jiang Yushua experienced significant physical exhaustion, she had a rare chance to feel the ultimate beauty of being a woman. If Gao Feng hadn't pushed her out, she would even have wanted to stay in his home, mainly because this time was too comfortable, too enjoyable. Although they had traded many times before, Gao Feng had always been very irritable, making her feel very distressed. This time, they enjoyed themselves for a full 2 hours, with Gao Feng being rational. His subconscious gentleness made Jiang Yushua infatuated. Jiang Yushua became increasingly convinced that all of Gao Feng's craziness was just to hide his ulterior motives toward her. This time, their feelings were genuinely revealed. To be able to stay, Jiang Yushua also put in all her effort, even dancing seductively and completely naked for Gao Feng. However, Gao Feng looked disdainful, not appreciating her flattery at all. It wasn't he that Gao Feng was deliberately being difficult. It was just that Jiang Yushua was a bit out of touch. She thought that showing her most perfect and charming self as a great offering to him was the biggest contribution. In reality, although her small frame had great fluidity when dancing, the scale of her figure, although exaggerated in proportion, was still a bit small and under the large movements. It didn't seem very impressive. Stop, stop, stop. Can you just sit quietly beside me for a while? I think you look great just sitting there. Gao Feng subtly reminded Jiang Yushua. However, Jiang Yushua felt that Gao Feng was being deliberately harsh. Nevertheless, she thought Gao Feng was just being contradictory, clearly. He liked her beauty but insisted on disguising it with coldness. But she didn't want to be driven away by Gao Feng, so she could only cooperate with him. Thus, she obediently sat quietly beside him as he treated her like a delicate human pillow, comfortably holding her in his arms. And they remained quietly together for a long time. This feeling was somewhat like enjoying a cigarette afterward, better than being a divine being. Gao Feng felt that holding a petite beauty like Jiang Yushua was a much more delightful experience than being a deity. He privately thought that having Jiang Yushua's figure in his arms was the most enjoyable experience. No pressure, soft and fluffy, and with exquisite looks. Her tall figure perfectly matched his height, making her the type he wouldn't get tired of holding all day. Of course, there weren't any strange impulses involved. Jiang Yushua, however, always felt that Gao Feng just hugging her without any action was a bit monotonous. So she tried to talk about random things to Gao Feng. Gao Feng found it somewhat annoying, but when he heard Jiang Yushua mention the Chest God Church, his eyes nearly popped out. Seeing Gao Feng's reaction, Jiang Yushua thought he was curious and began to elaborate. Gao Feng, I think if there really was a Chest God Church to save people from suffering, that would be pretty good. With the severe hailstorms and disasters outside, having a spiritual support would give everyone hope to survive. Why don't we believe together? Gao Feng's face immediately turned red. He thought to himself, Ji Xiaoqing, you woman, you're too much. He thought she was just talking, but she had actually started preaching. Even more ridiculous was that the women around him were starting to want to believe as well. Gao Feng suddenly became serious and said to Jiang Yushua, "Well, I don't know if you believe it, but I actually am the god of your chest god church." Jiang Yushua stared at Gao Feng in shock, her smile gradually widening until she was laughing uncontrollably. Seeing Gao Feng's serious face, Jiang Yushua advised him, "Gao Feng, stop joking. I admit there is a little charm in your dominance. I willingly follow you. But the god of the chest god church must be a woman. You're a man without a chest. How can you be the god of the chest god church?" Gao Feng was exasperated. He was particularly irritated with Jiang Yushua for insisting that this chest god be a woman with breasts. He was even more annoyed with Ji Shaoqing for creating such an absurdly named deity based on herself. Gao Feng punished Jiang Yushua, but instead of being scared, she retorted, "Gao Feng, are you the chest god, helping people enhance their chests?" Gao Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was too ridiculous. Gao Feng felt an immense headache. Jiang Yushua, however, thought her teasing had touched a nerve with Gao Feng. She even seductively raised her fair, slender arms in front of the phone, recording a sweetly voiced oath. "Thank you, chest god. Thank you, great and compassionate chest god, for manifesting to save my innocent and beautiful life. I, Jiang Yushua, will definitely offer incense 3 times a day to honor you." After finishing, she looked at Gao Feng with a charming expression, wanting him to join her in the oath. Gao Feng's expression exploded. He immediately put a cotton coat on Jiang Yushua and pushed her out the door. "No way. Am I going to pledge allegiance to myself? And you even came up with that ridiculous name, chest god. If I swear allegiance, doesn't that mean I'm telling everyone I'm an idiot?" Chapter 67. Ji Shaoqing awakens her abilities. Gao Feng, the original deity of the chest god church. Although he felt that the establishment of the chest god church was utterly ridiculous, it was indeed spreading at an astonishing speed through the internet in this apocalyptic world with extreme cold weather. Ji Shaoqing, who self-appointed as the head of the chest god church, after completing the initial promotion of the chest god church, saw her friends in the WeChat group increasing at a geometrical rate. What Gao Feng didn't know was that, besides the residents of Building 17, many beautiful women who took selfies and videos to prove their beauty were also joining the chest god church. Many beautiful homeowners from Building 18 also chose to join this new religion. The beautiful leader Ji Shaoqing even posted the church's prayer ceremony in the chest god church group. When Gao Feng saw this prayer ceremony, it was actually a subconscious action he made after Wu Mengting had finished serving him. Gao Feng didn't pay much attention to it, and neither did Wu Mengting. The relationship between the two was so close that although her prayer ritual felt a bit embarrassing, it was just the right level of temptation in front of her man. Thus, Wu Mengting performed a series of self-massage breast enhancement movements in front of Gao Feng. At the end, with her rosy little mouth, Wu Mengting shyly prayed, "Devote yourself to the breast god, hoping that the breast god can make my breasts a bit bigger and rounder." Gao Feng didn't take the sexy actions too seriously at first, but when the words breast god came out, Gao Feng was completely stunned. "Damn, Ji Shaoqing, you are too much. Creating a breast god cult is already absurd enough. And now you're doing such an explosive prayer ritual. What are you trying to do?" Gao Feng was furious. In his anger, he immediately punished Wu Mengting, who was the trigger. After taking down Wu Mengting, Gao Feng calmed down a bit. He quickly activated his spatial perception to see what kind of trouble Ji Shaoqing was causing now. As a result, Gao Feng saw Ji Shaoqing, facing her phone, conducting a cloud prayer with a group of beautiful women from the breast god cult. There was even a group video call. The scene was astonishing. He really didn't expect Ji Shaoqing to be so insane. Gao Feng's composure almost caused him to nosebleed on the spot. But now, he either had to kill Ji Shaoqing or silently watch. He really couldn't directly stop it. Although he saved Ji Shaoqing, she had never seen him before. If he revealed his identity directly, Jiang Yushua would think he was flirting. If he directly revealed his identity to Ji Shaoqing, this dead woman would most likely think he was being a rogue. Gao Feng felt like his CPU was about to burn out. A group of beautiful women worshipped him as this bizarre breast god. Yet, this god could not stop it. But the situation was just beginning. Under the impact of the extremely cold weather, the new cult with the bizarre name of the breast god cult appeared, and despite its ridiculous name, its spread was astonishing. In Haicheng, with a population of 30 million, in almost one night, over half the people knew about this religion. Almost all women wanted to join this religion. Women were even proud to join this religion. After all, the leader Ji Shaoqing demanded that only beauties be accepted. She would personally review the candidates for joining. To apply for membership, one had to submit a resume and go through an interview. Some even required a second interview. Some even needed a third. Furthermore, the voluptuous and alluring Ji Shaoqing personally shared her story of being saved by the breast god to preach. This led to many beautiful women resonating emotionally. They believed that only beautiful girls were favored by heaven and would receive the protection of the powerful breast god. Of course, there were also men pretending to be beautiful women to sneak a peek at the beautiful figures, but these were all seen through by the clever leader Ji Shaoqing. All the beautiful women expressed that after joining the breast god cult, they felt safer in this apocalyptic world and were more confident to continue being beautiful without fearing that bad people would come knocking, coveting their beauty. Many members of the breast god cult quickly formed alliances across buildings and even rapidly became an invisible force in Haicheng. In short, the breast god cult was spreading at a virus-like speed. The phenomenon of person-to-person transmission was happening very quickly. Gao Feng was completely unprepared for this. By the time Gao Feng reacted, he was horrified to find that in his spatial perception, the 5 observation points, including the 2 daughters of Yi Huimin's family, were all showing bizarre scenes of breast enhancement prayers for the breast god's blessing. Gao Feng was utterly embarrassed to look. The key was that he had no way to stop it. This left Gao Feng dazed on the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and he even lost motivation to collect white essence. As a result, he ended up sleeping for a full 10 hours. It was only when Wu Mingting woke up and painstakingly made a meal of dumplings that she called him to get up and eat. After Gao Feng got up, he felt a bit hungry. Although he knew that the first attempt at cooking would definitely not taste good, he still gritted his teeth and ate. As a result, he found that Wu Mingting's cooking was surprisingly good. Wu Mingting immediately joyfully told Gao Feng, "Brother, you know what? These were taught to me by the beautiful sisters of the bear god cult. You don't know, after joining the breast god cult, I met many stunning beauties, each of whom is very beautiful and capable." Gao Feng, upon hearing the words breast god again, had already zoned out and didn't hear what Wu Mingting was saying afterward. He just wanted to use the void spear to stab Ji Shaoqing, the leader of the breast god cult, to death. This was too much. What if one day the truth came out, and people found out that he, a big man, was the original deity of this so-called breast god cult? How would he face others? In room 1602, Ji Shaoqing was sincerely meditating and praying. The church she had established recently was growing at an astonishing rate, and she had formed alliances with the beautiful sisters in buildings 17 and 18 of her community. But she always felt uneasy. However, after thinking it over, she couldn't figure out what she had done wrong. With no other choice, she could only constantly pray to the breast god whenever she had free time. Her life was granted by this deity. She believed that as long as she was sincere enough, this deity would appreciate her sincerity and would be willing to continue to bless her. Of course, she was not indulging in some fantastical self-delusion. She felt that having developed 3 million church members was certainly helpful to the breast god. While praying, she also murmured, "Great breast god, Ji Shaoqing has been feeling uneasy lately, and I don't know if it is because my lifespan is up and the dark forces are coming to claim my life. Great breast god, if Ji Shaoqing can turn this crisis into safety once again, I am willing to offer you everything and devote my life to developing members for you." To demonstrate her sincerity, Ji Shaoqing was willing to swear that she would only serve by your side, absolutely not marry, and definitely not have children. Just as Gao Feng's spatial perception was activated and his thoughts reached, he suddenly heard these words, leaving him stunned. "Crazy. This woman is a complete lunatic. I saved you. I'm not some deity. I just wanted you to be a beautiful bait for me to kill bad people and collect essence. What the hell are you doing now?" As a product of 9 years of education, Gao Feng inherently rejected discussions about deities. Although he speculated that with the emergence of supernatural abilities, the existence of deities was not impossible, he saw it merely as a joke. If others really worshipped him as a deity, he would still feel uncomfortable all over. Buzz. Suddenly, a layer of golden light appeared on Ji Shaoqing's body while she was praying. This light appeared very abruptly, but once the golden light appeared, it illuminated the entire room warmly like a holy light. Gao Feng suddenly realized that even his spatial perception had lost all hostility in that room. He even found it difficult to be ruthless and wanted to kill Ji Shaoqing. Could it be that this woman is awakening her supernatural powers? Gao Feng became curious. Originally, he was furious and wanted to kill Ji Shaoqing, but he suddenly became curious. Chapter 68. Divine Perception. Ji Shaoqing's prayer continued. It seemed she was prepared to spend her entire day praying like this. Gao Feng was somewhat speechless. Just as Gao Feng retracted his spatial perception, suddenly, a faint voice appeared in his mind. To be precise, it was a gentle call from a woman. Great breast god, I am your most devout believer. Ji Shaoqing, I. Gao Feng shook his head, feeling as if he was hearing things because of Ji Shaoqing. However, no matter how much he shook his head, the voice remained. Even more bizarre was, as time passed, Ji Shaoqing's voice became increasingly clear in Gao Feng's mind. Gao Feng was feeling furious and wanted to kill someone. Suddenly, a strange golden energy, accompanied by Ji Shaoqing's voice, entered his body. Gao Feng bizarrely discovered that his spatial perception had mutated in an instant. Originally, he could only sense a radius of 200 meters. However, after this strange energy entered his body, Gao Feng's spatial perception developed countless branching centers. In the center of each branch sat a beautiful woman in a posture of sincere prayer, with their hands pressed against their chests, chanting prayers to the chest goddess. Gao Feng's spatial perception could even ignore spatial barriers, directly sensing everything these beautiful women saw and heard, including their innermost thoughts. I hope the chest goddess can bless me to safely survive the extreme cold. I hope the chest goddess can bless me with good health, so that bad people won't covet my beauty. I hope the chest goddess can improve my figure, so that I can become a beloved online celebrity in the future. Countless voices of prayer echoed in Gao Feng's mind, but it was not noisy. Gao Feng felt like a deity, able to freely sense and switch between these voices through his spatial perception, including Yi Huimen's thoughts. At that moment, Yi Huimen was also praying to the chest goddess in her room. Chest goddess, please let the misunderstanding between me and Gao Feng be resolved quickly. I really miss him. But Lin always misunderstands Gao Feng, and I'm really distressed. Chest goddess, do I really have to choose between my best friend and my boyfriend? It's so hard for me. Hearing Yi Huimen's thoughts, Gao Feng was surprised. He thought that after being instigated by Xia Lin, Yi Huimen had once again misunderstood Gao Feng as a pervert installing cameras. However, it seemed that Yi Huimen was merely trying to comfort Xia Lin's emotions. Gao Feng was certain that hearing Yi Huimen's thoughts in this way was her true feelings. He immediately called Yi Huimen, feeling that the time was ripe. Although separated by a building, he could go over and visit her. To be honest, he also missed this infatuated woman. The previous misunderstandings had been completely resolved, and Gao Feng was eager to talk to her. After a heartfelt exchange, their conflict was quickly resolved. Gao Feng promised to go find Yi Huimen in Building 18. Yi Huimen's tears of excitement rolled down her cheeks. After hanging up, she sincerely prayed to the chest goddess again. Before leaving, Gao Feng glanced at the time on his phone. Suddenly, he noticed a red headline on his phone that read emergency government notification. The notification stated that since the extreme cold had arrived, the government had mobilized 1 million troops to participate in disaster relief. The brave soldiers were clearing a route for transporting relief supplies despite the hail. They originally thought everything was in place for the first round of supply delivery. However, 30 minutes after the convoy set out, they encountered the most terrifying snowstorm in history. With 1,000 millimeters of snow falling within an hour, the entire convoy was buried under the blizzard. Gao Feng's hands trembled involuntarily as he read the information. What was meant to come had arrived. He had actually forgotten about the terrifying detail of the apocalyptic snowstorm destroying the rescue team because of this so-called chest goddess cult created by Ji Shaoqing. In his previous life, he had also received this information in a daze 4 days after the apocalypse began. After receiving the news, he felt despair. Then, he had an intimate relationship with his equally desperate girlfriend Zhao Kuo. From that point on, the two began their 3-month survival life in the apocalypse. Gao Feng recalled some details from his previous life. Although he knew a bit about what was happening outside, he didn't know much. Now, even though he had spatial abilities, it seemed impossible to change the bad news for 1 million soldiers. One could only say that it was fate. Even if his kind nature occasionally flared up, it had no effect in the face of the cruel apocalypse. At this moment, Gao Feng suddenly understood why the chest goddess cult developed so quickly and why so many beautiful women were praying to this so-called chest goddess from afar. Simply put, in times of peace, when the country was strong and the soldiers were protective, ordinary people didn't need to believe in anything special. They could just live their lives. However, when the national guardian deity fell, these ordinary people had no choice but to seek a spiritual refuge to help their collapsing hearts stand back up. Realizing this, Gao Feng felt a sudden heaviness on his shoulders. Damn, what am I thinking? I'm just a bottom-tier loser. And I actually want to replace the country in protecting ordinary people. This thought is too naive. In chaotic times, the first to be killed are the naive ones. I must be out of my mind to think this way. I have special abilities now, enjoying life in the chaos, surrounded by beautiful women, living like a deity. Isn't that good? Haha, Ji Shaoqing is driving me crazy. I'm just an ordinary person. Why think so much? Well, now I'm off to meet Yi Huimen. This girl is also a clingy little fairy, and I must teach her a lesson today for acting up with me for so many days. Gao Feng shook his head, clearing his mind of distracting thoughts, put on his cotton coat, and pushed the door out. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to block the entrance with hundreds of bags of rice and flour. Anyone wanting to enter his house should forget it. Gao Feng didn't choose to take the stairs, but directly took the elevator, heading from the basement to Building 18. As for those scoundrels going door to door collecting cotton clothes and committing crimes, he wouldn't take the blame for that. If he didn't run into them, that would be their luck. If he did encounter them, killing them would be considered doing justice. It had been 4 days since the apocalypse began. He had already killed more than 30 people and didn't mind adding a few more to that count. The elevator descended rapidly. Gao Feng thought he would smoothly reach the basement. However, when the elevator reached the 3rd floor, it suddenly stopped. Ding! The elevator door opened, revealing 4 burly men wrapped in blankets, holding kitchen knives, their eyes coldly staring at the elevator. The lead man, with a scar on his forehead, twirled his knife and smirked at Gao Feng, saying, "Brother, you look unfamiliar. You're not a member of our cotton clothing club, are you? Your coat looks warm enough." Chapter 69. Mistaken for a young fresh meat, Gao Feng flipped up the thick collar of his cotton coat in front of the 4 men and smiled. "It really is thick and warm. It's minus 70 degrees today, right? If I step out in this, I feel like I'm about to sweat. I'm even thinking of changing into something thinner." Upon hearing Gao Feng's pretentious words, the 4 men nearly had their eyes pop out in anger. The scarred man twirled his knife again and said darkly, "Brother, with such good cold-resistant clothing, not sharing it with the brothers is quite unkind, don't you think? I advise you to be sensible and get us a thick cotton coat too. Otherwise, hee." The scarred man let out a chilling laugh, full of threats. Gao Feng chuckled in response, completely ignoring the knife in the scarred man's hand. He casually refused. "That's not possible. I got 2 for myself. These are my spare ones. In this cold weather, if I give them to you, what will I wear?" The 4 men were filled with jealousy upon hearing that Gao Feng had 2 thick cotton coats that could withstand minus 70 degrees. "Big brother, let's rob this bastard. The soldiers have died in the snowstorm. Who will care about us now? This is a lawless world." The scarred man was also a bit swayed by his 3 underlings' encouragement, but he still has some brains. At this moment, if he could get his hands on 2 sets of proper and useful cotton jackets, he probably wouldn't be a simple character. This kid in front of me, looking refined, obviously can't fight, definitely didn't get them through brute force. The only explanation is that this kid has someone backing him up. The scarred man immediately darkened his face and asked Gao Feng, "Which boss from the Cotton Jacket Society are you mixed up with?" Gao Feng was taken aback. He could probably understand the Cotton Jacket Society. It's probably a doomsday group formed to snatch cotton jackets. But he really didn't understand the composition of the members inside, especially the situation of the leader. He had never heard of it. You see, all those who had tried to snatch cotton jackets from Gao Feng before had been instantly killed by him. He hadn't even interrogated them. After all, Gao Feng planned to survive in this doomsday world. He wasn't looking to establish a large organization or expand territory to be a local emperor in the apocalypse. Therefore, even though he had many ways and opportunities to obtain information about the Cotton Jacket Society, he had perfectly missed them all. Seeing Gao Feng in a daze, the scarred man immediately made a judgment. He burst into laughter. "Haha, so you're just a rookie. This is easy. Since this cotton jacket was bought by you before the apocalypse, I hereby declare that the cotton jacket on you now belongs to me." The 3 little brothers behind him also showed cheerful smiles. With the scarred man getting a proper cotton jacket, the blankets and down jackets he had would be distributed to the 3 of them. Although it was still cold wearing this way, and it was inconvenient, having something was better than nothing. In this cursed year, they had nothing to be picky about. Much better than freezing to death. Gao Feng rolled his eyes in disbelief. He felt that these 4 guys in front of him were just 4 fools. He immediately wanted to tease them. After all, he had been cooped up at home for 4 days after the apocalypse, and the fatigue from hoarding supplies before the apocalypse had long dissipated. Now it was time to find something to lighten the mood. He feigned ignorance and said, "Don't mess around. Robbery is against the law. I bought this cotton jacket at Yida Plaza for over 10,000. I still have the receipt at home." The 4 of them laughed so hard they nearly fell over. The scarred man laughed until tears came out. He couldn't help but twirl the kitchen knife in his hand and teased, "You're killing me. In this cold weather. You're making me laugh so hard I'm sweating. With such a stupid person, I'm almost having a hard time deciding whether to go easy on you. I say, buddy, since you're so entertaining, quickly take off the cotton jacket and give it to us. From now on, I'll take you as my little brother, and you can tell jokes to entertain us." The other 3 little brothers nodded vigorously. Gao Feng was annoyed. He thought to himself, "I treat you as fools, and you treat me as a clown." This was no longer a joke. Gao Feng's expression turned cold. He looked at them and said, "I advise you to kill yourselves. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The 4 were amused by Gao Feng's words. The scarred man raised the kitchen knife and flicked the blade with his finger, producing a loud bang. The blade then emitted a buzzing sound. He looked at Gao Feng with a provocative gaze and said, "Kid, do you know what this is? A knife. In peaceful times, this is called a kitchen knife. But in this apocalypse, this is a killing blade. Kid, you better be sensible, or I won't hesitate to chop off that tender head of yours." His 3 little brothers echoed with loud laughter. "Huh? Exactly, the boss is right. You little fresh meat. Don't think you're so impressive just because you look young. Normally, you might be charming to pretty girls and cozy up to rich women, but now in the apocalypse, your delicate little body is useless. Gao Feng was amused. Damn, they just spoke my mind. The key is, although I look handsome, I'm really not that tender. It's just that my skin function has improved due to the ability enhancement. If you misunderstand me like this, I really don't know how to respond. Forget it. Just kill them all. Gao Feng immediately set up a portal at the elevator door. Then he beckoned the scarred man with disdain. Come here. The scarred man was indeed enraged. He shouted, damn you. You dare to provoke me. I'll kill you. He yelled and swung the kitchen knife into the elevator, acting like a furious beast. Watching this scene, Gao Feng instinctively shrugged and raised his hands. The next moment, the scarred man's figure disappeared into thin air at the elevator entrance. Inside the elevator, his angry roar echoed. His three little brothers were completely stunned. Gao Feng instinctively wanted to turn the scarred man's three little brothers into essence trees as well. But after thinking about it, he decided not to act directly. Instead, he asked the three terrified men who were slumped on the ground, tell me about the Cotton Jacket Society? How come you guys bounce back up as soon as I close my eyes for a bit? Back when I was swinging a watermelon knife from street to street. You guys were still in diapers. Gao Feng was just bragging. After all, he hadn't been in that life. He had only seen it in gangster movies. But the scarred man's three little brothers were so scared that their legs trembled and their pants were soaked. Big brother. The leader of the Cotton Jacket Society is mainly organized by several bosses of pharmacies, supermarkets, fresh food stores, and delivery stations. They already had a group. And once they called for help, a bunch of people wanting to rob cotton jackets gathered around. In the past couple of days, they've been robbing a lot. So they became the leaders. Gao Feng was speechless upon hearing this. So it turned out that the Cotton Jacket Society was created by this bunch of losers. However, in his previous life, there was no such Cotton Jacket Society in the apartment complex where he lived. Instead, many employees formed doomsday groups and acted arrogantly in the community. Chapter 70. Zhao Kuer's determination, give me your phones and passwords. Gao Feng ordered the three thugs. Although his tone was calm, the murderous aura from having killed 30 people in the apocalypse naturally manifested. The three were immediately frightened, their scalps tingling. After the apocalypse, they had just followed the scarred man, who they already knew, to be a flag-waving little brother and pick up some benefits. In fact, during peaceful times, they were either wage slaves or softies who bragged all day in business. Under Gao Feng's sharp gaze, they immediately handed over their phones and passwords. Gao Feng took them, tried to unlock them with the passwords, opened the commonly used apps, and confirmed there were no problems. He then beckoned the three again, come here, and bow 3 times in front of me. The three immediately felt as if they had received a pardon. They thought Gao Feng was going to let them go and rushed into the elevator. As a result, as soon as their heads got close, they instantly found themselves in the outdoor garden-esque snowdrift. The snow, over a meter deep above the hail layer, completely concealed their figures. The toxins quickly invaded their bodies. Following the scarred man, their eyes turned completely red, and Gao Feng pierced through their foreheads with the space spear and extracted their essence. After killing them, Gao Feng remained very calm, as if he had merely swatted for mosquitoes on the road. There was no emotional fluctuation at all. Once it was done, he continued down to the underground parking garage on level B1. Only when he reached the B1 garage could he avoid the hail and snow and safely reach Building 18. As for whether he, as an ability user, could resist the toxins, Gao Feng didn't want to try. He was just an ordinary person. It was good enough to survive in this apocalypse. There was no need to clarify everything. Gao Feng walked casually, completely relaxed as if he were taking a walk after a meal. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely think he was an idiot. In this apocalyptic world, crises abound. The frigid cold of -70 degrees has driven everyone mad. To avoid freezing to death, many people are doing everything they can to snatch up warm supplies. Gao Feng is wearing a special cotton coat that looks thick and warm. At this time, any normal person who sees him in this bear-like coat must feel envious and want to take it from him. Just as Gao Feng strides toward Building 18. In the dark underground parking lot, a shadowy figure in the back seat of a black Volkswagen silently watches his departing figure. Gao Feng. He really lives in this building. The person in the car thinks to himself. He then takes out his phone, intending to call Gao Feng. Just as he finds Gao Feng's number, labeled as idiot, he suddenly gives up. That bastard kicked me out before the apocalypse. He's just a typical scumbag. If I call him now, would he even want me back? Damn it. I still can't figure out why that bastard dumped me. Mad. He took my body before leaving and also took my money, leaving me with nothing. The shadow thinks back to what Gao Feng did to her before the apocalypse and becomes a bit frantic. This shadow is none other than Gao Feng's ex-girlfriend, Zhao Kuer. After arriving at the owner of room 101 in Building 17, She quickly encounters the cotton coat society that robs people of their warm clothing. However, she had previously learned of the cotton coat society's intentions from the owner's WeChat. The first thing she did was to put on a down jacket, wrap herself in a quilt, and take the owner's car keys to the underground parking lot. Initially, she just wanted to avoid the robbery. Unexpectedly, the underground parking lot was actually a bit warmer than room 101. She decided to hide in the car. The members of the Cotton Coat Society assumed that everyone was hiding at home in this severe cold. Thus, they didn't think to search the underground parking lot for a while. Zhao Kuo felt quite comfortable hiding here. After all, everyone else was freezing. She unexpectedly found a warm living environment in such an unexpected place and felt like she was living in paradise. However, when she saw Gao Feng in his special cotton coat leisurely walking by, she instantly felt that her current life of hiding in the back seat was no longer appealing. After thinking it over, Zhao Kuo realized that there was no way to reconcile with Gao Feng. Yet, she very much wanted to live a carefree life like Gao Feng's, wearing a special cotton coat and strolling around. In the end, she gritted her teeth and tried to send a message to Gao Feng on WeChat. She thought that Gao Feng would still have her blocked, and the message might not go through. Plus, she couldn't call him right now. To her surprise, the message went through. Ding dong. Just as Gao Feng arrived at the 26th floor of Building 18, his phone suddenly received a WeChat message. He glanced at it and was surprised to see it was from his ex-girlfriend Zhao Kuo. What the hell? She is not dead. This cotton coat society is useless. Let us see what she wants. Gao Feng opened the message and laughed. It turns out this woman had just seen him pass by in the underground parking lot, and she was trying to make amends, hoping to be his girlfriend again. Gao Feng casually replied, "What are you dreaming about? Before the apocalypse, I dumped you. Zhao Kuo, are you out of your mind?" On the other end, Zhao Kuo felt her phone vibrate and was instantly very excited. But when she saw Gao Feng's malicious words, she was so angry she almost exploded. She nearly cursed it out loud. But then she remembered that she was hiding in the underground parking lot and didn't dare let anyone know she was there. So she barely managed to hold back her anger. After calming down, Zhao Kuo thought long and hard. Now, in this unfamiliar community, apart from trying to rekindle things with her ex-boyfriend Gao Feng, she really had no other way out. Her logic was simple. Gao Feng liked her. Or at least he used to. No matter the reason for their breakup, Gao Feng definitely had feelings for her. Even if he discovered she was a scumbag, he still couldn't help but want her before breaking up, and he even made her unable to get out of bed. This all indicated that Gao Feng actually cared about her. After all, there are no fields that are ruined, only oxen that are worn out. Zhao Kuo felt that her field was almost exhausted. She didn't believe that Gao Feng wouldn't be tired. Gao Feng had worked so hard to be with her. It was impossible that he didn't have feelings for her. With this crazy reverse thinking, Zhao Kuo decided to continue pursuing Gao Feng. She even thought that she had only treated Gao Feng like a desperate admirer before and had never been serious. Now that she needed Gao Feng, she couldn't treat him with the same dismissive attitude toward a loser as before. She had to face him properly. With that thought, Zhao Kuo suddenly had a great idea. She remembered that Gao Feng had been her devoted admirer for years and must have dreamed of being treated like one in return. After all, losers always look forward to showing off and a plot twist. Zhao Kuo decided to satisfy Gao Feng's psychological needs. She immediately began editing a message. She started with, "Daddy, Kuo can't live without you. In the days since we broke up, I've felt angry, painful, and like time has dragged on for years. But after so many days of struggle, I've realized that I still love you deeply in my heart. I feel that not being able to marry you, not being able to be with you, not being able to have children with you, and not being able to grow old together will be my lifelong regret. Daddy, Gao Feng Daddy, I miss you, miss your kiss, miss the scent of your body." Chapter 71, Treated Like a Fat Sheep. While Zhao Kuo was editing the message, Gao Feng had already arrived at the door of room 2602 in Building 18. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter anyone trying to rob him along the way. Gao Feng felt a bit regretful. After all, using spatial sensing to search for bodies in the snow to obtain essence was quite exhausting. This method of killing and taking was more efficient. Gao Feng didn't knock on the door. He called Yi Huimin and waited outside. 10 minutes later, the door opened. Yi Huimin opened the door as if she were a thief. As soon as she saw Gao Feng, she whispered, "Lin Lin is asleep." The next moment, her body trembled as she was hit by the cold air from outside, making her shiver all over. Her body instinctively wanted to retreat back inside. Gao Feng suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her out of the room like pulling a radish. Yi Huimin was shaking violently. She was very excited, but more so from the cold. Outside, it was already an ultra-low temperature of -70 degrees. Even in the hallway, it was at least -60 degrees. Although she was wearing several layers of down jackets and the fur Gao Feng had given her, it was still very cold. But Yi Huimin did not retreat. Instead, she quietly looked at Gao Feng, allowing him to pull her out of the room. At that moment, She felt like she had truly lost her mind. This guy, who had fallen in love with her at first sight before the apocalypse, had stolen all her cash and drove away with her sports car. Now, she was crazily going on a date with him again. Moreover, in such extreme cold, she was being dragged outside by him. In this situation, if things went wrong, she could die outside. The cold air made Yi Huimin's mood very complicated. At that moment, she wanted to be so recklessly brave. This was her inner true voice. Yet, she was also fearful, afraid of giving her heart to someone unworthy, ultimately leading to a foolish and tragic end. Put this on. Gao Feng's voice suddenly rang in Yi Huimin's ear. A wave of warmth suddenly enveloped her delicate body, driving away all the cold from outside. Yi Huimin's body Xinjian, Zhong Binglong de Kong Zhong, Shinsu Gui Gui Dao, Wen Nun de Shijiet. She felt her thoughts suddenly become positive. The smile at the corner of her mouth bloomed uncontrollably. You guy, you almost froze me to death. Where did you get such warm clothes? People outside are fighting over a cotton-padded jacket, she said. It's been quite chaotic in our building lately. Yi Huimin naturally leaned into Gao Feng's embrace, her mouth never stopping as she chatted away. It seemed that the volume of her words could carry her longing. Gao Feng smiled as he looked at Yi Huimin, taking her upstairs. He sensed that room 2901 upstairs was empty, with no one living there. Gao Feng spent 20 minutes reinstalling the heater. The municipal gas was still operational, and there was no shortage of fuel. Therefore, within half an hour, the room became as warm as spring. The two of them quickly took off their thick cotton clothes, now wearing only thin garments. The longing from their long separation could not be comforted by words. Nothing could compare to a passionate kiss that made one feel intoxicated. While the two were lost in each other in the room, the leaders of the cotton-padded jacket gang in Building 18 had already noticed the unusual activity in room 2901. The temperature, the lights, and the vibrations from the floor were all particularly eye-catching in the silent cold night, like fireflies in the dark. There were 6 leaders in the cotton-padded jacket gang in Building 18, led by Duke, the head of a foreign trade company. Duke was the first to notice Gao Feng's movements. His home was in 2801. He was with his mistress, rocking the bed, when he suddenly felt rhythmic vibrations coming from upstairs. Duke immediately became alert. After all, since he joined the cotton-padded jacket gang, he had taken his company employees to sweep through the floors above and below his own, as well as the opposite side. He didn't let his employees stay upstairs because he found it noisy, so that area was empty. Now, with no one in the house, there was suddenly commotion, and it was quite lively. This was too unusual. Duke could enjoy rocking the bed with his mistress because he was wealthy. His home was already equipped with self-heating devices. Although the heating effect was not as good as the special equipment Gao Feng had, it could barely maintain a normal winter temperature. He wore a down jacket, wrapped himself in a quilt, and pressed down on his mistress's delicate body. The wonderful feeling could still be enjoyed, but the burden was too heavy. Although Duke was strong, wanting to indulge like usual and have a good time was still quite difficult. In the extreme cold of -70 degrees, compared to others who were freezing to death, he could still enjoy himself, which was already a sign of superiority. Duke thought he was the king of the apocalypse. Through comparison, he felt he was superior to others. But hearing the noise from upstairs, he suddenly lost that sense of superiority. However, Duke was a businessman with a sharp mind. He did not become angry out of jealousy. Instead, he felt excited because of the shameless revelry upstairs. He immediately called the other leaders of the cotton-padded jacket gang for a meeting. Let me tell you, a bold person has moved into room 2901. In this cold weather, he is still playing with women as if it were before the apocalypse. The noise was so loud that the plaster on my wall almost fell off. This is not the key point. The main thing is, how warm must his home be for him to be so relaxed? Otherwise, who can enjoy playing with women while wearing a down jacket and wrapped in a quilt? After Duke said this, the other leaders immediately brightened up. Although they were not company heads, they had previously been in business and were quite clever. After the apocalypse, they had become small leaders in the owner group because of their connections. If what you say is true, then this is indeed a fat sheep. Who says otherwise? We don't lack women right now. Our cotton-padded jacket gang has just formed, and in our first round of actions, we have already snatched the beauties we were eyeing. But in this damn weather, it's freezing cold. Only Duke's home has a separate heater, barely keeping it livable for women. In our homes, it's freezing enough to turn water into ice. Even if we wear clothes, we're still shivering. The beautiful women we've captured can only be kissed and touched. In this weather, to really enjoy them, the risk is too great. We're still hoping that one day Duke will be generous and let us use his house. Now that there's such a fat sheep, in the future when we want to play with women, we can take our women upstairs to play. I agree. We could even turn 2901 into a club. Other leaders in the cotton-padded jacket gang will have to exchange food if they want to play with their women. This life can't last long, but it will still be a considerable income. Duke, shall we do it now? I can't wait. Yes, Duke, let us move now. Tonight we can enjoy the beauties we've snatched back. If we wait any longer, they'll be spoiled in our arms. Chapter 72. The invisible big shot. Upon hearing his brother's eagerness, Duke immediately stated, "Brothers, let me say something." Everyone immediately listened attentively. Duke quickly gestured for silence. The crowd held their breath. Duke then said, "What we are going to do is certain, but before we act, we need to clarify things. This time we go up. It's not just a simple smash and grab. The equipment upstairs is extremely valuable. My idea is that no matter what, we must remain calm when we go up. Otherwise, our idea of building a club may be very difficult to achieve." The small leaders all nodded in agreement. Duke then continued, "All right, you all go back and call your subordinates. This time, we must bring everyone. We need to attack with all our strength, and we cannot be careless." Hearing this, the small leaders' expressions sharpened. They were not ignorant. The cotton-padded jacket gang had been robbing for 2 days now. They had encountered situations where they thought they were dealing with easy targets, but ended up being caught off guard. A few of their brothers had died due to such carelessness. In this extreme cold weather, encounters between forces could determine both superiority and life or death. Resources were limited. If you took them, I would die. Don't talk about win-win. That is nonsense right now. Because in this situation, even basic survival hasn't been resolved. And win-win is just a joke. The small leaders immediately assured Duke, "Don't worry, Duke. We know this is a life or death situation. In this damned weather, if we don't scrape together enough to survive, we'll eventually die. Either we enjoy warm homes and women every day, or we might as well just die." The group immediately dispersed to call their subordinates. Duke also sent a message to his group, gathering them at his home, ready to move at any time. However, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to be a patient hunter. Even though he hadn't seen the specific situation upstairs, Duke still felt that the people upstairs were definitely not simple. After a meeting to review the situation with a few of his core employees, he immediately sensed that the people upstairs were definitely not simple. It should be noted that they had already swept through room 2901. The room only had furniture in it, with no cotton-padded jackets or food. But now, suddenly, there were people upstairs living a life they could hardly imagine. What did this indicate? When desire clouded his judgment, Duke thought this was a huge opportunity. However, after serious reflection, he felt that upstairs was just a big pit. From a different perspective, with his abilities, he couldn't suddenly turn a cold room into a warm one. The other party not only needs a heater, but also enough manpower. Duke calculated for a moment and suddenly said to his subordinates, "When the fight breaks out later, assess the situation and try to fall back. Don't rush forward. The 20 employees in our company are our capital for survival in this apocalypse. Losing one means one less. I don't want us to pay a bloody price because of impulse." Everyone immediately nodded in agreement. They were all part of the same company and often collaborated on business, so they had some organizational ability. Soon, several other small leaders came over with their people. Each leader had about 10 or so individuals. Duke had 20 under his command, making it the largest force in Building 18. Altogether, there were about 80 people. With so many gathered together, it was still quite crowded and chaotic. Duke felt a bit uneasy seeing this scene. Although he was just a small boss, he had seen big occasions. Now, these people were just a ragtag army, but he had just sensed that they were going to attack. He had also planned to let his employees slack off. In this situation, if a real fight broke out, the other small leaders would surely scatter. At that time, his 20 subordinates would have to stay behind and become cannon fodder. But now, the arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. There was no way to avoid the fight. Duke felt an overwhelming headache. Fighting could very well mean death, even if it ended in mutual destruction. If his 20 people took the lead and suffered heavy casualties, what good would come of it for him? They would likely be picked apart by others in the end. Duke began to hesitate. He quickly made an excuse about needing to use the restroom and went home. He also took his little mistress with him. The other small leaders immediately gave lewd smiles, making inappropriate jokes. In the end, they couldn't help but talk about the beautiful woman he had just won back, saying that after they beat back to room 2901, they could have a warm room to play with women, and they wouldn't have to wear clothes. Everyone listened with great excitement, eager to try. When it came to coaxing, these ragtag leaders had their own tricks. They were all from the lower class and knew that after being well-fed and warm, the next thing was women. The inability to play with women was the biggest pain point now. If they could solve this pain point, the brothers would naturally be full of energy. But inside room 2801, Duke pulled his little mistress in but wore a worried expression. His mistress, Gu Xiaoi, originally wanted to get cozy with Duke before they set off, having already taken off half her clothes. However, she noticed that Duke had no interest at all. She was originally the secretary of the general manager, good at reading people's expressions, and had automatically become Duke's woman since the apocalypse began. Seeing Duke looking so worried before the big battle, She immediately sensed something was wrong. Mr. Duke, is there a problem? I have a bad feeling. The upper floors are too ostentatious. I initially thought we could work together to handle this, but now, Mr. Duke, are you worried that we are a ragtag army? Exactly. In business, it's not fear of being weak, but fear of not knowing what's going on and offending a big boss. The upper floors must be something else. So what do you mean? Didn't you join that chess goddess cult? If the people up there are hidden big forces from our building 18, there should be some clues. I understand. No matter how big the force is, their boss-s woman must be beautiful. And the chess goddess cult has almost all the beauties from Haicheng. Indeed, beauties are always a scarce resource. But it's not just about beauty. Especially after the chess goddess cult was established, the value of beauties has increased even more. Wasn't I trying to get you to join the chess goddess cult to gather information? Do you know who the beauties in Building 18 that don't belong to our Cotton Clothing Association boss are? Find a way to contact her. Mr. Duke, you mean? Treat a dead horse as a live horse and find the top one. I believe if there really is a hidden big boss, this woman must have a connection to him. Yes, Mr. Duke, I will contact her right now. Gu Xiaoyi immediately went to a clean and tidy guest room, sat cross-legged on the bed sheet, placed one hand on her chest, and began to pray. She maintained this state before picking up her phone to send a message. This was a requirement from the chess goddess cult, saying it could confirm that no other men were peeping. Gu Xiaoyi didn't know if the cult leader Ji Xiaoqing was just scaring people or if she really had this ability. She was just a small fry in this cult. Even in Building 18, her looks and abilities didn't rank high. Therefore, she could only quietly obey the rules and take the opportunity to help Duke gather some information. Chapter 73, Big Boss? Gao Feng, don't joke around. In room 2901, Yi Huimin had just finished showering and was snuggling in Gao Feng's arms in a nightgown. Suddenly, her phone rang. She immediately said to Gao Feng, "Wait a moment. It's a sister from the chess goddess cult contacting me. I'll go to the next room to chat for a bit." Gao Feng, don't think too much. Our cult is full of beauties, and it's inconvenient with a man present. I'll be right back. After thinking for a moment, Yi Huimin put on her cotton coat to cover her thin, sexy nightgown. She then sat cross-legged on the guest room bedsheet, placed one hand on her chest to pray, and connected to the voice call. The voice call was a three-person group chat set up by the cult leader Ji Xiaoqing. Ji Xiaoqing, as a witness, opened the conversation, explained the rules, and allowed the two strangers to chat privately. "Miss Yi, you are the boss of our Building 18, and I'd like to ask you for a favor." Gu Xiaoyi's panicked voice quickly came through the phone. After hearing the other party's words, Yi Huimin frowned. "Are you saying that I have an invisible big boss behind me who wants to collaborate with your Duke?" Yi Huimin asked back without revealing her emotions. She was not an ordinary woman with big breasts and no brains. As the owner of the Western restaurant in the five-star Hotel Haicheng, she was always meticulous in her thinking and usually very calm in her actions. Gao Feng might be her nemesis, a very special case. No matter how smart a woman is, she will be confused at least once in her life. But Yi Huimin would not be confused about others. Therefore, she cautiously tried to probe Gu Xiaoyi. After back and forth, Gu Xiaoyi felt overwhelmed. She was already required by Duke to find out about the big boss behind Yi Huimin. After much hesitation, she completely revealed everything, stating plainly that Duke was joining forces with other big bosses from the Cotton Clothing Association to attack room 2901 above. This was a blatant betrayal of the Cotton Clothing Association. After listening, Yi Huimin broke into a cold sweat, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Wait a moment. I'll discuss with my man whether he is willing to accept you. It will depend on his decision." Beep beep beep. After saying this, Yi Huimin hung up the voice call. The cult leader Ji Xiaoqing felt a sense of accomplishment, while Gu Xiaoyi, who was gathering information, felt her heart racing. She was completely stunned by Yi Huimin's calm demeanor. She had already convinced herself that Yi Huimin was the woman of the big boss. Holding on to this thought, she immediately left the guest room to find Duke. "Mr. Duke, we have a problem. There's a beautiful female boss in this building, and her man is also in this building. When I mentioned that our Cotton Clothing Association wants to join forces to attack room 2901, she didn't show any surprise at all. Her aura feels even stronger than yours." "What? A female boss, and her man is also in this building?" Duke was shocked by Gu Xiaoyi's news, and his heart raced. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, trembling as he pulled out one. But the lighter wouldn't ignite. Finally, he slapped the cigarette back on the table without smoking it. Panicked, she said, "You hurry up and wait. Ask that woman boss's man if he's willing to give me a call, quickly, no matter what. I beg you to get me a chance, otherwise I'm going to die. We're all going to die, do you understand?" Gu Xiaoyi saw Duke's face turning pale. It was the first time she had seen the powerful Duke so flustered. In her perception, Duke was knowledgeable, well-connected, and capable. Even in bed, he was stronger than all her previous boyfriends combined. But she never expected that such an excellent duke would be scared to this extent. She felt it was somewhat unreal and stood there in a daze. Unable to help herself, she asked, "Duke, it can't be that serious, right? Can't we just rely on each other now?" Upon hearing this, Duke's eyes widened in rage as he stared hard at Xiaoyi, his expression breaking down. "What do you know? What are you talking about relying on each other? Do we know each other? Do we have any ties? What time is it now? It's the end of the world. The government can't take care of us anymore. Do you think those big shots will casually give us these shrimp opportunities? We can't even secure our basic needs. Do you think we have the qualifications to follow them? Who the hell takes in little brothers without paying?" Duke shouted the last part, unable to contain himself. But he quickly suppressed his voice and urged Xiaoyi to continue talking to Yi Huimin. Xiaoyi was clearly very frightened. She felt like it was before the apocalypse when the company was facing a business giant. Only then would Duke be so irritable. She quickly jogged back to the guest room. Duke was pacing back and forth in the living room, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. A group of small bosses outside kept knocking on the door, urging him. Duke even pretended to have Xiaoyi scream. Although it was awkward, it still made the rough guys outside misunderstand that Duke was madly messing with women before setting off. However, this group of people could never have imagined that Duke's woman was currently in the guest room, anxiously waiting to talk to Yi Huimin. Meanwhile, in room 2901 upstairs, Yi Huimin was pacing around the living room like an ant on a hot pan. She did not directly mention Duke's matter. She did not think Gao Feng was a remarkable figure. To her, Gao Feng was at most a guy with odd behavior. She had heard of powerful figures in the business world in Haicheng, and Gao Feng was not a top character. At best, he was just a small fish that had recently jumped up, definitely not a long-standing big shot. Looking at Yi Huimin walking back and forth, Gao Feng felt dizzy. Suddenly, he patted the sofa beside him and said, "Sit down. If there's something, tell me. I'll help you solve it." Yi Huimin immediately rolled her eyes at Gao Feng and casually replied, "Stop messing around. In the business world, a guy like you who only likes romance has no mood to manage these matters." Gao Feng laughed. He didn't expect that his crazy hoarding behavior before the apocalypse would be seen by Yi Huimin as someone who only liked romance. However, seeing Yi Huimin's worried frown, he suddenly felt a bit displeased. He stepped forward and hugged Yi Huimin, domineeringly saying, "Don't be unhappy. I'm your big shot behind you." Yi Huimin rolled her eyes at Gao Feng again and said, "Big shot? Gao Feng, don't joke. The situation is very dangerous now. You don't know? The owner of this building, Duke, has nearly 100 people preparing to attack our room, 2901. I don't know what they are thinking if they attack directly. With just the two of us, even if we face those people, we're probably done for." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng couldn't help but laugh. "You're right. These people are indeed crazy. Thinking too much can easily cause problems. Min, just go with your feelings. Don't be afraid. I believe in you. You're the boss of the Western restaurant. You're not necessarily worse than that Duke." Yi Huimin seemed encouraged by Gao Feng. Suddenly, she showed a determined expression and said, "If there's really no way, I can only ask the leader of the chest god sect, Ji Shaoqing, to see if she can help us. We can't just sit and wait for death." Chapter 74. 2 roads for you to choose Ji Shaoqing, the leader of the chest god sect? Gao Feng laughed when he heard this name. He didn't expect Yi Huimin to really look forward to a fictional preacher. Moreover, Gao Feng was the deity in the mouth of this female scammer. He suddenly felt a bit curious. He didn't rush to tell Yi Huimin his true strength. Yes, Ji Shaoqing, leader of the chest god sect, she really has divine powers. Ever since I followed her to believe in the chest god, I have felt much more at ease. Moreover, in our building 18, there are more than 20 beautiful sisters united together. It's not that we don't have the strength to resolve the current dilemma. This Xiaoyi is just the woman next to Duke, right? I believe that most of these beautiful sisters of the chest god sect in the entire building 18 are probably the women of these cotton-clad leaders. If we can persuade these women to join forces with me, we might be able to handle these people." Hearing Yi Huimin's well-reasoned analysis, Gao Feng smiled. He didn't expect Yi Huimin to find a seemingly hopeful path without going through him. Gao Feng could naturally see the risks involved in this operation. "All right, you can give it a try, but your time is limited." Gao Feng kissed Yi Huimin as a form of encouragement. He didn't want to discourage her or remind her of the potential risks. Anyway, even if things fell apart, Gao Feng had the strength to back her up. Instead, watching his woman use her wisdom to turn the situation around, solve the problem, and display her extraordinary demeanor made him feel even more moved. "Then I'm going." Yi Huimin fixed her gaze on Gao Feng, wanting to see if he would doubt her. No matter how strong a woman is, in such a crisis-ridden time, she would still want the support of those around her, especially her beloved man. "Go ahead. I'll be here waiting for you. If you can't handle it, then we'll die together," Gao Feng said carelessly. Yi Huimin thought Gao Feng meant they would die together in the end, which deeply moved her. Before leaving, She passionately kissed Gao Feng's lips. After a long time, she then strode towards the guest room, reconnecting with Gu Xiaoyi. Miss Yi, what did you say on your side? Xiaoyi, I just repeatedly requested my man, and it's not impossible to give your duke an opportunity. Ah, so Miss Yi has agreed. With conditions. Then you say? As long as you agree. No. Can Duke talk directly with my husband? Sure, but I need to tell you the conditions first. Lest your Duke doesn't understand the situation. My man doesn't like others negotiating terms with him. Okay, no problem, Miss Yi. Gu Xiaoyi excitedly ended the call with Yi Huimin and then went to find Duke. When Yi Huimin went to find Gao Feng. Gao Feng had just finished censing all the women who believed in the chest god in Building 18. As the original deity of the chest god, he understood the believers even better than the leader Ji Shaoqing. He only lacked a purpose. Gao Feng had been hiding in his house. He actually had no need to utilize these personal relationships. But now, it seemed he had a bit of need. Gao Feng felt that he could cooperate with Yi Huimin for some fun. In the apocalypse, there was nothing to do for leisure. Occasionally playing around was fine. Yi Huimin had no idea how strong Gao Feng was. She walked out of the guest room with a worried face and cautiously told Gao Feng, you need to help me act in a play. I need you to answer a call, pretending to be the big shot behind me. I just told Gu Xiaoyi that you would give Duke behind her a chance to be a subordinate. If you cooperate well, we completely have a chance to safely get through this. Yi Huimin thought Gao Feng would be nervous or have some other excited expression. In the end, she saw nothing at all. Great. Gao Feng casually agreed. This made Yi Huimin feel uncertain. Wait, say it in front of me. I am Duke. Let us simulate it. Yi Huimin had a serious face. Gao Feng couldn't help but laugh. But seeing Yi Huimin so nervous, he also cooperated and became serious. Gao Feng spoke casually, but with an inherent dominance. Okay, let us go now. Mr. Duke, how many subordinates do you have? Are you capable of dealing with those who want to attack 2901 by yourself? I'm giving you a chance now. Either you deal with the others by yourself, or you bring people in to attack. The choice is yours, but I will decide the outcome. Yi Huimin originally wanted to respond to Gao Feng. As soon as she got into the role of Duke, she was almost left breathless by Gao Feng's incredibly domineering words. Okay, just like that. Very good. Gao Feng. Do you know? You are a born film emperor. Your tone is too domineering. It's simply amazing. Yi Huimin couldn't help but give Gao Feng a thumbs up. Gao Feng nodded. Then he reached out for Yi Huimin's phone. Yi Huimin was still a bit uneasy and warned him several times. She found that Gao Feng made no mistakes at all. Every move exceeded her expectations. In the end, she nervously handed her phone to Gao Feng. Gao Feng saw that the phone had already set up the voice call interface, just waiting for final confirmation. Without hesitation, he pressed the button. After a few seconds of waiting, the call was immediately connected. It was clear that this call was connected directly through a signal switch in a very short time. It can be seen how excited and eager the person on the other end was for this call. When the call connected, Gao Feng did not speak immediately. He just waited quietly. Sure enough, in less than 3 seconds, the person on the other end couldn't hold back anymore and spoke in a panicked tone. Sir. I am Duke, the general manager of Haicheng Nangguan District Fengfan Clothing Trade Company, Limited. I'm very glad to learn from you. Sir. I hope you can give me this opportunity. Sir, I really didn't intend to lead the people from the Cotton Clothing Club to attack you. 1 minute. A full minute. Duke was so flustered that his heart felt like it was going to burst. The person on the other end, Gao Feng, didn't say a word. Duke felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He thought he was done for this time. Only then did Gao Feng speak. You have 2 principles. Either break through 2901, or deal with the trouble you caused yourself. Don't say anything. If you all mix with me, I don't take in useless people. Beep beep beep. After Gao Feng finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Yi Huimin didn't even react. When she finally came to her senses, her face turned pale. She hurriedly questioned Gao Feng. Gao Feng, how could you do this? During the rehearsal, didn't you say it was very good? Why did you hang up directly now? This is too ruthless. If we anger the other party, we could be in danger. Gao Feng laughed. Trust me, in this situation, it's all about the thrill. If you're afraid, he is even more afraid. If I'm not ruthless, will he be scared? I'm the boss. I will give him face, but in my eyes, he is just a loser. Why shouldn't I be ruthless? Yi Huimin rolled her eyes in frustration, but she also felt that Gao Feng made sense. Yet she was still very worried. She was truly concerned that if they pushed Duke too hard, he would act out of desperation. After all, everyone values their face. Chapter 75. Let me have some fun. Room 2801. Duke held the phone with a stiff expression, only hearing the busy signal in his ear. Mr. Duke? How is it? What did the other party say? Gu Xiaoyi asked anxiously. Thud. Duke, like a frightened beast, suddenly dropped the phone on the ground. His eyes were panicked and restless. His heart raced like a drum. He felt so nervous that he was about to faint. In that moment, it was as if someone had grabbed his throat, making it hard for him to breathe. He couldn't say a word. After a while, he slid off the sofa to the floor, jolted awake by the pain. Only then did he fully awaken from the terrifying pressure that made it hard to breathe. Quick, quick, we need to act immediately. The moment Duke came to his senses, he shouted. Gu Xiaoyi was completely confused by his shout. She hurriedly grabbed Duke's arm and shouted, Mr. Duke, what do we do? Duke finally regained a bit of clarity. His eyes darted quickly, gradually returning to his usual calm. He looked at Gu Xiaoyi, and in a low, eerie voice said, Xiaoyi, this is my opportunity. I must seize it. As long as I grab it and step into that circle, we can truly survive in this apocalypse. Later, I want to take you out with me. I want you to help me carve out a world. Are you in? Duke stared intently at Gu Xiaoyi. Gu Xiaoyi trembled all over with fear. She panicked. Mr. Duke, I'm a girl. Duke's eyes suddenly shot out a cold and fierce light. He grabbed Gu Xiaoyi's slender neck. In a chilling and terrifying tone, he said, Xiaoyi, you must understand, this is our only opportunity. That big boss said. We either attack 2901 or kill the others. He doesn't want a bunch of useless people following him. This is our pledge. We must do it. Gu Xiaoyi's face instantly turned pale. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She originally thought that as long as Duke led the company's employees to surrender and followed that big boss, everything would be fine. She never expected things to turn out this way. But, Mr. Duke, there are only 20 of us. Even with me, there are only 21 people. How can we compete against the other 5 bosses' people? They have at least 60 or 70 people. No, Xiaoyi, the numbers don't work that way. If our 20 people are not even as good as 60 or 70 miscellaneous fish, we don't have the qualifications to follow the real boss. But, Mr. Duke, can't we just follow him directly? We have 20 people. We are still a company, and we cooperate very well. We are great helpers. No chance. He only gave me 2 options. Either attack or take down the others. We have to go ourselves. How is that possible? Thud. Gu Xiaoyi collapsed to the ground. She felt that asking them to kill everyone was simply a fantasy. She was completely engulfed in despair. Duke also stared wide-eyed at Gu Xiaoyi. Although he said they must follow the boss's orders, there is a big difference between having to do it and being able to do it. Duke's mind went blank, and he couldn't think of any ideas. His team, while stronger than others, wasn't that much stronger. He wasn't afraid of any team one-on-one. But one against many, he had no chance at all. Despair, confusion, helplessness. In an instant, Duke's heart was tormented. But even at that moment, he didn't dare to entertain any thoughts of attacking room 2901. The boss's momentum was too overwhelming. It was simply inhumane, treating human lives like grass. If there were even a bit of humanity, the other party wouldn't have casually offered him a choice between 2 options. It was clear that while he was still complacently thinking he was living better than ordinary people in the apocalypse, this big boss had already completely adapted to the survival mode of the apocalypse. Saying to kill someone was as easy as killing a chicken. Moreover, the way the other party spoke about dealing with the Cotton Clothing Club was just as casual as how he normally told his salespeople that they must snatch business from other companies. The employees usually didn't dare to haggle with him. At this moment, as a small-time player in Haicheng, Duke didn't dare to negotiate any price with the other party. In fact, they didn't even give him the chance to say another word. 10 minutes. 10 minutes after the call ended, Duke was completely in a state of collapse. And at that moment, outside the door, a group of small leaders from the Cotton Clothes Society knocked on the door again, urging him. Coming right away. Duke responded irritably from the living room. He suddenly stood up from the floor, grabbing Gu Xiaoyi and walking towards the door. He had made up his mind to fight no matter what. If things went well, he would truly become a little brother of a big boss in the future. Even if he lost, he was already in a desperate situation and had nothing to lose. Just before reaching the door, Duke gave Gu Xiaoyi a heavy kiss. Be good. Let's give it a shot this time. Maybe it will work. If it really doesn't, we'll die together. Duke held Gu Xiaoyi's face, his expression full of tragic determination. Tears silently streamed down Gu Xiaoyi's pretty face. The two couldn't help but hold each other tightly, feeling a sense of shared tragic fate. Gu Xiaoyi seemed moved by Duke's declaration, and her petite body finally stopped trembling. Just as the two were about to link arms and walk out the door, suddenly, Gu Xiaoyi's phone rang. It was a call from Yi Huiman. Gu Xiaoyi hurriedly answered the phone. Miss Yi, why are you calling suddenly? Mr. Du and I were just about to do as you said. Oh, I wanted to ask if you have any plans to deal with those people. The gentleman said he doesn't like brainless people. Miss Yi, we really have no way out. Just now, Mr. Du and I discussed it. And with so many enemies and so few of us, we can only fight. Gu Xiaoyi was resolutely expressing her determination. Duke seemed to feel that her resolve wasn't strong enough, and quickly snatched the phone from her hand. Swearing, he said, Miss Yi, please tell the gentleman that I, Duke, will spare no effort to fulfill his orders. I will not give up this opportunity, and I ask you to convey that. Yi Huimin on the other end of the phone felt a tremor in her heart. She sensed that something was off. She even vaguely felt that things were getting out of control. In her mind, it would be good if Duke and the Cotton Clothes Society people ended up in a mutual destruction. But if Duke were to be easily captured, then the people from the Cotton Clothes Society would launch a crazy attack on 2901. The big boss scam they concocted would shatter immediately. With her and Gao Feng's strength, facing the siege of nearly 100 people, the outcome would definitely be one of bitter regret. Gao Feng would surely be killed. As for her, Yi Huimin, as a top-notch beauty with grace, figure, and looks, would undoubtedly suffer inhuman torment. In this apocalypse, she couldn't afford to hope for humanity's goodness. On the contrary, she would only believe that the underlying nature of humanity is more evil than good. Realizing this, Yi Huimin immediately urged, "You guys wait, we can't rush into this. Mr. Du, I see Gashawi as our sister in the Chest God sect, and I can't just watch you walk into a dead end. You guys hold on. I'll try to see if I can find out any methods from the gentleman. I hope you can be patient." Hearing this, Duke's despairing mood suddenly felt like it had reached heaven. He immediately expressed immense gratitude to Yi Huimin. He even promised, "Miss Yi, if you can help me get through this tough time, you will be my reborn parents." Yi Huimin had a hard time calming Duke down. Suddenly, she became worried again, because she really couldn't think of any method to resolve Duke's predicament. She called to stop them, not wanting to directly push the other party to their death. Seeing his woman so anxious, Gao Feng immediately chuckled, "Minmin, why don't you let me make you happy? I can help you come up with a plan." Chapter 76. There's a gun. Luckily, didn't go up. Stop messing around, Gao Feng. She's too stressed right now. Yi Huimin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Gao Feng walked over with a smile, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. "Since you're stressed and can't think of anything, why don't I help you relax? I heard that when the brain is completely empty, it can come up with more ideas." Before Yi Huimin had a chance to struggle, her red lips were already kissed by Gao Feng. Meanwhile, downstairs in 2801, Duke and Gu Xiaoyi stared blankly at the chandelier on the ceiling, which was swaying rhythmically. In the past, Duke thought this chandelier was very beautiful and grand. But now, no matter how he looked at it, it felt awkward. It wasn't that he found it strange that the big boss upstairs was playing with women. Rather, he judged that the big boss was still playing with women. And while feeling genuine admiration for the calmness and composure of the other party, he felt an intense pressure. After all, he had said that there were nearly 100 people waiting to attack 2901 downstairs, yet the big boss was still playing. It was as if he was saying, "I do what I want. You guys can do whatever." The smarter Duke was, the more uncertain he felt inside. At this time, the small leaders outside were already anxiously banging on the door. "Mr. Du, hurry up. The upstairs is getting wild again. That woman screaming is making the floor shake. It's too exciting, Mr. Du. If you guys are done playing, let's attack. Everyone wants to go upstairs and have some fun." Upon hearing this, Duke was extremely anxious. He thought, "What the hell attack? They're just waiting for us to attack. Sure, we have more people, but once the big boss hears about it, he will just pull the woman and start playing again. This is outright contempt." Even a fool would think this was an opportunity, believing the other party was careless. But after talking to the other side on the phone, Duke felt that this was a huge pit. If he went up, he would definitely die in a miserable way. Just when he was at a loss, suddenly, Gu Xiaoyi's phone received a message. She hurriedly handed it to Duke. Duke looked at it and was stunned. The message was from Yi Huimin's phone. The content read, "There are guns upstairs, and there's snow downstairs." What Duke couldn't comprehend was how that woman upstairs could be screaming so loudly, and yet still have the strength to send a message. What did this message even mean? Was the big boss showing off his skills with women? "I have a gun too." No, that didn't make sense. Duke sensed something was off. There was no need for the big boss to brag to him, a small-time player. In other words, this was definitely not a useless message. It likely meant that Yi Huimin was calling to ask for a method to help them. Yi Huimin was certainly the woman upstairs who was screaming joyously. Therefore, the one sending the message couldn't be Yi Huimin. The only explanation was the big boss. That big boss was actually playing with women while also sending messages. The floor was about to collapse, and the small leaders outside said that the woman upstairs was screaming so loudly that it could be heard downstairs. With such intensity, she could still send messages. The physical ability of this big boss was terrifying. As for intentionally showing off, Duke didn't dare to think that way. After all, during the phone call, the cold, murderous aura in the big boss's voice, that aura of unyielding authority, was not something ordinary people could imitate. Duke quickly concluded that this message was a method given by the big boss to deal with the Cotton Clothes Society. There were guns upstairs. He couldn't figure out what that meant at the moment, but it definitely wasn't about driving a car. But when it came to the snow downstairs, Duke instantly understood that this was about utilizing the poisonous snow downstairs. Now it seemed that this was the only feasible method to win against many with few. The big boss truly deserved the title. While Duke's head was spinning, the other party easily found the key to the problem. If snow was the winning weapon, then guns were the prerequisite for victory. Duke turned it over in his mind repeatedly, quickly analyzing a clue. He felt that the plan given by the boss was not perfect, but definitely feasible. Duke's worries immediately vanished. He then opened the front door, letting a group of young bosses in. As soon as they entered, they began discussing how charming and seductive the woman in room 2901 upstairs was, how loud she was. And their eyes were filled with greed as they spoke. One young and impetuous one was even staring directly at Guxiao's full chest. Despite the harsh cold outside, with temperatures dropping below -70 degrees, even a beautiful woman would be bundled up like a dumpling. Unlike Duke's house, which was only about -10 degrees. Guxiao was only wearing a fitted down jacket, with a red sweater peeking out from the collar, her curvy figure fully exposed beneath the fitted jacket. The comparison was like heaven and earth. Duke naturally noticed the young boss's gaze on his woman, but as a businessman, he knew that being polite was good for business. Although he was angry inside, he didn't show it on his face. Besides, he had already decided to throw in his lot with the big boss upstairs, and he definitely planned to take all these people down. So he wasn't in a hurry to retaliate and regain his face. Instead, he joked about the young boss staring at his woman's chest. Xiaozhong, stop looking at your sister-in-law. If you have the energy, go play with your own woman. Didn't I hear that you just got a girl? She's very pretty and especially well endowed. How about bringing her over to take a look? If you really can't hold it in, I'll let you use a room to enjoy yourself. As soon as Duke said this, the young boss, surnamed Zhang, immediately showed excitement in his eyes. He stammered in disbelief. Boss Duke, are you really willing to let me use your room? If that's the case, I'd be so grateful. The other young bosses began to cheer as well. But at that moment, Duke's face turned dark, and he waved for everyone to quiet down. Everyone quickly fell silent, no longer joking around. Only then did Duke say, "Listen to me, the reason I've delayed for so long is not because I was playing with my woman, but because I was having her gather information about the upstairs." Everyone showed understanding. They thought to themselves, you have a warm house and can play with women anytime. What can we do? Although they were waiting outside and wanted to curse, if you insist on saying you weren't playing, we can't help but cooperate. That would be too low emotional intelligence. Seeing that this group of people didn't believe him, Duke immediately said, "Have you all heard of the chess god cult?" Everyone nodded immediately. The chess god cult had become too famous recently. Even men who weren't qualified to join had heard a lot about it online. Especially the rumor that over 1 million beauties in Haicheng had joined this organization. Any man would have a hard time not knowing about this impressive organization. Duke laughed and said, "My woman is a member of the chess god cult. We just inquired through the intermediary of the cult leader about who the most beautiful and well-connected woman in our building is, and as a result, my woman not only ranked at the bottom, but didn't even make the top 10. Then I found a way to get in touch with the man of that beautiful woman, and I discovered that upstairs is actually a real hidden boss." The young bosses were all shocked. Guxiao immediately became nervous and grabbed Duke's thigh. Duke, however, had a stern face and seriously lectured her, "Don't stop me. My relationship with the brothers from the down jacket is a matter of life and death. Your relationship with that woman upstairs is just an online greeting. How can it compare? I'm telling you, don't even think about stopping me from revealing the fact that the boss upstairs has a gun." Guxiao was left dumbfounded. She stared at Duke, thinking, when did I ever stop you from saying that the boss upstairs has a gun? And how come I didn't know this news? However, at this moment, the group of young bosses became tense. Damn it, there's a gun. Good thing we didn't go up. Just now, I was thinking of being the first to rush in and feel that woman up. Just thinking about it makes me scared. If the other side has a gun, wouldn't we be rushing to our deaths one by one? Chapter 77. Ambush. The morale of the young bosses instantly plummeted. They then turned to Duke for advice. Boss Duke, you are the one who usually mixes the best among us. We are just small business people who don't know anything. What do you think we should do in this situation? Duke saw everyone looking at him eagerly, waiting for him to make a decision. He cleared his throat and said, "I've been pondering this matter and have hesitated for a long time. But since we're in the same building, a collision is bound to happen sooner or later. If a collision does happen, there are only two possible outcomes. Either we die or the other side dies. In my opinion, if the other side really has guns, there is a high probability that we will die. If their guns are just for intimidation, we might live while they die. Life is precious. Let us take the risk and fight once. We might not lose." Upon hearing this, the young bosses immediately waved their hands. The young boss who had just been peeking at Guxiao quickly said, "No way. If we fight to the death now, I'd be at a loss. I haven't even truly played with women yet. This time going to attack room 2901 was originally just to get a warm house. You all have played and gone wild. but I'm still young, just in my early 20s, and haven't experienced much. If I die now, it would be such a loss. Everyone chuckled, feeling that this guy made sense. Others didn't speak up, but were thinking the same thing. One boss who owned a grain and oil store said, in normal times, people should be modest and not dare to act recklessly since they're not capable enough. And even unattractive women are looked down upon. In this apocalypse, it's hard to get a woman I usually like, tall and well-endowed. I can't even express how excited I am. If I die now without getting to enjoy the woman I fought for, it would be too regretful. It feels like I've lived my life in vain. Others nodded in agreement. Boss Duke, what Qin said is rough, but not unreasonable. Why don't we hold off on attacking 2901? The other side is strong and has guns. There's a high probability we'll die. Rather than rushing to our deaths, we might as well survive for a few more days. Let us not talk about anything else. We should enjoy the women we've fought for first instead of holding back all day. It's driving us crazy. Everyone looked at Duke with hopeful expressions. Duke was stunned as well. He quickly said, what do you mean by that? Don't look at me with those eyes. You all have women. You can figure it out yourselves. Don't look at me like that. My woman won't be shared with you. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. The young boss waved his hand and said, Boss Duke, although your sister-in-law is beautiful, I also have beautiful women I've taken. The main reason is that I've been too pinned up recently. Without a woman around, I didn't feel it strongly. Now that I'm holding one every day, I suddenly have a strong desire. What I mean is, Boss Duke, it's not suitable for us to attack upstairs right now. Why don't you just take a small loss and let your warm house serve as a club for us brothers? Give us a chance to bring our women over to have some fun. Boss Duke, you won't miss out on the benefits. Feel free to name your conditions. Upon hearing this, Duke hesitated. After a moment of thought, he suddenly said, all right, then you guys give me 30% of your down jackets and food. Otherwise I won't agree. As a result, the young bosses shook their heads one after another, expressing their disagreement. Duke felt a bit frustrated. The young boss suddenly leaned closer and whispered in Duke's ear, Boss Duke, let us forget about the materials. Those are life. If you're willing. After we bring our women to have fun, you can pick and choose as you like. This counts as a benefit from us brothers to you. Mr. Du, I think if you can get this done, we will definitely follow your lead in the future. Duke glanced at the other small leaders, who immediately nodded slightly. Clearly, they had discussed this before coming in. Duke was smart, and they were not foolish either. They guessed that the owner of 2901 upstairs was not simple. Therefore, they had already thought of a compromise outside the door. Duke hurriedly let Gishaoi enter the room to avoid suspicion. At this point, he said, all right, since the big boss is upstairs, and we can't provoke him for now, let's just have some fun downstairs. How about this? To avoid alerting the big boss upstairs, let's disperse first, and then whoever wants to come over for fun can bring their own woman up, limited to one leader at a time. I can't handle it if you all make noise in my house, especially if there are two of you at once. I can't keep up, and it feels like I'm being taken advantage of. The other small leaders nodded excitedly. At this moment, as long as they could achieve their wishes, they were willing to accept anything. The idea of their own women being played with and losing face was just ridiculous. After all, these beautiful women had no connection with them just 2 days ago. Only Duke's woman was his former secretary, and there might have been some feelings involved. The others' women were just taken for venting. Soon, the small leaders excitedly returned to their residences, queuing up to bring their women to room 2801 for indulgence. Duke, on the other hand, was very nervous. Although the small leaders promised him he could choose from the beautiful women they brought, which was very tempting, he had no mood for it. Taking advantage of the time when the other small leaders were leaving with their people, he immediately called a meeting with the 5 key members of the company. He expressed the difficulties he was facing and began to paint a bright future for them. Brothers, soon the small leaders from the Cotton Clothing Association will come to my house for fun. What I mean is, we kill these ruffians and use their lives as our proof of loyalty. Moreover, these 5 small leaders have all taken very beautiful women, while you 5, even if you had wives before, now have no women by your side. This is the apocalypse. Don't you want to enjoy yourselves too? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, feeling that life in the apocalypse had hope. You know, marrying a beautiful wife is a sign of peace, which is very difficult for these low-level foreign trade workers to achieve. Seeing the fighting spirit ignited in everyone, Duke immediately said, all right, when the first small leader comes in, you will cooperate. 2 of you will control the women, and 3 will control the men, making sure they don't make a sound. Prepare the belts and smelly socks in advance. Sleeping with beautiful women and dealing with the bosses depends on this time. Does everyone have confidence? The 5 key members all had bright eyes. Lowering their voices, they simultaneously said, absolutely, Mr. Du. From now on, you are our big brother boss. The way they addressed Duke changed immediately. The enthusiasm and sincerity in the apocalyptic environment felt particularly heartwarming and calming. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Gu Xiaoyi hurried over and said to Duke, "The young boss who peeked at me is here with a woman." Duke whispered to the 5 key members, "Get ready." Immediately, the 5 core salespeople took action. Some grabbed belts, some grabbed smelly socks, and one rushed to the kitchen for a rolling pin. While the 2 strong ones prepared to kick. "Here he comes, Xiaozhong. Let me see what your woman looks like," Duke said with a grin, jogging to the door to open it, like a good big brother welcoming a close friend. The young small leader was completely unprepared, directly hugging a beautiful woman wrapped in a quilt, who had a somewhat alluring curve, and stepped into the just-opened door. He was just about to tease Duke about his woman Gu Xiaoyi, when suddenly he felt a pain in the back of his head as someone punched him from behind the door. Just as he was about to turn around, he was kicked in the back. After 2 surprise attacks, although he was young and strong, working as a courier, he was knocked senseless. As he was about to shout, a smelly sock was stuffed into his mouth. He felt uncomfortable and wanted to vomit but couldn't. The woman he was holding was also quickly yanked away, and before she could react, she was pinned to the ground with a sock in her mouth. In the blink of an eye, the 2 were subdued. Chapter 78. An imperfect proof of loyalty. Boss, it's done. The 5 core members looked at Duke with bright eyes. Their emotions extremely high. Saying it was one thing, but successfully ambushing a small leader felt unbelievable, almost like a fairy tale. Duke nodded, unable to hide his excitement. He immediately called Gu Xiaoyi over. He said, "Xiaoyi, quickly see how this woman's looks and figure are, so the brothers can feel assured." Gu Xiaoyi understood. All that talk about gender equality and respecting women was thrown out the window. At this moment, as a woman, Gu Xiaoyi completely disregarded it. She stepped forward and pulled off the quilt from the young leader's woman. Immediately, a delicate face appeared. Particularly eye-catching was that this woman had a tall figure and a chest size far exceeding the average. The oversized down jacket around her waist and sleeves looked loose, but her chest was tightly strained against the jacket, as if it might rip the zipper at any moment. Gu Xiaoyi frowned and reached out to grab a handful. Immediately, she exclaimed, "Really?" The 5 core members immediately beamed with joy. These bottom-level salespeople did not share Duke's mindless obsession with busty women. "Boss, who is this woman for?" One of the core members eagerly asked first. Duke thought for a moment and waved his hand. "Let us not divide her now. Just throw her in the guest room first. We can't have the enemy not dealt with and end up fighting among ourselves over women. Besides, this is only the first one, and she is attractive. The other 4 will definitely not be worse. She might not even be the best." Upon hearing this, the 5 nodded, their eyes instantly filled with a strong fighting spirit. Thus, Duke instructed his employees to notify the small leaders from the Cotton Clothing Association every hour to come up and have fun. The second time, they successfully took down another small leader. This time, it was a small leader named Qin, and the woman he brought was a mature lady whose body resembled a ripe peach. Not only was her appearance and figure outstanding, but her unique charm also made the 5 business core members unable to resist wanting to pounce on her. However, Duke still held them back. He sternly said, "Brothers, this is only the second beauty. There are still 3 more. If we split the women now, will the brothers who get women still have the heart to work? Not to mention that if we lose people who genuinely want to work, we might not even succeed 100%. Even if we do succeed, some will have contributed twice while others will have to wait 5 times to get a woman. And if we distribute unevenly, there will definitely be infighting." Upon hearing this, everyone felt it made sense and suppressed the burning flames in their hearts. They decided to enjoy their women properly after taking down the 5 small leaders. However, the 5 core members exchanged glances privately, their wild thoughts swelling. They all wanted to play with every woman rather than just taking one back each. However, they couldn't express their thoughts to Duke. After all, if they did it this way, Duke would feel very awkward. You have to understand, Duke would never allow his mistress, Gu Xiaoyi, to be touched by anyone else. But he doesn't allow anyone to touch his women and also participates in the distribution of other women, which is equivalent to giving someone a green hat for no reason. On the contrary, these 5 who are mutually green feel nothing at all. This small divergence, like a seed, quietly took root and sprouted in the hearts of the 5 key business personnel. Soon, all 5 of the old bosses were taken down. The 5 beautiful women they brought were all subdued, and after Gu Xiaoyi verified their identities, it was confirmed that they were all exceptionally beautiful. Among these 5 beauties, in addition to the first 2, there was actually a charming and attractive female college student who was a campus belle, while the remaining 2 were a pretty liquor store owner and a beauty salon owner. One could say their temperaments and styles were completely different. Each one made the 5 key business personnel under Duke unable to move their legs. After securing the 5 small bosses, the 5 key business personnel immediately asked Duke to distribute the women, because they could no longer wait. As for other matters, they wanted to play with these 5 exquisite beauties first. However, Duke's heart sank. He felt that things were about to spiral out of control. But he still gritted his teeth and explained to everyone, "Brothers, the main business is important. We can play with the women later, after all. They are right here and can't run away. Even if I play with all of them, my stamina can't take it. But we can't keep the big boss waiting." The 5 key business personnel were somewhat reluctant. Gu Xiaoyi then suggested, "Duke, since the brothers are not happy, why not let them have a taste of sweetness? Each choose one they like, and have some intimate time for 3 minutes, no longer." The 5 key business personnel were very excited to hear this. These were 5 incredibly attractive beauties. Normally, none of them would be able to get their hands on even one. Now, these 5 great beauties were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. The 5 immediately looked at Duke with eager eyes. They quickly expressed their stance. "Boss, please grant us this once. In this cold weather, with not enough food and drink, having a woman would at least give us some hope." "Yes, boss, as long as you nod your head. In the future, you can have us cut down whoever you want." "That's right. Boss, don't say who to look at. Even if you let me cut down my own father, I wouldn't even blink." "Me too." The impatient eyes of the 5 made Duke's heart race. He was now afraid that if he didn't agree to these 5 guys, they might impulsively team up to get rid of him. Duke could only nod in agreement, but he still added a condition. "Brothers, it's fine to choose a woman and have some intimacy, but 3 minutes absolutely cannot be long. We are all men. Who the hell doesn't understand this? Some can finish in 5 seconds. But while you are enjoying, our stamina will be severely depleted, so I can agree to you choosing your favorite and touching a bit. But let's save the real intimacy for after we establish a formal relationship with the big boss." The 5 were immediately a bit disappointed, but thinking that they could at least get a taste of it, they reluctantly agreed. Besides, they were just impatient, not completely thoughtless. They also knew that actually having a relationship with a woman at this time was very dangerous. After all, the matter of mixing with the big boss was not settled. And who knows what might happen? "All right, we will listen to the boss," the 5 said in unison. Duke then waved his hand, letting the 5 decide the winner by rock, paper, scissors, and the winner would choose first. After choosing, the 5 began to take action at Duke's command. Gu Xiaoyi watched the scene. Her face flushed. Duke, however, had a serious expression as he timed it with his phone. However, he was filled with anxiety inside, because he always felt that letting the 5 key business personnel touch these 5 beauties might have been a mistake. In his mind, he should have presented all 5 beauties to the big boss for review before making a decision. After all, this was a token of loyalty he was presenting to the big boss upstairs. Now, he had actually allowed his 5 subordinates to touch the 5 beauties, albeit just for a taste. But this clearly undermined his sincerity. Duke thought about it, and felt it was necessary to find something to make up for it. After thinking, he finally set his sights on Gu Xiaoyi, who had a better figure and looks than these 5 beauties. He really liked this woman. She served him dutifully. But he felt that in order to follow the big boss, he needed to offer his most precious thing. Chapter 79. Kneeling and requesting Gu Xiaoyi after some consideration. Duke had Gu Xiaoyi contact Yi Huimin. However, he couldn't get in touch. Duke then realized that the chandelier on his ceiling had been swaying rhythmically nonstop. Clearly, after all their efforts, the big boss upstairs was still enjoying life with the exquisite beauty Yi Huimin. Duke honestly felt a bit envious and jealous. Not only was he jealous of the big boss's strength, but also of his ability to enjoy life with beautiful women. It was evident that the big boss was a man who loved women. Therefore, Duke was even more determined to send Gu Xiaoyi to the big boss. Although Gu Xiaoyi had once been with him and was no longer perfect, she was still an outstanding beauty with exceptional looks and figure. The key was that she knew how to serve people. She used to be a professional secretary. A beauty with such attributes was rare in the apocalypse. You have to understand that serving a person, especially a beauty who can read the room, is a technical job. The big boss might not fall in love, but he might still enjoy himself. Duke made up his mind. He decided to wait. After the 5 little brothers had their fun with the 5 beauties, they immediately walked over with disappointed faces. Their eyes were practically spitting fire, even more agitated than before. Duke was speechless. He quickly joked, "You guys, I was just about to say, wait until we connect with the big boss, then you can play, and now you can't hold back even more." As soon as he started, it was like opening a floodgate. The 5 began to discuss all at once. "Boss, isn't it? It's been a long time since I've touched a woman, and suddenly touching such a top-notch one is simply irresistible. Boss, I almost couldn't hold it back just now. I won't say more, it's too embarrassing." "Me too. I thought I was doing great. They say men who have never been with a woman are particularly impressive. But look at you guys. I'm the only one who maintained my composure. I tell you, that campus belle was all over me, but I held back. You think you're something? I see you just knew she hadn't experienced it and didn't dare to act up. Who the hell doesn't know that it's more stressful for a man the first time? Many people think it's sacred, but it's just a psychological effect. I still prefer older women. Duke listened to the five's excited discussions and, at that moment, relaxed. He no longer thought about the five beauties. He immediately joked, "You bunch of bastards, I originally wanted to use these five beauties as a gift for the big boss. After all, they look quite pleasing to the eye. But now you've been so ruthless. I see you all have been stirred up. How am I supposed to give a gift? Should I let the big boss drink your foot water? Humph, you bunch of bastards." Hearing Duke say this, the five little brothers instead laughed joyfully, as if they had gained a great advantage. But the five also thought that having taken a bite out of one of the beauties as a token of loyalty, their mood couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Duke quickly waved his hand and declared, "Everyone, don't worry. I've thought it through. These women have already been touched by those five bosses. Although they didn't actually go all the way due to the low temperature, they're definitely not clean. We're rough men, so it doesn't matter if we continue. However, the boss will definitely not take a second look at them. But we still need to have that attitude. Later, I will explain the situation of these five beauties. If the boss is still willing to take them, then let him have them. After all, the brothers have had their fun, but I estimate that the boss will at most keep them as maids for the heavy work. Let me tell you, if you think your women being used by the boss is a loss, I say they are a bridge for us to get close to the boss and establish a friendship with him." Duke's words of persuasion made everyone nod in agreement. Even Guxiaoyi felt it made sense and nodded sincerely. However, Duke did not mention sending Guxiaoyi to the boss. The remaining time was a long wait. The five younger brothers asked Duke what they were waiting for. Duke pointed to the chandelier on the ceiling. When everyone looked up and saw that the chandelier was swaying rhythmically, and there was no wind in the room, they didn't react at first. But soon, they understood. Damn. How much drugs did they take? I hope it's just drugs. I'm afraid it's not drugs, because if it's not, that would be terrifying. The crowd discussed this. And suddenly the atmosphere went cold. Even the five younger brothers lost their lust for the five beauties. Duke also had no interest in getting close to Guxiaoyi. Even when Guxiaoyi wanted to pull Duke into a room to relax, he refused. Duke said to Guxiaoyi, "Xiaoyi, I need to remain devout to the boss. No matter whether he sees what I'm doing or not, I can't be playing with women while waiting for him." Guxiaoyi nodded repeatedly, understanding his reasoning. She had also personally experienced the terrifying pressure from the boss. Just now, she approached Duke, but in her heart, she was also extremely anxious. Not just to relieve Duke's psychological pressure. After all, she now considered herself the boss's wife. Guxiaoyi's worries were actually not much different from Duke's. However, she did not know that Duke had already decided to send her, the so-called boss's wife, to someone else. At 3 a.m., the chandelier hanging from the ceiling of room 2801 finally stopped swaying. Duke was exhausted from waiting. Damn, 4 hours. This is too crazy. Even a beast couldn't pull off something so terrifying. Duke began to suspect whether the boss upstairs was deliberately showing off. However, he felt that the other party didn't need to. But regardless of his chaotic thoughts, he quickly suppressed them and had Guxiaoyi, who was already asleep in the master bedroom, contact Yi Huimin. The voice call was quickly connected. Guxiaoyi cautiously said into the phone, "Miss Yi, Mr. Du just brought our company's people and subdued the five bosses of the cotton clothing meeting. What do you think?" Suddenly, a man's indifferent voice came from the other end of the line. "Minmin is asleep. Talk about it tomorrow." The call quickly turned into a busy signal. Guxiaoyi was so angry she wanted to curse. Duke's face turned pale, thinking that the boss didn't like him. He slumped onto the sofa in a panic. The five younger brothers, upon hearing this news, also felt a sense of despair. Duke thought he must prepare for two outcomes if the boss wanted to join. He couldn't let the brothers' morale drop. Hence, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brothers, you can take turns playing with those five beauties in the rooms. Just don't break them." Although the five younger brothers were anxious, they immediately led their chosen women into the rooms with a sense of tragic determination upon hearing they could play freely. Guxiaoyi also wanted to pull Duke into a room, but Duke waved his hand to refuse. Duke, unwilling, knelt in front of Guxiaoyi and said, "Xiaoyi, I'm begging you, please go upstairs and take a look. You can remove one of our cameras and give the other party access to it so they can see you the whole time. You're a woman, so you won't raise suspicion knocking on the door. Please help me ask again. I really can't wait any longer." Guxiaoyi's expression suddenly turned ugly. She knew that going upstairs at this time would be a life or death situation. Chapter 80. Terrifying pressure. Mr. Du, I'm scared. Faced with Duke's request, Guxiaoyi was extremely anxious. Since graduating and starting her job, she had always been a supporting character, never playing the lead role. If she were the kind of person who liked to stand out and could take on responsibilities, she wouldn't have chosen to be a secretary. Duke knocked his head on the ground. While begging, he said, "Xiaoyi, I am sincere to you. I would never harm you. But I can't figure out what the boss upstairs is thinking, and I feel uneasy. I'm begging you. If you help me this once, you'll be my ancestor. And I will treat you well for life." Guxiaoyi frowned, her delicate face showing deep anxiety. She really had no confidence. Despite being a campus beauty who had been proud during her school days and even tried to catch a rich boyfriend to rise up, she was just a pretty girl from a third-tier university, and her words meant little. When it came to stepping out, no one would hold her up. The reason she was willing to work as a secretary in such a small company as Duke's, even obediently playing the role of a mistress, was that she had recognized her own limitations. She knew that no matter how hard she struggled, she wouldn't have a good future on her own. After the apocalypse, she thought that following Duke would make her the big sister of the company. But now, Duke actually wanted her, a woman, to knock on a door he didn't even dare to knock on. Gu Xiaoyi didn't dare to question Duke, but she was truly scared. Very, very scared. The intangible aura from the boss upstairs not only emanated from the boss himself, but also from the outstanding woman, Yi Huimin. That kind of elegant, proud, and indifferent temperament was something Gu Xiaoyi looked up to like a mountain. She once thought that through learning and imitation, she could also possess such an aura. Unfortunately, despite her efforts, the reality proved she was merely imitating. She still didn't know how to cultivate such an aura. She only knew that after trying hard, the distance between her and the other party was vast, so far that she could hardly breathe. Going upstairs, even facing a woman like Yi Huimin, Gu Xiaoyi felt immense pressure. Not to mention, there was the terrifying man behind Yi Huimin. Gu Xiaoyi felt all her strength drained in an instant as Duke pleaded on his knees. Xiaoyi, just treat it as me begging you. This is our only way out. In room 2901 upstairs, Gao Feng had just digested the side effects of the black iron level 4. Yi Huimin, having exhausted all her energy to assist, collapsed directly onto the sofa. Gao Feng tried out the abilities of black iron level 4 and found that it still involved changes in the intensity and total amount of the abilities. Just as he had guessed, the manifestation of the abilities did not automatically present new forms as described in those online writings. Gao Feng was increasingly convinced that the attack methods of abilities required the ability user to creatively develop them using their intellect. In other words, the strength of an ability user was determined not only by the ability itself, but also by the user's intellect. But this intelligence is divided into two parts, logical thinking and imagination. Gao Feng also doesn't know whether this characteristic of supernatural abilities is a good thing or a bad thing. In any case, Gao Feng has decided to continue to stay low-key in the future. If he encounters a supernatural being with incredible imagination, the other party could probably use a black iron level ability to instantly defeat him, a black iron level for supernatural being. Anyway, being an ability user is inherently unsafe. What's even more outrageous is that when a supernatural being breaks through their cultivation, the negative effects can be terrifying. Yi Huimin is already considered to have a strong physique, yet she is still tormented to the brink of death by Gao Feng's black iron level 4 negative effects. He can't even imagine what it would be like if it were black iron level 5 or even higher. He certainly can't find several women to assist him in breaking through his cultivation. That would be too ridiculous. The key is, these women wouldn't agree anyway. Gao Feng feels a bit hopeless about the path of supernatural cultivation after breaking through the realm. The pain of cultivation is giving Gao Feng a headache. After he carried Yi Huimin to the bed, he began to use spatial perception to observe the big drama in room 2801 downstairs. He is quite interested in this Duke. In the apocalypse, this guy, who hasn't been blinded by the chaos, is definitely a character. It's just that his character is questionable. It's one thing to betray the cotton-padded jacket alliance. After all, it was a halfway cooperation. But suddenly kneeling and begging Gu Xiaoyi to go upstairs to see Yi Huimin is a bit outrageous. However, Gao Feng has no intention of intervening. He is just watching the drama. These people, even if they're jumping around, are just mere mortals. It's just like watching a reality show. As for Duke's speculation about what kind of big shot he is, he doesn't care. After all, to some extent, he is definitely a top-tier big shot in the community where Yi Huimin is located. He could even arrogantly claim to be the number one. Thinking of this, Gao Feng couldn't help but cautiously use spatial perception to sense the captain of the criminal police, Gao Ming, in the small supermarket at the bottom of Building 18. This guy has had a fever for more than 2 days, basically 3 days now, and it still hasn't ended. Gao Feng is waiting to see the specific changes of this suddenly awakened supernatural being. However, the other party has been feverish without any further changes. Gao Ming has already made arrangements to wait for death, but after waiting and waiting, he isn't dead. Gao Ming himself is also feeling very irritable. Gao Feng thinks of suddenly taking out the walkie-talkie to ask a few questions. Gao Ming, on the other hand, sighs and mutters a couple of useless words, appearing very helpless. Just after Gao Feng finished chatting with Gao Ming, Gu Xiaoyi suddenly walked out of room 2801, dressed in a down jacket and wrapped in a quilt, with a determined look as she walked towards the stairs leading to room 2901. After a while, Gao Feng heard a knock on the door outside. Gao Feng casually put on a t-shirt and shorts and walked into the living room to open the door. Come in. After opening the door, Gao Feng casually picked up the TV remote control, preparing to watch TV. His entire action was just like someone at home during a peaceful time. You are the sir? Outside the door, Gu Xiaoyi was stunned, looking at Gao Feng's youthful face. She had always thought that the big shot in room 2901 should be a middle-aged man, or even an elderly man. As for why an elderly person would make such a big commotion while being intimate with Yi Huimin, that was beyond their concern. At least, they felt that it would be reasonable for the other party to be older. Gao Feng casually confirmed Gu Xiaoyi's question and then pointed to the sofa beside him, saying, "Sit down." Gu Xiaoyi mechanically followed Gao Feng's instructions and sat down. Then, while she was lost in thought, she was suddenly caught by the corner of Gao Feng's eye. Instantly, her body trembled, and she shivered. What a strong killing intent. Gu Xiaoyi's heart began to race. Originally questioning Gao Feng's identity, she suddenly felt that she had been very foolish. Just the gaze that Gao Feng casually emitted carried a terrifying pressure that sent chills down her spine. This was many times more terrifying than the small bosses she had encountered before in the cotton-padded jacket alliance. Clearly, the other party seemed like just a handsome young neighbor. But in reality, he didn't know how many people's blood was on his hands. Thud. Gu Xiaoyi couldn't withstand the fear in her heart any longer. As soon as half of her but touched the sofa, she slid to the ground and knelt directly in front of Gao Feng. Sir, we were wrong. We shouldn't have attempted to attack you, Gu Xiaoyi stammered, her tongue tying up. She didn't even know why she was so scared. Obviously, the other party hadn't done anything, not even looking at her directly. But she, who was usually eloquent, was now at a loss for words. In her utmost panic, she ultimately chose to bow her head and knock it on the ground. Chapter 81. Accepting with a smile Gu Xiaoyi's reaction made Gao Feng freeze for a moment. He thought Gu Xiaoyi was putting on an act. After all, Gao Feng himself hadn't done anything. He was just casually sitting there, waiting for a visitor to chat with him. It was just an extremely ordinary thing. In his previous life, he often did this, and many people did as well. Seeing Gu Xiaoyi being so overly dramatic, Gao Feng couldn't help but frown slightly and said lightly, "If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. I still want to sleep." When Gu Xiaoyi heard this, her mood first lightened, only to become extremely heavy right after. She felt that Gao Feng's words were hard to decipher. On the surface, it seemed like a caring remark, but upon careful consideration, it felt like there was a hidden meaning behind it. After all, the other party was a big shot. If he was about to sleep, and suddenly took the time to meet her, it must mean he had something he wanted her to do. Gu Xiaoyi, who was already lacking in confidence, felt even less confident after Gao Feng's question. She immediately stammered, "Sir, may I call our manager Du first?" Gao Feng nodded. He could also tell that Gu Xiaoyi seemed to be scared out of her wits. Although he was puzzled as to why she was putting on such a boring act, he still didn't expose her. Instead, he wanted to see how she would continue to perform. After all, if he got tired of watching, he could just kill her and turn her into essence. He wasn't worried that these ordinary people could pull any tricks in front of him. Gu Xiaoyi quickly got through to Duke's phone. She panicked and said, "Manager Du, the sir said he wants to sleep and told us to speak directly." Upon hearing this, Duke's scalp went numb, and he immediately instructed Gu Xiaoyi to tell the big shot, "Wait a moment." He thought to himself, although this sounded fine on the surface, it couldn't be treated as an ordinary matter since it happened while he was trying to rely on the big shot. He immediately began to brainstorm madly. He was thinking like crazy, feeling that he couldn't figure it out and that it wasn't perfect. He directly called off 5 key business personnel, telling them not to entertain women for now, and to brainstorm together with him to reverse engineer what the big shot wanted. The 5 business personnel felt like they might as well be dead. They were just about to reach the top. And suddenly being cut off like this was like taking their lives. The 5 beautiful women also scolded the 5 business personnel for being useless at such a critical moment. But Duke was full of worries. Upon hearing the situation, the 5 business personnel also felt that the problem was very serious. The big shot wanted them to speak directly as soon as they met, and said he wanted to sleep, which clearly indicated his dissatisfaction with them. In the past, when doing business, those big clients loved to use such words to point out their flaws. We should analyze the subtext first, instead of just worrying. Maybe the mystery is in those words. That's right, let's analyze. There are 2 sentences in total. One is to speak directly, and the other is about wanting to sleep. Sleeping definitely requires a woman, and the boss surely wants beautiful companions. Could it be that the boss is unhappy because we didn't present him with a beauty as a greeting gift? It's possible, but all our beauties are with us. What should we do? This is too impulsive. Yes, just a little while after the boss arrived, I had that woman give me a child. 5 women definitely won't do. Right, we must find other beauties. We're willing to send these 5 women, but the boss will surely be angry if he accepts them. No boss likes to deal with used goods. So what should we do? Where else can we find beauties? Well, there's Gu Xiaoyi. The boss's woman and our company's little honey. She's a campus belle and a classmate of my brother, who still thinks about her day and night. But she's the boss's woman. The five of us almost simultaneously looked at Duke. Duke had a pained expression. Finally, he said with great difficulty, for the sake of all of us, I can only bear the pain of letting her go. If the boss needs her, I'm willing to offer Guxiaoyi to the boss. The five little brothers all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Originally, they thought it would take a lot of persuasion. They didn't expect it to go so smoothly. However, after Duke made his statement, the five little brothers almost simultaneously thought of a problem. After a few seconds of silence in the room, one little brother timidly said, Boss, I mean no disrespect, but I want to say that even if we offer Guxiaoyi, she isn't perfect. The other four little brothers nodded repeatedly, then chimed in. Bosses all have cleanliness obsessions. Unless it's a boss with the nature of a rogue, no one wants a woman who has been with someone else. Not necessarily. While bosses certainly love pure beauties, seductive women also have their own charm. Maybe the boss likes that. But you also said maybe. Can we gamble our lives on that maybe? So what should we do? We can't just not send Guxiaoyi. Wouldn't that make the boss think we lack sincerity? That is true. Sending is difficult. Not sending is also difficult. Everyone was at a loss. Seeing they had reached a dead end, Duke suddenly said, If it really doesn't work, let us do this. First send Guxiaoyi to the boss to serve him. We'll think of a way to catch a pure beauty for the boss to make up for our sincerity. After all, Guxiaoyi is also a campus belle, right? Even though I've been with her, it's only been for a couple of days, and you all know how painful it is for a woman the first time. I haven't had many times. As Duke spoke, he felt a pang of heartache. But in order to connect with this big boss Gao Feng, and to live a decent life in the apocalypse, he could only grit his teeth and push through. The five little brothers immediately nodded in agreement. Boss, I think what you said makes sense. Guxiaoyi is at least a campus belle, and while her sincerity may not be enough, it's definitely sufficient as an addition. That's right, we can think from a different angle. Since Guxiaoyi has been with the boss, it means she has experience in that aspect. In fact, I've heard that many bosses don't like completely inexperienced girls. Yes, I've heard that too. Bosses prefer clean beauties who have never truly experienced relationships, but when it comes to serving, those seductive women are just as good as professional technicians. Duke immediately felt dry-mouthed. Analyzing it this way made him suddenly feel that sending Guxiaoyi might not be completely without merit. Perhaps it's a fortunate mistake. Of course, he still had to guard against any possibility. He carefully considered the little brother's recent discussions, organized his thoughts, and called Guxiaoyi again, trying to request a conversation with Gao Feng. Gao Feng casually took the phone from Guxiaoyi's trembling hand. Immediately, Duke's extremely humble and flattering voice came through the phone. Sir, you are about to sleep, and I, Duke, have nothing valuable to offer. So I was wondering if I could leave Guxiaoyi for future visits. Although she is not perfect, she is a campus belle from a third-tier school. And she is also a secretary with a gentle personality. Would you like to keep her to serve you tea and attend to your daily needs? After saying this, Duke hurriedly added, Of course, sir, this is just my small gesture of sincerity. Later, I will also send you a pure, campus belle-level beauty, a perfect woman, specifically to honor you. Gao Feng was taken aback. What the hell? Is Duke even a person? He remembered that Guxiaoyi was his woman. Gao Feng frowned, thinking that if he was going to watch a show, it should be the whole set, so he didn't interrupt. He casually said, All right, since you're so sincere, I'll keep her. However, I'm not interested in training someone. You communicate yourself. This girl in front of me seems very afraid of me. As soon as Guxiaoyi heard Gao Feng's words, her face instantly turned pale. Already weak in the knees, at that moment, she felt a rush of fear. Her mind went blank, and she could not think at all. The only thought in her mind was that she had been given to the boss by Duke. And the boss had agreed. Chapter 82. Your beloved beauty is just my little maid in room 2801. After Duke sent his woman, Guxiaoyi, to Gao Feng, he arranged for his five little brothers to go door to door looking for pure and beautiful women. Soon, room 2801 was left with just him. Duke suddenly found himself flooded with warm memories of the time spent with Guxiaoyi. The more he thought about it, the more heartbroken he felt, and in the end, he couldn't bear the torment anymore. He got up and went downstairs to join the search for pure beauties for Gao Feng. Duke never dreamed that his beloved woman Guxiaoyi, after being sent away, would not be treated as a precious beauty to be cherished. In room 2901, Guxiaoyi's heart was broken. Although she was just a little secretary and had resigned herself to her fate, she still had hopes for life. She originally thought that following Duke, an executive, while not being at the top, would at least allow her to live a stable life. Following Duke, she felt she was much happier compared to the ordinary women who were taken away as playthings in the apocalypse. Therefore, she had always been very content and gentle, thinking that Duke would cherish her. But in the end, She found herself in this situation. She was indeed sent to someone else. Gu Xiaoyi felt despair. She looked blankly at the young and handsome boss Gao Feng, her heart a chaotic mess. She thought about how the even more beautiful Yi Huimin had been tortured for 4 hours before the other party stopped. She could hardly imagine what kind of horrific fate awaited her if she were to serve him. She didn't have Yi Huimin's charm or looks. How could she satisfy him? The only way was to meet some of the perverse needs that even Yi Huimin couldn't fulfill. As Gu Xiaoyi thought about this, she felt suffocated, but she really didn't want to die. She was only 20 years old, in her prime, the most beautiful time of a girl's life. She should still have many more years to live. More importantly, she had never experienced a memorable, unforgettable love in her life. At first, she had desperately tried to catch a rich second generation. Now she had been dumped by Duke. Although she was beautiful, her life was simply bitter. Now she faced this perverse boss. She felt her life had reached its darkest point. However, even so, she still didn't want to die. Living poorly was better than dying. Gu Xiaoyi's emotions were in turmoil, but she, who was always good at bowing to fate, quickly adjusted her state of mind. Then, she decisively made a bold decision. She wanted to seize this opportunity and take a bold gamble. Perhaps she would die. Perhaps her life would truly turn around in a desperate situation. So, Gu Xiaoyi trembled as she slowly took off her pink down jacket, revealing the curves wrapped in a red sweater underneath. But she did not stop there. Instead, she continued to remove her clothes, sweater, autumn shirt, one piece after another, until she was completely naked. The temperature in room 2901 was quite high, and after taking off her clothes, Gu Xiaoyi surprisingly did not feel a bit of cold. Instead, she felt a rare sense of freedom and comfort. However, she thought about how she was now standing naked in front of this young, powerful, strange, and perverted boss. Her body couldn't help but shudder. Just when Gu Xiaoyi thought that by stripping in front of this perverted boss, he would lose control and pounce on her like a beast, Haicheng merely gave her a cold glance, then casually picked up a maid outfit from the side of the sofa and tossed it onto her body. When the clothes hit her, Gu Xiaoyi's face turned bright red with embarrassment. At that moment, she realized with fear that she had overestimated herself. This boss in front of her had perfect women like Yi Huimin serving him. How could he possibly be interested in a woman who was considered a goddess by ordinary people, but was actually just average? I'm sorry, sir, I was too forward. Gu Xiaoyi quickly knelt on both knees, respectfully and fearfully bowing in apology. Then, in front of Haicheng, she hurriedly put on the maid outfit. Once she was dressed, she knelt quietly by the sofa like a pretty little dog, looking up with her sparkling eyes, eagerly watching Haicheng. Sir, Xiaoyi is at your service. What can I do for you? After kneeling, seeing that Haicheng continued to ignore her, she quickly spoke up in a low voice. I understand. Haicheng casually nodded, not glancing at Gu Xiaoyi again. As a space ability user, he didn't have much free time to play around with ordinary people. If Duke wanted to send women, he would just accept them casually. He looked forward to seeing how the subsequent plot would unfold. But it would only be a casual look. He really wouldn't immerse himself in the storyline of Duke sending a woman. There was no need. As for Gu Xiaoyi, it seemed she was only suited to be a maid here, and since she was willing to kneel, he wouldn't deliberately remind her to stand. After all, he found it quite pleasing to look at. As for the equality of relationships between people, he hadn't really thought about it. After a long while, Haicheng completed a round of spatial sensing of the surrounding buildings and changed his sitting position. Gu Xiaoyi carefully asked, Sir, Duke wants me to ask you if you have accepted this gift? Haicheng turned to look at Gu Xiaoyi. Can you make tea? I'm thirsty, he said indifferently. Gu Xiaoyi's mouth immediately curved into a stiff smile, her tone filled with unexpected joy. Of course, sir. Xiaoyi can make tea, including kung fu tea, flower tea, and oolong tea. I know how to make some. Haicheng nodded. He then stood up and walked toward the guest room. A moment later, he returned with several unopened boxes of tea leaves, placing them on the coffee table. Of course, he was also carrying a kung fu tea tray. As soon as Gu Xiaoyi saw her opportunity to perform, she hurriedly jumped in to help. Sir, let me. Leave it to Xiaoyi. She bent over, busying herself in front of the coffee table. After a while, she brewed a cup of tea and carefully presented it to Haicheng with both hands. Haicheng took a sip, and a refreshing aroma filled his senses, invigorating him. Good tea. Haicheng, not understanding the tea ceremony, could only summarize it simply with that. Gu Xiaoyi smiled with satisfaction on her face, then continued to refill Haicheng's cup while gently explaining the tea's characteristics. Haicheng felt a sense of cultural enrichment as he listened. When he looked at Gu Xiaoyi again, his eyes brightened. He hadn't expected her to be someone who had studied the tea ceremony. However, he found it somewhat strange to see Gu Xiaoyi, dressed in a maid outfit, performing the tea ceremony. He then entered the guest room. Shortly after, he brought out a red silk qipao and handed it to Gu Xiaoyi. When she touched the fabric, She realized it was high-quality natural silk from Jiangnan. The style was also very elegant and appropriate. Just this outfit alone was worth at least 10,000. If it were custom-made, it might cost tens of thousands or even over 100,000. Gu Xiaoyi immediately blinked her watery big eyes, staring at Haicheng, thinking, so this young boss likes to see costume changes. Although shy, after a moment, she bit her red lips slightly and mustered the courage to change into the qipao in front of Haicheng again. Haicheng felt a bit numb. He thought to himself that this woman looked quite innocent, yet her behavior was too bold and provocative. Why was she always changing clothes in front of him? Although it was quite eye-catching, it easily made him seem improper. Ahem. Haicheng coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. Gu Xiaoyi, however, assumed that Haicheng was eagerly waiting to see her strike a sexy pose in the red qipao. She immediately bent over to start making tea again. Sir, tea. Gu Xiaoyi quickly presented another cup of tea to Haicheng. She seemed to have a talent for quickly immersing herself in her new role, no matter how humiliating it was. Thus, even while kneeling in a low-cut qipao to serve tea to Haicheng, she soon became composed and cheerful. Haicheng casually took the tea and drank another cup, genuinely finding Gu Xiaoyi's tea-making skills quite good. He then asked with a smile, Xiaoyi, did you learn your tea skills in Sakura country? Gu Xiaoyi's expression stiffened. Having developed a habit of overthinking and imagining things since following Duke, she started to ponder. She thought, is the boss simply asking about the tea ceremony? After all, the tea ceremony originated from the Xia country. Our tea culture is richer and more profound than that of Sakura country. Why did he suddenly ask about Sakura country? Could it be? Gu Xiaoyi recalled how Haicheng had tormented Yi Huimin for a full 4 hours, and her body trembled involuntarily. She felt that such a thing might also happen to her. According to her understanding, she couldn't believe that someone would solely engage in romantic activities for 4 hours. That completely exceeded common sense. Thus, Gu Xiaoyi suddenly thought of Sakura country, which was also famous for its perverted adult films. After a complex thought process, Gu Xiaoyi, her cheeks flushed, nodded. Sir, a part of Xiaoyi's tea skills does come from Sakura country. If you want to try the tea ceremony from Sakura country, Haicheng slightly waved his hand, not wanting to hear more. He finally understood why Gu Xiaoyi's behavior was so bold and perverted. It turned out she had studied in Sakura country, which made sense. Originally, he had thought to subtly advise Gu Xiaoyi to tone it down, but now it seemed that this was her nature being released. He felt that although he was Gu Xiaoyi's master, he didn't want to be too harsh. Therefore, he decided to go along with her thoughts and let her serve him. He continued to enjoy her tea service. Before they knew it, the day soon dawned. Gu Xiaoyi quickly and respectfully asked Gao Feng, Sir, it's already daylight. May I prepare breakfast for you and madam? Seeing her eagerness, Gao Feng did not refuse. He also thought that having such a diligent maid at home was quite nice. He nodded and let her go. Gu Xiaoyi's face immediately lit up with a smile as she trotted into the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, she was taken aback. Rice, flour, oil, and vegetables were all in abundance. In the refrigerator, there was even fresh pork, beef, chicken, and even fresh fruits. She even felt as if she had just come back from shopping and replenished the house's supplies. It should be noted that it was now the 5th day of the apocalypse. Although families were mainly worried about warming supplies due to the sudden onset of the apocalypse, food supplies in each household had actually begun to run short. They were managing to get by with what little they had, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to eat according to their preferences. Gu Xiaoyi had initially planned to see what ingredients were available in the kitchen and make something simple. However, upon discovering this situation, she felt hesitant to decide on what breakfast to make. She quickly ran back to the living room, carefully knelt in front of Gao Feng, and with her big watery eyes, respectfully asked, Sir, the ingredients in the kitchen are very abundant, and we can make many kinds of breakfast. I wonder, what does Sir usually like to eat? Gao Feng was momentarily taken aback by the question. Before the apocalypse, he usually didn't eat breakfast at all and would even just buy a couple of buns to make do. After the apocalypse, when he brought Wu Mingting to this community, she had made him breakfast a couple of times, but it was always egg pancakes and thin rice porridge. That was probably Wu Mingting's specialty for breakfast. Now that Gu Xiaoyi asked him what he liked for breakfast, he was indeed stumped. He immediately asked Gu Xiaoyi in return, What can you make for breakfast? Please tell me. Meanwhile, Duke was quickly screening through Building 18 with 5 of his subordinates. He wouldn't disturb families with mouths to feed. He specifically sought out single women living alone. The reason for this was simple. On one hand, it was to reduce friction. After all, he only had 20 men, and if he encountered a tough character, he could end up dead. On the other hand, and more importantly, he didn't believe that those women who were not living alone could maintain their purity after the apocalypse had arrived. Duke didn't want to present an unclean woman to the big boss, fearing it would anger him. However, Building 18 had already been screened by the leaders of the Cotton Clothes Association. It was unlikely that they would find anything new. Duke was almost losing his hair over this. He even decided to forcibly break into non-single households to screen them. But if he did that, his brothers would definitely suffer casualties. In this apocalypse, the number of brothers was his backbone, and he couldn't easily make that decision. In the end, he decided to try his luck at Building 17. Although there were leaders of the Cotton Clothes Association there as well, what if he encountered a pure and desirable beauty? If he managed to capture the woman he wanted and presented her to that big boss, who knows, he might receive some support in return. And perhaps he could not only become the boss of Building 18, but also take over Building 17. The more Duke thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt that, under such circumstances, his 20 brothers could indeed make a move on Building 17. Duke immediately discussed with his 5 subordinates, and they all agreed. Boss, didn't you say that the big boss has a gun? If we present him with a beauty he is satisfied with, maybe he'll reward us with a gun. With a gun, we could dominate the entire community. After all, the basements in our community are all interconnected. Duke's eyes lit up at this suggestion. He felt that his future was becoming more and more promising. Yes, the basements in the community were all interconnected. As long as he received a reward from the big boss and got hold of a gun, even if it was just one, then all the beauties in the community, apart from the big boss's first pick, would be up for grabs for his brothers. As for supplies, that wouldn't be a problem at all. Without further ado, Duke immediately led his 20 brothers, circumventing the basement, and prepared to forcibly enter Building 17. Fortune favors the bold, and the timid starve. He decided to take this chance. No matter what, he had to establish a relationship with that big boss. Just as Duke and his group passed through the basement parking lot and entered the elevator area, a woman's startled cry suddenly came from the stairway. Duke quickly looked over and immediately saw a plump figure wrapped in a quilt, swiftly running towards the stairway beside the elevator. Quick, chase her. That woman's voice is charming. She must be a gem. For the boss, we must catch her. Duke shouted loudly at his subordinates. They charged like a pack of wolves that had caught the scent of blood. Chapter 84. Reuniting with old friends soon. Duke's subordinates caught up with the fleeing figure in the hallway. The woman was directly tackled to the ground, her quilted covering pinned down. Hold her down. We absolutely can't let her escape. One of the subordinates ordered, filled with pride. Not feeling reassured, he immediately raised his hand to press down on the center of the quilt. Bang! Duke, arriving just in time, kicked this subordinate over. The subordinate let out a cry and then, confused, got up to look at Duke. Boss, why did you kick me? The others were also a bit hesitant. They were worried that Duke was angry because he had given his woman, Gashawi, to the boss and now had no outlet for his frustration. But they heard Duke coldly tell the kicked subordinate, Are you out of your mind? Where were you about to touch? Damn it, I told you to catch beauties. Not to lose your head. Do you even have a brain? Damn it, those women of the previous little bosses, you slept with them, and now we are catching one. And you still want to grope her? I swear I'll ruin you if you keep this up. The subordinate shivered at Duke's scolding. He finally realized that he had almost impulsively assaulted the beauty hidden under the quilt. Normally, it would be one thing to assault a beauty. But the key was that this beauty wasn't tea for their enjoyment. She was a gift for the big boss. Now, to curry favor with the big boss. They had already eliminated the alliance leaders, and even Gashawi had been given away. If they messed things up over one captured beauty, it would be too costly. Duke was furious just looking at the subordinate. The other 4 subordinates were also seething with anger and went up to give the kicked subordinate a beating. Fortunately, it was cold, and the subordinate was wearing a down jacket and had a quilt draped over him, so the kicks didn't do much damage. In the end, after a considerable effort, Duke carefully had them pull out the woman hidden beneath the quilt. When Duke finally saw the woman's pretty face, he immediately laughed heartily. This is it. We're saved this time. Duke couldn't help but burst into laughter. The other subordinates quickly looked over, and upon seeing her, they too broke into smiles. It turned out that the woman had a pure and charming face, with a youthful complexion and a pair of bright black and white eyes. Very innocent and naive. Seeing everyone's gaze on her, she instinctively hugged her chest, squeezed her legs together, and trembled in fear. This was exactly how a woman who had never been through anything would react in this situation. Any experienced woman, even in a panic, would not instinctively resort to something like crossing her legs. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, they have encountered beautiful women before, and they are not new to capturing them. However, these women, as long as they have been with men, have absolutely lost the subconscious protection of their chastity. In contrast, this girl before them is the exact opposite. After settling things, Duke hurriedly took the girl back to Building 18. He dared not linger in Building 17. If the leaders of the cotton-clad group encountered him, it could lead to a considerable conflict. In the apocalypse, resources are hard currency, and women are too. Resources are for survival, and women are for leisure. To ensure that one does not suffocate, One could say that the value of women is second only to that of resources. Currently, resources are not that scarce. Many people still have many obsessions with beautiful women. Thus, although beauty is not the primary hard currency, its value is not inferior to that of resources at all. After Duke returned to room 2801 in Building 18, he finally felt at ease. He immediately took out Gu Xiaoyi's clothes and gestured for the beautiful girl to go wash up in the bathroom and change. He even left the room with his little brothers first, patiently waiting for her to groom herself. The girl seemed to sense something, and although her body trembled slightly, she cooperatively took the clothes, locked the bathroom door, and started taking a shower. But everyone knew that as long as Duke and his men were willing, they could break down the door with violence at any moment. In fact, if they wanted, once this girl was captured, she would only have a fate of being ruthlessly ravaged by them. However, a full half-hour passed, and nothing happened. The girl washed her delicate body twice and confirmed that there was no lingering smell from not bathing for a long time after the apocalypse. Only then did she dry herself with a towel, putting on the spare underwear, thermal shirt, sweater, down jacket, and a large blanket made into a cloak that originally belonged to Gu Xiaoyi. Once dressed, the girl revealed a face so pure and lovely that anyone would find it captivating, like a blank sheet of paper. After hesitating for a full 10 minutes in the living room, she finally chose to open the door. "Wow, so beautiful!" Duke exclaimed upon seeing the girl after she had dressed up. His 5 little brothers were even more excited, practically feeling like they had entered heaven. At that moment, seeing the girl's high looks and pure temperament, they no longer displayed lewd expressions, but rather appeared genuinely excited and happy. "This is really a rescue," Duke couldn't help but exclaim. The girl was startled by Duke's words. She vaguely sensed that these people seemed to want to use her as a bargaining chip for something. However, Duke didn't make her wait long and quickly revealed the truth to her. Duke said solemnly, "In a moment, I will take you to meet a real big shot. You must do your best to please and serve him. As long as you do well, in this apocalypse, you could even live a life akin to those in a peaceful era, like those upper-class people. But I must tell you, if you offend this big shot, I guarantee my brothers will not treat you kindly." Upon hearing this, the girl shuddered. She did not know the truth of the earlier words, but she understood the threat behind them. She recalled that when she was captured, there were at least 20 people surrounding her. If what Duke said was true, then if she offended the big shot, her fate would likely be to be tortured to death by these men. That would be a living hell. The girl immediately replied, "Big brother, don't worry, I will definitely do my best. If there is anything I don't understand, you can teach me." Duke's face immediately lit up with joy. He liked the girl's understanding, and he felt more hopeful about binding her to the big shot. Duke quickly called over his 5 little brothers, and even the 5 beautiful women he had taken from the other 5 little bosses. They all surrounded the girl and began to teach her various ways to serve a man. Duke emphasized, when serving, you must be flirtatious, but maintain your pure style. Don't show off, understand? The girl obediently nodded, her face full of innocence. Duke was unsure whether to be satisfied or worried. However, after confirming with her again, he finally felt relieved, knowing that the girl truly understood. Therefore, he quickly called Gu Xiaoyi to ask if they could present a gift to the big shot. Gu Xiaoyi quickly conveyed the big shot's meaning, saying it was approved. Only then did Duke wrap himself in a blanket, taking the girl, who was also wrapped in a blanket, and cautiously come to the door of room 2901. Click. The door to room 2901 opened. Gu Xiaoyi opened the door and quickly jogged back to Gao Feng, quietly kneeling beside him like a submissive female slave. This scene almost made Duke, who was about to enter, faint. The girl who followed him into the room, upon seeing Gao Feng sitting leisurely on the sofa watching TV, couldn't help but exclaim, "Gao Feng, how is this possible?" Chapter 85. The Big Shot's Perverse. Servant serving his labor. The moment the pure girl saw Gao Feng, she completely lost her composure. She turned to leave, but there was nowhere for her to go. Duke grabbed the blanket she was wrapped in and pulled her back. He threatened her in her ear. "Little girl, you better behave, or don't blame me for being rude. Do you really think our 20 guns are just for show?" The pure girl trembled all over. With a stiff upper lip, she was pushed into the room by Duke. However, her gaze towards Gao Feng unconsciously shifted to the side. The girl simply could not face her ex-boyfriend. Yes, this pure girl is Zhao Kuer, Gao Feng's green tea ex-girlfriend. Although Zhao Kuer had been taken by Gao Feng, it had only been 2 days before the apocalypse. Zhao Kuer had always maintained a pure green tea persona, acting in a flirtatious manner. Any woman would recognize her green tea traits at first glance. But Duke was a man, and a man in his 30s, almost 40. He had no resistance to this type of green tea girl. Therefore, the standard for the pure beauties Duke chose for Gao Feng was precisely aimed at green tea girls. Zhao Kuer fit this mold perfectly. She had just been hiding in the parking lot between buildings 17 and 18, and by a stroke of bad luck, when Duke passed by, She was starving and wanted to go back to room 101 to grab something to eat. Everything was just so coincidental. Originally, when Zhao Kuer was captured by Duke, she had already resigned herself to being a woman's man for a brutish boss. At least she could see the light and not live like a rat in the basement. But then, just after getting cleaned up at Duke's place, she found herself in front of Gao Feng, invited to do everything possible to serve this big shot. Heavens, Gao Feng was Zhao Kuer's boyfriend. Although they played wild when they were together, now, Duke had gathered everyone's strength to come up with ways to serve men that were so perverse. If it were a stranger, Zhao Kuer would grit her teeth and endure the humiliation. But now, facing Gao Feng, who was once her devoted admirer, how could he suddenly turn into a big shot? The key was that she had to use those shameful and perverse methods to serve and curry favor with him. Long time no see, Zhao Kuer. Gao Feng was surprised to see Zhao Kuer in front of him, but he greeted her naturally. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuer blushed and lowered her head, wishing she could bury her face in her chest. She even wanted to dig a hole in the floor and crawl back into the warm and comfortable room 2801. Sir, this place is really nice. The heating is great. It's so warm here. On the other side, Duke was awkwardly searching for a topic to talk about. At this moment, he had no mood to care about Zhao Kuer's feelings. His woman, the one he had cherished so dearly, was now kneeling at Gao Feng's feet like a dog, waiting to serve him at any moment. Duke didn't even need to think to know that his woman had undoubtedly already served Gao Feng in the most flattering way while he was busy catching beauties for the boss. After all, Gu Xiaoyi was the most wonderful woman Duke had ever experienced. Her looks, figure, and temperament were all exceptional. Although Duke had seen even more outstanding beauties during his years of wandering, she was definitely the most delicious one he could have. He couldn't believe that the woman he liked, the one he had cared for even in the apocalypse, would not be tempted to taste this young boss in front of him. Even if Gu Xiaoyi wasn't that pure, at least considering her looks and figure, he would want to try. However, just thinking about this made Duke feel like his heart was being crushed by an iron hand. He simultaneously wanted Gao Feng to try his woman, but felt an overwhelming heartache. If he tried, his chances in the future would increase. If he didn't, then he was finished. Duke, stop stalling. Just say what you need to say. The sir is busy. Just when Duke was at a loss for words, Gu Xiaoyi, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly interrupted his chaotic thoughts and urged him. Her demeanor was as if she were the spokesperson for the young boss Gao Feng, with a hint of pride on her pretty face. The cold and beautiful gaze carried a hint of disdain and arrogance, piercing Duke's heart with pain. At that moment, Duke felt incredibly uncomfortable. He suddenly felt immense regret. He regretted sending his woman to the boss because he was shocked to discover that not only had his woman's body been tainted by the boss, but her heart had also been taken away in such a short time. Duke's heart screamed in agony. The pain inside him felt as if he were being pricked by needles. Yet, he dared not show it, because rationality told him that if he displayed any reluctance towards Gu Xiaoyi, it would provoke the boss's wrath. If that happened, all his previous efforts would be in vain, and he would have sent his beloved woman, Gu Xiaoyi, away for nothing. Duke stammered for a while. Sir. I'm here to deliver a beauty to you. This young lady was just invited to serve you. Look how pure and beautiful she is. Sir, it seems she is also an acquaintance of yours. What a coincidence. As he spoke, Duke pushed the dazed Zhao Kuer closer to Gao Feng so that he could see her better. Duke quickly bowed to Gu Xiaoyi and said, Miss Gu, please help me out for the sake of our friendship. Sir, please catch up with this young lady. If you need anything, just let me know. And you can order Xiaoyi, no, Miss Gu, directly. After saying this, Duke turned to leave. Suddenly, he thought of something. He stared intently at Gu Xiaoyi, who was kneeling beside Gao Feng, and suddenly knelt down, bowing deeply 3 times to Gao Feng. Sir, Duke is leaving now. After saying this, he hurriedly turned and jogged out of room 2901. As soon as he stepped out the door, Duke couldn't hold back his tears. It was too humiliating. He was over 30 years old. In peaceful times, he had once been in a good position. Although he hadn't done particularly well, he was at least a small boss. During peaceful times, he had also met big shots, though he couldn't engage in conversation and was always looked down upon. But he had never felt as humble and ashamed as he did now, kneeling and bowing to someone. However, now it was the apocalypse. The other party had a gun in hand and held his life in their grasp. He was truly afraid. Inside room 2901, as soon as Duke closed the door, Gu Xiaoyi looked at Zhao Kuer with a cold gaze. As a representative of Duke and a newly acquired servant of the young boss Gao Feng, Gu Xiaoyi felt it was her responsibility to train this seemingly simple-minded beauty well. Moreover, the sir had a peculiar preference for watching beautiful women change clothes. If she didn't take the initiative to guide, she was genuinely afraid that this pure beauty in front of her would anger the sir. As for the fact that the sir and the girl knew each other before, well, that was a matter from before the apocalypse. Things were different now. How could they be the same? In the past, no matter how powerful the boss was, there were laws to protect people. And he couldn't just have a girl undress and talk. But now it was the apocalypse. The boss could live according to his own desires. How the girl used to present herself to the boss was irrelevant. What mattered was that as the intermediary, she had to fulfill her responsibilities. If the boss had to do everything himself, then what value did she have as a servant? The boss had peculiar tastes, and the servant had to do her job. That was what a qualified servant should do. So, Guxiaoyi cleared her throat, straightened up, and said to Zhao Ku'er in a cold tone, "Take off your clothes." Zhao Ku'er immediately shivered all over, goosebumps rising on her skin. Chapter 86. The green tea needs the school beauty to grind. What? Zhao Ku'er was almost torn apart upon hearing Guxiaoyi's words. However, in front of others, she felt like a servant, in a despicable posture, undressing for Gao Feng. And she truly felt a sense of impending madness and collapse. As Gao Feng's ex-girlfriend, she had undressed for him before, but that had been on equal terms. But now, they were meeting again, and only a few days had passed. How did Gao Feng become a boss? Zhao Ku'er couldn't wrap her head around it, especially since Gao Feng had always been fawning over her as a pure goddess before. However, Zhao Ku'er was slow to respond. Guxiaoyi's gaze suddenly became sharp as a knife. In this apocalypse, who didn't have a belly full of grievances? She had just been sent to someone by that beast Duke. Was she angry? Was she losing control? In order to survive, she not only endured but also happily embraced the role of a servant. Hurry up! Guxiaoyi's furious gaze fixed on Zhao Ku'er. She felt that this woman in front of her was just being difficult. What time was it? She had already trampled her dignity underfoot to survive. And yet this girl was still pretending to be reserved. Did others not know she was a green tea bitch? Did she think Guxiaoyi didn't know? Zhao Ku'er struggled to call out Gao Feng's name, wanting to plead with him to not humiliate her like this for the sake of their past friendship. But before she could finish her sentence, Guxiaoyi suddenly stood up, swiftly approached her, and slapped her hard. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the room. A small, blood-red handprint immediately appeared on Zhao Ku'er's fair and delicate face. Shut up. If you keep babbling, I'll let Duke and his rough men teach you a lesson. Guxiaoyi's gaze was as sharp as a knife, and her words cut like a cleaver, leaving Zhao Ku'er unable to respond. Guxiaoyi's actions are completely the nemesis of green tea bitches. You pretend to be weak, and I act like a shrew. We are both sensible people. If you pretend, I will strike. Guxiaoyi has absolute confidence. Behind her is Duke's endorsement, and even more so, young big shots. Even if her behavior is wrong or excessive, would the big shots get angry just because she helped train a beautiful woman they have long wanted to get close to? In a peaceful world, women can have petty tempers. But this is the end of the world. Everyone is struggling to survive in the cracks. Men rely on physical strength to gather food to live. Women rely on serving men to live. And the young big shots are the men among men. They deserve to enjoy the best service. This woman actually wants to stir up trouble just because of a little tea art. If Guxiaoyi hadn't seen it, it would be one thing, but since she did, she would not allow a green tea bitch to stir up trouble. Does she really think she, a prominent beauty from a third-tier university, is made of mud? She cannot compare to those stunning women. But compared to a dead green tea bitch, she has absolute confidence. After all, before the apocalypse, she successfully hooked up with Duke, the company president, with her looks and abilities. Duke was so enchanted by her that even after the apocalypse began, he didn't even look at other women. This woman in front of her, aside from being a bit pure and knowing a bit of tea art, what else does she have? The big shot might not have had that before. And perhaps this woman is still original. But none of this is her capital for arrogance. Guxiaoyi was feeling ruthless. Wow. Zhao Ku'er suddenly covered her face and cried. Guxiaoyi was immediately flustered. Although she knew this woman was just pretending, she was afraid that Gao Feng, this young big shot, would be soft-hearted and angry. She immediately knelt on the ground, patiently explaining to Gao Feng and apologizing humbly. Sir, I was wrong, but I think she is just pretending. Sir, please give me a chance. I want to train her alone. When Guxiaoyi said this, her mood was tense to the extreme. She couldn't see what emotions were hidden behind Gao Feng's calm expression. However, she had to show the loyalty of a qualified servant. Even if punished, she must complete her mission for her master. This is her way of survival. This is her differentiated survival path in the apocalypse as a woman whose looks are not outstanding and who does not have a perfect body. Guxiaoyi has always been a smart woman. Her weakness and obedience are more like soft armor that has protected her well. Guxiaoyi believes that this time, it should also work. After all, she is thinking for her master and truly has no selfish motives. All right, you go? Gao Feng suddenly spoke, in a very flat tone. He actually had no feelings for Zhao Ku'er anymore. He had already taken his revenge. Before the apocalypse, he transferred Zhao Ku'er's money away. And just before the apocalypse, he lured her to this community, making her start her apocalyptic journey in a completely unfamiliar environment. This kind of revenge was already enough. At least, Gao Feng is not a malicious person who has thought about relentlessly seeking revenge on someone. Moreover, Gao Feng is now a Black Iron level 4 ability user. For someone like Zhao Kuer, an ordinary person, he sees her as insignificant as an ant. Therefore, how to deal with Zhao Kuer suddenly appearing is really not important to Gao Feng at all. But Gu Xiaoyi was very anxious. She couldn't tell whether Gao Feng was speaking casually or if there was a deeper meaning. Or perhaps the big shot was not very satisfied with this real gift brought by Duke. After all, this woman, though pure and beautiful, is completely disobedient. In Gu Xiaoyi's view, this is absolutely unacceptable. However, Gu Xiaoyi did not dare to confirm this with Gao Feng. After all, he is a big shot. A big shot who is busy with 1,000 affairs. A big shot whose words can determine life and death. If she angered the big shot, what would become of her life? Gu Xiaoyi thought to herself that she had just changed her life goals and no longer wanted to live an easy life with Duke, but wanted to work hard to gain the big shot's appreciation. How could she suddenly anger the big shot at this time? So, while Zhao Kuer was crying, Gu Xiaoyi grabbed her hair and directly dragged her to the bathroom. Zhao Kuer was treated like a dead dog, completely bewildered. Zhao Kuer never dreamed that her loyal Gao Feng would watch another woman treat her like this. However, Zhao Kuer couldn't understand what role Gu Xiaoyi was playing, and how Gao Feng suddenly became a big shot. Slap, slap, slap. While Zhao Kuer was still struggling inwardly, Gu Xiaoyi closed the bathroom door and immediately gave her 3 hard slaps. Zhao Kuer's already swollen face became symmetrical. Now she didn't even need to apply blush. It was naturally red and moist. However, although Zhao Kuer is a green tea bitch, she is inherently very vicious. How could she allow herself to be slaughtered? So, she decided to fight back. But just as she was about to raise her foot to kick Gu Xiaoyi, she was kicked in the butt by Gu Xiaoyi first. The pain made Zhao Kuer jump up and down in place, a kind of pain similar to testicular pain that made her want to go crazy. Too vicious. In the peaceful world, Gu Xiaoyi, who had no worries about food and drink, had spent a lot of money investing in herself. Fitness and beauty were essential. But Gu Xiaoyi, who understood how to serve men better, knew even more that a healthy body was her capital to gain more favor. Therefore, in addition to common fitness programs like yoga, she also attended boxing classes. It was impossible to win against strong men, but against women like Zhao Kuer. This dead green tea bitch, she completely crushed her. Zhao Kuer looked at Gu Xiaoyi with eyes that seemed like she wanted to swallow her alive. But Gu Xiaoyi did not give her a chance. Men fear green tea bitches. She was not afraid. She twisted Zhao Kuer's ear hard, causing Zhao Kuer to lose her senses from the pain. Thud. Zhao Kuer finally knelt down on the ground, her face and eyes revealing a deep sense of defeat and genuine submission for the first time in her life. There was no way out. Gu Xiaoyi was just too ruthless. She even saw that this dead woman had reached for her chest. Zhao Kuer couldn't even imagine what kind of terrifying torture she would suffer if Gu Xiaoyi got her hands on her. After all, Gu Xiaoyi was not a man. Men are infatuated with her good figure, but for Gu Xiaoyi, who is also a woman, that is just a pile of meat. I beg you, sister, I submit. I submit, isn't that enough? Whatever you want me to do, I will do. Zhao Kuer shouted in fear. She didn't even know how she managed to shout such a long sentence. Chapter 87. The maid Kuer meets the Sir. Zhao Kuer was soon brought back to the living room by Gu Xiaoyi. At this time, Zhao Kuer's down jacket had been taken off. She was wearing Gu Xiaoyi's black secretary outfit that she had changed into in 2801. But she was still holding a white maid outfit in her hands. Gu Xiaoyi first walked to Gao Feng's feet and knelt down submissively. Then, in a humble and flattering tone, she smiled and reported, "Sir, just now, Xiaoyi educated Miss Zhao. She has understood the rules. And now please let her pay her respects to you." Gao Feng was taken aback. Pay respects? What the hell? He had no idea what this was about. Gu Xiaoyi kneeling at his feet made him feel bewildered. But as someone who is treated as a big shot, he couldn't say that he couldn't accept the humble service of his subordinates. After all, he is not truly someone who is a big shot. Gu Xiaoyi said so, and Gao Feng could only silently accept it. After all, being served by a beautiful woman is quite enjoyable, even though he felt a bit confused. However, now Gu Xiaoyi came again, and Gao Feng found it a bit absurd. But could he stop Gu Xiaoyi? After thinking for a moment, Gao Feng realized that Gu Xiaoyi seemed to want to help her train the maid, teaching her the rules. Subordinates indeed need to have rules, otherwise, he would find it very annoying. With this thought, Gao Feng felt that this unfamiliar, never-before-encountered situation suddenly became much easier to accept. After all, although he didn't understand it, he was the beneficiary. So, Gao Feng nodded once more. As for whether he should feel pity for Zhao Kuer, sorry, but Zhao Kuer was his enemy. Not seeking revenge was already an act of kindness. If he had to take special care of her, wouldn't that be absurd? Gao Feng felt that it was perfectly fine to treat her like a stranger and let things take their natural course. Upon receiving Gao Feng's response, Gu Xiaoyi's face lit up with a happy smile. Then, excitedly, she waved to Zhao Kuo, who was standing stiffly at the bathroom door. Come here, just like me. Pay your respects to the sir. As Gu Xiaoyi said this, she got up again, respectfully knelt down, spread her hands on the ground, and bowed her head to it. In a gentle voice, she said, the maid Xiaoyi has met the sir. Seeing this scene, Zhao Kuo felt like she could die. It was so humiliating. However, thinking about Gu Xiaoyi's terrifying lesson in the bathroom, she steeled herself, took a couple of steps forward, stood beside Gu Xiaoyi, and mechanically mimicked Gu Xiaoyi's actions and words, completely replicating them. The moment Zhao Kuo finished saying, the maid Kuo has met the sir, her mind went blank. She knew she was bowing to her ex-boyfriend, Gao Feng. And Gao Feng, who was being honored by Zhao Kuo, couldn't help but be taken aback. He thought he was completely indifferent to Zhao Kuo. However, when Zhao Kuo bowed to him in such a humiliating posture, his heart actually raced. Gao Feng felt he might be a bit perverse. But he had to admit, Gu Xiaoyi, who had studied at Sakura, was quite entertaining when it came to managing people. He had never thought of such a peculiar way before. This was precisely where his knowledge was lacking. But what he didn't know, Gu Xiaoyi just happened to know. This made Gao Feng look at Gu Xiaoyi, the newly acquired maid, with a bit more respect. However, just when Gao Feng thought the greetings were over, Gu Xiaoyi suddenly waved to Zhao Kuo and said, Kuo, now here, change into the maid outfit you have in your hand, and serve at the sir's feet like me. Zhao Kuo turned her head sharply to look at Gu Xiaoyi, her brain instantly crashing. Just now, she only mentioned changing into a maid outfit. She thought it was after the greetings, then they would go to the bathroom to change clothes. Why did Gu Xiaoyi suddenly make such a request? How could this be? Zhao Kuo was utterly desperate. She stood frozen in place. Having been taught a lesson by Gu Xiaoyi, she no longer wanted to resist. However, changing clothes in front of her ex-boyfriend was too humiliating. This was not just changing from a down jacket into a maid outfit. It would completely burn out Zhao Kuo's CPU. Similarly, Gao Feng felt his brain shutting down. What the hell? I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything. How did such an outrageous thing suddenly happen? Gao Feng was still confused inside. Zhao Kuo had already been disarmed by Gu Xiaoyi, and with swift movements, she changed into the maid outfit in front of Gao Feng. After finishing, Gu Xiaoyi appeared to be in a pleasing manner, extending one arm to indicate Gao Feng to enjoy the view at will. Gao Feng was stunned. What the hell? Gu Xiaoyi, what the hell did I do to make you misunderstand me like this? I just casually took out a piece of clothing from another space for you to wear. I later realized that the maid outfit didn't quite suit you. That wasn't changing you into a cheap how. You're beautiful. Why did you have to change Zhao Kuo into a maid outfit? Moreover, more importantly, what does your sudden gesture of invitation mean? This is not what I instructed. Clearly, it's your own decision. Gao Feng was still in a daze. Gu Xiaoyi smirked and suddenly said to Zhao Kuo, who was dressed in the maid outfit, Kuo, the sir seems a bit bored. As maids, let's dance for the sir and entertain him. Saying this, she pulled Zhao Kuo up and opened her phone to play music. Immediately, an old dance tune, the South Korean song Nobody, began to play. Gu Xiaoyi, wearing a high-slit qipao, started to sway her body energetically. Zhao Kuo, dressed in a maid outfit, was pulled along and forced to perform. Gao Feng was already awkwardly glued to the ground, unable to bear it, covering his mouth with one hand. Fearing he would make strange sounds and make Gu Xiaoyi think that this so-called big shot was just a bumpkin who had never seen the world. Just then, as the two women gradually coordinated and danced more skillfully, the main bedroom door was suddenly opened from the inside. Yi Huimin, dressed in a wine-red spaghetti-strap nightgown, lazily walked out. Upon seeing the fiery dance scene in the living room, she was instantly stunned. She was even so startled that she hurriedly tried to retreat into the room, suspecting she might have gone to the wrong place. Before she fell asleep, there were only two people in room 2901, her and Gao Feng. However, just as she was about to hide back in her room, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Gao Feng sitting on the sofa in the living room. To her astonishment, this guy was actually watching the two women dance with a look of enjoyment on his face. An unnamed rage instantly surged from the depths of her heart. She had considered Gao Feng a playboy and was willing to accept his past, but she absolutely could not allow this guy to be so unrestrained in front of her with other women. Chapter 88. Stirring up trouble, Yi Huimin could no longer suppress her inner fury and charged towards Gao Feng. Just as she was about to question him, she was suddenly stunned halfway. Upon seeing Yi Huimin, Gu Xiaoyi immediately pulled Zhao Kuo and knelt on the ground without hesitation. The maid Xiaoyi has met the young mistress. Gu Xiaoyi was very skilled. The maid Kuo has met the young mistress. Zhao Kuo was a bit flustered, especially upon seeing Yi Huimin's face, which was even more beautiful and graceful than her own, causing her heart to panic completely. Originally, She subconsciously thought that maybe staying by Gao Feng's side wouldn't be so bad. With her looks, figure, and the advantage of having previously dated Gao Feng, perhaps she could return to his side. After all, Gao Feng's house was too warm. This was the apocalypse. Other homes had no heating facilities at all. Ordinary air conditioning couldn't even be turned on. Even in room 2801, she had installed self-heating equipment, but the temperature only reached the winter temperature of the Jiangnan region. It was still below zero and cold. Even indoors, she still had to wear a down jacket. But in room 2901, Gao Feng's place, she can even wear a maid outfit by herself. Although she felt extremely ashamed at first, especially in front of Gao Feng, after dancing a piece with Guxiaoyi, she suddenly realized that it wasn't such a big deal. After all, this is the apocalypse. She's still alive, isn't she? Didn't she once vow to do whatever it takes to survive? Now, not only is she alive, but she's living quite well. Compared to the peaceful times when older men toyed with her perfect body, what does this count for? However, just as Zhao Kuer felt a glimmer of hope, Yi Huimin, a woman far more accomplished than her, suddenly appeared. If it were just Guxiaoyi, she still had confidence that she could slowly win him over with her tea skills. But Yi Huimin, she exudes an aura of beauty and elegance. Her looks, figure, and temperament are all flawless. Zhao Kuer even doubted whether such a perfect woman had any flaws at all. This was the type she had once envied and been jealous of. Such women are born into wealth. No matter how hard she works, she can't achieve that. Especially that graceful and noble temperament. What can a girl from an ordinary family do? Besides trying to force it? But Yi Huimin's elegance is purely natural. How could she compete? Moreover, Yi Huimin has already become Gao Feng's woman. Zhao Kuer felt that her life had lost all hope. She felt that for the rest of her life. She could only be a humble maid in front of Gao Feng. Zhao Kuer regretted it deeply. After all, Gao Feng had once loved her so much. Gao Feng even went out in the blazing sun on a summer afternoon to buy her squid. He had pushed her down and excitedly played with her all night long. She had barely gotten out of bed the next day. She knew that Gao Feng was truly infatuated with her. Zhao Kuer firmly believed this. But she didn't know what had happened. The most important opportunity in her life, the man she loved, had suddenly turned against her and directly dumped her. Zhao Kuer's heart was filled with endless regret. She looked at Yi Huimin, who was surprised by them, and kept blaming and reflecting on herself. Was it because I questioned Gao Feng and asked him to return the 500,000 for my plastic surgery that angered him? Did I fail to see that Gao Feng took my 500,000 simply because he didn't want me to get plastic surgery? Or was he just angry because I was flirting with another man on WeChat? But I can change. Why can't you give me a chance? Gao Feng, you played with me so much. Haven't I forgiven you now? Why are you so heartless? Why do you want another woman? Even if you want another woman, why do you have to abandon me? Kuer, I don't mind you having other women. If I had known you were so amazing, a big shot in other people's eyes, just secretly visiting, I would have willingly offered my body and heart long ago. How could I still think about flirting with other men? I'm not stupid. Oh. As Zhao Kuer thought about this, her heart broke. She looked at Yi Huimin with eyes that suddenly burst with jealous fury. She felt that it was Yi Huimin who had taken everything from her. Suddenly, she wanted to take crazy revenge. So, in Yi Huimin's surprised gaze, she suddenly spoke, Madam, I am still the girlfriend that your husband was dating during his secret visits. Of course, his one true love must only be you. I am just his plaything. Merely here to relieve his boredom. Guxiaoyi beside her was so scared that she trembled. She frantically reached out and slapped Zhao Kuer on the shoulder, constantly urging her. What are you going crazy for all of a sudden? Quickly, apologize to the young lady. Hurry, are you trying to get me killed? However, Zhao Kuer stood tall, enduring Guxiaoyi's slaps, her gaze fixed on Yi Huimin, showing no intention of dodging. You. Yi Huimin was shocked by Zhao Kuer's actions and instinctively took 2 steps back. She felt her heart racing uncontrollably. She could accept that Gao Feng was a playboy. She could accept that Gao Feng had an ugly past. She could even accept that Gao Feng was still a flirtatious playboy. Just now, when Gao Feng watched the 2 women dance and flirted with them, she was angry but only wanted to warn him to behave better in the future. But she never dreamed that Gao Feng was a completely shameless person. He was actually a wealthy playboy who maliciously played around. These 2 women in front of her were actually girls who had been shamelessly toyed with by Gao Feng and were now kept as his slaves. Yi Huimin had heard of such disgusting behavior in the wealthy circle. She had always been reluctant to date because she was surrounded by too many of these seemingly glamorous but disgusting playboys. The reason she didn't live in a villa area filled with the wealthy was to stay away from such people. But Yi Huimin never expected that after running away, she would still fall into the hands of a disgusting rich young man. Just last night, she had shamelessly spent the whole night with him in this house. Thinking of this, Yi Huimin wanted to slap herself. Bang! Yi Huimin angrily rushed toward the front door. This scene was too abrupt. Not to mention Gao Feng. Even Guxiaoyi, who was standing beside the two women, felt as if they were in a dream. Even Zhao Kuo, who orchestrated the change, felt dizzy. Click. The front door was suddenly flung open. A blast of cold air rushed in, shattering the warmth at the door. Yi Huimin, wearing only a spaghetti strap dress, was instantly chilled to the bone. Her exposed fair skin turned pale in an instant. Even the breath she exhaled turned to frost. The extreme cold outside instantly robbed Yi Huimin of all courage to escape the house. However, just at that moment, the cold fluorescent lights in the corridor suddenly flickered and went out. Then, panic and even madness erupted in screams throughout the entire complex. The power is out. The power is out. God is trying to kill us. Chapter 89, Low Battery. Yi Huimin instinctively looked back and found that the room behind her was also pitch black. She panicked. Gao Feng. Gao Feng. She instinctively shouted loudly, even forgetting to close the door. In just a moment, standing in the wind, she was nearly frozen stiff. At that moment, Gao Feng turned on his phone's flashlight. The white light, although not glaring, gave Yi Huimin a warm feeling. The next second, her consciousness blurred, and she fainted. Min. Gao Feng rushed over, tightly holding her waist, and quickly closed the door. Only then did the room regain its warmth. Watching all of this, Gu Xiaoyi and Zhao Kuo trembled in fear. They had never imagined that in just a moment, Yi Huimin, wearing a nightgown, would rush to the door and faint from the cold just because of a moment's daze due to the power outage. It was terrifying. The deadly chill of -70 degrees revealed its terrifying side for the first time in front of them. It was only then that they deeply understood that in such extreme cold weather, a person could truly freeze to death. And it wouldn't even take long. Maybe in less than 10 minutes. Once a person's body becomes frozen, the next second may lead to fainting, and the following second could be death. Quick help. Gu Xiaoyi poked Zhao Kuo, who was in a daze. Okay. Zhao Kuo hurriedly got up. The two quickly walked into the room, taking advantage of the light from Gao Feng's phone flashlight to start massaging Yi Huimin all over. Gu Xiaoyi explained to the worried Gao Feng, Sir, if someone has fainted from the cold, it's important to promote blood circulation quickly. Massage has a stimulating effect. In this weather, we can't let her stay fainted for too long, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Gao Feng nodded. Zhao Kuo added, Gao Feng, I should go make her some ginger soup, maybe. Gao Feng's expression immediately darkened. Gu Xiaoyi quickly pinched Zhao Kuo and scolded, Don't be ridiculous. If you keep jumping around, I'll tear your mouth apart. Zhao Kuo immediately obediently shut her mouth and continued to massage Yi Huimin's stiff limbs to help restore normal blood flow. Gu Xiaoyi apologized to Gao Feng and quickly said, Sir, can I go make ginger soup for the young lady? But Gao Feng waved his hand and said, You two just stay here and serve her, don't move around. While speaking, he subtly pointed at Zhao Kuo. Gu Xiaoyi understood immediately. He was telling her to keep an eye on Zhao Kuo. Gao Feng then left the room, casually taking out a mining lamp from another space, turning it on and placing it in the master bedroom. Instantly, the dazzling light lit up the entire room. Gu Xiaoyi and Zhao Kuo felt as if their backs were on fire. Both instinctively felt that Gao Feng had an abundance of resources. Gu Xiaoyi, who had wandered around room 2901 a bit, was even more amazed at where Gao Feng had hidden these supplies. However, she was self-aware and never dared to have inappropriate thoughts, so she didn't delve deeper. Gao Feng then went to the balcony, took out a generator he had prepared in advance, and connected a wire to the balcony's power switch. After his operation, the generator emitted a low rumble, and the lights in the room all turned back on with a whoosh. Gu Xiaoyi and Zhao Kuo instantly felt extremely excited. They both felt they had made the right choice in following him. Gao Feng was truly powerful. During the power outage, he not only had a mining lamp, but also a generator. The two women's faces flushed with excitement. The joy they felt even rivaled the intimate pleasure between a man and a woman. At this moment, Gao Feng dialed Yi Huimin's best friend, Xiao Linlin. Xiao Linlin had not yet gotten up. She was still groggy and tried to reach for her phone on the nightstand, but couldn't find it, and instead reached for the bedside lamp. To her surprise, the lamp did not turn on. Xiao Linlin was suddenly startled. The moment she realized the situation, she sat up abruptly in bed, panicking. She was well aware of the outside weather. With temperatures below -70 degrees, it was life-threatening cold. Although there were self-heating devices installed by Gao Feng at home, without electricity, it could also be deadly. Without power, there was no light in the house, and people felt unsafe. More importantly, she wouldn't be able to contact the outside world with her phone. This little house would turn into an island. She hurriedly got up, not even bothering that the hem of her spaghetti-strap nightgown had flipped up to her waist, and she was in disarray as she searched for her phone on the nightstand. Ultimately, she followed the sound and found her phone wedged in the gap between the nightstand and the wall. The phone was still ringing, persistent as ever. Who could it be? Xiao Linlin thought of 3 suitors who had been bothering her lately. One of them even offered to drive over and bring her supplies, speaking sweetly. But Xiao Linlin knew it was just a trick to fool young girls. As a respiratory specialist, and someone who could hold her own in the department, how could she be deceived by such tactics? Outside, there had been hail followed by heavy snow, and the government had issued a red disaster warning. Over 1 million soldiers had frozen to death. Were those pursuing her gods? Just thinking about it made her want to laugh. However, as her gaze swept across the screen, she suddenly felt unwell. Gao Feng, that bastard. Xiao Linlin couldn't help but curse under her breath. Although she had never mentioned it, she harbored deep resentment towards Gao Feng for what happened when he gave her an injection. She knew it was a misunderstanding, but Gao Feng had taken her first time. In Xia country, a girl's first time was incredibly important. Xiao Linlin had devoted years to studying medicine and had never seriously dated. She claimed she didn't like dating, but she still valued a girl's reputation. So when she saw Gao Feng's name on her caller ID, she almost hung up immediately. However, she thought about the sudden power outage and remembered she had forgotten to charge her phone last night. It only had 1 bar of battery left. This could very well be her last call before the apocalypse. Ultimately, with extremely complicated feelings, she answered Gao Feng's call. I have nothing to say to you. If you're looking for Minmin, I want to pass on any messages. Xiao Linlin. Minmin just fainted from the cold. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Linlin's mind exploded. Yi Huimin was her best friend. Moreover, Yi Huimin had clearly slept with her last night. Realizing this, Xiao Linlin suddenly felt something was off. Yes, Yi Huimin had indeed slept with her last night. Where was she now? She turned on her phone flashlight and looked around, but indeed she couldn't see anyone. However, as soon as she used the flashlight, the phone's battery level immediately turned red. Clearly, her phone was about to shut down and would be unable to make calls at any moment. Xiao Linlin instantly became anxious. She asked Gao Feng nervously, how is Minmin? How did she faint from the cold? Did you trick her again? Gao Feng, are you crazy? What kind of person are you? What is the temperature outside? How could you trick Minmin into going out? Xiao Linlin, filled with rage, didn't give Gao Feng a chance to respond. But at that moment, her phone began to emit a crisp low battery warning sound, forcing the agitated Xiao Linlin to calm down. Quick, tell me Minmin's symptoms. Well, actually, it's quite warm here. The temperature is about the same as yours. It's just that Minmin had a little argument with me and ran to the door in her nightgown right when the power went out. She stood there for a moment and then fainted from the cold. Ah, you bastard. How could you do that to her? Xiao Linlin, can you stop talking so much nonsense? I have medicine. I called to ask you how to administer it, not to listen to your ramblings. Can we talk about this later? You, Gao Feng, you're such a jerk. Wait, let me think. Let me calm down. I'll tell you how to use the medicine. Just a moment. Ding ding ding. Just as Xiao Linlin was about to explain the medication method, the phone screen suddenly flashed and the low battery phone shut down. Damn it. Xiao Linlin's mental state completely erupted. Chapter 90. We need gun. Xiao Linlin held her dead phone, searching everywhere for a power bank while trying to turn on the lights. However, she couldn't find the power bank, and the lights didn't respond at all. This made Xiao Linlin feel extremely guilty and frustrated. Damn Gao Feng, it's all your fault. Why did you have to do this? Did we owe you anything? If anything happens to Minmin, I will never let you go. She was furious, feeling like she was about to explode. Just when she felt she was on the brink of collapse, suddenly, from the guest room, there came a crackling sound of electricity. Xiao Linlin hurried over. Taking advantage of the dim light outside the window, she unexpectedly saw a walkie-talkie on the dresser in the guest room. Xiao Linlin rushed over. Before she could pick up the walkie-talkie, Gao Feng's voice came through. Xiao Linlin, can you continue explaining how to use the medicine? This walkie-talkie. Xiao Linlin, can you stop focusing on these trivial details? Saving people is more important. Oh, okay. Let me tell you. Use the medicine like this. After a long while, Xiao Linlin finally explained how to use the medicine. As for whether Gao Feng had the medicine, she actually knew. Before the apocalypse, that bastard had asked her to procure medicine for watching the aurora in the Arctic. It was just right to use it now. After receiving the medication instructions, Gao Feng immediately took out the pneumonia prevention medicine from the alternate space and had Gu Xiaoyi assist Yi Huimin in taking it. Indeed, after taking the medicine, Yi Huimin's pale face gradually turned rosy. However, the recent freeze had taken quite a toll on Yi Huimin's body, so she was still in a deep sleep, just breathing steadily, almost like a normal person asleep. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After Gao Feng, Gu Xiaoyi, and Zhao Kuer left the master bedroom, Gu Xiaoyi immediately grabbed Zhao Kuer's ear and began to scold her. This time, Zhao Kuer did not resist, but directly knelt at Gao Feng's feet to apologize. Mr. Gao, Kuer was wrong. I just wanted to anger the young mistress. I didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. Gao Feng looked at her coldly and did not respond. As a qualified servant of the center, Gu Xiaoyi naturally had to bear the master's anger. She immediately reprimanded Zhao Kuer. You wretch, because of your nonsense. The young mistress got pneumonia from the cold. Luckily, she's fine this time. Otherwise, I would have skinned you alive. But you can escape the death penalty. Yet you can't avoid living punishment. Get down. I must give you a good beating. Zhao Cooker kept admitting her mistakes and was just about to ask how to get down when she was suddenly pushed to the ground by Gu Xiaoyi. Gu Xiaoyi took a green cloth used for dusting the sofa, tore off the surface green velvet, and used the soft iron piece inside to slap her hard on the buttocks. This soft iron piece, while seemingly not applying much force and usually not painful when hitting a person, still made Zhao Cooper grit her teeth in pain and scream loudly when Gu Xiaoyi swung it with all her strength. After just 10 hits, Zhao Cooper felt her buttocks swelling. She hated it and gritted her teeth, wishing she could eat Gu Xiaoyi alive one day. However, at this moment, she decided to endure it. She did not want to end up like Yi Huimin, who fainted right after going outside, in this minus 70 degrees extreme cold weather. As long as she could stay in this warm room, even if it meant being a dog that was casually bullied, she was willing to stay here. Enough. You all go to the guest room for a while and let me calm down. Gao Feng waved his hand and finally stopped Gu Xiaoyi just as Zhao Cooper was about to faint from the pain. Gu Xiaoyi then grabbed Zhao Cooper's hair and dragged her away like a dead dog. Gao Feng, however, did not spare her a glance. His attention was on the incoming call on his phone. It was a call from Duke in room 2801 downstairs. As soon as the call connected, Duke hurriedly said, "Sir, are you all right?" Gao Feng remained silent because he felt Duke's words were just nonsense. Moreover, the sudden call was somewhat strange. Gao Feng could not see through Duke's intentions. As a reborn person, he did not think his intelligence had increased directly after being reborn. On the contrary, he felt that as someone who had died once, he should admit that he was indeed inferior to others in many ways, such as dealing with people. However, Gao Feng's approach was to remain silent when he didn't know what to say. Duke, after a brief silence, cleared his throat twice and continued, "Sir, my thought is that since the power is out now, do you want me to bring people over to protect you?" Gao Feng snorted coldly. Duke on the other end instantly shivered. He felt that Gao Feng seemed to see through his intentions, but was also afraid that Gao Feng would misunderstand. He quickly added, Sir, what I mean is, since the power is out, it's likely to get increasingly chaotic, and if we want to continue enjoying ourselves in this building, we either need to seal off a certain space as our base or clear the entire building. Sir, what do you think?" Gao Feng replied indifferently, "Whatever." Duke almost speechless upon hearing this. He thought to himself, how can I just do whatever? The gap is too big. Moreover, neither of those methods could be handled by the 20 people under his command. Duke naturally did not dare to complain directly to Gao Feng. After careful consideration, he finally said, "Sir, how about we seal off Building 18, the floors above 20, and use those as our base? But I don't have enough manpower. I only have 20 reliable subordinates. I want to recruit others, but I'm afraid of causing trouble, mainly because I lack the means to stabilize the situation." Gao Feng coldly laughed. "If you keep talking nonsense, I will hang up." Gao Feng had roughly figured out what Duke wanted to do, but he was too lazy to guess. "Since you treat me as a big shot, why should I guess what you're saying? Whatever you have, just lay it all out. Otherwise, I don't have time to deal with you. Without this bit of standing, how can you still call yourself a big shot?" Duke indeed stopped talking nonsense. He cautiously said in a tone that would make Gao Feng feel annoyed, "Sir, do you have a gun? Could you give me one?" Thud, thud, thud. After Duke finished speaking, his heart was nearly jumping out of his throat. Although his goal in siding with Gao Feng was to get a gun from this big shot and later establish his own standing in the apocalypse, he felt no confidence when he actually asked. After all, it was a gun. It wasn't a cabbage or a pig slaughtering knife. In peaceful times, if you didn't involve yourself deeply in the underworld, you couldn't even find channels for substandard guns. In the apocalypse, those who had guns were either ruthless characters who wouldn't blink while killing or police officers. These two types of people were not ones that small fries like Duke dared to provoke. He even felt absurd, as if he were stirring up trouble on a dragon's head. After Duke finished speaking, he unconsciously began to sweat. Fortunately, even though the power was out in room 2801, the heating equipment was still working, otherwise, he would have had ice hanging from his head. "Sir, actually, I also want to do a good job for you. It's definitely going to get more chaotic afterwards. If we can control 10 or so floors directly, our people will feel more secure, don't you think?" Chapter 91. Will you shoot? Duke kept explaining the benefits of getting him a gun. Gao Feng remained silent, just quietly listening. However, this conversation was very suffocating. As Duke spoke, he felt several times that Gao Feng had stopped listening. After confirming repeatedly, Duke, in a panic, steeled himself to continue. By the time Duke finished speaking, he himself doubted that Gao Feng's indifferent reaction would certainly lead to a rejection. However, Gao Feng casually and indifferently replied, "You go upstairs." Thud, thud, thud. Duke's heart raced even faster. He felt a bit dizzy in front of his eyes. He was almost overwhelmed by Gao Feng's response. Go upstairs, why? To get a gun? Or to meet his death? This was such a vague statement. The expression was too unclear. But the call had already been disconnected. In fact, Duke did not have the courage to ask again whether it meant he had agreed to give him a gun. Duke finished the call and immediately summoned his 5 key subordinates for a meeting. They analyzed Haifeng's response. Boss, it shouldn't be like this. You've given your sister-in-law to the big boss and even caught a pure beauty for him. No son would be this filial. I agree, boss, don't scare yourself. But ultimately, we have no one in the inner circle. What about the sister-in-law? Isn't she with the big boss now? Shut up. The sister-in-law, no, Xiaoyi just went over. Even if she's favored, it will take a long time before she can really speak. But what do we do now? We definitely need guns. The big boss has agreed. If we don't go, won't we miss this opportunity? Besides, the big boss might look down on us. I say we have to go. But we need to make some gestures. That's right. The beauties we provided earlier were to win favor. Now that we need guns, we can't go without showing something. Since the big boss likes beauties, we can continue to provide them. That won't do. I feel like our safety is the most important thing right now. The big boss is very powerful and not afraid of danger, but what if we can achieve this without him getting involved? Exactly. We're in business. Building relationships is one thing, but the key is to be useful. A useless person, even if they kneel and lick shoes all day, is just a lapdog. Even if we are the big boss's dogs, we need to be the kind that can bite. Only then will he give us solid stuff. The gun is solid stuff. Just then, Duke suddenly spoke up. All right, I have a plan. You all wait downstairs. I'm going to fight for this once. We've connected with the big boss. How can we miss this opportunity? At worst, I die. I've lived a cowardly life for the first half of my life, and now that I'm approaching 40, I've finally encountered an opportunity. What am I afraid of? Let's do it. The 5 little brothers immediately gave Duke a thumbs up. Duke stood up and headed for the door. The little brothers surrounded him and sent him to the entrance. The way everyone looked at him had a sense of melancholy. Unfortunately, the quilted cloak he wore was a bit inadequate for the occasion. However, Duke's swagger didn't last long. He confidently walked to the door of 2901. The boldness he had just mustered instantly faded away. Knock, knock, knock. Duke knocked cautiously on the door. His limbs were gradually stiffening. He was really a bit scared. He was not afraid of a powerful enemy. He was afraid of not knowing how powerful the enemy truly was. Even now, he couldn't see how powerful Haicheng really was. He had no idea where the other party's strength lay. It was just that Xiaoyi, whom he sent over, had quickly knelt and served like a dog. This capability far exceeded Duke's. It took Duke a year and a half to get Xiaoyi into bed. If it weren't for the apocalypse, it would have taken even longer. Besides that, Duke had spent a lot of money on Xiaoyi. He was just a company president, and he wasn't that young anymore. Otherwise, if he were a bit younger and had slightly less money in his pocket, he would have become a living, breathing dead loser. Duke managed to get Xiaoyi, ultimately relying on his thick skin and the situation brought by the apocalypse to push her. Saying it was a push was more like a half-hearted agreement from the other side. Otherwise, Duke would have been a bit hesitant to force it. It wasn't that he didn't have a bit of manly fierceness. After all, he was also a businessman, and he had some toughness. The key was that at his age, his stamina had already started to decline. If Xiaoyi didn't cooperate, even if he could push her physically, he wouldn't be able to take her body. In fact, he sent Xiaoyi away, yet he was deeply infatuated with her body. This could be said to be the eternal pain in his heart. But comparing like this, Duke's inner confidence dwindled further. Therefore, after knocking 3 times, his body began to tremble. There was no choice. The risk of getting guns was too high. The big boss's attitude was also unclear. After all, guns could threaten the big boss's life. Whether or not he was willing to give them was really hard to say. And thinking of the other party's identity, they were either cold-blooded criminals or the police, which made him even more anxious. This was akin to an amateur thug, who hadn't even entered the door, facing off against a dual-wielding expert. Just a glance from the other party could break his mindset. Click. The door suddenly opened a crack. Then, Haifeng's calm voice came through. Come in. Duke stared at the door crack, feeling numb. He was genuinely afraid that the moment he pushed the door open, a bullet would end his life. Thud. Duke's trembling legs finally couldn't bear the weight of his body, and he knelt at the door. The 5 little brothers watching from below the stairs couldn't help but gasp. What shocked them even more was that after Duke knelt, he crawled step by step and pushed the door to enter 2901. He solemnly said, Sir, I truly have no ulterior motives. I just want to do a good job for you. I just want to say, the power is out now. As soon as Duke entered, he suddenly saw the lights in the room still on as usual, and he couldn't continue speaking. However, the shock in his heart reached an unprecedented level. So strong. No wonder he asked the big boss. The outside is in darkness, yet this place is still lit. This wasn't just some backup battery-powered light. If it were that, Duke would be envious but wouldn't be shocked. Then, he suddenly noticed a low rumbling sound coming from the balcony. It finally dawned on him why the big boss was so impressive. The guy had a generator. With that, lighting and heating were no longer a problem. Just then, Haicheng, sitting on the sofa, glanced at Duke and casually pulled out a handgun, placing it on the coffee table in front of him. He said indifferently, "Come over and take the gun." Hearing this, Duke's face lit up with surprise. Just as he was about to rise to grab it, he suddenly thought of something. Then he heavily knocked his head on the ground. Crawling on his knees, he took 3 steps and knocked his head, reaching the coffee table, nervously picking up the heavy black handgun. "Do you know how to use a gun?" Haicheng smiled faintly. Suddenly, he grabbed the gun from Duke's hands and pointed the barrel at Duke's head. Duke's face turned pale with fear. His body went limp. He trembled in fear and shouted, Sir, please don't." Chapter 92. Whoever resists will be shot to pieces. "Ha. Duke, what are you afraid of? If you kill me, won't you have everything I own?" Haicheng looked at him with a smile. Duke was drenched in cold sweat, his face drenched as if it were raining. His hands were so sweaty that the gun was slipping. "Are you afraid there are no bullets in it?" Duke hurriedly shook his head. Haicheng took the gun back from Duke, pulled out the magazine in front of him, revealing the yellow bullets inside. Then he placed the gun back in Duke's hands, still pointed at Haicheng's head. But Haicheng remained smiling. Duke felt like he was going to faint. His face was as pale as a ghost. Bang! The gun slipped from Duke's hand and heavily hit the coffee table. The solid wood tabletop was dented by the weight of the gun. "Still don't dare? Don't you believe me?" Haicheng glanced at Duke indifferently. He picked up the gun from the coffee table and then walked to the balcony. He suddenly yanked open the window. A fierce cold wind hit the people in the room like a heavy hammer. Duke, drenched in sweat, shivered all over, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. However, Gao Feng, dressed in a t-shirt and shorts, entered the scene with a composed demeanor. His movements were lightning fast as he raised his hand towards the empty space outside the window and fired a shot. The gray sky at 5:30 in the morning had low visibility, but the gunshot echoed through the empty buildings, shaking the entire neighborhood and causing all the residents to tremble. Inside room 2901 of Building 18, Duke was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, completely limp like a dead dog with no strength left. Clang! Gao Feng quickly closed the window and walked back to Duke. For the 3rd time, he handed the gun to Duke, the muzzle still aimed at Gao Feng's head. Duke's finger was forcibly placed on the trigger by Gao Feng. As long as Duke was willing, there was no one in the world who could stop him from pulling the trigger. Duke was sure of this. He was even completely convinced that this shot would definitely create a transparent bullet hole in Gao Feng's head. But he didn't dare. He really didn't dare. His 30-plus years of social experience told him that it was impossible for a pie to fall from the sky. Even if the opponent had lived long enough, they wouldn't specifically come to benefit him. Duke didn't believe that making any rash decisions without knowing the opponent's countermeasures would truly be beneficial for himself. However, Duke didn't make a decision. Duke didn't pull the trigger. Instead, Gao Feng made the decision for him. The trigger clicked, but it wasn't Duke who made it happen. It was Gao Feng. He directly pressed Duke's finger down to pull the trigger. Duke's mind was blank with shock. At that moment, his worldview was completely shattered. He began to confirm one thing. The young boss in front of him was a complete madman. Bang! The sound of the bullet being fired was incredibly loud. At such close range, it deafened Duke's ears. However, Gao Feng, who was aimed at by Duke's gun, showed no change in expression. The bullet that was fired at such close range seemed to disappear into thin air, leaving no result whatsoever. Bang! Duke's body completely went limp on the floor, his chest rising and falling like a bellows. His eyelids were twitching uncontrollably, and his legs and arms flailed wildly, as if he had lost all normal self-control. Moments later, a large wet patch suddenly appeared above his oversized pants. After a full 10 minutes, Duke's deafness disappeared. He dazedly got up from the ground. When he looked at Gao Feng again, his gaze was like that of a deity. It was no longer simply the awe of a lower-tier person towards a higher-tier one, but rather absolute submission and faith. Duke sincerely crawled on the ground and slowly made his way to Gao Feng's feet to lick his shoes. He didn't feel humiliated at all. Instead, he felt joy. Gao Feng kicked Duke away in disgust and said indifferently, "Take the gun. You can do whatever you want with Building 18 or any floor above 20. Gao Feng turned and left the living room, heading into the master bedroom. Duke, with a face full of joy, heavily bowed to Gao Feng's back. Only after confirming Gao Feng had left did he joyfully rush to the coffee table and grab the heavy black handgun. Then, Duke trembled and hurried downstairs, returning to room 2801. Just as Duke left, Xiaoyi and Zhao Kuo, who had been hiding in the guest room, cautiously emerged with fearful expressions. They had both witnessed the scene through the crack in the door. It was too perverse. Even Zhao Kuo, who was the most familiar with Gao Feng, felt her hands and feet turn cold with fear. She no longer dared to connect the current Gao Feng with the previous submissive Gao Feng. No one in the world could explain why the bullets fired from the gun couldn't harm Gao Feng. The two women exchanged panicked glances. Almost simultaneously, they thought of a deity. Compared to the chest god, this illusory deity, Gao Feng, was a truly terrifying existence that bullets could not harm. The two women's emotions became extremely complicated in an instant. Meanwhile, inside room 2801, after Duke had a gun in hand, he completely changed from his previous caution, insisting on occupying the entire building 18. The five younger brothers thought this idea was a bit risky. Duke smiled faintly and calmly recounted the terrifying scene of Gao Feng being shot by bullets without injury. The five younger brothers fell silent instantly, but soon after, everyone's fighting spirit surged. Boss, let's do it. With such a divine figure backing us, what are we afraid of? We still have guns, damn it. Whoever doesn't obey will be dealt with. Cotton-padded clothes are nothing. Yes, resources and women must belong to us. The morale of the group soared. Duke immediately discussed specific strategies for taking over the building with his five younger brothers. However, to be cautious, Duke decided to first confirm with Gao Feng which rooms in Building 18 could be moved into. Until now, they still knew nothing about Gao Feng's specific strength. After deliberating with his younger brothers, Duke edited a message to confirm with Gao Feng. Gao Feng quickly replied with 2602. Duke understood immediately and began to arrange for his younger brothers to take action. 20 younger brothers set off together, sweeping from the top floor to the bottom. They needed to ensure that the rooms close to room 2901 were cleared as soon as possible. As Gao Feng's subordinates, they had to understand how to alleviate their boss's worries, especially regarding these small issues. The first to break into room 3402 was a young couple. The man was a water delivery worker, and the woman worked in e-commerce. The man, relying on his strength and courage, prepared to stand firm. As a result, Duke revealed his handgun through the peephole, and the door quickly opened. The man's knife was kicked away, and the woman trembled in fear, clutching her chest as if afraid of being raped. But Duke and the group of younger brothers didn't even glance at her. One of Duke's younger brothers, named Xiao Wu, sneered and mocked. Stop covering up. Not only are you wearing a down jacket and wrapped in a quilt, but just your bread-like face makes me nauseous. Hurry up and get ready to go downstairs. My boss wants to take over Building 18, and the rooms need to be redistributed. You two can live in one 3-bedroom, 2 living room, 2 bathroom unit. It's too wasteful, and besides, it's not conducive to keeping warm. The woman was immediately angered by Xiao Wu's words and was about to retort. As if a guy like you could marry a pretty wife. Smack. Xiao Wu slapped the woman hard, causing one side of her face to swell up. She fell to the ground. Her husband tried to rush over, but was quickly pinned down by others. Duke waved his gun at the couple and shouted at his subordinates. Damn it. How dare you not know your place? Tear that quilt off her. Anyone who doesn't have enough, put one on. It's cold outside. And I'm already being gentle by not robbing you directly. How dare you be disrespectful? Anyone who resists will be beaten to a pulp. Chapter 93. Solid evidence of the evil rich young master's identity with a gun in hand. Duke's team's speed in controlling Building 18 became overwhelming. Of course, besides the gun, another reason was that there was no electricity. Many people were extremely distressed by living without light. Moreover, Duke only wanted to rearrange living spaces, although it was managed. For ordinary people, this might not be a new way to survive. It took an entire day to control Building 18. In the early stages, they were all Duke's lackeys, intimidating people with their fierce demeanor. However, as information within the owner group of Building 18 was exposed, many owners directly opened their doors to welcome them. Of course, there were a few who thought too highly of themselves, believing their beauty was unmatched, and resolutely refused to open the door. But when a gun was shown, they still opened the door with weak knees. What does it matter if a woman is beautiful? Life is more important than looks. This also led to originally harmonious couples becoming enemies after Duke's team swept through. Only 3 couples with decent appearances maintained their relationship. Those wives who were beautiful generally experienced immediate relationship breakdowns after Duke's team arrived. The reason was simple. Men wanted women to commit suicide, while women wanted men to die to protect them. In the end, neither was willing to die, and couples turned into enemies. However, what these people didn't know was that Duke's team was very unique. They didn't look down on the ugly, but they didn't dare to touch the beautiful. The reason was simple. After Duke's team robbed the women of 5 small bosses, they ultimately didn't end up making these women the fixed partners of any one lackey. These lackeys also didn't want to be tied down. Consequently, these 5 women tragically became shared resources of the entire team. When Duke missed Gu Xiaoyi, he couldn't help but experience the service of one of the flirtatious women. He was so pleased that his hair stood on end. He immediately expressed that this woman was even better than the top-notch ones he had encountered during peaceful times. This praise led to the lackeys in the team lining up to take turns with this flirtatious woman, making her a popular spot for the team. Everyone thought this flirtatious woman would commit suicide, but she actually enjoyed it, seemingly finding the peak of her life. She greeted all members of Duke's team with a smiling face. After being caught by Duke's team the previous day, she servilely attended to 11 people. Half of the 20 members of Duke's team became relatives through her service. Because she served well and was attentive, Duke was afraid this wonderful woman would be overused. So he enforced a rule that she could only serve 5 people a day, no more, absolutely not. The other 4 women, seeing how dominant this flirtatious woman was and how her treatment improved because of it, quickly learned from her. At first, they were hesitant and kept making excuses to minimize the number of people they served, but they soon became enthusiastic. What with college beauties, stunning young wives, and beautiful female bosses, all of them worked hard to improve their treatment. In just one day, they managed to serve all the members of Duke's team. This also led to Duke's team, after starting their sweep, behaving relatively cleanly, aside from their foul mouths. Even when they occasionally encountered an exceptionally beautiful young woman, they would keep her as a gift for the boss. After all, their smooth sweeping was largely due to the guns provided by the boss. In this apocalypse, having guns gave them the confidence to walk boldly. Previously, sending beautiful women was out of fear. Now, it was purely out of gratitude. After Duke's team took control of Building 18, they ended up with 6 stunning young wives, 3 beautiful college students, 2 beautiful high school girls, 1 beautiful middle school girl, and 1 porcelain doll-like elementary school girl. Duke decided to pack all 13 beautiful women and send them as gifts to the boss, as a token of gratitude for the guns, and also as a small gesture of his loyalty as a servant. Duke's team, after the lackeys boasted about having 5 top-notch beauties to share, unexpectedly expanded rapidly. Those strong and sturdy laborers with ordinary-looking wives all flocked to Duke's team. In their words, "In the apocalypse, if we don't go crazy now, there will be no chance left." Even if they ultimately faced destruction, they felt that having experienced something they hadn't before with beautiful women made it worth it. To live as a dog for a lifetime, but to be a master just once today was worth it. After repeated selections, Duke's team grew from the initial 20 members to 60. After simply moving all members from upstairs to below the 20th floor, Duke ordered the building to be locked down. From then on, Building 18 was isolated from the entire neighborhood. This was their territory now. However, Duke was unsure how to manage Building 18 moving forward. After discussing with 5 lackeys, they decided to send the 13 beautiful women to the boss first to gauge his intentions. After all, they were ultimately the boss's servants. The boss might not care, but they, as servants, had to do their part and express their intentions well. If the boss was indifferent and allowed them to do as they pleased, they would go wild. If the boss had ideas or had management talent around him, they could assist in management. When Duke arrived at 2901, his mood had completely changed. After experiencing extreme fear, he had fully submitted to Gao Feng. Thus, he was no longer afraid of Gao Feng. He, along with 20 core lackeys, brought 13 beautiful women and slowly knelt from the steps near the entrance of 2801 to 2901, showing utmost reverence. Even though the young boss Gao Feng would not see him, he still knelt with every step. The other lackeys and the women, seeing this scene, quickly followed suit and knelt on the ground. After knocking on the door, Duke crawled into room 1901 and reported on the state of the battle. At this moment, it was already the early morning of the second day since Yi Huimin fell unconscious. By now, Yi Huimin had adjusted her physical condition and was nestled in Gao Feng's arms watching TV in the living room. Suddenly, seeing Duke crawling in to plead, she was completely stunned. This was, of course, intentional on Gao Feng's part, as he really couldn't explain the situation with Guxiaoyi and Zhao Kuer clearly. Yi Huimin clearly believed that Gao Feng was essentially an evil rich kid, and now, she couldn't leave Gao Feng at all, otherwise, she would definitely turn against him. As for Gao Feng claiming to be a bottom-tier loser, Yi Huimin completely scoffed at that. Even Gao Feng's ex-girlfriend Zhao Kuer no longer believed he was a true loser, as Gao Feng's current status was too terrifying. Even Duke, who had his own company during peaceful times, had to crawl on like a dog in front of Gao Feng. Zhao Kuer thought that any sane person would see that Gao Feng was merely a mischievous, evil rich kid who enjoyed playing games with people. She, Zhao Kuer, was just a little green tea that he had toyed with during his games. And such an explanation made sense of everything when Gao Feng pushed her away, suddenly left, and even took her 500,000 cosmetic surgery fee. Otherwise, it would mean Gao Feng was a desperate lickspittle, who clearly was infatuated with her body and yet resolutely left after getting what he wanted, which was inherently contradictory. Guxiaoyi had long since concluded that Gao Feng was a complete pervert, and a pervert who enjoyed watching beautiful women change clothes. As for whether he was a rich kid, that was obvious. After Duke finished speaking about the 13 beautiful women he gifted to Gao Feng, it practically confirmed Gao Feng's persona as an evil rich kid. Gao Feng was utterly speechless. He wasn't afraid of being labeled an evil rich kid. The key was that it had nothing to do with him. However, after Duke finished speaking, Yi Huimin suddenly looked at Gao Feng with a dark expression, swatting away his hand that was misbehaving on her chest. With an incredibly complex expression, she pleaded, Gao Feng, can you promise me that you can play with adult women but not ruin underage children? Chapter 94. Team Up. Gao Feng looked at Yi Huimin, his mouth twitching slightly. Just as he was about to defend himself, Yi Huimin suddenly covered his mouth with her hand, preventing him from continuing. Yi Huimin said with a pained tone, Gao Feng, I'm begging you, even if you have a bit of affection for me, can you please not lower yourself to this level of shamelessness? Woo woo woo. Gao Feng struggled to speak, but he was worried that if he struggled too hard, it would hurt Yi Huimin. In the end, he could only be sealed by Yi Huimin's palm, unable to speak. Yi Huimin pleaded, Gao Feng, I'm begging you, please let me finish my words, okay? I'm really afraid that once you speak, your subordinates will quietly carry out your words. I understand. Do you think I'm an ignorant woman? Although I'm an orphan, my parents were also wealthy. I've understood the abnormality of the rich since childhood. As she spoke, Yi Huimin's tears fell. Gao Feng's mentality broke down. What the hell is this? The imagination is too scary. The key is, what does this have to do with me? I'm just a bottom-level poor loser. In my previous life, I was just a sycophant to the green tea bitch Zhao Kuer. Yes, it's that Zhao Kuer who is kneeling beside me now. Something seems off. How did Zhao Kuer become my servant so inexplicably, and so obediently kneeling beside me, waiting for my summons at any time? What the hell? The situation that Gao Feng felt very good about suddenly became a destroyer of his true identity. The reason is simple. If he is a bottom-level sycophant, why is Zhao Kuer, this green tea bitch, kneeling at his feet listening to him? Damn. Gao Feng felt that this world had gone crazy. He didn't pay attention. He thought he was lacking in knowledge and didn't know how to handle the current situation, wanting to wait for time to automatically purify it. As a result, it developed into this ghostly appearance. However, Yi Huimin would never think that Gao Feng had such a collapse and absurd psychological activity. She was still sincerely pleading with Gao Feng to show mercy. In fact, she even made concessions to Gao Feng. Gao Feng, as long as you agree to my request, I promise to remain as your young mistress, no matter how you play with women in the future, okay? Yi Huimin thought highly of herself, and she didn't think her idea was excessive. In fact, in the wealthy circle, those flirtatious rich young men love to play with women, which is quite normal. If one wants to marry such a rich young man, one must be this generous. Yi Huimin's actions completely stunned Gao Feng. Before he could react, the kneeling Gu Xiaoyi and Zhao Kuer beside him had already excitedly urged him. Sir, please agree. Even Duke, who was waiting for further orders, couldn't help but cheer Gao Feng on. Even Yi Huimin cried and got up, kneeling to Gao Feng and pleading for his agreement. Gao Feng was completely numb. He thought to himself, is it wrong to be lacking in knowledge? Is it wrong to insist on my true identity? Why don't you all believe me? I'm just a bottom-level loser, a former sycophant. Unfortunately, you don't believe it. All right, since you all said so, I agree. Gao Feng felt really tired. Who the hell wants to play with underage girls? This damn Duke. Gao Feng shot a fierce glare at Duke, scaring him into shivering. Yi Huimin quickly turned his face back. In a gentle tone, she coaxed Gao Feng. Brother, just agree with me, please don't go back on your word. And don't retaliate. Duke accidentally exposed your bad habits. In fact, adult beauties are much more tempting than minors. You don't have to. Gao Feng felt that his worldview had exploded. What the hell is this nonsense? When did I have a preference for playing with minors? The key is, what you said about adult beauties is making my heart itch. Gao Feng thought about it, and this broken thing in front of him couldn't be explained clearly anyway. It doesn't affect his original apocalyptic survival plan. He gritted his teeth and hugged Yi Huimin into the master bedroom. Seeing this scene, the three people in the living room breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Kuer even patted her ample chest, feeling lucky. Fortunately, I didn't make a big mistake earlier. Just thinking about it is scary. I originally thought. Gu Xiaoyi, seeing Zhao Kuer instinctively say such a thing, was immediately shocked. She hurriedly interjected, Kuer, you weren't serious before, were you? Did the sir really have a fling with you when he was enjoying life? Zhao Kuer hurriedly nodded. However, at this moment, there was no longer a trace of pride on her beautiful face. She was filled with deep regret and heartache. She said to Gu Xiaoyi with great sorrow, it's all my fault for not cherishing it, not recognizing the true dragon, and missing the sir. Sigh. Now I can only obediently be a little maid. I think the sir is about to forget me. Gu Xiaoyi, however, didn't care about this and eagerly pulled Zhao Kuer to the guest room to discuss in detail. Gu Xiaoyi asked with a face full of desire, Kuer, you have had personal contact with the sir. How do you feel he is different from ordinary men? Zhao Kuer looked up, lost in deep recollection. Then she said, the sir is very sincere and very manly, but deep down he really loves to play. When I was with him, He would do all sorts of crazy things. His status is so noble. Usually, others serve him, yet he braved the scorching sun to buy big squid for me. At that time, I thought it was nothing, but now that I think about it, my heart is almost melted by the feeling. It's just a pity. Gu Xiaoyi, after listening to Zhao Ke, asked again. No, I'm not asking about your feelings in a romantic relationship. I'm asking, you two have had relations in bed. How did the sir perform? This is very important. We as maids might have the opportunity to serve the sir at any time. Moreover, if we know the sir's preferences, we can help Duke find women for the sir better, and if we reveal some useful information to him, he will treat us like ancestors. Zhao Ke brightened up upon hearing this. She immediately thought to herself, thank you for the reminder, Sister Xiaoyi, but I know about such matters. If there's anything needed, I will naturally instruct Duke to do it. Gu Xiaoyi's expression changed. She was so angry that she almost wanted to slap Zhao Ke. However, she thought that Gao Feng had once had a fling with Zhao Ke. To avoid angering the boss, Gu Xiaoyi really didn't dare to move against Zhao Ke unless she made a mistake. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoyi suddenly felt that she should actually get closer to Zhao Ke. She immediately squeezed out a flattering smile and said, Ke, actually, I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, I should be your friend. Let me tell you directly. In fact, I used to be Duke's woman. Duke sent me to the sir to curry favor with him. Therefore, even if I am favored by the sir, I cannot threaten your position. After all, I am not clean. On the contrary, if we sisters cooperate, we can use Duke to better help you solidify your position beside the sir. Zhao Ke's eyes brightened even more. She immediately looked at Gu Xiaoyi with burning eyes and asked, Sister Xiaoyi, do you really think so? Little E, let me tell you, I actually feel that when the sir is with me, he is still very infatuated with me. It's just that at that time, I looked down on him for being a poor loser, you know. Now I need to find a way to awaken his love for me. But right now, my mind is in chaos, and my status is lowly. I don't know what to do. Gu Xiaoyi laughed and said, that's easy. We serve the sir daily. How can we not find an opportunity? I know that the sir likes to see beautiful women change clothes. If you really care, let Duke go get some beautiful clothes later. It's summer now, and the most abundant styles are sexy and cool clothes. With the current cold weather, no one would want to wear them, so we can take them without any barriers. But as long as you use them well, who knows? Gu Xiaoyi said, giving Zhao Ke a flirtatious wink. Zhao Ke instantly felt her heart race. Seeing that Zhao Ke believed her, Gu Xiaoyi secretly laughed. Men are always fond of the new and tired of the old. You've already been played by the sir, yet you still confirm that you are an unappreciative fool. On the contrary, maybe by changing clothes together with you, I can attract the sir's attention. Of course, Gu Xiaoyi didn't expect to become one of Gao Feng's beloved women. But as long as a relationship happens, even if there are no feelings, the status will naturally be different. Even if I remain a servant, I will definitely be the top among the servants. As for being played by Gao Feng, would it be humiliating? Haha. Being toyed with by a super boss like Gao Feng excites her to the point of trembling. How could she feel humiliated? You have to know, as a third-tier campus beauty, she had specifically gone after rich second-generation men but failed, which shattered her mentality. After the two women chatted, they immediately went out to find Duke. Gu Xiaoyi subtly told Duke about Zhao Ke's relationship with Gao Feng. Duke immediately bowed to Zhao Ke, expressing his respect. It seemed that Zhao Ke had suddenly transformed into some big shot. Zhao Ke's vanity was greatly satisfied in that instant. She felt that she was getting closer to the life she longed for. She now deeply realized that opportunities are more important than hard work. In the past, she had tried hard to straddle two boats, but never achieved the life she wanted. As a result, she was accidentally pushed down by a low-level loser. And in the apocalypse, she was going to live a life better than most. Thinking of her past struggles, Zhao Ke even felt as if she were in another world. Gu Xiaoyi then said to Duke, Mr. Duke, you should bring in a few pure and beautiful girls. Little Sister Ke means that the sir might prefer pure girls. Duke immediately showed an understanding expression. However, he did not take it completely seriously. You have to know that although Zhao Ke is pure, she only had a fling with Gao Feng and is now just a servant. On the other hand, Yi Huimin, who is sexy, beautiful, and has great temperament, is currently Gao Feng's young mistress. The difference between the two is like wildflowers and houseflowers. If we talk about mainstream aesthetics, houseflowers are definitely superior. Wildflowers can only bloom behind houseflowers. Of course, a beauty like Yi Huimin, with high status, looks, and temperament, is something hard to come by. Although Duke believed that Gao Feng preferred this type, he couldn't find one immediately. Therefore, he thought that temporarily looking for pure and attractive girls like Zhao Ke was also a good choice. After a round of communication, Duke promised to bring some sexy outfits for them next time and immediately left 2901, eager to go back and select beautiful girls. 6 sexy and beautiful young women were immediately sealed off first. They would be enjoyed by the brothers, just like that. The boss hadn't seen them yet. This rule cannot be broken. Moreover, there are now 60 brothers, so letting the previous 5 beauties work a bit more can also satisfy them. What's more, the more often this service is provided, the better the skills will be. Ordinary little brothers will also get addicted to it. If you give a naive beauty to the little brothers, they won't be able to appreciate all the wonderfulness. Wouldn't that be a waste? As for which beauties to specifically select to serve Gao Feng upstairs, that still needs to be discussed. Duke first called 5 little brothers. Then he summoned 5 beauties from the full-time service team. He wanted to brainstorm. Finally, the woman who worked the hardest and performed the best stood up when everyone was at a loss for good ideas. Boss Duke, I have some ideas, but if people just work hard without benefits. Duke's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. He wouldn't necessarily believe what others said about having ideas. But this flirty woman was definitely a gem. Moreover, in matters between men and women, she had the most experience among everyone. It seemed that just when he heard Xiao Wu say that the flirty woman had completed 20 conquests while he was reporting results upstairs, she had already served all the original members of his Duke team within less than 2 days. This woman must not be underestimated. To put it harshly, from a certain perspective, this woman even had the potential to replace him, Duke. Duke had relied on the authority passed down during peaceful times to become the boss. But this flirty woman relied on connections. If it came to relationships, it might not even be clear who was stronger. With this thought, Duke suddenly had a bold idea pop into his head. So he leaned close to the flirty woman's ear and whispered, Hong Yun, if you really can come up with a good idea, I decide that you will be the big sister of our entire team from now on. The flirty woman looked at Duke with a meaningful smile. Boss Duke, being the big sister is fine, but are you not afraid of me giving you a green hat? Duke shook his head repeatedly. He immediately wrapped his arms around her slim waist and laughed. Just tell me your ideas. Those aren't issues. It's the apocalypse. Who still cares about that? Upon hearing Duke's words, the flirty woman's eyes brightened. Duke was worried she might have concerns. He leaned in closer to her ear and quietly told her about sending his woman, Xiaoyi, to the big boss upstairs. Upon hearing this, the flirty woman instantly beamed with joy, thinking, isn't this a match made in heaven? None of us are decent people. It's perfect to be together. No one should look down on anyone. The flirty woman immediately leaned into Duke's ear and quietly shared her thoughts. Upon hearing them, Duke's face showed joy. He immediately put his arm around the flirty woman's shoulders and proudly said to all the brothers, Brothers, I, Duke, now announce something. From now on, Hong Yun will be the big sister of our team, so you all must treat her with respect. Upon hearing this, everyone had confused expressions. Damn, the boss must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. 20 green hats, and you're rushing to wear one. This is too crazy. The key is that the 5 core members were the first to enjoy the big sister, even ahead of the boss. Just imagining it is too stimulating. Chapter 96. Preparing to break through Black Iron Level 5. The 5 loyal little brothers were lost in thought when the flirty woman named Hong Yun confidently walked among them. The 5 little brothers and the 4 full-time beauties felt strange in their hearts, but still gave Duke face and shouted in unison, Big Sister. As soon as Hong Yun took her position as Big Sister, she immediately began to give orders, gathering all 13 beauties that Duke had snatched back into Duke's warm room. Duke was even driven out by Hong Yun. Duke was puzzled, but Hong Yun, with a serious face, said, Boss Duke, you should know this is for the big boss upstairs. Do you want to see how I train them? Duke immediately showed a bitter expression and quickly shook his head. But then he pleaded, Hong Yun, I definitely listen to what you say. After all, you are the team's big sister that I personally chose. But if you kick me out of the warm room, that means others can't enter this room either. In that case, how can we meet the needs of the brothers? You know, in this freezing cold weather, the brothers have no mood to play cards or anything. They just want to line up for women. At least, the new brothers should get a chance to enjoy themselves. Anyway, in this kind of weather, one good time can last several days. And we can use this gap to continue thinking of ways to expand our territory for the boss. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun couldn't help but furrow her brows. She felt this was indeed a problem. Selecting beautiful women for the boss is an important matter. However, the Duke team is the boss's henchman. And if the team doesn't operate normally, the boss might get angry. After thinking for a moment, she reluctantly said, Right now, we don't have any extra heaters. It seems we can only stagger the time to use this warm room. But just as she said this, she suddenly frowned again and said, That won't work either. The boss is in 2901. If you treat the downstairs 2801 as a business venue, won't it disturb the boss? After all, we had some quiet time before. But now you're pulling 60 people's team here. That would be shameless all day long. Moreover, I think it's enough to let the core team members use this room for a bit. How can ordinary members directly enjoy the best? Duke felt this made sense. Hong Yun then added, Duke, didn't you bring back a batch of ordinary-looking young women and housewives? Although they might not be as good-looking or fit, in this apocalypse. Isn't having them available for ordinary people considered a motivation? No need to start with the best. Duke was suddenly enlightened by Hong Yun's words. This made him curious about her background. He immediately wrapped his arms around Hong Yun's slim waist and asked, Hong Yun, what did you do before the apocalypse? Hong Yun hesitated for a moment and finally said shyly, I was in HR. Upon hearing this, Duke was stunned. Damn, no wonder she speaks so professionally. So she really is a professional. Duke immediately took Hong Yun's words to heart. Previously, he would ask questions, but now, whatever Hong Yun said, he would just listen. After all, she was very professional in selecting and managing people. When Duke chatted with others, he was usually the one being trampled. However, Duke also decided that once his body had rested enough, he must have a good time with Hong Yun in bed. Just as he was about to leave to find a new business room, Hong Yun suddenly stopped him. Duke was taken aback, thinking there was still something else. Then, Hong Yun suddenly blushed and said softly, Duke, I am now the big sister, so the rules for serving the younger brothers need to be changed. Upon hearing this, Duke felt a wave of shock. He had completely forgotten this matter. Luckily, Hong Yun had just chased everyone away. Otherwise, if 2801 continued being used as a warm room for business, his younger brothers would have to line up for big sister Hong Yun's service, and he would end up with a green hat. Duke immediately patted his chest and said, You definitely can't serve anymore. You are the big sister, my woman. Hong Yun rolled her eyes at Duke and said, Duke, calm down. As the big sister, I have already served the members of your core team. If I stop serving now, how do you think you, as the boss, can manage? Duke was immediately frozen in place. What to do? What else could he do? Add restrictions. Don't you think the title of big sister will make your younger brothers even more excited? Don't be angry, Duke. We are just nominally the boss and big sister. But being so stingy, Duke. What I mean is, in the future, only the younger brothers who achieve merit can. Duke felt like he was about to spit blood. So this green hat will continue to be worn in the future. In the main bedroom of 2901, Gao Feng had just knocked Yi Huimin unconscious. He sensed the surroundings with his spatial awareness and suddenly burst out laughing upon hearing the conversation between Duke and Hong Yun. He felt that these two were indeed talents. They were hardworking, but their heads were a bit green, and they would continue to be green. As the two discussed, Gao Feng suddenly felt something strange about the Guxiaoyi that Duke sent over. He couldn't help but think, why not give Duke a green hat too? But then he thought better of it. He didn't lack women. After just dealing with Yi Huimin, he also took the opportunity to absorb 4 essence particles. Now, according to his calculations, to break through to the 5th level of black iron ability, he needed to absorb 12 more essence particles. However, Gao Feng was a bit worried about the issue of clearing the 500 negative factors. Yi Huimin's limit was clearly only up to 400 concentration of black iron level 4. If he continued to absorb essence particles and broke through to the 5th level, it was likely that Yi Huimin would be exhausted to death by him. Although he didn't want to get involved in emotions, he didn't want to harm a woman who was wholeheartedly good to him. In the current situation, he had to come up with a combination idea. Fortunately, Yi Huimin had misunderstood him as an evil rich man before. Now, she seemed to be less resistant to him having relationships with other women. Gao Feng thought, maybe he could bring Wu Mingting and Jiang Yuxue from Building 17 over here. Otherwise, once he left, he would have to block the doors of the rooms where the 2 women were with rice flour, which would be too troublesome. The key was that Duke was leading his team to rob everywhere in Building 18. Such crazy looting might also occur in Building 17. It wasn't very safe to have the 2 women away from him. As for letting Duke's team bring the 2 women over, Gao Feng's mind briefly flashed this thought before he immediately abandoned it. That absolutely could not happen. You have to know that Wu Mingting and Jiang Yuxue's looks and figures were at the same level as Guxiaoyi and Zhao Kuo, and even better in temperament. After being with Gao Feng, they had become so stunning that it was hard to look directly at them. If one of Duke's underlings suddenly acted impulsively, he would have no regrets left. After all, in this world, there are not many people with brains. Although Duke looked pitiful, such people are often calm and can live longer. Those brainless people could die at any moment, and you can't predict their next move. Gao Feng didn't want to wear a green hat like Duke. Just thinking about how Duke just made a big sister while wearing 20 green hats on his head made him feel a chill down his spine. Chapter 97. Setting a task Easter egg casually before bringing people over, Gao Feng made some preparations. He directly opened the entrance door of the opposite 2902 room from afar. He took out a brand new generator and heater, and then had Duke bring people to install the heater. At the same time, he asked Hong Yun to bring 4 girls to tidy up the room. As for Guxiaoyi and Zhao Kuo, although they were servants, they were not suitable for doing such rough work. Gao Feng was also influenced by Hong Yun's remarks. What this professional HR said made a lot of sense. The subordinates should have a bit more anticipation. They shouldn't get the best all at once. Since Gu Xiaoyi and Zhao Kuer had already been so submissive in front of Gao Feng, they should receive the highest status among the servants. Since Han Yun wanted to train some girls to give to him, now was a good time for them to familiarize themselves with the serving environment. Most importantly, it would enhance their anticipation while cleaning. You should know that this is a newly arranged warm room in the apocalypse. I fear that these girls, while serving, will experience rare warmth and long to be allowed by Gao Feng to come and serve soon. This is Gao Feng's temporary understanding of Han Yun's remarks. Gao Feng is not particularly smart, but he knows he is not very knowledgeable, so he is more willing to go along with good advice. After confirming that everyone understands his meaning, Gao Feng slowly goes downstairs. During this process, he directly activates his spatial sensing to check on the situation of the two women he needs to pick up. It is already 8 o'clock in the morning. Wu Mengting and Zhang Yuxue are still sleeping in their respective rooms. Obviously, they both consumed a lot of energy yesterday. After all, this is not as simple as normal love between men and women. They are actually assisting Gao Feng in his ability training. Gao Feng originally did not want to disturb their rest. After all, beautiful women love their beauty sleep, and disturbing a girl's sleep is actually a crime. However, Building 17 is indeed somewhat unsafe. Although Gao Feng has the ability to protect them from a distance, it is still too troublesome. Gao Feng also needs to spend a lot of time searching for new essence resources from afar. As the environment in this apocalypse continues to deteriorate, Gao Feng still feels that he should improve his ability level as much as possible. It should be noted that there is already the existence of the ability user, Captain Gao Ming of the criminal police team. He is still in the process of awakening his abilities, but it can be foreseen that in the near future, this world will inevitably become one where ability users are everywhere. By that time, if Gao Feng's cultivation has not reached the bronze realm, his rebirth advantage will actually no longer exist. Therefore, although Gao Feng has been staying put, not moving much, he is actually actively staying put. With this in mind, Gao Feng used spatial sensing again to check on Captain Gao Ming of the criminal police team in the small supermarket at the bottom of Building 18. This guy is no longer as irritable as he was when he first had a high fever. He is just sitting at the cashier at the supermarket entrance, still pondering whether he is about to die. Gao Feng did not intend to disturb him, just quietly observing and recording his situation. This will be valuable experience for Gao Feng to understand the process of awakening abilities in mutated individuals. If Gao Ming really successfully awakens his abilities, then Gao Feng can completely cultivate a group of ability users following Gao Ming's model. That way, Gao Feng would have a group of subordinates and eyes, allowing him to continue staying put. The most important survival principle in the apocalypse is always to stay put, even if one awakens abilities. Completely staying put is definitely very passive. The unexpected allegiance of the Duke team has given Gao Feng more options. He doesn't mind casually supporting an organization in the apocalypse. After completing his routine observation of Gao Ming, Gao Feng recorded a line on his phone. Captain Gao Ming of the criminal police team. 3rd day of fever after toxin infection, currently in a daze, temporarily showing no real abilities. After finishing this, he walked from Building 18 down the stairs to the basement, intending to bypass to the basement of Building 17. Suddenly, he stopped. Then he turned into the elevator shaft of Building 18, directly smashed open the door of the power distribution room with a hammer, and took out a generator. After installing the generator, he tested it, and the elevator was usable again. He locked the power distribution room door once more. When he arrived at the bottom of Building 17, he followed the same procedure, then slowly took the elevator up. Ding dong. Gao Feng quickly reached the door of room 2602. He pushed the door open directly. Wu Mengting was still not awake, so he took out a thick cotton coat and placed it by the bed. Then he left room 2602 and slowly took the elevator to room 2702. He found that Zhang Yuxue was already awake. Zhang Yuxue was sitting on the living room sofa, wearing a thick cotton coat, dazed and feeling very hungry. It could be said that she woke up more out of hunger than from sleep. There was nothing to be done. Her energy consumption yesterday was too great, and the food she had eaten did not provide enough energy. This led to her not having enough sleep and waking up. Zhang Yuxue hesitated whether to call Gao Feng on the intercom. After all, it was only 8:30 in the morning. She and Gao Feng had a purely transactional relationship. Although she had expressed her desire to stay and serve Gao Feng several times, as soon as the transaction was completed, he would immediately send her away. This made her quite frustrated. This was also the fundamental reason why she was hungry yet hesitated to call Gao Feng. After all, if he was still asleep, calling him at this time might not interest him in trading with her. People often think of lust when they are well fed. Gao Feng had not even slept well, let alone eaten. How could he want her? Zhang Yuxue thought to herself, and tears fell. Life in the apocalypse was too bitter. Crack. The door to room 2702 was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Zhang Yuxue was startled. Until she saw that it was Gao Feng coming in, her heart relaxed. Why do you have time to come over? I thought you wouldn't take the initiative to find me. Jiang Yushue hurriedly stood up and ran towards Gao Feng, throwing herself into his arms. Gao Feng chuckled, wrapping his arms around the woman's plump waist, his hands mischievously reaching into her cotton coat. Jiang Yushue's pretty face quickly turned crimson. No, it's too cold here. I'm afraid you will get frostbite. Jiang Yushue couldn't help but remind him as Gao Feng became increasingly over the line. It was too cold today, and even though she was indoors wearing a special thick cotton coat, she was shivering slightly from hunger. Although Gao Feng was despicable, he was still her only hope for survival in the apocalypse. Jiang Yushue did not want to lose her hope just because the man was momentarily out of his mind. Then let's go downstairs. Jiang Yushue obediently nestled in Gao Feng's arms, being held by him around the waist as they walked out the door, heading straight for the elevator. Jiang Yushue was stunned to see the elevator operating normally. Wasn't there a power outage? Could it be that the property management still has power? Maybe, Gao Feng casually replied. He was too lazy to explain. It would require a multitude of lies to clarify the situation, so it was better not to say anything at all. As for how Jiang Yushue thought, that was up to her. After returning to room 2602, Gao Feng found that Wu Mengting had still not woken up. Obviously, this third-year college student had consumed too much energy over the past 2 days and was automatically trying to recover her body's functions through extra sleep. Seeing both women around, Gao Feng felt secure and thought that the Duke team seemed to lack a warm room. He was also too lazy to dismantle the warm room in room 2602 of Building 17. He immediately installed another generator on the balcony, serving as a task Easter egg set up in advance for the Duke team. After all, he had plenty of these things in his other space. It was still quite good to give his subordinates some motivation at the appropriate time. After setting up the Easter egg, Gao Feng increasingly felt that Hong Yun, who came from an HR background, was quite capable and a talent. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushue took the initiative to grab a pack of instant noodles. Enjoying a bowl of hot noodles, kicking off a new round of transactions with Gao Feng. Gao Feng also took advantage of Jiang Yushue's noodle eating time to absorb 4 essence particles in advance. In fact, if the mindset changes, these things can also be used as supplements. Then, the two began their passionate trading. At 9:30 in the morning, just as Gao Feng and Jiang Yushue finished their transaction, Gao Feng's phone received a warning notification from the camera in room 1602, where Ji Shaoqing was located. Clearly, after the power outage, the big chaos in Building 17 had begun. Chapter 98. Becoming the guardian of the chest god cult Ji Shaoqing. This woman is quite a character. Gao Feng looked at Ji Shaoqing in the camera, calmly praying devoutly to the chest god, feeling somewhat speechless. It should be noted that at this moment, the front door of his house was being knocked on loudly. From the intensity of the vibrations, it felt like the door could be broken open at any moment. At this point, there was no need to think. The ones rushing in would definitely be a group of fierce members from the Cotton Jacket Society. In the past few instances when Ji Shaoqing encountered danger, it was Gao Feng who used his spatial abilities to help her from a distance. But this time, Gao Feng decided to leave Building 17. He resolved to go himself this time. Otherwise, Ji Shaoqing would continue attributing her rescue to the breast god, while he, the actual breast god, was not even recognized by her, which was a bit ridiculous. Gao Feng was not the type to do good deeds anonymously. Previously, he saved people to catch bad guys and collect essence. Now, while he still needed to collect essence, since Ji Shaoqing wanted to believe in him, she might as well stay by his side. Although it was a bit absurd, having a religion around him actually seemed pretty good. After all, it was because of the communication channel established by the breast god cult that the Duke team surrendered to Gao Feng without any reason. Gao Feng was fully prepared to eliminate Duke at any moment. As a result, Duke and his group perfectly avoided the fate of becoming essence and instead became Gao Feng's loyal servants. Compared to the number of heads to collect essence, loyal dogs were clearly more valuable. Otherwise, even with his abilities, cleaning up Building 18 would be quite a challenge for Gao Feng. Moreover, Gao Feng only mastered his powers. His nature wasn't so cruel that he could go door to door bullying ordinary people. But for Duke and his group, it was just right for them to do so. Not only did they not feel ashamed for what they did, but the people who were bullied also found a glimmer of hope in the apocalypse. After all, in this apocalypse where the power was out, everyone felt lost and was just waiting to die. Duke's strong gathering of people actually gave everyone hope. Meanwhile, the bear god cult established by Ji Shaoqing, although absurdly named, provided spiritual hope. Gao Feng initially felt disgusted, but over time, he thought it was actually pretty good. However, he still wanted Ji Shaoqing to directly believe in him. Attributing his achievements to the imaginary breast god was something Gao Feng simply could not accept. As Gao Feng saw the Cotton Jacket Society about to break into Ji Shaoqing's home, He quickly put on his cotton jacket, stepped out of 2602, and leisurely took the elevator to 1602. At this time, everyone had assumed there was a major power outage, and hardly anyone noticed the elevator was still operational. Therefore, in less than a minute, Gao Feng arrived at 1602. However, just as he stepped out of the elevator, the front door of room 1602 was forcefully smashed open by a burly man from the Cotton Jacket Society. Four fierce-looking men, with lewd expressions, quickly rushed to Ji Xiaoqing. Seeing Ji Xiaoqing still wrapped in a quilt, calmly praying on the living room carpet, they reached out to her without courtesy. This woman really was. Bang, 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 bang. Seeing this scene, Gao Feng suddenly pulled out a handgun from the spatial realm and fired 4 consecutive shots at the 4 men. Although he had not practiced shooting deliberately, he had spatial sensing for positioning, along with a temporary vacuum shooting tube formed by a spatial door. Once the bullets were fired, there was no interference at all. It was a straight line shot between 2 points. It was exactly on target with no deviations. In the blink of an eye, the 4 lewd men fell down quietly like wheat. One of them even fell onto Ji Xiaoqing, his head crashing directly into her chest. This made Ji Xiaoqing, who was praying calmly, unable to maintain her composure any longer. She suddenly woke up, pushed the dead man away. But the quilt on her chest was already stained with blood. Upon seeing the blood, Ji Xiaoqing screamed in fear and fainted. Gao Feng shook his head in disbelief. To save Ji Xiaoqing in person, he had wasted 4 potential essence heads. However, it didn't matter. He truly didn't lack essence at the moment. In fact, the speed of absorbing essence had been somewhat limited by negative effects. Now, saving Ji Xiaoqing might lay a good foundation for the future. Gao Feng immediately picked up the unconscious Ji Xiaoqing and took the elevator back to room 2602. When Jiang Yuxue saw Gao Feng return with a woman of captivating charm after a brief absence, her face turned slightly pale. But thinking of her own identity, she ultimately chose to remain silent and turn a blind eye. Help her change clothes. We need to leave soon. Building 17 is no longer safe. Gao Feng casually tossed a special bare cotton jacket to Jiang Yuxue. Jiang Yuxue was taken aback. She wanted to retort, questioning why she should serve another woman. But then she remembered her current worth was only the price of a pack of instant noodles. Soon, she despondently abandoned that thought. So, Jiang Yuxue helped the unconscious Ji Xiaoqing change clothes in the living room. After some effort, the clothes were on, and Ji Xiaoqing was also awakened. When Ji Xiaoqing woke up, she suddenly felt herself in an exceptionally warm environment. The first thing she did was place a hand on her chest and begin to pray in gratitude to the breast god. Gao Feng looked on with a resigned expression. At that moment, Jiang Yuxue, seeing Ji Xiaoqing's recovering complexion, suddenly recognized her as the leader of the bear god cult, Ji Xiaoqing, and her face lit up with joy. You are leader Ji? Jiang Yuxue couldn't help but exclaim. Ji Xiaoqing frowned slightly and looked up at Jiang Yuxue. Seeing that she was a graceful beauty and not the type to overreact, her expression softened a bit. She smiled slightly and said, I am Ji Xiaoqing, the leader of the breast god cult. May I ask how to address you, miss? By the way, I just encountered danger at home. Were you the one who saved me? Upon hearing that the other party was indeed Ji Xiaoqing, Jiang Yuxue was incredibly excited and introduced herself, recounting all her hardships since the apocalypse. Of course, she embellished her dealings with Gao Feng as being protected by her boyfriend. It wasn't that she cared about Gao Feng's reputation. It was mainly because, as a graceful beauty, she felt too ashamed to admit she had been seduced with hot dogs and instant noodles. The 2 women eagerly chatted for a full 10 minutes. Only then did Ji Xiaoqing shift her gaze to Gao Feng, her savior. Mr. Gao Feng, thank you for saving me under the guidance of the breast god. I, Ji Xiaoqing, am grateful to you. To express my gratitude, I would like to invite you to become a protector of my breast god cult. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuxue immediately waved her hand and urged Gao Feng to agree quickly. Gao Feng, however, felt a bit numb. As the original deity of the breast god cult, this leader was inviting him to become a protector. Was he going undercover? However, Gao Feng was not a person who cared about titles. He nodded and said, since leader Ji invites me, then I will reluctantly agree. Then he added, building 17 is not safe now. My people have already taken over building 18. How about we go there together? Upon hearing this, both women were overjoyed. Just then, there was a sudden loud banging on the door outside room 2602. Accompanying the banging were loudspeakers shouting, open the door, we are the Cotton Jacket Society. This is a difficult time for all humanity. We, the Cotton Jacket Society, have decided to centrally manage all resources and personnel for the better survival of all residents of Building 18. If you know what's good for you, come out quickly. Chapter 99. Taking down Building 17, we all have warm houses for women. What should we do? These Cotton Jacket Society people are simply like devils, like demons. Ji Xiaoqing trembled and loudly accused. Jiang Yuxue echoed her sentiments. Although both women had identities, they were ultimately still weak women. And facing such a situation in the apocalypse was overwhelming. In the end, all hopes were directed towards Gao Feng. Ji Xiaoqing even respectfully bowed to Gao Feng, saying, "Guardian Gao, if you can ensure my safety this time, I will definitely have the chest god bless you." Jiang Yuxue was also chiming in from the side. Gao Feng was at a loss. The two women were earnestly pleading with him. Suddenly, the door to the master bedroom was pushed open from the inside. Wu Mingting, who had just woken up, was wearing Gao Feng's oversized t-shirt, exposing a large part of her chest and her long, fair legs. Lazily walking out in a sexy and alluring manner. "What's going on? Brother, who are they? Who's banging on our door?" Wu Mingting's innocent face was filled with questions. Ji Xiaoqing looked curiously at the energetic Wu Mingting, thinking to herself that this girl had a great figure, with curves in all the right places. She had a devilish body. The men's t-shirt on her didn't look oversized or sloppy at all. Instead, it was incredibly hot and sexy. Jiang Yuxue, having seen Wu Mingting asleep before, immediately chuckled and pointed at Ji Xiaoqing, introducing her. "This is the leader of the chest god sect, Ji Xiaoqing. Little sister, you look so beautiful. You must be a member of the chest god sect too, right?" Upon hearing this, Wu Mingting's eyes instantly lit up. Soon, she went to her room, pulled out her phone, and compared a photo of the leader Ji Xiaoqing with the woman in front of her, becoming ecstatic. "Oh my, you really are the leader. Thank you so much for creating the chest god sect. Without it, I would have been a mess. This weather is just too cold. Being stuck at home every day is so suffocating." Ji Xiaoqing, being the leader of the chest god sect, quickly hit it off with Wu Mingting. The three of them were chatting and laughing quite well. Gao Feng, watching from the side, felt a toothache coming on. He thought to himself that Ji Xiaoqing was really underestimated. He originally thought that her online creation of a sect was just virtual influence, but now seeing the offline interaction, both of his women had become Ji Xiaoqing's fans. This was quite a problem. Gao Feng even felt a vague sense of crisis. Although he wasn't lecherous, women were essential tools for an ability user to eliminate negative effects. If Ji Xiaoqing gained control over the women's voices, that would indeed be a big trouble. He hadn't thought much about it before, but now seeing the reality, it was no small matter. Gao Feng suddenly felt that the previously inconsequential role of the chest god sect's guardian was becoming a bit enticing. Seeing that the three women were almost done chatting, he quickly said to Ji Xiaoqing, "Miss Ji, it's quite noisy outside. You three should tidy up the things in the room. We need to be ready to rush out at any time." Ji Xiaoqing immediately panicked upon hearing this. With a somewhat pale face, she reminded Gao Feng, "Guardian Gao, there are quite a few people outside. It's just you as a man, plus the three of us women. We can't fight them off. Is there no better way?" Jiang Yuxue quickly walked to Gao Feng's side, pulling on his arm with a delicate expression, softly pleading. She had just received a shot from Gao Feng, and her stamina wasn't great right now. At most, she could barely stand. Chatting and joking with the two women was fine. But rushing out with Gao Feng to fight against the burly men from the Cotton Clothes Society would be risking her life. Wu Mingting, seeing the intimate interaction between Jiang Yuxue and Gao Feng, suddenly had a realization. Then, she curiously turned to Ji Xiaoqing and quietly asked, "Leader, are you my brother Gao Feng's woman?" To her surprise, he was so impressive. Not only having a refined beauty like Sister Jiang, but also a powerful leader like Sister Ji as his lover. "I originally thought I would have conflicts with my brother Gao Feng's lovers in the future, but it seems I was the immature one." Saying this, Wu Mingting blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Ji Xiaoqing's face turned red upon being asked by Wu Mingting, and she suddenly didn't know how to respond to her question. She instinctively wanted to deny it, but this was the apocalypse. The thugs from the Cotton Clothes Society could break in at any time. With two stunning girls by Gao Feng's side, both of them were his women. If a conflict broke out later, Gao Feng would definitely prioritize protecting the two women. Although Ji Xiaoqing had created the Cotton Clothes Society, she wasn't completely out of touch with reality. Moreover, Gao Feng was the one who had appeared to save her after she sincerely prayed to the chest god. This indicated that the chest god had guided her in some way. As Ji Xiaoqing thought about it, she suddenly reached out to hold Wu Mingting's hand and blushed, saying, "Little Ting, let's get along well as sisters from now on." Wu Mingting immediately nodded shyly. "Yes, leader. I promise to be obedient and will definitely not interfere with your relationship with my brother Gao Feng." Ji Xiaoqing gently nodded, seemingly satisfied with Wu Mingting's performance as a newcomer. Gao Feng, who was comforting Jiang Yuxue, was stunned upon hearing the conversation between the two women. He thought, "Is Ji Xiaoqing out of her mind?" Wu Mingting misunderstood. A simple explanation would suffice. Why is she getting involved? Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from the door of room 2602, followed by a violent shake of the door, which was pushed backward. A cold wave instantly burst in from outside. Ji Xiaoqing and Jiang Yuxue, who were already wearing cotton clothes, didn't react much, but Wu Mingting, who was only in a big t-shirt, instantly started shivering from the cold. Seeing this, Gao Feng immediately reached behind the sofa and pulled out a special warm cotton jacket from the alternate space, then directly put it on Wu Mingting's delicate body. Wu Mingting clutched the cotton jacket tightly, but her body continued to tremble. It was just too cold. It was also because, after the apocalypse, she had been living in a warm environment and was experiencing the extreme cold of the outside world for the first time. Thus, her reaction was particularly strong. Ji Xiaoqing immediately squatted down in front of Wu Mingting and said, "Little Ting, hurry and put on the jacket. It's freezing out here. I'll help you." Jiang Yuxue hesitated for a moment, but also reacted, saying, "I'll help too." The two women were in a flurry, and after a while, they finally helped Wu Mingting put on the jacket. At this moment, the members of the Cotton Clothes Society were about to rush in to seize the room, which was home to the incredibly beautiful women. As they reached the door, they suddenly saw a dark gun barrel. "Step back, or I'll put a hole in your head." Gao Feng coldly stared at a member of the Cotton Clothes Society who was frozen at the door. The members behind him saw the gun in Gao Feng's hand and hurriedly retreated in panic. However, these people couldn't help but reveal greedy expressions upon seeing the three stunning women in the room in their warm, special cotton clothes. Meanwhile, 3 minutes earlier, Duke from Building 18 had just received a text order from the boss Gao Feng to immediately occupy Building 17. It was also specifically noted that room 2602 was a warm room. Duke immediately told his 5 key subordinates about this, and they excitedly rushed towards Building 18 with 60 members. To their delight, when they gathered, due to the large number of people, one of the younger brothers got squeezed to the elevator entrance, and they suddenly discovered that the elevator in Building 17 could actually be used normally. Duke's team was instantly thrilled. Duke quickly went back to check Gao Feng's message and was surprised to find that Gao Feng wanted them to take the elevator to attack Building 17. Instantly invigorating the team, he shouted, "Quick, follow me. If we take down Building 17, we'll have all the warm room women." All the younger brothers were instantly filled with enthusiasm and entered the elevator in batches, heading straight for Building 17. And after Duke led the first group of younger brothers to the basement of Building 17, they indeed found that the elevator in Building 17 was also functioning normally. Duke took a look at this, left one person to deliver the message, and immediately took his 11 strongest subordinates, like wolves and tigers, into the elevator, heading straight for room 2602. "Brothers, charge into room 2602. Even if it costs us our lives, we must take this warm room. In the future, we will have a proper base of operations in this apocalypse. Kill." At the door of 2602, 6 sturdy men from the Cotton Clothes Society were still staring blankly at the women inside. Suddenly, the elevator behind them opened. Duke, with his 11 subordinates, rushed in like wolves and tigers, wielding watermelon knives, rolling pins, steel pipes, axes, and wrenches. One of the stronger members of the Cotton Clothes Society, also ferocious, brandished a bone-cutting knife and aimed to chop at the head of Xiao Wu, one of Duke's 5 core members at the front. Duke hurriedly pulled out his gun and shot him point-blank, blowing his head off. Soon, Duke's team of 11 had control of the situation. The Cotton Clothes Society member, who was frozen in place with an axe, was directly cut down by a flurry of knives. Blood quickly pooled at the door. Wu Mingting and Jiang Yuxue trembled in fear. However, Ji Xiaoqing, the leader of the Chest God sect, turned pale and fainted again. It was confirmed. This incredibly imaginative woman was fainting at the sight of blood. After dealing with the Cotton Clothes Society members, Duke immediately ordered his subordinates to follow Gao Feng's earlier instructions and throw the injured, but not dead, Cotton Clothes Society members out of the window into the snow below. Gao Feng used the combination technique of Void Spear and telekinesis to silently collect 6 essence particles. Unfortunately, the fierce member of the Cotton Clothes Society had his head blown off by Duke. Otherwise, he could have directly collected 7 this time. However, Gao Feng was no longer concerned about the number of essence particles. Now, during his free time, he could use spatial perception to look for the injured members that Duke's team had incapacitated, and he could steadily gain quite a bit of essence. After simply cleaning up the battlefield, Duke's 11 men immediately knelt before Gao Feng, submissively like dogs. "Sir, we are late. Those Cotton Clothes Society scoundrels disrupted your and the ladies' good mood." The 11 knelt and expressed their excitement. This warm room was too cozy, and there were lights inside. They knelt at the door for a while. Even with the door open, they felt like they might start sweating. It was known to be an extremely cold temperature of over -70 degrees. Wearing down jackets and wrapped in quilts, they didn't dare to get intimate with the women they had rescued. Now with this warm room, they no longer had to suffocate while holding the women. The group of subordinates were all fired up, feeling that the days in this apocalypse were looking promising. As for the three heavenly beauties inside, everyone dared not look more than once. Duke and the others knew that such beautiful women must belong to the powerful Gao Feng. They felt grateful to be given the opportunity to follow Gao Feng and dared not look at the leader's women with lustful eyes. Jiang Yuxiue and Wu Mingting looked at Duke and the others, who showed such respect towards Gao Feng, and their hearts raced. They thought to themselves, no wonder Gao Feng was so charming and domineering. They didn't expect him to be a powerful figure in the underworld. Gao Feng smiled lightly and said to Duke, send a few people to guard this room. There are heaters and a generator inside. This will be your activity space in the future. After you take down Building 17, let Hong Yun bring a few girls and take the clothes from this room to Building 18. All right, I'm leaving now. I won't disturb your enjoyment. After Gao Feng finished speaking, Duke and the 11 immediately knelt and loudly responded, thank you for your grace, sir. Just as the two women were stunned in shock, Ji Xiaoqing woke up. She looked at the scene before her, with 11 strong men kneeling before Gao Feng, and couldn't help but feel a bit hot in her gaze towards Gao Feng's towering figure. In such a desperate apocalypse, encountering such a strong man was simply a stroke of luck. Originally, she just wanted to create some rumors with Gao Feng, but suddenly her heart was a bit excited. At that moment, the elevator door suddenly opened. Another batch of Duke's subordinates rushed over. When they saw their leader Duke kneeling before Gao Feng, they all followed suit and knelt down. Soon, the third and fourth batches arrived. By the time all 60 of Duke's subordinates gathered, the entrance of 2602 was crowded to the point of being impassable. The 60 men shouted in unison, thank you, sir, for your blessings. This booming voice shook Ji Xiaoqing's heart. Gao Feng gently waved his hand, casually saying, brothers, go fight for the life that belongs to you. I, Gao Feng, will protect you. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Especially Duke, who had witnessed Gao Feng's terrifying strength, was the first to excitedly shout. His 5 core subordinates followed suit, roaring loudly in response. In an instant, the cheers of 60 subordinates rose and fell. The terrifying gathering of Duke's team at the door of room 2602 caused chaos among the owners of the entire Building 17. The other small leaders of the Cotton Clothes Society in Building 17 immediately sent people over to express their willingness to surrender. The strength of Duke's team was too formidable. They had numbers and guns, making it impossible to fight back. Adopting the mentality of joining rather than fighting, more than half of the Cotton Clothes Society members were incorporated into Duke's team. A few who were still disobedient were directly thrown off the building according to Gao Feng's instructions. Gao Feng also quietly collected a wave of essence during this process. After reorganizing, Duke's team quickly expanded to 100 people. The speed of clearing the building became even more overwhelming. Many who were terrified by Duke's team's gathering opened their doors to welcome them. Those with beautiful women or living alone, who were originally worried that Duke and his group would ruthlessly pounce on them upon seeing their alluring figures, had their concerns dispelled when Hong Yun, a professional HR, joined the owner group of Building 17 and brought a group of beautiful women from Building 18 to speak. Duke's team continued to follow their previous method, packaging the top-tier beauties they had rescued and sending them to Gao Feng. In the absence of a summons from Gao Feng, they had Hong Yun lead training sessions. After Duke's team took control of Building 17, the warm room in 2602 was immediately transformed into a warm base adorned with thick quilt curtains. Duke placed 10 somewhat attractive women into the room and started the all-day napping business. Duke's subordinates were all excited and eagerly lined up to enter for team building. Duke and his 5 subordinates held a meeting and discovered that having a warm base had invigorated their men, making them eager for Duke's team to continue expanding. The 5 of them were also filled with enthusiasm, unable to resist the urge to expand further. Duke was a cautious person, feeling that as the head of a small company, his experience was limited. So he called in the professional HR, his sister-in-law Hong Yun. Hong Yun, with clarity, said, everyone, expanding the team is a good thing, but our team structure might be a bit too simple. It's fine to win easy battles, but once we encounter tough ones, it could easily collapse. I think it's necessary to consult with the sir. He has seen and experienced much and will certainly have better solutions. Upon hearing this, Duke's eyes lit up, but then he frowned, saying, Hong Yun, I understand the reasoning you mentioned. However, with so many top-tier beauties the sir brought back, he will surely be busy. I'm afraid he won't have time to meet with us. Besides, as his subordinates, we can't trouble the sir with everything. When Hong Yun heard this, she smiled and said, Director Du, I can take the opportunity to help the 3 new young ladies clean their rooms and ask for permission when the chance arises. We've worked hard to form a large team of over 100 people. We mustn't be impatient. After all, the good days of the apocalypse are just beginning, and we can't afford to capsize in the gutter. Duke nodded repeatedly. The 5 core members also nodded in agreement. just when everyone thought the meeting was about to disperse. Suddenly, Hong Yun and Duke exchanged a glance, and her pretty face turned crimson. Duke, however, stood up decisively and announced in front of everyone, Xiao Wu. During the first battle of the 2602 attack, you led the charge and almost got cleaved to death, yet you bravely persisted in fighting. I think the team needs to reward you. After discussing with the eldest sister, we've decided that in the future, any brother who achieves great merit in team battles can cough. Duke began to speak, but suddenly found it hard to continue. Damn it. Putting a green hat on himself was something he found difficult to say. Seeing Duke unable to finish, Hong Yun couldn't help but smile slightly. She immediately swayed her waist and walked to Xiao Wu, bestowing a heavy kiss on his lips in front of everyone. Chapter 101. Yi Huimin's perverted arrangement. Xiao Wu, who had just accomplished a feat, was rewarded by the eldest sister Hong Yun, which instantly sent shivers down everyone's spine. Duke himself, his 5 younger brothers, and even Hong Yun felt an incredible sensation. However, in this apocalypse, to stabilize and win over the core team, they could only use extraordinary means. Xiao Wu was pulled by Hong Yun to the newly developed warm house base, specially served for an hour. Although the two were actually old acquaintances, after Hong Yun took on the title of the eldest sister, Xiao Wu felt his blood boiling. After being served, he couldn't help but think about making another contribution to the team next time. Meanwhile, the other 4 core members, witnessing this scene, were filled with envy and jealousy. Although they had tasted Hong Yun's charm before, now that she was the eldest sister, they were forbidden from having private relationships with her. After being established as the eldest sister, Hong Yun became the leader of the team and Duke's woman. The temptation of the eldest sister, especially such an open one as a team reward, instantly ignited a strong desire in the hearts of the other 4 core members who had not enjoyed the eldest sister's service. Secretly vowing that next time they would also be served by the eldest sister, Duke watched as the blushing Hong Yun, her body soft and swaying, returned to his side. Although he felt a bit green-headed, he was still in a good mood. After all, so far, his position as the leader was as stable as a mountain. It's important to know that under the large team of over 100, each of the 5 core members had 20 subordinates. This was not much different from Duke's situation before he followed Gao Feng. Duke was willing to let Hong Yun publicly put a green hat on him for a reason. Duke and Hong Yun's antics had naturally reached Gao Feng, who was back in Building 18, and he knew through spatial sensing. Damn, these two are too extreme. Can't they think of a normal way to maintain team stability? Speechless. Although Gao Feng felt speechless, he couldn't help but chuckle. After all, the situation was excellent. Plenty of essence energy, plenty of women, and his subordinates were fierce and powerful. Gao Feng's abilities could also be further enhanced at any time. Life in the apocalypse was simply delightful. However, when Yi Huimin woke up and heard that Duke, under Gao Feng's command, had won a great victory and brought back many women, she immediately mustered her somewhat weak body and seriously sought Gao Feng to discuss matters. Gao Feng thought Yi Huimin was going to be jealous, and he quickly embraced her to comfort her. Seeing that Gao Feng was not giving her a chance to bring up serious matters, Yi Huimin suddenly exclaimed, "Gao Feng, are you really eager to play with women now? If you're feeling pin up, I can have the 3 beauties you just brought back come and accompany you." Gao Feng was instantly stunned. His mouth twitched involuntarily. He thought, Minmin, while your suggestion is tempting, as an emotionally intelligent man, how could I agree to that? Moreover, among the 3 women I brought back, only Zhang Yuxue and Wu Mingting have any relationship with me. As for Ji Xiaoqing, she has nothing to do with me. However, just as Gao Feng was about to express his disinterest in being a lecher, Yi Huimin clapped her hands. Then, Gu Xiaoyi and Zhao Kuer entered, kneeling submissively on either side. Gu Xiaoyi then softly reported, "Eldest sister, the 3 concubines are ready in room 2902 and can serve the master at any time." Yi Huimin waved her hand and said, "Good, tell them to be ready. The master will be there shortly." Gu Xiaoyi and Zhao Kuer immediately bowed respectfully before cautiously exiting the room. Yi Huimin then turned to the astonished Gao Feng and gently said, "Gao Feng, please don't blame me for intervening in your affairs. I just think you can't be allowed to act on your whims. To help you quit your bad habit of playing with underage girls, you need to hold back this time. Once I'm feeling better, I will personally apologize to you." Gao Feng was dumbfounded. He thought, what the hell? When did I ever like playing with underage girls? Can't this misunderstanding be resolved? To his surprise, Yi Huimin didn't give Gao Feng a chance to explain. She continued with a serious expression, "I heard from Hong Yun that during your attack on Building 17, you achieved great success and brought back 10 underage beauties. Adding those from our floor, that's nearly 20. Gao Feng, they are all still children. Although they have a special beauty, you can't take advantage of them. If you really like them, wait a few years until they are adults." Gao Feng was scolded harshly by Yi Huimin, leaving him speechless. Now he was not perverted. yet Yi Huimin had made him feel perverted. Gao Feng felt his worldview had exploded and was smoking. He originally thought Yi Huimin was a noble, elegant, and graceful woman. He never expected her thoughts to be so dark. Gao Feng was utterly speechless. Seeing Gao Feng at a loss for words, Yi Huimin immediately said, "Then you should go over there now. The 3 beauties you brought back are waiting for you. Don't refuse. Remember to exhaust your energy so you won't have any perverted thoughts. If you love me, you'll listen to me and stop messing around." After finishing, Yi Huimin leaned in and fiercely kissed Gao Feng, clearly afraid he would refuse or blame her. Gao Feng felt utterly speechless. It was originally a simple matter that could easily resolve the misunderstanding. He wasn't a pervert who liked playing with underage girls at all. Yet, he was forced into this situation without a chance to speak. Gao Feng was completely exasperated, so he could only comply with Yi Huimin's arrangements. But let us be honest. What normal man would refuse beautiful women? Gao Feng swore to the heavens and promised Yi Huimin, and only then was he allowed to leave. As soon as Gao Feng stepped out, Gu Xiaoyi and Zhao Kuo eagerly welcomed him and directly took him to room 2902 next door. There, Wu Mengting, Jiang Yuxue, and Ji Xiaoqing had already changed into beautiful dresses, waiting in their respective rooms. Just thinking about how he was not familiar with Ji Xiaoqing made Gao Feng feel a bit pressured. He immediately walked to Ji Xiaoqing's room to ask her what her train of thought was, how she suddenly became his woman. He never even asked for her. The woman had never truly met him before. However, as Gao Feng pushed the door open, a fiery figure immediately leaped into his arms. Ji Xiaoqing, her pretty face flushed, tilted her head to kiss Gao Feng, her hands frantically tearing at his clothes. The dazed expression on her face clearly indicated that she was not in a normal state of mind. When Gao Feng touched her head, she didn't have a fever. But Ji Xiaoqing's skin was burning hot and red all over, looking completely abnormal. Gao Feng immediately embraced Ji Xiaoqing and ran out of the room. Just as he reached the door, Gu Xiaoyi blocked his way. She submissively knelt before Gao Feng, softly explaining, "Sir, Miss Ji is fine. She's just a bit shy. She voluntarily took that female enhancement drug, and as long as you accept her service, she will quickly return to normal." Gao Feng's mind exploded. What the hell? What is going on? Whose idea is this? Yi Huimin, you look down on other rich young perverts, but your actions seem just a bit too perverted. Chapter 102. The call from the mighty ability user Gao Feng came out of room 2902, and it was already the next day. This marked the 6th day since entering the apocalypse. At this point, Gao Feng's ability level had reached Black Iron level 5. Although his sensing range had not further expanded, still at a radius of 200 meters, his core sensing area had directly expanded from an initial 100 meters radius to cover the entire 200 meters radius. As for the 3 women in the room, they had slept for a whole day and night before waking up again. It must be said that removing the negative factors of Black Iron level 5, with a concentration of 500%, was a significant drain on physical stamina. Gao Feng appeared in the living room of 2901, looking refreshed. Gu Xiaoyi and Zhao Kuo, who had served and supervised him in 2902 yesterday, were completely stunned. They exchanged glances, feeling that their master's physique was simply unnatural, like an outright beast. It was known that last night there were 3 beauties, serving their master all night long. Yet now, he was perfectly fine early in the morning. This was too abnormal. The 2 women, who initially harbored impure thoughts about Gao Feng, couldn't help but squeeze their legs together, realizing that their previous thoughts were a bit too overconfident and self-destructive. Gu Xiaoyi immediately went to report to the young lady, Yi Huimin. Upon hearing the news, Yi Huimin's scalp tingled. She had meticulously arranged for the previous night, fearing the 3 women would be shy and not give their all. She even specially persuaded them to take enhancement drugs to ensure they served Gao Feng to the best of their abilities. Yet now, it had turned out like this. What should be done? Should she really allow Gao Feng to touch those underage girls? The thought of her man being such a pervert sent shivers down her spine. She vowed to stop this from happening. Thus, Yi Huimin immediately called Hong Yun. Hong Yun rushed upstairs promptly to meet Yi Huimin, passing through the living room. She cautiously knelt and bowed to Gao Feng. "You can go in. No need to mind me." Gao Feng waved his hand, casually sending Hong Yun inside. Hong Yun trembled slightly, hurriedly jogging into the master bedroom to see Yi Huimin, feeling uneasy due to Gao Feng's overwhelming aura, which made it hard for her to breathe. Gao Feng was unaware of this. He even thought that after leveling up to Black Iron level 5, his ability had only seen a minor change in core sensing range. As for Yi Huimin seeking out Hong Yun, Gao Feng didn't need to ask to know that she was still pondering how to deal with him. He couldn't be bothered with Yi Huimin's schemes. Let the misunderstandings continue. From the misunderstanding of last night, Gao Feng felt it was quite good. He had previously worried about the negative effects being hard to resolve. Now, he had leveled up in a day. The negative effects were resolved easily and pleasantly. It felt fantastic. Since the matter of removing negative effects was being handled by Yi Huimin, Gao Feng simply began planning to level up again today, aiming to elevate his abilities to Black Iron Level 6. Black Iron Level 5 required absorbing 32 essence particles to successfully advance, whereas Black Iron Level 6 required absorbing 64 essence particles. This was nearly all the essence particles he had on hand. Once this advancement was completed, unless there was a large-scale conflict in the community, it would be difficult for Gao Feng to absorb so many essence particles in a short time again. Gao Feng also decided that after advancing to Black Iron Level 6, he would find a way to open a new channel for obtaining essence particles. Just as Hong Yun had previously said to Duke, once the team exceeds 100 people, instability emerges. Duke's former subordinates had now begun to act as leaders themselves. Their methods of leading people could not be as stable as Duke's. It's known that Duke had specially supported Hong Yun to become the team's big sister to stabilize the team, and then used the big sister to reward the younger brothers with special treatment. This operation, while somewhat questionable, had to be said to create a very united team. However, how would these core subordinates unify their own subordinates? This could very likely lead to problems. After all, Duke and Hong Yun's methods of unity were too perverse and lacked any bottom line. While the lower-level team structure was stable, it was very hard to find even more perverted, bottomless methods to bind the team at lower levels. As a result, the development of Duke's team had reached a bottleneck. Suddenly, Gao Feng realized this point and was taken aback. He was surprised to find that his thinking agility and problem-finding ability had become more sensitive than before. If it were in the past, he could only dumbly watch others discuss these issues, having no ability to think proactively about them, let alone make judgments about Duke and Hong Yun's team situation. After being surprised, Gao Feng quickly felt relieved. The reason was simple. There were now too many excellent people around him. Duke, who ran a business in a peaceful era, was his subordinate. Hong Yun, a professional HR, was also eager to curry favor with her. Women like Yi Huimin, a beautiful little rich woman, were even more extraordinary. Zhang Yuxua, who was a business director at a sales company, also had strong cognitive and execution abilities. Spending time with these outstanding individuals, who freely expressed their true thoughts without any guard against him, Gao Feng's knowledge had unknowingly multiplied geometrically in a short period. After all, as a college graduate, Gao Feng's intelligence was sufficient. His previous struggles were merely due to a lack of strong background and insufficient depth of experience. Now, it seemed that these had been unconsciously supplemented, leading him to mistakenly believe that he had suddenly become smarter. After coming to this realization, Gao Feng directly began his daily spatial sensing work. Half the community and the nearby streets quickly fell within his spatial sensing range. Inside the small supermarket on the first floor of Building 18, Captain Gao Ming of the criminal police seemed to have recovered from his fever. He was practicing military boxing. Strangely, the punches he threw were emitting a faint red glow. Gao Ming's abilities had clearly awakened successfully. It appeared that his awakened ability was to cover his fists with a layer of red energy. After performing a set of military boxing, Gao Ming suddenly punched the wall of the small supermarket. With a loud bang, the entire Building 18 emitted an explosive sound. The building trembled slightly. The people upstairs changed their expressions drastically, secretly calling it bad, thinking it was an earthquake, and their hearts sank to the depths of despair. The concrete wall of the small supermarket had been punched through by Gao Feng. Gao Feng sensed the enormous hole the size of a plate, and his mood was somewhat complicated. He even had a faint feeling that if Gao Ming's punch landed on him at close range, it could even threaten his life. Instinctively, Gao Feng had a thought of regret for not having killed Gao Ming earlier. However, he quickly discarded this idea. Not to mention that Gao Feng had the Void Spear and the Void God Claw as long-range attack methods. To deal with Gao Ming, he could easily kill him with just a thought. Moreover, Gao Feng believed that if Gao Ming could awaken his abilities in the apocalypse, others would surely awaken their abilities as well. Being too cautious would be detrimental to survival in the apocalypse. Just as Gao Feng was about to shift his spatial perception away from Gao Ming, suddenly, the intercom on the coffee table transmitted Gao Ming's voice. "Little brother, I have good news for you. Although the hail and snow outside are toxic, if controlled to a certain amount, it can help people awaken their abilities. I just awakened my ability, and it's the power of immense strength." Gao Feng smiled. What does this mean? Is Gao Ming trying to ally with me? However, he was truly uncertain about how to deal with someone as seasoned as Gao Ming, who had been a criminal police captain. Gao Feng immediately stood up and walked towards the master bedroom. Chapter 103. Using Zhao Kuer for an ability awakening experiment, sir. As soon as Gao Feng entered the room, Hong Yun respectfully knelt and saluted. Yi Huimin, who was beside her, tried to stop her but ultimately chose to give up. She felt that it was necessary to respect Gao Feng's personal habits. Although she was already Gao Feng's woman, she was forcing him to give up his peculiar habit of toying with underage girls. Interfering in other areas might provoke Gao Feng's rebellious psychology. After Hong Yun completed her salute, Yi Huimin waved her hand to let her leave. Hong Yun immediately bowed respectfully and left, carefully closing the door behind her. Only then did Yi Huimin roll her eyes at Gao Feng. What? Came here to show off your glorious achievements. Gao Feng, I must say, among those wicked guys. Being able to spend the night with 3 women is indeed extraordinary. But is this really something to boast about? After all, it's not a serious matter. Gao Feng chuckled. It turned out that Yi Huimin thought he was here to brag about last night's incident with the 3 women. He felt embarrassed to flaunt such things in front of a beautiful woman. People like him, who came from humble beginnings, preferred to do such things rather than boast about them. Only those who grew up in wealth and privilege, with enough resources, enjoyed comparing and bragging about such matters. Gao Feng walked over, ignoring Yi Huimin's eye roll, and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Then he told her about Gao Ming, the captain who had taken them to the station and later came to his house. Is he still nearby? Yi Huimin asked, surprised to hear Gao Ming's name again. Gao Feng nodded. Yi Huimin immediately had Gao Feng turn the intercom back on. Gao Ming was still repeating his earlier call. After Yi Huimin listened, she and Gao Feng exchanged all the information about Gao Ming. Finally, Yi Huimin said, we can consider collaborating with him. He is a police officer, and he has a strong sense of justice. He probably won't act recklessly against us. Since he knows how to awaken abilities, we should talk to him more. Maybe our people can awaken their abilities through this method as well. If that's the case, with over 100 people under our control, we would have quite a force in the apocalypse. We might not survive the apocalypse, but at least no one would dare to look down on us. Gao Feng felt this made a lot of sense. Indeed, having a smart woman by his side made things easier for him. When they were stockpiling supplies, Gao Feng had relied on Yi Huimin to gather quite a lot. Now that they had entered the apocalypse, Yi Huimin's calm and wise nature could still provide Gao Feng with much help. It was absolutely fair to call her a virtuous helper. Gao Feng shamelessly leaned in and kissed Yi Huimin's pretty face despite her distasteful expression. At that moment, he turned on the intercom again and communicated with Gao Ming in front of Yi Huimin. Captain Gao, I just heard what you said. You mentioned you awakened your abilities. Can everyone awaken their abilities in the same way? Yes, Gao Feng, I'm sure. I wanted to contact you because I think you're a decent person. So I want you to awaken your abilities and help me restore order around us. As you know, I'm a public servant, with society in such chaos. Now that I have the ability, I must represent the authorities and do something. Captain Gao, if that's the case, I'm definitely willing to cooperate with you. Actually, I have a team here, and the team leader is named Duke. He has already integrated buildings 17 and 18 in the community. Oh, so you have quite a few people, right? We have 100 people now, but Duke thinks our team's capacity has reached its limit, and further development might lead to instability. Gao Feng, tell Duke that I have a way to help stabilize the team. Captain Gao, does that mean you want to join us? That's not out of the question. However, I have one condition. Please go ahead, Captain. As long as it's a reasonable condition. Duke will definitely agree. Gao Feng, since I'm with the authorities, I want to say that if the authorities call upon our team in the future, we must respond to the call. Captain Gao, I'm afraid I can't agree to that. Gao Feng, let me tell you the method of ability awakening. If possible, I still want you to maintain control over your team. I think you are a good person since you reminded me to retrieve my colleague's body during the apocalypse. So, I want to cooperate with you more. Oh, I see. Then, Gao Feng, stop stalling. I only trust you right now. You can open the window. Scoop a little snow into the room with a small spoon, and then apply it to your body like melted water. Remember, don't exceed your willpower control range. Once you go beyond that, you'll go mad. Many of my colleagues have gone insane to the point of uncontrollable madness and ended up committing suicide with a gun. Alright, Captain Gao, I'll try it your way. Let's contact each other again in 3 days. My intercom's battery is running low, and I need to go out for a bit to find some batteries. Otherwise, I might starve to death or suffocate. In this community, apart from your beautiful girlfriend Yi Huimin and her best friend, you're the only person I know. Okay, see you in 3 days. Gao Feng decisively cut off the intercom. Yi Huimin directly said to Gao Feng, Gao Feng, from the looks of you, I can tell you definitely won't be willing to submit to anyone. My suggestion is that you can use this Captain Gao for now and let him be your henchman. But afterward, I hope you won't kill him. After all, he is a good person. There aren't many good people left in this world. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng was stunned. What do you mean? Why does it sound like you still think of me as a pervert? Gao Feng immediately defended himself. Minmin, I'm a normal person, not a pervert. Why would I kill a police officer? Stop talking nonsense. Yi Huimin rolled her eyes at Gao Feng and said, I know you too well. Your thoughts are as deep as the sea. No matter how sweetly you talk, would you really do that? This counts as my second request to you. In the future, I'll try not to forcefully change you, okay? Gao Feng, could you do me this favor? Gao Feng was speechless. In the face of an unresolvable explanation, he became somewhat angry and immediately absorbed 4 particles of essence before pinning Yi Huimin down on the bed. Yi Huimin seemed to feel guilty and deliberately showed concern for Gao Feng. She unexpectedly took the initiative to do many things for Gao Feng that she had previously been too shy to do. Gao Feng's heart immediately bloomed with joy. Unable to control her strength, Yi Huimin found herself unable to get out of bed once again. An hour later, Gao Feng came out of the master bedroom. Gu Xiaoyi and Zhao Ku looked at Gao Feng with a hint of fear in their eyes. It was too brutal. This was the 4th one. Just moments ago, they had been outside listening, worried for Yi Huimin, afraid Gao Feng would wear her out. Zhao Ku, Gao Feng's ex-girlfriend, felt a wave of trepidation. She felt that breaking up with Gao Feng had almost been a matter of receiving a mercy from him. Thinking this way, Zhao Ku became increasingly submissive, trembling slightly in fear. She no longer dared to think about rekindling old feelings with Gao Feng. Just as Zhao Ku was mentally strategizing, Gao Feng suddenly walked back into the living room from the balcony and waved at her, saying, Ku come here. Zhao Ku immediately shivered, and in her sexy low-cut maid outfit, she crawled to Gao Feng's feet, looking at him pitifully. Then, in a timid voice, she asked, Sir, what do you want me to do? Gao Feng smiled slightly and said, Take this spoonful of snow and try to apply a little bit on your hand. Zhao Ku immediately showed a look of fear on her face. She trembled nervously and said, Sir, I was wrong about the past. I failed to meet your expectations, and I was ungrateful. Please don't make me go crazy. I don't want to become a madwoman. Gao Feng frowned slightly. He thought to himself that the people around him were somewhat reluctant to be experimented on. If the experiment failed, it would be bad if someone died. This ex-girlfriend who had betrayed him in his past life was just right for this special ability awakening experiment. How could he refuse? He reached out, gently tapped the spoonful of snow with his finger, and then quickly touched it to Zhao Ku's pretty face. Zhao Ku let out a scream of panic. Her frantic body quickly tried to retreat, but in her panic, she fell to the ground. However, her movements were futile. She still felt a chill spreading rapidly from her delicate face throughout her body. After the coldness melted away, a strong sense of agitation flooded her consciousness. Her pupils quickly turned blood red. Crazy? Gao Feng looked at Zhao Ku who was lying on the floor, with confusion. Chapter 104. Don't give him a chance to have malicious thoughts. Zhao Ku's reaction disappointed Gao Feng. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Zhao Ku let out a tragic scream and actually clawed at her own arm with her nails. The intense pain momentarily dulled the madness in her eyes. What a ruthless person. Gao Feng couldn't help but admire her. Although Zhao Ku had betrayed him in his past life, which was a great grudge, her determination truly surpassed that of ordinary people. Zhao Ku continued to claw at her own arm with her nails. Her originally fair arm was now a bloody mess. However, the bloodthirsty madness in her eyes still couldn't break through a critical point. Zhao Ku somehow managed to maintain a shred of rationality. Zhao Ku let out a beast-like cry of pain. Gao Feng watched, increasingly excited. The thrill of revenge had long since faded for him. Now, Zhao Ku was merely a servant under his control, a lowly servant whose life and death he completely decided. Gao Feng was not a born noble. But when the situation demanded it, and everyone misunderstood him to be an evil rich man, he saw no need to refuse. Wasn't he good to be above others? Were the disdain and ridicule from everyone really his true choice? Gao Feng stepped forward, casually took out a thick cotton coat, and draped it over Zhao Ku. Then he carried her upstairs to room 3001. Gao Feng directly tossed Zhao Ku inside and locked the door with an iron chain. Whether Zhao Ku lived or died would be seen in 3 days. As for meals, Gao Feng could use his ability to summon food at any time, so she wouldn't starve. After dealing with the first test subject, Gao Feng began calling Duke up, preparing to let him select suitable candidates for the ability awakening experiment. The number of people had to be controlled. After discussing, they chose 3 loyal but disabled individuals. Duke thought they would be easier to control. Gao Feng didn't care whether they were easy to control or not. To him, these newly awakened ability users were all just ants that could be killed easily. Letting Duke conduct the experiment was merely to verify the reliability of this method of ability awakening. The people Gao Feng truly wanted to awaken abilities in were actually Yi Huimin and Wu Mengting. He did not fully trust the others yet. Therefore, even if these individuals awakened, Gao Feng wouldn't tell them that the essence could enhance their abilities. At most, they would just be low-level thugs under his command. Duke quickly made a call to arrange for the 3 disabled brothers to secretly conduct the ability awakening experiment. That night, just as Gao Feng was about to sleep, Gu Xiaoyi suddenly appeared with 6 beautiful female college students. Gu Xiaoyi knelt before Gao Feng and reported, "Sir, the young mistress said you must not do anything while she is sleeping. Underage girls are really not as good as adult women. You need to develop good habits." Saying this, she waved her hand. The 6 female college students, dressed in various sexy outfits, stepped forward. In terms of looks and figure, any one of them was not inferior to the scheming Zhao Ku. Though their demeanor was a bit inexperienced, they were absolutely beautiful and full of vitality. It seemed the 6 girls had been trained by Hong Yun beforehand, as they walked gracefully, swaying their hips with great aesthetic appeal. Their laughter seemed like rhythmic notes, captivating to the heart. Gao Feng was instantly captivated. For a moment, he felt dazzled. Gao Feng now increasingly felt that Yi Huimin had become abnormal. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. He couldn't help but think that he wasn't that kind of person, but it was just too tempting. That night was destined to be a sleepless one. Gao Feng absorbed a total of 64 essence particles, successfully advancing to Iron Black Level 6. The 6 beautiful female college students also successfully helped Gao Feng eliminate 600 of the negative side effects. However, their next experience was a bit tragic. The 6 of them slept for 3 whole days and nights before they could get out of bed normally. There was no other choice. They were all just out of the novice village. Upon hearing about this, Hong Yun immediately felt a mountain of pressure. She thought serving the boss to sleep was like a bottomless pit. 3 yesterday, 6 today, what about tomorrow? The key was that there weren't many clean beauties around. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, after hearing that Yi Huimin had gotten up, Hong Yun immediately went upstairs to discuss with her. Upon hearing that Gao Feng had owed 6 female college students last night, Yi Huimin's body trembled violently. Unable to hold back, she frowned and said, "That damn guy. Why is he so despicable? He must be doing this on purpose. I won't let him develop any evil habits, so he deliberately torments these girls." Hong Yun, tell me, did he do anything to these girls? Hong Yun shook her head repeatedly, then smiled helplessly and said, "Young mistress, I checked when they entered the room, and there were no external injuries. It was just normal service. However, the sir is truly gifted, although the number of these inexperienced girls is large. It still doesn't work." Yi Huimin's frown deepened. Then she asked Hong Yun, "Did you notice that Gao Feng looks tired? This is now 9 girls. Moreover, I thought yesterday that after being tormented by Gao Feng to the point of fainting, she felt a bit shy." As soon as Hong Yun heard this, her mind became somewhat muddled. She thought, "Isn't that just 10? The big boss is indeed formidable. Being able to survive so comfortably in an apocalyptic environment. That physique is truly extraordinary." Both of them were deeply troubled. Yi Huimin insisted, "But we can't let Gao Feng toy with those underage girls. That's the bottom line. Otherwise, I'll go crazy. You think of a way to bring more beautiful women over. I refuse to believe we can't defeat Gao Feng." Hong Yun's expression suddenly became strange. At this moment, she felt that Yi Huimin was also a bit abnormal. She thought, "You two are really a twisted couple. Is it necessary to argue about such matters?" However, she was the master, and she was just a servant. Therefore, she obediently said, "Young madam, I can think of a way to find beautiful women. But in this apocalypse, the area restrictions are quite large. The clean beauties in buildings 17 and 18 are basically all here. The other women, although beautiful, mostly have had boyfriends, and there are also some married women." Upon hearing this, Yi Huimin felt a bit embarrassed. She herself felt that her behavior was a bit abnormal. But thinking about how nearly 20 underage beauties could fall prey to Gao Feng at any moment, she immediately gritted her teeth and said, "You handle it. I'm telling you, don't force them. It's best if they come willingly." Hong Yun immediately assured her, "Don't worry, young madam, even those selected beauties, even if they are married, their relationships have already broken down, and they are willing to live better in this apocalypse." The more Yi Huimin listened, the more she felt it was unbearable, and she waved her hand impatiently, saying, "You arrange it. Be more attentive. We can't let Gao Feng be idle. He needs to be kept busy every day." Without giving him any chance to have improper thoughts, Hong Yun repeatedly assured her, "Yes, yes, yes, young madam. I will definitely have Duke focus on attacking the nearby building and quickly gather more beauties." Chapter 105. This remote object retrieval is a bit uncanny. Hong Yun returned to room 2602 of building 17, and after discussing with Duke, she immediately felt overwhelmed. Duke sighed. "This Gao Feng is too fierce, 6 times in one night." Hong Yun retorted, "Go away. What do you mean 6 times in one night? It's 6 women. That's a completely different concept." Duke's face instantly flushed. He hurriedly hugged Hong Yun and kissed her. After a long day, Hong Yun also wanted to relax, so she obediently cooperated with Duke. 10 minutes later, a flushed Hong Yun, with a face full of exasperation, got off Duke. She said somewhat speechlessly, "Duke, how come you're getting worse and worse?" Duke blushed and said, "It's not that I'm not capable, it's just that you're too fierce. Can you be gentler next time?" Hong Yun felt a bit speechless. The big boss Gao Feng is young and handsome, and so powerful. Duke, on the other hand, is just an old man. Good-looking, but not very useful. However, considering that he is the team leader, she still had to give him some face. Yet, Hong Yun couldn't help but reminisce about the scene from yesterday when she rewarded Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is still young, in great shape, and very capable. The more she thought about it, the more she started to feel disdain for Duke in front of her. But now that she was the big sister-in-law, she felt less free than when her status was lowly. Now, she is officially Duke's woman. Even if she wanted to seek pleasure with Xiao Wu, she wouldn't dare to be open about it. Hong Yun thought about how the young madam wanted her to find beautiful women for her husband. She suddenly had a bright idea. She then gently nestled into Duke's arms and softly said, "Duke, the young madam means we need to help her husband find more beautiful women. She doesn't want him to toy with underage girls. I think we can attack the adjacent Building 16. After all, we have a 100-person team and guns. It shouldn't be too difficult." Duke nodded. "It's not difficult. But didn't you say that if this 100-person team doesn't find a way to stabilize, it could easily collapse?" Hong Yun immediately laughed. "Haven't I helped you stabilize it once? In this apocalypse, nothing can win people's hearts more than supplies and women. If it doesn't work out, we can choose beauties from the ones your husband picks to reward the brothers who have made multiple contributions." Upon hearing this, Duke's heart warmed. He instinctively said, "Then I want one too." Hong Yun rolled her eyes at him, but did not oppose it. Hong Yun knew her own situation. After all, she was not pure. The title of the big sister-in-law who has killed 20 has long spread in the team. Even if men are wild, they still want to find clean women as wives. Duke always treated her as a facade. Hong Yun was clear about this. However, she was also glad that Duke would find a dedicated wife for himself, saving her from being taken advantage of again. After all, it only took 10 minutes. For Hong Yun, that was completely disgusting. After discussing with Duke, Hong Yun couldn't wait to leave and quickly went to room 2801 of Building 18 to select the beautiful young married women she had previously chosen. She felt that these people should be able to withstand Gao Feng. After all, they were all experienced. In matters like this, Hong Yun was experienced. It was just that her status was not sufficient, and she still had the title of the big sister-in-law. Otherwise, she would have wanted to volunteer to spar with Gao Feng. Today, she had entertained this thought several times. But what status does Gao Feng have? He is Duke's master. Ultimately, she was still just a plaything of Duke's. At most, she was merely a somewhat knowledgeable plaything. After a selection, Hong Yun specifically chose 6 stunning young married women with different styles, pure, sexy, and enchanting, among others. More importantly, they all had slim waists and curvy hips, ensuring robust physiques. She decided to give Gao Feng a real challenge. She wanted to find a way to make Gao Feng break down once. If so, this young boss might look at her, this lowly servant, with a bit more respect. If that happens, perhaps she could eventually break free from Duke's control and specifically help Gao Feng train these beauties. Who knows? One day Gao Feng might even feel inspired to try her out. Gao Feng, of course, had no idea that Duke's chosen big sister-in-law, Hong Yun, harbored such terrifying thoughts about him. Gao Feng was currently familiarizing himself with the advanced Black Iron Level 6 abilities. He felt that recently, surrounded by so many people, life was just too enjoyable. His mind was almost unable to think anymore. He was close to forgetting the need to remain vigilant. It must be noted that Gao Ming, this ability user, had officially appeared. He had even summarized a method for awakening abilities. This would signify that a large number of ability users would emerge. Gao Feng still felt that he needed to quickly elevate his abilities to the bronze level for a sense of security. After all, with only a few levels of ability differences, there was no crushing sense of security. Gao Feng was someone who had been cut down in his past life. He had a security anxiety disorder. He believed that only by mastering absolute crushing power could he have genuine security. Therefore, Gao Feng was now thinking of ways to devise any move that could instantly defeat Gao Ming. Gao Feng's current means included remote object retrieval, spatial gates, void divine grabs, void spears, and spatial sensing. The spatial sensing didn't count. Both the void divine grabs and void spears should have methods to instantly defeat Gao Ming. However, these two abilities are essentially extensions of the core ability of remote object retrieval. Although they are powerful, there is a slight delay in the attack speed. After all, he needs to convert energy forms. Thus, Gao Feng thought that he could use remote object retrieval to also kill instantly. Moreover, Gao Feng felt that since his ability level had risen to Black Iron Level 6, it should be time to develop a new form of ability expression. Otherwise, he felt a bit unsettled. Gao Feng couldn't think of a good solution. So he began various attempts to use his telekinesis to explore whether there were any new possibilities for his core ability. He continuously tried to collect various items in the room and then put them back exactly as they were. However, this skill was just like when he first awakened. Except for being a bit faster, there seemed to be no changes at all. Gao Feng felt speechless. He thought his ability had hit a bottleneck. Suddenly, he felt a bit anxious. So, in a fit of pique, he suddenly directed his telekinesis towards Building 16, 100 meters away. Buzz! The building shook instantly. Following that, everyone inside Building 16 was horrified. Everything in their homes had disappeared. The once cluttered rooms were suddenly empty. Everyone, except for a few belongings on them or items glued to the walls, vanished in an instant. Panic-stricken screams erupted within Building 16. Many people wanted to complain using their phones, only to be shocked to find that their phones were also gone. Some, who were already starving and eating, could only watch as their food disappeared before their eyes. Extreme fear enveloped everyone in Building 16 in an instant. Gao Feng sensed this through space and was momentarily stunned. Damn, my telekinesis is a bit eerie. It looks similar to before, but why does it seem so perverse? Gao Feng thought for a moment and decided not to return the belongings to these people. Instead, he called Duke and said, "Take people to take over Building 16. Hurry up." Duke, who had just parted ways with Hong Yun and was still a bit dazed, agreed immediately and brought his 100 or so brothers directly to Building 16. This time, Gao Feng didn't prepare a generator for them. Duke was clever and directly dismantled the generator from Building 17 to install it in Building 16. Then, he and his team began to take over Building 16. Strangely, they encountered no resistance at all. Everyone eagerly opened their doors to surrender at the sound of their loud knocking. Chapter 106. No, you guys shouldn't surrender. After Duke's team took over Building 16, they were initially cheerful, but when they counted their gains, they were stunned. Aside from collecting a beautiful woman from room 30 for Gao Feng, they hadn't obtained any other supplies. The morale of the entire team immediately plummeted. Even though Duke promised to select 10 more decent-looking women for the brothers to rotate through the warm room, their spirits remained low. There was no way around it. In the apocalypse, supplies were king. If they provided supplies first and then women, the morale would soar. But if they only offered women without supplies, it would lead to disaster. Duke gathered 5 of his younger brothers for a meeting, and they looked at him with eyes full of desperation. "Boss, this isn't working. We lost big on this raid of Building 16. We spent over 200 and got nothing in return. If this continues, we're going to starve." The others nodded in agreement. Duke's expression darkened. He felt that this situation was troublesome. Taking Building 16 like this was one thing, but what if this became the norm? What good was expansion then? If they couldn't expand, wouldn't they just be sitting on empty resources? While they were frowning, rumors began to spread throughout the entire community. After the residents of Building 16 surrendered, they sent messages to familiar owners in other buildings. "Damn, all my supplies were stolen by thieves. Not even my bed is left. It's simply outrageous. There's nothing to eat either." Fortunately, Duke's team attacked. I'm crying with joy to welcome them. Duke's team was too appealing. Joining meant food and women to enjoy. And I only had to wait an hour to get my turn. Although the people weren't extraordinarily good looking, in this day and age, having a warm room to sleep with women, what more could I ask for? I'm a fan now. I swear loyalty to Boss Duke. After this news reached other buildings, those who were originally considering resisting Duke suddenly changed their minds. With a warm room, women, and supplies, life in the apocalypse was better than being a god. Why were they still guarding their buildings? They were freezing to death. Even if they had a beautiful woman in their arms, they still wouldn't dare to actually do anything. Just the thought of it was enough to worry about freezing their arms. If they lost control and actually started fighting, they could end up in shock from the cold before any real fighting began. Compared to Duke's team, it was like heaven and hell. They decided to surrender. The nearest Building 15 quickly convened a meeting among the leaders of the Cotton Jacket Society and made a decision. They had seen Duke before. He was a well-known small businessman. So, Building 15 sent a talkative former restaurant owner to act as a negotiator. However, their surrender came with conditions. After all, they still had supplies. The restaurant owner haggled with Duke, who was feeling a bit of a headache. He repeatedly asked if they had supplies. The restaurant owner replied that they did have supplies, but were lacking warm rooms. The brothers were going crazy from the cold. The restaurant owner shyly admitted that she couldn't take it anymore either. There used to be plenty of entertainment, and matters between men and women were optional. But in this harsh environment of -70 degrees, they felt like doing nothing except rolling in bed to generate body heat. However, the conditions didn't allow it. Wasn't this torture? Duke sighed in relief when he heard there were supplies. But the restaurant owner insisted that after Building 15 surrendered, several leaders must have priority use of the warm room. She wouldn't budge, giving off the impression that they weren't necessarily going to surrender. Duke naturally wouldn't give in. What a joke. They had a warm room, but it belonged to Duke's team, and there was only one. The other warm rooms belonged to the big boss Gao Feng. He wouldn't dare to touch those. If Building 15 wanted their warm room, it was like asking for his life. His team had just taken over Building 16, and the number of people had already surged to 140. Now, even one warm room was becoming hard to manage. They weren't lacking in women. The key was that if you wanted to provide benefits for the brothers, that warm room wouldn't be enough. Now there was even a demand for a warm room as a condition. No, how about you guys don't surrender? I barely have enough warm rooms as it is. Duke ultimately gritted his teeth and refused. Damn it, wasn't he this a stab in the back? Duke was currently discussing with Hong Yun about assigning women to the well-performing younger brothers. Otherwise, the warm rooms would really not be enough. If the younger brothers couldn't enjoy women, it would easily lead to dissent. The more people there were, the more trouble it would be. If he took in Building 15 as well, there would be even more people. And the key was that these people from Building 15 weren't stable. Taking them in would be a disaster. Night quickly fell. After Hong Yun sent Duke off to handle business, she hurried to find the 6 exquisite young women she had chosen early in the morning. She decided that tonight she would treat the big boss Gao Feng well. No matter what, she had to thoroughly win over this big boss. If she couldn't figure out his bottom line, life would be hard in the future. Yi Huimin. This young lady had anxiety. Hong Yun also had anxiety. After all, although Duke had brought back many women, there were only a few who could be considered beautiful. Life was short. If one day Gao Feng got upset, her head might be on the line. She had heard Duke say that the big boss Gao Feng was a god who wasn't afraid of bullets. They, as ordinary people, had to be especially careful in serving him. Hong Yun, along with the 6 beautiful young women, arrived at Gao Feng's room. Gao Feng was still contemplating how to enhance the attack power of his telekinesis. The ability to gather resources is indeed a bit abnormal. With just one move, he turned 16 buildings into bald chickens, causing them to surrender immediately. The key point is that this thing has low attack power. Gao Feng felt that this core ability should have some attack power. Although the derivative abilities are powerful, their reaction speed is still not as good as that of the core abilities. Gao Feng vaguely felt that if he were to fight against an ability user of the same level, such as the awakened giant force Gao Ming, he might not be able to win in close combat. Gao Feng did not want to have any weaknesses. What he wanted was to crush his opponents. While Gao Feng was deep in thought, someone suddenly knocked on the door. He casually said, "Come in." Hong Yun immediately crawled in and reported in a humble tone, "Sir, it is already 9 o'clock in the evening, and it is time for bed. I have selected 6 new ones for you." Following that, 6 alluring young women in their 20s with slim waists and curvy figures were called in. Gao Feng was once again stunned. Although he felt that these women were not his ideal pure type at first glance, too sweet and too cloying. The key was that the 6 of them together created a very harmonious match, especially as the 6 beautiful women looked at him with enticing eyes. "Sir, we are here for you," the 6 beautiful women called out in unison, kneeling before Gao Feng to pay their respects. Their humble posture and seductive gazes were simply irresistible to any man. Gao Feng's heart began to race uncontrollably. "Sir, please enjoy." Hong Yun quickly bowed respectfully and exited the room. As she left, she shot a jealous glance at the 6 women, thinking to herself that if it weren't for her title of 20 kills, she would have insisted on staying. This was destined to be an unforgettable night. Hong Yun was convinced that these 6 fierce women would definitely give Gao Feng a hard time. After all, there is a significant difference between young girls and mature women. Although Gao Feng had a record of defeating 6 opponents, it would be very difficult for him to replicate such a glorious feat today. "Humph, Gao Feng, you must be downcast and unable to walk tomorrow," Hong Yun thought to herself, unable to suppress her glee. Chapter 107. Only one person can wear green. But Hong Yun clearly underestimated Gao Feng's strength. Although the 6 women were indeed not comparable to 6 young girls, Gao Feng still defended his legend with his absolute fierce strength. The next day, he woke up early, feeling refreshed, and began his routine of spatial sensing to survey the situation within a radius of 200 meters. Hong Yun was shocked when she learned from Guxiao that Gao Feng had gotten up early. "How is this possible? Xiaoyi, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? These are 6 mature women. I personally trained them for 2 days. They have all sorts of skills and can definitely take on 3 opponents each." "Sister Hong Yun, don't even mention it. Last night, after Gao Feng finished with those 6 beauties, it seemed like he got carried away, and I was caught up in it too. Ugh, don't even ask. It was too sudden. I still can't get out of bed." Upon hearing Guxiao Yi's shy words, Hong Yun felt as if she had lost 10 billion. Had she known such good fortune awaited, she would have insisted on staying after sending them over last night. She was confident that her 20 kills level would definitely leave a deep impression on Gao Feng. Once Gao Feng had a relationship with her, would she still have to act according to Duke's whims? Would Duke's less than 10-minute abilities still disgust her? The key point was that a man like Gao Feng was genuinely worth it. Hong Yun now wished she could experience the feeling of being unable to get out of bed like Guxiao Yi. After her moment of regret, she began looking for Duke, demanding that he continue the assault on 15 buildings. Duke's face immediately turned grim. He had to admit, actually yesterday, someone from Building 15 came over to prepare for surrender, but they wanted to prioritize using the warm house. We currently have too many people. I couldn't agree. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun nearly fainted from anger. She couldn't help but complain to Duke. Duke, do you know how serious the situation is? Gao Feng sent me 6 beautiful mature women, and worse, Xiao Yi was also given a shot by him. This indicates that our preparations are severely lacking. Duke's face fell instantly when he heard that Xiao Yi had been given a shot. The inevitable had come. Gao Feng's green hat had ultimately landed on his head. Seeing Duke's expression, Hong Yun quickly reacted and comforted him. Duke, be magnanimous. They're just women. Besides, you sent them over voluntarily. Didn't you anticipate this? Gao Feng at least waited so many days. Duke sighed with a bitter smile. It's precisely because he waited so long that I hoped maybe he wouldn't like Xiao Yi. Sigh, I thought too much. I originally sent Xiao Yi over because she's beautiful and charming. Seeing Duke breaking down, Hong Yun immediately wrapped her arms around him, comforting him with a motherly tone. You men are just like children. You know everything, do everything, and yet still can't let go. What's the point? Besides, I don't think I'm any worse than Xiao Yi. So, Duke, don't you like me? Duke's face was lifted by Hong Yun, and he was kissed breathless. Plus, Duke himself wasn't exactly a chaste man, so he quickly got fired up. But this time, due to excessive excitement, after just 5 minutes, he got off Hong Yun, feeling uncertain, and didn't dare to look at her again before leaving. Hong Yun was also startled by Duke's reaction. As a professional HR, she keenly sensed that Duke's mentality was about to collapse. Being greened by Gao Feng wasn't a big deal. Duke was willing. The key was that right after, he was even more unable to cope, which was too hurtful. It's worth noting that just moments ago, Hong Yun could still be gentle, wanting Duke to feel more like a man than before, wanting him to regain his confidence. However, Duke's state was worse than she had imagined. Hong Yun felt this situation was very important. As a professional HR, she keenly sensed that this might be the beginning of the collapse of Duke's team. She immediately wanted to contact Gao Feng, but ultimately gave up. She felt that Yi Huimin, the young lady, should be easier to talk to. Facing Gao Feng, the pressure was just too great. The invisible pressure from Gao Feng always made people feel an urge to prostrate themselves in worship. In comparison, although the young lady was beautiful and noble, at least she was a normal person. Hong Yun had dealt with such noble women before. Yi Huimin asked Hong Yun to come in for a discussion. After the discussion, Yi Huimin was also at a loss. Hong Yun, what you said is indeed very important, but my experience in this area is not as good as yours. If you can't come up with a solution, this matter is really tricky. Hong Yun also expressed her frustration. The two women were both troubled. Just then, Gao Feng suddenly pushed the door and walked in. Yi Huimin hurriedly explained Duke's situation. Gao Feng immediately smiled and said, You came to me about this? Looking for anyone else won't work. Don't be fooled by Hong Yun's title of 20 kills. That's just accumulated reputation and actually doesn't mean much. I'm different. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun's eyes lit up. She thought to herself that she had forgotten about that. Yi Huimin, however, couldn't help but blush and scold Gao Feng. Gao Feng just chuckled and pulled out a pink pill from his shorts. Gao Feng, you actually have this? Hong Yun immediately got excited as she recognized the good thing in Gao Feng's hand. This thing, during times of peace, can be bought with money. Many men's virility relies on it. Women have a love-hate relationship with it. Yi Huimin's face immediately turned a bit pale. She quickly chased Hong Yun out of the room. With a serious expression, she looked at Gao Feng and said, Gao Feng, honestly tell me, have you been taking this for your own face? Gao Feng chuckled and said, Minmin, if you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you now. Have you ever seen such an effective medicine? As a result, Yi Huimin refused to believe it. An hour later, Gao Feng really exhausted her. Yi Huimin couldn't get out of bed the next day. After Gao Feng was done, he left Yi Huimin, who didn't believe in her man, and directly went out, tossing a red pill to Hong Yun. He then instructed Hong Yun, be gentle with Duke. Don't complain about this and that all day long. You people owe your lives to Duke, so don't be clueless about it. I warn you, don't mess up the big sister rewards again, or I'll throw you into the warm room and let everyone line up to clock in on you. Hong Yun was immediately frightened and shivered. At that moment, she suddenly realized something. Duke could only be greened by Gao Feng alone. Chapter 108. The second boss's identity has become quite attractive after returning. Hong Yun pondered and indeed followed Gao Feng's instructions to be very gentle with Duke, no longer daring to bring up any big sister rewards. Although she was reluctant, she didn't dare to think about it anymore. She even took the initiative to mention this to Duke. Duke, on the other hand, worriedly said, How can that be? If there are no big sister rewards, how will the brothers unite in the future? We must find a way to break the bones and connect the tendons. I'm not at ease now. Hong Yun had no choice. In this apocalyptic world, the ways to motivate people are limited. It's either resources or women. Duke's little brothers actually don't lack women, but it's exciting enough. The previous big sister reward belonged to this category. Let us not talk about that for now. Take the medicine the sir gave you, and I'll serve you well for a while. Han Yun quickly took out a small red pill. Duke was excited when he saw it. In times of peace, he often used this thing. At that time, he felt very powerful. But after the apocalypse, resources became scarce, and having food and drink was already good enough. Wanting a small pill was a bit too much. Unexpectedly, Boss Gao Feng was so amazing that he could even get this. Duke didn't hesitate and quickly took a pill. In a little while, he was energized. He immediately knocked Han Yun down. They tossed and turned for half an hour. Han Yun also tasted a long-lost joy. She thought, if she could always have this small pill and be with such a boss like Duke, it would be pretty good. Duke once again displayed the virility of a man, so excited that he was almost in tears. Being such a cautious person, how could he not know that Han Yun looked down on him and thought he was inadequate? In the past, he could only swallow his bitterness. Now he found his dignity as a man again. Watching Han Yun panting in his arms, he felt extremely excited. He couldn't help but secretly swear in his heart that he would follow Boss Gao Feng for the rest of his life. As for Gao Feng unintentionally greenlighting her, he completely forgot about it. After all, he sent her there himself. If he really counted it, it was his own stinginess. After some intimacy with Han Yun, Duke immediately ran to see Gao Feng. Previously, he hesitated about whether to mention the surrender of Building 15. But now he thought that regaining his manly vigor relied entirely on the boss's support, so he didn't care about face anymore. Without hesitation, he knelt in front of Gao Feng and reported the difficulties he encountered. Gao Feng naturally knew about Duke's situation. He had just caught a glimpse of Duke showing off in front of Han Yun. Unable to help himself, he teased Duke. I say, Duke, can you take some time to practice your skills? Han Yun is a 20 slasher. If you keep using the same old trick, how can she not look down on you? Duke's face instantly turned red. Ashamed, he lowered his head and stammered. Sir, mainly I'm afraid I can't hold on to this move. Gao Feng was speechless. He immediately said, I have a method that can make you strong, and it's not about taking small pills. It's just a bit dangerous. I don't know if you're willing to do it. Duke nodded repeatedly. Gao Feng continued. Remember the experiment I asked you to do before? Duke's eyes lit up. Previously, he had followed Gao Feng's instructions and found disabled people for the experiment. As a result, 3 of them had high fevers. And aside from being a bit agitated at first, nothing happened afterward. Seeing his reaction, Gao Feng said, the 3 people you experimented on should truly awaken their abilities tomorrow. That's not the main point. The key is that this method seems quite safe, so you can try it now. Duke's eyes sparkled. Sir, you mean that as long as I can awaken my abilities, I can regain that aspect of my strength? Gao Feng nodded. Duke's heart began to race wildly. He immediately wanted to awaken his abilities. Gao Feng quickly stopped him. Duke, don't rush. You are the leader of the team. Awakening your abilities needs to be arranged in advance. Duke nodded repeatedly. Then he remembered that awakening abilities would cause 3 days of high fever, or even longer. Even if there was no danger to life, it could still be quite dangerous if the team came to a halt. Moreover, he needed to find a safe place to have a fever. Only then did Duke mention the surrender of Building 15. Gao Feng smiled. Agree to them. When they come, the knife is in our hands. Besides, do they really think they have any leverage? As Gao Feng spoke, he suddenly reached out toward the window. Buzz. The building of Building 15 trembled slightly. In the next moment, all the residents inside screamed in terror and despair. The entire Building 15 suddenly fell into chaos. Gao Feng then turned to Duke and said, you go back now and find your little brothers to be your deputy. Let them take over Building 15. You should find a safe place to awaken your abilities. It's time to learn to be the behind-the-scenes boss. Do you understand what I mean? Duke's heart raced as he heard this. Just now when Gao Feng asked him to hand over power, he felt a bit uneasy. But when Gao Feng mentioned being a behind-the-scenes boss, he suddenly felt a bit excited. Yes, Boss Gao Feng has never shown himself to the outside world. But would he dare to betray? Not to mention betrayal, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. If he awakened his abilities, would his little brothers dare to betray him? Humph. As long as he had enough power, he could absolutely control these little brothers tightly. As Duke thought and thought, he suddenly jolted. He looked up at Gao Feng in astonishment. He hesitantly said, Sir, you've already awakened your abilities, right? Gao Feng smiled at Duke without answering. But Duke still felt his heart racing, almost jumping out of his throat. Yes, Boss Gao Feng has awakened his abilities, which is why he can easily control people like them. If he could be like him, then in the future, he would truly be different from ordinary people. Especially when he thought about regaining his male virility, his heart was even more fiery. He immediately bowed 3 times to Gao Feng and hurriedly left. After returning, Duke immediately called over Xiao Wu, who had received the big sister reward last time. When Xiao Wu heard that the boss summoned him alone, he felt a bit anxious. Although the big sister reward was exciting and pleasurable, seeing the boss inevitably made him a bit nervous. As a result, Duke didn't even give him a chance to exchange pleasantries and directly said to Xiao Wu, you performed well in the last attack on Building 17 and received a team reward. I'm preparing to select you as the second in command of the team. 15 buildings surrendered this time, and you go to take over. Xiao Wu was happy to be the second in command. But when he heard he had to take over the 15 buildings, his face suddenly turned sour. He felt that Duke was just typical of retaliatory actions. He was angry that he accepted the reward from the big sister. However, Xiao Wu had no way to object. He couldn't complain about being promoted, could he? In the end, Xiao Wu reluctantly took on the position of second in command. Duke couldn't be bothered with the details. Anyway, it was High Maple's arrangement, so he just followed through. Then, he sealed a storage room on the top floor of Building 17, a place no one would suspect, and began to awaken his abilities. This was a time to change his fate, so he was quite looking forward to it. Xiao Wu had just taken over as the second in command and thought about waiting until the next day to take over the hot potato of the 15 buildings. However, in the middle of the night, the representative from the 15 buildings, the boss lady, hurried over. The boss lady boldly proposed a temptation, Big Brother Wu. As long as you agree to take over our 15 buildings now, I can spend the night with you. When Xiao Wu saw the boss lady's curvaceous figure and charming gaze, he suddenly felt that being the second in command was a bit appealing. Chapter 109. Playing with fire. Xiao Wu was a person with many strengths, but his only flaw was his lecherous nature. As soon as the boss lady made her statement, he couldn't hold back anymore. He directly pulled the boss lady into the room and got on the bed, starting a passionate encounter. Xiao Wu was young and vigorous, full of passion. The boss lady still had her charm and was eager for more. They were truly a match for each other. After a round, they immediately felt they had met too late. Afterward, Xiao Wu held the boss lady's slim waist and curiously asked, "Hey, why did you all surrender before only after putting forth conditions? Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic? What happened?" The boss lady immediately shot him a glance and retorted, "Just now, did you enjoy yourself?" Xiao Wu nodded. The feeling just now was quite thrilling. The boss lady had a wildness that others didn't have. Although Xiao Wu had been with several women, he had never experienced anything like this. Even the big sister Hong Yun couldn't compare. He felt that while Hong Yun was flirtatious and skilled, she was still not spicy enough. The boss lady's spiciness was like a hot pepper, making one cry. Very strong, but also very enjoyable. Xiao Wu, being young and energetic, really liked this kind of woman. The boss lady immediately asked, "Would you like me to be with you all the time?" Xiao Wu was taken aback. He actually didn't want to lose the whole forest for one woman. But this boss lady was too alluring. He felt a bit addicted to her. After thinking for a moment, he ultimately nodded. However, Xiao Wu was also clever. He immediately set a condition. "You can be with me, but you have to swear that you will never be with anyone else in the future, or I will strangle you." The boss lady immediately chuckled. She had actually heard gossip in the group that Xiao Wu, the second in command, had received a reward from the big sister. It was estimated that Xiao Wu was a bit intimidated by the team culture. He didn't want to be the boss and have to let his woman sleep with someone else. The boss lady blushed and seriously nodded her agreement. Then she raised her hand and swore at the dim window, "I, Jiangnan, if." Hearing her say it seriously, Xiao Wu immediately believed her. Embracing her delicate body, they shared another moment of intimacy. Jiangnan, this fiery pepper, was ultimately subdued by Xiao Wu. In the end, she was left completely exhausted. Xiao Wu was very satisfied with his achievements. At this time, Jiang Yanhong shyly revealed the truth about why their team was in a hurry to surrender. "What? You guys have run out of supplies in the building?" "Yes, not only was our food and drink stolen, but even my spare clothes are gone. I'm worried about how to change clothes later. It's so cold now, and not bathing is already difficult. If I can't even change my underwear, I'll smell bad." Xiao Wu immediately smiled and sniffed Jiang Yanhong. Sure enough, there was a bit of a sour smell on her. He hadn't paid much attention during their passionate encounter. But Jiang Yanhong indeed lacked the fresh scent that the women from his side had. So what happened? What else could happen? It must be some shameless team that specialized in stealing. That's too exaggerated. How many thieves does it take to steal all that? Who knows? Anyway, all the supplies are gone, and even the bed is missing. If we don't surrender tonight, we'll have to sleep on the floor. Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, your 15 buildings, just like the 16th, have been robbed. Now, not only are you afraid to put forth conditions, but you've even sent a woman to my door for me to enjoy. He was overjoyed. Xiao Wu immediately told Jiang Yanhong, "Listen, since you slept with me, you're mine now. You can't go back and say anything nonsense. Just say we didn't even bother with you." Jiang Yanhong immediately agreed. "Of course I'm on your side. You're my man, and I'm counting on you." They shared another moment of tenderness. Soon, Jiang Yanhong returned to the 15 buildings and began to cry, saying that Duke's team as second in command Xiao Wu was not a good person. He took advantage of her and still wouldn't accept their surrender. The little leaders of the 15 buildings saw her flushed face and tear-streaked cheeks and concluded that she had suffered a great loss for the 15 buildings. Everyone looked worried, comforting Jiangnan while also holding a meeting to discuss surrender strategies. After some discussion, they decided that since Xiao Wu was a lecherous man, the only way was to agree to send beautiful women. The supplies were definitely gone. After a discussion, Jiang Yanhong was sent again as the representative to negotiate with Xiao Wu, the second-in-command of Duke's team. They didn't have a serious discussion at all. As soon as they met, they started kissing and eventually ended up in bed, having a passionate encounter. Jiang Yanhong was completely exhausted afterward. And only then did they start discussing serious matters. When Xiao Wu heard the conditions from the 15 buildings, which included sending beautiful women, his mind immediately became active. He had been indulging with beautiful women these past few days. With a bold heart, he thought, why not pick a top-notch beauty for himself and hide her away? With this in mind, Xiao Wu shared his thoughts with Jiang Yanhong. Jiang Yanhong initially didn't agree, but Xiao Wu smiled and said, "Sister, if you can handle my youth and vigor, I won't look for anyone else." Jiang Yanhong finally agreed to help Xiao Wu pick a top-notch beauty. With this private deal, Xiao Wu immediately agreed to the surrender of the 15 buildings. Furthermore, he promised to temporarily coordinate a place for them to stay that night. However, the condition was that they had to send over a batch of 10 top-notch beauties first. Jiang Yanhong was very attentive and immediately conveyed the message back. The little leaders of the 15 buildings saw that it was already dark outside. The cold weather made people easily sleepy, and their eyelids were heavy. They gritted their teeth and agreed. They immediately prepared to select the 10 most top-notch beauties to send to Xiao Wu. However, Jiang Yanhong quickly stopped everyone. She had her own selfish motives and was waiting to gain favor in front of Xiao Wu later. She couldn't really send the top-notch beauties. After all, those young and beautiful little vixens were still more appealing in front of young men. Don't be fooled by Xiao Wu's words about how good she is. He just hadn't encountered the best yet. Jiang Yanhong quickly concocted a story, saying that Xiao Wu had a special taste and liked fiery and bold women, reasoning that Xiao Wu liked her very much and had taken advantage of her first. Everyone listened and felt it made sense. They immediately found 10 young and pretty married women according to Jiang Yanhong's style. But no matter how beautiful the married women were, they were all in their 20s, approaching 30, and were no longer considered young. How can he compare to Jiang Yanhong, such a stunning and seasoned boss lady? This perfectly met Xiao Wu's requirements. Jiang Yanhong, satisfied, brought 10 beautiful women to find Xiao Wu. As soon as Xiao Wu saw them, he was incredibly pleased. They all caught his eye, although their styles were different. Each had their own beauty. Xiao Wu thought to himself, since I am the boss now, why not just take them all for myself and have fun with them first? As for the beautiful women meant for the big shot Gao Feng, the big boss Duke was nowhere to be found, so no one would send them. Being a second-in-command, he didn't have that qualification. With that in mind, Xiao Wu immediately sent Jiang Yanhong away and pretended to choose one from the 10 beautiful women. As a result, he started getting hands-on with them, completely forgetting that he was supposed to send the beautiful women to Gao Feng first. Meanwhile, Gao Feng was using spatial sensing to follow up on Xiao Wu's dealings with the 15 buildings that had surrendered, which could be considered helping Duke's little brother. He initially thought things would go smoothly since the 15 buildings had no trump cards left. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the worse. Xiao Wu first got involved with the negotiation representative Jiang Yanhong, and later became entangled with the 10 beautiful women sent by the other party. Gao Feng's expression immediately turned cold. 10 red pills were instantly teleported into Xiao Wu's stomach. At once, Xiao Wu's eyes turned red, transforming him into a beast, as he lunged at the beautiful woman beside him. Subsequently, the sounds of women's mournful cries echoed throughout the room where Xiao Wu was, all night long. Duke's team was shocked by Xiao Wu's ferocity. However, the other 4 core members of the team were somewhat worried that Xiao Wu had gone too far. They knew that the top-tier beauties sent from the 15 buildings were meant for the 18 buildings to honor the big shot Gao Feng. Xiao Wu intercepting them was a taboo. Chapter 110 Encountering the X-ray vision Liangchun the next morning, before Gao Feng had woken up. Hong Yun hurriedly came to report the situation. Sir, Xiao Wu is dead, exhausted to death. Yesterday he got greedy with the beauties sent from the 15 buildings and lost his grip. Hong Yun's voice trembled as she cautiously looked up at Gao Feng. Gao Feng cast a glance at Hong Yun, who was kneeling at his feet, filled with fear. He coldly laughed. If he's dead, then so be it. Since he couldn't control his greed and acted recklessly right after taking office, dying is just a fitting end. He continued, Hong Yun, you take over as the second-in-command of Duke's team. After all, you have a solid support base. Hong Yun's face flushed immediately. She didn't expect Gao Feng to know about her 20 consecutive victories. She then worriedly asked, Should we inform Mr. Duke about this? Gao Feng replied indifferently. Why tell him? It's just a small matter. Let him focus on getting through his current challenges first. I appointed you as the second in command for a reason. First, you are Duke's woman. Second, you are well liked in the team. And third, you are a woman, so you won't forget yourself over good looks. Hong Yun shivered at once. She certainly didn't think Gao Feng was complimenting her. Instead, she believed he was warning her. After all, she had a bit of a weakness for handsome men. Previously, she was even thinking about when to spar with Gao Feng. When Gao Feng saw that she was silent, he chuckled. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? If you're really unhappy, let someone else take the position. As long as Duke's core members aren't all dead, someone will take the position. But when Duke comes back, I won't care what kind of team is left. Hong Yun was provoked by this. She immediately said, Sir, if you're saying that, then I will definitely take on this second-in-command position. The people below are too unruly. Letting them assist you will only cause trouble. If I can be the second-in-command, I will definitely help you get things done beautifully. Gao Feng replied nonchalantly, Don't talk about helping me. The value of Duke's team to me is just a few beauties. The guns I give to Duke are worth much more than these beauties. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun immediately understood. She declared, Sir, rest assured. I will definitely find more of the beauties you like. When the young lady is rested, I will find some that you prefer, definitely young and fresh, just your type. After saying this, Hong Yun gave Gao Feng a flirtatious look. Gao Feng was stunned, thinking, damn, you can't be thinking wrong again. He quickly explained to Hong Yun, I really don't have that kind of special preference, so don't say that. But Hong Yun just smiled ambiguously without explaining. The perverted young master had this kind of character. He just liked young girls, but was too shy to speak up, yet his heart was itching to play. She understood. Hong Yun decided to go back immediately and mix in the beauties set to serve Gao Feng later. As an HR professional, she had a good eye for people. As for the young lady Yi Huimin, that was easy to handle. She just needed to pick a few tall girls who looked like adults. With this mix and match, if you don't say anything, I want to say anything, and the big boss will be satisfied. After arranging everything, Hong Yun immediately brought 6 young and beautiful girls to find Gao Feng, preparing to serve him. However, Gao Feng was in deep meditation in the living room. Hong Yun directly had the 6 girls kneel beside him, waiting to serve. Gao Feng's meditation lasted all night. Others thought he was practicing some kind of technique. In reality, Gao Feng was using spatial sensing to investigate the situation in the opposite community. He wasn't particularly interested in beauties or materials. He didn't lack those. As for the 6 beauties left by Hong Yun, he couldn't be bothered with them. He wasn't really that lustful. The reason he had continuously accepted Yi Huimin's perverted arrangements was simply because he needed to upgrade his abilities. Before the apocalypse, Gao Feng believed that materials were his guarantee for survival. But after truly entering the apocalypse, Gao Feng realized that his abilities were his real reliance for survival. He currently didn't have enough essence to absorb, so his ability upgrade was very slow. For this reason, he had no inclination towards these unfamiliar beautiful girls. After a while of spatial sensing, Gao Feng discovered something interesting in the opposite community. In one of the buildings close to their community, there were actually no normal people left. Almost all of them were running high fevers. To be precise, there were awakened ones in that building, and not just one. At first, Gao Feng thought they had encountered some contagious disease, hence the collective fever. But soon, Gao Feng felt something was off. Because just as he was trying to sense the last person in that building, suddenly, that person looked sharply at the floor where Gao Feng was located, revealing a look of horror. At the same time, he exclaimed, Who? Gao Feng was also startled by this exclamation. Damn, he had been discovered. This guy didn't he even know what ability he had awakened? In his past life, he just stayed at home without moving, occasionally going out to gather supplies. He never expected the real outside world to be so dangerous. Not to mention that awakened ones were everywhere. He had immediately encountered one as soon as he stepped out of the community. Just as Gao Feng retracted his spatial sensing, that person's eyes suddenly shone with a strange light as he quickly scanned his surroundings. As a result, after a thorough scan, he found nothing. This person was named Yi Liangchun, a son-in-law. A few days ago, he had been asked by his wife to join others in snatching cotton clothing supplies. However, due to his frail body, he was thrown into a snow pit. Strangely, he wasn't poisoned to death by the snow toxins. When he returned home, he began to run a high fever. Today marked the 3rd day. Although his fever had not subsided, he had awakened the ability of X-ray vision. He could see through objects from a distance and even had a certain degree of danger warning ability. He also relied on this ability to avoid the evil deeds of his wife's family trying to kill him today. This made him always remain on high alert. Yi Liangchun planned to send away his evil mother-in-law and her family as soon as his high fever subsided. Damn, could it be that I'm delirious from the fever? Am I just imagining that someone is out to get me? Yi Liangchun patted his head and lay back down on the bed. He felt groggy but still uneasy. While thinking about this, he suddenly flipped over and got out of bed. Then, he suddenly yanked open the door, and a middle-aged man holding a kitchen knife fell into the doorway. The knife clattered to the ground. This middle-aged man was none other than Yi Liangshen's father-in-law. Clearly, he was there to kill his burdensome son-in-law. Yi Liangshen raised his foot and kicked his father-in-law in the neck, causing him to tilt his head and lose consciousness. Yi Liangshen then picked up the kitchen knife from the floor and glanced around, clearly seeing his mother-in-law and wife, Tang Sweki, standing on either side of the door. He immediately grabbed his father-in-law's body and pushed it out the door. Uft, uft, uft. His mother-in-law and wife, Tang Sweki, simultaneously swung their knives at him. When they realized what they were targeting, they screamed in fright and dropped the knives in their hands. However, just as the knives fell, Yi Liangshen rushed out of the room. With one swift motion, he decapitated his mother-in-law. Tang Sweki fainted at the sight. "Husband, don't kill me. I beg you, husband. I was wrong. I was really wrong, please." Tang Sweki trembled all over, clinging to Yi Liangshen's pants leg like a dog, pleading for mercy. Yi Liangshen hesitated for a moment, but it was only for 3 seconds. He raised his hand and struck down with the knife. That night, Yi Liangshen used his X-ray vision to eliminate all those who resisted in the entire building, leaving only 12 people alive. These 12 people all swore allegiance to Yi Liangshen. Yi Liangshen then set his ambition to conquer the entire neighborhood in one day, and then take 3 days to conquer the nearby neighborhoods. The reason for such rapid expansion was mainly that Yi Liangshen was still uneasy about the feeling of being watched that day. He sensed that there was definitely someone in the neighboring neighborhood with a similar ability to his own. He felt that this person was his natural enemy. He needed to expand quickly. As long as he became powerful enough, perhaps he would have a chance to eliminate the opponent first. Chapter 111. You slaughter the neighborhood. I pick up the spoils to enter bronze rank. Yi Liangshen's operational ability was very powerful. More importantly, he was very lucky. All 12 of his underlings had also awakened their abilities. They were all from the lower strata of society or had poor family backgrounds, which is why they were forced to endure bad treatment in the apocalypse. For various reasons, they were afflicted with snow poison. Thus, all 13 of them had a long-suppressed ferocity. Therefore, they did not hesitate to kill anyone who disobeyed them. The next day, Yi Liangshen led his team of 12, slaughtering the entire neighborhood like demons. Surrender or die. The number of people left in the entire neighborhood was less than 100, and most of them were beautiful, gentle women. Yi Liangshen selected one to be his woman. The other women were all distributed among his 30 underlings. The underlings followed suit, each choosing one. The remaining women were not touched. Instead, they were required to form a kitchen to cook for everyone and work to earn their lives. Yi Liangshen even promised that in the future, when he recruited new underlings, if they saw someone they liked, they could form their own teams. Yi Liangshen's team development approach made his small team very cohesive. Even the women responsible for cooking longed for Yi Liangshen's team to expand further, hoping to find a man who would love them in the future. After Yi Liangshen's team unified the entire neighborhood, they began planning to attack the neighboring neighborhoods. Initially, Yi Liangshen wanted to attack the neighborhood where Gao Feng was last. However, after truly unifying his own neighborhood, the sense of panic in his heart grew stronger. The feeling of being watched became increasingly pronounced. Yi Liangshen ultimately decided to attack the neighborhood where Gao Feng was first. However, there was still a problem with cross-neighborhood combat. They had to traverse a snow-covered area 100 meters wide. Moreover, snow continued to fall from the sky. Thus, crossing the neighborhood meant they could not avoid being contaminated by the snow. Everyone knew that the snow was poisonous. Although Yi Liangshen judged that he and his 12 underlings had awakened their abilities because of being poisoned by the snow, they still feared whether prolonged exposure to the snow would lead to death. At this moment, Yi Liangshen suddenly regretted that he had been too decisive in his earlier killings. As he now had too few men, it was difficult to find people to test the snow poison. To achieve his goals, Yi Liangshen had no choice but to mobilize the remaining 18 brothers who had not awakened their abilities to attempt to awaken them as well. He tried to observe the toxicity of the snow poison in this manner. However, this process was a bit slow, originally planning to conquer the surrounding neighborhoods in 3 days. After 3 days, Yi Liangshen helplessly ended up with only 3 new awakened ability users among his underlings. His team of 30 had been reduced to 15 ability users. Moreover, the number of beautiful women without men had increased even more, reaching as many as 21. The obvious imbalance of more men than women led many underlings to develop thoughts of polygamy. To maintain his principles, Yi Liangshen even taught a lesson to one underling who acted first. This was how he maintained the monogamous state of the entire team. However, although the team was somewhat scattered, the original cohesion of the team had indeed decreased. What Yi Liangshen did not expect was that all his actions were clearly sensed by Gao Feng. Gao Feng even wanted to thank Yi Liangchen for his decisiveness in killing. Because of Yi Liangchen's beast-like, brutal slaughter, Gao Feng gained a massive amount of essence. Gao Feng's approach was actually quite simple, using his space ability to collect the spoils. When Yi Liangchen conquered the entire neighborhood, Gao Feng threw those who were not yet dead into the snowdrift, allowing them to generate essence within their bodies. And then he collected the essence. Eventually, Gao Feng even developed a new method of collecting essence, which was to directly inject blood into the stomachs of these dying people from a distance, allowing them to produce essence before being killed by Yi Liangchen. Then Gao Feng would take the essence away. This method allowed Gao Feng to benefit from Yi Liangchen's killings, taking the most precious resources. When Yi Liangchen was slaughtering his own building, Gao Feng collected more than 200 essences. He was surrounded by many girls, and with the negative effects eliminated, he was not short of people. Without hesitation, Gao Feng chose to absorb the essence to break through his cultivation. During Yi Liangchen's unification of his building, Gao Feng's cultivation broke through to black iron level 7. As Yi Liangchen continued his conquering steps, after Yi Liangchen took down 2 buildings, Gao Feng quickly absorbed 256 essences, advancing to black iron level 8. After Yi Liangchen conquered 4 surrounding buildings, Gao Feng finally gathered enough 512 essences to break through to black iron level 9. At this point, Yi Liangchen's pace had already exceeded the 200-meter radius of Gao Feng's spatial perception. Gao Feng thought he was about to be in trouble. Suddenly, Gao Feng discovered that after his ability reached black iron level 9, his spatial perception had developed a brand new mode of expansion, the ray perception mode. This meant that the total area Gao Feng could sense remained unchanged, but it can focus on the sensing direction, extending the length of the sensing. After trying, Gao Feng managed to increase the core sensing distance to a maximum of 1,000 meters, although this resulted in a large blind spot in the spatial sensing range. In the dark, under the circumstances of being the 6th, Gao Feng easily followed the footsteps of Yi Liangchen's team as they expanded. He continued to complete a new wave of essence collection. When Yi Liangchen completed the community unification, Gao Feng had also gathered 1,024 pieces of essence. Ultimately, Gao Feng's special ability advanced to the bronze level. At this level, his spatial sensing distance and core sensing area expanded to a radius of 2,000 meters. The longest ray sensing distance extended to 20,000 meters. After the upgrade of his special ability, the spatial doors increased from 1 to 2. Gao Feng attempted to open 2 spatial doors simultaneously to see if he could achieve spatial transference within the sensing range, commonly known as teleportation. However, it failed. Gao Feng immediately understood that in order to activate the teleportation ability, he must achieve a reversal of the spatial door. This means that after opening the spatial door, Gao Feng's default state is suction, which is why he couldn't complete the teleportation through the spatial door. The attack intensity of the Void God Claw and the Void Spear increased tenfold. More importantly, the delay between attacks accelerated from 1 second to less than 0.01 seconds. In terms of sensation, these 2 types of attacks had reached a nearly instantaneous level. Moreover, Gao Feng's duration of continuous use of special abilities increased from less than 3 hours to 10 hours. This means that in the past, Gao Feng would accidentally overuse his abilities and constantly needed to find ways to eliminate negative side effects. Now, Gao Feng could fight using his special abilities for 10 hours straight. Only then would he need to forcibly eliminate negative side effects. Gao Feng now somewhat didn't want to kill Yi Liangchen so quickly. In his view, Yi Liangchen, who had the ability of X-ray vision, killed people as if he had a cheat code. Moreover, he had a team of 15 ability users under him. Although they were all black iron level ability users and didn't even know how to improve their ability levels, this team was definitely an extraordinary existence on the 12th day after the apocalypse. Thinking about this, Gao Feng immediately picked up the intercom and called the police captain. Gao Ming. Chapter 112. Drive the tiger to eat the wolf. What? Gao Feng, you've already become the leader of your team? Well, let's have a pleasant cooperation in the future. As long as you can help me save more people, I can help you solve some problems. Gao Ming immediately made a promise. Although his goals seemed a bit altruistic, he was a police officer, originally a state-sanctioned violent figure serving the people. Altruism was essentially part of his job. Gao Feng didn't mock him for this. The so-called apocalypse first kills the altruists refers to those incapable individuals who just talk big. Gao Ming clearly did not belong to this category. He was the kind of person who had a compassionate heart, but was also very capable. Gao Feng felt that such compassionate people are actually good partners for cooperation. After all, they are better than a butcher like Yi Liangchen. This guy killed the whole family of his wife, which could be somewhat justified. But afterward, he annihilated an entire community, which was simply outrageous. It was a complete loss of humanity. The murderous aura around Yi Liangchen was even more terrifying than Gao Feng's. Although Gao Feng had killed many, he had only targeted bad people, who were still a minority. However, Yi Liangchen's motto was, "Those who oppose me must die." This sounds exhilarating, but having such a person by your side is absolutely terrifying. Gao Feng thought for a moment, and then vaguely told Gao Ming about Yi Liangchen's situation. However, the information channel took a turn. Gao Feng said to Gao Ming, "Captain Gao, I have a friend from the Xiongxian sect, and the internet hasn't been cut off yet. You should have heard of them. They can communicate information through some beautiful women. I learned from this friend that the Jiangnan community was slaughtered by a guy named Yi Liangchen, and now there are less than 60 people left under him. It is said that Yi Liangchen is planning to cross the snow and attack our Hanyan community." Gao Ming was taken aback. Then he angrily said, "That bastard actually committed slaughter. If he doesn't come, I was already planning to wipe him out. If he comes, it's just right. If he really comes, I'll eliminate him at the door. Does he really think that with the apocalypse, there is no law in the country anymore?" Gao Feng chuckled. Finally, Gao Ming still insisted on enforcing the law in the apocalypse. Previously, he hadn't deliberately mentioned it. Now, encountering the inhumane Yi Liangchen, Gao Ming couldn't help it. "All right, Captain Gao, we'll leave it at that. If there are any issues, we'll contact each other again." Gao Feng quickly hung up the phone. He didn't linger too much. Gao Ming's focus had shifted to Yi Liangchen for now, so he probably wouldn't pay attention to the violent incidents in the Hanyan community. Although he wasn't afraid of Gao Ming, having one more ability user as an enemy was still troublesome. More importantly, a person like Gao Ming, as an ability user, would have high potential for growth. If cultivated well, he could become a moat around Gao Feng. Just like now, with Yi Liangchen the butcher planning to attack the Hanyan community, Gao Ming would be right in front of him. Gao Feng could continue to hide behind and just survive. Killing was not of interest to Gao Feng. He preferred to hide behind, quietly collecting items from afar to enhance his spatial abilities. However, although Yi Liangchen the butcher's ability level was not high, he had many subordinates, totaling 16 ability users. Even though Gao Ming had the practical foundation of a police officer, managing so many people at once would likely be quite challenging. Gao Feng thought about whether to enhance Gao Ming's abilities. Directly telling Gao Ming that essence could enhance abilities was definitely not possible. But Gao Feng was a spatial ability user, and he could collect items from afar. With a thought, 4 pieces of essence were immediately sent into Gao Ming's stomach from a distance. Gao Ming, still furious about Yi Liangchen's atrocities, instantly turned red-eyed. His ability directly upgraded from Black Iron Level 1 to Black Iron Level 2. His emotions immediately teetered on the edge of rage. His mind was suddenly filled with thoughts of lust and violence. This was the 100 concentration of negative factors from his abilities destroying his rationality. However, Gao Ming had no idea how to resolve it. Gao Feng had initially encountered such problems in a peaceful world, where beautiful women wandered everywhere. After becoming hazy, he would randomly flirt and could meet a gem like Yi Huimin. Although there was a high element of luck involved, in the apocalypse, where finding anyone was a challenge, Gao Ming was immediately at a loss. Gao Ming quickly lost his rationality and let out a beast-like roar of rage. 10 minutes later, all that remained in Gao Ming's mind was his final anger towards Yi Liangchen. He charged out of the small supermarket, crawling through a foot-high hole at the entrance and stepping onto the nearly 2-meter-thick ice-covered road outside. Then, he took steps through the soft fallen snow on top and fiercely rushed towards the Jiangnan community across the street. Gao Feng was stunned to sense this scene. He truly hadn't intended to manipulate Gao Ming, the police captain. But the fact was that Gao Feng's conscience made him feel somewhat ashamed. However, he didn't have much of a conscience left, and he felt ashamed for less than 30 seconds before excitedly continuing to expand his spatial sensing, preparing to collect items again. Of course, he also had to be ready to replenish Gao Ming with essence at any time. After all, Captain Gao was facing 16 opponents alone. Gao Feng thought that supporting Gao Ming as a sort of caretaker was also a way of doing a good deed. After all, Gao Ming was a good person. Therefore, supporting him meant that Gao Feng should also be considered a good person. Gao Feng's inner self-mockery. Captain Gao Ming quickly dashed across the snowy road for 100 meters and reached the side gate of the Jiangnan community. Boom. The immense power of his ability was terrifying, like a mountain flood. With one punch, Gao Ming smashed the locked black iron gate. Yi Liangchen, who had already dominated the Jiangnan community, was startled in an instant. He immediately dropped the beautiful woman in his arms and, utilizing his advantage of X-ray vision, gathered his 15 supernatural subordinates to surround Gao Ming. Gao Ming quickly found himself in a tough battle. Under normal circumstances, Gao Ming would definitely have chosen to break through. With his Black Iron Level 2 ability, he still had a chance to escape. However, he had completely lost his rationality. All that remained in Gao Ming's mind was murder. He wanted to kill Yi Liangchen and his gang of butchers. He wanted to contribute to a lawful society. Kill! Gao Ming roared and charged straight towards Yi Liangchen, who was hidden behind the crowd. Bang! Yi Liangchen's supernatural subordinate rushed up, only to be sent flying by Gao Ming's punch. The faint red glow of his ability was like a heavy hammer. Anyone who touched it was knocked away. He was a black iron level 2, and his immense strength made him almost invincible in attack. Yi Liangchen's team was momentarily unable to stop Gao Ming, although Yi Liangchen also had abilities. His was of the support type and only at black iron level 1. He was not good at combat. As a result, when Gao Ming suddenly charged in, Yi Liangchen was almost knocked away by a punch. Fortunately, one of his subordinates managed to leap in and block the punch. However, that subordinate took the full force of Gao Ming's punch and ended up with his heart exploded, dying immediately. Realizing the situation, Yi Liangchen ordered one of his subordinates with speed abilities to carry him away. The remaining subordinates frantically entangled Gao Ming. After Gao Ming continuously unleashed his immense strength and killed 2 of Yi Liangchen's subordinates, the power of his ability began to wane. Eventually, under the assault of Yi Liangchen's remaining subordinates, he started to sustain injuries. From a distance, Gao Feng was watching intently. He immediately sent a particle of essence into Gao Ming's stomach from afar. Gao Ming, whose condition was deteriorating, instantly became revitalized again. With a feral, brutal explosive force, he killed 2 more people. This sudden second burst of power terrified Yi Liangchen's subordinates. They immediately turned and fled, scared out of their wits. As Yi Liangchen fled back home, he felt the urgent need to escape from the Jiangnan community. He thought that with a madman like Gao Ming around, he probably couldn't stay there any longer. Chapter 113. Free labor. Yi Liangchen was a very decisive person. As soon as he thought about fleeing, he immediately ordered his woman to pack up. He also decided that once they entered another community, he would keep a low profile. Soon, Yi Liangchen's subordinates returned. He counted them, and out of the original 15, only 10 were left. The remaining 5 were either killed by Gao Ming or severely injured. Yi Liangchen was furious and felt like cursing. However, he knew that Gao Ming was not to be trifled with. His attack power was too fierce. Although Yi Liangchen could use his X-ray vision to surround Gao Ming with his subordinates, their overall combat strength was still insufficient to take down Gao Ming. If Gao Ming suddenly erupted like before and killed several more, Yi Liangchen couldn't bear to think about how he would survive in this apocalypse. He immediately told his subordinates his decision. When the subordinates thought of Gao Ming's madness, they felt a bit intimidated. They quickly agreed. Everyone reached a consensus and went back to let their women pack up, ready to move at any time. However, just as they were about to leave, suddenly, the building they were in shook. Buzz. Then, everyone was dumbfounded. Everything except for the items touching their bodies or strongly connected to the building vanished in an instant. The entire building looked like a plucked chicken, completely bare. Damn, it was the supernatural beings from the Haicheng community across the way. Some of them could take items from a distance. This is really insane. It's like they want to kill us. Yi Liangchen cursed, feeling his mental state collapse. In the apocalypse, the most important thing was resources, followed by abilities. Now, while being entangled by that madman Gao Ming, he suddenly lost all his resources. This could lead to the destruction of their team at any moment. Originally, he thought that awakening his abilities would allow him to dominate in the apocalypse. Now, just after dealing with one small community, he had to flee in such a pathetic manner, robbed of everything. He felt very unwilling. Big brother, what do we do now? Yeah, big brother. Without resources, what if we encounter setbacks in other communities? Big brother, why don't we leave the women behind? All the subordinates suggested harshly. Yi Liangchen was very satisfied with the woman he had just reclaimed. She was gentle and quite good. After so many years of humiliation, having this woman in the past 2 days made Yi Liangchen feel rejuvenated, his spirits lifted. He didn't want to give her up so soon. But seeing the pleading eyes of his brothers, he hesitated for a moment. After a minute of hesitation, Yi Liangchen finally decided to leave the woman behind and only take his brothers with him. Gao Feng sensed all this from afar and smiled to himself. He thought, Yi Liangchen, weren't you going to deal with me? Since that's the case, I'll give the woman you abandoned to your enemy to detoxify. He immediately activated his ability to take items from a distance. In less than a second, he first brought Yi Liangchen's woman into a different space and then released her from there. However, when Yi Liangchen's woman reappeared, she found herself directly in front of the crazed Gao Ming. Gao Ming had completely lost his rationality and was almost entirely driven by primal instincts. The moment he caught a whiff of the unique scent on the woman, he pounced on her without hesitation. Under the adverse effects of his ability, Gao Ming took Yi Liangchen's woman and had his way with her 3 times in a row. Although this woman was not a novice and had decent skills, she couldn't withstand the wildness of a level 2 ability user and ended up sleeping for 3 days before she could barely get out of bed. However, Gao Feng did not leave this woman by Gao Ming's side. Gao Ming was an important enforcer for him, and he needed him to help maintain order in the area. Therefore, after confirming that Gao Ming's ability's adverse effects had passed, Gao Feng quickly used his ability again to bring him back. Capturing a living person, it must be said, was quite a burden for the ability to take items from a distance. It wasn't until Gao Feng reached the bronze level of his ability that he clearly understood he could capture people from afar. Moreover, he could only grab one person at a time, with a time limit of 1 second. If he exceeded the number or time, there was a high probability that the person would be drained of their life force in the alternate space and die directly. Soon, Gao Feng used a similar method to take all the women that Yi Liangchun had reclaimed. After handling that, Gao Feng divided the new women into 2 groups and handed them over to Han Yun and Ji Shaoqing. Ji Shaoqing, the leader of the chest goddess sect and one of Gao Feng's women, was responsible for managing the women related to Gao Feng. Han Yun was then responsible for managing the women of others and no longer helped Gao Feng with those matters. It seemed that Ji Shaoqing enjoyed this work of dealing with beautiful women. Her method of managing these beauties was simple and straightforward. She directly led these beauties to worship the chest goddess, and apart from necessary physical and shape training, they spent their days meditating and praying, living a life that was almost devoid of desires. Yi Liangchun's women, along with those of his subordinates, were arranged by Han Yun to the warm room as a reward for the team members who performed excellently. With a large influx of beautiful resources, the subordinates immediately became motivated again. After Gao Feng continuously collected supplies from the buildings near the Han Yun community, he rapidly began to accept the surrender of personnel from various buildings. In just 3 days, Duke's team had already surpassed 300 members. The little supplies that Duke's team had stored were quickly consumed by the rapidly expanding team. Han Yun, the newly appointed second-in-command, was anxious every day, fearing that the team would collapse due to a shortage of supplies. Yet Gao Feng always casually assured her that he could handle it. Han Yun wanted to change this situation, but every time she took over a building, she only received beautiful women and subordinates, without any supplies, which forced her to rely on Gao Feng's guarantees. Meanwhile, the first awakened ability user appeared beside Gao Feng, Zhao Kuer. After experiencing a high fever for 4.5 days, she finally completed her ability awakening. The ability she awakened was Charm, which surprisingly related to her personality trait of being a green tea bitch. Gao Feng did not directly test this skill. Instead, he let other girls try it out. After Zhao Kuer's ability was activated, the girls who made eye contact with her immediately developed a strong liking for her. From then on, they continuously showed an irreversible fondness for Zhao Kuer, even treating her as their big sister. Gao Feng was stunned. However, to be honest, Zhao Kuer's charm skill had no real offensive capability. Therefore, after awakening her ability, she still obediently served as Gao Feng's maid, even more submissively than before. The reason was simple. The more she knew about the existence of abilities, the more she felt how terrifying Gao Feng was. Zhao Kuer was not foolish. She had witnessed Gao Feng ignoring bullets. She previously did not know how he achieved that, but now, after awakening her ability, she immediately realized that Gao Feng must have awakened a terrifying defensive ability. However, Gao Feng was the master, and he could test Zhao Kuer, while Zhao Kuer had no right to test Gao Feng. Thus, even after awakening her ability, Zhao Kuer could only obediently continue as a maid. Duke, who awakened his ability after Zhao Kuer, was still running a high fever and had not completed his final awakening. At the same time, after the side effects were lifted, Gao Ming continued to hunt down Yi Liangchun in the Jiangnan community. Unfortunately, Yi Liangchun had already entered the nearby Hongjing community under Gao Feng's deliberate leniency. The Hongyun, Jiyun, and Hongjing communities were all developed by a single developer called Yunshang, and the buildings had very similar architectural styles and structures. Therefore, after Yi Liangchun and his 10-member team entered this community, despite wanting to stay low-key, they quickly occupied building number 1 closest to the entrance. However, Yi Liangchun did not realize that he was still within Gao Feng's spatial sensing range. His occupation was merely providing free labor for Gao Feng. Gao Feng temporarily left him the supplies, but as soon as Yi Liangchun picked his favorites from the beauties he had just captured and prepared to enjoy, Gao Feng waved his hand and directly snatched them away from afar. Yi Liangchun was furious, but thinking that he would soon be caught up by Gao Ming, he panicked and wanted to escape. At this moment, a walkie-talkie suddenly appeared in Yi Liangchun's hand. Gao Feng's cheerful voice immediately came through. Yi Liangchun, hello? Yi Liangchun was startled. Regardless of the sudden appearance of the walkie-talkie or Gao Feng's sudden voice, he quickly realized that the guy who had been secretly watching him could no longer restrain himself and was ready to act. Surrender or die, make your choice. Gao Feng proposed directly. Yi Liangchun was so angry, he felt like spitting blood. He really did not want to comply. but thinking about how his previously favorable situation had turned him into a stray dog, with his subordinates reduced from 15 ability users to 10, and all his strength diminished. Especially since all the women had been taken away and the supplies snatched away by the other side, he felt like he would die if this continued. The key was that he could not find a way to fight back against this lurking guy. Yet Yi Liangshun was unwilling to give up. In the end, he made a request. I can tell you my answer, but can we talk in person? Gao Feng chuckled and replied, all right, take your time. I've taken all the women, and I've also taken the supplies. Just don't worry about starving. After saying that, Gao Feng turned off the walkie-talkie. Yi Liangshun angrily smashed the walkie-talkie to the ground, but as soon as it left his hand, it vanished into thin air. Seeing this scene, fear instantly overcame his inner anger, but he was still unwilling to accept it. He decided to take his subordinates and attack the adjacent building number 2. The subordinates complained one after another. Although they now had abilities, they were all at the black iron level, which meant their strength was very low. They could handle ordinary people without problems, but in reality, their physical strength was not much stronger than that of ordinary people. After switching between 2 communities in a single day and being chased by that madman Gao Ming, they were completely exhausted, both physically and mentally. Boss, I can't go on anymore. I want to sleep. I want to eat. I'm starving and tired. I really have no strength left. Yeah, boss. My eyelids are about to close. Boss, I want to play with women. I've overused my ability. One subordinate said. Suddenly his pupils turned red, and he began to attack his nearby brothers indiscriminately. Chaos erupted. The brothers were all in distress. Yi Liangshun was on the verge of a breakdown. In reality, he himself was also tired, hungry, and exhausted. If they had won a battle, they might have felt good and could continue to enjoy themselves. But after continuously suffering setbacks and being controlled, their mood was suppressed, which worsened their physical condition. Suddenly, Yi Liangshun knelt in the center of the room and spoke to the air. I know you're nearby. I surrender. I admit defeat. Is that acceptable? Please give me supplies and women. I'll worship you as my boss right now. Boss. Yi Liangshun began to bow to the air. This scene stunned the other subordinates, who thought their boss had lost his mind from hunger. The next moment, a black walkie-talkie appeared out of nowhere and landed in Yi Liangshun's hands. Gao Feng's voice came through again. This is the attitude a subordinate should have. From now on, you are my subordinate. The resources you capture will be split 70-30. Do you agree or disagree? Yi Liangshun cursed inwardly. He thought, what the hell do you mean agree? The key is, do I dare to disagree? He immediately replied, boss. I'll do whatever you say. Then, please get us some food and drink, and also some women. My brothers are about to collapse. You know, ability users are special. We can't survive without women, and the energy consumption is high, so we need more food and drink. Gao Feng chuckled. In the next moment, a bottle of water and a box of instant noodles, along with some bowls and chopsticks, appeared right in front of Yi Liangshun. As soon as Yi Liangshun and his subordinates saw it, their stomachs growled, and they felt an uncontrollable hunger. The burning sensation in their stomachs was almost unbearable. Although the food was very simple, it could save their lives. If they didn't eat something soon, they would surely starve or die of thirst. They had just taken down a building, and their physical and mental states were in a state of exhaustion. I'm in urgent need of food and drink to restore my physical condition. These instant noodles and boiled water, although lacking, are better than nothing. It's acceptable for an emergency. However, at this moment, Gao Feng's laughter immediately came through the walkie-talkie. He said, these provisions are for you, but tomorrow I want 90% of your supplies and women. Yi Liangshun was stunned, thinking to himself, this is too black-hearted. A box of instant noodles and a bottle of water. And you dare to take 2% of my supplies and women? Even a black market dealer wouldn't be this ruthless. And he claims to be the boss. This is enough to make a capitalist cry. The 10 little brothers were also cursing. Gao Feng didn't ask any questions. In the next moment, he directly took back the instant noodles and water. This action immediately made Yi Liangshun and his little brothers feel like crying. Damn it. This is too much of a mental game. Boss, we surrender, whatever you say goes. Yi Liangshun and his little brothers knelt neatly in the room. A box of instant noodles can really defeat a hero. Seeing that they agreed, Gao Feng's voice came through the walkie-talkie again. That's right. You have to know when to be sensible. I give you food. You give me payment. This is very reasonable. I don't owe you anything. By the way, tomorrow, remember to notify me in advance before you act. If I find out you didn't notify me and acted privately, don't blame me for stripping you of all your resources and letting you starve to death. Yi Liangshun and his little brothers shivered at this. This person is too evil, too perverse. The key is, from what the other party means, this is to fish for big gains in the long run. They are simply being used as free labor. Just thinking about this made Yi Liangshun feel incredibly depressed. His little brothers were also very unhappy. However, even so, Yi Lianchen could only grit his teeth and accept Gao Feng's harsh conditions. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Not getting played to death by the other party was already a blessing. Yi Lianchen and his little brothers quickly began to silently eat the instant noodles. After they finally filled their stomachs, the little brother who had been knocked out from overusing his abilities woke up and started causing a ruckus again. Yi Lianchen had no choice but to negotiate with Gao Feng through the walkie-talkie. Gao Feng laughed. "I can provide women, but I fear you may not be able to afford the price. 4 ordinary ones, 1% of your supplies. You only have 1% of supplies left for tomorrow. Are you sure you want it now? If you're sure, then tomorrow you'll be drinking the northwest wind, so don't blame me." Yi Lianchen was speechless. He was on the verge of collapse, saying, "Boss, I have a little brother about to burst a blood vessel. Please, find a woman to help out quickly. You are our boss. Can't you help solve a problem? Boss, I'm begging you." Gao Feng chuckled and said, "No, my relationship with you is purely one of interests. I only provide you with a means of transaction and ensure you don't die, but if you insist on dying, there's nothing I can do." Yi Lianchen, seeing his brother about to die, knew going to the neighboring building would take too long. They were currently on the top floor of Building 1. The power was out, and they had just eaten, so they couldn't move quickly. Even if they ran to Building 2, it would take at least half an hour. If they made a round trip, his brother would definitely burst a blood vessel and die. Yi Lianchen simply couldn't accept losing another brother. Finally, gritting his teeth, he agreed to Gao Feng's 1% transaction demand. Thus, Gao Feng sent over a beautiful woman who looked like a flower. The woman had lost most of her energy due to being transported through the space gate. When she arrived, she could barely stand. Just as she stood up, she tried to intimidate with her round face and sausage lips, almost making Yi Lianchen throw up. But he held back the urge to vomit and had her sent to his brother who was about to burst a blood vessel. After all, a life is at stake. This woman was exchanged for 1% of resources. It would be a waste not to use her. Chapter 116, Adopting a Son, bestowing the name Chao Zhe Duke. "Sir, this servant, Kuer, is here to serve you for your rest." Zhao Kuer looked at Gao Feng with affectionate eyes, filled with burning desire. She knew that if she could serve Gao Feng today, her status would be different in the future. She would not only be Gao Feng's woman, but also an ability user. Although her ability was charm and had no attacking power, she was still special among Gao Feng's women. Moreover, during these days, she had learned many skills like an experienced sister and was ready to showcase them today. Thus, she knelt beside Gao Feng in a maid outfit. Even without any movements, she still revealed her charm through subtle expressions. Seeing Gao Feng's eyes light up, she immediately knew the opportunity was finally coming. To increase her chances, Zhao Kuer suddenly made up her mind and activated her charm skill. Her clear eyes emitted enchanting light. Gao Feng suddenly felt that Zhao Kuer before him had transformed into the cutest person in the world. But the next moment, with a higher ability level than Zhao Kuer, he naturally resisted her ability. He suddenly realized that Zhao Kuer was using her ability on him. He coldly smiled to himself and stepped forward, pushing Zhao Kuer down onto the living room floor. Originally intending to be gentle, he suddenly changed his mind. This woman just doesn't learn from her mistakes. Even as a servant, she still wants to play tricks? Gao Feng decided to thoroughly test the effect of ability users on eliminating the negative effects of abilities. 3 hours later, Zhao Kuer fainted. Gao Feng felt refreshed, but this wasn't important. What mattered was that Gao Feng had just absorbed 300 essence particles. This amount was equivalent to the auxiliary effect of 30 ordinary women. It was simply too powerful. It's worth noting that Zhao Kuer had only recently awakened her ability and hadn't upgraded its level. Her auxiliary effect was surprisingly impressive. This made Gao Feng suddenly have expectations for further improvements in ability levels. He decided to start the process of awakening abilities in the women around him one after another. As for Zhao Kuer, although she was an ability user with amazing auxiliary effects, she was too cunning. He couldn't let her become arrogant due to favoritism. He needed to continue to discipline her. However, he also couldn't let her feel too down. Gao Feng felt that Zhao Kuer's charm skill, while not very effective against someone of a much higher level, would be absolutely powerful for managing subordinates. With this ability, Gao Feng could manage his subordinates more directly in the future without needing to think of roundabout methods. After thinking this through, Gao Feng began to send a little snow into the stomachs of Yi Huimin, Wu Mingting, and Jiang Yuxue, allowing them to unconsciously start the process of awakening their abilities. This way, the 3 women wouldn't have to suffer the psychological pressure of having snow directly applied to their bodies. After a few experiences, Gao Feng was now very light-handed. The 3 women would just think they had a normal fever and might even want to take medicine to reduce it. These 3 women were all people Gao Feng trusted very much. Previously, they had been bullied by Gao Feng in various ways, but they had endured it. Although they each had their little quirks, overall, they were very trustworthy. Gao Feng planned to use the three of them as leaders to help him improve his ability level. In the future, he couldn't just say that any beautiful woman could participate in assisting his training. That would make him the big boss, too cheap. In the past, he had no choice. But now, with better methods, Gao Feng felt that the levels should be differentiated. Ordinary beautiful women could only serve until they made significant contributions or made him happy. For example, serving tea and water, performing, etc. Serving tea and water goes without saying. Dance Class 3 can be practiced casually. There are also various dances, gymnastics, and cheerleading. As long as they can do it, they perform regularly every day. Gao Feng takes the opportunity to enjoy himself, not to mention, keeping physical fitness is beneficial for awakening superpowers in the future. Gao Feng plans to gradually awaken superpowers and form a team of 200 beautiful women. While others view beauty as a resource, Gao Feng has so many beauties that he can transform them into core combat power. With this thought, Gao Feng secretly administered snow poison to 10 of his favored beauties to help them awaken their powers. Once they awaken, everyone will see their extraordinary talents. And it won't be a problem for them to become leaders. Gao Feng even prepared code names for these 10 beauties. Mei, Lan, Zhu, Ju, Chun, Xia, Xiao, Dong, Qing, and Yu. That's for later. Duke, after a long 7 days of awakening time, also awakened his superpower. His power turned out to be fire. He can control flames and shoot fireballs with both hands. Currently, he is only at Black Iron level 1, so his attack power isn't strong. But his physical fitness has significantly improved, especially his kidney function, which has finally normalized. After awakening, Duke first sought out the team's big sister and his woman, Hong Yun, rolled around on the bed for a full hour. The bed frame was almost broken. At that moment, Hong Yun's face was full of shyness, resembling a bashful young girl. Walking with a bit of coyness, Duke was full of pride. Although his lower back ached from the vigorous activity, he had finally regained his masculine dignity. Duke came to thank Gao Feng, bowing his head in gratitude for the new life Gao Feng gave him. Gao Feng was very pleased and directly gifted a lovely young woman to Duke to take care of his daily needs and forbade anyone else from touching her. Upon hearing he had a woman solely for himself, especially one who understood romance, Duke was overjoyed, almost wanting to call Gao Feng Dad. In a moment of impulse, he shouted, "Dad." "Thank you, Dad." Gao Feng was taken aback, but thought that if they changed their relationship to this, it wouldn't be bad. He patted Duke's head and said with a smile, "Good son, behave well in the future, and I will find you a few more young women. I didn't expect you to like being a rogue. I hadn't noticed that before." Duke was stunned and didn't react right away. After all, he used to be a simple businessman. Although he played around, he didn't understand internet slang very well. After Gao Feng explained, Duke immediately realized, feeling a bit ashamed. However, as he recalled and compared, he found it was indeed true. All the women he had sought over the years, regardless of style, had one characteristic: they had been with other men before. Gu Xiaoyi had been with a rich second generation. Hong Yun had countless men before. Now, he was very fond of the young woman Gao Feng had given him and couldn't bear to part with her. Seeing he had no objections, Gao Feng joked, "With your demeanor, I'll call you Rogue Duke from now on. In the future, when others know you like this, they will cater to you, and you can enjoy this apocalyptic life." Duke blushed and quickly knelt down, bowing his head. "Thank you, Dad, for the name. Rogue Duke will ensure that I bring more original beauties to you, guaranteeing you always have fresh ones to enjoy." On the 18th day of the apocalypse, the gas supply was completely cut off. The government had no further news. Mobile networks gradually disappeared. Gao Feng and his team could only communicate using walkie-talkies, while others had to shout to communicate. Human communication was gradually reverting to primitive methods. Without gas supplies, the competition for heating supplies and food became even more intense. On the 19th day, Yi Liangchen suddenly called Gao Feng on the walkie-talkie. At that moment, his team had reached 20 superpowered members. The first batch of superpowered subordinates was down to just 5. The other 15 were reinforcements. "Sir, we were heavily counterattacked at Building 8. There are too many superpowered individuals upstairs. I feel the enemy's numbers are no less than ours." Chapter 117. Trapped Beauty in a Spiderweb Formation. "What's going on? Can you elaborate?" Gao Feng did not immediately use spatial sensing, but chose to converse with Yi Liangchen. Their cooperative model had stabilized after several initial tests. Yi Liangchen had developed a habit of leaving the best supplies and women for Gao Feng, taking only the leftovers. Although the supplies and women were the worst, at least he didn't have to endure Gao Feng's instant noodles and Huahua's high-interest loans every day. Yi Liangchen recalled the 3 days of running away with his brothers. Taking turns with Huahua, he felt like dying. The key was they could only eat the instant noodles Gao Feng provided, which caused constipation. Furthermore, No matter how hard they fought to take over buildings, the resources and women would be snatched by Gao Feng immediately, creating a tragic situation. After 3 days of this, Yi Liangchun could no longer endure and begged Gao Feng for a way out. Only then did Gao Feng stop using instant noodles and hua as high-interest loans, changing their profit-sharing ratio to an 80-20 split, where Gao Feng took 80 and Yi Liangchun's team took 20. There were also quality requirements. Gao Feng would choose first, and the rest would belong to them. Initially, the team members were very angry, but Yi Liangchun knew they had no room to choose. Therefore, they became accustomed to sleeping with women of mediocre looks every day. After all, having something was better than having nothing. However, Gao Feng was not heartless. He occasionally sent Duke's team the available beauties and let Yi Liangchun and others have a taste. But it wasn't free. They still had to trade supplies. After enjoying this twice, Yi Liangchun realized that despite taking over so many buildings, they had not saved any supplies. Later, he decided to quit beautiful women and instead focus on saving supplies to buy one from Gao Feng. Ultimately, Yi Liangchun used the 40 of supplies from 2 buildings to exchange for the beauty he had initially snatched back from Jiangnan community. Deep down, Yi Liangchun longed to continue living the life of cuddling with women every day, but after just clocking in, he unconsciously shouted, "Next." Then, the 20 brothers took turns to clock in. Yi Liangchun was speechless. After the team got a beauty, the brothers became picky, preferring to hold back and wait in line to clock in with the beauty. The other team's women were reduced to doing chores like cooking, cleaning, and laundry. To prevent the woman he liked from being overwhelmed by his brothers, Yi Liangchun gritted his teeth and used the supplies from 2 buildings to exchange for another woman, relieving the girl's suffering. However, having 10 superpowered individuals queue up every day was still very exhausting. Yi Liangchun could only lead the team to raid buildings daily, accumulating supplies to buy women. After all, they had never had enough supplies to survive. If they didn't work for a day, they couldn't survive. Therefore, even though they knew there were superpowered individuals in Building 8, they resolutely attacked, relying on their numerical advantage. However, they never expected the counterattack would be fierce, with some even using guns. One of Yi Liangchun's subordinates had his leg broken. Yi Liangchun wouldn't have called Gao Feng otherwise. It is known that Gao Feng only recognizes money, not people. His cooperation is purely a matter of mutual benefit. Yi Liangchun is merely working for free under Gao Feng's exploitation. Although he has food, clothing, and women, he has to fight hard for everything. After listening to Yi Liangchun's introduction, Gao Feng immediately laughed and offered, "I can help you deal with the ability users in the building, but from now on, I want all the supplies and women." He added, "Don't worry about starving or suffocating. You already have a few decent women, so there's no need to buy more. I can lend you food. It will be on a 9 to 13 return basis, charged by the hour." Upon hearing this, Yi Liangchun's heart twitched. This was too dark. After all, he was a little brother working with Gao Feng. To exploit him like this was too much. However, Yi Liangchun dared not express his anger and could only endure it, gritting his teeth and agreeing to Gao Feng's terms. Gao Feng immediately began to sense the situation inside Building 8 of the Red Alert community. He quickly discovered 8 ability users, all of whom were strikingly beautiful women. One short-haired beauty was even wearing a police uniform and holding a handgun. Gao Feng instantly thought of a person Haicheng had asked him to find before awakening his abilities. Gao Feng enveloped the short-haired beauty with a spatial door and immediately activated his ability to retrieve objects from a distance. The vast gap in their power level left her with no ability to resist. A violent pulling force instantly drew her into the alternate space. In the blink of an eye, Gao Feng released her in front of him. Even so, the short-haired beauty still collapsed to the ground, weak in the knees. After a while, she finally regained her senses, jumped up, and warily looked at Gao Feng. Then she raised her gun, aiming it at Gao Feng's head. Gao Feng smiled, allowing her to point the gun at him, and said, "I want to ask, are you named Gujia?" The shock flickered in her eyes for a moment, but she remained silent, continuing to point the gun at Gao Feng. Seeing that communication was impossible, Gao Feng suddenly took out a gun from the alternate space and pointed it at his own temple, then pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out of the chamber and instantly vanished. Gao Feng was completely unharmed. This shocking scene, like a magic trick, left her stunned. Gao Feng chuckled, "You see, the gun is useless against me. I hope we can have a proper conversation. I want to help an old friend find his female disciple. I believe her name is Gujia, and my friend's name is Gao Ming." Upon hearing this, the woman's face immediately showed a mix of shock and joy, essentially confirming her identity as the female officer Gujia. Gao Feng smiled. Gujia was clearly still wary of him and did not respond immediately. After a while, seeing that Gao Feng was not aggressive, she asked in surprise, "You really don't intend to harm me? You just want to find someone?" Gao Feng replied lightly, naturally. However, Captain Gao is out chasing bad guys, and he won't be back for a while. I happen to have many women here who need protection. And since you have awakened your abilities, I wonder if you would be willing to help me protect them. After all, I am a man, and it is not convenient. Gujia hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. But then she added, I have 7 more team members. They are female team members I developed after the apocalypse, and they all have abilities. They were the ones who saved me. After I awakened my abilities, I shared my experiences with them, and they all chose to awaken their powers. Gao Feng nodded. He reached out and pulled her 7 team members over one by one. The 7 beautiful female team members, like Gujia, also appeared weak and collapsed to the ground. However, they were all ability users, and their vitality was strong. The brief consumption of alternate space was not significant, so they quickly recovered and looked at Gao Feng with great vigilance. Who are you? And what do you want from us? When they recognized Gujia, their faces suddenly lit up with surprise. Seeing that her team members had all gathered, Gujia suddenly straightened her face and ordered loudly, Jiangnan team, all members, take down this madman in front of us. Kill. With a shout, Gujia was the first to pounce at Gao Feng. The other 7 female team members also moved their agile bodies and directly charged at Gao Feng. At the same time, a crimson glow of ability flickered around them. The 8 of them were connected by their energies, forming a web-like connection that enveloped Gao Feng. Chapter 118. Forming the Jiangnan law enforcement team. Surrounded, Gao Feng showed no fear. Instead, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Interesting. They can even combine their attacks. Come, let me test your power, Gao Feng said as he stood still, seeming to allow them to attack. Gujia was about to retort, but Gao Feng had already activated his Void God Claw. Suddenly, the space in the room seemed to freeze. The air stopped flowing, and the pressure sharply increased. All 8 women felt a terrifying weight pressing down on them, as if they were trapped in a pressure cooker. It was Gao Feng's Void God Claw quietly taking effect. Crack! The bones of the 8 women let out crisp sounds. At that moment, their abilities suddenly ceased to operate. They froze in place, unable to attack. They could hardly stand there, their hearts racing as if they were about to collapse. This was still considering Gujia's identity as a female officer. If she were an ordinary person, Gao Feng would have definitely struck and turned all 8 of these women who dared to attack him into a bloody pulp. The 8 women were on the verge of fainting when Gao Feng finally released the Void God Claw. Thud! The 8 of them fell to the ground together, breathing heavily. It took a long time for them to regain their strength. But when they looked at Gao Feng again, their eyes were filled with fear. Gujia no longer had her previous aggressiveness, but still looked at Gao Feng warily and asked, What do you really want? Gao Feng smiled and said, There is a righteous path in the world, and there is true affection. As I said, I am here to help Captain Gao find someone. If you want to know my personal intentions, it's simple. I want you to help me maintain order around here. You used to be a police officer, and with your 7 sisters, you can form a formation. If you can help me maintain order, you will definitely be a good assistant. Gujia did not mock him this time, nor did she refuse outright. She was genuinely afraid that if she angered Gao Feng, he would directly kill them. When negotiating with someone powerful, she felt she needed to be cautious. After hesitating for a moment, Gujia asked, What benefits do we get? Gao Feng smiled and said, Food and drink will be plentiful. Of course, the conditions won't be as good as before the apocalypse, but at least you will eat well and won't be treated poorly. Upon hearing this, the 8 women began to feel a bit more lively. They were currently stationed at Building 8 of the Haicheng community, hesitating in defense, but lacking the ability to expand further. This was destined to be a situation of sitting idle and consuming their resources. The key was that the 8 of them were soft-hearted individuals, unwilling to kill or rob. Therefore, after consuming their own supplies, they could only rely on others for aid. If it weren't for the recent offensive and defensive battles with Yi Liangchen's team, the neighbors upstairs would already be looking at them with disdain. If they could really find someone to manage their food and drink, it would be a good opportunity. At least the other 7 women were moved by Gao Feng's terms. Gujia, as a female officer, always had a sense of justice in her heart. Therefore, she still questioned. We are only responsible for maintaining order and not allowed to kill. Gao Feng shook his head. Seeing Gujia still had concerns, he smiled and said, Actually, you all know that your abilities are more suited for trapping people. Your combat skills are still a bit lacking. My proposal is the most suitable for you. As for killing, I will find specialized people to do that. More importantly, Gujia immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't forced to kill for no reason, that was fine. However, she then thought that if she were to serve a demon, wouldn't that betray her past career as a police officer? She frowned and said, Then you must not do evil, otherwise we won't participate. The other 7 women nodded in agreement. Gao Feng laughed directly. Don't worry, in this apocalypse, while I can't be considered a good person, I definitely am not a bad one. But internally he thought, Of course I'm not a bad person. After all, others have already done that. Gu Jia then said, all right. I can agree to help you maintain order. Gao Feng nodded, and then said, then, since you are called the Jiaoren team, from now on you will be called the Jiaoren Law Enforcement Team. I authorize you to patrol and enforce the law within a radius of 500 meters centered around the Hanyun community. If you encounter ability users committing crimes, you can capture them on the spot. I will observe your performance and reward you. Gu Jia nodded. Following that, she and the other 7 women saluted Gao Feng together. Gao Feng chuckled. 8 female bodyguards. This was a freebie. So refreshing. And their looks and figures were quite good. Very impressive. As for whether he would take them into his home, Gao Feng hadn't really thought about it yet. Mainly because he currently had too many women. He had gradually reached a point of being desireless. Gao Feng even gradually understood something. When the ancients spoke of being desireless and unrequited, it wasn't just a mindset. Nor was it merely about forced comprehension. Gao Feng now had over 200 beautiful women around him. And he could have whatever he wanted at the snap of his fingers. But he didn't have a strong desire for beautiful women anymore. He had basic physiological needs. He also had the need to cultivate and eliminate negative effects. But in his heart, he genuinely had no distracting thoughts or wicked intentions. And for other beautiful women, if they didn't have any thoughts towards him, he didn't have any strong desire to take them into his home either. Perhaps this could be considered a kind of growth. Gao Feng felt that this realization was very important. It was much more valuable than simply understanding or forcibly comprehending the reasoning. Because you may understand the reasoning, but if you can't do it, it doesn't matter. And now Gao Feng understood the reasoning and could also do it. He realized that to truly become a desireless and unrequited gentleman, it seems one must first be a scoundrel who has had countless women. Gao Feng didn't know if this was the only path, but having walked this road, he felt it was feasible. This could be considered an experience, a successful experience. Whether it is valuable or not, he didn't know, but it was definitely useful. At this moment, Gu Jia thought of the neighbors in the building who had helped them. She quickly asked Gao Feng, Sir, can I ask you to help save the people in Haicheng community? They once helped us. Gao Feng waved his hand, no? Gu Jia's eyes turned red as she said, then sir, if that's the case, let's go back and help them defend. That Yi Liangshun is too ruthless. He kills anyone he sees and robs anything he finds. He's simply a devil. The other 7 women also followed suit, accusing Yi Liangshun of his crimes. Gao Feng remained expressionless on the surface, but inwardly, he didn't think much of it. In the apocalypse, it's all about survival. There must always be a process of survival of the fittest. You are kind enough not to kill, yet you are almost starving to death. And you want to turn around and thank the ones who helped you. But you can't expect others to live according to your ideas. If everyone did this, humanity would inevitably head towards extinction in the apocalypse. Seeing the 8 women were quite stubborn in their beliefs, Gao Feng finally said, this way. I will contact Yi Liangshun and ask him to give up attacking Building 8 as a way to repay your kindness. But how to survive in the apocalypse still depends on them. At this time, being too compassionate isn't good. Gu Jia and the others exchanged glances and finally agreed to this plan. Thus, Gao Feng sent Gu Jia back to Building 8 alone. So this female police officer could explain things clearly to the people in Building 8. As a result, as soon as Gu Jia appeared and clarified the situation to the representatives in the building, she was met with insults. Bah, shameless. You ate our food. And now you're saying you won't protect us. Exactly. You're just like the previous government. What are you? Damn, just a vampire. False kindness. Once you leave, Yi Liangshun will be a butcher. He has already slaughtered 7 buildings. Will he let us go? Trash. Cheap woman. Bang. Gu Jia wanted to explain, but suddenly a hard, foul-smelling shoe sole hit her face. Although it didn't hurt much, a surge of anger rose in her heart. She felt that her good intentions were being trampled upon. She knew that as an ability user, if she followed the example of other ability users and went around burning, killing, and looting, she could definitely live very freely in the apocalypse. Yet, her restraint and patience were treated this way, and her heart really felt a bit cold. Chapter 119. Wu Mingting awakens purification ability. Gu Jia was heartbroken, but as a police officer, even in the apocalypse, she still had her own principles. In the end, she said to the representative of Building 8, I have reached an agreement with Yi Liangshun. He will give up attacking Building 8, but from now on, you will have to rely on yourselves. After saying this, she took out the walkie-talkie Gao Feng had given her. Then, without hesitation, she turned it on and said, Sir, I have completed what I needed to do. Take me away. In an instant, Gu Jia's figure disappeared from the spot. The representatives of Building 8 were momentarily stunned. The words of scolding they had were suddenly lost. They even began to panic. What do we do now? Now that Gu Jia and her group have left, who can protect us? Yi Liangshun's team is a group of beasts, and they have strong abilities. We can't fight against them. they definitely couldn't fight back. The other side were ability users, and only Gu Jia and her team could defend. In fact, Gao Feng didn't take Gu Jia directly back. The reason was simple. He wanted Gu Jia to see for herself what humanity is like. More importantly, he wanted her to see what choices people would ultimately make for survival in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, one cannot think about problems with the mindset of a peaceful era. Otherwise, there will be big problems. Gu Jia's figure quickly appeared opposite Building 8. On the balcony of a family on the 3rd floor of Building 9. From this position, she could clearly see everything happening at the entrance of Building 8. Click. The main door of Building 8 was smashed open by Yi Liangshen and his men while the owners of Building 8 were discussing. Soon, the owners of Building 8, armed with kitchen knives, rolling pins, cutting boards, table legs, and other items, blocked the entrance. Although they were very afraid of the butcher Yi Liangshen, they had to fight for survival. Seeing a group of trembling, ordinary people blocking the door, Yi Liangshen smiled. He didn't mock them or give the order to attack. Although at this moment, it was his best opportunity to attack Building 8 with Gu Jia and the other 8 ability users gone. This also made Gu Jia, who was watching from Building 9, a bit worried. She was afraid Gao Feng's words wouldn't be effective. After all, the butcher Yi Liangshen's reputation was too notorious recently. Even though a large number of ability users had appeared in their Haicheng community, they were still beaten to the point of being in disarray by Yi Liangshen's team. One building after another had fallen. Gu Jia had crossed hands with Yi Liangshen before. She knew that if Yi Liangshen launched a full-scale attack, her 8-person team would most likely perish. This was also the reason Gu Jia agreed to Gao Feng's proposal. Fundamentally, she chose to follow Gao Feng to maximize the protection of Building 8. However, whether Gao Feng can fulfill his promise is truly uncertain. After all, no one can imagine that the butcher Yi Liangshen would listen to anyone's arrangements. In Gu Jia's mind, Yi Liangshen is a madman, a completely irrational lunatic who only knows how to kill and sleep with women. However, just when Gu Jia was deeply worried, Yi Liangshen suddenly took out a loudspeaker and shouted to the owners of Building 8. Hello everyone, I am Yi Liangshen. I have promised Captain Gu Jia not to attack your Building 8. But, as he changed his tone, the owners of Building 8 felt a tightness in their hearts. But also a glimmer of hope arose from Yi Liangshen's words. Hearing this, Gu Jia felt a deep sense of awe towards Gao Feng, who was completely unaware of his surroundings. Yes, it was awe. She never dreamed that Gao Feng could actually make the butcher Yi Liangshen back off. However, she was still a bit uneasy, so Gu Jia continued to listen to Yi Liangshen. Once the voices of the Building 8 owners quieted down, Yi Liangshen spoke again. In this apocalypse, to survive, you have to be ruthless, but more importantly, you have to follow the right big brother. You and Building 8 have supplies that I, Yi Liangshen, need, but your supplies are limited, so I'm not that interested. The reason I must attack is mainly to find a few brothers with guts. Come on, who is willing to follow me? I, Yi Liangshen, will provide food, accommodation, and women to sleep with. Those willing, come with me. Those unwilling, I won't force you. But I must say this up front. I promised not to attack Building 8. But I will not protect you either. If others come to attack you and you die, that won't count as me breaking my word. Boom. The owners of Building 8 were instantly shocked. Their hearts trembled as they discussed Yi Liangshen's solicitation heatedly. Yi Liangshen was definitely a bad seed. Not only did he rob and rape, but he also perversely set up a monitor to record and play the footage. Before each attack, he would play a segment that terrified the owners upstairs. However, at the end of this video, there would always be a segment showing their brothers celebrating, drinking, and playing with women together. Previously, they thought these people were beasts. But when Yi Liangshen personally came to solicit, some single men without families immediately became interested. They thought about it and felt that Yi Liangshen really didn't have much to gain from them. They had no food or drink, just labor. Killing them would bring no benefit. Although Yi Liangshen's past behavior was perverse, it was the kind of cruelty that made people feel it was brutal, not that of a brainless type. I want to join. Soon, someone stood up. In a short while, 10 strong men stood up, 2 of whom had wives and children. They were clearly preparing for 2 options. However, they obviously recognized that following Yi Liangshen was a more hopeful idea. Yi Liangshen was also very trustworthy. He directly took the people and left, really not attacking Building 8. The owners of Building 8 all felt a sense of relief. Gu Jia, who was standing on Building 9, completely relaxed. At this moment, she hurriedly took out her walkie-talkie. Sir, take me back. I have no more worries. Gao Feng then used his ability to bring Gu Jia back to his side. After experiencing a moment of weakness, Gu Jia got up and looked at Gao Feng with curiosity. Sir, what kind of ability do you have? It's amazing that you can bring me over from a distance. With such an ability, you are simply invincible in the apocalypse. Gao Feng chuckled lightly but did not answer. Instead, he said to Gu Jia, now, When you walk out of this house, someone will be waiting for you at the door, and they will take you to the cafeteria to eat. After that, you can patrol the surrounding area with your team. Gu Jia felt that this was a bit uninteresting, so she nodded and then saluted Gao Feng before turning to leave. At the door, the beautiful college student Wu Mengting, responsible for logistics, was waiting for her with a bright smile. Wu Mengting had also awakened her abilities. Her ability had no offensive power at all, but it was definitely one of the best abilities in the apocalypse. Wu Mengting's ability was called purification. It could purify the state of supernatural beings and also purify ice and snow. Wu Mengting could be said to be the nemesis of ice and snow toxins. With her, she could assist people in awakening their abilities 100 without the risk of dying from the frenzy caused by toxins. Wu Mengting could also purify the toxins in ice and snow. However, using the purification ability was very mentally taxing. Therefore, purifying ice and snow was clearly not cost-effective. Thus, Gao Feng did not plan to have Wu Mengting purify water since he had enough stored water. Wu Mengting's main task every day was to assist the women designated by Gao Feng in awakening their abilities. Of course, as an active college student, she would also manage the internal affairs around Gao Feng, responsible for receiving and arranging accommodation and meals for new arrivals. Miss Gu, please come with me. Wu Mengting, dressed in a sexy and thin sports outfit, showed no fear of the -70-degree cold and gracefully gestured for Gu Jia to follow. Gu Jia originally thought that Gao Feng would rely more on her, but upon seeing Wu Mengting's attire, her mood immediately soured. This girl, with her explosive figure, was clearly also a supernatural being. Why does this girl look so familiar? Gu Jia suddenly remembered that before the apocalypse arrived, she and her mentor Gao Ming had seen one of the two beautiful women at the entrance of Haicheng community, and it seemed to be Wu Mengting. She was the one who looked more normal, with a 170 centimeters model figure. What about the other one? Gu Jia's mind suddenly flashed with Gao Feng's handsome face, and then her mood exploded. These two are actually them. Chapter 120. The beautiful team strikes out. Managing kill and bury in one go. Wu Mengting did not know Gu Jia. She was just doing her routine duty of taking her to eat and then arranging accommodation. She also informed her of some management rules for Building 18. Wu Mengting said seriously, "Here, Brother Feng is the boss, so never go against his wishes. Everything else is negotiable. He is a good person except for being a bit lecherous." Gu Jia initially did not think much of it, but was suddenly taken aback when Wu Mengting introduced him. However, Wu Mengting clearly had no intention of making friends with Gu Jia. After a simple introduction, she took Gu Jia to meet the 7 female team members who had arrived earlier. Once the team was assembled, their sense of security immediately increased. However, when talking about Wu Mengting's introduction to Gao Feng, especially the part about his lecherousness, they all felt a bit uneasy. After all, they all had good looks and figures. Thus, during dinner, they were somewhat distracted. Gu Jia couldn't help but suggest, "Sisters, why don't we finish eating and go out for patrol as soon as possible? As long as that Gao Feng sees our value, he shouldn't go too far. After all, I see that we are all delicate beauties here, and as supernatural beings, we can help protect. Gao Feng definitely won't dare to go overboard." The other 7 sisters nodded in agreement. That day, the beautiful law enforcement team left the community and began patrolling around the area. Although it was snowing heavily outside and very cold, it wasn't that hard to bear for the 8 awakened women. It was just a bit chilly, which wasn't very comfortable. However, the patrol of the 8 women deeply intimidated the surrounding area of Haicheng community. The Yi Liangshan team, entrenched in the Haicheng community, felt a bit uneasy upon hearing reports from their subordinates. They thought to themselves, the boss is getting creative with women now. It was clear this was about a group of beauties strutting in the snow, showcasing something different. Despite this thought, Yi Liangshan immediately ordered his team to stay away from the vicinity of the Haicheng community at all costs. He was genuinely afraid of being entangled with the 8 women. The combination tactics of the 8 women were already difficult to deal with. If they were to be framed with a crime, and the powerful figures behind them took action, they would be done for without a trace. Therefore, it was best to avoid provoking them and keep a distance. However, while Yi Liangshan had foresight, the ability users in the Ziyu community to the south of Haicheng community were not as wise. Upon seeing 8 stunning beauties outside, they immediately felt a surge of excitement and thought about ambushing them. 8 beautiful women, so alluring, just thinking about it was thrilling. Especially these awakened ability users, who were not afraid of the cold. If they could capture one, life in the apocalypse would be much more enjoyable. The key was that such beauties had low material needs, consuming only a couple of buns for 100 kilometers of fuel. Thus, a 20-member ability user team called Grey Bear in Ziyu community quietly set up an ambush where the beauties would pass by. Just as the beauties were about to turn a corner, Grey Bear gave the signal to all 20 ability users to attack simultaneously. In an instant, they rushed forward and surrounded the beauties. Gu Jia ordered her team to activate their combination technique, the spiderweb formation. The 8 of them connected their energy, creating a cohesive and formidable defense. For a moment, although they were unable to launch an offensive, their defense was as solid as a rock. 3 self-proclaimed powerful members of the Gray Bear team charged in, almost getting killed by the joint attack of the 8. Fortunately, they had 20 members, which put a lot of pressure on the Beauties team. Otherwise, those 3 who rushed into the spiderweb formation would have surely lost their lives. Even so, 2 of them were severely injured, with one suffering a broken rib, another a fractured arm, and one more a broken leg. The Gray Bear team immediately began to attack cautiously. However, the surrounded Beauties team remained calm. Captain Gu Jia was directing the battle while using the walkie-talkie to call for Gao Feng's assistance. Gu Jia believed that with Gao Feng's incredible skills, he should be able to crush the main force of the Gray Bear team from afar. When Gao Feng agreed, after a long time, there was still no sign of him taking action. The 2 teams held out for a full 10 minutes. The Beauties law enforcement team was beginning to feel the strain of fatigue from defending. Suddenly, the gates of the Hanyun community swung open. A rowdy 20-member team charged in. Gu Jia, I'm here to save you. The first person in the team was none other than the pure-faced Zhao Kuer, followed closely by 19 equally charming beauties. The appearance of these 20 people did not seem like they were coming to fight. It looked more like they were strutting down a runway for a beauty contest. The members of the Gray Bear team were left dumbfounded at this scene. In a post-apocalyptic world, it was rare to see women dressed so lightly, and at that moment, they were drooling like icicles. The captain of the Gray Bear team, with a lecherous grin, called out to Zhao Kuer, "Beautiful, come back with me. I'll treat you well, and you'll enjoy a life of luxury." His subordinates laughed lewdly. Hearing this, Gu Jia was furious and was about to reprimand them when she saw Zhao Kuer approach the captain of the Gray Bear team with a sultry smile, gently running her fingers through her long black hair and smiling sweetly. The ability skill, Heart Charm, activated. The captain of the Gray Bear team immediately felt his heart melt. Instinctively, he thought Zhao Kuer was a celestial being, his long-desired soulmate. His heart raced wildly. He felt he was in love at first sight. He subconsciously approached Zhao Kuer with a gentle expression and nervously said, "Miss, I like you, and I will treat you well for the rest of my life." His subordinates were stunned, thinking to themselves, when did their boss become so skilled at flirting? The contrast between his affectionate demeanor and his rugged image was too great. However, they were still very much looking forward to their boss winning over this pure beauty. As long as their boss succeeded, wouldn't they also have a chance to pursue a beauty? Moreover, with both teams consisting of 20 members, a one-on-one matchup seemed exhilarating. Many of the subordinates, with their shoehorn-shaped faces and pig-like features, couldn't help but fantasize. However, just as everyone was in a state of excitement, Zhao Kuer suddenly stepped back. 2 tall and sharp-eyed beauties behind her suddenly swung their fists toward the Gray Bear captain's head. But the Gray Bear captain did not see it coming. After all, the 2 beauties were also quite charming, and their small, fair fists seemed light and harmless. How could they possibly pose a threat? His subordinates thought the same. They even smiled, seemingly eager to see an enticing spectacle. The result? Bang! The Gray Bear captain's head was instantly smashed into a mist of blood by the 2 delicate fists striking his temples from either side. He died on the spot. Beyond saving, the subordinates of the Gray Bear team were all left dumbstruck. Even Gu Jia, the captain of the Beauties law enforcement team, watched in shock. The contrast was too stark. At that moment, Zhao Kuer, who had just stepped back, wore a gentle smile and introduced to Gu Jia, "Sister Gu Jia. These 2 sisters of mine may look delicate, but their awakened abilities grant them immense strength. Their cute little fists may look adorable, but each punch packs over 1,000 pounds of force. This lecher is still dazed, truly seeking death." After saying this, she waved her hand, and her team of beauties jogged forward, shaking their alluring figures to surround the remaining members of the Gray Bear team. The moment Zhao Kuer directed her gaze at a particular subordinate, that poor guy was instantly killed. He seemed enchanted, completely unaware of the need to resist. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. Within a minute, the entire Gray Bear team was wiped out. Once the killing was done, Zhao Kuer led her team to dig a pit on the spot. To be precise, one of her team members had specifically awakened the digging skill, and she was also a beauty. She danced in place, and in an instant, a 1-meter diameter deep pit appeared beneath her feet, as if drilled by an electric drill. Moments later, she broke through nearly 3 meters of ice. She dug 4 holes in succession. With 5 people assigned to each hole, they quickly buried the Gray Bear team. This terrifying scene deeply shocked the residents of Ziyu community. Gu Jia was also profoundly shaken. Initially, she thought she was the main force here to protect Gao Feng's women. But now, watching her teammates, they all felt a bit frightened. Zhao Kuer's team had developed a complete process for killing and burying bodies. After burying the dead, Zhao Ke approached Gu Jia and said, "My name is Zhao Ke. Previously, my team was responsible for patrolling the area, but the sir thought I wasn't good at combat. So I was going to be reassigned to internal security. If there are any issues outside in the future, you can call my channel." Then, Zhao Ke immediately switched Gu Jia's walkie-talkie to her channel. Just as Gu Jia was about to adjust the channel, Gao Feng's voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. "Gu Jia, you'll be receiving 10 more team members. 8 people are too few for you right now." It turned out that a new batch of beautiful ability users awakened by Wu Mengting's purification skill had completed their skill awakening. They were being sent over to follow the experienced Gu Jia for training in battle. As soon as the words left his mouth, an 11-member team of beauties came sprinting from inside the Hanyan community. At the forefront, Zhang Yuxue brought the 10 additional team members to Gu Jia and took out a simple document for Gu Jia to sign to accept the members. Gu Jia was taken aback, thinking that a handover system had already been established. Just how many ability users did Gao Feng have? Chapter 121. It's not about how many, but about mastering a production line. How many ability users does Gao Feng actually control? This question could only be asked by someone like Gu Jia, who had just joined Gao Feng's team. Those who understood wouldn't ask such a naive question. The reason is simple. That seemingly harmless and simple-minded Wu Mengting was not just a receptionist. She was actually the key to Gao Feng's ability to create ability users. Wu Mengting's purification skill directly eliminated the last hurdle to ability awakening. Thus, after mastering the method of ability awakening, Gao Feng also acquired the means to eliminate the death risks associated with it. He essentially had a production line for ability users. Therefore, how many ability users Gao Feng had was actually not important at all. However, Gao Feng, who possessed the ability user production line, was currently experiencing both pain and pleasure. Once, he used Wu Mengting, this well-endowed girl, as a tool to eliminate the negative effects of abilities. And now, with Wu Mengting working at full capacity every day, after excessively using her purification skill, she began to repeatedly face the consequences of overusing her abilities. After Gao Feng helped Wu Mengting eliminate her ability symptoms the first time, she began to plan her ability use excessively every day. As a result, Gao Feng found himself turning into Wu Mengting's tool. Gao Feng was speechless, feeling a vague sense of retribution. However, regarding the retribution of this beautiful girl seeking affection, Gao Feng could only say he could barely accept it, especially since, after Wu Mengting awakened her abilities, her physical capabilities were greatly enhanced. The effect of eliminating the negative effects of abilities not only made her comparable to dozens or even hundreds of ordinary beauties. The key was that the process of interaction between the two was also extremely wonderful. Of course, Gao Feng was low-key. He no longer cared to boast about this. He was even too lazy to fantasize about it internally. After all, the dreams had already been realized. Why bother to fantasize? It must be said that the well-endowed and affectionate Wu Mengting brought Gao Feng many unexpected surprises. The two often cuddled for 3 to 4 hours together, which was something Wu Mengting's physique had never allowed before. Now, she could truly be shy and stick to her man like an idol. The key was that she not only enjoyed the affection but also demonstrated her value. Wu Mengting assisted 10 people in ability awakening daily. As long as she purified them, everyone would safely enter the process of waiting for ability awakening. This was also the fundamental reason why Gao Feng's beautiful ability users could be mass-produced and quickly formed into groups. However, this was not the limit of ability user output under Gao Feng, because, as Gao Feng's woman, especially the one who had been with him since before the apocalypse, Wu Mengting was one of the few who could share her innermost thoughts with him. Gao Feng usually didn't share useful information when chatting with Wu Mengting. If he did say anything, it wouldn't be false. Coincidentally, Wu Mengting overheard Gao Feng mentioning the possibility of ability users upgrading. Thus, after intentionally overusing her abilities for several consecutive days, and after being pampered by Gao Feng, she finally persuaded him to help her upgrade her ability level. Wu Mengting could be considered the second woman of Gao Feng to upgrade her ability level, the first being Yi Huimin. However, Yi Huimin was Gao Feng's nominal wife, and her status was not ordinary. Wu Mengting self-identified as a concubine. The fundamental reason she wanted to upgrade her abilities was somewhat shameful. To put it bluntly, it was to cling to Gao Feng and gain more affection. At her young age, she was somewhat obsessed with matters between men and women. The key was that her man was particularly powerful. While wanting to serve Gao Feng better, she also wanted to experience even more wonderful pleasures. Thus, she eagerly absorbed the 4 essence particles given by Gao Feng. In this way, Wu Mengting's ability level reached Black Iron level 2. However, she showed no signs of satisfaction. She continued to overuse her abilities every day, purifying 20 people at full capacity daily. This meant that the over 200 beauties under Gao Feng were only enough for her to purify in 10 days. Even more absurdly, after Gao Feng tried the assistance of Wu Mingting at Black Iron Level 2 to eliminate the negative effects of abilities, he gave her 8 more essence particles, raising her to Black Iron Level 3. The two certainly enjoyed extreme pleasure between men and women. However, the beauties under Gao Feng each entered the feverish process of waiting for ability awakening. When Gu Jia arrived today, she thought there weren't many ability users in Gao Feng's team, mostly just ordinary beauties, but this was only because these people were still in fever, and their abilities had not truly awakened. Gu Jia was not like Gao Feng, who was a spatial ability user. Gao Feng's spatial perception allowed him to directly sense the essence of life and assess a person's potential. Gu Jia could only see the surface. This also led to a misjudgment on her part. However, Gu Jia sighed that Gao Feng's side was formalizing the handover of ability users, which inadvertently touched upon a significant matter that Gao Feng was brewing. Gao Feng would naturally not be stingy with Yi Huimin after raising Wu Mengting's abilities to Black Iron Level 3. Although Wu Mengting's purification skill was extraordinary, it ultimately served only as an auxiliary function. But Yi Huimin, his wife, awakened the ability to strategize. This sounded quite absurd. However, after Yi Huimin awakened her ability, she became smarter than before, even to an abnormal degree. After awakening her ability, Yi Huimin immediately guessed that Gao Feng had awakened his abilities before the apocalypse. She simply asked Gao Feng a couple of questions about his abilities. Gao Feng did not answer. Nevertheless, Yi Huimin still deduced that Gao Feng possessed spatial abilities. Gao Feng almost wanted to kill her to keep her silent. Fortunately, Yi Huimin's current identity was Gao Feng's wife. Although the matter of spatial abilities was Gao Feng's big secret, it was acceptable for his wife. Therefore, Gao Feng rewarded Yi Huimin handsomely. Specifically, before rolling in bed, he and Yi Huimin absorbed enough essence for ability advancement. Yi Huimin was still very proactive, unaware of the danger. In the end, even though Yi Huimin had awakened her ability and her physique had been enhanced several times stronger than an ordinary person, she was still exhausted and unable to get out of bed. These were all matters of the boudoir and not particularly important. What truly mattered was that Yi Huimin expressed afterward that she wanted more. She actively asked for essence and wanted to upgrade. Gao Feng felt very pleased afterward. However, as Yi Huimin lay softly in his arms, she said something that left Gao Feng stunned. Yi Huimin said to Gao Feng, "Brother, what we are doing now, lewdly developing, isn't necessarily wrong, but we can't be sure that no one else has discovered that essence can upgrade abilities. Once the other party's level exceeds yours, the large resources we have accumulated now might be taken by others. There are all kinds of perverse abilities now. Zhao Kuer has even become charming. What if someone awakens Cupid's arrow? Have you thought about the scene where over 200 women give you a green hat, under the influence of abilities? Even if we don't wanna, we won't be able to control ourselves. If you ask me, to avoid this situation, we need to let everyone upgrade their abilities as soon as possible. Moreover, we should quickly find more ways to upgrade abilities. Relying on essence to upgrade abilities is even less reliable than using oil as a power source. After all, the population is limited. The global human population has not yet reached 10 billion. Even if you personally absorb 5 billion essence, you won't really level up much. This method of enhancing abilities will eventually be obsolete. If we don't broaden our thinking, we could easily be targeted." Gao Feng was taken aback by Yi Huimin's words. Her subsequent points were quite reasonable, and he agreed. However, Yi Huimin, licking her lips and throwing flirtatious glances, saying she wanted to put 200 green hats on Gao Feng, still managed to stimulate him greatly. It was quite shocking. This is also why Gao Feng complied with Wu Mengting's obsession, allowing his ability level to increase and accelerating her support for ability awakeners. Gu Jia's law enforcement team of beauties quickly said goodbye to Jiang Yuxua and Zhao Kuer, bringing along 10 new members, making a total of 18. What they didn't know was that the 20 corpses of the Grey Bear team, buried in the snow by Zhao Kuer, had already been quietly taken away by Gao Feng using telekinesis. After acquiring the corpses, Gao Feng quickly went to Yi Huimin's home. Room 2602. Xiao Linlin, a respiratory doctor at the People's Hospital, was holding a scalpel, awkwardly dissecting the corpse of the Yi Lianshan team that Gao Feng had sent earlier. Chapter 122. Successfully cultivating artificial essence. Xiao Linlin heard Gao Feng enter the room, but didn't look up, continuing to examine the tissue slides she had prepared from the corpse. Her current research goal was to find where the power of ability users was concentrated. Ordinary people affected by the snow toxin would soon gather essence at their foreheads. But once ability users awakened their powers, they seemed to lose their essence. She aimed to find the missing essence. Gao Feng and the others speculated that the energy possessed by ability users was definitely much higher than that of ordinary humans who had not completed their awakening. Once they found the source of this energy and absorbed it, it could potentially increase the efficiency of essence absorption by at least tenfold, and even make the essence more pure. After awakening her expertise in general medicine, Xia Linlin spent every day at home conducting this research. Her method was quite monotonous. She prepared slides of various tissues from the corpses and then observed them under a microscope. Gao Feng had collected a lot of miscellaneous supplies, and among them were some high-quality items suitable for ordinary medical research. However, if a large electron microscope with magnifications over 1,000,000 was needed, Gao Feng couldn't help. After a period of research, Xia Linlin gradually formed a hypothesis. The essence power of ability users likely merged into their brains after awakening their abilities. In other words, through the brain, the power was dispersed throughout the body. She observed that the physique of ability users was generally enhanced, indicating that the essence awakened by abilities was not localized in one area, but integrated throughout the entire body. Therefore, Xia Linlin leaned towards the idea that ability users did not possess energy storage similar to essence in their bodies. However, when Xia Linlin attempted to cut some muscle from the corpses of ability users and integrate more snow toxin into it, a strange phenomenon occurred. Each piece of the isolated muscle tissue slowly began to grow tiny particles of essence. These essence particles were half the size of those formed at the foreheads of normal people before awakening their abilities and contained some impurities. But after she tried to merge one particle, she was astonished to find that she actually felt her abilities being enhanced. However, Xia Linlin was not very sensitive to ability perception, so she did not dare to continue absorbing the essence growing from the corpse's flesh. 10 minutes later, Xia Linlin finished her work. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses that had slid down her nose and looked up at Gao Feng. However, after spending this time together, while she still couldn't accept Gao Feng as her man, she had already accepted him as a power broker or boss. Their normal collaboration was quite pleasant. She was not polite with Gao Feng at all, even a bit rude. Casually pointing to a box of essence that looked like crushed diamonds on the table, and said to Gao Feng, "Try absorbing one. I've tested it, and it works. But I don't know how effective it is, or if there are other unknown side effects." Gao Feng nodded, not hesitating. With a thought, he instantly absorbed one particle of artificial essence. Gao Feng sharply sensed a subtle flow of ability quickly merging into his spiritual sea. His abilities were enhanced slightly. As for the side effects, given that Gao Feng now needed thousands of units to level up, this minor side effect was negligible. Therefore, in the next moment, Gao Feng absorbed 10 particles at once. The effect was still not obvious, so he then absorbed 20 more, and finally increased to 100 particles. Suddenly, he felt a violent surge of irritability that made his head throb. Even more frightening was that his previously desireless heart, upon seeing the seriously observing Xia Linlin, suddenly generated an intense urge that made him feel as if he would explode. This feeling was even more terrifying than when Gao Feng absorbed 300 particles of normal essence in one go. It felt like a dam breaking, like monstrous waves continuously consuming his sanity. After the apocalypse, Gao Feng, who had rarely lost his rationality, suddenly lost control and stepped forward, embracing the dazed Xia Linlin. By the time Xia Linlin realized what had happened, it was already too late. 3 hours later, Xia Linlin fainted. Even though she had enhanced her physique with abilities and had a black iron 3-star ability like Yi Huimin, she was still left battered and bruised, with every part of her body aching. When Gao Feng regained his rationality, he was also startled. Although his previous actions had been completely out of control, his rationality had been consumed by a terrifying rage, not completely lost. After all, he was a bronze-level ability user with a very strong mental presence. Therefore, he remembered the entire process but could only watch as an observer, unconsciously treating Xia Linlin roughly like a beast. Gao Feng quickly carried Xia Linlin into the bedroom and tucked her in. Then, he took out a walkie-talkie and called for Wu Mengting, who had purification skills, to come over. When Wu Mengting arrived, Gao Feng didn't say much and asked her to purify the hundreds of remaining artificial essence in the box. Wu Mengting followed his instructions without hesitation. After a round of purification, Gao Feng chose to absorb over 100 particles of artificial essence again. However, this time, the explosive irritability had weakened significantly. The purified artificial essence had the same side effects as normal ones, with the only drawback being that the energy provided was halved. Nonetheless, Gao Feng's eyes lit up. After all, these artificial essences were practically free. As long as enough corpses of ability users and snow toxins were collected, they could be cultivated indefinitely. The only limitation might be that Wu Mengting's purification skill had a limit each time it was used. Gao Feng then held Wu Mengting, and they spent another 3 hours together to eliminate the side effects of the abilities. The two of them cuddled and fell into a deep sleep until the early hours of the next day. Gao Feng woke up to Xia Linlin, who had risen early, sternly kicking him awake. Gao Feng was somewhat speechless. Among the women around him, only Xia Linlin still dared to treat him so roughly. How was the effect? Xia Linlin completely ignored Gao Feng's feelings after being kicked and directly asked about the effects of absorbing the 2 batches of artificial essence. Gao Feng hurriedly shared his experiences. Xia Linlin rolled her eyes and said, "Doesn't that mean you're getting a bargain, you pervert? You want to cultivate this artificial essence and then create others? I really don't want to see your perverted face." Gao Feng was speechless. However, he didn't want to say much to Xia Linlin. After all, last night, he had forcefully taken advantage of her. Although Xia Linlin didn't resist that much, and this was their second time, he still felt he had forced her. Gao Feng actually felt a bit sorry about it. Therefore, he agreed. However, having someone responsible for this important artificial essence cultivation was a big problem. Yi Huimin definitely wouldn't work. She had the ability and enough trustworthiness, but Yi Huimin had awakened a strategic ability. It would be a waste of talent to make her do physical labor. When Gao Feng was pondering this issue, he suddenly smiled faintly. He then went directly to room 2901, found Yi Huimin, and first gave her a little affection before bringing up the artificial essence cultivation matter. Yi Huimin chuckled and casually said, "Just let Jiang Yushua do it. After the apocalypse, despite how you bullied her, she still remains devoted to you. And she's very career-oriented. She's the most suitable candidate." Gao Feng was taken aback. He actually felt a bit uneasy. Recently, Jiang Yushua had been in a low mood due to her useless awakened ability, and Gao Feng had been hesitant to bully her too much. "All right, I'll go find her later." Gao Feng agreed. After spending some more tender moments with Yi Huimin, he left. Soon, Gao Feng found Jiang Yushua, who had just returned. Her expression was somewhat unnatural and seemed a bit downcast. Gao Feng quickly walked over and wrapped his arms around her slim waist. "What's wrong? You just went out for a bit. Why are you suddenly unhappy?" Gao Feng asked gently. Jiang Yushua didn't speak, but hugged Gao Feng's neck and kissed him. Gao Feng felt a rush of heat, but was also somewhat speechless. Previously, their intimacy had resolved his own issues. Now, Jiang Yushua's affection seemed to be a way to avoid problems. Although Gao Feng was speechless about this, he did not reject her. They shared a passionate moment. Quickly relaxing afterward, Jiang Yushua lay in Gao Feng's arms. Her cheeks flushed, but her mood had calmed down. The look in her eyes was filled with tenderness. Yet there was still a hint of disappointment. Finally, she said softly, "Gao Feng, do you know? Before the apocalypse, I was a business director at a company. But now, I can only watch other girls shine while I do nothing. I used to feel wronged when you exchanged me for a sausage, but now, what else can I do besides serve you? Even though I awaken my ability, it's just a useless one." Gao Feng patted her back and said in a gentle tone, "Actually, it's quite useful. We just haven't needed it before." Jiang Yushua sighed. "Useful for what? There are fights outside, and even though I haven't gone out, I still know the news. Sister Ji's chest god teaching has recently received a lot of news from outside, saying there are all kinds of strange ability users out there. My kind of blood-boosting ability can only be used to serve others. Forget it, don't comfort me. I was originally your plaything exchanged for a sausage. I'll just accept my fate." Gao Feng was speechless. He hadn't expected Jiang Yushua to feel so much pressure and to belittle herself so much. Gao Feng knew that if he didn't tell her about the artificial essence he wanted to cultivate, Jiang Yushua would definitely fall into depression. As soon as he mentioned it, Jiang Yushua was stunned. She looked at Gao Feng in disbelief and asked, "Really? Are you sure that artificial essence cultivation needs my blood-boosting skill?" Gao Feng tapped her on the head and laughed. "You're so smart. How come you're feeling so insecure now? You can call it blood-boosting. But it can also be called mental uplifting. People might not want to be boosted by you right now, but if used for cultivating essence, it might have unexpected effects." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushua immediately rolled out of bed, put on a black silk dress, and dragged Gao Feng out the door. Gao Feng was left without words. The two quickly reached the top floor of Building 18. Gao Feng used telekinesis to open the door of room 2402 from the inside. At the same time, he placed the body of the newly acquired ability user in the living room of this house, along with a large bucket of snow, a knife and spoon for essence cultivation, and a pair of rubber gloves. As soon as they entered, Jiang Yushua's eyes lit up. "Can we really cultivate essence from these bodies?" Jiang Yushua asked, a bit in disbelief. Gao Feng nodded and added, "But there's one problem. You need to cut a body into many pieces. This essence is very special. Each piece can only cultivate one essence, no matter how big the piece is. So, don't be squeamish. This job will mainly involve cutting meat and then extracting essence from the pieces using snow." Jiang Yushua nodded repeatedly. She immediately put on the rubber gloves, picked up the knife, and began cutting the meat. Gao Feng was surprised that Jiang Yushua didn't seem to have any physical discomfort. After all, she was a bit of a neat freak. Now, asking her to cut up meat, he honestly worried she wouldn't be able to handle it. Jiang Yushue quickly cut out 1 centimeter cubes of meat, then used a small spoon to place some snow on the meat, which quickly sizzled as if it had been scalded with boiling water. In just 10 minutes, a piece of essence was produced, with almost no technical difficulty. The only difficulty was probably cutting the meat. Once Jiang Yushue started, she couldn't stop. As someone Gao Feng trusted, she knew that essence could enhance ability levels. However, she didn't have many thoughts about it at the moment. The reason was simple. She didn't think raising her ability level was useful. Gao Feng reminded her, "Why don't you try using your mental uplifting ability and see if it has any effect on the essence production process?" Jiang Yushue immediately activated her mental uplifting ability. Instantly, the slight fatigue on her face disappeared completely. She then expanded the range of her mental uplifting to the workstation. As a result, the speed of essence cultivation was shortened to 1 minute. By the time Jiang Yushue was cutting the 10th piece of meat, the first essence had already been produced. Once the essence was cultivated, the meat immediately turned to ashes, as if all the energy had been completely exhausted. After cutting for a while, Jiang Yushue suddenly said to Gao Feng, "Brother, don't you have a spatial ability? Is there a meat grinder in there?" Gao Feng's eyes lit up at the mention. He realized he hadn't thought of that. He immediately took out a brand new meat grinder and generator, connected them, and Jiang Yushue quickly began to cut the large pieces of meat, pouring them into the grinder. The meat was ground into a paste. Jiang Yushue added the poisonous snow into the meat paste and stirred it for 10 minutes. Finally, the meat paste turned into black ash, settling at the bottom of the bowl, while a layer of small essences surfaced on top. Jiang Yushue grabbed a handful, easily getting over 100. In total, it was estimated that they produced over 1,000 essences in just 10 minutes. Gao Feng also picked one up and tried to absorb it, finding it similar to the essence cultivated by Xia Linlin before. However, Jiang Yushue's speed was clearly extraordinarily fast. Just a thought from her had led to a geometric increase in production. Indeed, it was impressive when a smart person did the work. Not only was she capable, but the results were also remarkable. Gao Feng immediately smiled and looked at Jiang Yushue, saying, "Shuer, it seems you've found a method. Why don't we take a break? I just happen to want to test the effects of the essence you've created. Is that okay?" Jiang Yushue immediately smiled charmingly. Her seductive appearance made Gao Feng's heart race. Indeed, a strong woman dedicated to her career is the most attractive. Jiang Yushue took off her gloves, checked herself, and found no bloodstains, then immediately leaped into Gao Feng's arms. Just as the two were about to ignite their passion, Gao Feng suddenly said, "Wait a moment. Let me call Tingting up to purify the essence first. Otherwise, I'm afraid the side effects will be too terrifying." Jiang Yushue immediately shrank her neck in fear. She knew that with Gao Feng's current physique, even her normal service was a bit overwhelming. If the side effects were as terrifying as Gao Feng said, she might be completely overwhelmed. Wu Mingting quickly came up. She immediately purified the essence. However, as soon as she finished purifying, her pupils instantly turned red. She lost control and pounced directly at Gao Feng. This was the explosive side effect of excessive use of her ability. Jiang Yushue was instantly stunned, thinking, "This is being intercepted." Chapter 124. The stockpile of essence is overflowing. Gao Feng decides on a major upgrade 5 hours later. With the assistance of Wu Mingting and Jiang Yushue, Gao Feng quickly absorbed over 1,000 essences. He was just 100 essences away from reaching bronze level 3. After testing the quality of this batch of essence, Gao Feng felt that the essences produced by the meat grinder were abundant and fast. But the quality had not diminished at all. After discussing with the two women, they felt that they could continue producing in such large quantities. However, since essence is a strategic resource, not everyone could participate in its production. Gao Feng decided to have Jiang Yushue select from the more than 200 women around him. Those who performed well, who were obedient and loyal, should be involved in this work. Jiang Yushue suggested to Gao Feng, "Brother, I think we can leave 10% of the essence production for the sisters as a reward for their hard work. This way, as their ability levels increase, they will not only be more loyal to our big family, but also serve you better." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng nodded in agreement. How could he refuse such a win-win situation? Then, Gao Feng and Wu Mingting accompanied Jiang Yushue to produce another batch of essence. This time, Gao Feng did not rush to absorb the essence, but let Jiang Yushue and Wu Mingting absorb a wave of essence first. Jiang Yushue absorbed enough essence in one go to break through to black iron level 4. It wasn't much anyway. She absorbed 4 essences for level 2, 8 for level 3, and 16 for level 4. In total, it was only 30 essences, not much at all. Jiang Yushue quickly experienced the side effects. At the same time, Wu Mingting also absorbed 16 essences and similarly experienced the side effects after her ability level breakthrough. Gao Feng had the ready antidote and promptly resolved the poison on the spot. He also took the opportunity to absorb some essence, ultimately stopping just one essence short of breaking through to bronze level 3. He wasn't lacking in essence now, but there were only 2 women by his side, and they had already assisted him in absorbing essence several times. He was afraid that continuing this large-scale operation would overwhelm the 2 women. Therefore, he decided to halt the operations. Seeing that there was nothing more to do, Jiang Yuxue continued to cultivate essence. Now that she had found something she was good at, and that was important, she was a bit obsessed with it. As for the bloodiness, these were all corpses. In this apocalypse, everyone was fighting for survival. Why should she find excuses to avoid it? Xiao Linlin, a respiratory doctor, cuts into corpses for research every day, right? Jiang Yuxue felt that she was now like a farmer, except she was not growing grains and vegetables, but essence. This stuff was not inferior to food and other supplies. To live well in the apocalypse, one must produce more essence. Jiang Yuxue quickly produced 10 pots of essence, totaling over 10,000. Although these essences had reduced effects, they were still enough for Gao Feng to break through to the next ability level, Black Iron level 4, needing to absorb most of the quantity of essence. Jiang Yuxue was producing essence quickly, which left Wu Mingting somewhat stunned. Her purification skill, when she was at Black Iron level 2, had a limit of 2,000 essences. After upgrading to Black Iron level 3, the number of essences she could purify increased to 3,000. Converted to this artificial essence, it was 6,000. This meant that after Jiang Yuxue's efforts, Wu Mingting would need to find Gao Feng to eliminate her side effects once. Otherwise, she simply couldn't keep up with Jiang Yuxue's pace. Thinking of this, Wu Mingting remained calm and directly pushed her limits for purification. After purifying over 6,000 essences, her eyes immediately turned red. Seeing this, Jiang Yuxue quickly called out to Gao Feng via the intercom. Gao Feng helplessly came over to help Wu Mingting eliminate the side effects. Then, within an hour, Wu Mingting once again overused her ability. Gao Feng was called over again. However, just as Gao Feng finished helping Wu Mingting eliminate the side effects, Jiang Yuxue had already produced 30 pots of essence, totaling about 30,000 essences. They were just sitting there, waiting for Wu Mingting to purify them. This time, it was Wu Mingting's turn to break down. Being pampered by Gao Feng too many times in one day made her feel like her spirit was about to dissipate. Though she wanted to purify once more, she ultimately gave up. Just as she was about to faint, Jiang Yuxue suddenly had an idea and cast a mental boost on Wu Mingting. Consequently, Wu Mingting was suddenly energized and instinctively used her purification ability, once again purifying 6,000 essences. However, this time, the side effects of overusing her ability were terrifying. It seemed that after receiving the mental boost, experiencing the side effects of her ability would double the effects. In the end, after Wu Mingting eliminated the side effects, she completely fainted. Lying on the bed, she felt like a lump of soft dough, completely unaware. If not for her even breathing, Gao Feng would have thought she was dead. After this, Wu Mingting no longer dared to be greedy and get intimate with Gao Feng. Each time she purified essence, she would stop just before reaching her limit, wait a day for the side effects to naturally dissipate, and then proceed. Of course, when she wanted to be close with Gao Feng, she would gauge the situation and intentionally overuse her ability. This also became a little thrill for Wu Mingting. During the day that Wu Mingting was asleep, Jiang Yuxue directly turned all the corpses of the ability users that Gao Feng had collected into essence. Each corpse could produce about 50 pots of essence, which meant 50,000 essences. Gao Feng had collected a total of 25 ability user corpses, which amounted to 750,000 essences. With the effects halved, Gao Feng now had 375 effective essences. This stockpile was terrifying. It was more than enough for Gao Feng to raise his ability level to bronze level 8. He immediately found Yi Huimin, asking her, as the young mistress, to arrange for personnel to assist him in breaking through. He also informed her that this time would be a continuous breakthrough, and he aimed to reach bronze level 8 in one go. It was essential to ensure the overall stability of Hongyun community. Upon hearing this, Yi Huimin immediately said, "Since it's so serious, then you should first raise my level to Black Iron level 9. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be variables later. With you as a bronze level suppressing force, no one would dare to act recklessly. Now you need to continuously break through. Although there are many beauties in our family, they are all at the Black Iron level. This requires absorbing essence to break through the ability level and enhance physical fitness. If someone breaks through to a higher level and becomes wild, it won't be fun." Gao Feng thought this made sense. He immediately took out 2,000 essence pills and handed them to Yi Huimin, asking her to take them to gradually break through her ability level. Gao Feng waited by her side, ready to help her eliminate any negative effects of her abilities. It must be said, this is the cycle of cause and effect. In the past, Yi Huimin was Gao Feng's medicine. Now, Gao Feng has become Yi Huimin's medicine. This back and forth lasted a whole day and night. Yi Huimin passed out directly. However, when she woke up, her eyes were wise, like the stars and the sea. Her quick thinking was astonishing. Facing her, Gao Feng felt as if she could see through his thoughts. At this time, Yi Huimin arranged for people to assist her, making it effortless, to the point that it was terrifying how little time she needed to think. Before Gao Feng's major ability upgrade, Yi Huimin specifically had a group of 20 loyal and stable beauties who had been assessed, absorb essence in advance for a wave of significant ability enhancement. Yi Huimin told Gao Feng that she planned for this group to be responsible for helping Gao Feng improve his ability level in the future, because at this time, Gao Feng was not exactly at his weakest, but he was definitely in need of protection. Gao Feng thought Yi Huimin's arrangement was sound. Finally, after a week of preparation, Yi Huimin successfully organized the personnel to eliminate negative effects for Gao Feng. Chapter 125, Martial Master Murong Qingxue. With everything ready, on the 30th day of the apocalypse, Gao Feng began a breakthrough to reach the bronze level 8 in one go. He needed to absorb over 200,000, almost 300,000 essence during this process. Throughout the entire process, he was constantly shrouded by the negative effects of his abilities. Yi Huimin, the young mistress of the big family, also used her intelligence to orderly mobilize the pre-prepared beauties at the Black Iron level 8 to continuously help Gao Feng eliminate negative effects. While Gao Feng was breaking through, Yi Huimin was also continuously recording data. She documented the entire process of assisted cultivation with data. In the end, she selected the two most outstanding beauties from the 5 days of Gao Feng's breakthrough. They were Dongfang Ziyu and Murong Qingxue. Both were gentle in personality and usually did not stand out among their sisters. However, during this time assisting Gao Feng in cultivation, they performed excellently. Not only were they proactive, but their assisting effects were also much better than others. Yi Huimin immediately decided to cultivate these two well in the future. After Gao Feng completed the breakthrough to the bronze level 8, he and the 20 beauties who assisted in cultivation fell deeply asleep. Meanwhile, Yi Huimin took this opportunity to organize the 20 beauties who assisted Gao Feng's cultivation into two small teams. One team would be led by Dongfang Ziyu, specifically to serve her. If Gao Feng came to find her and she couldn't manage alone, she could have Dongfang Ziyu bring people to help. Murong Qingxue was assigned to serve Gao Feng directly, taking care of daily needs and assisting in cultivation. With this small team, anyone who wanted to serve Gao Feng would have to undergo strict scrutiny. After all, Gao Feng was the core of this big family. Now there were all kinds of strange ability users. It couldn't be like before the apocalypse when any beauty could easily come into contact with Gao Feng. If a mind-controlling ability user appeared, wouldn't everyone become that person's slave? Although Gao Feng had desires, with over 200 beauties in the family, it was evident that he no longer had the intention to expand further. Yi Huimin's idea was to maintain the status quo. If these people were allowed to leave Gao Feng without his protection, they would only be toyed with and tortured by some perverted weaklings in the apocalypse. And they might even change hands repeatedly. Their fate would be 10 times worse than now. In addition to arranging 2 serving teams, Yi Huimin also arranged a small team of 4 for Jiang Yuxue. Such contacts with strategic resources had to be extremely cautious. After repeated discussions, Jiang Yuxue and Yi Huimin confirmed the 4 members. However, these 4 were currently idle. For Xia Linlin, 2 beautiful assistants were also sent. They were not experts in medicine, but one had activated X-ray vision, and the other had activated life blessing. Both were the type of quiet and studious girls, and they had a very high recognition of Gao Feng's big family. They felt that life was very comfortable now and did not want to change. Therefore, Yi Huimin assigned the 2 to Xia Linlin to form a 3-member team for continued medical research. Gao Feng slept soundly for 3 days before finally waking up. As soon as he woke up, Murong Qingxue and her 10 maids gently assisted him in getting up. The large formation left Gao Feng dumbfounded. Especially seeing 10 young beauties in maid outfits, always ready to serve, made his vanity soar. Of course, he couldn't refuse. He used to worry that Yi Huimin would think he was perverted. Now it was clearly arranged by Yi Huimin, so he naturally accepted it with a smile. Gao Feng asked in surprise, "Where's Guxiaoyi? Wasn't she the one who served me before? Does Mimin have some new ideas?" Murong Qingxue quickly explained, "Sir, the young mistress said that your identity is precious. Although Guxiaoyi is also considered your woman, she has had past relationships with others. It's still a bit inappropriate for her to stay too close to you now. The young mistress said that you are now the common man of our 200 girls, and we absolutely cannot let you take any risks. The young mistress said that in the future, the 10 of us will take care of your daily life. And there is also a team of 10 girls led by Dongfang Ziyu beside the young mistress." Gao Feng was confused, thinking to himself that he didn't even know her name, and he certainly couldn't remember someone named Dongfang Ziyu. This might be the trouble of having too many women. Murong Qingxue noticed Gao Feng's silence and quickly reacted. She introduced herself to Gao Feng. Only then did Gao Feng know that this tall girl, standing at about 172 meters, was named Murong Qingxue, and she was only 19 years old. A resident of Building 17. She was originally a traditional martial arts athlete and had just broken the record this year to become the youngest martial arts master. Although she was still young, she was already considered a master-level figure in martial arts performances. Unexpectedly, before she could enjoy her honors, she encountered the terrifying changes brought by the apocalypse. Although she had good physical abilities and was quite strong, she was not at home often. And in the newly bought house in Haicheng, there were only furniture and some daily clothes. Right before the apocalypse arrived, she had just returned home to rest. After the apocalypse, she was cold and hungry at home, directly becoming a lamb awaiting slaughter. If it weren't for her martial skills, she would have been violated by the intruders long ago. Later, the Duke team took over Building 17, and because they feared Gao Feng, they did not dare to touch the real beauties in the building. This allowed Murong Qingxue, a beauty with outstanding looks and figure like a movie star, to escape the hands of the wicked. Of course, if Gao Feng was not considered wicked. However, Murong Qingxue was clearly very satisfied with her current daily life. She had a very resilient and traditional character. Her initial resistance had long been worn down during the early days of the apocalypse. She felt that life was still long. She believed that her future life could still be good. As for following Gao Feng along with so many girls, she could only accept her fate. After all, in the apocalypse, those who are exceptionally strong attract many followers and occupy more resources. This is an ironclad rule. Gao Feng is clearly one of those extraordinary individuals. Murong Qingxue felt that instead of being entangled in why it happened, it was better to focus on how to live happier in the future. Since the event had already occurred, she decided to follow Gao Feng closely. It was precisely because of her contentment with her role and her exceptional physical abilities, which contributed to her excellent performance in assisting Gao Feng's training, that she caught Yi Huimin's attention. All right, from now on, you all can serve me full-time. Gao Feng nodded, acknowledging the presence of Murong Qingxue and the others. In fact, she didn't know that Gao Feng recognized her mainly because of her identity as a martial arts athlete. This meant that she was capable of martial arts, although it was a bit of a routine with her newfound abilities. Having his woman learn this skill would greatly enhance their combat capabilities in the future. Thinking of this, Gao Feng immediately beckoned Murong Qingxue. Qingxue, how about you teach me martial arts? You know how it is in this world. Having more strength means more chances of survival. I have an advantage in my ability level now, but what if that changes in the future? I also have to take responsibility for you sisters. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingxue nodded vigorously. She felt that Gao Feng's idea made sense. In fact, she had previously considered actively teaching everyone martial arts, but she thought that being too proactive might lead to misunderstandings. Chapter 126. Raising Dangerous Dogs. Let's practice then. Murong Qingxue immediately began teaching Gao Feng. She taught him the quick-to-learn techniques of the Bagua school, which were powerful and had considerable impact. Originally, these techniques required years of practice and skill, but Gao Feng, being a level 8 bronze ability user with enhanced physical capabilities comparable to a level 9 black iron brute, was able to execute them with deadly precision. Murong Qingxue watched Gao Feng practice and couldn't help but shake her head, repeatedly reminding him to temper his strength. Gao Feng scratched his head. After all, he was just a martial arts apprentice. Learning techniques takes time, and no matter how good his conditions were, he couldn't master them instantly. After Murong Qingxue's guidance, Gao Feng managed to control his strength, which allowed her to approach him for hands-on instruction. With Murong Qingxue, a martial arts master, guiding him, Gao Feng's movements quickly became standardized. Murong Qingxue also shared some of her personal insights with him. This wasn't limited to just insights. She even conveyed the mindset and environment she experienced while comprehending those insights. These were things she would never easily share with anyone else in the future. But Gao Feng was different. He was her man and the hope for survival in the apocalypse. Therefore, Murong Qingxue held nothing back. She also had a bit of selfishness, wanting to take the opportunity to showcase her martial arts skills while closely serving Gao Feng, hoping he would see her in a new light. Sure enough, Gao Feng learned quickly, and he couldn't help but admire Murong Qingxue, the martial arts master. After their practice, both were drenched in sweat in the warm room. Murong Qingxue, a stunning beauty, had her thin clothes become translucent under the sweat. Having just finished his training, Gao Feng's adrenaline was already surging. When he saw Murong Qingxue's curvaceous figure and her panting, he couldn't help but feel excited. Without hesitation, he picked her up amidst her surprised exclamation and took her straight to the bedroom. Now that she was essentially his personal maid leader, Gao Feng felt it necessary to deepen their relationship and leave a lasting impression. This deepening of impression lasted for 3 hours, naturally in a very gentle and harmonious manner. When Murong Qingxue woke up, her feelings for Gao Feng had grown even closer. She had always felt that Gao Feng belonged to her sisters. But now she realized he belonged to her alone. During her first time serving Gao Feng alone, Murong Qingxue was so excited that tears streamed down her face. The apocalypse was truly tormenting. She knew that a beautiful and skilled girl like her would be pursued and spoiled by wealthy men in peaceful times. But now, at least she finally had her chance. Although she had to share Gao Feng with other women, she had at least gained the opportunity to serve him alone. The little bit of reluctance in her heart was finally soothed. While Murong Qingxue was asleep, Gao Feng stayed by her side, quietly trying out his level 8 bronze ability. He had confirmed that if his imagination was lacking, he wouldn't be able to develop new abilities. This might be what they call talent. However, with the pure improvement of his ability level, after a slight attempt at his techniques, he still felt an overwhelming sensation. As soon as Gao Feng activated his spatial perception, he was astonished to find that his sensing speed had increased significantly. It was so fast that he could no longer feel the time interval between initiating the thought and completing the perception. Although the sensing radius was still 2,000 meters, he could now instantly perceive everything within that range. This was completely different from the previous rapid perception of selected areas. Additionally, although the maximum distance for ray perception remained at 20,000 meters, the sensing speed had changed, and the efficiency now matched that of the core sensing area of 200 meters from before. Specifically, previously, it took Gao Feng 10 seconds to sweep through a 20,000 meter radius using ray perception. Now, he could complete it in less than a second. For single-point perception, he could hardly sense any time interval. This efficiency was absolutely extraordinary. It not only helped Gao Feng control events occurring within a 2,000-meter radius, establishing a secure zone for himself, but it also enabled him to set up early warning systems within a 20,000-meter range. Although he could achieve this effect before, the sensing efficiency was lacking and often left something to be desired. As for the skill of telekinesis, Gao Feng had previously only been able to retrieve inanimate objects. Now, it seemed he could also retrieve living beings while collecting inanimate ones. Of course, living beings could only exist in the alternate space for less than 1 second. Exceeding that would mean certain death. Gao Feng could only shift the position of a living being at most. However, if he forcibly retrieved someone, it would result in death. Moreover, he could now forcibly retrieve 2 individuals, although it might seem a bit pitiful to have only 2. This was telekinesis involving living beings, a significant improvement from the previous single retrieval. Gao Feng planned to find someone to test this new change. Just as the thought arose, he activated spatial perception and instantly found Yi Liangchun, who was currently attacking a building. After successfully taking down building number 9, he encountered resistance at building number 10. There was a brute ability user on the upper floors, commanding 6 other ability users. However, all the residents of building number 10 had already been killed. Men, women, and children. Everyone was slaughtered, with the women being raped before being killed. The entire building was a scene of devastation, resembling hell. This brute was as ferocious as the butcher Yi Liangchun, and in terms of brutality, even surpassed him. Every time Yi Liangchun's team attacked, the opponent would block the door with their people and concentrate their fire on the first 2 who entered. If they were killed, they would continue attacking, brutally turning the first 2 who breached into a pulp. Such a ruthless approach made Yi Liangchun's subordinates shudder, and even Yi Liangchun himself felt his scalp tingle. Yi Liangchun was truly fearless. But this is perverse, it's too creepy. Yi Liangchun himself was made to vomit twice by the other party. His subordinates even vomited more severely than he did. Yi Liangchun had no choice but to let the team retreat. He was genuinely afraid of capsizing in the gutter. After discussing with his subordinates, they realized that the only way now was to find a way to lure the opponent out of the building. To do this, Yi Liangchun directly placed a pile of ham sausages and instant noodles at the entrance. As a result, the other party didn't fall for it at all. This led to a standoff at the entrance of the 10th floor. Yi Liangchun had a larger number of people, but 80 of the supplies were taken by Gao Feng each time they were distributed. Although he had quite a bit of supplies now, with so many team members, it was still unsustainable. In the end, it even shook their morale. The woman in charge of cooking for their team came to inform Yi Liangchun that their supplies were only enough for 50 people for 3 days. If they didn't get new supplies soon, they would starve to death. Yi Liangchun was at a loss. But now he couldn't attack another building. Once he did, the guys in Building 10 would definitely take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. After thinking it over, he finally contacted Gao Feng using the intercom. Sir, can you help to lure the guys from Building 10 out? All the supplies in that building will be yours. We don't want them anymore. Our team's food is really insufficient, and if we keep dragging this out, we will end up in a mutual destruction. Gao Feng laughed. He responded, okay. Then he directly used his ability to pull out the powerful man inside the building, along with a subordinate, from the building. To be honest, he wasn't really after the supplies. His main goal was to test the changes in his ability to retrieve objects from a distance. Sure enough, he could easily grab two people. The powerful man and his subordinate appeared completely bewildered. When they suddenly appeared in front of Yi Liangchun, he was taken aback. But seeing that both were weak and unable to stand, he and his subordinates' eyes lit up, and they swung their knives to attack. In a moment, the powerful man and his subordinate were reduced to a bloody mess. Yi Liangchun then launched an attack on the 10th floor again. The remaining few ability users, without their leader, had no heart to resist, and all knelt down to surrender. However, since Yi Liangchun had already lost two brothers, who had been turned into a bloody mess, he refused to accept their surrender and waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to also turn these five into a bloody mess. After settling everything, Yi Liangchun directly exited Building 10 and continued to attack Building 11. After all the trouble, it felt like he was working for Gao Feng for free. And he had also lost two brothers' lives. Gao Feng silently used his ability to retrieve the bodies of the 7 members of the powerful man's team and all the supplies from upstairs. At the same time, he also collected the bodies of Yi Liangchun's 2 subordinates buried in the snow. The bodies of ability users were now strategic resources, and Gao Feng would not let them go. As for friendship, forget it. Yi Liangchun was at most a vicious dog raised by Gao Feng. Yi Liangchun's subordinates were merely lackeys. Gao Feng had no feelings for lackeys. However, after this incident, Gao Feng felt that since the bodies of ability users were strategic resources, he needed to raise a few more vicious dogs like Yi Liangchun that were willing to work hard and fight fiercely. Moreover, he planned to enhance Yi Liangchun's strength. Previously, he used naturally generated essence to enhance people's abilities. Now, it would definitely be artificial essence, and it was unpurified by Wu Mengting. This kind of essence could be said to be very cheap, almost as much as one wanted. In contrast, purified artificial essence was limited by Wu Mengting's purification ability. Without further ado, Gao Feng immediately used his ability to put 4 pieces of essence into Yi Liangchun's stomach. Before long, Yi Liangchun became extremely agitated. He directly launched an attack on a female subordinate who was robust and muscular, with actions that were excessively brutal. After half an hour of intense activity, the female subordinate was nearly incapacitated by Yi Liangchun, covered in injuries that made the other subordinates feel uneasy. This was the terrifying aspect of unpurified artificial essence. It made a person's spirit more irritable and behavior more violent. After the adverse effects wore off, Yi Liangchun was pleasantly surprised to find that his ability had improved, reaching the level of Black Iron Rank 2. With this, he became more confident in attacking buildings. After Yi Liangchun's ability improved, he was filled with confidence and immediately launched a full-scale attack on Building 11. Although there was also a small team of 8 ability users inside this building, Yi Liangchun easily took it down. An hour later, Yi Liangchun's team swept through and conquered the entire building. Meanwhile, Gao Feng was discussing dog-raising strategies with Yi Huimin. Upon hearing that Gao Feng wanted to raise dogs on a large scale, Yi Huimin's eyes lit up. However, after carefully listening to Gao Feng's strategy, she shook her head slightly. Yi Huimin said, "Brother's idea is generally good, but there may still be shortcomings in the details. To take advantage of vicious dogs, we need to let them grow quickly and not over-extract their resources, allowing them to build strong muscles. Only then can the vicious dogs be fierce and truly tear apart our enemies." Gao Feng frowned and said, "What do you mean specifically? You're being so verbose that I'm confused." Yi Huimin then explained carefully, "Change the ratio of the supplies with Yi Liangchun to a 50-50 split. Find a way to help his team grow rapidly. Of course, we also need the right to prioritize choosing people like beauties. These are high-value resources in the apocalypse. Whether for your own enjoyment or for future trading, they are always useful. Although the number of dead people is increasing, finding supplies is not that troublesome. At least by raising vicious dogs and continuously distributing resources, we will not have to worry. Furthermore, we need to train our own team, otherwise, if these vicious dogs become strong and our people have not fought much, won't we be harmed by the vicious dogs? What I mean is, we can form a team to receive supplies periodically. Raising vicious dogs also trains our own soldiers. This is the real win-win." Gao Feng nodded repeatedly. He felt that his own brain seemed foolish in front of Yi Huimin, who had awakened her strategic planning abilities. "All right, let's do it your way." Gao Feng agreed with a smile. Yi Huimin was also very pleased that she could take on this task. Gao Feng then frowned and said, "Minmin, the fact that I have spatial abilities is unknown to outsiders. If our people connect with the other party, won't Yi Liangchun know that I have spatial abilities? If so, I fear others will target my abilities. My thought is that there are no invincible abilities in this world. What if? I'm just afraid of what if." Yi Huimin laughed instead, saying, "That's what makes it truly fun. Brother, your abilities may have flaws. But as long as your ability level is always a significant level above everyone else's, what is there to be afraid of? Besides, brother, you're not alone now. We have 200 awakened ability sisters. We are a team, and we will protect you. If we specifically train to target our own weaknesses, then our weaknesses will become the true abyss for our enemies." Gao Feng agreed, saying, "With your words, I feel reassured. I'll inform Yi Lianshan now, letting him know that we will send someone to negotiate, and then..." Yi Huimin indeed stopped Gao Feng, saying, "Wait, brother, you need to communicate clearly. Or how will our sisters train if they don't take advantage of their abilities being higher than the other party to go out and gain experience? Are they supposed to wait until everyone reaches a level where they can kill with one move and directly reverse the situation before they go train?" Gao Feng was at a loss. Yi Huimin saw that Gao Feng still didn't understand. She then said, "Brother, do you know the joy of teasing dogs? If you want to deal with fierce dogs, the dog owner must know how to fight too. We can't have electric batons. So we shouldn't give up learning how to deal with dogs." Gao Feng smiled. "Minmin, if you put it that way, I understand. Then you take care of this matter. But, after all, our people are just women. What if they get hurt?" Yi Huimin smiled and said, "Of course, we won't just send our own people. Isn't Duke your godson? Our Hanyan community has basically been cleared out. He will have to go out eventually. Are you really going to treat him like your son?" Gao Feng was speechless and waved his hand. "That definitely can't happen. Duke is good at reading people's minds, and he saved me a lot of trouble in the beginning. But in the end, survival relies on hard power. We need to find ways to grow stronger ourselves, and Duke will have to be sent out for training too." At this moment, Yi Huimin said again, "In that case, Duke will be sent out to act as another Yi Lianshan. He can definitely gain some experience from this outing. After all, having more people observing is always good, and when we send them out for training in the future, they won't be too soft-hearted." Gao Feng nodded in agreement. Yi Huimin then discussed the candidates they would send. After much deliberation, they finally chose Zhao Kuer. The reason was simple. This woman was inherently fierce, was quite cunning, and had awakened the charm skill. Although she wasn't good at fighting, her team had some capable fighters. Most importantly, if she went, she would learn something. In the future, if they really sent out a group of their own, Zhao Kuer would be suitable too. Once they made their decision, they immediately called Zhao Kuer and Duke over. After explaining, both took their respective teams of 20 ability users and, following Gao Feng's orders, went to find Yi Lianshan to collect supplies. As for the token, there was none. Both were confused, but neither Gao Feng nor Yi Huimin brought it up. They could only leave in a daze, bracing themselves to carry out the task. As soon as they left the community, the two teams stopped. Duke, with his complex thoughts, couldn't help but ask Zhao Kuer for advice. Zhao Kuer shot him a glance and coldly said, "If you ask me, who should I ask? Although I am the master's woman, there are some things I shouldn't know. Don't ask too much. The more you ask, the more trouble it might cause." Duke reluctantly dropped the topic. The two teams proceeded steadily toward the Red Crystal community where Yi Lianshan was located. When the 40 ability users entered the Red Crystal community, Yi Lianshan's team was immediately startled. He quickly exited from Building 12, feeling frightened, after suffering setbacks in the previous assaults. Even though his ability level had risen to Black Iron level 2, he still had to be cautious, fearing being ambushed. After considering that he couldn't avoid the confrontation, Yi Lianshan immediately brought his newly expanded team of 25 brothers to welcome them. Duke, claiming to be Gao Feng's godson, and Zhao Kuer as Gao Feng's woman, could only act as a runner and leave the talking with Yi Lianshan, the butcher, to himself. Zhao Kuer remained silent, but watched with a cold smile. Duke arrogantly addressed Yi Lianshan. "We are here on the orders of our godfather to collect supplies." Yi Lianshan was instantly taken aback. With a raised eyebrow, he coldly laughed. "Brother, do you think I'm an idiot? I know who you are. You come to me to collect supplies. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Men, take him down." As soon as Yi Lianshan's words fell, before Duke could react, his team of ability users lunged at them like wolves. Duke was startled and hurriedly unleashed his fire ability, causing the incoming ability users to scream in pain. However, he was still struck in the face by a physical ability user, and his mouth was twisted. Duke's team members followed suit, and the two teams clashed fiercely. Duke originally had the fire ability, which should have given him the upper hand in the fight against Yi Lianshan. However, he found himself dizzy from the blows. While Yi Lianshan, possessing Black Iron Level 2's perspective ability, could see through the battle clearly and commanded his team, overwhelming Duke's group. After just 3 minutes of fighting, Duke's team had lost 5 members, while Yi Lianshan's team had lost 2. Seeing that this continued, Duke's team would surely be wiped out by Yi Lianshan's team. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuer's team watched coldly from the sidelines, not making a move. Seeing that Zhao Kuer remained inactive, Yi Liangchen thought that Duke and she were not on the same side and continued to attack without reservation. He kept fighting until Duke's team lost 10 members, reducing their numbers by half, while his own team restored to 20 members. Only then did Zhao Kotre seem to snap back to reality and suddenly spoke up. Hey, stop fighting, stop fighting. Duke felt like he was going to spit blood, thinking, finally, this lady has spoken. But Yi Liangchen's heart sank, fearing Zhao Kotre would take advantage of his team's fatigue to launch a surprise attack. He became alert and stopped attacking Duke's team. However, as he retreated, he was immediately flanked by Zhao Kotre and Duke's team, putting him in a more disadvantageous position. Yi Liangchen felt cold sweat breaking out on his scalp. Miss, let's talk this over. Yi Liangchen forced himself to remain calm and said as calmly as possible. Zhao Kotre, however, slightly curled her red lips and smiled. It's nothing. My master said that from now on, the shares from you, Yi Liangchen, will be collected by me. If you disagree, we can settle this with our fists. Men, let us have a contest with the butcher. Yi Liangchen, seeing her pure and beautiful appearance, thought she looked like an ordinary person with no strength, and assumed she was joking. However, without realizing it, he was struck by the ability emitted from Zhao Kotre's eyes. The charm effect activated. Yi Liangchen immediately felt that Zhao Kotre was friendly and really didn't seem like a bad person. He unconsciously took 2 steps toward Zhao Kotre, laughing as he said, Miss, don't tease me. I have a powerful boss behind me, and we indeed have a profit-sharing agreement. But you suddenly want to collect supplies from me. That's just talk without proof. If someone else said this to me. Before Yi Liangchen could finish, 2 tall and beautiful girls jumped out from behind Zhao Kotre, one on each side, swinging their fists containing immense power. Bang! The air immediately produced a terrifying sonic boom. In a critical moment, Yi Liangchen utilized his Black Iron Level 2 physical abilities and narrowly dodged backward. However, this sneak attack scared him so much that his legs went weak. The key was that when he looked at Zhao Kotre, who was smiling, he still felt she was friendly and couldn't even muster any anger. This made him feel even more afraid. Seeing Zhao Kotre gesture, her 20 stunning female ability users prepared to pounce. Yi Liangchen's team, already exhausted from the fight, unconsciously began to retreat. Yi Liangchen fell to his knees with a thud, shouting, Miss, I admit it, isn't that enough? Only then did he honestly hand over the supplies to Zhao Kotre and her team. Zhao Kotre quickly led a large number of supplies and beauties back. However, she only took 50% of the supplies, and the beauties only chose the top 10. Before leaving, Zhao Kotre told Yi Liangchen, my master said that from now on, the profit sharing will change to 50-50. In this apocalypse, this also gives your team a chance to grow stronger. If you perform well, perhaps next time I come, I can even grant you some elixirs to help raise your ability level. Yi Liangchen naturally agreed wholeheartedly. The situation was stronger than the person. If he didn't agree, he feared he would only end up dead. After Zhao Kotre and the others left, Yi Liangchen collapsed like a lost dog. He couldn't believe Zhao Kotre's nonsense. In any case, in an apocalyptic environment, he wouldn't leave too many resources for his subordinates to develop. Wasn't that a joke? If one wanted to develop, they had to do it themselves. What benefit would there be in letting others develop? Could he really expect his subordinates to be loyal to him? That was impossible. After a long while, Yi Liangchen remembered to use the walkie-talkie to contact Gao Feng. However, to his horror, he found that the walkie-talkie he used to contact Gao Feng was gone. It had vanished into thin air. Of course, it was Gao Feng who had taken the walkie-talkie that was with Yi Liangchen from afar. Since Zhao Kotre had gone to personally collect the materials, there was no longer a need for communication between him and Yi Liangchen. After all, with Zhao Kotre as the leash, Gao Feng no longer needed to personally command Yi Liangchen. In fact, Gao Feng now needed to raise a lot of fierce dogs. As for Yi Liangchen, who had been raised for a while, there was no need to keep an eye on him anymore. Zhao Kotre returned, beaming with joy. She had brought back resources and a beauty, completing her mission perfectly. However, Duke had a mournful expression. He was very sad. The reason was simple. Half of his 20 superpowered subordinates were now dead, which was simply devastating news. Especially when he saw the superpowered individuals outside, like Yi Liangchen, who were not only fierce, but also had more than 20 subordinates. He felt like a useless person. On the way back to Haicheng community, he hardly exchanged any words with Zhao Kotre. He was not in the mood. They had agreed to be a family, yet he had fought with Yi Liangchen. And Zhao Kotre had merely watched with her people. Wasn't that betraying a teammate? Just as they arrived at the entrance of Haicheng community, Duke was about to lead his subordinates into the community when Zhao Kotre suddenly stopped him. Zhao Kotre said with a cryptic smile, Duke, since you have been taken care of by my lord for so long since the apocalypse began, it's time for you to be independent now. You can go to the nearby Soyu community and try your luck. If you call me dad before you leave, my lord will surely support you. She continued, my lord said, if you really want to develop, You can start from building number 3 of Suyu community. Finally, Zhao Kuer handed Duke a bottle of powder and said, "My lord is not without feelings. Before you leave, I'll give you a bottle of medicine. This medicine is enough for you to break through to Black Iron level 3. Since you have fire abilities, becoming stronger will not be a problem." After finishing her words, she waved her hand and directly led her people into the community. Just as Duke was about to chase after them, the patrol team at the entrance, led by Gu Jia, blocked them. Gu Jia stood proudly and coldly said, "The young mistress has said that from now on, men in Hanyun community can only go out, not come in. Once you stabilize, your women will be sent out to meet you. Take care." After Gu Jia finished speaking, she clasped her fists and sent them off. However, behind her, the many beauties of the patrol team all looked at them with cold expressions, ready to attack at any moment. Seeing such a situation, Duke could only shake his head and force a smile. Finally, he knelt down on the ground at the side entrance of Hanyun community and knocked his head 3 times in front of Gao Feng. Only then did he lead his team, stiff-necked, straight towards Suyu community. However, while Duke was gentle in Hanyun community, he completely changed his demeanor upon arriving at Suyu community. He did not attack building number 3 as Gao Feng suggested, developing slowly. Instead, he directly unleashed his fire abilities downstairs, igniting all the buildings in Suyu community. The building's paint burned from the bottom up, thick smoke billowed, making it impossible for people upstairs to breathe. However, Duke's actions provoked public outrage, and he immediately faced a large-scale siege by nearly 100 superpowered individuals from the 20 buildings in Suyu community. Chapter 129, Advancing to Silver Level 2. Spatial perception of 20,000 meters. I want to become a deity worshipped by all. The battle in Suyu community quickly attracted the attention of the patrol team. After reporting to Gao Feng, Gu Jia immediately led her team over. However, they did not enter the community but observed from a distance outside the gate. Inside Suyu community, it was a sea of fire, like a hellish purgatory. Duke directly swallowed the powder given by Gao Feng and completely lost his rationality. He surged to Black Iron level 3 in one breath. But his entire being was controlled by the violent effects of the medicine, completely losing his sanity. He frantically unleashed his fire abilities. The Black Iron level 3 fire ability was almost invincible within Suyu community. Hundreds of people besieging his team fell into pools of blood in the blink of an eye. Yet, those who came to attack Duke were engulfed in flames. The intensity of the Black Iron level 3 fire was completely insurmountable for Black Iron level 1 superpowered individuals. Duke's fire ability was also an area attack ability. In desperation, Duke erupted with all his strength, and the superpowered individuals in Suyu community were burned to death like wheat being cut. Many superpowered individuals attempted to escape. Unfortunately, they were already ignited by flames. Once the superpowered flames were lit, their abilities became like lamp oil. As long as there was oil, the fire would not go out. No matter where they ran, they were still engulfed in flames. In the end, all the superpowered individuals in Suyu community, except for Duke, perished. The previously cautious and calculating Duke, now bathed in blood and fire, resembled a demon emerging from hell. Bang! After killing everyone, Duke fainted. Even though they were only Black Iron level 1 weaklings, continuously killing 100 superpowered individuals drained all his energy and abilities. Now, it wasn't just overuse of abilities. It was a problem of excessive physical strain. Gu Jia and her team waited outside the community for a long time, confirming that everyone was dead before slowly walking in. They then carried the unconscious Duke away on a makeshift stretcher made of cloth. Just after Gu Jia's team left, the bodies of the superpowered individuals in the community instantly vanished. Those who didn't know would think Gu Jia had taken them away. In reality, it was Gao Feng who had remotely taken the bodies of these superpowered individuals. The bodies of over 100 superpowered individuals were a significant strategic resource. After Gao Feng collected them, he quickly handed them over to Jiang Yushue's team. They also actively began to mass-produce artificial essence. According to the production rate of 50,000 essence per body, these over 100 superpowered individuals conservatively estimated to yield 5 million essences. With the medicine's effect halved, that equated to 2.5 million essences. Once this batch of essences was produced and purified, Gao Feng could directly advance from a bronze-level superpowered individual to a silver level 1. The change in the realm of superpowered abilities would also bring significant changes to Gao Feng's own abilities. For example, his spatial perception range would be further expanded. Gao Feng predicted that his spatial perception might extend to a radius of 20,000 meters. The range of ray perception could reach 200,000 meters. This distance was terrifying. It would be equivalent to the entire Southgate district of Haicheng being within Gao Feng's spatial perception range. By that time, Gao Feng's control over his abilities would be nearly godlike, as long as someone was within his spatial perception range. Their life and death would almost be controlled by Gao Feng. Such a terrifying change was far more than just a few transitions. It could even be described as a qualitative change. A radius of 2,000 meters was merely terrifying, but at 20,000 meters, it could truly make one a giant. Just thinking about it made Gao Feng's heart surge with excitement. He couldn't help but feel a bit restless about his desire to be a top player in the apocalypse, wanting to stage a grand feat that would make him stand out. Gao Feng was daydreaming about the future. Gu Jia had already returned to Haicheng community with Duke's unconscious body. After hearing the news, Xiao Linlin hurried over to check. However, after her examination, she frowned, realizing that Duke was merely suffering from excessive physical exhaustion and was not in any real danger. Xiao Linlin immediately instructed her assistant, Yu Juanxia, to take action. Yu Juanxia had the ability of life blessing. After activating her ability, green energy light enveloped Duke, rapidly restoring his depleted physical functions. However, as soon as Duke regained consciousness, his eyes revealed a violent blood-red color, clearly still in a state of irrationality. Xiao Linlin, who was skilled in medicine, quickly diagnosed. This is a symptom of excessive use of abilities. Hurry and take him home. Let Hong Yun and his woman take care of him. Gu Jia was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen such a situation. Xiao Linlin explained it to her. Gu Jia and her 7 female team members felt their heads buzzing. They thought, if excessive use of abilities required them to have relations with their abilities to eliminate side effects, wouldn't that mean they would have to do the same? The key was that they didn't have any men right now. Hurry up. Xiao Linlin injected a sedative into Duke and urged them on. Seeing that Duke's emotions had calmed down somewhat, Gu Jia quickly carried him to his home to find Hong Yun and Duke's new woman. Duke was taken care of by his woman for a full day and night before he finally woke up on the 3rd day. During those 3 days, Gao Feng was not idle either. He was hastily converting the spoils of this battle into his own ability cultivation. Zhang Yuxue had produced 6 million artificial essence. Wu Mingting, who was skilled in purifying abilities, was only at black iron level 3 at the time, and the maximum quantity she could purify at once was 3,000. To purify 6 million artificial essence, she would need to overdraw her ability at least 2,000 times. Upon hearing this terrifying number, Wu Mingting fainted in shock. Although it felt great to be close to Gao Feng, the thought of needing to do it thousands of times in a short period made her feel like she would die. After all, people are not machines. After discussing with Yi Huimin, Gao Feng decided to directly enhance Wu Mengting's ability to the highest possible level. On the first day, Gao Feng boosted Wu Mengting's ability level to bronze level 1 in one go. As a result, Wu Mingting expended a lot of physical strength, but only rested for 6 hours before recovering. However, her purification limit jumped from 3,000 to 90,000 at once. Yes, 90,000. At black iron level, every time Wu Mingting leveled up, she only increased by 1,000. But once she reached bronze level, her purification quantity increased tenfold. Gao Feng then boosted Wu Mengting's ability level to bronze level 6 in one go. The reason he didn't boost it to bronze level 8 like his own was mainly because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to help Wu Mingting eliminate the side effects of her abilities later on. After all, Gao Feng was currently Wu Mengting's remedy. He couldn't allow other men to help Wu Mingting eliminate her side effects. Being 2 small realms lower than Gao Feng was almost the limit of Wu Mengting's ability enhancement. Nevertheless, even so, before Duke woke up, Wu Mingting's single purification limit had reached as high as 140,000. With 6 million essence, she would only need 43 purifications to complete it. Although this number was still large, it was now manageable. Wu Mingting performed 10 consecutive maximum purifications, completing the purification of 1 per million artificial essence. Gao Feng then, under the care of 20 personal maids led by Murong Qingxue and Dongfang Ziyu, broke through to silver level 1. Wu Mengting's ability was then further raised to bronze level 9. Her single purification limit directly reached 170,000. The remaining 5 million essence would only require 27 times. 3 days after Duke woke up, Gao Feng finally broke through to silver level 2. His spatial sensing range officially reached 20,000 meters. At this point, once Gao Feng activated his spatial sensing, he felt as if he were a deity surveying ordinary people. This greatly boosted his confidence. He had an impulse to make everyone within his sensing range worship him. This was the first time he had developed ambition since the apocalypse. At the same time, members of Gao Feng's core team, having assisted in his ability breakthrough, also experienced a wave of intense ability enhancement. Their ability levels had generally been raised to the bronze realm. However, the 8 core women of the Jiangnan team responsible for patrolling Haicheng community had not improved their cultivation. creating a stark contrast with the 10 women of Gao Feng. The lowest cultivation level among Gao Feng's 10 women was bronze level 1, while Gu Jia and her 8 members were still at black iron level 1, with Gu Jia as the team leader. This made the relationships among the team members somewhat delicate. Gu Jia and her 7 sisters couldn't help but think that they might as well improve their abilities too. But when Gu Jia inquired about the process of ability enhancement, she was stunned. Chapter 130. The nemesis of ability side effects is found. Gu Jia never dreamed that her team members' ability enhancements were all due to assisting Gao Feng's cultivation. This realization abruptly ended Gu Jia and her 7 sisters' desires to advance their abilities together. After all, they were not the kind of frivolous women who would sleep with men just to enhance their abilities. However, the desire of Gu Jia and the others to enhance their abilities was communicated to Gao Feng through her team members, as these women occasionally accompanied Gao Feng. Especially since Gao Feng had recently been focused on improving his abilities, he had nearly activated over 200 women around him to orderly serve him under Yi Huimin's command. Normally, upon learning of Gu Jia's thoughts, Gao Feng would discuss it with Yi Huimin and then help Gu Jia and the others find suitable men to be with, providing them with essence to gradually break through. However, after Gao Feng broke through to silver level 2, his mindset completely changed. The terrifying sensation of being able to sense everything within a radius of 20,000 meters brought Gao Feng's mentality closer to that of a deity. Subconsciously, he was eager to make everyone within his sensing range submit to him and worship him. Therefore, after learning of Gu Jia and the others' thoughts, he took a mad action. He infused essence into Gu Jia's stomach from a distance. Gu Jia quickly fell into a frenzied state. Then, Gao Feng used his ability to pull her away. At that moment, Gu Jia lost all rationality upon seeing Gao Feng and directly pounced on him. A day later, Gu Jia and her 8 core female team members all had their ability levels raised to bronze level 1. However, whenever they mentioned or heard Gao Feng's name, they couldn't help but feel a mix of shame and anger. But it was too late to change anything. Yi Huimin sent over the schedule for Gu Jia and the other women's service, and although she was furious, she silently accepted it. However, this was just the beginning of Gao Feng's madness. His desire to become a deity, once it began to grow, never extinguished. Thus, while favoring Ji Shaoqing, he had her do one thing: activate the ability of divine belief. After entering bronze level, Ji Shaoqing's ability gained a special function: sensory sharing. This function was originally meant to further promote the belief of her followers in their divine mother, as actions speak louder than words. Ji Shaoqing had tried to activate her sensory sharing ability while praying devoutly. Sure enough, her million followers sensed her pious state while praying simultaneously, and even the effectiveness of their prayers improved. Their hearts became more peaceful as well. However, at that moment, Gao Feng had Ji Shaoqing activate the second ability of the divine faith, which was sensory sharing. Almost simultaneously, while Ji Shaoqing was attending to Gao Feng, the beautiful women of Haicheng praying to the chest god immediately blushed. That night, over 200,000 beauties in Haicheng suffered from insomnia. They collectively had a night full of spring dreams. The feeling was as if they were awake yet still dreaming, but the memories were incredibly vivid. The next day, Ji Shaoqing woke up terrified, fearing that the chest god faith she had founded might collapse due to Gao Feng's mischievous actions. The next day, Gao Feng again asked Ji Shaoqing to serve him. He also requested her to perform sensory sharing. That night, 500,000 people suffered from insomnia. However, these insomniacs became even more devout followers of the chest god the next day. In fact, the scale of the chest god faith even expanded further. On the third day, Ji Shaoqing discovered that the number of followers had directly increased to over 2 million. The reason for this effect, after discussing with familiar followers, was that these sisters had experienced a strange dream over the last 2 nights. In the dream, they were favored by the celestial deity, and the pleasure was tenfold or even 100-fold greater than being with any man. After realizing this, Ji Shaoqing felt numb. She felt her worldview had shattered. It should be noted that she founded the chest god faith with great sincerity. Although the name of the faith was a bit odd, it was still acceptable since it was limited to women. However, she never expected that Gao Feng's prank, while favoring her, could simultaneously affect hundreds of thousands of people. That was too terrifying and too evil. Ji Shaoqing wanted to talk to Gao Feng about this and ask him not to do it again. But she thought that men were all lustful, and if she brought it up, he might become even more excited, so it was better not to say anything. Thus, she went to find the young mistress, Yi Huimin. She believed that Yi Huimin would be understanding. However, after hearing her out, Yi Huimin's eyes lit up. She suddenly grabbed Ji Shaoqing's hand and asked, "Have you asked the master about his feelings afterward?" Ji Shaoqing was taken aback and confused. "What?" Yi Huimin replied earnestly. "I mean, after the master favored you, did he go seek someone else?" Ji Shaoqing shook her head. No, after he played around with me for a while. He just held me to sleep, and he seemed to sleep more deeply than before. Yi Huimin immediately furrowed her brows. After a long pause, she suddenly said with delight, Xiaoqing, you might have achieved something big this time. Do you know? You may have found a way for the master to quickly eliminate negative effects. Moreover, it's the kind that has no negative effects, something very mysterious that I can't quite explain. Ji Xiaoqing still felt dazed. She felt like she understood, but also didn't understand. She wanted to ask more. Yi Huimin suddenly pulled her to find Gao Feng. When Gao Feng asked why they were there, Yi Huimin directly told him to go to the bedroom. As soon as they entered, Yi Huimin instructed Ji Xiaoqing to take off her clothes, and she quickly followed suit. For the first time, Gao Feng was completely bewildered as he was pushed down by two women. While Yi Huimin had Ji Xiaoqing activate sensory sharing, she began to pray to the chest god herself. Immediately, the feeling of being favored by the celestial deity, as Ji Xiaoqing described, descended upon them. After a simple experiment, Yi Huimin asked Gao Feng about his feelings. Gao Feng awkwardly smiled and said, It's fine, isn't it normal? Of course. He couldn't tell Yi Huimin that every time Ji Xiaoqing prayed, he could simultaneously see all the beautiful women of the chest god faith praying as well, and even gain their perspectives. However, he didn't lack for beautiful women, so these perspectives had never been particularly useful to him. He just found the feeling amusing. Of course, after Ji Xiaoqing activated sensory sharing, the feeling of being favored seemed completely different. He felt like he truly became a deity, almost like a god descending. That feeling was incredibly mysterious, and he couldn't quite articulate it. Yi Huimin shot Gao Feng a look and said, I don't know about your normal feelings, but I do know that just now, while I was praying on the side, I also experienced the feeling of being favored by you. Xiaoqing told me that every time you favor her like this, hundreds of thousands of praying women from the chest god faith will sense it simultaneously. Brother, tell me the truth. Do you not want to seek anyone else after favoring Xiaoqing each time? Gao Feng nodded. Indeed, ever since he played sensory sharing with Ji Xiaoqing, the number of times he favored other women had drastically decreased, and he didn't have many thoughts in that regard anymore. Seeing Gao Feng nod, Yi Huimin smiled. However, she didn't plan to spend too much time explaining this matter. She only requested that every time Ji Xiaoqing served Gao Feng, she must be on the list. Moreover, she arranged for other women serving Gao Feng that day not to go directly to his room, but to pray in their own rooms. The next day, Yi Huimin went to ask each of them, and sure enough, every woman felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Gao Feng had only spent 4 hours favoring Ji Xiaoqing, and then he began a long sleep lasting 10 hours. Furthermore, he had no thoughts in that regard throughout the entire day. The key was that when he tried to absorb essence again, he found he could absorb it without limits, with no negative effects at all. Yi Huimin never expected that Ji Xiaoqing's sensory sharing could restrain the negative effects of his abilities. This was terrifying. Ji Xiaoqing's value was even more frightening than that of Wu Mengting, who possessed purification abilities. After confirming all this, Yi Huimin immediately informed Gao Feng. Gao Feng was completely stunned, thinking to himself, I just wanted to play a prank. What a ridiculous thing had actually happened. Did that mean that every time he favored Ji Xiaoqing over the past few days, he was actually favoring hundreds of thousands of beauties in Haicheng? This was a bit too outrageous. However, Yi Huimin reminded Gao Feng, Brother, don't dwell on that. Since you've broken through your bottleneck, let's quickly absorb essence. If we make good use of this feature, it's not impossible for us to control the entire Haicheng. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng's eyes lit up. After all, he was eager to become a deity. That underlying desire had been tormenting him, but he had no concrete method. If Yi Huimin said he could control the entire Haicheng, wouldn't that mean he was walking as a deity among men? Chapter 131. Remote control of beautiful dogs. Yi Huimin's discovery quickly led to even more astonishing developments. After Gao Feng found that the negative effects of his abilities had disappeared, he tried to directly absorb artificial essence again. As a result, 100 grains had no reaction. 1,000 grains also had no reaction. Later, even 10,000 grains had no reaction. Gao Feng was shocked to discover that the negative effects had completely vanished. He almost absorbed all the artificial essence he had produced last time in one go. As a result, there were still no negative effects. Gao Feng was so excited that he felt numb. Immediately, he activated his spatial perception and began to extend a terrifying space within a radius of 20,000 meters. He was constantly searching for the bodies of ability users. The Silver Level 2 spatial perception ability was incredibly sharp. Even if they were buried underground and covered by 4 meters of ice, he could still easily find them. After 3 hours, Gao Feng returned with 100 bodies. Jiang Yuxue and the other women saw that it was easy to get started again, and they quickly began to produce again. Another 6 million essence particles were created. Gao Feng did not let Wu Mengting purify them this time, and directly started absorbing them. 100,000 particles were fine. 200,000, still fine. He absorbed 1,000,000 particles in one breath, and it was still fine. It wasn't until Gao Feng absorbed 4,000,000 artificial essence particles that he finally experienced the violent side effects of his abilities again. Upon hearing that Gao Feng was experiencing side effects once more, Yi Huimin immediately had Ji Xiaoqing attend to him. She ordered all of Gao Feng's women to begin respectfully praying to the goddess of breasts. 5 hours later, the side effects of Gao Feng's abilities disappeared. All the women felt as if they had experienced a passionate love affair, with no discomfort at all. They even secretly hoped to stay in this dream for a longer time. Ji Xiaoqing herself felt very comfortable, stating that she could attend to Gao Feng at any time. Of course, apart from Gao Feng, she had no feelings for any other men at all. It was a very strange feeling, unclear and inexplicable, but definitely profound. Meanwhile, almost all the beautiful women participating in the goddess of breasts cult in Haicheng began thinking of various ways to reject the advances of the men around them. Affection was out of the question. Gao Feng naturally did not know any of this. After resting well, he continued to search for the bodies of ability users within a radius of 20,000 meters. A radius of 20,000 meters means a diameter of 40,000 meters, which is equivalent to a quarter of the size of Haicheng. This area is very large. If it weren't for Gao Feng's increasingly sharp spatial sensing speed, it would have been impossible for him to search such a large space in a short time, even with 100,000 people. Completing a search in such a vast area in a short time would be a monumental project. However, after entering Silver Level 3, Gao Feng took just 1 hour to retrieve another 100 corpses from a distance. Without saying a word, Jiang Yuxue and the others continued to mass-produce essence particles. And soon another 600 million artificial essence particles were created. Before they finished, Gao Feng quickly brought back another 100 ability user corpses. Soon after, he brought back a third batch. Gao Feng retrieved 10 batches in one go, and finally could no longer find any ability user corpses within a radius of 20,000 meters. Jiang Yuxue and the others had already produced 3 batches of artificial essence particles, totaling 1,800,000 artificial essence particles, equivalent to 9 million essence particles. This was already double the 4 million essence particles needed for Gao Feng to break through to Silver Level 4. Gao Feng was now free from side effects and immediately began to further his cultivation. He absorbed the artificial essence particles without any reservations, quickly absorbing over 80 billion artificial essence particles. Finally, Gao Feng completed the breakthrough once more. However, this time, after his breakthrough, he experienced side effects from his abilities again. Although very weak, he could still clearly feel that the side effect reduction effect brought by Ji Xiaoqing's sensory sharing could no longer completely eliminate his side effects. Gao Feng ultimately chose to spend less than 1 million essence particles to raise Ji Xiaoqing's ability level to bronze level 9. He found that the holy state and pure heart state reappeared. However, this time, Gao Feng did not continue to absorb essence particles to increase his cultivation. After breaking through to Silver Level 4, he clearly felt that after merging with Ji Xiaoqing, his spatial sensing, under the influence of Ji Xiaoqing's divine belief, strengthened the connection with the believers of the goddess of breasts. Gao Feng could not only clearly sense what was happening within a 10-meter radius of the other person, but could also hear their thoughts. It even seemed like he could communicate with them telepathically. Even more terrifying was that this time Gao Feng clearly sensed that he could also retrieve items from a distance within the sensing radius of the other person. After confirming this, Gao Feng was extremely excited. If he could do this, wouldn't he be able to manage ability users from an even greater distance? Moreover, they would be beautiful ability users. Gao Feng tried once, sending a message to a female believer in the northern district of Haicheng, who was a full 30 kilometers away. Hello, I am the goddess of breasts. I have heard your sincere prayers. As a gesture of gratitude to a fated person, I will bless you and elevate your ability level to Black Iron Level 3. After saying this, Gao Feng immediately attempted to retrieve an object from a distance and succeeded. He did not absurdly pull the person to his side, but instead used the method of retrieving objects to place some essence particles into her stomach. This female believer immediately began to experience side effects. Naturally, Gao Feng could not let her find a man nearby to alleviate the side effects. He immediately began to relieve her side effects from a distance through Ji Xiaoqing. After enjoying the divine favor, this female believer indeed found her ability level had increased by 2. Originally, she only regarded the goddess of breasts as a spiritual support in the apocalypse. But she was instantly excited and prayed earnestly to the goddess of breasts again. Her prayer changed as well. The believer recited, "Dear goddess of breasts, my beloved man and husband, your loyal believer and wife Wang Yanyan, once again sincerely prays to you, hoping you will often grant your grace. To repay your blessings, I will seize control of my team and make everyone believe in the goddess of breasts." At first, This was nothing special. But then Wang Yinyan actually went out and stabbed the team leader who had been pursuing her to death. When the 20-member team tried to resist her, she killed 3 of them one after another with her fierce knife skills. In the end, she forced the entire team to submit to her, a single woman. Gao Feng then realized that Wang Yinyan had awakened her mastery of knife skills. She was a martial arts performer specializing in the paired knives. And after her ability was raised to Black Iron level 3, she no longer had any disadvantages in strength, making her invincible. After Wang Yinyan took control of the team, she immediately led all the ability users in her team to pray and make offerings to the goddess of breasts. Gao Feng was completely stunned. He knew that most of the ability users in her team were male. He thought to himself, how would I bless them in the future? Wouldn't the men also be able to sense that they had received divine favor? Gao Feng's mood instantly soured. However, this time, the remote management of ability users was considered a success. In Chapter 132, Beautiful Dog Snowball, after Wang Yinyan led the team in prayer, a surprising situation occurred that delighted Gao Feng. The range of his spatial sensing began to expand little by little. Once they completed their prayers, the sensing radius maintained at about 300 meters. However, when Wang Yinyan prayed alone, it seemed to have no effect. To reward Wang Yinyan, Gao Feng remotely rewarded her with some essence particles and indulged her once more from a distance. Fortunately, there was no scene of a bunch of men enjoying themselves. After activating his spatial sensing and carefully observing, Gao Feng discovered that even if Wang Yinyan's subordinates prayed after her, they would first transform into strands of thought power, gathering around Wang Yinyan before transmitting that thought power through her prayer. In other words, Wang Yinyan herself was a thought power tower. Other individuals who did not meet the recruitment criteria of the goddess of breasts cult needed to rely on her to complete their prayers, otherwise it would be ineffective. It was clear that the goddess of breasts cult, founded by Ji Shaoqing, had significant limitations in developing its followers. Gao Feng was destined to be a niche deity, as beautiful women were a scarce resource, and the number could not expand too much. Gao Feng noticed that many believers coming to join the goddess of breasts cult had already lowered their standards, as long as there was no particularly outstanding woman. They would be classified as meeting the criteria for beauty. While observing Wang Yinyan's team, Gao Feng also continued to retrieve the bodies of ability users from a distance and directly transferred them to Jiang Yushue's team to produce artificial essence particles. He found that remotely controlling beautiful women with abilities could yield quite a few bodies of other ability users, even more conveniently than searching nearby. The only hassle was that he had to retrieve items one by one from a distance. Although there were plenty of resources, Gao Feng still felt particularly exhausted. He thought that if he could shepherd these resources through prayer and transport them to his own space, it would be perfect. However, Gao Feng wasn't a greedy person. Although it was slightly imperfect, being able to gather resources from such a distance was already quite good. Gao Feng continued to find beautiful women to remotely shepherd, and each encountered a roughly similar situation. After their abilities were enhanced, they directly seized control of their teams. Following a fierce battle, several ability users were killed. With this round, Gao Feng directly obtained dozens of ability user bodies. Thus, Gao Feng remotely raised 10 beautiful women, formed 10 small teams, and harvested a substantial batch of resources. Sitting at home, he didn't even need to move, yet he continuously received large amounts of artificial essence. Seeing that this method was quite profitable, he simply continued with it the next day. After 10 days, Gao Feng had completed the shepherding of over 100 beautiful women and obtained more than 600 ability user bodies. The resources obtained directly from shepherding could produce over 30 million units of artificial essence. Even at half the effectiveness, he would still have 15 million essence, which was enough for Gao Feng to upgrade to silver level 6. Originally, Gao Feng was worried that with the enhancement of ability levels this time, even with Ji Shaoqing's assistance, it wouldn't be easy to eliminate the negative effects. However, he was surprised to discover that although the negative effects didn't dissipate as quickly as they had with Ji Shaoqing's assistance, they only extended the time slightly. Analyzing it, Gao Feng realized that these days, the only way to enhance the ability of the beautiful women was this method. He immediately thought about finding more beautiful women. Using another 3 days, he shepherded over 100 more beautiful women. Of course, he didn't shortchange them. He raised their cultivation to Black Iron level 3. They became the masters of their own teams and changed their way of living. As a result, Gao Feng obtained even more resources. But that wasn't the key point. The key was that Gao Feng discovered that as the cultivation of his beautiful subordinates increased, the efficiency of eliminating his negative effects also improved. Even better, as he cultivated these 300 beautiful women, sporadic enemies began to appear, all wanting to take control of the teams led by these beautiful leaders, hoping for a double benefit. Wang Yinyan's team was the first to be attacked. Her opponent was a team of 40 ability users. Although she was at Black Iron level 3 and the opposing leader was only at Black Iron level 1, the difference in numbers was too great. Wang Yanyan was at a loss. She had no choice but to pray for help from the goddess of breasts. She considered herself to have communicated with the goddess and been blessed. Hence, she was quite confident about this prayer. Gao Feng naturally did not disappoint her and communicated with her again. Wang Yanyan immediately promised Gao Feng, great goddess of breasts, if you can turn this misfortune into fortune for me this time, I will definitely gather more followers for you in the future. Gao Feng directly transmitted a voice saying, Wang Yanyan, if you can help me expand my followers by 10 times and concentrate the flesh and blood of your enemies as tributes for my blessing, I will grant you the strength of Black Iron level 9 this time. If you are sincere, I can also send angels to assist you when you encounter strong enemies in the future. Wang Yanyan was overjoyed upon hearing this. How could she refuse? Moreover, she had already regarded Gao Feng, the great goddess, as her man. In recent days, receiving the favor of the divine had made her extremely happy. Hearing such reassuring words made her even more at ease. She immediately promised, Great goddess, rest assured, I will definitely follow your orders. In the future, whatever you command, I will obey. I only hope that the great goddess will bless me daily, and I will be very happy. Gao Feng smiled. Immediately, he helped Wang Yanyan enhance her cultivation from a distance, then bestowed divine favor upon her. Wang Yanyan immediately let out a piercing scream in the prayer room. The little brothers outside were dumbfounded. Each one gritted their teeth and said, Boss Wang is really wasteful, clearly so seductive, screaming so loudly. Yet she plays with herself and doesn't he let us help. Suddenly, one little brother said, That's not entirely true. Boss Wang just rose to power. She was just a woman pursued by the previous leader, and we aren't her confidants. As long as we perform well, who knows? We might become honored guests in the future. Once this was said, the other little brother's eyes lit up. This made sense. What use is it for a woman to lead a group of men if she is only strong? If we all become in-laws, who can compare to our unity? Someone else said, This time, let us perform well. As long as we show enough masculine spirit, Boss Wang, being a woman, will definitely have her heart fluttering. As long as one of us rises to power, with men above and women below, over time, it won't just be about the bed. We might even become the new boss. Hee hee. Everyone chuckled lewdly. They had been listening outside for over 3 hours. After another 6 hours, Wang Yanyan finally walked out, her body exuding a charming and flirtatious aura. The little brothers looked on with even more envy, feeling that sooner or later, Wang Yanyan would be unable to resist becoming intimate with one of them. However, as soon as Wang Yanyan arrived, she immediately ordered a counterattack. The little brothers were all astonished. They thought to themselves, Boss Wang, you just went through all that. Is 6 hours enough for a rest? Yet, Wang Yanyan was very insistent. She immediately led a team of 20 to launch an attack on the 40-person team surrounding them. As soon as the battle started, Wang Yanyan wielded a saber, her figure graceful, and where the blade passed, blood flowed like water. She charged straight into the center of the 40-person team, turning the tables and causing the 40 to struggle to defend themselves, let alone surround her. This shocking scene not only terrified their opponents, but also left her subordinates trembling. They thought, this woman, who was screaming so joyfully inside, is now killing with such ferocity on the battlefield. She is simply ridiculously strong. However, they could never have imagined that while everyone else was unaware of how to upgrade their abilities, Wang Yanyan had directly risen to Black Iron level 9 simply by believing in the goddess. Now, when she fought, it was like a giant battling a helpless infant. Gao Feng felt an immense excitement from dozens of miles away as he sensed Wang Yanyan's success. With this round, he could collect quite a few bodies of ability users. But that wasn't the key point. The key was that Wang Yanyan was a beautiful woman. The more famous she became, the more people would be unwilling to accept her, and time and again, countless ability users would perish at her hands. However, who could know that Wang Yanyan was just one of the beautiful women Gao Feng was shepherding? This beautiful woman, due to her looks, would continue to snowball in this apocalypse. And when Wang Yanyan could no longer roll the snowball, Gao Feng would give her a push from behind. With this harvesting method, Gao Feng operated in the same way with the remaining 300 beautiful women, practically able to sit at home and reap the world. Just thinking about it was extremely satisfying. With this in mind, Gao Feng also enhanced the cultivation of several beautiful women facing enemies, helping them improve their harvesting abilities and courage. Chapter 133, Discovering the second spatial ability user after finishing the task of raising the beautiful women. Gao Feng prepared to rest with Yi Huimin. It had been quite a busy day. He hadn't even had time to listen to Yi Huimin dealing with matters in the Hongyan community. However, just as he fell asleep at 4 in the morning, suddenly, Gao Feng felt someone calling out to him from afar. He immediately opened his eyes and indeed saw, 50 miles away, in a villa area of the eastern district of Haicheng, a stunning woman who was continuously praying and calling for him. The woman pleaded, "Great Lord of the Chest God, I, your believer Lin Xiaoxiao, request that you communicate with me as soon as possible. There is a tyrannical thug living across from me, who, relying on his ample food supply and a gun, forces me to be his female slave and wants to violate me. I have been blessed by you, Great Lord, with a black iron level 9 ability, but he not only has a gun but also a spatial ability. Although my ability is higher, I cannot harm him at all, and when I approach him, I feel an imminent sense of danger to my life." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng was both surprised and delighted. He didn't expect that someone like him had also awakened a spatial ability. He also felt a sense of fear. He knew the potential for developing spatial abilities. If the opponent, like himself, had mastered the method for upgrading their abilities, they could potentially become invincible. Even if he possessed the same ability, he might not be able to cope. He couldn't just hope that the other dimension he connected with was stronger than the opponent's. Gao Feng immediately considered sending someone to personally eliminate this spatial ability user. The saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. How could such an absurd ability user be allowed to exist in this world? He quickly sought Ji Xiaoqing, asking her to activate her sensory sharing ability. Soon, with Ji Xiaoqing's help, Gao Feng was able to establish contact with Lin Xiaoxiao. He spoke to her from afar. "Please describe your enemy's situation in detail." Lin Xiaoxiao was extremely excited to hear that the chest god was personally communicating with her. Of course, she couldn't help but be excited. The state of their communication itself was a blessing from the gods. Lin Xiaoxiao's responses were almost instinctive, and she couldn't even lie. She said, "The thug across from me is named Xiao Rui. He is a rich second-generation heir who, before the apocalypse, spent 200 million to transform his luxurious villa into an apocalypse fortress. My brother, Lin Ju Feng, is the head of a decoration company, and I am a designer at this company. My family lives next door to his villa, so I designed a house for him." It seems that Xiao Rui knew the apocalypse was coming early and hoarded a lot of supplies. The key point is that he has a spatial ability, and all his supplies are stored in another space. After the apocalypse began, he has been holed up in his place, only enjoying teasing me, saying that I am only worth a sausage, and that as long as I follow him, he will let me eat countless sausages. When I refused, he had other ability users from the same community come after me, and my door was smashed in. If it weren't for the blessing of the chest god that enhanced my abilities, I would probably be in grave danger by now. That Xiao Rui is extremely vile. He even shot out my windows, and my house is freezing. Although I am an ability user and not afraid of the cold, it is still concerning to sleep at night, and I worry about getting sick. I fought off others and wanted to confront Xiao Rui, but his front door is too sturdy. I still can't break through his titanium alloy door. Moreover, Xiao Rui has a gun and that thing called Void Slash, which can attack me from a distance. I almost got captured by him before, but I estimate that he will soon take the initiative to attack me. Furthermore, he suspects that I have upgraded my ability and wants to find a way to upgrade his ability from me. Gao Feng was stunned. His heart raced with excitement. The Void Slash had appeared. If he could obtain it, wouldn't his offensive methods increase? Other ability users could only cultivate essence from corpses, but he wondered if a user with the same attribute could pull off something different. Gao Feng thought, if he could directly absorb the other person's spatial ability, he might gain a new spatial ability. After all, human imagination is limited. Although Gao Feng believed that as long as one has enough imagination, new spatial abilities can be developed, he truly couldn't imagine how to develop the Void Slash. Moreover, he couldn't seek help from Yi Huimin for developing such personal abilities. If he could take it directly from Xiao Rui, that would be fantastic. Moreover, Xiao Rui was indeed asking for death by targeting his woman. After communicating with Lin Xiaoxiao for a while, Gao Feng immediately decided to send someone over. As the saying goes, heaven grants but does not take, one suffers for it. However, Gao Feng didn't fully trust Lin Xiaoxiao. Although he had favored her from afar many times, it could never compare to true physical intimacy. At least, that's how Gao Feng judged it in his heart. It was hard to say how loyal Lin Xiaoxiao was to his illusionary chest god. Therefore, he prepared to send Murong Qingxue, who had upgraded her ability to bronze level 9, to test Xiao Rui's methods. Normally, as a martial arts master and having awakened a martial arts proficiency ability, Murong Qingxue's combat power would absolutely crush Xiao Rui. However, Xiao Rui had awakened a spatial ability. Gao Feng, being of the same ability type, naturally understood its power. Even if it was only black iron level 1, if Murong Qingxue wasn't careful, there was a chance she could be caught off guard. After all, no matter how powerful Murong Qingxue was, she was still a close combat ability user. Gao Feng called Murong Qingxue, who was waiting nearby, and whispered to her, "I want you to act as an angel now. Later, you will help one of my believers deal with a troublesome enemy. But be careful, this person has a spatial ability called Void Slash, which can attack you from a distance. However, I must say, that is not the scariest part. The most terrifying part is his Void Gate. This thing seems to be just a portal for collecting items, but if you accidentally step inside, even with your bronze level 9 ability, you could die in under 2 seconds. Murong Qingxue listened to Gao Feng's advice, who seemed to be worried about her safety, and couldn't help but show a joyful expression. Her beautiful, watery eyes looked at Gao Feng with a sparkle as she said, I understand your concern for me, and it makes me happy. However, since I know he has a spatial gate, I won't let him succeed. Do you know that there is a technique in martial arts called hidden weapons? I've been working on a flying needle technique recently, precisely to deal with long-range attackers. Now that I am at bronze level 9, my flying needles can pierce through a steel door from 100 meters away, just as accurately as a handgun. However, my myriad flower rain technique can attack multiple targets simultaneously, unlike a machine gun. Even if Xiao Rui has a spatial gate, knowing in advance, I can test him with flying needles. How can an inexperienced fool like him, who doesn't understand martial arts, deal with me? Gao Feng nodded repeatedly at Murong Qingxue's words. However, upon hearing her refer to Xiao Rui as an inexperienced fool, he blushed a little. Although he had learned martial arts from Murong Qingxue for a few days, he was still an outsider. Nevertheless, he felt completely reassured about Murong Qingxue's mission. He immediately communicated with Lin Xiaoxiao, then used his ability to teleport Murong Qingxue directly in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. Chapter 134. Murong Qingxue shows her might. Xiao Rui flees in panic as soon as Murong Qingxue appeared in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. She immediately startled her. The powerful aura of Murong Qingxue's ability nearly made Lin Xiaoxiao feel breathless. Moreover, Murong Qingxue exuded a martial artist's heroism, although she was also an incredibly beautiful lady. When she glanced up, there was a sharp, killing intent in her eyes. She was there to kill and fight, so her aura was not concealed. Additionally, she intended to give Lin Xiaoxiao a show of strength. Lin Xiaoxiao was so frightened that she was nearly drenched in sweat. She regarded the suddenly appearing Lin Xiaoxiao as an angel sent by the chest god. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly knelt and said, Angel above, believer Lin Xiaoxiao greets you. After saying this, she knocked her head 3 times. Murong Qingxue smiled faintly, reached out to lift Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate chin, raised her small face, and said with a smile, What a beauty! No wonder the chest god sent me specifically to help you. Well, tell me, since Xiao Rui has always been thinking about you, did you manage to keep your innocence before your abilities improved? Lin Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly changed. It seemed she had something difficult to say. She knew that since she had received the chest goddess favor, if she were to have an affair with someone else, she would definitely be blamed. Seeing that she did not answer, Murong Qingxue immediately realized there must be hidden circumstances. But since she was Gao Feng's woman and the head maid serving him closely, she certainly needed to clarify these private matters. Otherwise, helping a not-so-pure woman commit murder, even if successful, would raise suspicions of being used. At that time, wouldn't both she and Gao Feng become a joke? After considering this, Murong Qingxue casually pulled over a chair, sat down steadily, and waited to hear Lin Xiaoxiao explain. Lin Xiaoxiao pondered for a long time, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Finally, she said cautiously, Actually, I haven't lost my innocence. It's just that after the apocalypse, I had some back and forth with Xiao Rui using video. There were some inappropriate words, but this person is too perverted and insisted that I pay with a sausage. Actually, it's the apocalypse now, and I don't have much food stored. At that time, I thought, if Xiao Rui doesn't go overboard, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't continue. Murong Qingxue nodded lightly. She didn't say much. Right or wrong was not something she could judge. She knew that Gao Feng would decide how to handle these words when he heard them. As long as it wasn't really about losing her innocence, that was fine. As for what thoughts she had before, that was not so important. After all, Gao Feng currently had more than 200 women. If you count the followers of the chest god, the women blessed and favored, it would be over 1 million. Those who have been favored multiple times, aren't they willing to be continuously blessed by Gao Feng because they have their own thoughts? These women are both beautiful and thoughtful. Many smart people know that since Gao Feng, this chest god, can bestow blessings from afar, he is likely an extraordinary ability user. This has led to the fact that after being blessed and favored, the followers of the chest god not only did not decrease, but actually increased significantly. This is what is called clinging to a big leg. Murong Qingxue, who has always been by Gao Feng's side and is also one of the followers of the chest god, naturally understands this easily. If Lin Xiaoxiao only said some sweet words and dressed herself up as a delicate white lotus, Murong Qingxue would not believe her at all. Gao Feng listened to the conversation between the 2 women from afar. He did not express any opinions on Lin Xiaoxiao's words, but he became more and more appreciative of Murong Qingxue. This woman had previously remained inconspicuous among his many women, yet turned out to be a martial arts master and had awakened her martial arts expertise. Now that she had just gone out to help him, she was so cautious and meticulous. Gao Feng even began to consider making Murong Qingxue his right-hand woman. In the past, he did not dare to have such thoughts. After all, communication was inconvenient in this apocalypse. However, after experiencing Ji Xiaoqing's sensory sharing, Gao Feng discovered that sending capable subordinates out to develop was not inconvenient at all. Besides Gao Feng's own mobility not being particularly convenient, he could freely teleport other women. Even matters between men and women could be accomplished from a distance. These conveniences gave Gao Feng a brand new idea. After the two women finished their conversation, Murong Qingxue had Lin Xiaoxiao carefully recount Xiao Rui's methods, behavioral patterns, and personality traits in detail. Not only did Lin Xiaoxiao feel surprised, but Gao Feng also felt he gained a lot from listening. After Murong Qingxue finished, she smiled and said, "I thought Xiao Rui had some special methods. It turns out he is just an arrogant person with space abilities. Since that's the case, come with me to deal with Xiao Rui. Let's go." After Murong Qingxue finished speaking, she stood up and walked toward the villa door. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly followed. Just as the two were about to go out, Gao Feng suddenly transmitted a message to Murong Qingxue, saying, "There are people outside, be careful." It turned out he had sensed the surroundings within a radius of 200 meters around the two women through spatial perception. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingxue's figure shot to the door like lightning. Lin Xiaoxiao was startled, thinking Murong Qingxue was about to act recklessly. However, as soon as Murong Qingxue reached the door, she suddenly raised her hand, and a streak of silver light shot out. Immediately, there were a series of screams from outside the door. After a long while, Lin Xiaoxiao cautiously stepped outside and discovered that all 10 of Xiao Rui's ability user lackeys had been shot down by Murong Qingxue. Upon closer inspection, each person had a silver needle pierced through their foreheads, with less than a centimeter of the needle tip exposed on the surface of their skin. This fierce method was just like the female heroes portrayed in television shows. But while those were exaggerated, the actions of Lin Xiaoxiao just now were truly right in front of her. "Fairy, your skills are truly divine." Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim, giving Murong Qingxue a thumbs up. Meanwhile, inside the villa, which resembled an iron fortress, Xiao Rui was also activating his spatial perception, clearly sensing the situation of his lackeys being instantly killed by Murong Qingxue. After sensing, cold sweat drenched his t-shirt. He felt that the heating he had carefully constructed in his apocalypse shelter was becoming a bit oppressive, even a bit cold. He felt a chill to the bone. He thought that the beautiful Murong Qingxue was like a reaper come to take his life. Although he had spatial abilities, a space gate, and void slashes, his speed was too slow. He knew that no matter how sharp a knife was, if it couldn't reach the enemy's neck, it was just waiting to die. Xiao Rui felt that if he waited for the other party to come to his door, it would be like offering his neck for slaughter. Although Xiao Rui was reluctant to part with the apocalypse shelter he had painstakingly built, he was even less willing to die. However, thinking that he still had countless stored supplies hidden in his dimensional space, he immediately calmed down. He directly jumped out of the emergency escape exit of the shelter and, in midair, took out a snowmobile from the dimensional space. He immediately slammed the gas, and the vehicle roared, spitting out a blue flame as it shot out like an arrow. Just as Murong Qingxue and Lin Xiaoxiao stepped out of the villa, they saw a flurry of snow as Xiao Rui sped away from the neighborhood. Chapter 135. The Beautiful Ones Fall at the Feet of the Beautiful One. Xiao Rui escaped very decisively, without any hesitation. While riding the snowmobile at high speed, he used his spatial perception to sense what was behind him. However, his ability level was low, and the radius of his spatial perception was only 200 meters. After confirming that no one was pursuing him within that range, he relaxed and planned to find a random neighborhood in the East District to settle down. After all, he had spatial perception, so going anywhere was like walking on flat ground. Door locks meant nothing to him. As he passed a neighborhood, he sensed a beautiful woman whose looks were not inferior to Lin Xiaoxiao's and immediately smiled faintly. He thought to himself that being scared to death by a woman just now really undermined his dignity as a man. After all, he was a space ability user. Before the apocalypse, he was the second generation of a billionaire with assets worth $1 billion. He had never experienced such humiliation. Since Lin Xiaoxiao didn't know her place and had no fortune to enjoy the apocalypse with him, he would just find another one. A three-legged frog is hard to find, but a two-legged woman is not easy to find. Xiao Rui used spatial sensing to briefly scan the area around him. He found that there were no ability users nearby. After confirming it was safe, he quietly entered the building. This time, Xiao Rui decided not to use gentle methods anymore. She's just a woman, so he would go straight for it. Last time he was domineering with Lin Xiaoxiao, but he at least paid for a sausage. That stubborn woman would rather starve and go out to find food herself than accept it. It was simply detestable. If he hadn't been cautious and afraid to go out in the early days of the apocalypse, he would have already gotten Lin Xiaoxiao. This time, he would use force. No more dawdling. The longer he waited, the more dreams he would have. It had been a month and a half since the apocalypse began. Although he had gotten a few decent-looking women, none of them could be considered exceptional. Therefore, he simply played with them and then discarded them. Now that he encountered another exceptional beauty, he was determined to indulge himself this time. As Xiao Rui thought about this, he quickly walked to the door of the house. In his mind, he sensed the beauty's exquisite figure, voluptuous curves, fair skin, and stunning looks. The key was her charming eyes and graceful figure. She was simply a seductress. Xiao Rui's gaze heated up, and his body instantly ignited with desire. Click. Using the spatial door, Xiao Rui directly opened the door by unlocking it and barged in. He thought the beauty inside would be frightened and pale. Instead, she remained calm and serene, smiling at his arrival. Xiao Rui stared at the beauty, his heart racing. He thought, this woman is truly a peerless beauty. Could it be that she would take the initiative to submit to me? He stepped forward. Standing right in front of her, his burning eyes fixed on her enchanting face. The more he looked, the more heated he became, and the more he liked her. He opened his arms, ready to wrap them around her slim waist. However, just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Xiao Rui felt a chill run down his spine. As if his clothes were drenched by cold autumn rain. His back was instantly penetrated by countless tiny, cold objects. Then, to his horror, he discovered that everything below his chest had lost feeling. Even his sword, which had just emitted a sharp sound, was completely unperceived. Thud! Xiao Rui's body fell limply to the ground. He collapsed right in front of the beauty he had been longing for. His eyes were only 20 centimeters away from her delicate, moist toes. He could even smell her skin's fragrance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Rui's thoughts came to a halt. He didn't even have time to use his spatial abilities to sense anything before several steel needles were inserted into his head. Xiao Rui did not die. However, his body was completely immobilized by the steel needles. He couldn't wake up on his own. At this moment, Murong Qingshua's elegant and graceful figure appeared behind him. She stepped forward to check on Xiao Rui. Then, she made an O gesture in the air. In the next moment, Xiao Rui's body vanished into thin air. Following that, Murong Qingshua's figure also disappeared. The seductive beauty was now kneeling on the ground, her delicate body trembling as she prayed. Thank you, Lord Chess God. The believer is grateful for your salvation. If it weren't for the angels you sent, this time, the believer would have lost her purity. Lord Chess God, next time I pray, I hope you will bless me. The believer is also willing to become your woman. Lord Chess God, from now on, I will keep praying, waiting for your blessing. In the Nongguan district, within the Hongyun community, Gao Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. He didn't expect that by using the Eastern District beauty believer to escape, Xiao Rui not only got caught, but also won the heart of an exceptional beauty. Gao Feng originally didn't want to say much to this woman. However, since she was so sincere, he replied, then you wait here. I will punish this escaping demon first, and then I will come to bless you. Upon hearing this, the beauty was so excited that tears flowed down her face. This made Gao Feng even more curious about her. He really wanted to ask about her background, why she was alone in a room during the apocalypse, and why she was so excited to hear about blessings. However, Gao Feng didn't rush this matter. Instead, he quickly shifted his focus to Xiao Rui, who had just been taken from afar. After Murong Qingxue returned to Gao Feng, she didn't show any weakness like ordinary women would after being taken. She gently knelt in front of Gao Feng, looking at him with admiration. Sir, you are truly powerful. I thought this thief had already escaped. Thankfully, you helped me teleport in time. Otherwise, that beautiful sister might have been violated by this thief. Gao Feng chuckled, pinching Murong Qingshue's small face. You flatter me. A man like me being praised by you all makes it easy to get carried away. Don't do that next time. Murong Qingshuo smiled sweetly. Looking at the fallen Xiao Rui, what should we do about this thief? He almost harmed Sister Lin Xiaoxiao. I say we should just kill him. Gao Feng waved his hand. We can't kill him yet. This person has spatial abilities. I want to see if I can absorb the spatial abilities from him. Dead people cannot have their abilities absorbed. We've established that already. If it were an ordinary ability, it would be fine, but this time it's spatial abilities. And I want to try a different method. Qingxue, how long can your needle suffocation method last? Murong Qingxue replied, about 6 hours. If it lasts longer, he might die directly. Right now, he is almost like a vegetable. This method is a secret technique from the hidden weapon sect, called 6-ding suffocation. Gao Feng nodded. Then he and Murong Qingxue took Xiao Rui to find Xiao Linlin. When Xiao Linlin saw Gao Feng bringing in another body, she immediately prepared to operate. Gao Feng quickly stopped her. No, this is not a corpse. He is alive. Xiao Linlin frowned immediately, rolling her eyes at Gao Feng. Gao Feng, don't go too far. We have already reached our limits studying corpses. How can we study a living person? Gao Feng immediately recounted Xiao Rui's actions. However, Xia Linlin didn't believe him. Gao Feng had no choice but to bring Lin Xiaoxiao over to let her explain it to Xia Linlin in person. After a lengthy explanation, Xia Linlin's expression improved slightly. Alright, Ziwei, use your X-ray vision to see if you can discern the flow of his abilities within his body. Yes, Sister Linlin. Xia Linlin's assistant, Li Ziwei, immediately shot out strange purple light from her eyes, instantly seeing through Xiao Rui's body. Chapter 136. First X-ray of Xiao Rui. Li Ziwei looked for a while and quickly shook her head. However, beads of sweat had already appeared on her forehead. Clearly, she was very nervous. Li Ziwei knew that her task was very important. However, no matter how she urged her abilities, she could not achieve any results. In the end, when she shook her head, her delicate face had turned pale. Just as she was about to retreat, Xia Linlin stepped forward and grabbed her hand, saying, Ziwei, don't you want Gao Feng to pamper you more? Hurry up and make your demands. He needs your X-ray vision right now. With your current low ability level, you won't get many benefits. Hurry up and complain. Li Ziwei's face immediately flushed. She was a quiet and shy girl. How could she do such a thing? But, as Xia Linlin said, the reason why her X-ray vision is of low rank is indeed because she is not favored. Li Ziwei is just Xia Linlin's assistant. Moreover, she hasn't shown any special performance in front of Gao Feng, so she hasn't received much favor. Although she is also pretty and has a well-proportioned figure, she appears somewhat ordinary compared to Gao Feng's other women. Not only that, but when serving Gao Feng, she lacks any particular skill. Therefore, when serving Gao Feng, she usually just assists other beauties. To put it bluntly, she has always been a supporting character. Currently, Li Ziwei's ability level is the lowest among the women around Gao Feng. Li Ziwei's low ability level has even affected Xia Linlin's medical research. Although Xia Linlin verbally refused to cooperate with Gao Feng, she is actually eager to understand what abilities really are within the human body. However, her ability is medical expertise, not X-ray vision. Therefore, her impatience doesn't help. On the contrary, Li Ziwei, who has always been unambitious, unexpectedly awakened her X-ray vision. Everyone was surprised to see Li Ziwei blushing and speechless. The head maid, Morong Qingxue, quickly said, Sir, since Miss Xiaoxiao is here, why not let her serve you together with Sister Ziwei once? Gao Feng immediately nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao also looked delighted. Shy Li Ziwei instantly cast a grateful glance at Morong Qingxue. She genuinely appreciated Morong Qingxue because she knew that Gao Feng was not an ordinary person, and she truly didn't dare to serve Gao Feng alone, fearing that she might anger him. Soon, Gao Feng was in the nearby bedroom, receiving the service of the two women. The matters between men and women are not the key. Perhaps for Lin Xiaoxiao, this is the most important thing. After all, this is her first close encounter with the great deity Gao Feng. Therefore, she was very excited and put in a lot of effort during the service, ultimately leading to her being unable to get out of bed for 2 days. For Li Ziwei, it was more about enhancing her ability level. Gao Feng was equivalent to her medicine. As for the matters between men and women, they were just an extra reward. Both of them were not inexperienced, so Li Ziwei was not overly excited. However, she unexpectedly took the initiative to demonstrate a new skill of a room technique to Gao Feng, which caught his attention. This was not the main point. The main point is that Li Ziwei's ability level directly increased to bronze level 9. As a result, Li Ziwei's X-ray vision was able to see down to the molecular level. She was practically a human microscope with an infinitely magnified perspective. When she looked at Xiao Rui's body, she immediately sensed a subtle and continuous flow of energy circulating within the human body. However, she was not well versed in the arts and could only describe it simply. Xia Linlin, who truly understood medicine, was left confused after hearing this. In the end, Xia Linlin suddenly proposed to Gao Feng. Gao Feng, can't you bestow divine blessings and allow Ji Xiaoqing to share her senses? How about you try to see if Ji Xiaoqing can share Ziwei's X-ray vision ability with me? Just do it like this. Gao Feng was stunned, and his face darkened. He replied speechlessly, Xia Linlin, are you asking us to be your microscope? Xia Linlin pouted and said, why? Gao Feng, it's fine for you to indulge these beauties, but I can't use you as a beautiful doctor. If you don't want to, then forget it. After all, if the principles of abilities are researched out, it will only benefit you, the big lecher. Gao Feng glared and said, what nonsense are you talking about? If the principles of abilities are researched out, won't you also benefit? We all can enhance our cultivation. Xia Linlin scoffed. Gao Feng, don't give me that. The benefits of our enhancement are minimal. Once we grasp this, we can enhance our cultivation, dominate a region, and have countless heroes bow down and countless beauties submit. Gao Feng was speechless. He realized he couldn't win a verbal duel against Xia Linlin. Gao Feng angrily said, just wait. If you want me to be your microscope, fine. But you're not the master. If you want to see everything in Ziwei's eyes, you must also accept divine blessings. Humph. Let's see if you still act like this then. Xiao Linlin's face turned red. She had never accepted divine blessings before, although she was a member of the chest god sect. After hearing her assistant Li Ziwei and Yu Juanxia talk about divine blessings, she didn't dare to pray for blessings anymore. The reason is simple. She didn't want to fall head over heels for Gao Feng mindlessly. After all, Gao Feng was her man, but they had never got along well since they first met. Xiao Linlin didn't want to lose this bit of happiness. If it were like the other women, who spent every day cherishing Gao Feng, she wouldn't want that. But this time, it seemed she couldn't escape. Gao Feng chuckled mischievously and immediately had Murong Qingxue arrange for the women to prepare to form an effective human microscope so that Dr. Xiao Linlin could see the specific conditions inside Xiao Rui's body. In fact, it could be accomplished with just a few people coming together. It wasn't complicated. It's just that in the past, no one had ever thought of it this way. If it weren't for this time, it might have been impossible for anyone to think of playing this trick. Ji Shaoqing quickly arrived. Her sensory sharing was the core. Gao Feng, the chess god, naturally couldn't be left out. Another was Li Ziwei, who truly needed to share her skills. Xiao Linlin was also indispensable, as she was the one to receive the shared X-ray vision ability. As a result, when they tried it, it was indeed thrilling, but it didn't succeed. Everyone felt a bit dejected. Gao Feng teased Xiao Linlin a couple of times, almost making her cry out of anger. Gao Feng then had Murong Qingxue invite Yi Huimin over. She was the one with the ability to strategize. Yi Huimin smiled and said, "You can't do it this way. Shaoqing can share her senses. Brother can use Shaoqing to bestow divine blessings. This is already established experience. But sharing someone else's skills with another person has never been done before. Now we have solved the problem of Shaoqing being able to share her experience with Linlin. However, Shaoqing's experience is only the feeling of being favored by brother. She hasn't had her X-ray vision shared. Therefore, we need another person with the ability to share senses to share Ziwei's X-ray effect with Shaoqing." Everyone was stunned. Xiao Linlin frowned and said, "But we don't have such a person. It's all Gao Feng's fault. He usually gathers so many women. But now when we really need one, we lack someone with the ability to share senses." Gao Feng felt a bit embarrassed after being mocked by her. However, Yi Huimin chuckled and said, "Linlin, don't mess around. This is serious research. In fact, there is still a second woman with the ability to share senses beside brother." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, including Gao Feng, who looked at Yi Huimin in surprise. Chapter 137. The Birth of the Star Absorption Technique. Yi Huimin smiled and said, "That's me." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They truly didn't know what Yi Huimin's ability was. Gradually, the family members all knew that Gao Feng's ability was spatial, but they knew nothing about Yi Huimin. This young mistress, Gao Feng knew a bit, but he understood that Yi Huimin's ability was strategizing. This ability seemed to have no relation to sensory sharing at all. However, he couldn't ask publicly for details. After all, Yi Huimin was the young mistress. If she didn't maintain some mystery, how could others respect her? Gao Feng suddenly thought that if Yi Huimin could really share her sensations, that would be great. He could spoil her a bit more in the future. After all, he and Yi Huimin were the closest. Ji Shaoqing, while a good tool, had not gone through as much with him, and their feelings were ultimately shallower. Gao Feng's treatment of Yi Huimin was both harsh and affectionate. Although he claimed not to discuss feelings, the experiences they shared were, in fact, feelings. Some things couldn't be avoided. However, Gao Feng's current way of measuring feelings was very realistic, without all the illusory and pure affection. When Gao Feng heard that Yi Huimin could share sensations, he immediately wanted all the girls to work together to complete the research. By the way, Gao Feng could also enjoy this experience through multiple sensory sharing. At that moment, Xiao Linlin, who was opposing Gao Feng, suddenly said, "Gao Feng, since Minmin can share sensations alone, you won't be needed." Everyone was taken aback, clearly not reacting in time. Gao Feng felt something was off. Xiao Linlin smugly continued, "Since Minmin can share Ziwei's sensations with you, wouldn't it be more convenient to share directly with me?" She immediately pushed Gao Feng out, instinctively bringing Yi Huimin and Li Ziwei to start researching Xiao Rui again. Gao Feng thick-skinnedly walked back in, and they had already completed their observation of the ability cycle within Xiao Rui. Xiao Linlin said to Yi Huimin, "The source of this ability seems to be located at the center of the forehead, which is very close to the position of the snow poison essence in ordinary people. The ability emerges from the kidneys, which is why the side effects of the ability often lead to intense fluctuations in human desires. The ability ultimately flows through the blood and nerves of a person, corresponding to enhancing physical constitution." At this time, Murong Qingxue, who was guarding Gao Feng, suddenly showed a strange expression and asked, "Can I also try the shared perspective of the ability?" Yi Huimin smiled and said, "Of course. We are sisters. If you have any discoveries, just try." She immediately took Murong Qingshue's hand, and then Li Ziwei's hand. Moments later, Murong Qingshue's face showed shock. She exclaimed, "It's actually the Naiwen Palace. The Naiwen Palace from ancient immortal legends actually exists. If so, no wonder after my ability awakened. I felt as if I had divine assistance, and my martial arts improved significantly." Gao Feng, upon hearing this, became curious and quickly walked over, wrapping his arms around Murong Qingshue's slender waist, directly taking the center position. Other than Xiao Linlin, who liked to oppose Gao Feng and teased him a bit, the others were unbothered by their man's behavior. Xiao Linlin inquired, "In traditional Chinese medicine, there is also the concept of the Naiwen Palace, which is said to be the brain. The essence of a person's energy entering the kidneys is called Jing, and entering the Naiwen is called brain. Could it be that abilities are just a special kind of energy in the human body?" Murong Qingxue replied, "That's about right. Traditional martial arts often mention the circulation of the upper, middle, and lower dantians. The lower circulation explores the kidneys, while the upper circulation touches the Naiwen." The others listened in confusion. Murong Qingxue subconsciously looked at Gao Feng. Gao Feng smiled and kissed Murong Qingxue, saying, "Darling Schwer, quickly tell me, can this living ability be absorbed?" Murong Qingxue's face immediately turned red. She suddenly gave Gao Feng a bold move in public. Gao Feng's expression stiffened at once. Just as he was about to explode, Murong Qingxue said, "Since this ability is related to kidney essence, it might be possible to absorb the abilities of the opposite sex. Perhaps we can try it out. But for males, I'm not sure how to do it." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng was momentarily stunned. He even forgot to blame Murong Qingxue for teasing him. At that moment, his mind was filled with images of himself fighting Xiao Rui, which were quite unbearable, making him shiver. Gao Feng immediately picked up Murong Qingxue and left, throwing this mischievous girl onto the bed and giving her a stern lesson. However, just as Gao Feng was about to complete his affection for Murong Qingxue as usual, he suddenly trembled and was astonished to find that his ability was rapidly declining. The previously exhausted Murong Qingxue hugged his neck and laughed softly. "Sir, look, I absorbed your ability, right? I'll quickly return your ability, otherwise I'm going to break through to the silver level." Just a moment later, Gao Feng indeed felt the reduced ability flowing back from Murong Qingxue's body. Gao Feng was speechless. Murong Qingxue hurriedly apologized. "Sir, that was just a joke. In fact, our powers are too different. Even if I wanted to absorb your ability, I couldn't absorb much. If I had any ill intentions, you could easily kill me, and right now, I can't even use martial arts." Gao Feng chuckled and kissed Murong Qingxue's pretty face, but didn't pay much attention to it. He felt that he would soon find a way to absorb the abilities from Xiao Rui. Gao Feng immediately had Murong Qingxue tell him the secret technique she had just used. Murong Qingxue said, "It's actually the secret yoga technique of the esoteric school. In movies and TV dramas, it's called joyful Zen. It's quite similar to regular yoga, but more systematic. I was just shy before. Actually, I've studied this ancient martial art privately." Gao Feng was taken aback. He pinched Murong Qingxue's flushed little face and said, "You really study well. However, this time the research is good. Absorbing our own people's abilities is meaningless. Later, I'll let that girl Xiao Linlin try to see if she can come up with a method to absorb abilities externally." Murong Qingxue nodded repeatedly. After a while of intimacy with Murong Qingxue, Gao Feng went to find Xiao Linlin. As soon as he mentioned that there was a method to absorb abilities, Xiao Linlin's eyes lit up instantly. Yi Huimin, who hadn't left yet, laughed and said, "If this method is successful, wouldn't it become the star absorption method?" Everyone was extremely excited upon hearing this. Xiao Linlin immediately led everyone to start the research. As a traditional martial arts sect leader, Murong Qingxue naturally had to participate. She was required to demonstrate the entire set of joyful Zen movements for the other girls on the spot. Li Ziwei immediately used her perspective ability to check the operational status of the abilities within Murong Qingxue. Xiao Linlin looked and looked again, and Gao Feng, who was responsible for cooperating with Murong Qingxue, was on the verge of collapsing. Ultimately, Xiao Linlin publicly drew a diagram of the abilities operation. Once completed, Xiao Linlin directly pointed a finger at Gao Feng, and he instantly felt as if he was electrocuted, unexpectedly having a trace of ability absorbed by Xiao Linlin. Everyone became excited. Although Gao Feng was naturally displeased with Xiao Linlin's arrogance, he could only carefully smile, fearing that this lady would get angry and refuse to teach him the method. However, Xiao Linlin still refused to cooperate. After Gao Feng had smiled at her for a while, he finally got angry, picked up this troublemaking girl, and directly ran to the room to deal with her privately. Chapter 138. The Object Manipulation Ability Holder Zhang Wuji. Practice proved that Xia Linlin still needed to be disciplined. In less than an hour, Xia Linlin not only surrendered but also obediently passed the star absorption method to Gao Feng. Gao Feng was not easy to deal with. In the end, he taught Xia Linlin a lesson for 2 hours. Xia Linlin ended up crying and fainting. Before this, she regretted it immensely, saying that if she had known it would be so enjoyable, she would have openly opposed Gao Feng long ago. Gao Feng was taken aback, thinking that this round of discipline had backfired. However, he quickly realized that Xia Linlin was just being stubborn. Otherwise, she wouldn't have passed the star absorption method, nor would she cling to Gao Feng so tightly. Gao Feng concluded that Xia Linlin was a classic case of saying one thing and meaning another. People often show this trait towards those they care about. Gao Feng thought about it and smiled. Although he didn't believe in love, but when he used his previous judgment standards to determine that the woman was in love with him, there was still a sense of happiness. However, Gao Feng did not linger too much. After teaching Xia Linlin a lesson and covering her with a blanket, he went directly to find Xiao Rui. Morong Qingxue had set the restrictions 4 times in a row. If this dragged on, Xiao Rui might already be dead. Gao Feng was eager to use the star-absorbing technique to absorb Xiao Rui's abilities. As soon as his fingers touched the other person's body, he immediately trembled as if being electrocuted. Streams of abilities were indeed absorbed into Gao Feng's body. However, Gao Feng was surprised to find that the abilities absorbed directly into his body seemed similar to his spatial abilities, but also appeared to be different. After this brand new ability entered Gao Feng's body, it finally converged at the upper dantian, in the position of the Naiwan Palace. In Gao Feng's mind, an illusion of a large void sword suddenly appeared. He immediately manifested it, and indeed found that the spatial gate closed into a narrow slit, swiftly flying in the air, cutting through everything in its path. As things were cut apart, they were directly absorbed into his alternate dimension space. Strangely, after Gao Feng absorbed the other party's abilities, the alternate dimension space connected to his mind changed from 1 to 2. This shocked Gao Feng. He had thought that absorbing the other party's abilities could grant him their powers, but he only dared to think about the void/move. Now that he had also obtained the alternate dimension space, he was both delighted and a bit fearful. Gao Feng did not tell anyone about this situation, not even Yi Huimin. He could say he had spatial abilities, but the fact that spatial ability users could take all his abilities was something he had to keep secret, as it could very well cost him his life. Gao Feng felt uneasy for a while, but soon began to probe Xiao Rui's alternate space. He quickly laughed. There were plenty of resources inside, even comparable to his own. Whatever he could think of, Xiao Rui had thought of it too, and even more. Moreover, the variety was more comprehensive. Xiao Rui's alternate dimension space even contained a large stock of arms. There were guns, including sniper rifles. There were cannons, and notably, single-soldier RPGs. There were explosives, TNT, grenades, and so on, and the quantity was significant. Overall, it was like an armory. Seeing these things, Gao Feng felt a bit emotional, thinking that although Xiao Rui was lecherous, he had likely held back with Lin Xiaoxiao. With this kind of military equipment, if he forced Lin Xiaoxiao, she would have no chance to resist at all. However, Lin Xiaoxiao was now Gao Feng's woman, so he naturally would not sympathize with Xiao Rui. He just felt it should serve as a warning. For the woman he liked, he still had to act when necessary. Otherwise, if he waited until it was too late and missed the chance, it would be too tragic. Yes, Xiao Rui was dead. After losing his abilities, he directly exhausted all his vitality and never woke up again. Gao Feng absorbed Xiao Rui's abilities, but his ability level did not increase. However, the total amount of his abilities became much richer than before. More importantly, the amount of essence he needed to absorb for each level increased. The corresponding benefit was that his abilities' explosive power and duration had lengthened. The bad news was that to elevate his abilities to the next level, he needed double the amount of essence. Gao Feng even felt a sense of loss. But in the next moment, he suddenly thought of a question. What direction was the spatial gate facing now? He had 2 alternate worlds. Moreover, the spatial gate usually existed in his mind. If both were sucking in things inward, wouldn't that lead to mutual devouring between the 2 worlds? Gao Feng was immediately taken aback. But when he probed his mind, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The spatial gates of these 2 alternate dimension spaces were placed together, and not only were they not mutually devouring, but they also formed a connecting channel between the 2 alternate worlds. As soon as Gao Feng's thought entered from one spatial gate, he instantly came out from the other spatial gate. Teleportation. Gao Feng was shocked. The teleportation ability he had longed for had appeared out of nowhere. Help me, Lord Chess God. Just then, a woman's cry for help suddenly came to Gao Feng's mind. It was her. Gao Feng immediately activated his spatial sensing. He quickly sensed that the person calling for help through Ji Xiaoqing's divine sensing was the alluring woman who had previously caused Xiao Rui to fall into the gutter. Gao Feng remembered they had agreed to bless her after he finished his tasks. He did not expect that in such a short time, she had encountered danger. Gao Feng first thought of sending Murong Qingxue to help, but in the next moment, he changed his mind. He prepared to try teleportation. Almost simultaneously, he opened two spatial gates, one in front of him and one in front of the alluring woman. Gao Feng stepped into the spatial gate in front of him. In the next instant, he disappeared from his original spot and reappeared right in front of the alluring woman in the East District. At that moment, the alluring woman was already in the most critical moment. She was ready to give up praying and wanted to use a dagger in her hand to end her own life. However, although she had this intention, she lacked the strength. The reason was simple. She was surrounded by a group of ability users, and these ability users were not ordinary ones. One of them had even awakened the ability to control objects. Zhao Min, you can't think of committing suicide. The object-controlling ability user reached out with one hand, and surprisingly, he blocked the dagger in Zhao Min's hand from a distance. The dagger that was supposed to stab into her chest was suspended in midair. Zhao Min exerted all her strength, but was completely unable to stab herself. Not to mention committing suicide, she couldn't even break the skin on her body. The ability user couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Zhao Min, I told you, you can't commit suicide. I already told you that I awakened the ability to control objects. Although it's not my dream martial arts skill, the universe shifting technique, it's enough for me to dominate a corner in this apocalyptic world. Zhao Min's pretty face turned pale in an instant. She glared at the lecherous Zhang Wujing in front of her, who had big ears and was staring at her figure with eyes glowing red, looking extremely lecherous. Seeing that Zhao Min was still unwilling to comply, Zhang Wujing immediately stretched out his hand and used his power from a distance. Zhao Min's delicate body was unexpectedly pulled towards him. Zhao Min let out a shocked cry. Just as her body was about to fall into Zhang Wujing's arms, despair and pain flashed in her eyes. Remembering the blessings from Lord Chest God, that wonderful feeling made Zhao Min yearn so much. But now, she was about to be defiled by this evil guy. Lord Chest God, farewell. Zhao Min silently thought in her heart, suddenly determined to bite her tongue to commit suicide. Chapter 139. The devouring ability user Zhang Wujing smirked slightly at Zhao Min's words. He immediately gave a discreet signal to a tall female member of the team. Yet his face still bore a lewd expression. This female member, named Wang Zhuer, possessed a special ability. She could release a large web with a radius of 10 yards in an instant. The web, like spider silk, had extremely high stickiness. Once an ability user was stuck to it, they would immediately suffer nerve paralysis, and their internal abilities would stop functioning. In reality, Wang Zhuer was the core of their team, while Zhang Wujing was merely the face of the team, primarily responsible for socializing and tempting enemies to prepare for Wang Zhuer to capture them. This time, their team appeared to capture Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui had been rampaging nearby, using his spatial abilities. As his fame grew, more people began to take notice of him. Many smart people have concluded that Xiao Rui, the spatial ability user, possesses a large stockpile of resources. However, it's not something just anyone can take advantage of. Ordinary individual ability users are definitely no match for Xiao Rui. Even the members of their team, when facing Xiao Rui alone, don't have enough confidence. But when the team members work together, with some planning, many things might not be as expected. Zhang Wuji is currently pretending to be a pervert to threaten Zhao Min, with the goal of luring the equally lecherous Xiao Rui to reveal himself. They received news that Xiao Rui's last appearance was at Zhao Min's home. Zhang Wuji and the others planned that as long as Xiao Rui lets his guard down and focuses solely on Zhang Wuji, there is a high probability that Wang Zhuer will launch a surprise attack. Although spatial ability users are terrifying, if they are caught by Wang Zhuer's web toxin, they won't be able to exert their powers. Their plan relies on a strategy of miscalculating. Therefore, after receiving the signal from Zhang Wuji, Wang Zhuer immediately adjusted her abilities to be ready for activation at any moment. She, of course, does not know that the Xiao Rui they are plotting against has already been captured by Gao Feng and has died after being drained of his last bit of value. However, their scheme must be said to be very ruthless. Gao Feng had just received the distress signal from the alluring Zhao Min and instantly teleported over. He was also testing his newly acquired teleportation ability. He never expected that someone would specifically scheme against him. As soon as Gao Feng teleported and appeared in front of the alluring Zhao Min, she was startled. Zhang Wuji and Wang Zhuer were also momentarily stunned, realizing that this sudden appearance was someone they did not recognize. After a brief moment of confusion, Wang Zhuer unleashed her web. At the same time, Zhang Wuji activated his object control ability from a distance, attempting to hinder Gao Feng's movements and attract his attention. They both activated their abilities simultaneously. Normally, even Xiao Rui, a spatial ability user, would have difficulties in such a situation. They believed their cooperation was flawless. However, the true leader of their team, Zhang San, frowned slightly. As the only Black Iron Level 3 ability user in the team, he holds the secret to upgrading special abilities. Zhang San's intelligence and luck far exceed those of these two team members. According to the normal plan, as a devouring ability user, he was meant to provide strong support, primarily to guard against anyone escaping the constraints of Wang Zhuer's web. He thought that, as one of the few high-level ability users in the apocalypse, his presence should ensure absolute success. Once he successfully devoured Xiao Rui, Zhang San would gain Xiao Rui's spatial abilities. At that point, with a vast amount of resources, he could devour other ability users without restraint. Even if he was pursued and intercepted by others, he could leisurely deal with them as long as he didn't lack resources. Zhang San believed that as long as he continued to devour others' abilities and advance to the bronze level, he would become an invincible existence in the apocalypse. After all, it had only been a month and 20 days since the apocalypse began. In the East District, he hadn't even encountered anyone above Black Iron Level 1. Originally, Zhang San had it all planned out. After devouring Xiao Rui, he would then devour all the other members of the team, gaining all their abilities. He would become an incredibly terrifying existence. As for Wang Zhuer, despite her stunning beauty, he actually felt reluctant. However, her awakened ability was too frightening. One misstep could lead to his downfall. Therefore, he decided that it would be better for him to personally control this web ability. He wouldn't completely waste the resources of Wang Zhuer. He planned to devour half of her abilities, enjoy her superb figure and beauty, and then finally kill her. This was originally a perfect plan. However, at the last moment before the team launched their attack, his mood suddenly became anxious. As a cautious person, Zhang San suddenly grabbed the hand of a nearby subordinate and withdrew from the encirclement. Then, as Gao Feng's figure emerged, Zhang San sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations and his expression changed drastically. At the same time, he pressed his hand on his subordinate's heart, viciously absorbing both their rapid ability and vital energy into his body. Before Zhang San could finish absorbing, the team members had already cried out in alarm. First, Zhang Wuji's object control ability failed, despite the fact that Gao Feng was right in front of him. He couldn't move him even a little despite fully activating his control skill. The second failure was Wang Zhuer's web binding. As soon as her web was deployed, intending to trap the appearing Gao Feng, it abruptly disappeared as it attempted to constrict around him. Wang Zhuer was stunned. She had never experienced such a situation before. When she saw this scene, her mind went blank. She couldn't even comprehend how the other party managed to do it. Gao Feng naturally wouldn't explain, as it was too trivial. As a silver ability user with the ability to seize objects from a distance, it was really no difficulty for him to absorb Wang Zhuer's web with just a thought. It was like a giant man fighting a baby, without a need for a fight. If the giant man shouted a little louder, the baby would cry in fear. The giant man wouldn't feel accomplished because of it. Gao Feng appeared very relaxed. He then unleashed his void slash. The spatial door transformed into a semi-transparent blade, with the blade edge being a maximally compressed spatial portal emanating a terrifying devouring force. Wang Zhuer attempted to use her web binding for a second time, hoping to at least delay Gao Feng's movements. However, as soon as it appeared, the web was sliced apart by the void slash, and the entire web was pulled into the alternate space by the devouring force. The difference in ability levels was too vast to compare. Gao Feng's void slash was simply overwhelming. Wang Zhuer, still hoping for her attack to work, had her hair completely severed by the void slash. If Gao Feng hadn't been purely testing his newly acquired abilities this time, Wang Zhuer would have already died. At this moment, the unremarkable team leader Zhang San was already terrified, his heart racing. He had clearly determined that Gao Feng was an ability user whose level far exceeded his own. His appearance also indicated that the spatial ability user Xiao Rui was finished. Team leader Zhang San hurriedly drained his subordinate's abilities and vital energy, then activated his subordinate's rapid ability, his legs shooting forward like wheels, and he dashed out of the encirclement. In the blink of an eye, he rushed from upstairs to downstairs, then crazily ran even farther away. Gao Feng was taken aback, finally realizing that one of the lower-ranked members had escaped. He then activated his spatial perception, immediately sensing a lewd figure in the snow below, hunched over and with his head down, frantically kicking up a flurry of snowflakes as he left the area within a radius of 200 meters. This was too pathetic. Gao Feng couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Chapter 140. You actually awakened the heart-stealing ability? While Gao Feng was feeling emotional, he suddenly teleported Murong Qingxue over using his object-seizing ability. Murong Qingxue appeared looking a bit bewildered, having just been bored and practicing Tai Chi outside Gao Feng's door. Suddenly, she was taken away mid-pose. If it weren't for her multiple past experiences, she would have been scared to death. Gao Feng didn't waste words and directly instructed. These people are yours. I'm going to catch that fleeing lower-ranked member. After saying that, Gao Feng activated his teleportation and went to the side of the old 6th leader Zhang San, who was passing by a follower of the divine chest. Murong Qingxue knew it was time for her to help her man clean up, so she didn't say anything and immediately unleashed her reign of hidden weapons technique. Everyone at the scene was knocked down by him. Of course, they were all unconscious. Murong Qingxue arrived in a hurry, and Gao Feng's instructions were unclear, so she could only proceed like this. Before Zhao Min fainted, her eyes were filled with shock. She never imagined that Murong Qingxue would obey Gao Feng's orders so well. It was too brutal. After finishing up, Murong Qingxue began to practice Tai Chi again. As a master of traditional martial arts, she couldn't skip a day of training. On the other side, as soon as Gao Feng appeared, the female believer of the chest god church, who was the teleportation point, was directly frightened to kneel on the ground. It was too sudden. She placed her hand on her chest, preparing to pray. Suddenly, a handsome guy appeared out of nowhere. It was hard for her not to see him as the chest god descending. Recently, there had been rumors within the chest god church about the chest god descending to bless believers. Of course, this was communicated through a small circle of believers. After all, some of them had powerful phones that could receive satellite signals and communicate. These female believers of the chest god, being attractive girls, usually loved fruit phones, but unfortunately, the boys preferred patriotic Hua phones, so they could only have 2 phones each. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that they didn't have to pay for it. That's just how it was. Therefore, when this believer encountered the grand scene of the chest god descending, her legs trembled with excitement. Great chest god, the believer, Ryue, humbly welcomes you. While Ryue bowed respectfully, a charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her gaze was hot as she looked at the tall and handsome young man in front of her. He was even more perfect than she had imagined. The moment she looked at Gao Feng, her heart blossomed with joy. She couldn't help but fantasize about grand scenes of passion. While thinking, she couldn't resist slightly twisting her impressive figure. She even proactively opened her arms, embracing Gao Feng's legs with a gentle and fiery demeanor. Gao Feng, who was about to move to stop that Zhang San, was stunned by this scene. Ryue raised her beautiful face and looked at Gao Feng with her mesmerizing eyes, saying, "Great chest god, I have admired you for a long time, and I have been looking forward to your personal blessing. Great chest god, for this day, I have specially practiced yoga. I guarantee I can cooperate with any posture. Great chest god, please come and cherish your believer." Saying this, she began to twist her delicate body passionately. Gao Feng's body temperature rose rapidly. His adrenaline surged. There was no way around it. In this situation, he could only knock this woman down first. Of course, Ryue, the woman, was not willing to submit. Before the apocalypse, she was a professional yoga teacher. Although she hadn't specifically practiced the traditional martial art of joyful Zen, her basic skills were solid. She had more potential than Murong Qingxue, who had relied on her abilities to excel in martial arts. However, after struggling several times, she ultimately fell down. Although Gao Feng had taken her down, he couldn't help but be a bit surprised, thinking that this woman was only at the black iron level. If her cultivation improved, dealing with her would be quite a hassle. Nevertheless, he felt that such a poorly trained woman should be brought back to the Hongyun base. Thus, Gao Feng directly summoned a maid from afar to this place. Then, he had the maid help Ryue get dressed before he teleported back to the Hongyun base. After arranging Ryue, it took nearly 2 hours of back and forth. As for the escaping Zhang San, Gao Feng was not in a hurry to catch him. After all, no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't escape the encirclement of beautiful women in the city. If Gao Feng wanted to find him, it would definitely be easy, if not at any time and place. However, Gao Feng felt that in order to find this Zhang San, he must first go through Ji Shaoqing and have a collective divine blessing. Otherwise, encountering someone like Ryue again would be too troublesome. Although the situation of temporary favoritism was somewhat exciting, it would delay matters. Gao Feng didn't want to hurt the believer's feelings. Gao Feng quickly activated spatial sensing to locate the fleeing Zhang San through the spatial sensing range provided by the beauties in the East District. In less than 10 minutes, Gao Feng found Zhang San. However, Gao Feng was a bit surprised by Zhang San's ability level. Black Iron level 6. Had he leveled up? And quite quickly too. This guy has secrets. It seemed he had to catch him this time. Gao Feng quickly changed his playful mindset. Originally, catching Zhang San was just for fun, but now he couldn't be negligent. Gao Feng quickly activated teleportation and appeared directly in front of Zhang San. Zhang San was shocked and instinctively shouted, immediately using his devouring ability on Gao Feng. Gao Feng was taken aback. He felt a small vortex form in front of him, akin to someone using a suction cup on his belly. It seemed as if it wanted to pull something out of him. Of course, the other party did not succeed. After realizing this, Gao Feng immediately scrutinized Zhang San in front of him. After all, he had never had a proper encounter with other ability users up close. Not interacting with others had left him somewhat uninformed. He decided to communicate first, then kill. After all, Zhang San hadn't yelled for him to fight or kill. However, the suction force emitted from Zhang San's hand was a bit strange. Seeing that Gao Feng didn't move, Zhang San became very excited. Realizing that Gao Feng's cultivation was much higher than his own, he felt this was a good opportunity. He decided to take a chance, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. He had never seen someone completely unresisting to the devouring ability. He was so excited that his body trembled. His eyes turned red, and his expression and actions became a bit lewd. Unable to contain himself, Gao Feng asked Zhang San, "Hey, buddy, what ability do you have? Why are you emitting a suction force?" Zhang San remained silent, suppressing a laugh. He vaguely sensed that Gao Feng's ability source was gradually being drawn out by him. Although it was difficult, it seemed that success was imminent. As long as he could absorb Gao Feng's ability into his body, Gao Feng would completely lose the ability to resist afterward. This was a characteristic of his devouring ability. Once successfully activated, the person being devoured would completely lose the ability to fight back. "Hey, why aren't you saying anything? This is boring." Gao Feng suddenly became impatient. Then, he reached out his hand towards Zhang San from a distance, but nothing happened. Zhang San thought he was just being boring again. Suddenly, Zhang San spewed out a mouthful of blood. The devouring ability was forcefully interrupted. He looked at Gao Feng in horror, his face filled with fear. You actually awakened the heart-stealing ability? My heart. Why is my heart missing? You devil. Zhang San screamed, activating his speed ability, and turned to run. Chapter 141. Swallowed 3 wind ability users casually. Gao Feng smirked. Run. Do you really think you can escape? He opened a spatial portal directly 300 meters away. He stepped forward and, in the next instant, appeared in front of Zhang San. As soon as Zhang San saw Gao Feng, he quickly turned around. He clearly saw Gao Feng, but in the blink of an eye, he found him again 200 meters away. As he continued to run, he once again saw Gao Feng. Uffed. His heart raced, and he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. In fact, Gao Feng had once again used the void spear to create a small hole in Zhang San's heart. The power of those 2 small holes was indeed terrifying. Zhang San, having devoured the abilities and life force of over 10 ability users, was showing signs of collapsing. Thud. Zhang San knelt in front of Gao Feng. Gao Feng laughed. "Why are you running?" "Big brother, I'm scared." "Scared? Does that help?" "It doesn't help. Looks like you're a sensible person." "Big brother, please be gentle. I have 2 options for you. One is to drain all your abilities, and the other is to slice you for research before draining all your abilities." "Big brother, spare me. Which one do you choose?" "Is there no choice?" "No. Then why do you want me to choose?" "Just asking casually." "Then I choose to be sliced for research and then drained." "Hee, you're quite interesting. As long as you don't kill me directly, that is fine. It seems you can't cut me to death directly, right?" Zhang San was about to deny it. Suddenly, his arm was severed. The cut was neat, as if done with a steel knife. Zhang San couldn't even see how Gao Feng's attack was launched. There was no way. The gap in ability levels was too great. Zhang San was just a black iron, while Gao Feng was silver. There were 2 major realms in between. Zhang San didn't even have the qualification to attack Gao Feng. However, Zhang San's ability itself was not weak. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, a new arm slowly grew from the severed stump. This scene looked very sci-fi. Gao Feng felt his scalp tingle. He sensed that Zhang San's abilities were definitely abnormal. If his abilities were upgraded to Gao Feng's level, he might be able to achieve instant rebirth. By then, even Gao Feng's void slash might not be able to cut him down. The key was that the other party's movement speed was incredibly fast. Gao Feng immediately said, "Then let us slice first, and then drain." Zhang San was still a bit unwilling, his eyes flashing with sharp light. He still wanted to struggle once more. However, Gao Feng sidestepped. He didn't know when Murong Qingxue had already been teleported over behind him. Swish, 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 swish. A rain of steel needles shot out. Zhang San activated his devouring power, instantly doubling his speed, and completed the closure of his pores. Zhang San rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Gao Feng thought for a moment. Zhang San, Murong Qingxue, and himself all disappeared into thin air one after another. When they reappeared, the 3 were already in Xia Linlin's laboratory. Xia Linlin first checked Zhang San's condition. With a casual gesture, the X-ray vision Li Ziwei immediately stepped forward. Soon, the operation of Zhang San's abilities was presented in front of Xia Linlin. After discussing with Murong Qingxue, the martial arts master, they quickly organized a special route map for the operation of the ability to devour others' powers and blood. After some discussion, they named this ability technique Devouring Divine Power. This technique, after analysis, could not only devour the abilities within a person's body, but also the source of the abilities within the other party, and even the blood energy within the other party. Xiao Linlin stated that this technique was too bloody, and she absolutely would not experiment with it. Gao Feng had to figure out a way to test whether the technique was feasible. Gao Feng tried to operate it. Sure enough, in an instant, a vortex of suction appeared out of thin air in his body, slowly drawing the source of the abilities from those around him. The women nearby couldn't help but feel a chill, as if they were truly being spied on by the ancient devouring beast. Xiao Linlin hurriedly stopped Gao Feng, and only then did he cease his actions. Gao Feng immediately wanted to activate spatial perception to find a certain person to test it out. Soon, he sensed a target. It turned out to be Hong Yun, who was calling for help through the prayer ritual of the chest god sect. Gao Feng sensed it and immediately discovered that his godson Duke was being attacked by 3 wind-type ability users. Duke possessed terrifying fire abilities, which were completely restrained by the wind abilities. Moreover, there were 3 of them. Even though he had secretly been raised to Black Iron level 5 by Gao Feng, he was being pressured and forced to retreat step by step. Hong Yun, who had awakened her charm ability, was supposed to be a good helper for Duke. However, her figure was too alluring. The opponents, being experienced ability users, knew that the attributes of ability users were related to their characteristics or desires. Therefore, they directly deduced Hong Yun's ability type and avoided looking into her eyes. This led to Hong Yun becoming anxious. When Gao Feng appeared, Duke was in a perilous situation, nearly pierced in the neck by a wind spear from one of the wind-type ability users. Duke was drenched in cold sweat from fear. Fortunately, he had been continuously using his fire abilities, which most people couldn't detect, so he didn't end up in an embarrassing situation. After Gao Feng teleported in, he immediately executed a void slash, drawing a line of nothingness in midair, instantly making the 3 wind-type ability users spurt blood from their chests and fly backwards. They could hardly breathe, let alone use their abilities. They were on the brink of death. Seeing this scene, Duke's eyes lit up. When he saw Gao Feng's proud figure, he immediately felt weak and collapsed to the ground. Without any hesitation, Gao Feng directly used the devouring divine power on the 3 wind-type ability users. The source of their abilities and blood energy was instantly absorbed by him. After completing the devouring, Gao Feng felt his blood energy strengthen slightly. A faint layer of blue wind blades appeared on the surface of his body. With a thought, he immediately condensed a pitch-black, fierce wind arrow in front of him. The sense of power and speed far exceeded that of the 3 wind-type ability users just now. With another thought, his figure moved like a whirlwind, swiftly darting past. His body's movement speed became terrifying. As a result, Gao Feng now had almost no shortcomings in his abilities. Gao Feng was overjoyed. He felt it was time to unify the entire South Guan district. He immediately said to his godson Duke, "I will now help you elevate to silver level 1. You and your wife Hong Yun have fun for a while. And once you're done digesting, go notify all the forces in the South Guan district to hold a meeting. Tell them that I, the boss of South City, am declaring a ceasefire, and from now on, all forces must pay tribute to me. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." "Yes, Godfather." Duke immediately knelt on the ground, his face full of joy, with no worries at all. Hong Yun also quickly raised her butt and knelt beside Duke, showing no shyness as a beautiful woman at all. Seeing this scene, Gao Feng laughed heartily. He immediately infused enough essence into their stomachs to elevate them to silver level 1. With a wave of his hand, he sent the 2 back to their residence to enjoy themselves. The emperor doesn't lack hungry soldiers. Gao Feng felt that this move would definitely make his godson Duke and his goddaughter-in-law Hong Yun devoted to him. Chapter 142. 2 bronze level 9s turned to ashes. Duke indeed was no longer hungry. He had his fun with Hong Yun for 3 days, not sparing even the little concubine he had at home. This scoundrel Duke was finally satisfied and had elevated to silver level 1. After Duke's elevation, he hurried to Building 18 of the Hong Yun community to bow and express his gratitude. Only then did he go to the South Guan district to represent Gao Feng in sending out messages to convene a meeting. Duke first found the butcher Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen had also been elevated to bronze level 1 by Gao Feng. After defeating the Red Crystal community, he had taken down more than 10 communities, helping Gao Feng conquer 10 communities to the west, and his reputation as a butcher grew even more. Of course, he also provided thousands of corpses of ability users for Gao Feng's Hong Yun base, resulting in a staggering 50 million in artificial essence produced by Gao Feng. The production line for artificial essence created by Jiang Yushua's team was so busy that they couldn't keep up with the demand. With his X-ray vision, Yi Liangchen was even more sinister in dealing with enemies. He used to prefer brute force, but after reaching bronze level 1, he found that his X-ray vision could see farther. Thus, he decided to set traps to ambush enemies. He also used his X-ray vision to study the abilities of the killed ability users. Although he had gained some insights, they were still far behind the results achieved by Gao Feng and the others. After finishing his research, Yi Lianchen devised a series of vicious attack plans for the team members. To kill, attack the throat, head, and heart. To subdue, target the limbs and the human ammunition box. Of course, Yi Lianchen's attack plan is even detailed to how to achieve a hit rate of 100%. This is something that Xia Linlin's team has not researched. Therefore, when Duke arrived, he was directly observed by his old rival Yi Lianchen with his X-ray vision and was immediately caught in a fishing net. Duke is no longer the same as before. His godfather, Gao Feng, has granted him a first-level silver cultivation. He is no longer the naive person he used to be. He originally came to showcase the might of the Hanyun base. Thus, when he sensed the surprise attack of the fishing net, he did not dodge or avoid it. Instead, he unleashed a fire attack, spreading flames in all directions. The flames rose to a height of at least 10 feet. The fishing net that was aimed at him could not even reach his head before it was turned to ashes by the fire. The wall where Yi Lianchen was hiding was burned down to the bare wall by Duke. When Yi Lianchen tried to escape, he was already surrounded by flames. Duke then tossed a glowing triple-compressed fireball, appearing in front of Yi Lianchen. Yi Lianchen smiled and said, "Duke, we are both disciples of Mr. Gao, so let's not hold grudges." Duke snorted arrogantly, "That's my godfather." Yi Lianchen was stunned and quickly apologized. He knew that his status as Gao Feng's top general was completely ruined. Seeing that he could not win, he could only kneel and admit his mistake. Duke was satisfied with his performance and said, "My godfather wants to unify the Southgate district. We are his generals and need to deal with these restless forces. You have X-ray vision. I can use fire attacks. Together, we can take them down. How about it? Let's cooperate." Yi Lianchen, hearing this good news, quickly agreed. He didn't even care about the recent incident with Feilong. After securing Yi Lianchen, Duke thought of his godmother Zhao Kuer. Duke was cautious in his actions, pulling in Yi Lianchen with his X-ray vision to prevent others from plotting against him while he plotted against others calmly. The two rode the snowmobiles rewarded by Gao Feng and sped off. Half an hour later, they arrived at Zhao Kuer's current territory, the Bixia community. During these days, Zhao Kuer's team had also captured several neighborhoods. However, with Zhao Kuer's charm skills leading the charge and other sisters assisting, they were able to secure kills with overwhelming force, resulting in little resistance. Thus, they collected over 1,000 subordinates along the way, with minimal casualties. Zhao Kuer now had everything. In the apocalypse, she had resources and status, and even a bit of a reputation. She wanted to be called sister-in-law or big lady, and spent her days claiming to be Gao Feng's rightful wife. When Duke met her, he immediately called her big lady. Although Yi Lianchen knew Zhao Kuer's noble status, hearing Duke, a man nearly 40, call a young 20-year-old girl like that made her blush. However, this tactic worked. Zhao Kuer was thrilled and immediately agreed to act with Duke. She actually wanted to gain some merit for her man, thinking that even if things returned to normal in the future and she couldn't become Gao Feng's main wife, as long as she had achievements and support, being a side wife would be good too. Zhao Kuer thought that by accompanying Duke and Yi Lianchen to deliver a message, she could win over these local forces, who would become her allies in the future. After some discussion, the three of them each rode a snowmobile straight to the nearby Snow Wolf camp to deliver the message. The camp leader, Snow Wolf King, was a beastly ability user with speed and ice control capabilities. Since awakening his powers, he had quickly swept through over 30 neighborhoods with his extraordinary talent and mastered the secrets of enhancing his abilities, reaching bronze level 8. He prided himself on being invincible in the entire Southgate district. However, when Duke and the others came to deliver the message, he was surprised to find that he could not see through the abilities of two of them. Duke expressed Gao Feng's intentions, but Snow Wolf King hesitated. Suddenly, Zhao Kuer smiled at him. Snow Wolf King instinctively lost focus, and Duke's fireball technique singed off his hair and beard. Smelling the burnt scent in the air, Snow Wolf King instantly panicked, thinking that if they wanted to kill him, he would have been dead by now. Snow Wolf King was also a person who knew the times. He immediately knelt on the ground and pledged loyalty to Gao Feng. The trio delivered messages to various forces. Subsequently, over 30 leaders of medium-sized forces, including the Bronze Peak Yuhong Yangzi, the Southern City Land King, the Apocalypse Police Officer Gao Ming, and the Seafood Beauty, received Gao Feng's message and sincerely pledged loyalty to him. Gao Feng observed this scene from a distance through spatial perception and smiled. The next morning, 39 leaders of medium-sized forces in the Southgate district gathered at the Ruishua community opposite the Hanyun base. These leaders, who nominally pledged allegiance to Gao Feng, were preparing to unite against him during the gathering, even planning to divide Gao Feng's power afterward. As a result, when Gao Feng made his entrance, the The terrifying spatial pressure on him instantly pinned all the leaders to their seats, unable to move at all. Even more terrifying, Gao Feng unleashed the ability he comprehended after advancing to the golden level, spatial control. These people, even when breathing, had to follow Gao Feng's rhythm. If they missed the rhythm, they would suffocate. Among them, 2 peak bronze level 9 leaders, trying to show off, failed to follow the rhythm and died from asphyxiation. Everyone on the scene was horrified. Even more terrifying was that the 2 dead leaders instantly turned to ashes and disappeared. What they did not know was that Gao Feng had absorbed all the abilities and vitality of these 2 peak bronze level 9 ability users from a distance using his Taotai divine ability. After combining the Taotai divine ability with spatial powers, although Gao Feng was still just a golden level ability user, his every move began to carry divine power. After establishing his authority, Gao Feng smiled and said, "From now on, there will only be one force in the Southgate district, and that is Hanyun. Those who disobey will die, those who resist will die, and those who flee will die. I, Gao Feng, am your only master. In the future, I will choose my women first, eat my food first, and absorb my essence first." Who opposes this? Who agrees? Everyone was silent. After a long while, someone dared to whisper, "We obey the command of King Hanyun. Long live King Hanyun." The others quickly followed suit, shouting long live. Chapter 143. The crazy reward of over 1 billion essence. The unification of the Southgate district was completed smoothly under Gao Feng's powerful military suppression. As the king of Hanyun, he did not directly manage the many force leaders. The actual management was handled by his legitimate wife, Yi Huimin, whom everyone referred to as the queen. The entire Southgate district had seemingly entered an era reminiscent of ancient emperors. However, in reality, this force, seemingly named after a king, adopted a modern corporate system for management. Yi Huimin effectively took on the roles of both chairperson and general manager. Gao Feng, on the other hand, was almost a nominal figure in this modern corporate system. Gao Feng held a veto power over all matters within the force, and everyone had to develop the force around him as the core. This was also the development charter published by Yi Huimin. It was very simple and easy to understand, yet highly efficient. As for the ancient methods, very few people who survived the apocalypse truly understood them. After Yi Huimin established the force's board of directors, she directly divided the force's affairs into 3 categories: external expansion projects, internal consolidation projects, and service projects. The 3 management organizations were independent of each other, but functionally served one another. However, in actual organizational operations, there would still be mutual constraints. Within the faction, each leader can compete for the management of affairs they are skilled in, serving as project directors. Those who perform well are rewarded with enhancements, women, resources, etc. Those who perform poorly face punishments, losing their enhancements, women, and resources. As a result, the external project team was expanded, and the cautious Duke, with his terrifying level 1 silver fire ability, defeated everyone. He impressed everyone with his careful expansion strategy and the concept of an ability combat team. Yi Liangchen and 10 other leaders became Duke's subordinates, with Yi Liangchen becoming Duke's most formidable vanguard. Zhao Kuer became the internal affairs director. She transformed her charm ability and green tea tactics into a comprehensive internal restructuring plan filled with a grand matriarchal aura, ultimately winning everyone over. Yi Huimin, as Gao Feng's legitimate wife, merely smiled and said nothing. Later, she told Gao Feng, "When it comes to using people, one must utilize their strengths. If Zhao Kuer did not have the qualities of a legitimate wife, she would just be a slightly attractive waste." Zhao Kuer also accepted 10 leaders under her command. The service department was headed by Jiang Yuxue, who hardly campaigned. She simply revealed her identity as the captain of the artificial essence cultivation team. Once this identity was disclosed, everyone fell silent. In a time when it was no secret that ability users could upgrade, Jiang Yuxue became an existence that no one in the entire Hanyun King's faction was willing or dared to provoke. From now on, she would be responsible for managing the distribution of essence to the meritorious warriors. After she became the service department director, her team merely added a strong ability user squad to transport and distribute artificial essence. The reason for allowing someone as sensitive as Jiang Yuxue to appear was actually for a very important purpose: to fish, and it was conventional fishing. The 3 project teams quickly began to operate. Duke's external project team aimed directly at the Eastern District, sweeping through more than 30 neighborhoods with over 1,000 ability users in just one day. Zhao Kuer promptly sent the internal restructuring team to organize and receive personnel and supplies. After consulting Gao Feng, Yi Huimin directly issued rewards to be transported and allocated by the service department. The Snow Wolf King charged into battle under Duke's command, fighting fiercely, even surpassing the butcher Yi Liangchen, and received a reward of 100 million essence in one go. This was enough for an ability user to upgrade to silver level 9. A terrifying reward. The Snow Wolf King was so excited upon hearing this news that he fainted. The others were filled with various feelings of envy and jealousy, especially the butcher Yi Liangchen, whose eyes turned red with anxiety. However, they all knew the terror of Gao Feng and did not dare to harbor any ill thoughts. They could only resolve to awaken and work even harder next time to seize the top achievement. Service Department Director Jiang Yushua immediately had her assistant Gong Zai lead the female ability user army to escort Essence to the front lines as a reward for the Snow Wolf King. This boosted the morale of the entire Hanyun King's faction, especially after the Snow Wolf King upgraded his ability to silver level 9. He not only did not develop any doubts, but instead became even more loyal and valiant, leading the charge in every battle and directly replacing Yi Liangchen as the vanguard. His ability level reached silver level 9, making him nearly invincible. When he reached the core area of the Eastern District, he directly defeated the leader of the resisting forces. And the entire external project team became his logistical support for cleaning the battlefield. The entire Eastern District was cleared by the external project team in 3 days. The Hanyun King's military might then began to aim at the municipal government's central district. Hanyun King Gao Feng issued a terrifying reward of 200 million essence for the vanguard leader, the Snow Wolf King. Although this reward amount was only double the last one, seemingly less than the multiplied forces the Snow Wolf King had just taken down, the entire Haicheng ability user community was shaken. It should be noted that the Snow Wolf King had already advanced to silver level 9 due to the essence reward last time. Now receiving another 200 million essence would allow him to directly enter the golden level. What kind of cultivation is this? Silver level 9 is already one of the few masters in Haicheng. Now, the Snow Wolf King would directly enter the golden level as a path-clearing vanguard. How could this not shock other ability users? With the Snow Wolf King entering the golden level, those hidden figures who had been lying low, waiting to secretly amass wealth, could no longer sit still. The ability user factions in the central, western, and northern districts began to tighten their connections, with tens of thousands of ability users preparing to unite against Hanyun King Gao Feng. The hidden masters from the southern and eastern districts also began to converge. As a result, the originally chaotic 3 districts quickly elected representatives from each district's forces as kings. Moreover, they even announced the ability levels of the 3 district kings to intimidate the Hanyun King Gao Feng, who had yet to reveal his specific cultivation level. The king of the central district, Silver Spear Zhao Yun, was at golden level 7. The king of the western district, Black Whirlwind Li Kuei, was at golden level 8. The king of the northern district, Tai Bai Sword Immortal, was at golden level 9. Additionally, there were 8 golden level 5 guardian experts. The formidable lineup made the entire Haicheng tremble. Upon receiving this news, Yi Huimin was also taken aback. It should be noted that she was only at golden level 9 herself. She had never dreamed that there were such powerful individuals in Haicheng who could rival her, who was being fed essence by Gao Feng. Yi Huimin had no choice but to bring this news to Gao Feng for discussion. The combined lineup of golden level ability users from the 3 major districts was too large, and currently, her subordinates definitely could not handle it. When Gao Feng heard his wife's report, he smiled. He gently hugged Yi Huimin's small waist and said, just watching you all charge ahead, I, the Hanyun King, am getting rusty. I lack nothing in this world. Enjoyment, wealth, status, and beauty are all abundant. It's time to meet the heroes of the world, golden level 9 masters. Whether they are trying to scare us or are truly that powerful, I just happen to be waiting for them to gather in one place to take them all down at once. After Gao Feng finished speaking, his figure directly vanished. Yi Huimin was startled and soon realized that the Gao Feng who had just been holding her was now gone. She couldn't help but pout. He really is an impatient guy, but this domineering demeanor is quite pleasing. With a husband like this, what more could I ask for? Buzz. In an instant, Gao Feng had arrived above the northern district Sword Immortal base. Inside the Sword Immortal base, the golden level ability big shots, who were gathered together discussing how to deal with the Hanyun King, suddenly felt a constriction in their bodies. Then, they felt as if an invisible hand was pressing down on them, breathing in a very slow rhythm, affecting even their blood flow and emotional fluctuations. Everyone was horrified. The golden level 9 Tai Bai Sword Immortal immediately activated his ability to counterattack. He was a martial arts master over 40, having spent his life studying swordsmanship. His ability awakened after the apocalypse was also specialized in sword techniques. Thus, his martial skills and abilities complemented each other, making him very powerful. His ability itself carried sword energy, which was extremely vigorous and sharp when activated. However, how could energy counterattack space? This was simply not a matter of the same dimension. Poof! As soon as Tai Bai Sword Immortal counterattacked, he immediately spat out blood, and his breathing became even more rapid. But the oxygen he could inhale not only did not increase, but rapidly decreased instead. There was no way out. Tai Bai Sword Immortal had to reluctantly choose to comply with the suppressive force to adjust his breathing. Sure enough, that suppressive force immediately weakened. He was specialized in sword techniques and adept at adjusting his breathing, so he quickly adapted. His previously pale face soon regained its flush. Tai Bai Sword Immortal quickly reminded the other golden-level experts who were still trying to resist. Everyone hurriedly changed their breathing methods. Just as they adjusted, suddenly, the hall of the gathering flickered, and Gao Feng's proud figure appeared out of thin air. As the highest-ranked golden-level expert among them, Tai Bai Sword Immortal was the first to glare angrily. "Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack us? If there is a misunderstanding, feel free to speak." Although Tai Bai Sword Immortal was arrogant, he was somewhat wary of the strange young man in front of him. The bizarre method that suppressed their breathing rate still left him shaken. Although Tai Bai Sword Immortal couldn't sense how powerful Gao Feng's abilities were, he didn't want to provoke him, lest he end up in a dire situation. The others felt that Tai Bai Sword Immortal's words were somewhat boosting the opponent's morale. But thinking of the terrifying feeling they just experienced, they chose to trust Tai Bai Sword Immortal. Gao Feng, however, smiled lightly. He beckoned Tai Bai Sword Immortal, who was sitting at the head of the table, and said, "Go ahead. Don't hold back. I'm afraid you won't have a second chance." Tai Bai Sword Immortal was instantly infuriated, thinking to himself, "This kid is too disrespectful." He had only been polite to gather more living forces to deal with the lucky King Gao Feng, but unexpectedly, he was so rampant. Before the apocalypse, Tai Bai Sword Immortal was already a highly respected master in the martial arts circle of Haicheng, and he had a sense of pride. Seeing the other party take the initiative to provoke him in this apocalyptic environment, he immediately felt a murderous intent. Without any further ado, he unleashed a Iaido slash at an astonishing speed, suddenly drawing his sword and slashing out. As the sword tip left the sheath, it emitted a stream of energy sword chi, which rolled through the air, instantly enveloping Gao Feng's heart and the surrounding area within a foot. The sword chi sliced through the air, immediately producing a hissing sound. Everyone was amazed at the ferocity of Tai Bai Sword Immortal's sword chi. Seeing Gao Feng standing still, seemingly stunned, they immediately knew that he would undoubtedly die this time. Everyone couldn't help but smile, their expressions relaxed. However, when Tai Bai Sword Immortal's magnificent and swift sword technique slashed through Gao Feng's body, nothing happened. Gao Feng simply activated the spatial ability of a platinum-level esper, known as multidimensional space. In other words, Gao Feng temporarily placed his body into another dimensional space without disappearing. This was actually another application of the spatial gate. It wasn't that it couldn't be done before, but the spatial gate could not completely shield the opponent's attacks. After reaching platinum level, Gao Feng discovered that he could forcibly close the transparent portal while stepping into the alternate dimension. Outsiders had no idea of the internal situation and thought he was still in place. When they came to strike again, it was as if they were slashing at real air. Because of this, after Tai Bai Sword Immortal's sword attack, Gao Feng's heart was not pierced, and he didn't bleed. He didn't even frown. On the other hand, Tai Bai Sword Immortal, who had executed the Iaido slash, felt a tremor in his heart. He was horrified to discover that when his sword passed through Gao Feng's body, it felt as if he had merely sliced through air, without any sensation of impact. This made him feel as if he had encountered a ghost wall, and he couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. Ha! The other experts in the gathering hall erupted in hearty laughter. One person pointed at Gao Feng, who stood proudly, and laughed. "Look at this kid. He can still act cool and not die. Come on, let me give you a hand." This person stepped forward, intending to push Gao Feng, wanting to make the already dead Gao Feng fall down in his eyes. However, just as his palm approached Gao Feng's body, suddenly a stream of blood spurted from the end of his arm, and his forearm fell directly to the ground. The sharp-eyed golden-level experts were horrified to find that the end of this person's arm had a smooth, mirror-like surface, clearly a mark left by a weapon's cut. However, none of them could see how this person had made his move. As for Gao Feng, they didn't see how he acted at all, so naturally, they wouldn't consider him the one who struck. Therefore, Tai Bai Sword Immortal was the first to react, cupping his hands toward the air and respectfully saying, "I do not know which senior has arrived. Please show yourself." Now, the lucky king of Haicheng is wantonly killing the innocent, trying to claim power and dominance. I hope the senior can step forward to uphold justice. Senior, Li Taibai knows that this young man in front of us must be your disciple. We are already aware of your power. Let us meet and discuss in detail. If the senior is willing, we would like to nominate you as our Grand Alliance leader. Please do not decline. As Tai Bai Sword Immortal spoke, he led everyone in bowing in reverence toward the empty space. clearly frightened by Gao Feng's strange methods. Upon seeing these guys so uninteresting, Gao Feng could only chuckle and say, "Since that's the case, you all should submit to me, the lucky king." Upon hearing Gao Feng's words, Tai by Sword Immortal's expression changed drastically. He finally reacted, looking at Gao Feng in shock and disbelief. "You are the lucky king, Gao Feng?" Gao Feng nodded lightly. "I originally wanted to spar with you, but it seems you don't even have the heart to fight, considering how sincerely you wish to submit. I will spare you a death this time. In the future, work hard for me, and I won't treat you unfairly." Tai by Sword Immortal was instantly furious. Pointing at Gao Feng's nose, he shouted loudly, "You young brat, using a little trick to deceive me, and you think I'll surrender? It's simply a pipe dream. I just didn't notice your strangeness. I still have a set of my family's sword technique, called the Azure Lotus Sword Song. Watch my sword." Tai by Sword Immortal's figure flashed, suddenly transforming into several faint phantoms, dividing into 6 shadows, and thrusting his sword toward Gao Feng. Chapter 145. Chao Thief cannot just not be won. Tai by Sword Immortal's attack was very splendid and fierce. Generally, anyone facing it, especially those of the same realm, would definitely be injured or crippled. The golden level experts of the Alliance couldn't help but applaud in admiration. However, Gao Feng, as his opponent, remained calm and composed. This time, he did not employ the multidimensional space he had comprehended at platinum level. After all, it was enough to test the technique. Using it to brutally harm someone would be a bit unkind. Thus, he used the Void Divine Grasp. Puff! The Tai by Sword Immortal, who had transformed into phantoms and was attacking Gao Feng, directly spewed a mouthful of blood from his true body. His Azure Lotus Sword Song, which he had successfully executed, was forcibly interrupted. It should be known that after he previously executed this move, no one could do anything to him. Why? Why could you interrupt my sword technique? This is impossible. Li Taibai simply couldn't believe it. Gao Feng, however, coldly stated a harsh reality: submit or die. Gao Feng didn't waste any more words. Tai by Sword Immortal wanted to retort, but with a sweep of Gao Feng's gaze, the golden level 9 expert instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Disappearing into thin air, Gao Feng certainly wouldn't waste resources. Tai by Sword Immortal was not crushed by the Void Divine Grasp, but was drained by Gao Feng using the Taotai Divine ability from a distance. Such reckless behavior was undoubtedly demonic. However, Gao Feng was a spatial esper. He integrated the Taotai Divine ability with spatial abilities, making it impossible for anyone to see what he had done. Moreover, since they were all dead, wouldn't it be better to make use of them? All the golden level espers in the East District, Central District, and North District were instantly stunned. Thud! He directly knelt down on the ground, shouting, "I am willing to follow King Hanyun. Congratulations to King Hanyun for 10,000 years. Gao Feng smiled and said, "Clean your neck and wait for my people to take over, or you'll die." As soon as Gao Feng's voice fell, he had already disappeared without a trace. The crowd just let out a sigh of relief when they suddenly felt a loosening in their hearts. However, as soon as they relaxed, they were immediately shocked to find that the clothes close to their bodies had turned to dust. A gentle breeze brushed against their bodies. The next moment, they looked down and saw that the ground and the edges of the storage area were covered with the remnants of clothes. For a moment, everyone was frightened and trembling, unable to breathe. At this moment, let alone resisting Gao Feng, even a disrespectful thought in their hearts made them feel like they were unforgivable sinners. The people who were originally discussing how to deal with Gao Feng immediately changed their tune. They no longer dared to confront the godlike Gao Feng, but instead focused on how to better express their sincerity in surrendering. As for the deceased leader, Tai by Sword Immortal, they chose to ignore him. That wouldn't be quite right. After their discussion, they decided to send Tai by Sword Immortal's 18-year-old stunning wife, Xie Yuzhen, whom he had obtained after the apocalypse, to King Hanyun as a token of sincerity. They believed that although Xie Yuzhen was no longer pure, she was not only stunning but also had a hot figure, and was previously an international model from Haicheng. More importantly, she was a rare beauty with awakened extraordinary abilities after the apocalypse. She was the kind of top-notch beauty that drove all men crazy. After their discussion, they even speculated that if Tai by Sword Immortal hadn't been too lecherous, enjoying Xie Yuzhen every day after the apocalypse, he might have already reached the platinum level of extraordinary abilities. If that were the case, perhaps Tai by Sword Immortal wouldn't have been so incapable of even confronting King Hanyun Gao Feng. As for defeating Gao Feng, that was impossible. Gao Feng's methods had already reached godly levels. Tai by Sword Immortal's limit was merely that of a fallen immortal. He was ultimately still a strong human. After their discussions, everyone brought out their most beloved beauties from their homes, preparing to send them to King Hanyun Gao Feng. Although it was a bit heart-wrenching, and they felt like they were wearing green hats, wasn't he the sincerity? Perhaps Gao Feng didn't like being a bandit? But regardless, this sincerity had to be presented. After sorting this out, these golden-level big shots actively approached Duke's vanguard general, the Snow Wolf King. The Snow Wolf King, a golden-level extraordinary being, was trembling in the face of more than 10 golden, high-level extraordinary beings. He thought to himself, am I going to die today? Just as he was preparing to fight desperately, the more than 10 golden-level big shots directly knelt on one knee and clasped their fists, saying, Snow Wolf King, we have come to surrender to His Highness King Hongyun. Here's a list of gifts. If there is anything inappropriate, please suggest. The Snow Wolf King finally calmed down a bit. He took the list and looked at it, feeling numb. The introduction of each person's legitimate wife on the list left the Snow Wolf King speechless. He was worried that the other party was powerful in abilities but lacked education and had made a mistake. He even specifically asked with some difficulty, is this going to hold a multi-party power alliance? Is it necessary for our King Hongyun's wife to participate? That might be a bit difficult. I haven't even seen the queen yet. The crowd quickly shook their heads. One person with a thick skin awkwardly smiled and said, these are all the beauties we are sending to His Highness King Hongyun. Snow Wolf King, you know that the beauties we obtain are certainly for our own enjoyment. It's really a bit difficult to find a pure top beauty now. The Snow Wolf King was left dumbfounded. That person quickly spoke about the scene of Gao Feng personally going to the North District Sword Immortal base. The Snow Wolf King was shocked to the point that half of his body went numb. You see, this time he had won a reward of 200 million essence points. And after entering the golden level extraordinary abilities, he had already started to cultivate some other thoughts. This model was a new era where nobility and high officials had no inherent superiority. He really didn't want to give up this opportunity. He thought that one day if he saw King Hongyun, he could suddenly rise up, kill him, and then seize his women. But unexpectedly, just as he entered the golden level extraordinary beings were everywhere. Now, unexpectedly, King Hongyun was even more formidable, directly scaring these top golden big shots into voluntarily sending their legitimate wives. It was known that in ancient times, sending beautiful concubines as gifts was already very excessive. He didn't expect reality to be this excessive. The Snow Wolf King thought for a moment and suddenly asked that person, brother, I'm a rough man. Can I ask how you know that King Hongyun likes married women? That person heard this and thought, you, Snow Wolf King, have a beastly face. Yet you still like to make things difficult for others. He immediately began to analyze. Snow Wolf King, let me put it this way. Whether King Hongyun likes married women is not important. As subordinates, under this apocalyptic background, if you don't send a legitimate wife over to show your sincerity, can we feel at ease? Besides, the legitimate wife holds many of our secrets, right? Just think. If King Hongyun wants to know more of our secrets and ensure our loyalty, how could he not favor her once or twice? Moreover, married women have their own advantages. King Hongyun is so formidable that he certainly doesn't lack women, but a beauty with a story is always a rare commodity. The Snow Wolf King listened to this and immediately felt overjoyed. He thought, I'm so smart. How can I let you surrender General steal my limelight? You send legitimate wives, no matter how beautiful they aren't the original goods. I just captured an absolutely beautiful woman last night, and I decided to live with her for the rest of my life, making her my legitimate wife. However, because golden level extraordinary beings kept appearing last night, I was restless and didn't get to enjoy her. Now, this embarrassing incident has instead become a story about my little wife. The Snow Wolf King thought. If he also sent a legitimate wife over, perhaps he could gain even more favor from King Hongyun in the future. Gao Feng quickly received the urgent intelligence sent by the Snow Wolf King. He looked at the content and was stunned. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it. I'm not a bandit. What are you guys sending your wives to me for? Just as he was getting angry, Yi Huimin suddenly frowned and said, brother, this matter is not that simple. All golden level extraordinary beings are sending their legitimate wives to you. This is not an ordinary situation. If you don't accept, how will the relationship between monarch and ministers be in the future? You must know that this is their greatest sincerity. If you accept, you'll be wearing a green hat, but it will also create a secret bond of brotherhood. The sender can rest easy, but the receiver will also feel embarrassed to act against them. Gao Feng thought about it and realized there was some truth to it. He just felt that this reasoning was a bit explosive to his worldview. Chapter 146. Haicheng's public essence loan at 9 out, 13 back 3 days later. The legitimate wives of 20 golden big shots from Haicheng formed the Qinglian dance troupe and entered the Honyun base to perform. The late Taibai Sword Immortal's wife, Xie Yuzhen, led a large performance to congratulate King Honyun on becoming the Lord of Haicheng. The daytime formal performance was, of course, nothing special. The evening's specially designed story dance fusion program for Gao Feng, the powerful King Honyun, was what truly shone. Gao Feng originally had a mental resistance towards married beauties. but for the greater good, he could only reluctantly go along. As a result, after watching the private special performance, he found that the previously boring dance performances were now quite interesting. Mainly, there was now an interactive segment. Gao Feng listened to the gossip about Tai Bai's sword immortal while enjoying the dance, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Gao Feng thought, indeed, Chow A-man has something real. The thief truly chose well. Married women are indeed fragrant. It's simply unforgettable. It lingered for 3 days. Gao Feng's performance was clearly a 3-day affair. The reputation of King Han Yun as a flirt immediately spread throughout Haicheng. The various forces in Haicheng quickly fell under Yi Huimin's command. The golden-level big shots from the central, western, and northern districts, who had just pledged allegiance to Gao Feng, were still thinking that with only one golden level under Gao Feng, they would be the leading horses in the future. Although they had to serve under him, Gao Feng is indeed incredibly powerful. Under his command, being a local lord is perfectly feasible. In the future, as they expand from Haicheng, it's likely they could also carve out territory and become kings. However, they are thinking too simply. How could Gao Feng easily replace his trusted aides? Even if Gao Feng is acting like a traitor, Yi Huimin is the actual decision-maker of the Hongyun base. Gao Feng is more of the big boss overseeing things, while Yi Huimin is the real operational manager. To balance the various powers, Yi Huimin and Gao Feng decided to lend 5 billion essence credits to every outstanding leader, allowing them all to advance to the golden level. Leaders like Duke the Traitor, Butcher Yi Lianshan, and Detective Gao Ming, among more than 30 others, were extremely excited. They never dreamed that in the apocalypse, they could borrow essence credits to enhance their abilities. As a result, they worked even harder. However, the sudden emergence of over 30 golden level ability users instantly rendered the existing golden ability users in the central and northwestern regions feeling like mere muggles. Their previous slight arrogance quickly turned into anxiety. They couldn't help but inquire if they could also borrow essence credits from the Honyun King. Upon receiving this news, Yi Huimin immediately suggested to Gao Feng to prepare an essence credit bank. Gao Feng was bewildered. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary worker, so he didn't understand this. But he knew that running a bank is a highly profitable business. Although he didn't understand it, he remembered that the bank tellers he had pursued in the past received substantial year-end bonuses. Gao Feng recalled that he had worked hard to win the affection of a bank teller, only to be rejected because his entire year's salary was less than half of her year-end bonus. Otherwise, how could he have pursued the green tea girl Zhao Ke? After all, while green tea might be a trap, in some ways, it was also easy to handle. Gao Feng just didn't expect that Zhao Ke, bending over for him, could also stab him in the back. Reflecting on these past events and realizing that Zhao Ke was now just one of his many women, he couldn't help but smile. The past is like smoke. He has long since changed. Now, he could even open a bank. Seeing Gao Feng agree, Yi Huimin immediately pulled personnel from Gao Feng's nearly 1,000-strong female army. She specifically recruited women from the banking system to form the Essence Credit Department, temporarily supervised under Jiang Yushua's service group. They also directly established a military merit exchange system to kill ability users and exchange their corpses for essence credits. A humane credit system was implemented, which weighted credit based on time, merit, loyalty, and ability level. For example, Gao Feng's adopted son Duke, being the most loyal in the team, could borrow up to 1 billion essence credits. This was different from the 5 billion essence credits each member was collectively authorized to borrow by Yi Huimin. At the same time, essence credits began to officially become the currency of trade in Haicheng. The southern district, Gao Feng's stronghold, was also the first to complete the internal power restructuring and quickly restored social order. The small leaders under Gao Feng began to exchange a portion of their supplies with each other. However, bartering was ultimately troublesome. Essence credits, as a hard currency, were soon targeted by others and gradually became the trading currency. People in the southern district began to use essence credits to trade for food, warm clothing, or even women. And there were fierce women exchanging essence credits for men. Yi Huimin, after discussing with Gao Feng, allocated some people to transform the newly taken over Central District Commercial Pedestrian Street into the official trading center for the Honyun King, directly pegging the trading currency to essence credits. Various entertainment venues also gradually opened up and became bustling, although Haicheng was still at -70 degrees. Nearly 1 million survivors felt a warmth in their hearts. Many ordinary people began to sense hope for survival. Those who had been hiding in secret survival bases also started to come out. Upon inquiring, they discovered that the Honyun King had set up special ability awakening points in various districts. However, to awaken an ability, one needed to borrow 1,000 essence credits and repay them later with earned essence credits. Although the interest was a high usury model of 9 to 13, everyone wore happy smiles on their faces. After all, it felt like there was hope for the future. After a series of operations, the entire population of Haicheng began to work hard to earn essence credits. However, these people were completely unaware that the essence credits they were receiving were actually artificially cultivated by the Hanyun king, Gao Feng. The essence credits obtained by these ordinary people had not undergone purification treatment, resulting in significant side effects and only half the effectiveness. Of course, the violent side effects had not directly erupted. Those who had conditions to take a large amount at once had plenty of women around them. Those in poorer conditions could only refine 1 essence credit per training session, making the side effects almost negligible. More importantly, the corpses of ability users exchanged for essence credits could only yield 1,000th of the essence credits cultivated from the corpses. For example, the corpse of a black iron level ability user could cultivate 50,000 artificial essence credits, but could only be exchanged for 500 essence credits. Even then, there were still many strong people exchanging. It should be known that essence credits were the hard currency of the apocalypse. Not only could they be used to cultivate abilities, but they could also be exchanged for supplies. The key was that spending essence credits was a sign of prestige. Directly bartering food and warm clothing was seen as lowly. After the order in Haicheng was restored, Gao Feng's stockpile of artificial essence credits skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. If Gao Feng didn't need to digest the side effects, he could probably continuously improve his strength day and night without rest. As the people's desire for essence credits increased, a large number of adventure teams began to emerge, constantly expanding into surrounding villages and towns. The Hanyun King also began to form an official guard team to protect adventure teams that held the Hanyun King identity token. However, just as Haicheng was developing rapidly, Gao Ming, the detective under Gao Feng, suddenly brought a serious message to Gao Feng, saying, "Hanyun King, there is news from the official side, and I want to return. You promised me before." Chapter 147. If you can't beat them, join them. That's how it is. Gao Feng was taken aback by the news brought by Gao Ming. Development had been too smooth lately. He almost forgot that there was a real official out there. He thought the official had completely ceased to exist. Just as Gao Feng was about to agree to Gao Ming's request to return to the official side, Yi Huimin suddenly interjected, "Brother Gao, you need to think this through. You are a good person, but good people often make poor choices, which could lead to a tragic end." Gao Ming's expression changed instantly. He thought Gao Feng was going to go back on his word. Just as he was about to protest defiantly, Yi Huimin waved her hand and said, "I suggest we hold a team meeting for a big discussion. I think Brother Gao should listen to what others have to say. It's always better to be cautious. Sometimes, making decisions too easily can lead to disaster. Moreover, do you really think the official only wants you to return?" Gao Ming's heart sank. He wasn't foolish. He was just excited after receiving the official's invitation and hadn't thought it through. But as he pondered, he realized it made sense. The official couldn't just sit idly by while Gao Feng controlled all of Haicheng. If things went wrong, it could lead to many deaths. He might die, and many others would too. As Gao Ming thought about this, cold sweat began to pour down his back. Soon, Yi Huimin ordered her trusted leader, Dongfang Ziyu, to lead 500 loyal soldiers to summon leaders from various districts for a meeting at the Eastern District Convention Center. Gao Ming had originally hoped that all the leaders would be so excited to hear that the official had appeared that they would cry tears of joy. However, everyone looked at Gao Ming with icy murderous intent. The Snow Wolf King and Butcher Yi Lianshan almost simultaneously said, "Hanyun King, let us kill this Gao Ming." What the hell is the official? It's nothing. Re-established social order, and now the officials come to reap the benefits. What the hell do they count as officials? If any of those big shots who hid away in the apocalypse could come out and help us ordinary people a little, we might owe them a favor. But now, to hell with that, we only recognize you, King Hanyun. No one else matters. Chow the Bandit, Duke, tossed a golden level 4-fold compressed fireball in his hand, glaring fiercely at Gao Ming, saying, "Kneel down and apologize to your godfather right now. Swear loyalty to him from now on, or I'll make you die without a burial place. As long as you're dead, we'll pretend we never saw the officials. And killing the officials will be no different from killing a bunch of apocalypse lunatics. Besides, who among us isn't stained with blood? We exchanged our lives and dignity for our current status. They think they can just take it for free? No way." The big shots from the 4 districts of East, Central, West, and North, although not very experienced, stood up and subtly surrounded Gao Ming. If not for King Hanyun Gao Feng not speaking up, they might have already attacked. Gao Ming immediately broke into a sweat. He recalled the reminder from Princess Yi Huimin and couldn't help but feel scared. If Gao Feng had agreed to him earlier, he might have wandered off in a daze, and if he couldn't leave Haicheng, he would have been killed by this pack of wolf-like golden elites. This is the apocalypse. This group of people can be said to be the founders of Haicheng's new order, but they are also the beneficiaries. They would never allow anyone to disrupt all of this. Gao Ming finally realized he had been thinking too simply. Everyone stepped back. King Hanyun Gao Feng's voice came lightly. Those who had just been filled with righteous indignation and wanted to eat Gao Ming alive immediately retreated in disappointment. Gao Ming felt as if he had been pardoned. Yi Huimin then announced, "We already know your attitude. You all can leave for now. This matter is significant, and I will discuss it further with the king on how to respond to the officials." Soon, everyone withdrew. Gao Ming was brought to a small conference room to continue his face-to-face discussion with Gao Feng and Yi Huimin. At this time, Gao Ming recounted the entire process of the officials contacting him. Yi Huimin asked a few more questions. It was then she concluded that the officials only wanted to test Gao Feng's bottom line this time. Gao Ming specifically reminded, if the officials are really going to forcibly reap the benefits as we think, their strength won't be too weak. Even if their ability users are not as strong as us, they probably won't be worse. After all, in terms of resources, they are the strongest. Their advantages are too great. Moreover, they might have missiles. Not to mention, they also have the destroyer. Yi Huimin immediately frowned. Clearly, she also felt that the situation was a bit tricky. The officials are, after all, the officials. If it comes down to hard power, they really can't handle it. Gao Feng suddenly chuckled. So what? We can just surrender. Yi Huimin and Gao Ming were both stunned. Gao Ming naturally didn't dare to express his opinion. Yi Huimin, however, couldn't help but say, "Brother, are you really willing to give up everything and let them reorganize?" Gao Feng laughed. "I don't know, but I do know one thing. If we can't beat them, we might as well join them. I wasn't anything special before, and surrendering won't take me back to my original position." Yi Huimin still frowned. Although this line of thinking was slick, it felt unreliable. Gao Ming was intrigued by Gao Feng's idea and couldn't help but ask, "King Hanyun, are we really going to surrender? If you are sincere, I am willing to risk my life to mediate." Yi Huimin immediately chuckled lightly. Officer Gao has not forgotten his true nature. However, I have too many sisters at home. The situation is special, and there are still some things to discuss. Officer Gao, please wait a moment. Gao Ming immediately took the hint and left. Yi Huimin had Gao Feng use spatial sensing to confirm that Gao Ming had left before she spoke seriously. "Brother, you absolutely cannot surrender. You must know that many of the things we have done are not meant to see the light of day. Once made public, we will be the target of everyone. And that will be a path to certain death." Gao Feng nodded. "I know. Those former heroes died early in the apocalypse's first rescue. Although they were originally officials, they have been hiding away, letting us fend for ourselves, which has already lost the faith and responsibility of the officials. Why should I accept their judgment?" Yi Huimin questioned. "But after you surrender, being judged is inevitable. There are historical precedents for this. Even if you have made great contributions to stabilizing the situation and re-establishing social order, the blood and sins on your hands are real." Gao Feng nodded again, then sighed. "But we can't beat them." Yi Huimin was speechless. With a sorrowful expression, she hugged Gao Feng tightly. "Brother, everyone can deem you guilty. But I know you are fundamentally good. You are just a bit playful. Without you, all my sisters would die, and it would be a horrible death. Your rise has accelerated the stabilization of Haicheng society. You have made great contributions. But those people will eventually settle scores, and to dismantle our power. Even if there is no evidence of guilt, they will still frame you." Gao Feng smiled, radiating like the sun. He calmly said a sentence that was like a thunderbolt. "So, I want to join them, and then conquer them." Yi Huimin trembled all over, and in an instant, her eyes sparkled with extreme admiration for Gao Feng. At that moment, she had never felt him to be so intelligent. Coincidentally, Gao Feng's idea was so simple and straightforward. Yet it directly hit the crux of the problem. Becoming official, conquering the officials, it was all so simply domineering. Chapter 148, Director's Action Drama. "So, brother, we need to handle them from the inside, and we must take it slow. We can't rush it." Yi Huimin quickly followed Gao Feng's line of thought and offered him suggestions. Gao Feng nodded in agreement. He also believed that this matter should be approached steadily. Meanwhile, Criminal Police Officer Gao Ming had just gone out when he received a call from the officials via the intercom. Gao Ming was startled. He didn't expect the other side to be so bold as to come near the East District Convention Center. After all, King Hanyun Gao Feng's attitude had not yet been confirmed. "Hello, Captain Gao Ming. How's the discussion going? If it were up to me, I would just meet this King Hanyun directly. We can lay our cards on the table. We are the officials, and he is the bandit. Talking to him is just giving him a chance. If it really doesn't work, we can send experts to take him down. You guys are mostly just gold level. Even if Gao Feng is a bit stronger, at most he's at the platinum level. There are a few of those ability users at our Shishan base. Sending them over to team up to take him down would be easy. Besides, we also have hot weapons like the destroyer, if it really comes down to it. We can just lock onto his general location and use a map strike. What's there to be arrogant about?" Gao Ming gasped. It turned out he had guessed right. The officials were indeed coming with a show of force after initial pleasantries. They had ample capital and were already well prepared. Gao Ming immediately took a deep breath. Seizing the moment, he said into the intercom, "Miss Ming, I just spoke to King Hanyun about this. And he also understands the seriousness of the problem and has tentatively agreed to take over. However, they mentioned they need to consider the issue of women first and are currently discussing it. After all, he has several thousand women now. He is also a warlord. And if he dismisses them directly, wouldn't that lead to a situation where there are green hats everywhere?" On the other end, they sneered arrogantly. "What time is it? And he still thinks about women. King Hanyun has taken so many women. It would be a miracle if he can keep them. He still wants to continue to dominate? Do you know how serious the decline in Haicheng's population is? Originally with a population of 40 million, how much is left now? Not even 4 million, or even less. If you ask me, these women of his, all of whom are capable ability users, should be evenly distributed to other male ability users, so they can have children whenever they want. Strive to have more twins. 1 pair a year, 3 to 5 in 2 years. As long as they are willing to work hard, within 10 years, the population of Haicheng will not only recover, but may even surpass previous numbers. Taking advantage of the control phase to have more children, it's possible that Haicheng could directly exceed 100 million in population. By then, we would have the advantage of population and once again enjoy the demographic dividend." Gao Ming felt a cold sweat dripping down his back. A man of integrity, hearing such extreme remarks made his heart shiver. According to this Miss Ming, what would be the difference between women from ordinary families and breeding machines? Moreover, such matters would not only involve the King of Fortune, Gao Feng. After the apocalypse, in order to alleviate the negative effects of abilities, Gao Ming also had a dozen women around him. He was honest and kind, always treating them well. These women understood the hardships of the apocalypse. Thus they were very virtuous and dutiful. They had formed a special family of nearly 20 people during the apocalypse, although the scale was far less than Gao Feng's. According to Miss Ming's words, wouldn't he also have to wear a dozen green hats in the future? The key is, when it comes to distributing people later, would these women have the right to choose freely? They are already being told how many to have each year. How could there still be freedom? The more Gao Ming thought about it, the colder his heart became. He couldn't help but entertain thoughts of silencing Miss Ming, acting as if he had never seen any official visitors at all. However, before Gao Ming could rebut a word, Miss Ming aggressively demanded to see him immediately for a face-to-face discussion. She even bluntly stated that she was afraid Gao Ming would cover for Gao Feng, and said that since Gao Ming and Gao Feng shared the same surname, he might have ulterior motives. Gao Ming's mentality completely exploded. His passion was doused with a bucket of fresh dung. It stimulated him to the point of wanting to rebel right then and there. But Gao Ming still held back. Before the apocalypse, as someone in the system, although he had always been on the front lines, he sometimes had to socialize with powerful figures as the captain of the criminal police. This feeling of being bossed around by others was not new to him. However, after 2 months of the apocalypse, he had already become accustomed to freedom. Even though he still adhered to his pre-apocalypse values, he found it hard to accept. After all, everyone had suffered too much after the apocalypse. Everyone had lost too much. If they were treated like this again, everyone would go mad. It had only been 2 months since they had escaped from the peaceful world. How could it have turned into this? Although Gao Ming couldn't comprehend it, he quickly organized his emotions to meet Miss Ming. Their conversation and Gao Ming's reactions were all captured within Gao Feng's spatial perception. Gao Feng, maintaining a poker face, secretly used reverse telekinesis to put 100 artificial essence particles into the proud Miss Ming's stomach just as Gao Ming had met her. Despite Miss Ming being a golden-level ability user herself, she remained completely unaware of what was happening, given Gao Feng's current level of cultivation. Miss Ming, with her nostrils flared, glanced at Gao Ming from the corner of her eye. Suddenly, a surge of desire welled up within her. She unconsciously began to fantasize. In an instant, her pretty face flushed. Not enough. I need more. Sensing this scene, Gao Feng added another 1,000 artificial essence particles into her body. Miss Ming's elegant figure trembled. Her steps faltered, and she suddenly fell into Gao Ming's arms. Gao Ming was taken aback. He had been waiting for the leader to lecture him, but instead, he was met with this situation. Gao Feng immediately fueled Gao Ming. As the director of this scene, what were you actors still contemplating? Just perform. Soon, an action blockbuster unfolded in the empty room. Gao Feng noticed that after such a long time, Gao Ming's skills had improved significantly. Miss Ming was also quite skilled. She was no novice. At one point, she even suppressed Gao Feng. This situation did not align with Gao Feng's design. Gao Feng quickly added more fuel to Gao Ming. Before long, Miss Ming was pinned down by Gao Ming. For a full 2 hours, the proud Miss Ming finally transformed into a tender figure. Looking at Gao Ming, her eyes turned soft. Seemingly satisfied with Gao Ming, she shared many subtle situations within the Shishan base afterward. Miss Ming said she was eager to establish a significant achievement to secure her position in the Shishan base. Otherwise, she could be discarded at any moment as cannon fodder. Originally, she had planned to see if Gao Feng was perceptive enough to cooperate with him, forming a new faction within the Shishan base. After confiding with Miss Ming, Gao Ming also advised her, "I suggest you go back to the Shishan base and gather more people. We can't take down Gao Feng alone. Golden level people don't even have the qualifications to act against Gao Feng. I believe that bringing back this crucial information will also be a significant achievement. I still think we shouldn't make a big fuss about taking over Haicheng. After all, we are also part of the official ranks." After some intimate exchanges, Miss Ming tenderly kissed Gao Ming goodbye and carefully left the East District Convention Center, continuously changing her disguise as she headed west. However, her little tricks were completely futile against Gao Feng's spatial perception. Chapter 149. Internal chaos in the base to strengthen Miss Ming's feelings for Gao Ming. Gao Feng occasionally supplemented her with 10 or so essence particles, keeping her heart fluttering and making her unable to forget Gao Ming. Thus, Miss Ming had no time to think more and was solely focused on returning to the Shishan base to recruit people quickly for Gao Feng. She was eager to achieve merit and reunite with Gao Ming, relishing the previous bone-deep pleasure once more. The Shishan base was far away, and after 3 hours, it finally revealed its hidden exterior. Miss Ming surprisingly crawled into a secret air raid shelter from a broken chimney high up on a mountain. If Gao Feng hadn't been tracking her, he would never have guessed that the official power of Haicheng was actually hiding in a dilapidated air raid shelter outside the 5th Ring Road of the West. Gao Feng did not rush in directly. He understood the survival rules of the apocalypse. Being reckless was absolutely not an option. Previously, dealing with some scattered forces in Haicheng was manageable. But now, this was the official power. Even if he couldn't use the destroyer at close range. If the other side had any laser weapons, his abilities, though powerful, might not withstand them. Gao Feng decided to take it slow and observe first. Therefore, while tracking Miss Ming with his spatial perception, he also telekinetically extracted all the supplies hidden on the people she passed by. Although he didn't actually care for these supplies, this approach gradually revealed the situation. For example, when these individuals discovered that their precious supplies had vanished without a trace and that everyone had lost something, how could they not suspect Miss Ming? Naturally, Miss Ming would not admit to it. This contradiction would arise, leading to internal conflicts within the Shishan base. Miss Ming had just reported her mission to the leader of the base, Zhuo Bin, when suddenly, the second and third leaders stormed in with unfriendly expressions. "We oppose sending platinum-level experts to Haicheng. Leader, Captain Ming has issues. She just returned, and many people in our base have lost a large amount of supplies. The base is already in a state of panic." Zhuo Bin's expression changed immediately. Miss Ming felt a shiver run down her spine. She vaguely sensed that something was off. As a veteran of the Shishan base, she knew that the second and third leaders were not the type to make baseless accusations. She just felt that something was amiss. Ming Min made a self-defense speech and presented his past achievements, leaving the 3 leaders of the base confused. The 3 stared at each other, all thinking that in order to fend off external threats, they must first stabilize their internal situation. The chief leader decided to conduct an internal investigation and, once the situation stabilized, find a way to take over Haicheng, as the power of Haicheng was too vast. They had to be cautious. Gao Feng, upon hearing that these people were going to conduct an internal investigation, couldn't help but laugh. With the internal investigation at Shishan base, Gao Feng took the opportunity to manipulate things from a distance, not only taking items, but also planting them in the hands of those he disliked. As the incidents increased, the atmosphere in the base became extremely tense, leading to multiple outbreaks of violent conflict. The 3 leaders personally intervened to suppress the situation. However, after their investigations, they found no evidence of external involvement, only internal issues. They were solving problems while Gao Feng was creating new ones, with the same issues recurring. During the day, it started with theft, and at night, it escalated to stealing women. The chief leader, Zhuo Bin, who was at the pinnacle of power, woke up one night to find himself in bed with 2 strong men instead of the 2 beautiful women he had been with. Startled awake, he felt a chilling fear, nearly losing his composure. What infuriated him even more was that sounds of his woman could be heard coming from the rooms of the second and third leaders, sounds that were seductive, sharp, and excited. Zhuo Bin felt his heart bleed. As the chief leader and a significant figure, he had deep connections, having been the mayor of Haicheng before the apocalypse. Even after losing his woman, he managed to restrain his anger. However, Zhuo Bin was also ruthless. He immediately summoned the wives of the second and third leaders. Upon seeing the 2 women, elegant and stunning, he couldn't help but feel tempted. He quickly proposed a discussion under the pretext of having tea, but added some essence to the tea. The two women were unaware, and by the time they realized something was wrong with their bodies, it was too late. After a while, the second and third leaders, who had just been busy, suddenly heard their wives' familiar voices and lost their composure. They rushed to the chief leader's door in their pajamas. Indeed, they heard their wives' plaintive cries. The second and third leaders clenched their teeth, but knowing the chief leader was too strong, they feared they wouldn't stand a chance even if they teamed up. After listening for a while, they could only leave in frustration. However, upon returning, they began to reorganize their subordinates. Once they clearly identified their own people, they started to secretly target the chief leader's loyal supporters. The conflict among the top bosses in the base soon turned bloody, while the chief leader remained blissfully unaware, still calculating that with the exchange of women between him and the second and third leaders, they would become closer. Meanwhile, the two women in the rooms of the second and third leaders continued their antics under Gao Feng's secret manipulation. When the chief leader saw his woman return, his wild thoughts surged. It was destined to be a night of madness. The chief leader was very excited, feeling that he had gained an advantage today. Gao Feng saw that the chief leader had not yet realized what was happening and laughed. He felt that for the time being, the Shishan base would likely not come to trouble him. However, figuring out how to take over Shishan base was somewhat troublesome, as he was an outsider. But there was no rush. With the official power of Shishan base weakened, opportunities would arise sooner or later. For such a complex issue, Gao Feng decided to let Yi Huimin ponder it. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Feng found some pure and beautiful female abilities within Shishan base. He did not want innocent people to perish. As for those with ambitions, if they died, then so be it. Taking advantage of the chaos among nearly 10,000 ability users in Shishan base, Gao Feng quietly took action, bringing some lovely female abilities away while also taking food from the base. With internal strife and a lack of food, these people would surely go mad. Gao Feng merely sowed the seeds of discord, and the speed at which they would bear fruit was astonishing. The thought of it made Gao Feng feel exhilarated. While enjoying this wonderful feeling, he pulled over his little brother from the West District, a golden ability user, to drink and eat freshly fried peanuts. The other party, seeing Gao Feng's simple and unpretentious food, couldn't help but light up with excitement. It had been 2 months since the apocalypse, and energy sources had nearly been cut off. Now, warmth relied on abilities to hold on, with only occasional thick cotton clothing available. Eating freshly made fried peanuts, which seemed ordinary, was actually very rare. Gao Feng was ready to watch the chaos unfold in Shishan base from a distance. Chapter 150. Plans to spread the faith to surrounding cities. The chaos in the base lasted for 3 full days. By the third day, the second and third leaders suddenly joined forces and forcibly entered the chief leader's room while he was in a deep sleep. As a result, the chief leader was attacked by the two. Ultimately, being a platinum level 9, he managed to kill the second and third leaders despite being injured. However, the second and third leaders had plotted meticulously. Although the chief leader won the personal confrontation, all his loyal supporters were killed. Captain Ming Min, who returned to report, had been tortured and imprisoned to the point of being unrecognizable. The chief leader had won, but due to his severe injuries, he didn't dare to step out and stabilize the situation. Gao Feng found the scene amusing. He immediately informed his advisor of the situation. Yi Huimin was stunned, thinking to herself, "Didn't you say you needed to stabilize things? In less than a day, you caused the base to collapse. That's outrageous." However, she didn't complain further, as the situation was indeed favorable. She said, "A powerful character? In my opinion, it's better to kill them. Raising the strength of your trusted subordinates forcibly still has its issues. Keeping these people around is bound to be a hidden danger. After all, they are not on the same path." Gao Feng frowned and said, "I was still thinking about taking over their territory." Yi Huimin replied, "You absolutely cannot leave the leaders alive. Otherwise, if they connect with other bases, they could directly send destroyers to us. Wouldn't that be disastrous? There can be no room for luck in this matter unless you're strong enough that even the destroyers can't do anything to you." Gao Feng was speechless. He knew Yi Huimin's reasoning was sound. However, he wasn't inclined to personally kill anyone, as these platinum-level big shots had terrifying connections. He decided to watch from the sidelines and let them starve to death. Yi Huimin agreed with Gao Feng's idea, but things were far from simple. After another 3 days, the imprisoned Captain Ming Min was released. The chief leader convened the platinum-level 2nd, 3rd, and 4th leaders for a meeting and decided to send Ming Min back to Haicheng. This time, the goal was clear, to take over Haicheng. As for restructuring, it was not mentioned. Captain Ming Min didn't ask either. She knew that with the internal strife in the base, their strength was likely significantly weakened. Ming Min first found Gao Ming to have a passionate encounter before stating her purpose. Upon hearing that there would be no restructuring and only a transfer of management rights, which could avoid casualties and not disrupt their brotherhood, Gao Ming was very pleased. He then took Ming Min directly to meet Gao Feng. When Ming Min met Gao Feng, she clearly no longer had the arrogance from their last encounter. She expressed the chief leader's Wabin's attitude in a relatively calm manner. Gao Feng and Yi Huimin discussed this and realized it was an opportunity for them to move toward legitimacy. Without entering the official ranks, they would always be considered bandits. Once they entered the official ranks and gained control of Xishan base, as long as they had a reasonable justification, they could avoid the intervention of officials from other regions. Gao Feng ultimately agreed, with the only condition being that his women must remain by his side. Ming Min stated that this was generally acceptable but needed to discuss it further with the chief leader. To express his sincerity, Gao Feng also decided to send a portion of supplies to Xishan base. Ming Min was immediately excited upon hearing this. Gao Feng quickly instructed Gao Ming to send 30 trucks of supplies to the Xishan base. The gold bosses under Gao Feng were somewhat thrilled to hear that the authorities had taken over and were not going to make any corrections. They all understood the significance of being legal. In the future, they would be able to walk legally in Haicheng as small lords. Everyone admired Gao Feng's methods. However, the gold bosses from the central, western, and northern regions took advantage of this time to privately contact Captain Ming Min, expressing their willingness to pledge allegiance. Duke Chao, who operated entertainment venues with the help of Hong Yun, was furious upon hearing this news. He immediately went to see his godfather Gao Feng to express his opposition. He said to Gao Feng, "Godfather, if this continues, the territory we fought hard to gain will be lost." As soon as these people heard the officials were giving up on corrections, they started to be disloyal to you. "Godfather, I say we should fight the officials. This Haicheng is ours and must not be given to others." Butcher Yi Lianshan also arrived quickly, and Mainyang Zhao Kuter shared the same sentiment, along with the fierce Snow Wolf King. Seeing these people still willing to follow him wholeheartedly, Gao Feng smiled. He said to Zhao Kuer, "You seem to have matured. You've finally learned how to be a person, which makes me very gratified. However, there's no rush. We must take the necessary path to enter the authorities, otherwise, we will eventually be exterminated by the officials outside Haicheng." After some time of experience, Zhao Kuter had gained some insight and quickly reacted. Duke, Yi Lianshan, and Snow Wolf King were still a bit confused. However, Gao Feng suddenly took out a special translucent crystal the size of a broad bean and smiled. "Do you know what this is?" Everyone was taken aback. The four of them carefully sensed it and were shocked because they felt an incredibly powerful ability from this crystal, with a quality that was far superior to their golden level abilities. Gao Feng then smiled and said, "This is a crystal core produced by a platinum level ability user. Once they reach platinum level, their abilities crystallize. I will give each of you one shortly. If you slowly refine and absorb it, you will gradually enter the platinum level. Kuer, you have recently returned to the Hong base with your team. I will assist you in refining it." Zhao Kuer immediately blushed. Everyone showed excitement on their faces. In this age, power is everything. As long as they could reach platinum level, it wouldn't matter if the big bosses from the central, western, and northern regions were out of their minds and pledged allegiance to the authorities. They wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. They all knew that although they were famous ability users under the Hong King, they could only be considered marginal forces. Could Princess Yi Huimin's abilities be weak? As long as the Hong King Gao Feng prepared in advance, everything would be manageable. However, the evolution of events was far from simple. The four leaders under Gao Feng who received the platinum crystal cores returned home to practice in peace. But the other golden level leaders, who were not Gao Feng's direct subordinates, felt uneasy. Instead of seeking out Gao Feng, they ultimately chose to contact the authorities. Some sought out Gao Ming, while others approached Captain Ming Min. In any case, their intention was the same, to pledge allegiance to the authorities. Previously, their loyalty to Gao Feng was merely due to intimidation by his power. After discovering this situation, Gao Feng did not react or intervene. His Hong base had been developing too smoothly, never encountering a truly troublesome opponent. The Xishan base of the authorities could be considered the first. Gao Feng and Yi Huimin discussed and felt that this was a good opportunity to vigorously rectify the internal situation. It was when problems arose that it was easiest to distinguish who was on their side. However, Gao Feng's focus was not primarily on this matter. What he truly cared about, aside from cultivating ability user crystal cores from platinum level ability users, was that he planned to have the leader of the chest god sect, Ji Shaoqing, start preaching to surrounding cities after gaining an official identity. Gao Feng's quick takeover of Haicheng relied not only on his own strength, but also significantly on the role of Ji Shaoqing and the chest god sect, which served as a godly assistance. In recent days, Yi Huimin had focused her energy on helping Ji Shaoqing redesign the doctrine. If they could spread it to other cities like a virus, it would be incredibly exciting. This was Gao Feng's next major plan, much more significant than directly taking the Xishan base. Once Ji Xiaoqing's preaching went smoothly, Gao Feng could replicate the Haicheng model. By then, ruling and dominating in the apocalypse would no longer be a dream. Conversely, merely holding on to Haicheng would only make them a local warlord, and trouble would come sooner or later. Chapter 151, The First Hook of the West. Gao Feng's grand plan put a lot of pressure on Ji Xiaoqing, but the benefits were also staggering. Yi Huimin personally promised Ji Xiaoqing that upon success, she would be granted the status of a concubine. Ji Xiaoqing was immediately tempted. This was much more appealing than Gao Feng's promises. The reason was simple. When men and women are together, sweet words are inevitable. But between women, no matter how many sweet words are exchanged, the other party won't reciprocate. Instead, Yi Huimin's guarantee was more credible. Ji Xiaoqing was also aware that she had no real capabilities. She had merely awakened a useful ability, which seemed only effective for Gao Feng. She could not even transfer it to others. Thus, this could be said to be Ji Xiaoqing's only opportunity. If she missed this chance, she would spend her life as one of Gao Feng's many women, completely unknown. However, if she became a concubine, her status would only be second to Yi Huimin's. Although she didn't want to compete, reaching that position would undoubtedly bring her a sense of security and happiness. She would have someone to protect her, and her man would care for her daily. When something good happened at home, she would also have the right to share it openly. Just like this time with the platinum essence. In Gao Feng's household, even women could only possess it if they were absolute core members. Although she was also granted it, she was only slightly ahead of main Yang Zhaokuer in receiving it. However, Zhaokuer had a background that Ji Xiaoqing had previously looked down upon. Even before the apocalypse, she had planned to cheat on Gao Feng. This could be said to be the lowest rated among Gao Feng's women. Ji Xiaoqing knew that if she could successfully execute Gao Feng's plan, her status in this household would be extraordinary. With this mindset, although Ji Xiaoqing was extremely nervous, she still cooperated very seriously with Yi Huimin to make plans. Ji Xiaoqing's plan to head west was somewhat like the journey of Tang Sung to obtain scriptures, but with some differences. The journey of Tang Sung was about obtaining something back while facing adventures. Ji Xiaoqing's journey was more like rolling a snowball. The benefits gained from her preaching would be much greater. Yi Huimin judged that Ji Xiaoqing's journey west would definitely develop a large number of followers, which was a basic benefit. Moreover, as a golden level ability user, Ji Xiaoqing was also a beauty traveling alone, making her an attractive bait. Golden level and above powerhouses would undoubtedly be tempted to have designs on her. This would conveniently weed out those with ulterior motives, which was also an important benefit. As for the others, there were many advantages. The most important tactic Yi Huimin taught Ji Xiaoqing was to be sincere in her preaching at all times. The more sincere she was, the more others would value her, and the greater the benefits gained from her journey west would be. After 3 days of preparation and Gao Feng's special favor, Ji Xiaoqing finally bid farewell to her husband and sisters and quietly left the Southern Gate district. She first headed south and then circled westward. However, Ji Xiaoqing's departure quickly caught the attention of the big boss of the Xishan base, Zuobin. Zuobin is truly a seasoned veteran. At the first opportunity, he thought of the boss in the West District, the newly allied Golden Level 8 superpower expert, Black Whirlwind Li Kuei. He immediately had someone notify Li Kuei to discuss the matter of the blood oath. He wanted to test Li Kuei's loyalty. At the same time, he also wanted to gauge how deep the waters were with Hong Yuan Wang Gao Feng. Although the strength of the West District base had been weakened, he had no choice but to make concessions to Gao Feng. However, if Gao Feng couldn't even protect his own woman, then sorry, he wouldn't make that concession. Of course, Zuobin was very discreet about it. He only told Li Kuei to help deal with a golden level beauty. Zuobin's reason was that this woman was very beautiful, and he wanted to have some fun. Upon hearing this, Black Whirlwind Li Kuei was immediately excited. The new boss wanted to have fun with a woman. Wasn't that an easy task? Moreover, he was a golden level 8, while this woman was only golden level 1. As long as he made an appearance, he could easily take her down with just one encounter. It was a sure thing. Thus, Black Whirlwind Li Kuei set off right away. He quickly found Ji Xiaoqing. Ji Xiaoqing did not hide, nor did she have any intention to hide. There was no need to hide at all. After all, Yi Huimin's westward journey plan included fishing. If she hid, how could she return to be the main wife? It should be noted that although she was at the same golden level, she couldn't defeat her opponent, and avoiding was not a big issue. Therefore, Ji Xiaoqing provocatively beckoned at Black Whirlwind Li Kuei with her finger, showing a contemptuous look with a slight curl of her lips and disdain in her eyes. Black Whirlwind Li Kuei was furious. He grabbed his black axe and flew over to strike. Ji Xiaoqing's face turned pale with fear. Although she had a golden level 1 ability, she had never been in a battle before. To put it simply, she was a support staff member. She had a high level, good treatment, and high cultivation, but her combat power was really low. Facing an opponent 1 major level above her was already difficult enough. let alone facing Black Whirlwind Li Kuei, who was 7 levels higher at Golden Level 8. Instantly, 2 axes drew 2 chilling black arcs toward her chest. If hit, although the attack wouldn't be fatal, it would definitely cause her to lose all her cultivation and completely lose her combat ability. Ah! Ji Xiaoqing screamed in terror. Upon hearing her scream, Black Whirlwind Li Kuei couldn't help but smirk. However, just as his axe was about to strike Ji Xiaoqing's delicate body, a bright sword light suddenly erupted, followed by a flurry of silver light cascading down like falling snow. Black Whirlwind Li Kuei's axe was instantly knocked back, and his body was sent flying. In a breath, Black Whirlwind Li Kuei's figure stopped rolling in the snow. Ji Xiaoqing regained her senses and politely bowed to the suddenly teleported Murong Qingxue. Thank you, Qingxue sister, for coming to my rescue. No need to be polite, second sister. This westward journey has had many twists and turns. I will be with Sister Ziyu to protect you at any time. If necessary, the prince will also personally take action. Yes, goodbye. Murong Qingxue's ethereal figure vanished in an instant. Ji Xiaoqing was momentarily stunned before continuing on her way. She didn't even glance back at Black Whirlwind Li Kuei, who had tried to assassinate her. A quarter of an hour later, people from the Shishan base came to inspect the scene. They were shocked to discover that the location where Black Whirlwind Li Kuei attempted to assassinate Ji Xiaoqing was just a simple little snow pit. Not only was the target Ji Xiaoqing unharmed, but Black Whirlwind Li Kuei's body was also missing. Upon receiving the news, Shishan base's leader's Wabin's face turned ashen. What made his expression even more like he had eaten excrement was that immediately after, Mingmin sent a message saying that Gao Feng had been having fun with beauties all day in the 3-story villa that had just been relocated to the Hanyun base in the Southgate district. Zwabin's face darkened as he said, "The waters of this Hanyun Wang are a bit deep." Initially, he thought he was the only platinum-level expert. Now it seemed that there were hidden platinum-level experts around him as well. In this case, it would be difficult for them to find a way to take him down. After some thought, Zwabin immediately ordered, "Notify the 4 leaders, 5 leaders, and 6 leaders to go together and kill this Ji Xiaoqing. I want to see if Gao Feng cares about losing a platinum-level expert." Chapter 152. The second hook exploded upon hearing that they were to assassinate the hidden platinum expert under Hanyun Wang. The 3 leaders were all filled with anticipation. Thus, they set off without delay. An hour later, they arrived at the site of Black Whirlwind Li Kuei's death in the West District. They only saw a deep snow pit. The leading 4th leader assessed, "This Ji Xiaoqing is indeed a master. Skillful and bold." She even took Black Whirlwind Li Kuei's body on the road. The 5th and 6th leaders immediately used their detection methods and found that there were no places to bury Li Kuei's body around, all nodding in agreement. However, the 6th leader curiously asked, "What does this person want the body for?" A golden-level body can only be processed into energy capsules that enhance superpowers in our base. Is this Ji Xiaoqing's ability special? Our base uses special equipment for production. Otherwise, even if the platinum-level experts cut up this golden-level body, it would still be quite a hassle. We can't use all our strength to cut up the flesh of these bodies. That wouldn't be cost-effective. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of Building 18 at the Hanyun base, 2 female superpowers were wielding special carbon steel knives, fully activating their powers to cut up the recently transported body of Black Whirlwind Li Kuei. Flash, flash, flash. The 2 women wielded their knives like the wind, leaving deep cuts on Li Kuei's solid muscles with every stroke. Their knife techniques were extremely fierce, and each stroke was very precise, almost as if they were carving. A single body was quickly cut thousands of times, and in the end, the pieces were placed on rows of wooden cultivation racks. In this room's cultivation racks, a batch had already been arranged, with the meat on top slowly crystallizing into essence the size of soybeans. It turned out that the service department of Yushue had already begun mass production of golden-level essence. Gao Feng told his 4 trusted subordinates that only platinum-level experts could produce crystal cores, which was not wrong. However, in reality, Gao Feng himself had mastered the technology of artificial essence. Moreover, the essence cultivated by high-level superpowers was inherently larger in granularity and better in quality. Thanks to this, the women under Gao Feng had already begun to generally advance from golden level to platinum level. Some key figures, such as Murong Qingxue and Dongfang Ziyu, who often needed to go out for rescue missions, had already had their cultivation raised to platinum level 8. Yi Huimin, as the princess, was directly raised to platinum level 9. At this time, if the Shishan base wanted to go crazy and attack the Hanyun base, even if Gao Feng, the Hanyun Wang, did not take action, Yi Huimin leading people could easily leave Zwabin and his group in a daze. Not to mention winning, defending was definitely not a problem. As for Gao Feng's specific cultivation level, at present, even Princess Yi Huimin did not know. Others had no qualification to inquire. But you could guess. When outsiders guessed that Gao Feng was a platinum-level expert, the women of Gao Feng couldn't help but smirk. Others thought they were proud, but in fact, they were disdainful. It should be noted that Gao Feng's women now had a minimum superpower level of golden level. Even if some had lower levels, important figures were given special treatment. Like Ji Shaoqing, she was a special tool and could not be violently promoted in cultivation. Therefore, Ji Shaoqing has always been in a state of cultivation improvement within the team, but her progress is difficult to accelerate. Because once she violently boosts her cultivation, if she accidentally activates sensory sharing, all the followers of the Chest God sect will go crazy. It should be noted that Ji Shaoqing is not only capable of sharing the happiness of divine blessings from the gods, she can also share the frenzied state of violent essence. Thus, inferring from the rankings of the entire Honyun royal family, all the women tend to believe that Gao Feng should be at the level just below platinum, which is the diamond level ability user. As for the higher starry level, it is also possible. After all, their family has never lacked essence. Even if one day Gao Feng suddenly shows king-level strength, they would not be surprised at all. Instead, they would feel an overwhelming sense of security. Ji Shaoqing's current strength can be described as progressing by leaps and bounds. When she set off, her cultivation was still at gold level 1. However, after half a day of absorbing and refining platinum-level crystal cores, her cultivation has already broken through to gold level 2. It seems that reaching gold level 3 is just a matter of time. As for the side effects, Ji Shaoqing is not afraid at all. In the 3 days before setting off, she was very satisfied with Gao Feng's pampering. Therefore, even if she continuously breaks through her cultivation, she still feels no trace of agitation in her heart. Moreover, when Ji Shaoqing broke through to the gold level, her divine belief ability also manifested a new function, which she had always longed for. That is the storage of divine blessings. She can store Gao Feng's divine blessings. This function can be said to be very mysterious. On one hand, she can enjoy Gao Feng's affection as much as possible, even to the point of never stopping. On the other hand, if Gao Feng is inconvenient to pamper her, she can release the divine blessings stored in her body to eliminate her longing or the negative effects of her abilities. There is an even more important function. That is, she can release divine blessings to let newly joined members experience the mystery of divine blessings individually. This makes the blessings of the Chest God sect appear more pure in form. Although the process makes everyone feel the supreme sensation of love between men and women. In such a pure and devout form of prayer, no one will have wicked thoughts. Ji Shaoqing leisurely rode her snowmobile, making a large arc from the southern outskirts of Haicheng's 5th ring to the western 5th ring, preparing to take a detour westward. West of Haicheng is Sioux City, another bustling metropolis, and a place famous for producing beautiful women. Ji Shaoqing believes that she can develop a vast number of followers there. Although the population of Sioux City is only a quarter of that of Haicheng, she feels she can attract even more beautiful women than in Haicheng. Ji Shaoqing was thinking that if she could independently develop dozens of top beauties, when she enters Gao Feng's harem, she would have a group of supporters. At that time, if she becomes a side concubine, it wouldn't mean she completely lacks the ability to contend with the main wife, Yi Huimin. Ji Shaoqing thinks that although she doesn't harm others, she still needs the ability to protect herself. Moreover, she wants to bear children for Gao Feng in the future. Without sufficient power, the safety of her descendants cannot be guaranteed. Before the apocalypse, she had watched some palace intrigue dramas. Stop. Your name is Ji Shaoqing, right? Sorry. But today next year is your death anniversary. Just then, a cold and arrogant voice suddenly came out. Ji Shaoqing looked ahead in confusion. She discovered that on the vast snowy ground ahead, there were 3 ability users emitting strong energy fluctuations. As soon as Ji Shaoqing stopped her snowmobile, suddenly, one ability user, resembling black lightning, shot towards her from the center of the 3. Ji Shaoqing, at gold level 2, didn't even have time to react. A brilliant sword light had already swept past her body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the swords ringing echoed in Ji Shaoqing's ears. Sword lights streaked across her vision like meteors. She froze in place. In the next moment, the 2 companions of this ability user also swiftly moved to Ji Shaoqing's front. They couldn't help but laugh. Fourth brother is really impressive. This move, the meteor sword technique, is indeed as fast as a ghost. This woman didn't even have a chance to fight back. Fourth brother. One of them walked slowly to the ability user referred to as fourth brother. And with a push, the person collapsed to the ground, soft as if lifeless. The iron sword that had just emitted dazzling sword light fell to the ground with a thud. Fourth brother is dead. How is that possible? Fourth brother just entered platinum level 6. How could he die? They looked at Ji Shaoqing, who stood motionless in fear. Chapter 153. The West Mountain base becomes a lamb to be slaughtered. Whoosh. Just as the 5 or 6 leaders were shrinking back, ready to flee at any moment. Two sword lights suddenly shot out. The sword lights seemed to be alive, filling the vision of the people as soon as they appeared. Before they could react, they were already struck by the swords. The two felt an icy chill in their throats almost simultaneously. Only then did they understand what had happened to Fourth Brother. Unfortunately, they realized it too late. They didn't even have time to launch a single attack before they died. A dignified platinum expert died in such a disgraceful manner. However, as the two also fell lifeless, a red figure slowly walked out from Ji Xiaoqing's side. Sister Ziyu, thank you for your help just now. The figure in red did not respond. In the next moment, the person suddenly disappeared. Following that, the three platinum corpses also vanished into thin air. Ji Xiaoqing suddenly felt a bit awkward. Moments later, Gao Feng's voice came to her ears. Xiaoqing, Ziyu is a bit socially anxious, so don't take it to heart. Rest assured, she will protect you just like Qingxue. Just focus on your westward plan. Ji Xiaoqing felt relieved and quickly replied, Husband, were those three platinum-level experts just now? I clearly reacted, but my movements couldn't keep up with my thoughts. Gao Feng's laughter came through, and in the next moment, his proud figure appeared out of nowhere. He wrapped his arms around Ji Xiaoqing's waist and lifted her up in a princess carry. Gao Feng brushed Ji Xiaoqing's delicate nose and said, Don't worry. I will always sense you from afar. My spatial perception can track you and is not limited by distance. Ji Xiaoqing playfully smiled but felt a bit insecure as she asked, Husband, do you think I will succeed in going to Sioux City this time? Gao Feng confidently replied, You will definitely succeed. Our model in Haicheng has been very successful. Sending you there is mainly to train you. You are the leader of the chest god sect and need to witness some grand scenes. Besides, I originally intended to make you a side concubine. But your achievements cannot be publicly revealed, which is why you need to make this trip west. Otherwise, using someone else would be the same. Anyone who believes in me as the chest god can carry out this plan. Ji Xiaoqing's heart felt warm, especially when Gao Feng mentioned that he originally intended to make her a side concubine. Sometimes, women need a little emotional touch. An exchange of benefits isn't wrong. It just can hurt feelings. Okay, husband, I will do my best and not embarrass you. Ji Xiaoqing gently kissed Gao Feng. In the next moment, Murong Qingshue's figure appeared. She was actually wearing Ji Xiaoqing's outfit and continued riding the snowmobile westward. Ji Xiaoqing was stunned. Then, Gao Feng, holding Ji Xiaoqing, suddenly vanished from the spot. 3 hours later, Ji Xiaoqing, blushing, sat up from the bed at the Hongyun base, thinking about the westward plan, feeling a bit dazed. Her mind was in a flurry. Although she participated in many of Gao Feng's plans, she only knew the surface but not the underlying principles. Therefore, she really did not know how Gao Feng could specifically teleport people from a distance. She never imagined that her westward journey plan could allow her to be teleported back halfway through. Seeing Ji Xiaoqing's confusion, Gao Feng hugged her shoulders and comforted her, saying, Don't worry. For the westward journey plan, let Qingxue help you run a bit. You don't need to be the golden level bait right now. Just rest at home for the night. Ji Xiaoqing immediately felt uneasy. But does that mean I have to do it myself? How can someone else suddenly take my place? Husband, I can do it. Ji Xiaoqing said as she struggled to get up, wanting Gao Feng to teleport her back. Gao Feng couldn't refuse her and immediately teleported her back. Murong Qingxue smiled lightly, said nothing more, and disappeared. Ji Xiaoqing felt relieved. She didn't want someone to take credit for her westward journey. Therefore, she decided to continue. Just as Ji Xiaoqing was about to start the snowmobile and continue on her way, suddenly, a power operation route map called Meteor Sword from the Sky appeared in her mind. Ji Xiaoqing immediately remembered the sword technique used by the leader earlier. She was overjoyed and prepared to practice while riding the snowmobile. However, just as she was about to practice, the supernatural power within her suddenly began to operate on its own. The operating path was exactly the same as the power operation method of that meteor sword from the sky. Gao Feng's voice quickly rang in her ears. You don't need to practice. Just have the courage to use it at a critical moment. Qingxue left a sword on your snowmobile. This is my new ability. Ji Xiaoqing was stunned. She felt that her husband was simply a god. Teleporting people over dozens of kilometers was already absurd. And now he could even help her practice from a distance. This was simply unbelievable. However, was it difficult? Gao Feng discovered that as he spent more time with the ability to retrieve objects from a distance, the types of supernatural powers developed based on this core ability became increasingly diverse. The development of supernatural forms required more and broader imagination. Gao Feng had just had a sudden inspiration. Directly using the newly dissected and restored operation route of the meteor sword from the sky to experiment within Ji Xiaoqing's body, using his ability to retrieve objects from a distance. To his surprise, it succeeded immediately. It must be said that imagination is the fundamental source of powerful supernatural abilities, as long as it is reasonable enough. The supernatural power can manifest in any form, and its power is not to be underestimated. After completing a cycle of supernatural power within Ji Shaoqing, she gained a powerful sword technique and immediately felt much more at ease. She continued to ride the snowmobile westward while absorbing the platinum crystal core she wore. As she departed safely, the Xishan base completely lost its last core combat power during the second fishing operation. The entire Xishan base was left with only the big leader's Wabin as a platinum-level supernatural being. Although he was a platinum level 9, he was already unable to hold up alone. However, he had not yet received the news. It must be said that this was an awkward situation. However, this time lag was when the internal team under Hanyun Wang began to eliminate internal traitors. The secluded and breakthrough platinum level Mainyang Zhaokuer led the 9-peak golden level internal team members to launch a fierce counterinsurgency operation. First, they targeted the golden level supernatural beings in the central, western, and northern regions. Anyone who had sided with the big leader of the Xishan base was killed on the spot. This was completely unequal slaughter, with no resistance whatsoever. They were simply too weak to fight back. The gap between gold and platinum was already immense. Moreover, the 9-peak golden level combat forces accompanied them, giving them no hope at all. As Ji Shaoqing stepped out of the Haicheng area, the betraying golden level supernatural beings in the central, western, and northern regions all perished. The next day, it was the turn of the southern district and the eastern district. Those golden-level supernatural beings who had ambiguous attitudes due to the emergence of the Xishan base were all slaughtered. The time Gao Feng delayed was to upgrade his core force's abilities. He could have killed before, but there weren't enough capable people to take over, which would cause chaos in Haicheng. On the third day, Ming Min and Gao Ming, who sensed that something was wrong, panicked. Their first reaction was to quickly escape to the Xishan base. However, at the last moment, Gao Ming suddenly changed his mind. He suddenly realized something. Therefore, in despair, he said to Ming Min, "Going back to the Xishan base now is tantamount to sacrificing ourselves. Is Gao Feng giving us a final choice opportunity?" Ming Min collapsed, saying, "But apart from a bit of charm, I can still offer sincerity. Gao Ming, I am your woman. I don't want to be with other men anymore." Gao Ming thought for a moment and said, "How about we commit suicide together? We absolutely cannot return to the Xishan base now, or we will die horribly. I know Gao Feng too well. Once he makes a move, there will be no room for mercy. The Xishan base is already completely uffed." Before Gao Ming could finish his sentence, a titanium alloy knife pierced through his abdomen. "You, Ming Min, why?" Gao Ming looked at the woman in his arms in disbelief. Ming Min coldly smiled, twisting the handle of the knife, and then yanked it out forcefully, causing Gao Ming's internal organs to spill onto the ground. With a seductive gaze and a smirk, she said, "Dead man, I thought you were brave. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. The reason I liked you, being with you, was because of your dominance, which allowed me to willingly be a gentle woman. But now, you are just a useless waste. I want to choose a new man, of course in Haicheng. I will choose Hanyun Wang. I want to be his woman. Only he can truly conquer me. Your cultivation is now inferior to mine. Letting you take advantage for so long is already your fortune." Gao Ming, in pain, said, "Ming Min, you don't understand Gao Feng. Your ambitions will not be fulfilled. You will regret treating me this way." Snap. Before Gao Ming could say anything more, Ming Min twisted his neck. She licked her lips, looking at Gao Ming's corpse with a charming expression, saying, "Fool, did you really think I would like you? Don't you think about why my skills are so good? Isn't it because I serve you comfortably? Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. If you could be like the villain Duke and actively offer your woman to Hanyun Wang, I wouldn't have to exert any effort. At that time, your benefits would also raise my status. Unfortunately, you are useless." Chapter 154. Girl, it's too dark outside. After killing Gao Ming, Ming Min directly dug a hole to bury this lover she had known for less than a few days in the snow. Then, without any nostalgia, she headed towards the southern district. She knew that Gao Ming's concerns were correct. She also trusted Gao Ming's judgment. It was also because Gao Ming was smart enough that Ming Min didn't mind continuing to date him. Half an hour later, Ming Min arrived at the Hongyun base in the southern district. She thought that her identity as a golden-level supernatural being and as the captain of the action team of the Xishan base would allow her to easily meet Hanyun Wang Gao Feng. But the result was that the guard at the base gate just gave her a glance. Wait, Ming Min's inherent pride flared up. She was about to teach the other party a lesson. However, when she released her golden level 5 supernatural aura, it was easily blocked back by the female soldier guarding the gate. "Golden level 5, a bit interesting, but with your flashy appearance, my lord definitely won't like you. Get lost." The female soldier raised her hand, and a terrifying force shot out, directly knocking Ming Min away. Ming Min tumbled in the snow like a monkey. If it weren't for the fact that the female soldier had no intention of hurting her, That slap would have taken half her life. Ming Min was instantly horrified. At this moment, she felt even more that following the King of Fortune would lead to a bright future. The guards at the entrance were so ruthless. The ones in power inside must be at least at the platinum level. Ming Min thought to herself, if only she could also become platinum level. She would be willing to do anything. She lay on the ground for quite a while before finally coming to her senses. Eventually, she struggled to her feet and politely reported to the female soldier, I'm from the Gao Ming family. Could you please notify that my husband has something to discuss with the King of Fortune? I'm here to deliver a message. When the female soldier heard it was Gao Ming sending a message, her expression softened a bit, but she still sneered. I advise you to curb your temper when you come to the King of Fortune's base. If you encounter a sister with a bad temper, she might just slap you to death. And with your flirtatious attitude, you should tone it down when you come to see our prince. Ming Min was furious. She thought, just wait until I rise to power. Otherwise, I'll make sure to kill you all. On the surface, she pretended to be polite. The female soldier then agreed to relay the message. She leisurely picked up her walkie-talkie and called inside the building. Soon, the voice of the service team leader, Jiang Yushua, came through. Let her in. The female soldier smiled and waved her hand, letting Ming Min in. Soon, a tall and beautiful woman elegantly walked over to the entrance of the community. It was Jiang Yushua's assistant. She waited for Ming Min to get closer and suddenly twisted her arm. Ming Min struggled fiercely. Crack! Her arm bone was broken, snapped by this person. Ming Min immediately dared not struggle any further. She realized that this woman, who was both taller and more beautiful than her, had awakened a giant strength ability. Moreover, her ability level was far superior to hers. She couldn't even muster a shred of resistance. Ming Min was a perceptive person. She quickly explained in a pleading tone, I'm from the Gao Ming family. Gao Ming is one of the King of Fortune's trusted aides. You can't treat me like this. The assistant continued to sneer. Captain Ming Min, one of the trusted aides of the Western Mountain Base's chief, Zhou Bin. My sister has already instructed me that since you're here, I am responsible for receiving you. Let's go to where you need to go. You'll understand everything then. After saying that, she exerted force and directly lifted Ming Min by her collar. Ming Min felt a sense of humiliation, especially as her tight combat suit constricted around her chest and abdomen, making her posture feel incredibly shameful and even somewhat revealing. As someone who had been a prominent official before the apocalypse, this was completely unacceptable. Ming Min couldn't help but grit her teeth internally. You blind fools, just wait. Today you treat me this way. In the future, when I rise to power, I'll make sure you breed with beasts and let them gnaw on every piece of your flesh. The resentment in Ming Min's eyes flickered constantly. However, Jiang Yushua's assistant, who had the giant strength ability, didn't even spare her a glance, let alone speak to her. 10 minutes later, they appeared in a room on the top floor of Building 18. As soon as they entered, Ming Min was thrown to the ground. Just as she was about to get up and force a smile to greet everyone in the room, she was suddenly pinned down to the iron bed by the giant strength ability user. Following that, a girl with twin ponytails holding a pair of butterfly knives suddenly attacked from both sides, swinging her steel knives like windmills. Ming Min immediately let out a piercing scream. In an instant, her arms were cut with over 100 shallow cuts. Each cut was neat and perfectly arranged on her originally slender and fair arms. Blood pooled at the cuts, unable to flow out. The control over the force of the knife was simply exquisite. Clearly, the martial arts technique had been personally instructed by the martial arts master Murong Qingxua. She specialized in dismembering the bodies of ability users, and her skill in cutting flesh was out of this world. Ming Min fainted from the pain. After a moment, she was awakened by a chilling cold. However, she was shocked to find that her arm wounds were stuffed with poisonous snow. Even more bizarrely, small transparent stones the size of soybeans appeared in the wounds where the poisonous snow had melted and absorbed. What is this? At this moment, the service team leader Jiang Yushua appeared with a smile. She picked up a piece of essence with tweezers and said with a grin, I didn't expect that living ability users can really produce essence. Since you heinously killed Captain Gao Ming, we will take the opportunity to avenge him and make your life worse than death. Essence tree number 1. Ming Min's mind instantly exploded. She felt like she was going crazy. At that moment, she truly regretted having a smart brain. She didn't want to understand what the other party was saying. But the next moment, her legs were also cut with countless neat and fine knife marks. Her skin and flesh rolled up. She fainted again. When she woke up again, her legs were smeared with snow, and the essence the size of soybeans had grown out of her wounds. This time, she clearly felt that these essences growing out of her wounds were absorbing nutrients from her flesh and blood. She was truly like a tree, continuously producing essence. It was terrifying. She fainted again in fear. When she woke up for the third time, her whole body was covered in cuts. She was already filled with essence. with small pieces of essence the size of soybeans scattered on the ground. Mingmin wished she could die immediately, but she couldn't do it. Her tongue was actually tied with a rope, making it difficult to speak, let alone commit suicide. Ah! Mingmin continuously let out piercing screams. However, not a single person showed her any sympathy. On the contrary, everyone looked at her with disdain and indifference, because they had learned from her husband, Gao Feng, before Ming Min's arrival that she had killed her own husband, Gao Ming, with the intention of presenting herself to the King of Fortune. Gao Ming had been praised by Gao Feng as one of the few good people after the apocalypse. Who would have thought he would die at the hands of this wretched woman? As people who knew Gao Ming, they would not allow a woman like her to live. But even more so, they would not allow this vicious woman to die easily. At one point, they specifically applied a crazy method of experimental ethics proposed by Xia Linlin to Ming Min. This matter quickly reached Gao Feng's ears. After discussing with Yi Huimin, Gao Feng decided to use the essence tree as the most severe punishment in the King of Fortune's base. In the future, anyone discovered to be a traitor or who cruelly killed important figures in the King of Fortune's base would be planted with an essence tree. Meanwhile, Ji Shaoqing, traveling westward, left Haicheng and entered a roadside town in the area where she was transitioning to Sioux City. During this frozen apocalypse, there was actually a 5-star hotel in this small town that was brightly lit and operating as usual. Ji Shaoqing rode her snowmobile past, and, before she even reached the entrance, was stopped by 2 security guards in black from the hotel. Miss, it's already dark. Beyond Xiushui town, there's dozens of miles without any human presence. Why not stay here at our Dafahao hotel for a night and head out tomorrow morning? As they spoke, they reached out, grabbed the sides of her snowmobile, and directly lifted Ji Shaoqing into the hotel entrance. Chapter 155, The Third Space Ability User. Ji Shaoqing was quickly carried into a luxuriously decorated, but actually tasteless and ostentatious private room. A fat man wearing a large gold chain around his neck had a greasy smile on his face, staring with bulging eyes. The greasy man greedily assessed Ji Shaoqing's curvy figure and her exquisite, charming face. After watching for a while, he instinctively swallowed hard. He then rubbed his hands together and said, "Beautiful girl, be my wife. If you agree, we can go to the bridal chamber right now. I promise to make you feel like a goddess. If you don't agree, I have my ways to make you consent." Ji Shaoqing frowned slightly. Suddenly, she sensed a pungent gas in the air. Cough, cough. She couldn't help but cough twice. The greasy man immediately grinned. "Beautiful girl, did you think I was really negotiating with you? I just wanted you to let your guard down. I can tell you're a master. But people like you from big places tend to look down on us. You probably see us as a joke, wanting to see us embarrass ourselves. Humph. I'll do the opposite. I'll tell you straight, the gas I released is a top-grade aphrodisiac, strong enough to knock out an elephant. We've taken the antidote in advance, and we're all feeling the effects. Haha, come here, baby, let me kiss you." The greasy man waved his hand, and 4 bodyguards in black surrounded Ji Shaoqing from all sides. They reached out to grab her limbs, making it easier for the greasy man to do his mischief. As for resistance, they had taken the antidote and were feeling overly stimulated. Moreover, they assumed Ji Shaoqing, being a woman, must also be desperate for a man. Even if she originally had high cultivation, could she resist her instincts as a woman? The greasy man swayed his body, leisurely moving forward while reaching out with his greasy hands. After the apocalypse, he had captured several top beauties in this town, all female ability users passing by. However, these were all local beauties from nearby villages. They had outstanding looks and figures, but their temperament was still somewhat rustic, unlike the woman in front of him, who exuded a seductive charm that was enticing to the bone. The moment he saw Ji Shaoqing, he trembled with excitement. He felt this woman was a fairy, and he could play with her for 3 days and nights without getting enough. By now, he finally understood what those playboys on TV meant when they said they'd rather die under a peony flower than be unromantic. Ha! Insolence. Everyone back off, or you'll die? Just then, Ji Shaoqing, who should have been panicked and terrified, suddenly showed a cold smile and shouted. But how could the 4 black-clothed bodyguards be scared by just a shout? They scoffed and continued their actions. The greasy man also sensed that this girl was a bit tough, which made him even more excited. After capturing 3 beauties who were too gentle and submissive, he wanted to try something spicier this time. However, Ji Shaoqing, who was surrounded and seemed to be in a desperate situation in their eyes, suddenly smiled charmingly. Then, she unleashed a terrifying power belonging to the 5th level of gold. The 4 black-clothed bodyguards surrounding the snowmobile were instantly blasted away. The greasy man, adorned with a golden chain around his neck, despite faring slightly better and not being thrown away, was actually closer to death. The reason was simple. This man was a silver-level ability user. He relied on his cultivation to resist Ji Shaoqing, but instead, he took the full brunt of her power. The greasy man coughed up blood profusely, his breath becoming weak. Ji Xiaoqing smiled faintly. Suddenly, she sat cross-legged on the ground, placing one hand on her chest, and began a prayer. In no time, all the ability users, including the greasy man, vanished. This was a new ability Ji Xiaoqing developed after reaching the gold level. Divine borrowing, as the name implies, is borrowing a power from the gods of faith. Ji Xiaoqing chose to borrow the ability of space teleportation. This was a new spatial ability technique developed by Gao Feng based on teleportation. Gao Feng had pondered for a long time before suddenly having an epiphany. It must be said that this spatial teleportation technique was very practical. Ji Xiaoqing did this to facilitate the transportation of corpses back to the base. Otherwise, having Gao Feng personally teleport some minor characters would be too unreliable. After handling these matters, Ji Xiaoqing held a sword, resembling a cold and beautiful female swordswoman, walking slowly in the village hotel. Soon, she found a sealed room. Without any hesitation, she directly smashed the steel door with a palm strike. Immediately, panicked screams of women echoed from the room. 3 bikini-clad beauties stared in confusion at the even more beautiful Ji Xiaoqing, stunned. After a brief conversation, Ji Xiaoqing learned that these 3 women were the ones previously captured by the greasy man. They were all female ability users from nearby villages, all at the bronze level. After the apocalypse, they had to migrate long distances because their village's food supplies were exhausted. They were originally heading to the county town, but were intercepted midway. Ji Xiaoqing quickly began to preach to the 3 women. Naturally, they were skeptical of any doctrine. But Ji Xiaoqing was too powerful, they needed protection. So they willingly followed her, wanting to become her guardians. In the end, Ji Xiaoqing took the 3 of them to nearby villages to spread the word. With a gold-level powerhouse like Ji Xiaoqing around, they wouldn't lack for food. Thus, women from various scattered villages joined the Divine Blessing sect, planning to leave their villages together and head to the big city. Ji Xiaoqing also rewarded the obedient disciple Mu Qiqi with pure essence. As for the side effects of digesting the essence, Ji Xiaoqing directly used the divine blessing stored in her body to assist Mu Qiqi. After experiencing it once, Mu Qiqi looked at Ji Xiaoqing with eyes full of crazy infatuation. After that, Mu Qiqi's cultivation broke through to silver level 9, becoming Ji Xiaoqing's first protector. Following this, Mu Qiqi began to separate from Ji Xiaoqing and went to preach alone, wanting to achieve merit in front of Ji Xiaoqing. She went to a village called Li Family Village. However, shortly after she arrived, Ji Xiaoqing lost contact with her via the intercom. Ji Xiaoqing was shocked and quickly contacted Gao Feng. Gao Feng, sensing through space, immediately located the whereabouts of the disciple Mu Qiqi. She had been imprisoned in a dark, bottomless well by a man named Li Yunfei using spatial swapping abilities after entering Li Family Village. Mu Qiqi hadn't even met Li Yunfei face to face. It can be said that this spatial ability user, Li Yunfei, was quite cunning. However, his survival attitude was good. The only mistake was being born in a rural area lacking personnel and resources. With the arrival of toxic snow, the crops in the fields were no longer edible. Li Yunfei used spatial swapping to trap many people, barely reaching silver level 8. When he encountered Mu Qiqi at silver level 9, he developed feelings for her. But in the apocalypse, there was no time for romance. He immediately took action without hesitation, planning to wait for the imprisoned Mu Qiqi to weaken before swapping her into his bed. Once they consummated, this woman would definitely follow him afterward. After Gao Feng completed spatial sensing through Mu Qiqi, he smiled. He immediately teleported Mu Qiqi back to Ji Xiaoqing's side. Gao Feng did not directly go after Li Yunfei. He was unsure of the specific characteristics of the opponent's spatial ability. Acting rashly might lead to disaster. Therefore, he chose to teleport the socially anxious platinum-level Dongfang Ziyu into the well as a spatial marker. Gao Feng is now just waiting for Li Yunfei to deliver Dongfang Ziyu. By that time, the expression of this third space ability user will surely be very interesting. Chapter 156, Ignoring Space Explosion. After waiting for 3 days, in between, Morong Qingxue and Dongfang Ziyu even swapped places once. I have to say, this space ability user named Li Yunfei is really cautious. He can still hold on against Mu Qiqi, a low-level and clearly inferior ability user. Gao Feng couldn't help but mention this to Yi Huimin. Upon hearing this, Yi Huimin laughed and said, "If you were in his place, could you hold on?" Gao Feng was stunned, instantly putting himself in Li Yunfei's position. Following that, his expression changed drastically. Damn, Gao Feng felt that they had overlooked one issue. Li Yunfei could also sense space. He should be observing his prey in real time. This means that Li Yunfei has already noticed that Mu Qiqi, whom he placed in the dry well, has turned into someone else. If he has been observing, he should have seen that 2 people have swapped in between. If he were Li Yunfei, his first choice would definitely be to escape. However, in Gao Feng's spatial sensing, Li Yunfei did not choose to run away. Therefore, this matter became quite interesting. Gao Feng's interest was instantly piqued. After chatting with Yi Huimin for a bit, he personally teleported over. Moreover, this time he did not hide at all, heading straight for Li Yunfei's hiding place. At the same time, he dispatched Murong Qingxue and Dongfang Ziyu, two top-tier platinum combatants, to the left and right flanks to surround him. Gao Feng wanted to see what this Li Yunfei was up to. If he was too foolish, then forget it. But if he had brilliant tactics, it might be worth learning for the future. After all, anyone who could pique Gao Feng's interest was definitely a formidable character. The three of them quickly and cautiously approached. Their speed, surpassing platinum, was not much different from a car speeding on the highway. In just 3 minutes, they reached Li Yunfei's residence. Gao Feng's spatial sensing indicated that Li Yunfei was still there. However, Gao Feng felt something was off. Damn, they were already at the door. Even if he couldn't sense Gao Feng, Murong Qingxue and Dongfang Ziyu should be able to sense him, right? Either he was scared to death at home, or this guy had definitely escaped. After making this judgment, Gao Feng became even more interested. The more such a guy could expand his imagination. After this battle, whether it was devouring the opponent's abilities or stimulating his own imagination, he would become even stronger. This was much more important than a simple upgrade of abilities. Bang! Gao Feng ultimately chose to break the door down. Such heavy work was definitely something for Murong Qingxue, the martial master, to execute. The three quickly entered the room. However, there was not a single figure inside, but the spatial sensing indicated that Li Yunfei still existed. Damn, this ability is a bit perverted. Gao Feng couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, his desire to acquire the opponent's spatial abilities grew even stronger. To deceive another spatial ability user's spatial sensing. This method was simply against the heavens. Gao Feng quickly found the point of sensing Li Yunfei, which turned out to be a piece of clothing. A piece of clothing emanating Li Yunfei's scent. Just as Dongfang Ziyu was about to pick up the clothing, suddenly, Gao Feng directly teleported Dongfang Ziyu away. At the same time, he embraced Murong Qingxue and shot back. In the next moment, the clothing suddenly exploded in space. Boom. Gao Feng even saw black spatial cracks. Dongfang Ziyu and Murong Qingxue both turned pale in shock. It was too terrifying. Had it not been for Gao Feng's quick reaction just now, that spatial explosion would have definitely claimed their lives. Although they were platinum-level ability users, their bodies could not withstand the tearing force of a spatial explosion. The power was too ferocious. But oddly enough, after the spatial explosion occurred, Li Yunfei's house remained very stable, not even producing a tremor. Gao Feng felt an incredible surprise. And at that moment, after the false spatial sensing point of Li Yunfei's clothing disappeared, another spatial sensing point appeared. Following that, countless spatial sensing points belonging to Li Yunfei emerged around. Gao Feng was stunned. Damn, this Li Yunfei's spatial ability is too perverted. If all those explosions were at the same level as just now, they could be in serious trouble today. Immediately, Gao Feng teleported both women back to the Hongyun base. He couldn't take the risk of allowing them to participate in the battle. The opponent's spatial powers clearly exerted a dimensional pressure on the two women's powers. No matter how high their cultivation, they probably couldn't help. After sending the two women away, Gao Feng immediately activated teleportation. With one step, he appeared at the location where he had sensed Li Yunfei. Boom. Another spatial explosion occurred. This time, the speed of the spatial explosion was even faster, leaving Gao Feng no time to react. It was clear that Li Yunfei was nearby. However, his cultivation level was too low, and he didn't dare to face Gao Feng, a platinum-level strongman, in battle. But it must be said that his ability to trigger spatial explosions was simply a heavenly weapon. If he were to strategize carefully, he could easily kill other high-level martial artists of different types. But unfortunately, this time he was facing Gao Feng. Gao Feng not only exceeded the platinum level in cultivation, but was also a spatial ability user. And that wasn't the most critical point. The most critical point was that Gao Feng possessed the essence of two spatial ability users. Therefore, his spatial power was more robust than that of ordinary spatial ability users of the same realm, and the expression levels of his spatial abilities were richer. Faced with the spatial explosion, Gao Feng chose not to retreat and hide again this time. In fact, even if he wanted to do that, it would be impossible, because the area around him was already filled with dense spatial sensing points. It was practically a surrounding circle of spatial bombs. Any non-space user entering here would only have the option to endure the explosion. But Gao Feng merely raised the corner of his mouth. He immediately shouted in his heart. Multidimensional space. The spatial explosion occurred directly at the location of Gao Feng's body. But even when the black spatial cracks appeared, they could not shake Gao Feng's body in the slightest. It was as if the spatial explosion happening had a layer of transparent glass separating it from Gao Feng. This scene was witnessed by Li Yunfei, who was hiding in the dark and using spatial sensing, leaving him stunned. Holy crap, this is too perverted. He actually slipped into another dimension. While Li Yunfei was shocked, he quickly realized that he was encountering a fellow spatial ability user. Damn, I just wanted to survive. This is too much bullying. Seeing that his spatial explosion had failed, Li Yunfei's mindset instantly collapsed. After Gao Feng discovered Li Yunfei's tactical intentions, he immediately began to trigger spatial explosions recklessly. In less than a minute, all the spatial explosion points laid by Li Yunfei were cleared by Gao Feng. Li Yunfei turned and ran, constantly using spatial swaps to escape at an astonishing speed, distancing himself from Gao Feng. He was genuinely frightened. Damn, his most powerful trump card. The spatial explosion was actually ignored by the opponent. How could he continue to play? Li Yunfei judged that since the other party was also a spatial ability user, it was absolutely impossible for them to let him go. Therefore, he desperately ran for his life. However, could he escape? His spatial swaps allowed him to escape up to 20,000 meters in an instant. But he only has the cultivation of silver level. Chapter 157. The City of Superpowered Individuals. Li Yunfei keeps fleeing frantically. After Gao Feng senses his true actions, the corners of his mouth curve slightly upward. But he only leisurely follows behind him without rushing to capture Li Yunfei. The devouring divine ability allows Gao Feng to directly devour the origin of Li Yunfei's abilities. However, Gao Feng does not want to become a gluttonous pig. He still wants to persist in learning and thinking. After all, he considers himself not too clever. If he remains so lazy, what will he do when he encounters even more abnormal individuals in the future? Therefore, Gao Feng follows behind Li Yunfei, observing how he performs while secretly pondering how the other party accomplishes it. Spatial replacement is not a complex principle. Gao Feng's realm and spatial sensing distance enable him to create a runway for Li Yunfei to run on. Thus, he can easily sense all of Li Yunfei's operations. From Gao Feng's perspective, Li Yunfei uses a spatial gate to remotely lock onto an object and then replaces it with his own body. However, Li Yunfei's spatial replacement is as skilled as eating and drinking. Gao Feng judges that Li Yunfei's core ability should be spatial replacement. This means that the other party does not understand the essence of spatial replacement. It is an innate talent he possesses. After being inspired by Li Yunfei, Gao Feng can also perform spatial replacement, but the operation is very complex. He needs at least 2 thoughts to complete a spatial substitution. Therefore, at the same level, even if Gao Feng can perform spatial replacement, he cannot catch up to Li Yunfei. Of course, Gao Feng now possesses double the spatial origin and has mastered the skill of spatial teleportation. This technique is even more terrifying than Li Yunfei's. However, who would choose between options as an adult? Since they are both spatial abilities, Gao Feng naturally wants them all. After following for a while and finding he couldn't gain more insights from Li Yunfei, he prepared to go up and capture Li Yunfei, intending to end this hunt. As a result, just as Gao Feng was about to make a move, a city of superpowered individuals suddenly appeared ahead. Li Yunfei's figure instantly spatially replaced and entered the city. Gao Feng was also startled by the sudden appearance of the city of superpowered individuals. In the next moment, he teleported after him. He wouldn't let his third spatial origin escape. Mastering Li Yunfei's spatial origin could lead to other impressive spatial techniques. Even just mastering the spatial explosion created by Li Yunfei would be amazing. With this, he might be able to block any missiles that the Shishan base might call upon. If that were the case, Gao Feng wouldn't plan to spare the big leader of Shishan base, Zwabin. After all, one cannot allow others to sleep soundly next to them. Although Gao Feng values stability, if someone is around him and bothers him, it is better to resolve it sooner. As soon as Gao Feng entered the city of superpowered individuals, he was stunned. He was horrified to find that this city gathered hundreds of thousands of superpowered individuals. In his spatial sensing, the sensing points of superpowered individuals became sticky. Finally, switching to Li Yunfei's unique spatial aura, the sensed image became clear. However, Gao Feng found that there was not just one spatial superpowered individual in this city. Besides Li Yunfei, there were 2 others, one male and one female. The female had even reached gold level 3 cultivation. The male was of a lower level, being silver level 9. Li Yunfei's silver level 5 was still the lowest cultivation. After briefly sensing the other male and female, Gao Feng continued to track Li Yunfei. It wasn't that he was afraid to confront them, but this suddenly appearing city of superpowered individuals was a bit strange. Gao Feng was alone, and despite his high cultivation, he didn't plan to act overly impressive in an unfamiliar place to avoid attracting trouble. At Gao Feng's current realm, if he were to fully release his aura, it would easily provoke the hostility of the city's owner. Gao Feng didn't want to become a target. Having one more enemy for no reason was not beneficial. If he played his cards right, He might be able to deal with them in the future, but certainly not now. After all, with so many people around, even standing still and killing would be exhausting. Moreover, if such a large commotion attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives, he would gain nothing. Currently, Gao Feng's benefit from killing superpowered individuals was merely a corpse. He was more inclined to pick up corpses instead. After all, that was less noticeable. Actively killing someone would mean others would come looking for trouble, like this Li Yunfei. If he first dealt with the followers of the chest god cult, he would have no psychological burden in killing him. Gao Feng quickly locked onto Li Yunfei's direction again. It seemed that Li Yunfei had given up. Knowing that spatial explosions were completely useless against Gao Feng, he kept using spatial replacement, weaving through densely populated areas. Sometimes, Gao Feng was just standing right behind him. However, because there were patrolling teams of superpowered individuals nearby, Gao Feng did not immediately take action. However, after a series of high-intensity escapes, Li Yunfei felt that his abilities were about to be overused. His spirit had already started to show signs of irritability. While running, Li Yunfei suddenly pounced on a female superpowered individual who had a curvaceous figure in front of him. Li Yunfei's physical state was about to collapse. The female superpowered individual struggled and almost knocked Li Yunfei down. The female superpowered individual suddenly changed her expression. Her face flushed, covering her rear with her hand, and let out a terrified scream. However, the female superpowered individual was only silver level 1, and her cultivation was much lower than Li Yunfei's. Li Yunfei held her waist tightly, his mouth pressed against the lower part of her waist. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't shake him off. The two's commotion quickly attracted the attention of other superpowered individuals nearby and even alarmed the patrolling team. In no time, a dark gun barrel was pointed at Li Yunfei's head, pulling him up. The female superpowered individual finally escaped the embarrassing situation. Gao Feng stood not far away, watching all of this, feeling numb. To avoid drawing attention, he could only wait for a chance to act later. However, at that moment, the previously drowsy Li Yunfei suddenly pointed at Gao Feng and shouted, big brother, quickly help me out." At that moment, the female superpowered individual, who was about to leave, suddenly turned cold and looked at Gao Feng with a frosty gaze, saying, "So you are that rogue's brother? How can you allow your brother to misbehave on the street? My butt has been bitten by him and has a scar. You must give me an explanation, or I won't let you off. Officer, please arrest this rogue's brother too." Gao Feng was taken aback. What was going on? This silver-level female superpowered individual was just an ordinary person, right? Why was her tone so aggressive? In the next moment, he saw Li Yunfei making faces at him. What the heck? There was something going on here. He thought of a scheme. Just then, the silver-level 1 female superpowered individual suddenly said to the patrol team, "I am one of the captains of the superpowered city, Captain Doman's maid, named Wang Yu. Please arrest them immediately. I suspect they are insulting me to undermine Captain Doman's reputation. Hurry up." Upon hearing this, the patrol captain immediately pointed at Gao Feng and said, "Come, arrest him too." Chapter 158, Turning the Superpowered City into a Spatial Bomb. When Li Yunfei saw Gao Feng about to be arrested, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, he quickly pretended to panic and shouted loudly, "No, what are you doing? It was clearly my fault just now. How can you arrest my big brother?" Hearing this, the maid Wang Yu showed a cruel smile on her proud face. She coldly said, "Idiot, this is the superpowered city. One person commits a mistake. The whole family is implicated. You made a mistake. Your brother is implicated, which is quite reasonable." Li Yunfei continued to argue loudly with Wang Yu for a few more sentences. Of course, it was futile. The patrol captain's men had already walked up to Gao Feng, ready to take him away. Gao Feng was speechless. He thought to himself, being a small character is truly humble. No matter how one is slandered, it is difficult to defend oneself. Gao Feng immediately sneered. Suddenly, he performed the martial art of Murong Qingxue, the 8 steps to catch the toad. With quick footwork, he disappeared from in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. This scene left the members of the patrol team dumbfounded. The speed was too fast. That wasn't even the main point. The main point was that Gao Feng didn't even use any supernatural powers. He directly surpassed the speed of a speed-type supernatural being, which was a bit absurd. Just at the moment when everyone's attention was drawn to Gao Feng, Li Yunfei's figure suddenly transformed into a piece of wood. He himself directly escaped from the patrol team's custody. Then, without hesitation, he used space replacement 3 times in a row. He suddenly appeared in a spacious, pastel-colored female room. Inside, a woman in a semi-transparent nightgown was half lying on the bed, sleeping. She was completely unaware of Li Yunfei's sudden appearance. At that moment, the last trace of supernatural power in Li Yunfei's body was consumed. His eyes immediately turned crimson. Obviously, the side effects of his powers were about to erupt. However, he felt no worry at all. On the contrary, Li Yunfei felt incredibly relaxed. He casually walked to the bedside, quickly stripped off his clothes, and prepared to pounce on the beauty sleeping in a pose reminiscent of a spring flower. However, just at that moment, Li Yunfei thought he was safe, having shaken off Gao Feng, and could finally relax. Suddenly, he felt the space behind him become stagnant. As a space-type supernatural being, Li Yunfei was very familiar with this feeling. Every time he activated his space powers, the person being locked onto would feel this way. Not good. Li Yunfei was alarmed. Then, with all his might, he stuffed a ball of essence into his mouth. Without hesitation, he violently refined this essence. Then, he forcefully unleashed the transformed supernatural power directly onto the bed where the girl was sleeping. Crack! An illusory fist smashed the solid wooden bed to pieces. As a space-type supernatural being, even in a critical moment, his control over his powers remained excellent. This punch only shattered the bed without harming the girl on it in the slightest. Therefore, the girl who was not dead suddenly fell to the ground from her sleep, feeling as if her head was about to explode from pain. When she turned her head to look at the situation beside her, she saw Li Yunfei's body being suddenly grabbed away by a terrifying, illusory force. This instantly caused the frightened girl to let out a high-pitched scream. Before Li Yunfei left, he heard the girl scream and finally felt at ease. He knew that her scream would surely attract the attention of her family. The reason he chose to violate this girl was not a random choice, but a premeditated trap. The goal was to attract a big shot at a critical moment. Li Yunfei considered himself a talent, believing that the other party would be willing to save him upon seeing him. One could say that Li Yunfei's calculations were quite good. Almost at the moment Li Yunfei was taken away, a platinum-level supernatural being's aura quickly flew toward the center square of Super City. This person had a very strong smell of blood, clearly having killed many people after the apocalypse. Gao Feng sensed it and immediately judged that this person's combat ability was likely among the top tier, even within the platinum level. Gao Feng was too lazy to get entangled. After using telekinesis to bring Li Yunfei before him, he directly activated teleportation to leave Super City. His spatial sensing range was too large. Super City only had a diameter of 20 kilometers, and Gao Feng casually took a step far away from it. After leaving, Gao Feng found a cave on a mountain next to Super City and began to use his devouring technique on Li Yunfei. This guy was too despicable. Originally, with Gao Feng's current strength, even if he used the devouring technique on Li Yunfei to take away the other party's spatial origin, it wouldn't necessarily kill him. Gao Feng initially planned to imprison Li Yunfei for a while, find a supernatural being who could erase memories, and then let him go to live as an ordinary person. However, he kept digging his own grave, constantly slandering Gao Feng and trying to redirect blame. After making arrangements, Gao Feng didn't say a word to Li Yunfei and directly used the devouring technique. In no time, Gao Feng had obtained 3 portions of spatial origin. He immediately mastered the means of spatial replacement. He could even easily perform the spatial explosion that Li Yunfei had executed. However, when Gao Feng used it, the power of this spatial explosion was significantly greater, and the area it covered was more than 100 times larger than the opponent's. Gao Feng tried it out, using telekinesis to make subtle adjustments to the space of Super City. Then, the stability of the space where the entire city was located concentrated on a single spatial line. When necessary, Gao Feng could simply pull this spatial line, and the entire Super City would instantly experience a terrifying spatial explosion. One could say that all supernatural powers below the platinum level would be obliterated on the spot. Even platinum-level supernatural beings would have their bodies shattered, leaving only their supernatural cores intact. After trying it out, Gao Feng couldn't help but feel his heart racing. He thought to himself, if he were a terrorist, wouldn't Super City be doomed? However, it was fortunate that Gao Feng had mastered the means to take away Li Yunfei's powers. Otherwise, with this guy's personality, he might really blow up Super City one day. Inside Super City, on the only astronomical observatory, a silver-haired supernatural being was using her powers to observe the stars in broad daylight. Originally, she appeared calm, but after Gao Feng completed the transformation of the spatial bomb for Super City, a dark aura suddenly enveloped her forehead. Poof! Moments later, the silver-haired supernatural being suddenly opened her eyes, her expression grave as she murmured, "It's over, Super City is being watched by the eyes of the dead." Why? Why is this happening? There are no enemies in Super City. The silver-haired supernatural being quickly descended from the observatory and found the city lord of Super City, her face full of unease. "Great City Lord, our city is about to face disaster." Upon hearing this, the city lord was startled. He knew that the silver-haired supernatural being had the ability to predict the future. However, he was puzzled. Super City had powerful diamond-level supernatural beings stationed, and there were 4 of them. How could they face disaster? Could it be a legendary king-level supernatural being? The city lord was skeptical, He felt that this was simply unrealistic. In this world, there weren't enough essence to support a king-level supernatural being. The amount of essence required was terrifying. Whether it was the essence produced by ordinary people infected with snow poison or the artificial essence cultivated from the corpses of supernatural beings, the total amount would not be enough to support such a terrifying quantity of essence. Chapter 159. Killing diamond-level supernatural beings like slaughtering dogs. The city lord of Super City said helplessly, "It seems that this king-level supernatural being should indeed exist. Although starry-level beings were powerful, Super City could still create one with full effort in a short time. But the king, this gap is too big. It can only be explained this way. Otherwise, I can't think of anyone else who could put the superpowered city at risk of destruction." That day, the lord of superpowered city announced an expansion order. His reason was that to resist the attacks of king-level superpowered individuals, they could only find a way to produce a king-level superpowered individual in superpowered city. To gather enough essence, relying solely on ordinary accumulation is far from enough. Only by waging war can they have hundreds or thousands of superpowered individuals die, using their corpses to create more artificial essence. This includes not only their own, but also the enemies. By accumulating in this way, perhaps they could create a king-level superpowered individual. Since ancient times, countless bones have been sacrificed for the success of a general, so it's nothing new. With hundreds of thousands of superpowered individuals mobilized from superpowered city, the momentum was astonishing. Nearby Sioux City suffered first due to its proximity. Immediately, 8 platinum-level superpowered individuals from Sioux City were obliterated by 2 diamond-level superpowered individuals. 20,000 superpowered individuals from Sioux City died resisting. The 2 million survivors of Sioux City had to endure the loss of 100,000 before superpowered city completely took control of Sioux City and stopped the massacre. After taking Sioux City, superpowered city turned its expansion target to the similarly nearby High City. 100,000 superpowered troops arrived at the outskirts of Shishan base within 3 days, surrounding it directly. The leading diamond-level superpowered individual took to the sky and called out to the chief of Shishan base, Zwabin. Upon seeing the visitors, Zwabin's face changed drastically in fear. He scrambled out of the base and directly surrendered. This scene stunned all the superpowered individuals in High City. What further crushed the superpowered individuals in High City was that Zwabin immediately suggested to the leading diamond-level superpowered individual to quickly capture the King of Fortune, Gao Feng, and cautiously advised, "Sir, as an official, I still hope our Eastern Military District can continue to protect the area. I suspect that King Gao Feng has already reached diamond level or even higher cultivation. I recommend you lure him to a deserted area and then use the destroyer. This guy is said to have opened a spatial ability." The diamond-level superpowered individual laughed upon hearing this. He did not take Zwabin's suggestion to heart. He had a golden-level spatial ability user under his command. Although the spatial ability is strong, it is still not enough against him. A powerful being who has opened the reincarnation ability. The diamond-level superpowered individual immediately launched a full-scale attack on High City. Gao Feng was sleeping at home when he was suddenly provoked and immediately got angry. He chose not to appear, but instead calmly sat at home and used a technique to pluck the heart from the enemy's body from a distance. The diamond-level superpowered individual was momentarily stunned and then coughed up blood before dying. The chief of Shishan base, Zwabin, who had previously betrayed Gao Feng, was directly obliterated by Gao Feng's void divine grasp. Then, the superpowered individuals of superpowered city fled in defeat. Gao Feng did not take it seriously. He collected the bodies of the 2 individuals and continued to sleep at home. It was laughable. Did they really think they were platinum-level superpowered individuals? He had surpassed platinum, surpassed diamond, and entered the starry level of superpowered individuals. The entire High City was within his spatial sensing range, mastering the devouring divine ability. In addition to relying on essence to improve his cultivation, he could directly devour high-level superpowered individuals to achieve it. Although the devoured source did not share the same power attribute and would not cause a qualitative change in his abilities, having an additional diamond-level superpowered individual and a platinum-level 9 superpowered individual-S abilities allowed Gao Feng's cultivation to surge dramatically. His superpowered cultivation rose from Starry Level 1 to Starry Level 2. It must be said, it was quite challenging. At the Starry level, the energy required for cultivation is simply immense. While Gao Feng returned to sleep, Yi Huimin was a bit worried. She uneasily said, "Brother, is it appropriate for us to kill like this? They are superpowered individuals from superpowered city." Gao Feng laughed. "If we don't kill them, won't they still come? If we don't kill, we will die. Now is no time to hide our strength." Yi Huimin thought about it and agreed. After Gao Feng had enough sleep, he immediately absorbed the 100 billion artificial essence remaining in the Hanyun base and asked Jiang Yushua to continue ramping up production. He was preparing to kill. After absorbing the essence, Gao Feng's cultivation surged again, reaching starry level 3. Gao Feng knew that to continue improving his cultivation, even draining the entire high city might be difficult to achieve. Since superpowered city had come to provoke him, he would repay them in kind, with blood for blood. Gao Feng immediately used teleportation to arrive inside superpowered city. His spatial sensing power enveloped the entire superpowered city, and using the void divine grasp, he swiftly wreaked havoc on the high-ranking officials within the city hall of superpowered city. He found a diamond-level expert and directly used a technique to extract the heart from the opponent's body. As the opponent coughed up blood, he followed up with the void spear, piercing through the forehead. The entire process was so swift that the opponent only had time to cough up blood before being pierced to death, with no reaction time whatsoever. After killing one person, Gao Feng used teleportation to return directly to the Hongyun base in High City. Upon returning, Gao Feng began to devour this new diamond-level superpowered individual. His cultivation soared. An hour later, his cultivation further improved. This diamond-level superpowered individual had reached diamond level 8, with a very solid foundation. Therefore, after conversion into superpowered abilities, Gao Feng's cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket, rising 2 levels to reach starry level 5. Afterward, Gao Feng naturally shared divine blessings upon the followers of the Chest God Church through Ji Xiaoqing's sensory sharing. After the followers enjoyed the pleasure, Gao Feng's superpowered side effects were eliminated. Thus, he teleported back to superpowered city. At this moment, the Lord of Superpowered City was holding an emergency meeting to discuss how to respond to the upcoming major crisis. He was speaking when suddenly, a diamond-level team leader beside him vanished into thin air. Everyone was immediately shocked. The Lord of Superpowered City, a high-level diamond level 9 superpowered individual, exerted all his strength to explore for the attacker. However, apart from detecting that a powerful spatial ability user had visited, he had no clue. After Gao Feng returned to the Hongyun base in High City with this diamond-level superpowered individual, he began to use the devouring divine ability again. Gao Feng's cultivation continued to soar. This time, Gao Feng's cultivation only improved by a small realm, but he had already reached the high level of starry level 6. With the current combat strength of superpowered city, no one could harm Gao Feng in the slightest. Gao Feng even faintly had the idea of catching a destroyer missile with his bare hands. However, Gao Feng did not lose his calm. He decided to continue with the previous plan. Since superpowered city was coming to attack High City, he would absorb their diamond-level superpowered individuals one by one. Moreover, with Gao Feng's current cultivation, killing diamond-level superpowered individuals was as easy as killing chickens. The Lord of Superpowered City was still in shock. Half an hour later, Gao Feng returned, reaching out to grab the last diamond-level subordinate of the Lord of Superpowered City from a distance. Gao Feng's cultivation then advanced again, reaching starry level 6. After losing all his left and right arms, the Lord of Superpowered City finally changed color and hurriedly picked up a satellite phone to call for help from other military districts. Chapter 160. The Truth of the Ice of the End Times, devouring poison snow to upgrade abilities. Just as the Lord of Superpowered City finished his call, he suddenly clutched his heart, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He looked ahead in horror, filled with dread. He died just like that. He didn't even get to see what his enemy looked like before he died. In the next moment, his body disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already outside the super ability city, in front of Gao Feng. Gao Feng had sensed the other side's distress calls to other cities through spatial perception. Gao Feng told himself not to be nervous, but it was impossible. He wasn't afraid of attacks from other supernatural beings at all. After all, the highest cultivation level of the opponents was only at the diamond level. Although theoretically, there should be more terrifying king-level beings. As a starry level, Gao Feng knew that to reach that level of supernatural being, one would have to absorb all the energy contained within every supernatural being in Xia country. Without hesitation, Gao Feng unleashed the Taotai divine power to absorb the original source of the Super Ability City Lord's abilities. The Super Ability City Lord was at the peak of Diamond Level 9, just one step away from Starry Level. The energy obtained from absorbing the source was far higher than his cultivation level. Gao Feng's cultivation level ultimately increased by 1 rank, reaching Starry Level 7. It could be said that Gao Feng had completely squeezed out the essence of the supernatural beings in the Super Ability City. To further increase his cultivation, he would have to commit a massacre that destroys humanity. However, Gao Feng was well aware that what he was about to face was likely not an attack from powerful supernatural beings, but a truly terrifying, ultimate attack, a destroyer missile. This thing is generally used to destroy nations and cities. Nowadays, it is also the best choice for dealing with a difficult-to-control supernatural being like Gao Feng. Gao Feng could not harbor any delusions. Therefore, he had to quickly improve his cultivation. After returning to the Hongyun base to resolve the negative effects of his abilities, Gao Feng soon left the base and began patrolling the surrounding area, continuing to hunt down powerful opponents. Of course, it was not easy to find them. The true experts in Haicheng, Sucheng, and the supernatural beings base had all been killed by Gao Feng. He had no choice but to look for spatial supernatural beings in the area. In the past, Gao Feng would never have done such a thing. After all, he was not in a hurry. But now, Gao Feng urgently needed to enhance his survival capabilities. Gao Feng mastered the ability of spatial explosion. But whether it could withstand a destroyer missile was still unknown. When the level of supernatural beings could not be further improved, Gao Feng could only increase the quantity of spatial sources. Gao Feng had already hunted and absorbed 2 spatial supernatural beings. After killing Xiao Rui, he deduced the ability of teleportation. After killing Li Yunfei, although he did not deduce a new supernatural ability, he acquired the means of spatial explosion, which was also extremely terrifying. These were all incredibly powerful weapons. Teleportation was invincible for pursuit and escape. Spatial explosion could even rival a destroyer missile. If Gao Feng were a person who exterminates humanity, he could directly go to various cities to create explosions, and he wouldn't even need to wait for others to unleash destroyer attacks on him. He would have the means to wipe out the entire Xia country. But he was not that kind of person. Using spatial explosion to counter a destroyer attack was a bit too difficult. This was because spatial explosion is fixed, while the destroyer is dynamic. Gao Feng quickly found the 2 spatial supernatural beings he had discovered earlier in the super ability city. To survive, he could only choose to kill these 2. Previously, the ones Gao Feng had captured were all people who provoked him. This time, it was an exception. One of these 2 spatial supernatural beings was golden level, and the other was silver level. This amount of supernatural source was actually not enough to even fill his teeth. What Gao Feng genuinely cared about was the types of supernatural sources within them. Gao Feng stood outside the city and continuously used the ability to retrieve items from a distance. The 2 were completely bewildered and were taken by Gao Feng. One of the supernatural beings was even just happily with his woman when he was taken away by Gao Feng from a distance. When he appeared in front of Gao Feng, the scene was extremely embarrassing. He thought Gao Feng was going to fight him. However, Gao Feng directly unleashed the Taotai divine power with a thought, immediately absorbing all the spatial sources from both of them into his own body. At this time, Gao Feng had 5 completely different spatial sources within him. He had gathered 5 core forms of spatial supernatural abilities: retrieval from a distance, rapid collection, spatial replacement, spatial cutting, and spatial bridging. At the same time, Gao Feng's mind was also connected to 5 other dimensional spaces. He discovered that all 5 people with spatial abilities, including himself, had collected vast amounts of resources. Gao Feng did not check these resources. Instead, he began to experiment with these 5 core spatial abilities. These 5 were the most basic and could be executed without any time buffer. Gao Feng found that the first 3 were relatively normal. However, the 2 newly acquired abilities, spatial cutting and bridging, were simply perverse skills. After attempting, Gao Feng discovered that spatial cutting could cut through the world barrier of the current world. He tried to extend his head outward and was shocked to find a terrifyingly large iceberg towering over 10,000 meters outside the world Gao Feng was in. Just for a moment of poking his head out, he almost froze solid. Gao Feng also noticed that the world barrier of their current world was slowly becoming thinner. In that instant, Gao Feng finally understood why there was such a thing as an ice apocalypse. It turned out that the issue was not with this world at all. Instead, it was a nearby world that was essentially a giant iceberg. That larger world was continuously devouring and merging with the world they were currently in. Once the world barrier of the current world completely disappeared, it would mean that the entire world would be completely frozen. At that moment, Gao Feng suddenly understood why so many supernatural beings like him appeared in the apocalypse, especially space supernatural beings like Gao Feng. Fundamentally, this was actually the original world trying to save itself. The so-called apocalyptic poisonous snow was merely a type of energy secreted by the world to save itself. Once Gao Feng figured this out, he suddenly had an epiphany. His thinking expanded to an infinite width. At this point, he no longer sought high-level supernatural beings. He also no longer cared about the threat of the so-called destroyer missile. Instead, he immediately found Xia Linlin. Gao Feng solemnly asked Xia Linlin, "Linlin, if I directly absorb the poisonous snow, will I die?" Xia Linlin was startled and then shook her head. Logically, it shouldn't. I have done so many experiments and found that supernatural beings themselves are equivalent to high-power snow toxin purifiers. As long as one does not consume poisonous snow exceeding their own tolerance limit at once, it should be equivalent to absorbing essence. However, this negative effect is scarier than artificial essence. Even golden-level supernatural beings cannot withstand it. I only barely managed to endure it after reaching platinum level. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng burst into laughter, pulling Xiao Linlin into his arms and kissing her heavily. Notify Ji Shaoqing, I want the blessing of the gods, hurry. After Gao Feng said this, he began to collect the poisonous snow from the Hongyun base from a distance. Almost in an instant, all the accumulated snow in the community was collected by Gao Feng and forcibly absorbed into his body using the Taotai divine power. Boom. Gao Feng's supernatural ability level instantly broke through, stepping directly into Starry level 8. Moreover, his supernatural ability level continued to rise, followed by Starry level 9. Finally, it stopped at this level. At that moment, Gao Feng's eyes turned bright red like fire, exuding a suffocating fiery aura. Chapter 161. Test fire of a cherry blossom destroyer missile. The poisonous snow from the Honyun base was completely absorbed and refined by Gao Feng. Yet it still did not reach the king level. Gao Feng felt numb. A thorough cleansing of the entire Haicheng's toxic snow is necessary. The once terrifying toxic snow has now become a treasure. However, this treasure is something ordinary people cannot digest. After absorbing all the toxic snow from Haicheng, Gao Feng did not break through as expected. The gap between the starry and king-level realms is simply too vast. Gao Feng directly began indiscriminately collecting all the toxic snow within his sensing range into his dimensional space. After finishing with Haicheng, he went to the super city to collect more, not even bothering to kill their ability users. At this point, for Gao Feng, the quantity of toxic snow was immense, and mass collection was far more efficient than killing to acquire abilities, which felt like a waste of time. Gao Feng also didn't bother to hide his presence. Suddenly appearing in the super city, he scared all the ability users so much that they tightened up, who knew that Gao Feng would silently leave again. After finishing with the super city, he went on to collect from Su City. One after another, he gathered all the toxic snow from 10 surrounding cities. And Gao Feng finally reached the king level. In an instant, his spatial sensing range expanded tenfold. The entire territory of Xia country entered Gao Feng's sensing range. He quickly moved through various cities and, as expected, discovered that some people were holding a meeting to discuss launching a doomsday missile strike on Haicheng. Gao Feng laughed. His spatial sensing quickly scanned around these people and soon located the launch vehicles for the doomsday missiles. He directly collected these missile launchers into his dimensional space. Then, he intentionally appeared before the big shots who were in the meeting. Gentlemen, I've taken your doomsday missiles. Remember, I also have doomsday capabilities now. Before you strike Haicheng, think carefully. After saying this, Gao Feng vanished without a trace. The big shots were left dumbfounded on the spot. What shocked them even more was that they hadn't noticed Gao Feng's arrival at all. After Gao Feng appeared, all their abilities were completely suppressed and could not be used. Even those with diamond-level abilities felt a sense of unease when facing Gao Feng. Who is this person? Quickly investigate. The leader shouted angrily. The staff immediately opened the database to search for his identity. Soon, they found Gao Feng's information. His file was very simple: a regular university graduate, an orphan, who worked in an e-commerce company after graduation. It was utterly unremarkable. Yet Gao Feng moved freely before them. Continue searching. He cannot be this simple. The leader was furious again. At that moment, a staff member hesitantly said, I remember now. The Lord of the Super City previously sent a message asking us to strike Haicheng with doomsday missiles, mentioning a Gao Feng. Upon hearing this, the leader was stunned. He rushed to the staff member, grabbed his collar, and asked seriously, is what you said true? Why didn't you say it earlier? The staff member was speechless. Thinking to himself, what was I supposed to say? Didn't you say yesterday that we shouldn't pay attention, as doomsday missiles are powerful weapons that shouldn't be used lightly? But he didn't dare to say that out loud. He could only perfunctorily reply, I'll be sure to mention it earlier next time. The leader finally let him go and then ordered his subordinates, prepare the doomsday missiles for me, and bomb Haicheng immediately. The subordinate's face turned pale as he hesitated. Leader, our doomsday missiles have just been attacked and all been taken. The leader was immediately enraged, slamming the table and scolding, what have you all been doing? After showing off, Gao Feng had already returned. He truly did not disdain to kill. It wasn't that he was afraid, but rather that he was too lazy to do it. After all, if he killed these leaders, he would still have to manage ordinary people later. Wouldn't it be better to stay at home, eating well, and sleeping with his wife? Gao Feng just needed to ensure his own safety. After taking back the doomsday missiles, he wanted to test whether he could withstand such a thing. But to be cautious, he decided to test fire 1 or 2 first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to assess the power, and if it was too strong and killed him, that would not be fun. After thinking it over, Gao Feng quickly decided on the testing ground. He set the target for the doomsday missiles test attack in the direction of Sakura country. He would just aim and fire wherever it landed, not intentionally targeting anyone. Mainly because the eastern area was open and all sea. Plus, Gao Feng wouldn't operate the doomsday missile, he would focus on just launching it. Boom. Gao Feng took out the missile, pressed a button, and launched it. To his surprise, it was quite user-friendly and shot out immediately, heading east. Gao Feng quickly activated his spatial sensing to track the missile. It was indeed flying quite fast. If it weren't for Gao Feng's spatial sensing range already covering the entire Xia country, he might not have been able to keep up. While tracking, he used teleportation. Although the missile flew fast, Gao Feng's speed could keep up with it. No matter how fast it flew, it couldn't outpace his teleportation. Boom. 4 minutes later, the doomsday missile exploded. A massive mushroom cloud immediately rose into the sky. Gao Feng felt the spatial vibrations rushing towards him. He quickly opened a row of spatial doors to absorb the shockwave from the explosion. After feeling it out, he concluded it was acceptable, although the doomsday missile was outrageous. Its actual attack power wasn't that strong. It only had a terrifying amount of radiation and subsequent lethality. As long as he wasn't hit at the core, Gao Feng felt he could withstand it. He analyzed and judged various aspects, and looking towards the direction of Sakura, he was quite satisfied to see a large crater had formed. After studying for half an hour, he ultimately chose not to teleport Yi Huimin and the others over. Naturally afraid they would be exposed to radiation. Just as he was about to leave, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the sky. It turned out to be a bat-like person flying over from high above. Gao Feng sensed it and found it to be an ability user, probably at the platinum level. This might be the strongest ability user from Sakura. Otherwise, such a commotion wouldn't have brought them out first. Gao Feng frowned, not understanding what the other party was saying. However, he could tell from their accent that they were from Sakura. Remembering the national grievances of the past, Gao Feng couldn't help but strike first. Void God Grasp. Bang. The bat person was instantly turned into a mist of blood in midair. The difference in cultivation levels was too great. Gao Feng was at the king level, possibly the only king level in this world. The other party was merely at the diamond level, 2 major realms apart. They were simply not qualified to be Gao Feng's opponent. Gao Feng immediately collected the blood mist into his dimensional space, and then used the Devourer divine ability to absorb the original powers within. Even a fly's leg is still meat. Gao Feng was astonished to discover that after reaching the king level, when he absorbed the abilities of other ability users, he could directly obtain their original ability attributes. Gao Feng immediately activated the ability of the blood bat he had absorbed, and found that he had transformed into the appearance of the Sakura ability user from earlier. He spread his arms and floated lightly into the air. Gao Feng could even mimic a bat, emitting his internal abilities in the form of ultrasonic waves to attack enemies. The previous Sakura ability user shout was actually an attack directed at Gao Feng. However, due to the overwhelming strength of Gao Feng's abilities, he hadn't noticed it. Interesting. Why not take a trip to Sakura country? At this moment, the doomsday missile would only destroy 1 city at most. Although terrifying, there was still a large area of Sakura country remaining. It would be perfect for him to harvest a wave of abilities. As Gao Feng pondered this, scenes from Sakura action films suddenly appeared in his mind, and he felt an urge to visit Sakura capital, wondering if it was really hot there. Chapter 162. The thunder god of the beautiful country arrives. Gao Feng transformed into a bat and continuously used teleportation, moving at a speed more outrageous than a missile. In just 1 minute, he arrived in Sakura City. Gao Feng didn't want to waste time or be polite. As an enemy with a deep blood feud from the past, he directly activated his spatial abilities and began to collect everything he saw. He first absorbed the poison snow in one breath. The ability users in Sakura City were astonished. Many of them came out to check the situation, feeling that something was off. The first to reach Gao Feng was a female ability user named Takeda Kanako. She awakened her teleportation ability directly, moving at a terrifying speed. However, her ability level was not as high as Gao Feng's. The distance she could teleport was limited. Each time she could only teleport 1 kilometer. This distance was already enough for her to easily survive in this apocalypse. Because of this, she recklessly rushed over to see what was going on. As a result, she faced tragedy. Gao Feng caught her in a second. Despite her teleporting 70 times in a row, each time in less than a second, she exhausted her abilities and was still caught by Gao Feng. Following that, Takeda Kanako's abilities' negative effects kicked in. Gao Feng noticed that she was beautiful and, when he caught her, he could see that her figure was very attractive. So, he kindly helped relieve her negative effects. As a result, Gao Feng's good intentions were rewarded. He discovered that not only was Takeda Kanako pretty and well endowed, but her interaction skills were also very high. The two interacted 3 times, which lasted for 3 days and nights. More importantly, Gao Feng felt that since they were in the open area of Sakura City, there was no need to be shy or cover up. So, the two completed the process outdoors. This scene was witnessed by hundreds of thousands of ability users arriving in Sakura City, especially when they heard Takeda Kanako repeatedly shouting Yamete. Everyone felt a sense of being cuckolded, because they also liked this version of Takeda Kanako. Soon, some began to provoke Gao Feng. Gao Feng casually wiped them out. Yes, all of them. He left the beautiful ones alive and wanted to experience the Sakura heat. Everyone else was obliterated by a spatial explosion. Finally, they transformed into the essence of abilities, swallowed by Gao Feng's other-dimensional space, becoming the resources for his powers. Gao Feng's evil deeds quickly provoked the wrath of the Sakura nation. Gao Feng laughed. Facing the attackers that kept arriving, he remained silent, only killing and leaving behind some beautiful women. Some he didn't particularly like, but he could take them back to his country for his adopted son Duke and others. Some grudges also needed to be settled. After scaring off all the ability users, Gao Feng couldn't be bothered to search for their low-level ability users to kill. Instead, he headed straight for their highest mountain. With a casual void god grasp, Gao Feng directly opened up the earth veins of this active volcano. Then, an unprecedented volcanic eruption was artificially triggered. Half of Sakura's territory was destroyed by the volcano. Gao Feng, the super ability user from the east, was referred to by the surviving Sakura people as the messenger of God, a fierce deity in the world. Among the Sakura people, ability users who awakened divine beliefs developed an infinite admiration for Gao Feng, directly worshipping him as a fierce god. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng laughed, thinking that everyone has a different perspective. When he saved Ji Shaoqing while she prayed with her chest, she established the chest god church. Now, when the Sakura people saw their terrifying side, they instead gave him a legitimate and domineering divine position. In order to show his recognition of the Sakura people's faith, Gao Feng generously appeared to accept their worship. Soon, Gao Feng sensed the existence of all the remaining women in Sakura. The men also came to worship Gao Feng through the women. Furthermore, Takeda Kanako established a system for selecting beauties to serve Gao Feng. Gao Feng quickly cleaned up the poison snow in Sakura, and at the same time, his cultivation level further improved, reaching the 5th level of the king. Gao Feng turned the entire nation of Sakura into his private territory for enjoyment. Just as he was about to return to his country, Takeda Kanako suddenly informed him that the ability users from the beautiful country were visiting, requesting Sakura to join in invading the summer country. Moreover, the ability users from the beautiful country promised to support Sakura's ability users with destroyer missiles at any time. Once they occupied the summer country, they would give 1/4 of its land to Sakura. Gao Feng laughed. Times have changed. The beautiful country simply regarded Sakura as their subordinate. They never imagined that Gao Feng had already completed the occupation of Sakura ahead of them. The actions of the beautiful country in uniting with Sakura instead led to a leak of information. Gao Feng did not immediately become angry. Instead, he told Takeda Kanako to deal with the ability users from the beautiful country and see what other support they could provide besides destroyer missiles. Takeda Kanako quickly acted according to Gao Feng's instructions. When she returned, she brought back a shocking piece of news. The beautiful country had developed a method to extract poison snow energy. Any ordinary person could quickly awaken their abilities with just one injection of the extracted drug. Ability users could also enhance their ability levels through similar injections, which was very convenient. Gao Feng sneered, thinking that this method was too outdated. He then asked Takeda Kanako to find out if they had any experts coming to support. Takeda Kanako inquired and reported that 3 peak-level Diamond 9-level experts had arrived. Gao Feng laughed. He immediately embraced Takeda Kanako and went to meet them. After some pleasantries, as everyone settled down, Gao Feng suddenly used a void god grasp to envelop the 3 smiling individuals in front of him. The 3 instantly felt a terrifying illusory power enveloping them. They desperately activated their abilities, but could not shake him at all. In the next moment, the void god grasp exerted force, crushing the 3 into nothingness. They were then absorbed into the other dimensional space, secretly devoured by Gao Feng, using his devouring power. This process was extremely fast. Gao Feng then broke through again, reaching the 6th level of the king. 3 days later, an icebreaker from the beautiful country arrived at the coast of Sakura. A powerful king-level ability user stepped out of the cabin, and Gao Feng sensed him through spatial perception. Gao Feng did not hide his aura. He even intentionally released his ability fluctuations to attract the other party. The king-level ability user from the beautiful country was indeed drawn to Gao Feng. He immediately activated his long-range ability perception to scan Gao Feng's cultivation level. At the same time, he pulled out a black hammer emitting electric sparks from his back. White electricity shot out from the hammer, causing the air to crackle with explosive sounds. The terrifying power pressure made ability users below the king level feel a profound sense of death crisis. Standing next to Gao Feng, Takeda Kanako's eyes shone with fear upon seeing this scene. Clearly, she was very afraid of the opponent's lightning. The thunder god. Gao Feng couldn't help but exclaim, Looking again at the tall figure with long hair and exposed chest muscles, he did bear a resemblance to the thunder god from movies and dramas. However, it was ultimately just a resemblance. Moreover, although lightning was good at attacking, what about facing space? Gao Feng took a step forward, appearing in front of the thunder god from 1,000 miles away. At the same time, a bolt of white lightning connected to the dark clouds in the sky directly struck towards Gao Feng's body. Bang! The terrifying power of the lightning even pierced through the space where Gao Feng stood in an instant. The attacking force of the lightning was truly too formidable. Takeda Kaneko saw Gao Feng disappear under the lightning and was immediately frightened, trembling like a flower branch. She had even begun to mentally prepare herself to serve another ruler-level powerhouse at any moment. Chapter 163. The Thunder God lost his hammer. After Takeda Kaneko assessed the situation, she quickly made up her mind to seek refuge with a more powerful ability user. Moreover, for a long time, Sakura Country had been a vassal of the beautiful country. Now, seeking refuge again, she felt no psychological pressure at all. Hush! Takeda Kaneko instantly appeared before the thunder god of the beautiful country. She respectfully knelt before him, her face showing a flattering smile. Lord Thunder God, I am Takeda Kaneko from Sakura Country, and I will be loyal to you from now on. By the way, my lord, that ability user from Summer Country, Gao Feng, has spatial abilities. His combat power is naturally not comparable to yours, but his speed is very fast. If you want to catch up to him, I can use my teleportation ability to help you. The Thunder God was taken aback. He then reached out to lift Takeda Kaneko's delicate chin, showing a lewd smile as he said, "That waste from Summer Country didn't even dare to take a single move from me. He will be killed sooner or later. I ask you, are you helping him control Sakura Country? Also, I've heard that the women from Sakura Country are particularly skilled. Tell me, how many tricks do you have?" Takeda Kaneko immediately understood. Her face was filled with charm. Suddenly, she stuck out her tongue, intending to lick the Thunder God's hand. The Thunder God immediately let out a lewd laugh. The two were about to engage in lewd behavior in the open when suddenly, a disdainful sneer came from not far away. "Enough! Damn it, I can't watch this any longer." Gao Feng, who had disappeared for a while, suddenly appeared out of thin air. Both the Thunder God and Takeda Kaneko were startled and turned to look at Gao Feng. Takeda Kaneko's expression immediately turned fearful, and she instinctively apologized. "Gao Feng-kun, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to betray you. It's just that the Thunder God is too powerful. I just wanted to save my life. I thought once you left, we could both be safe. After all, you wouldn't suffer any losses. I just followed the custom of seeking refuge with a new powerful being." The Thunder God arrogantly laughed. "That's right. This world respects the strong. The winner takes all. Now that you have lost, your woman is mine, and your power is also mine. Since you don't know your place, if you don't escape immediately, even your life will be mine." Saying this, he took out the Thunder Goddess hammer. Another bolt of white lightning fell from the sky with a boom, directly striking at Gao Feng. The spot where he had just stood was again penetrated by lightning, and the terrifying power of the lightning even turned that space into a black hole. Clearly this time, the lightning unleashed by the Thunder God was even more terrifying than before. He was obviously preparing to strike Gao Feng when he was emotionally agitated, aiming for a fatal blow. However, he still underestimated Gao Feng. Whoosh! Gao Feng's figure flashed rapidly. A terrifying scene appeared before the Thunder God and Takeda Kaneko. Gao Feng actually stepped into another layer of space and continued to teleport within that layer. Although his speed was obviously slower than the teleportation speed in this world, Gao Feng still managed to evade. This scene flashed by in an instant. If not for the impressive eyesight of the two, it would have been impossible to see. "Damn it! How slippery!" the Thunder God yelled. Meanwhile, Takeda Kaneko felt a slight tightening in her heart. The next moment, a look of fear appeared on her face, and she suddenly spat out blood, collapsing to the ground. It was only at the moment of her death that Takeda Kaneko realized that Gao Feng truly had murderous intent toward her. Although she didn't know exactly how Gao Feng would kill her, as a spatial ability user, she could roughly guess that Gao Feng must have quietly crushed her heart using spatial means. Spatial abilities are inherently assassin-like. If he wanted to escape, there was no one in this world who could catch him. If he wanted to kill, no matter how one defended, it would be in vain. Takeda Kaneko was already at a major realm lower than Gao Feng. For Gao Feng to kill her was as simple as killing an ant. He hadn't killed her before simply because she was docile enough. Gao Feng had not directly absorbed the spatial primal power within her body, but when she knelt before the Thunder God, wagging her tail in submission, and even preparing to engage in lewd acts under the broad daylight, Gao Feng felt no attachment to her at all. She was just a woman. In the apocalypse, Gao Feng knew not how many he had. Once Gao Feng decided to give up, he was decisive in killing. With a thought, using the Void God grasp, he crushed her heart from afar. "Hush! Takeda Kaniko's body quickly vanished into thin air. Gao Feng once again completed the absorption of Takeda Kaniko's spatial primal power through the dimensional space. In an instant, Gao Feng's ability source reached 6 portions. Although Gao Feng's ability level did not further improve, his aura fluctuations became incredibly terrifying, even as he stood in the void. The spatial fluctuations around his body were forcibly suppressed and disappeared by the fluctuations of his abilities. Acting mysterious. Die. The Thunder God was furious. He raised his hammer, unleashing all his power, preparing to bring down this pretentious Gao Feng. With a loud shout, 3 bolts of white lightning shot down from the void, directly striking toward the top of Gao Feng's head. However, as soon as these 3 bolts of lightning reached within 3 feet of Gao Feng, they suddenly vanished into thin air. The originally terrifying lightning that could penetrate spatial barriers had weakened. The Thunder God was taken aback. He felt that Gao Feng was mobilizing his abilities to counter him. But he was confident that his lightning ability was powerful enough to crush Gao Feng. Therefore, he continued to swing his hammer, repeatedly bombarding the space where Gao Feng was located with lightning. However, in the next instant, Gao Feng's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, Gao Feng had directly traversed through layers of lightning and appeared right in front of the Thunder God. Gao Feng reached out with one hand, and instantly, the Thunder God's hammer trembled slightly in his hand, as if it wanted to fly away from his control. The Thunder God felt a surge of fear. He knew that this Thunder God's hammer was a divine weapon birthed from the lightning abilities within his body. It could be said to be a part of his body. This terrifying artifact was birthed only after he advanced to a ruler-level ability user. At the diamond level, he could only release the lightning power within his body. Although powerful, it was far from being able to penetrate space. But with the Thunder God's hammer, he could smash through spatial barriers with a single blow. He believed he had grasped the most powerful force in this world and thought himself invincible. As a result, upon encountering the first ruler-level ability user, he felt danger. However, although the Thunder God sensed the crisis, he was not desperate, because he was confident in the connection between the Thunder God's hammer and his body. Thus, after mobilizing the lightning power to control the Thunder God's hammer, he steadied the artifact once more. Gao Feng wanted to seize the hammer from afar again, but it was no longer possible. Seeing this scene, Gao Feng smiled, because he hadn't intended to snatch the Thunder God's hammer in the first place. What he wanted was merely to divert the Thunder God's abilities for defense. His true aim was actually... Gao Feng looked into the Thunder God's eyes and smiled faintly. At that moment, the Thunder God suddenly felt a shadow of death rapidly enveloping his body and mind. As a ruler-level ability user, he had evolved a sense of crisis regarding death. Therefore, the Thunder God immediately abandoned control of the Thunder God's hammer and began to frantically escape using all his lightning abilities. This is easy. The terrifying power of lightning continuously tore through space. The Thunder God dived into the chaotic currents of space, fleeing frantically, fearing that if he slowed down even a little, he would die. At the same time, a small hole suddenly appeared in the spatial barrier of the area where the Thunder God had just been, followed by a black hole that devoured all the spatial barriers within a 1-meter radius. Gao Feng grabbed the Thunder God's hammer flying through the air, swinging it casually, instantly releasing waves of terrifying lightning power. In the next moment, Gao Feng disappeared, entering the chaotic currents of space to pursue the Thunder God. Chapter 164. Invasion of the Ice World. The Thunder God's speed of escape was indeed very fast, almost like real lightning. Gao Feng found that his teleportation could not close the distance between him and the Thunder God. It wasn't that his teleportation speed was slower. Rather, even with just 100 meters between them after completing the teleportation, the Thunder God could still quickly pull away. Gao Feng was fast in teleportation, but slow in flight. The Thunder God had reached the ceiling of movement speed. Fortunately, his sensing range theoretically covered the entire planet. Gao Feng wanted to chase him. And no matter how the Thunder God ran, he could not escape. Even if the Thunder God could run out of their location on Water Blue Star, he would still be destined to starve. It should be noted that no new planets suitable for human survival had been discovered so far. Therefore, while Gao Feng was leisurely chasing the Thunder God through the spatial passage, he was also observing the conditions within the world barrier. Others who entered the spatial barrier could only escape narrowly, having neither the energy nor the ability to check other situations. But Gao Feng was a space ability user, possessing 6 sources of spatial power. Thus, he could easily see through the spatial barrier in front of him and even delve deep into it. Initially, Gao Feng was just casually checking. As a result, he was shocked to discover that a world barrier had appeared very close to Water Blue Star. Yes, it was a brand new world barrier, one that did not belong to the world of Water Blue Star. The straight line distance between the two was very close, about 20,000 meters. After contemplating, Gao Feng suddenly gave up on chasing the Thunder God. He judged that he could not catch up with the Thunder God directly. And even if he did, he wouldn't be able to subdue him. It would be better to think of other methods later. At the very least, he needed to find a way to increase his flight speed to match that of the Thunder God. Otherwise, the two would not be in the same dimension for a chase, and there would be no substantial results. After making his decision, Gao Feng immediately changed direction and teleported directly outside the world barrier of the new world. Just as Gao Feng stepped out of the dimensional portal, he instantly felt a bone-chilling cold. This surprised him immensely. Gao Feng was an ability user. After the apocalypse, the temperature in the Jiangnan region had already dropped to -60 degrees, but he had adapted to it easily, even wearing a t-shirt without issue. But now, he felt a bone-chilling cold. Gao Feng immediately sensed that something was wrong with this new world. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly activated his void god grab on the world barrier of this new world. Bang! The spatial barrier shattered, but only a hole the size of a fist was made. Gao Feng was stunned. It should be noted that this was his king-level void god grab. The power of a single grab could, at the very least, shatter half a city. What shocked Gao Feng even more was that the cold emanating from this small hole made his soul tremble. The coldness nearly rendered him numb. Who could it be? Just then, a cold female voice suddenly came from inside the small hole. Gao Feng immediately activated his spatial sensing to penetrate the world barrier. But just with that fleeting thought, he felt his consciousness almost freeze. It was too cold. He felt that this new world was like a frozen hell. However, even so, Gao Feng's spatial sensing still allowed him to see some situations in that world. He saw a woman, one radiating an extreme icy power. She wore a white robe. Despite her cold expression and lack of a smile, she was so beautiful that it drove people mad. After scanning the other party with his mental power, Gao Feng involuntarily felt an astonishing attraction emanating from her. Whoever you are, come out, or I want to be polite. The white-robed woman issued another cold reprimand. Still carrying a chilling intent to kill, Gao Feng instantly felt his thoughts freeze. He lost his ability to sense the situation in the new world. In the next moment, he did not hesitate to activate teleportation, quickly leaving this new world. As Gao Feng teleported, his heart raced. He felt so tense that his heart was about to leap into his throat. With the escape time lengthening, he sensed he had uncovered a terrifying secret. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason for the apocalyptic cold wave occurring on Water Blue Star. However, that world was simply too frightening. Even though Gao Feng was already at the King level 6 and might be the top-tier ability user on Water Blue Star, facing even one woman from that world made him feel a sense of complete helplessness and despair. After returning to the world where Water Blue Star was located, Gao Feng did not directly return to the Summer Kingdom, but continued to absorb the toxic snow. Gao Feng aimed to quickly elevate his cultivation to the peak of the King level, or even reach a new realm of abilities beyond the King level. Gao Feng felt a sense of urgency. He sensed that although he had encountered the white-robed woman from that cold world, their disaster had only just begun. However, just as Gao Feng returned, the white-robed woman from the icy world suddenly caught the scent of a strange man. Although she belonged purely to the ice type and did not possess spatial attributes, she was of the holy ice type, representing the ultimate power of ice. Therefore, she could use the cold to sense all things. The white-robed woman quickly discovered the small hole left on the world barrier. When she saw it, the hole had already shrunk from the size of a fist to that of a thumb. Nevertheless, the white-robed woman still sensed the presence of an outsider. Boom! The white-robed woman threw a punch. The violent icy power instantly pierced through the world barrier. However, this world barrier did not simply turn into nothingness. Instead, it was pushed forward, extending like a balloon under the force of the icy power. The white-robed woman had, with one punch, expanded the territory of her world. This meant that although she could not penetrate the world barrier to move, she could extend the world barrier to envelop her target and then track them. This was undoubtedly a method so tyrannical it was shocking. The white-robed woman swung her fists 200 times. Each punch moved the world forward by 100 meters. Ultimately, the icy world expanded forward by 200 meters. Then, with one punch, the white-robed woman broke through the barrier of the world where Water Blue Star was located. The cold of the icy world instantly surged into the world of Water Blue Star. The terrifying cold wave fell from the sky like a funnel, continuously descending. The temperature in all regions of Water Blue Star began to plummet rapidly. Within a day, the temperature in the Jiangnan region dropped from -60 degrees to -70 degrees. Moreover, this downward trend continued. Ability users around the world began to feel unwell. 3 days later, when the temperature dropped to -100 degrees, all ability users below the silver level froze to death. All non-ability users in the world were directly sealed in life by the terrifying cold wave, never to wake again. However, this is not the end at all. The cold vortex above the sky, like a giant black hole, is slowly expanding. It has gradually grown from the size of a bucket to that of a water tank. Inside the Xia country, the big shots from various military bases urgently convened a meeting. It is time to unite the superpowered individuals from around the world, or we will all perish. What exactly is that constantly emanating cold hole in the sky? Is it a celestial body or a weapon? We need to clarify this. If our world reaches absolute zero, even high-level superpowered individuals will likely die. Chapter 165. Space thermal freezing suddenly. A senior executive named Zhang Jun suggested, I propose we implement the superpower merging plan. Let the lower-level superpowered individuals enter underground shelters for centralized management. We will concentrate all their powers into a few high-level superpowered individuals, allowing us to cultivate king-level combatants faster. As long as we have king-level combat power, we should be able to handle any predicament. I agree. The meeting room echoed with voices of approval. The superpowered groups formed in various battle zones across the country began to implement the plan. The selected superpowered individuals continuously received teachings from lower-level superpowered individuals. The scale was unprecedented. The 7 major battle zones finally managed to create 7 early-stage, king-level superpowered individuals. However, even at this point, these individuals were still unable to approach the cold vortex hanging in the sky. They couldn't even conduct close-range detection. There was no choice. After high-level discussions, the 7 king-level superpowered individuals chose the most talented wind-type superpowered individual to undergo another merging enhancement. In the end, the 7 king-level superpowered individuals transformed into 1 king-level 6 superpowered individual. This individual's name was Feng. The power he awakened was actually a skill from a fantasy martial arts film many years ago called Wind God Leg. His speed was as fast as lightning. He was confident that he could approach the vortex in the sky. Thus, under the orders of the high-level officials, he flew into the high sky, ready to save the world. However, he exerted all his strength and barely reached within 100 meters of the cold vortex when his body became frozen stiff. Feng hesitated slightly, and a layer of ice had already formed on the surface of his body. He was startled and quickly urged his powers to shatter the ice, hurriedly escaping back. Upon reporting to the high-level officials, they were stunned. What do we do? We have already gathered all our forces. We can't even get close. Is the sky going to destroy our Xia country? Just as they were in a dilemma, someone suddenly said, No, our Xia country has not concentrated all its forces. I know there is a strong individual in the Jiangnan region. He has wiped out the superpowered city established by the local military district. The elders of the high-level officials looked at each other, all somewhat confused. They had indeed never heard of this matter and were clearly kept in the dark by the lower levels. They immediately ordered an investigation. After urgent inquiries and eliminating a group of people, they finally learned of the existence of the powerful superpowered individual, Gao Feng. Bastard, our superpowered individuals are so precious. How can we casually go to war? Have we forgotten our traditions? We have always insisted that when one side is in trouble, all sides support. If superpowered individuals in our country attack each other, isn't that a waste of talent? Hurry, Feng, you go find Gao Feng personally, and if necessary, you two should join forces. If he has a way to solve the cold vortex problem, you can try to pass your powers to him. Feng hesitated for a moment. Elder, what if Gao Feng is unreliable? You know I have gathered almost all the superpowers of our Xia country. Who knows when we will have another king level 6 superpowered individual? If something goes wrong, wouldn't we become sheep waiting to be slaughtered? The elder sneered disdainfully. Sheep waiting to be slaughtered? Do you really think that we old folks, without superpowers, can control the entire country? Why am I not afraid of you superpowered individuals rebelling? Let me put it this way. If Gao Feng is still a Xia country person and is willing to take responsibility, that's fine. If he is unwilling, we have already exhausted all our strength. Since our Xia country cannot escape the fate of destruction, we cannot let ourselves be slaughtered. The destroyer may not be able to destroy the current king-level superpowered individuals, but to obliterate the water blue star, it is still certain. Feng was immediately invigorated. He immediately performed Wind God Leg, like a hurricane, soaring into the sky. He flew all over the world, searching many countries. He discovered that countries like Sakura country had no more poisonous snow. After inquiring around, he learned that there was a crazy superpowered individual who was collecting poisonous snow from all over the world and absorbing it. When he asked others, they said they didn't know. Others even said that the person's cultivation was unfathomably deep and they couldn't approach him. Feng became increasingly curious. After searching around and finding nothing, he ultimately decided to head to Beautiful Country. As soon as Feng arrived in Beautiful Country, he encountered the Thunder God. After the cold vortex appeared in the sky, the Thunder God also received teachings from the high-level superpowered individuals in the country. However, his power was essentially obtained through robbery and had nothing to do with passing down. His current cultivation had also reached king level 6. However, he specialized in attack and punishment with the lightning element. His speed was fast, and his attack power was explosive. Although Nie Feng possessed wind god leg, which caused opponents to continuously retreat, his speed was not advantageous against the lightning. He was beaten back repeatedly, constantly spitting blood. In the end, the thunder god unleashed his full power, exploding with lightning speed, directly chasing after Nie Feng, preparing to absorb his powers and further enhance his own abilities. As a result, Nie Feng's body disappeared into thin air. The thunder god was startled. He wanted to find Nie Feng and chase after him. However, the brief moment he paused in place made him feel a sense of deathly crisis. In the next moment, he wanted to urge his lightning powers to leave quickly. But at that moment, the space in his area exploded. His lightning powers were directly forced back into his body, unable to escape the area. At the same time, the long-missing Gao Feng reappeared. By now, Gao Feng's powers had reached the peak of king level 8. He was just one step away from reaching king level 9. Originally, Gao Feng planned to reach king level 9 and then reappear to test the suddenly appearing cold vortex in the sky. However, the terrifying chill of the cold ice world left Gao Feng with lingering fears, so he wanted to hide for a bit longer. Unexpectedly, Nie Feng would seek him out on behalf of the Xia country. He didn't expect Nie Feng to be defeated by the thunder god. If he hadn't appeared, Nie Feng might have even been killed by the thunder god. Although Gao Feng had done some crazy things after the apocalypse, such as dismantling the government and establishing superpower bases, that was because the other party was merely using the banner of the government to do bad things. However, Gao Feng had heard from the women in his family, through divine faith, about Nie Feng's situation. He knew that Nie Feng's cultivation was the culmination of all superpowered individuals in the Xia country. No matter what, Gao Feng could not allow the hope of the Xia country to be destroyed like this. This could also be considered a bit of selfishness on his part for not forgetting his roots. Since he had already revealed himself, he naturally had to capture the previously unseized thunder god. After reaching king level 8, Gao Feng's control over space had become even more powerful. He could now trigger spatial explosions anywhere, at any moment, with just a thought. He had already fused all 6 spatial origins he had mastered into one. Although he couldn't catch up to the thunder god in flight in the original world, the thunder god would not be able to escape in front of him. Gao Feng also named his newly acquired ability as space freezing, specifically thermal freezing. Using spatial explosion as a freezing force, it forcibly freezes those trapped within it indefinitely. At this moment, the thunder god is continuously trying to break through the space, but it is completely futile. New spatial explosions constantly occur at the edge of the space he is in, rendering his thunder power completely unusable. Even if he wants to use his thunder power to break through the space and forcibly cross the turbulence within the spatial barrier, it is utterly impossible. Because once he shatters the space he is in will directly turn into a large spatial bomb, blowing him to ashes. The thunder god is as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Chapter 166. The generous and righteous Nie Feng after trying for half a day. The thunder god still cannot break through the spatial thermal freezing area created by Gao Feng. He feels a bit frustrated, realizing that he cannot escape this calamity and is prepared to wait for death. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Gao Feng suddenly speaks. Thunder god, considering how hard it has been for you to reach your current cultivation level, I will give you a chance to live. You should give up resistance and let me absorb your thunder origin. I can give you a chance to be an ordinary person. I believe, with your ability, you should know how to rise again, right? The thunder god is helpless. The situation is stronger than the individual, and he can only follow Gao Feng's words. Thus, he relaxes his mind. Suddenly, he feels a terrifying devouring power coming from the space he is in. Then, the thunder origin power within him is actually swallowed like flowing water from a distance. The thunder god feels somewhat unwilling. But thinking about the consequences of going back on his word, he ultimately grits his teeth and continues to relax his body and mind, not resisting at all. After Gao Feng absorbs the thunder god's thunder origin, his total amount of supernatural powers instantly breaks through to the 9th level of the king realm. His aura becomes incredibly powerful. Especially after absorbing the thunder god's thunder origin, arcs of lightning glow appear on Gao Feng's body surface, clearly showing that he has mastered this terrifying power. Seeing this scene, Nie Feng suddenly speaks. Gao Feng, you absorbed my wind origin too, right? Although it's not as domineering as the thunder system's offensive power, it has its own characteristics, especially in movement. Compared to the linear movement of the thunder system, it also has its own features. Nie Feng's words leave the thunder god stunned. He can't help but shout at Nie Feng. Are you crazy? I wanted to absorb you before, but you didn't let me. Now you're actively letting this guy absorb you. Nie Feng smiles lightly. I came to find Gao Feng to let him inherit my supernatural powers and represent the summer country to accomplish this extraordinary feat, eliminating the cold tide funnel above the sky. Hearing this, the thunder god finally shuts up. He didn't expect Nia Feng to be such a magnanimous person. Although he can't do the same, it doesn't prevent him from respecting such a person. Therefore, he can only silently give Nia Feng a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Gao Feng is hesitating. He actually wants the supernatural power from Nia Feng because it would allow him to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of the King Realm faster. However, if he accepts such a significant favor from the Summer Country's official, he will be completely tied to the official in the future. To be honest, he does look down upon the bureaucratic practices of the officials. Yet, the current Nia Feng, who shows a spirit of sacrificing everything for the country and the world, makes it difficult for Gao Feng to refuse. He feels that refusing at this moment would be an insult to Nia Feng. Gao Feng immediately agrees to Nia Feng. Just as he is about to use the devouring divine ability to absorb Nia Feng's wind origin, Nia Feng suddenly says, "Brother Gao Feng, this wind's supernatural power is closely related to the wind god leg I cultivated since childhood, and is different from the supernatural powers awakened by ordinary people. I'm afraid that if you absorb my supernatural power origin, I might die as a result. Therefore, before you absorb my origin, please make arrangements for my aftermath." Gao Feng suddenly feels a bit awkward. He originally thought the other party had regretted it and was about to back down. But now he can only awkwardly walk in front of Nia Feng, waiting for him to arrange his aftermath. Gao Feng's expression is serious. Nia Feng suddenly says, "Brother Gao Feng, after I die, my wife, second dream, will be entrusted to you for care. I have also heard about your romantic affairs after the apocalypse. Compared to me, you are more skilled at winning a woman's heart. I hope you can help her forget me soon." After saying that, Nia Feng unlocks his phone and throws it to Gao Feng, allowing him to see a photo of his wife, second dream. Upon seeing it, Gao Feng realizes that she is indeed a stunning beauty. Not only is she beautiful and has a great figure, but she also possesses the grace of ancient beauties. Her brows and eyes are very gentle and soft. As a modern person, to have such an aura is definitely due to her family background. It cannot be cultivated without a scholarly family. Gao Feng is very moved at a glance. Although there are many beauties around him, there is really no one like Second Dream with such classical charm. However, the scene of a husband entrusting his wife to someone else still leaves him speechless. Although he loves beautiful women, those are all taken by force. While it may be shameless, at least they are strangers, so it doesn't matter if he feels guilty. In this apocalypse, the strong getting more is understandable. Now, just as he starts to admire Nia Feng, the latter entrusts his wife to him. The feeling of being a pawn is too intense. Nia Feng then gives Gao Feng the token of love he shared with Second Dream to assure her. Gao Feng's mood becomes much more complicated in an instant. Nia Feng then transmits the wind god leg technique to Gao Feng, as well as his family's ice heart technique. This is truly a matter of arranging his aftermath. Gao Feng thinks it's over, but then Nia Feng says, "I once acquired a miraculous method to enter dreams, and in the dream, I worshipped a legendary powerhouse named Blade Emperor. He taught me an incredibly powerful sword technique called Demon Blade. If I die today, it will cut off that senior's inheritance. Why not let me pass this dream entry method to you, so you can inherit this opportunity as well?" Gao Feng nods. When he begins to practice the dream entry method with Nia Feng, he recites the incantation and unexpectedly enters a strange dream realm, just like in a film and television drama. In this dream realm, Gao Feng and Nia Feng appear before a supermaster named Blade Emperor. After Nia Feng explains his situation, the Blade Emperor expresses regret. And upon assessing Gao Feng, who he finds to be exceptionally talented, he begins to teach Gao Feng the basics of the demon blade. Gao Feng quickly starts to transform into a demon. His consciousness becomes extremely chaotic. However, at this moment, a cold laugh suddenly appears in Gao Feng's mind. The voice belongs to Nia Feng. The seemingly righteous, Nia Feng suddenly raises the snow drink blade in his hand and swiftly strikes out a blade intent that is as piercing as ice. The thunder god, who has turned into a mortal, is stunned upon witnessing this scene. He feels an impulse to curse, but realizing that he has already lost his powers, he immediately starts running, not daring to stay a moment longer. While running, the thunder god curses inwardly. "Damn it, this is too sneaky. I almost capsized in the gutter." All along, Nia Feng was pretending to be weak to deliberately attract others to absorb his supernatural power origin. The thunder god reflects that if Gao Feng hadn't stepped in to save Nia Feng earlier, he would have absorbed Nia Feng himself. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Such a formidable powerhouse as Gao Feng is making him run all over the place. Now, he has fallen for the seemingly righteous Nia Feng's trick. It's too tragic, too terrifying. Indeed, in the apocalypse, one cannot trust anyone. Although Gao Feng is powerful, his temperament is still lacking. The thunder god feels that in front of Feng. This old schemer, he is simply a naive little bunny. The story just told was so moving that it almost brought him to tears. In the end, though, it turned out to be a setup for mowing grass. Poor Gao Feng. Indeed, to become the strongest person in the world, one cannot be too naive. Chapter 167. The Terrifying King at the Peak of 9 Levels. Boom. Just as the icy blade intent fell upon Gao Feng, the space erupted in a massive explosion. The delighted Feng was suddenly obliterated into nothingness by the terrifying spatial explosion. Impossible, impossible. How could this happen? How could it? I wove a perfect story. He was already dreaming, completely lost his resistance. How could this be? Feng's last words in this world were filled with unwillingness. However, soon, his voice vanished along with the explosion. The thunder god, having just fled 1,000 meters, turned back in confusion. Upon seeing this horrifying scene, he was so frightened that he collapsed and fainted. A full quarter of an hour later, the space that had exploded returned to calm. The vanished Gao Feng slowly reappeared in the place he once occupied. Gao Feng looked at the spot where Feng had disappeared and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He didn't expect that the only person who moved him after the apocalypse was also a schemer. However, Feng had never calculated that Gao Feng was not merely subjected to spatial freezing. The moment Feng launched his sneak attack was actually when Gao Feng's consciousness was awakened. Feng himself, due to exerting all his power in the sneak attack and lacking the support of his abilities, was instead destroyed by the spatial explosion. This outcome can only be said to be the result of karma. Gao Feng was only surprised that after absorbing Feng's source power, he discovered that it was not simply wind-type power. He also simultaneously possessed ice-type abilities. Most incredibly, after absorbing Feng's essence, he also absorbed all of his memories. At this moment, Gao Feng was astonished to find that what Feng had said before was almost entirely true, including that he really had a beautiful wife named Second Dream. The only deception was the final sneak attack. One could say that Feng had set up an almost unsolvable trap for Gao Feng. However, all of Feng's calculations ultimately came to nothing. The reason Feng lost was not because his schemes were shallow, but because his cultivation was not strong enough. If Feng's defenses had been a bit stronger, he might have been able to withstand the spatial explosion during his sneak attack. Then the outcome would have been entirely different. However, such a hypothesis was no longer possible. Everything belonging to Feng became Gao Feng's. After absorbing Feng's powerful dual source of ice and wind, Gao Feng's cultivation unexpectedly reached the peak of the 9th level of the King realm in an instant. Even more to Gao Feng's delight was that after activating the Ice Heart technique that Feng had passed on to him, he could directly absorb ice power to enhance his abilities. More importantly, Gao Feng seemed to have lost his previous fear of the cold ice power. In fact, after coming into contact with cold substances like poisonous snow, he felt a subtle, unconscious joy. Gao Feng was immediately surprised. He then once again entered the dream state that Feng had taught him. The Emperor of Swords appeared once more in the dream. At this time, the Emperor of Swords did not teach him any techniques, but instead began to explain the deeper meaning behind Feng's actions. The Emperor of Swords said, Feng has already entered madness while learning the demon's sword. At times he is awake, and at times he is insane. Passing down skills to you was his true intention. However, killing you to seize your achievements was also his true intention in his madness. Furthermore, since you have absorbed his essence, you have inherited the mad bloodline from the Nye clan. To suppress it, you must marry his wife, Second Dream. To resolve it with tenderness. Remember this. Boom. The figure of the Emperor of Swords vanished in an instant. Immediately, a sense of madness surged into Gao Feng's limbs. Gao Feng's heart became restless as he transformed into a wind blade, striking down on the continent where the beautiful nation was located. The terrifyingly large wind blade instantly tore the entire plate apart, creating a massive ravine stretching from south to north for thousands of miles. The central plains of the beautiful nation were directly severed in the middle. However, Gao Feng's inner madness did not weaken with this strike. Instead, it became even more exhilarating. His originally bright eyes turned a deep crimson in an instant, and he began to strike down with one blade after another. The continent where the beautiful nation was located was continuously cleaved into shattered ravines, and the survivors on it faced an apocalyptic storm, dying in droves. The fleeing thunder god looked up at the sky. When he saw Gao Feng's terrifyingly cold figure resembling a god, he almost fainted again from fear. Soon, the high-ranking officials of the beautiful nation ordered the launch of annihilator missiles to attack Gao Feng, the mad peak-level ability user. However, when the terrifying annihilator missiles struck before Gao Feng, they were enveloped by a massive spatial explosion. The terrifying energy released by the annihilator missiles not only failed to harm Gao Feng, but was instead devoured and refined by him through the spatial door using his devouring ability. However, after absorbing the energy from the Annihilator missiles, the wind blades Gao Feng unleashed began to carry a sense of destruction. Wherever the blade passed, everything instantly withered. The blade wind swept through, and the Annihilator missile launch base thousands of miles away was directly wiped out. Undeployed Annihilator missiles vanished without a trace. Subsequently, the wind blades Gao Feng unleashed grew increasingly infused with the intent of destruction. Under Gao Feng's successive attacks, the beautiful continent quickly fell apart and turned to nothingness. All the survivors on the continent, including the previously lucky Thunder God, were consumed by Gao Feng's destructive blade aura. Gao Feng's terror and loss of control not only shook the high-ranking officials of the Summer Nation from thousands of miles away, but also startled the white-robed woman pushing for the invasion of the Water Blue Star world as she sensed it in an instant. Meanwhile, the Summer Nation's high-ranking officials frantically ordered to contact Gao Feng's Hongyun base, demanding the person in charge, Yi Huimin, to find a way to restore Gao Feng's sanity as soon as possible. After connecting to the satellite phone of the Summer Nation's elder, Yi Huimin said with great difficulty, "The only way now is to try to let the chest god and the fierce god simultaneously activate the sensory sharing within the divine belief so that the followers of both sects can help Gao Feng forcibly resolve the negative effects of his abilities." Initially, the elder did not understand the specifics of the situation. However, after Yi Huimin explained it once, he was stunned. Because, according to Yi Huimin's method, given Gao Feng's current terrifying ability realm, it would likely require all women in the world to accept his divine blessing to restore his sanity. If so, it would mean that all the men in the world would have to wear green hats due to Gao Feng. However, during this life and death moment, worrying about this was futile. For the continuation of their clan, the elder and the high-ranking officials discussed and ultimately decided to let all women in the Summer Nation join this absurd, yet absolutely legendary divine blessing in batches. The elder even refused to disclose to Yi Huimin how to mobilize official forces to join this divine blessing. When Gao Feng's frenzied figure gradually calmed down high above in the sky, the image of a towering man was deeply etched in the hearts of all the women on Water Blue Star, a mark that would never be erased. Chapter 168. The White-Robed Woman Pays Her Respects. End of the book. After much effort from everyone, Gao Feng finally regained his state. However, he did not immediately seek out the cold wave funnel in the sky. The reason was simple. He already knew what it was. The cold wave funnel was merely a manifestation of the ice world invading the world where Water Blue Star was located. The truly terrifying aspect was the white-robed woman hidden behind it. That extreme ice power was simply horrifying. When Gao Feng previously encountered her, she was already at the king level, and he almost got frozen instantly. Fortunately, he was of the space element and had awakened teleportation. If any other ability user from this world had faced the white-robed woman, they would likely have been frozen to death on the spot. Although Gao Feng had now reached the pinnacle of the king level at the 9th level of his abilities, he did not believe he could defeat the white-robed woman. His best expectation was merely to stall her. For someone who had previously had no qualifications to fight back and had almost been annihilated by her casual move, he did not dare to harbor any delusions. Therefore, amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Gao Feng first returned to Sea City. He returned to the Hongyun base to reunite with his many beloved wives. Although it was just a mundane activity in bed, due to its grandiosity, it gave everyone in the world an extremely absurd feeling. Many people thought Gao Feng had become timid, believing he was simply giving up. Even Gao Feng's women began to lose confidence in him. Of course, this did not affect Gao Feng's undefeated prowess in bed, nor did it affect these outstanding beauty submission to him. However, this simple joy of love made Gao Feng feel a sense of fatigue, not from physical exhaustion or mental strain, but from the heart, a profound feeling of emptiness and loneliness. He once thought that Yi Huimin loved him. Yi Huimin had given up so much and sacrificed so much for love. Moreover, she was so perfect, her face, figure, intelligence, she had almost no flaws. Yet, Gao Feng suddenly realized that even such a perfect woman made him feel lonely when he needed support and strength. He still could not confide in her. Furthermore, Yi Huimin's encouragement felt distant, as if separated by a world. In the end, Gao Feng left. With a single teleport, he arrived at the edge of the cold wave funnel at the top of the sky. With another step, he entered the funnel. Everyone in the world held their breath upon witnessing this scene. However, right after that, the cold wave funnel disappeared. The entire world felt a sense of confusion, unsure whether Gao Feng had succeeded or failed. Many believed he had succeeded since the cold wave funnel was gone, while others thought he had failed because Gao Feng had vanished. The Sea City controlled by Gao Feng gradually began to fall apart. Although no one dared to touch Gao Feng's Hongyun base, other forces were already stirring, beginning to seek alliance with other neighboring military bases. Gao Feng's Hanyun base stood out like an isolated island, appearing so alluring in the increasingly rising temperatures. Many powerful ability users were eyeing it because it housed too many stunning beauties. Sea City was originally the most prosperous city in the Xia country, almost gathering the country's top beauties, all now possessed by Gao Feng alone. He was once so powerful that all ability users in the world had to bow before him. Now, this powerful man had disappeared. 3 months later, the first to break the silence was the son of the head of a military base from a neighboring province, who could no longer hold back and sought Yi Huimin's hand in marriage. Yi Huimin did not directly refuse, but stated she needed to consider it. Other ability users with similar intentions began to roll up their sleeves. At the same time, one of Gao Feng's special wives, Zhao Kuo, who was both one of his women and an important general under him, was also proposed to by a young genius ability user from a military base. Zhao Kuo directly agreed. The young genius immediately brought a team to Sea City for the wedding. The female ability users under Zhao Kuo, who originally belonged to Gao Feng, also left with her. However, as soon as Zhao Kuo and the young genius were in the same vehicle, two beautiful giant strength ability users, originally Zhao Kuo's deputies, suddenly struck simultaneously, one from the left and one from the right, punching the vehicle, turning it into a metal disc. The terrifying force caused the vehicle to generate extreme heat. The two young individuals, who wished to unite in marriage, met their demise without closing their eyes. At the same time, all the powerful ability users who entered Sea City to propose were killed on the same day. Meanwhile, Gao Feng's wife, Yi Huimin, reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of king status that day. She immediately led Gao Feng's 368 women to sweep through all the ability user bases in Xia country. Under her iron-fisted suppression, she ascended to the position of empress, establishing the Yi family's ability user dynasty. Not long after, the empress announced her pregnancy. The following year, Yi Huimin gave birth to a child named Yi Nianfeng. At the same time, Gao Feng's women in the Hanyun base began announcing their pregnancies, and the following year, they also gave birth. Soon after, the women in Sea City followed suit. Then, the women across the entire Xia country did the same. The world welcomed a terrifying baby boom, with many women giving birth to 10 babies at once. Fortunately, these women were ability users, otherwise, it would have resulted in fatalities. In the remnants of the eastern cherry blossom country, the women left by Gao Feng also continued to give birth in the second year. Meanwhile, as Gao Feng's offspring increased, the number of followers of the chest god also grew. Ji Shaoqing, who initiated the faith in the deity, absorbed a massive amount of belief power from the chest god cult members, forming a gigantic spiritual halo around her that spanned Tinjiang. She looked almost divine. Ordinary gold-level ability users felt difficulty breathing and found it hard to look up to see her figure even from a distance of 100 meters. After Yi Huimin gave birth, her daily routine consisted of caring for the child and continuously sending people to inquire about Ji Shaoqing's status. Suddenly one day, Ji Shaoqing spat out blood, and the Tinjiang halo around her dissipated. Yet Ji Shaoqing wore a smile on her face. She succeeded. She finally succeeded. She was coming back. Upon hearing this, Yi Huimin wept tears of joy. Meanwhile, outside the ice world, 6 enormous interdimensional portals were continuously absorbing the cold air from within the ice world. After nearly a year of effort, Gao Feng, with the support of his numerous beloved wives, managed to withstand the impact of the white-robed woman's ice power through divine faith and the transmission of spiritual strength. After stabilizing the situation, Gao Feng began to continuously absorb the cold air emitted by the white-robed woman through the interdimensional space portals. The cold air from the white-robed woman was evidently not absorbed as quickly as Gao Feng's 6 interdimensional spaces, gradually putting her at a disadvantage. As the situation shifted, panic appeared on the white-robed woman's face. However, when she tried to withdraw her power and avoid a confrontation with Gao Feng, she discovered that the ice world she controlled was also shrinking back. Even more terrifying was that her own power, which had already mastered the source power of the ice world, was also weakening. The white-robed woman was immediately alarmed and could only continue to endure. Meanwhile, Gao Feng, upon sensing his woman in the world of Water Blue Star and reflecting on what he had done for her, the heart that had once been as lonely as snow suddenly felt a hint of warmth. It was this hint of warmth that caused the 6 disparate dimensional spaces of Gao Feng to suddenly merge together, forming an entirely new world. Gao Feng, who originally only possessed spatial abilities, suddenly received the enhancement of the spatial ability origin from this new world, allowing him to instantly comprehend the essence of space. At that moment, when Gao Feng looked at the ice world again, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. In the next instant, he pointed a finger, and a phantom-like, transparent particle shot out rapidly, directly entering the ice world. It then quickly absorbed the power of ice from a space smaller than a speck of dust, growing into an enormous pure space larger than a mountain. Each particle of Gao Feng had its own ejection of this space. Soon, the cold air within the ice world was absorbed by hundreds of massive spaces. The white-robed woman was even involuntarily lifted into the sky by the overwhelming number of spaces, becoming a source of energy for the growth of space. The arrival of death was merely a matter of time. Gao Feng naturally did not allow the white-robed woman to die. He only transported her to his side at the moment she was about to collapse. I pay my respects to the Space Master. This humble woman is willing to compensate with her body to atone for the previous invasion of the ice world into the Master's realm. As soon as the white-robed woman appeared before Gao Feng, she immediately knelt at his feet, respectfully bowing her head. Gao Feng reached out and pinched the white-robed woman's chin, smiling. Meanwhile, deep in the vast universe, a massive world, resembling a blazing flame, radiated from the depths of ancient times. The range covered by this world was extremely vast. On the extended line of 100 light-years, the worlds of Water Blue Star and the Ice World would both be enveloped by it. By then, both worlds would simultaneously enter the era of flames.